Others cross the world of high martial arts, endure hardships and practice sneakily to develop, while I directly strike with heavy punches to quickly advance in the world of high martial arts. My childhood friend said I couldn't beat her boyfriend and advised me to give up, but I directly shot out like a dragon, causing him to lose control of his bladder and bowels. The senior student advised me to act with discretion and smoothness, but I directly spoke domineeringly. Should I take you all on one by one or all together? Just because I awakened the evil behavior value system. As long as I humiliate the weak viciously, I will gain evil behavior values. Then I maxed out my evil behavior and went crazy, guaranteeing godhood in a year with half a month. At this moment, as I was integrating the memories of the original host, I was suddenly interrupted by an angry shout from beside me. Yeely, your opponent in this competition is my boyfriend. Quickly forfeit. Do you hear me? Hearing the voice, I looked up and at the same time, the memories of the original host surfaced in my mind. The person speaking was Xin Lian, a childhood friend of the original host, but Xin Lian usually only belittled the original host and praised herself. In the memory, today's sparring match was between school team members and ordinary students who signed up, where both sides could receive generous spiritual medicine subsidies regardless of the outcome. However, if one side forfeited, the other side would receive double the subsidy. In addition, it would also affect future academic records. After all, a warrior who was afraid even of a competition, how could they face the terrifying beasts that prey on humans in the future? Seeing me remain silent, Shen Lian frowned and said coldly, Wang Ren is a first-tier 5th-level martial artist in the school team. What can you, a first-tier 3rd level, do against him? Seeing me hesitating to hand over the participation card, Shen Lian became anxious and somewhat puzzled. Why was this tool not obeying today? Shen Lian's face darkened completely as she reached out her hand towards me. Give me your participation card now, idiot. I chuckled and swatted away Shen Lian's outstretched hand. In the next moment, a virtual screen suddenly appeared before my eyes. Detected verbal abuse towards your childhood friend whom you have secretly loved for over 10 years. Evil deed value plus 500. Evil deed system. Perform recognized evil deeds to earn corresponding evil deed values. Looking at the sudden appearance of the screen, a glint of excitement appeared in my eyes. This was my own cheat code. Meanwhile, Shen Lian, with an incredulous expression, angrily said, Yeely, you've gone too far. Give me the participation card now, or I'll never speak to you again. Sure, double happiness is coming. Upon hearing this, I casually put away the panel and lightly said, a broken shoe like you wants to decide the outcome for me? Is your brain filled with excrement? Shen Lian stood there dumbfounded. How dare you insult me? I replied calmly, I'm insulting you. I'll go up on stage and knock down your boyfriend. As for you, just turn left and go to the hospital to see a neurologist. You can talk tough all you want, as long as you dare to step onto the stage. Wang Ren will definitely make you doubt your life choices. With that, she turned and walked towards the lounge. Inside the lounge, I quickly summoned the system panel, grinned wickedly, and prepared to unleash carnage. Immediately, I went all in with the just acquired 1000 evil deed values. As the evil deed values rapidly depleted, the progress numbers of 2 martial arts techniques began to jump rapidly, consuming 100 evil deed values. The first-tier martial art flowing water fist had been perfected, consuming 800 evil deed values. The second-tier martial art cloud-breaking spear had been perfected. In the next moment, I felt every cell in my body bubbling with joy, as if I were truly honing my martial arts day by day. At this moment, the broadcast sounded, guidance match, 5th round. Wuka High School Class 39 Yeely vs School Team Longren. Please both sides quickly take the stage. At the same time, the voices inside the martial arts arena were buzzing. The 5th round is about to begin. The first 4 rounds were all school teams crushing victories. What about this round? At the same time, Shen Lian in the audience coldly sneered. Yeely, when you are beaten to the point where you can't get out of bed, let's see who will take care of you. At this time, on the central martial arts stage, Wang Ren waved towards the audience with great spirit. Following that, a handsome young man in a white martial arts uniform slowly ascended the stage, carrying a heavy iron spear on his back, with an indifferent expression. When I stepped onto the stage, Wang Ren smiled gracefully and said, Leonor messaged me that you stubbornly refuse to give up. Don't you always avoid me wherever you go? Did you take the wrong medicine today? I replied directly, trash always sticks with dogs forever. Upon hearing my words, Wang Ren's eyes turned cold and he said, it seems like you really took the wrong medicine and your brain is not clear. Let me remind you, the guidance match doesn't care that much. Even if I severely injure you today, the school won't hold me responsible. I casually leaned the spear to my side and calmly said, don't bother explaining the rules to others. Everyone knows them. Also, tell your dad to shut up, or I'll make you fly. Very well. A sinister smile appeared on Wang Ren's lips. Stubborn kid, don't expect to have a good time today. The match began. and the referee's voice timely sounded. As soon as the words fell, a white rainbow suddenly streaked across the martial arts stage, accompanied by a tearing sound that resounded through the air. Under the gaze of hundreds of eyes in the audience, I, who was originally standing still, suddenly turned into a blur and rushed out. At the same time, the pitch-black spear in my right palm thrust out with a loud noise. The spearhead carrying a dazzling cold light tore through the air like a dragon, instantly arriving in front of Wang Ren. Before the cold smile on Wang Ren's face could fade, he felt an extremely sharp wind pressure rushing straight towards his face, the threat of death almost palpable. In the next moment, Wang Ren's pupils suddenly contracted, quickly placing his long sword in front of him to defend. As the pitch-black spearhead approached like a dragon, the long sword shattered in an instant. Subsequently, the spearhead, carrying immense force, directly pierced through Wang Ren's right shoulder. Then Wang Ren's whole body flew backward, crashing heavily on the edge of the platform, sending up a shower of debris. In the next moment, apart from Wang Ren's piercing screams, the entire martial arts arena fell into a deathly silence. The students stared blankly at the scene, and the teachers on the platform, who were usually calm, were also dumbfounded. I, on the martial arts stage, did not stop my actions. Amid countless astonished gazes, I swiftly moved to Wang Ren's side, quickly grabbed his head, and then slammed it heavily onto the ground. Under the tremendous impact, Wang Ren saw stars in his eyes, instinctively reaching for the long spear on his shoulder to pull it out. However, a large foot immediately stomped his raised hand back. Then Wang Ren only saw a pair of extremely cold black pupils staring straight at him. At this moment, the owner of the black pupils had already opened his arms, and Wang Ren recognized this movement as the starting posture of the flowing water fist. Seeing this, Wang Ren's heart sank and he hurriedly shouted, "Yili, I Suren." Too late. With those words, I quickly bent down, and my fists rained down on Wang Ren like a storm, breaking stones and causing the entire martial arts stage to tremble slightly. It wasn't until Wang Ren stopped struggling that I stood up straight again, pulled out the long spear, and said, "If school team members are only at this level, don't embarrass yourselves by coming out." As I stepped down from the stage, the referee's voice echoed in the empty silence. Yili wins. At the same time, the audience, who had recovered from their astonishment, erupted into shocked cheers. What's going on? The school team was directly defeated in seconds. Show me kneeling. That shot was simply unreasonable. Meanwhile, Shen Lian, who was in the spectator stand, stared blankly at the scene on the field. Wang Ren lost. How is this possible? She had revealed all of Yi Li's information to Wang Ren. Even as a formal member of the school team, it was difficult for herself to defeat Wang Ren so easily. How did Yi Li manage to do it? The high stage at the back of the audience. The group of teachers all looked at each other. Anyone could see the surprise on their faces. The varsity team was full of the top students, and even if they were substitutes, they were much stronger than the average martial arts student. It's almost all common sense. In a situation where the martial arts, rank, and talent were all inferior to the other party, trying to defeat the strong with the weak was just impossible. The situation at hand could only be explained as Yi Li having previously hidden his strength. Principal Li, this cadet named Yi Li, is a good seedling. The homeroom teacher of the first class raised his hand and pushed down his glasses. His tone of voice was filled with undisguised consternation as he turned toward the vice principal. Principal Li smiled and spoke. Indeed, the strength of his chi and blood is somewhere in between Wang Ren. He should be at the same fifth level of the first rank. But in terms of martial arts, it's awesome. The two martial arts he performed were not of a high grade, but all of them revealed a sense of completeness. At his age, he actually managed to practice two low-rank martial arts to perfection. It can be said to be quite an outstanding level of enlightenment. This kid, he must have trained quite hard in private. There was obvious approval in Principal Li's tone. Little young. He whirled around to look at a young woman behind him who was also filled with surprise and asked seemingly casually, "This is a good seed for your class 9. I think he's fully qualified to be in the varsity team. Why don't you report him?" Hearing this, class 9 teacher Yang Shan's sweat came down. Principal Li, the chi and blood test 2 weeks ago. Yi Li, he was still at the rank of first stage 3, and I didn't expect him to progress so fast. She hurriedly explained. How could she not understand that the other party was suspecting that she was deliberately burying talents out of personal grudges? This Vice Principal Li of Lin Haino, one middle school, is known for his love of talent. Once, in front of the entire school, he beat a teacher who maliciously targeted a student to his knees and begged for mercy, so miserable that he could not stop until the arrival of the Qingyi Bureau. It's really scary. And to be honest, Yang Shan kinda liked Yi Li as a student. Parents died early, living alone, usually practicing kung fu quite hard. In addition to the character is too honest, the qualification is also quite general. Other than other cannot pick any faults. Therefore, the heavens can judge. Yang Shan really couldn't have imagined to death that Yili, who was like a stuffy gourd in the past, was actually hiding such strength. It's outrageous, okay? Yeah, I'll check it out when I get back. Li Haohan gave Yang Shan a deep look, and then redirected his attention to the single figure below who was walking back to the high platform. The young man was dressed in white, his waist was straight, his pace was calm and steady, and he was full of vigor. He casually handed the lance to the shocked referee and, after a polite nod of his head, turned and walked into the aisle. Not bad, really good. Taking Yi Li's performance in his eyes, Li Haohan nodded with a smile. Principal Li. A teacher looked at him and tentatively suggested, since this Yi Li beat Wang Ren, how about giving him Wang Ren's varsity replacement spot? In half a month's time there will be the province's college exchange competition, and the more outstanding students who participate then, the better our Linhai know. One middle school's ranking will be. Hearing this, Li Haohan turned his head to look at that class 1 homeroom teacher. The first class teacher immediately nodded. I have no problem with that. Wang Ren was a student in his class. Seeing that he was fine with it, the rest of the teachers nodded in agreement. Li Haohan smiled and spoke. Then it's settled. Little Young, later on, you go and help him apply for a varsity exclusive cultivation room, and tell him about some of the varsity exclusive benefits. I know. Yang Shan immediately agreed. But Principal Li, in a month's time there will be the provincial competition. At this time let Yi Li into the varsity team. Yang Shan whirled around to reveal a worried look and asked, will it cause offense to anyone else on the varsity team? The official members of Linhai know. One middle school's varsity team were all at a minimum of the 7th level of the first order. The gap between the current Yi Li and them was quite huge. If they were dissatisfied with the school's temporary replacement, they would inevitably ostracize Yi Li in the future, thus affecting the latter's state of mind. That's exactly what Jan Shan was worried about. Letting him learn to hold back is also considered an exercise. Li Haohan smiled back. Okay. Yang Shan was silent for a moment, and eventually agreed with the other party. On the other hand, Yi Li naturally didn't know about the change in the school's senior management's attitude towards him. After he took his share of the elixir allowance, he left the school straight away and took a taxi home. After returning home, Yi Li dove headfirst into his room, unlocked the door, and studied his golden finger. Infamy LV1, your infamy is almost unknown. Note, infamy upgrades will be rewarded handsomely. Current viciousness value, 1800. Looking at the value of evil deeds that was nearly twice as much as it was before the Pokemon, Yi Li's heart lightened up a lot. Sure enough, Pokies are wise. Relying on the accumulation of his predecessor, he upgraded the 2 martial arts to perfection after spending a mere 900 points of evil value. Not only was there not the slightest discomfort, it was performed like a charm, and it also incidentally raised his martial Dao rank by 2. The performance of the system is already visible. That is to say, as long as you do an evil deed that the system recognizes, you can use the evil deed value you gain to upgrade your martial arts and raise your level. Beating one Wang Ren added close to 2,000 points of evil value. Is this thing built on the suffering of others? Yeli rested a finger against his chin and thought. He then thought that after defeating Wang Ren, the system seemed to have added a new function. Cultivation leveling path opened. Current level, first order, 5th weight, 2%. Upgradable. As his eyes swept above, thoughts tumbled through Yi Li's mind. Having previously raised the 2 martial arts to perfection, his cultivation level had naturally risen to the 5th level of the first rank. And that's just the byproducts that come from improving martial arts. Right now, if you specialize in adding a little bit of cultivation, you think that the effect is bound to be even better than before. System, add points. Yi Li waved his hand, intending to first use 100 points of evil value to try out the depths of this new pool. Ding! Consuming 100 points of evil value begins to raise the level of cultivation. No external aid detected. Your cultivation speed is as slow as a snail's pace as in normal times. Poet's grip. Being practiced. Shokatsu ends. Current level, first order 5th weight, 50%. Comment, due to the lack of any cultivation gain, this gain is only comparable to your 6 months of hard cultivation. Note, for the same amount of points consumed, the amount of revenue generated may vary due to external factors. Earnings can change due to external factors? Why didn't you say something like that earlier? Yi Li's eyes went black. This was comparable to drawing a card with kryptonite, only to find out that he drew from the wrong pool. It was a good thing he didn't just pike it like he did the first time, or he really would have choked. And saved. Gain right? Good job. Yi Li opened the delicate iron box that held the elixir and took out a white porcelain vial from it. What was contained in the vial was precisely the body-shaping elixir that was beneficial to cultivation. For a first-rank Forging Realm martial artist, the chi and blood growth from this bottle of elixir was comparable to 2 months of hard training, so it could be considered quite precious. It is quite suitable as a practice gain at the moment. Unscrewing the lid, the mellow and refreshing aroma immediately wafts out from it, which is refreshing. Without hesitation, Yili smothered the entire bottle of elixir in one gulp, and as the cool medicinal liquid flowed through his throat, he began his new round of additions. Chapter 4: Extremely Fast Climbing Martial Arts Ranks. Ding! 1,000 points of evil value consumed. Start raising your cultivation. First order advanced resource body shaping elixir detected. Your cultivation speed has increased by 20%. You finally look like a normal person. In accelerated practice, cultivation is over. The chi and blood have been raised substantially. Current level, first order 8th, 90%. Comment: the elixir has served as a blessing in disguise for you, and this gain is comparable to your 8 years of hard work. This upgrade is really like riding a rocket. Yili's body's chi and blood were violently pulled up by a large margin. His eyes burned, his skin and flesh exuded luster, and his tendons and bones were strong and powerful. The numbers revealed on the panel signaled that he had consecutively broken through 3 levels in just a few breaths. The current him was only 1 step away from the 9th level of the first rank. Yili's heart was shocked. According to memory, even a genius with superior qualifications would find it difficult to break through to this level before entering the martial arts university. That is to say, Yili had used less than an afternoon's time to leap from a nearly transparent middle student to the ranks of geniuses. That's a speed that anyone who looks at it would have to say it's outrageous. But, in Yili's own opinion, it was his own 8.5 years of hard work before and after. But he actually hadn't even reached the peak of the first rank. That's not a very good qualification. It doesn't matter. In the future, when more points are added, the qualification will naturally rise. Yili silently consoled himself in his mind and casually turned off the panel. Anyway, looking at the explicit cultivation speed, who dares to say that he is not a genius? Adding points is exactly the reason why one can become a king. There were still 700 points of evil value left on hand, which was still plenty. Let's go to the school's bookstore tomorrow to pick out some new martial arts techniques and upgrade the configuration. It was a bit thin if you only mastered one fist technique, plus one gun technique. It's like a brittle martial artist who puts a full point on attack and learns nothing else. Means of offense should be learned, as well as means of evasion and defense, so as to be nutritionally balanced. After a simple wash, Yili lay down on the bed. It was only then that a wave of exhaustion hit him. After all that I've been through just after crossing over, it's time to take a break. Yili took a long breath and put his cell phone on silent, listening to the wind outside the window. Closing his eyes, he drifted off to sleep. Early the next morning, the cypress trees lining the road swayed in the morning breeze. Linhai First High School, dressed in casual clothes, Yili walked across the campus and into the school building. Ascending all the way to the 3rd floor, he straightened his sleeves and walked into the class, heading to his seat. Rear window, home of the king. Perhaps because of yesterday's pointing match, the surrounding students cast a lot of eyes towards Yili. Most of the sightings were quite complicated. Yili was familiar with that sight. That's the look I got myself when a socially transparent person from a previous class suddenly displayed a handful of great talent and skill at the graduation ceremony. Luckily, thanks to the predecessor's reticence, no classmates came over to strike up a conversation until Yili walked to his seat. Of course, not everyone won't chime in. Brother Yi, you're finally here. Just as Yili sat down in his seat, an excited voice suddenly sounded. Yili looked up and saw the boy named Fong Ming, a fellow classmate and also his die-hard friend, running over excitedly. What? Something for me? Yili raised his eyebrows lightly. It's not me. It's Mr. Yang looking for you. Fong Ming waved his hand and then spun around with an excited face. Let's not talk about that. You were too good yesterday, weren't you? It all looked silly to me. His strength was also considered good in the entire grade, at the 4th level of the first rank, but even so, it was completely no match for that Wangrun. But Yili directly gave that Wangrun seconds. Isn't it exciting to beat a member of the varsity team? Fong Ming asked excitedly. It's okay. Yili stood up, stretched casually, and walked towards the outside. Let's go. First go find Mr. Yang. Ha? Fong Ming froze, not understanding why Yili was so calm. In his mind, beating the varsity bench was absolutely thrilling. How is it that my best friend acts like he doesn't care about yesterday's game at all? Fong Ming walked out of the classroom with a face full of suspicion and followed Yili, until the two of them went up to the 4th floor. Fong Ming finally couldn't help but ask, Yi, don't you have anything to say? That's the varsity team's replacement. No. Yili casually tapped his shoulder and pushed the door into the teacher's office. Fong Ming looked at the closed door, stood for a long time, and finally sat down with a skeptical look on his face. Could it be your own problem? Could it be that beating a varsity alternate isn't worth getting excited about? After thinking for a moment, he pulled out his cell phone and messaged his old man. Dad, I beat the varsity bench, The phone vibrated and a reply came quickly. Pops, really? My son has made it big. Pops, ha 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 ha. I've contacted your 7 great aunts and 8 great aunts. And your father and I are going to host a banquet for the entire Linhai City martial arts family tonight. Pops, I just broke the news to your grandpa, and he's already torn up the genealogy, saying he's going to start a new one from you. Looking at his own old man's message, Fong Ming revealed a pleased smile. Sure enough, it wasn't him. Ye's character is still too honest. Was that wild gesture at yesterday's game really just a whim? Fong Ming sighed and whirled around to reply. Father, I'm just kidding. I'm only at the 4th level of the 1st rank. How could I possibly beat someone else? Pops? Putting his cell phone back in his pocket, Fong Ming felt the strong vibration coming from the person who sent the message, who was obviously very excited. Inside the office. There you are. Yang Shan put down the documents in her hands and looked at Yili, who walked towards her and smiled. Sit down. I'm looking for you to tell you a good news. Good news? Yili casually pulled a chair and sat down. Yang Shan nodded her head and said, after watching your match yesterday, Principal Li intends to grant you special permission to replace Wang Rin and become the varsity team's substitute. What's in it for me? Yili asked. Of course, not only will there be an exclusive cultivation room, you can also arrange your own training program during the week. Yang Shan put her hands together and smiled. That means the classes on the schedule you'll be able to skip in the future, but relatively, participate in the training program arranged by the varsity team. In addition, the 3rd floor of the book depository can also go up to rummage through it, and there is an additional spirit medicine subsidy every month, and so on. How? Yang Shan looked at the teenager rather smugly, trying to see a similar look of surprise on the other's face. Unfortunately, the teenager just smiled faintly and said, sounds good. He happened to be short of new martial arts and new resources, so naturally, he would not refuse. Then it's settled. Yang Shan smiled and took out a silver belt tag from the drawer, handing it to Yili. This is a special belt tag for members of the varsity team, and it's also an access card for many places. After Yili received the waist plate, her smile tightened a bit and she continued. Also, you took Wang Ren's spot, and the members of the varsity team who are close to him will probably have some problems with you. There's a gap between your current strength and theirs, so try not to start a conflict with them, so as not to accidentally injure yourself. Saying this, Yang Shan paused for a moment and then added, especially that little girl Shen Lian. She seems to have a strong opinion of you, and when she heard you were going to be on the varsity team, she was extremely against it. You can go around her when you see her in the future. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Yang Shan felt that the smile on the teenager's face actually thickened a few points after he finished speaking. So, he nodded softly. I see. That's good. Yang Shan breathed a sigh of relief and then laughed. Well, if you don't have anything else to do next, just go straight to the training building and pick a favorite training room. Just go straight there. Shen Lian is waiting for you there. Shen Lian? Yili raised his eyebrows lightly. It's her. Yang Shan nodded her head, somewhat helplessly. She had to help you familiarize yourself with your new surroundings, and the instructor even agreed. So be careful. If she takes the opportunity to come after you, you stay out of the way. Understand? I'll avoid her for a while? Yili lightly laughed and didn't say anything more. Just calmly, I'm going over there then. With that, he took the waistband and got up to walk out of the room. The footsteps were unusually light. Looking at the direction Yili left, Yang Shan murmured with some uncertainty. This kid, he really seems to have changed a bit. It feels as if, a lot more confident? The main door was pushed open and Yili walked out slowly. Let's go. He greeted towards Fong Ming. Where to? Fong Ming asked curiously. Training building. Yili displayed the silver-colored waistplate in his hand and casually said, I made the varsity team. And Mr. Yang asked me to familiarize myself with the training environment from now on. Chapter 5, 3,000 points of evil value killed halfway. The two walked side by side and soon arrived in front of the training building. After hearing Yili say that the person who came to pick him up was Shen Lian, Fong Ming's expression was a bit brilliant. He didn't think that the girl who usually treated his best friend like a licking dog would be so kind as to come and help. It's a good thing, but why does it feel so wrong? Fong Ming scared lightly, wanting to remind Yili that there might be something fishy about this. But once he thought of the depth of his best friend's affection for that Shen Lian, he could never open his mouth. According to past experience, once he said something bad about that Shen Lian, he would be severely condemned by the other party, and finally broke up unhappily. In this regard, Fong Ming had always been quite helpless, yet there was nothing he could do about it. After thinking about it, he could only hold out one sentence. Brother Yi, if fellow student Shen Lian is still looking for you to test the power of your new martial arts this time as she did before, don't agree to her. His tone was extremely fast. Afraid of being interrupted by Yili, it's not that she's not allowed to measure. It's just that she doesn't have a light hand. And last time she directly cracked a few of your bones. This is close to the martial arts exam. We martial arts students can't afford to go wrong physically. Fang Ming's words were so heartfelt that he was close to saying, don't be a sandbag. After all, in his impression, that girl called Xinlian often used the excuse of testing new martial arts skills to practice with Yili. And every time, she beat the latter all over her body. As a friend, Fang Ming really couldn't bear it. Moreover, to put it into perspective, for a 7th-ranked first rank to find a 3rd-ranked first rank to test a new martial art, isn't it just like finding a sandbag that moves? It is truly shameful. Don't worry, I'll take care of myself. In Fang Ming's helpless eyes, Yili let out a light laugh and took the lead to walk inside the training building. From memory, there were less than 2 months left before the province's martial arts exam. If one wanted to enter the preferred top-tier academy in such a short period of time, one's martial arts rank would have to step into the 2nd stage to be considered secure. The top priority now is to grab the bad act value. The bias system does not have any hints for the time being, so we can only rely on our own to feel around first. At this stage, it's pretty easy to hammer people and reap the evil value. Yili's mind was electric with thoughts as Fang Ming followed him. The two quickly made their way through the lobby of the 1st floor to the stairs to the 2nd floor where they were headed. Just then, Yili saw a familiar figure. Xinlian. She was dressed in azure training clothes. Her eyes were grim, her silver teeth clenched, and she looked quite indignant. And after seeing Yili, Xinlian was the first to break the silence. Yali. She squeezed a resentful voice through her teeth. You're finally here. Lead the way. Yili lifted his chin lightly. I'll take your head. Xinlian violently stomped her foot and pointed at Yili's nose and drank. Yili, I haven't settled the score with you for scolding me yesterday. Fang Ming froze, obviously not expecting such a situation. The other party actually came up and started cursing. However, he quickly showed a dazed look. This damned woman. It must have been Yili's slightly louder voice that was taken as scolding her. Fang Ming thought so. After seeing Yili's calm expression, he was even more certain of his judgment. He immediately stepped forward and spoke in a deep voice. Student Xinlian, Yi is here to familiarize himself with the environment. If you don't want to help, familiarize yourself with the environment? He's familiar with. Xinlian stomped her foot in anger, directly interrupting Fang Ming's words. She looked at Yili with resentment in her eyes and pointedly said, even if you won over my boyfriend by unseemly means, you actually tried to steal my boyfriend's replacement spot. You despicable thief. Vicious words kept spewing out from Xinlian's mouth, as if she wanted to attack Yili with the most disgusting language in the world. There's a reason for her recklessness. A martial arts rank of the 7th level of the 1st rank, coupled with a martial arts talent that ranked at the C level, made her one of the stronger ones in the varsity in terms of combat power. Even though Yili had defeated Wangrun, he was at best at the 5th level of the 1st order, and it was hard enough to hit the 6th level of the 1st order, let alone the 7th level of the 1st order itself. Xinlian couldn't wait for Yili to be so enraged by herself that she lost her mind and made a move towards her, so that she could have a good reason to beat Yili until she couldn't get out of bed. Better yet, you can't even take the martial arts exam. However, considering Yili's honest and cowardly character, Xinlian didn't think he would dare to make a move against himself. Therefore, she intends to make the first move. Although Yili's parents were very kind to her when she was alive, right now Xinlian didn't care about those things at all. All she wanted to do now was to beat Yili severely so that she could relieve herself of her hatred. For this reason, she made a point of sidestepping the rest of the varsity team. At this moment, within the entire training building, there were only the 3 of them. Even if the other party wailed miserably later, no one would hear them. How dare you pull the plug on my contact info? How dare you call me names? How dare you hit my boyfriend? How dare you take my boyfriend's spot? Yili really deserves to die. Thinking about this, Xinlian's anger in her heart increased and she snorted. Yili, after all, you deserve to be on the varsity team? You should just die with your parents. What did you say? Fang Ming was directly exasperated by these words to the point of red warmth. His fists clenched, and he immediately activated the true chi in his body. With his strength at the peak of the 4th level of the 1st rank, even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, he wouldn't lose too badly. Probably. Just then, a long, bony, slender palm reached out and gently pressed his shoulder. Fang Ming looked sideways at Yili's calm face, wanting to tell the other party how detestable the person in front of him was. Yi, even if you like Xinlian more, in this situation, it's time to wake up, right? On his watch, Yili calmly shook his head. Fang Ming helplessly loosened his hands. He knew that with the other party's character, he would most likely still choose to hold his tongue. Brother Yi, there are as many girls under the sky as stars. There is no need to. Fang Ming was just about to say something admonishing, but suddenly stopped. because Yi Li's figure had already disappeared from its original position. It instantly appeared in front of the stunned Xinlian. In a jiffy, only to see the teenager's arms pulled apart. In Xinlian's horrified gaze, his fist was like a meteor blasting through the earth, heavily smashing into Xinlian's soft abdomen. Boo! In a dull sound, Xinlian's figure was smashed and flew out backwards with a bang. Her feet detached from the ground, and her figure was swept across the stairs by a huge force, slamming heavily on the steps of the second floor. Blood spurting wildly. Detected that you seriously injured your childhood friend who you've been secretly in love with for 10 years with a single punch. The value of evil deeds is plus 2,000. Fong Ming turned his head to look incredulously, and then his body shook, only to see Yi Li organizing his cuffs, picking up the steps and walking step by step towards Xinlian, whose mouth and nose were overflowing with blood, with a calm posture and calm demeanor. Help if you're told to. Where's all this nonsense? Detected Xinlian's fear value is at maximum. Evil value plus 1,000. Current vices, 3,700 points. Aha! Terrified voice came out from Xinlian's mouth. She looked at Yi Li with eyes full of fear, as if she had seen some ferocious god and evil ghost. She couldn't care about the pain of her body, and she fell back frantically towards the back with her hands and feet. Yi Li glanced at her indifferently. Xinlian then immediately closed her mouth. Only the sharp pain that kept coming from her abdomen caused a thick mist of water to rise under her eyes. Horror and disbelief filled her mind. She couldn't figure out how she couldn't see Yi Li's party's movements at the 7th level of the first rank. He didn't even have time to use his martial arts talent before he was already severely injured. Moreover, she never dreamed that Yi Li would dare to make a move against her. Where's my room? Third floor. The room on the far left. Xinlian shivered and replied, I can show you the way. Please spare me. Before the basis and after the respect. Think about it. Yi Li shook his head slightly and didn't bother with her anymore. After withdrawing his eyes indifferently, he turned around and said faintly, Fong Ming, let's go. At those words, Fong Ming woke up as if from a dream, and stiffly raised his head. Looking at his indifferent friend, his throat couldn't help but roll a little. Remember wrongly, Xinlian is a first order 7 cultivation. The other party actually still a punch second. This strength, 8th gravity? Or is it 9? Also, my own best friend this is. Enlightened? Fong Ming's breathing quickened, lifting his feet toward the top to follow, subconsciously glancing at Xinlian, who was curled up in pain on the side as he was leaving. He couldn't help but ask, yeah, what about her? Can't die. Don't worry about it. Yi Li's voice was flat, and his footsteps smoothly leaped over Xinlian towards the upper floors. Not punching the other party to death, just letting his internal organs shift, was already his last mercy. It was a good thing that the harvest of this time was quite fruitful and could barely calm the anger in his heart. You're a good person yourself. Chapter 6, Suddenly Improved Fist Power. The location of the practice room is on the 3rd floor. The exclusive cultivation room that belonged to Yi Li was in a position near the edge. After swiping the belt tag, the gate opened automatically. Yi Li stepped in and looked around. The cultivation room was about 200 square feet. The facilities in it were exquisite and neat, and the walls around it were inscribed with formations that gathered spiritual chi. Once activated with a belt tag, it could speed up the cultivation in the room by quite a bit. In addition to this, fist strength testing machines, chi and blood strength testers, recorders, psychrometers, all in one. No wonder Teacher Yang was watching my reaction with an expectant face. So it's such a powerful cultivation room. Yi Li looked at it while nodding slightly, in a rather good mood. Not only did the sky drop 3,000 points of evil value, but he also got a cultivation room for nothing. Such a cultivation room, when placed outside, would at least cost thousands of Hakusha coins a day. Rather, it saved him an expense. Fong Ming followed behind him, looking at the side of the teenager's pleasantly colored face. There was always a feeling of unreality. According to the past, it was only right that his own best friend should treat that Xinlian with obedience, not to mention acting as a sandbag, as long as Xinlian hooked her hand. That is, to make Yi Li give up some important things, the latter could do it. Not to mention that Xinlian had such thoughts. Even Fong Ming thought so, but let Fong Ming kill did not expect is. Fong Yi Li actually direct killing. A punch Xinlian stand cannot stand up. It's awesome. It's so cool. As the earlier scene flashed through his mind, Fong Ming took a deep breath and pinched his thigh to confirm that he wasn't dreaming. The pain came from his thighs, and what was in front of him was indeed reality. He swallowed and opened his mouth to ask with deliberation, Yi, what are you today? What's wrong? What's wrong? Yi Li asked, turning his head to look at him with some confusion. That's. Fong Ming gesticulated wildly with his hands for a long time before he could stifle a sentence. What's with the sudden lack of favoritism towards that Xinlian? Why should we spoil her? Yi Li frowned. Rightfully so. She was pointing her nose and cursing and just about had the words "hit me quick" written all over her face. So of course I had to satisfy her. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Fong Ming nodded heavily, and out of his inner curiosity, he asked another question. Brother Yi, what exactly is your current cultivation level? One day it's a first-order triple. The next day it can kill a full member of the varsity team with a single punch. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Fong Ming would never have believed it. Yi Li's eyes swept over the array patterns on the walls. After hearing his words, he casually returned. Just entered the 8th level of the first rank. The accurate answer was actually the peak of the 8th level of the first rank. But Yi Li had only just advanced in the afternoon, and it would be correct to say that he had just entered the 8th level of the first rank. Yi Li had no intention of hiding his strength. For one thing, the relationship between itself and Fong Ming was good, and this point of trust was still there. Secondly, it's because you might not be in this class tomorrow, but even so, Fong Ming's expression still showed obvious horror. Fong Ming, no, dude, feeling that you have been hiding your strength earlier? This is why it's so hard. Show your strength early. Our school would have already offered you up like an ancestor. Well, it might be a bit of an exaggeration to say so. After all, there's a monster like Senior Sister Jiang up there. Fong Ming said excitedly. But even if you don't compare yourself to Sister Jiang, you're still considered the best in our school now. Brother Yi, I'm afraid there aren't many better than you in the entire varsity team. Sister Jiang counts as one. Vice Captain Lu Yangda counts as one. Other than that, are there any more? There's nothing else. What else are we going to be substitutes for? Yi, wait, I'll go talk to MS Yang later and ask her to high and low a range of full team member status for you. Fong Ming wiggled his fingers, getting more and more agitated as he spoke, and finally stood up violently and walked towards the door. Help me with the door. Yi Li waved his hand. Okay, brother. After Fong Ming left, Yi Li slowly walked over to that fist strength testing machine. I remember the last time I tested my punching power. Right now there was a chance, and it would be good to test your punching power level. Yi Li sank his waist and sat across. His body's true chi flowed, and his right fist began to build up its strength, and then struck out violently. The fist was like a discharged cannonball, heavily blasting the test sandbag in front of him. Boo! With a dull thud, the numbers on the tester jumped rapidly. 645 kilograms. That high? Yi Li was a bit surprised. This number had already exceeded the limits of human beings he remembered from his previous life. Have you finally stopped being a human being yourself? Yi Li let out a light laugh, turned around and walked over to the control hub of the formation and placed the silver waistplate in. Buzz. The array patterns on the walls lit up one after another, and with a slight buzzing sound, Yi Li could feel the concentration of aura around him rising. Without further delay, let's start a new round of additions. Yi Li found a suitable position to sit down. With the right cultivation gain, adding some cultivation was the most suitable choice. Current vices, 3,700 points. Ding. 1,000 points of evil value consumed. Start raising your cultivation. Grade C aura gathering formation detected. Your cultivation speed increases by 10%. In accelerated practice, cultivation is over. The chi and blood have been greatly increased. Current level, first order peak, complete. Comment, the gain time effect of the formation is remarkable. And this gain is comparable to your 7 years of hard training. Yi Li's body's chi and blood once again flourished for a few minutes, and the cluster of true chi in his body grew rapidly. In an instant, surging true chi had filled up between his 5 bodies, which was a sign of stepping into the peak of the first rank. The effect of this formation is only a little bit worse than the spirit medicine, but the spirit medicine is hard to come by. But this formation is resident. Yi Li felt his growing strength and murmured with some emotion. No wonder the varsity team is far stronger than normal martial arts students. This is the double crush of resources and talent. After 2 seconds of contemplation, he walked straight to that fist strength testing machine and raised a pair of dark eyes. After briefly adjusting his breathing, Yi Li's palm gently rested against the testing sandbag and exhaled deeply. Immediately afterward, in the instant he exhaled, he twisted his waist and abdomen, stomped on the ground with his right foot, and clenched his palm into a fist. The square inches blasted out violently. Boo! A dull sound, more prevalent than the previous one, exploded, and the numbers were clearly displayed on the tester's screen. 885 kilograms. The standard of fist power at the peak of the first rank should be 800 kilograms, whereas Yi Li's fist power surpassed that number by not even a single star. Yi Li looked at the numbers on it with a calm expression and laughed lightly in his heart. Reasonable, after all. Other people's cultivation level is raised by cultivation, and it's not easy to be vapid. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. I, on the other hand, have relied on the system to add points and improve step by step, high and low. What Yili didn't know was that this fist strength testing machine was connected to the campus database in real time. At this moment, his fist power ranking had rushed straight to the second position in the whole school, only below that Linhai First Middle School's recognized genius, Jiang Qingzhu. The instructors, who are responsible for the relevant data, have not noticed this phenomenon for the time being. Chapter 7 Yili's teasing. Furious Lu Yangda. Inside the Linhai Hospital, the smell of disinfectant fills the air, and healthcare workers in white coats come and go. Inside a hospital room, Wang Ren, who had been beaten by Yili yesterday until he fainted, was currently sitting against a hospital bed. With a pale face, he looked at one of the men in a green team uniform, sitting on the edge of the hospital bed, and said respectfully, "Brother Lu, if you have something to say, just say it." The youth known as Brother Lu sighed. His eyes swept over Wang Ren and added in a deep voice, "If it's about that replacement spot for you, there's no need to talk about it. It's that Principal Li's idea and there's nothing I can do about it." Wang Ren's teeth clenched as he said unwillingly, "So my spot is just going to be given to that Yili? You have another way?" Lu asked with a sneer. Wang Ren's fists clenched slowly, his nails pinched into his flesh. The other party was already the most likely person to help him out of the people he knew. Lu Yangda, the vice-captain of Linhai No. 1 middle school's varsity team, was at the peak of the first rank half a year ago. In the past, the varsity instructor would have asked him and that Jiang Qingzhu for their opinions before switching, but this time was different. This time he was directly informed that a martial arts student named Yili had come to take the replacement position for the varsity team. There's not even room to object. Save it. Lu Yangda reached out and patted Wang Ren's shoulder in pity. "You definitely won't be able to keep your replacement spot. For the sake of your previous good performance, I'll have that Yili come over and apologize to you, and this will be over." But Wang Ren still had a resigned look on his face. The man who had wanted to step in and teach him a lesson had turned around and beat him up like a dog, and he couldn't accept that in any way. "Okay." Lu Yangda frowned and laughed coldly. "Didn't you all let Xinlian go and teach that kid a lesson? You think I don't know? Also specially branching off the people in the training building. It looks like it's going to be tough. That kid is estimated to have to be beaten by Xinlian for 10 days and half a month and not be able to get out of bed, right? I've already feigned ignorance. What more do you want?" Lu Yangda's voice was as low as water. Wang Ren was silent for a long time before he muffled, "I know." Lu Yangda nodded his head in satisfaction. "Then I'll call him now and have him come over to apologize to you. I'm afraid he can't even walk now." Wang Ren added sorrowfully. When Yili, who was at the 5th level of the first rank, faced Xinlian, who was at the 7th level of the first rank, he didn't even dare to think about what kind of lesson Yili would have to be taught. A few broken bones, to say the least. Lu Yangda picked up the cell phone on the table, ignored Wang Ren who was full of gloating, and dialed the Yili number given to him by his instructor. "Hello, who is it?" The phone was quickly connected, and a calm, polite voice came out of it. "You're Yili, right?" Lu Yangda faintly said. "I'm Lu Yangda. Just call me Brother Lu. I'm looking for you for something." "Don't know. Not available." "Dodo." The calm tone accompanied by the beeping sound of hanging up the phone rang in Lu Yangda's ears, causing his blood pressure to rise a little while he was stunned. Wang Ren beside him didn't expect Yili to dare to hang up the phone either, and looked at him with stunned eyes. This made Lu Yangda even more embarrassed. He considered himself a figurehead in the school and had always put on a big brotherly front. In his opinion, Yili would definitely behave himself and come over to apologize after receiving his call. Unexpectedly, the phone was hung up before the words were spoken. Lu Yangda's face gradually became ugly. "Brother Lu, this kid Yili wouldn't have dared to be like this before." Wang Ren came back to his senses, and after seeing the expression on the other party's face, he immediately spoke out and arched his fire. "I guess he joined the varsity team and thinks he's great. Now he's just plain out of sight." Hearing this, Lu Yangda's face clouded over. Then he silently dialed the phone again. The moment the call was answered, he immediately drank softly. "Yili, I'm the vice-captain of the varsity team. I'm looking for you for something. Say it." The voice on the other end of the line was slightly teasing. "You went too far in yesterday's match." Lu Yangda's brows stretched a bit and his tone was low. It also took Wang Ren's spot, which is a big blow to him. "So, I want you to come and apologize to him, and this matter will be over." Lu Yangda said. "I know." Yili's voice was flat. "Yes?" At those words, Lu Yangda's heart was a little less fiery and a little more contemptuous. Yili's softening came sooner than he expected. "After knowing who I am, I'm really scared." The corners of Lu Yangda's mouth rose, pressing some of the complacency in his heart, and then added, "Then go to the instructor later and tell him that you are voluntarily withdrawing from the varsity team for your own reasons, and that we will be participating in the exchange tournament soon, and that your joining the team at this time will ruin." "I know." Before he finished his words, Yili directly interrupted him and lightly laughed. So the varsity team is full of self-feeling people like you. Upon hearing this, the corner of Lu Yongda's eyes twitched for a moment, and then his stout figure stood up boldly, and his voice carried a chilling tone as he said, "What did you say?" Between the words, the atmosphere in the ward became depressing all of a sudden, and Wang Ren's heart on the hospital bed was beating wildly as he looked fixedly at the furious Lu Yongda. "I say you're in suspect. The entire varsity team is like you." And Yili on the other end of the phone didn't take the other party's reaction seriously at all, and immediately responded with a smile. Well. Lu Yongda laughed in anger and threatened in a gloomy tone. "I've seen a lot of pricks, but this is the first time I've seen one like you. If you have the ability to." But before he could finish, the cell phone hung up again. Beep. Outrageous. Lu Yongda's entire face turned red as he slammed Wang Ren's cell phone to the ground and smashed it. "Yili, you're too wild for something that doesn't even have a talent for martial arts. Wait. You wait." Angry to the peak, he violently turned around and quickly walked out of the hospital room, his entire back revealing a thick murderous aura. Wang Ren stared blankly at the pulverized cell phone on the ground, wanting the other party to pay compensation, but afraid of angering the angry Lu Yongda, only to lay back on the hospital bed in indignation. It was then that it suddenly occurred to him that in the earlier phone call, Yili's voice was full of vigor and did not feel hurt at all. Wang Ren's heart was suddenly flooded with a trace of doubt. Strange. Could it be that Xin Lian didn't catch Yili and let the latter slip away? Forget it. If you don't catch it, you don't catch it. Wang Ren's face turned to a gloating look. How dare you go against Lu Yongda? Yili, now you're dead. One was at the 5th level of the first rank, and the other was at the peak of the first rank half a year ago. The answer to the question of who is stronger or weaker is known with your eyes closed. Chapter 8 Precious. Big Dipper Void Treading Technique. Linhai First Middle School. 3rd floor of the book depository. This place collects all kinds of martial arts techniques that Linhai No. 1 middle school has acquired since its establishment, and students can learn to borrow them by paying the corresponding amount of Hakusha coins. Not only is the price much cheaper than the outside world, but the variety of grades is also quite rich. Call it one of the important buildings of Linhai 1 High School. Among them, most of the ones placed on the 1st and 2nd floors were first-order martial arts, and second-order martial arts only accounted for a small portion of them. Yili's flowing water fist technique and cloud-breaking gun technique were learned here. The 3rd floor, on the other hand, contained martial arts of the 2nd rank and above, but was only open to teachers and key training students. After swiping his waist tag, Yili walked straight up to the 3rd floor under many curious and envious gazes. Lu Yongda's hostility didn't make him take it too much to heart. After all, the two sides are separated by a phone and it's not convenient to do a lot of things. Ask, what happens when there are no more evil values? Answer, beat your enemies wildly until they spit out the appropriate evil value. Therefore, if Lu Yongda was sitting across from him, Yili was confident that he would be able to diffuse the conflict between the two parties. Throw away stray thoughts. Yili stood in front of the huge electronic light screen and began to browse through the various martial arts techniques included here. 2nd ranked martial arts skill. Battering Mountain Fist. 100. 100,000 letter summer dollars. 2nd ranked martial arts skill. Snake Stance. 120. 000 Hankiori coins. Grade D breathing technique. Breath of Searing Inferno. 200. 000 Hanko. Yili's general idea was to pick a suitable stance martial skill and a relatively high-level attack martial skill. However, I wonder if the system had inadvertently plucked up his eyes. Among the wide array of options, he couldn't even find a suitable martial art. The reason for this is quite simple, though. It wasn't garbage. It just felt like a bit of a waste to spend the evil value on a martial art of this level. Even though there was no distinction between high and low-level martial arts at the lower levels, you could still tell the strengths and weaknesses of them from the corresponding profiles. According to Yi Li's judgment, most of the second-order martial arts included here were middle-of-the-road works. It's just better to have a large amount of food. We can only pick a few random books first in transition. Yi Li rubbed the corner of his forehead with some headache. As for breathing techniques, they need to be on the agenda as well. This was a dharma that could only be mastered after stepping into the 2nd stage. It was said to be a breathing technique, but it could actually be called a second-order technique. Ranks, like martial arts talents, are categorized into 6 grades from high to low, S, A, B, C, D, E. The breathing method included in Linhai No. 1 middle school. Yili looked around. The highest is only C level. Just this are asking for 300. 000 Hankiori. And Yili's body was full of nothing more than 100. 000 or so Hakusha coins. It's really a bit of a stretch. Heck, martial arts high schools just need to put their martial arts skills in place, whereas the martial arts students, have a lot more to think about. Picking out a martial art? Between the rummage of thoughts, a clear female voice rang in Yili's ears. He turned his head to look, and saw a literary-style girl wearing round-framed glasses, holding a book, standing not far away, and cocking her head to look at him. You are? Yili raised an eyebrow. You Asahi. The literary girl laughed. Then, as if sensing the doubt in Yili's eyes, Yu Shanshan hurriedly added, I'm also on the varsity team. I have seen your match yesterday. Your name is Yili, and you're at the 5th level of the 1st rank, right? I see. Yili politely nodded his head and said, I was picking out a martial art. What's wrong with you? It feels like you're not satisfied with the martial arts here? Yu Shanshan walked forward and looked at the electronic screen side by side with him, smiling lightly. Look at you frowning all the time. The quality is all too poor. Yili calmly stated his opinion. That's for sure. Yu Shallow lost her smile. The treasures in martial arts are used by the school as various rewards, so how could they be put up for sale here in plain sight? Alright, it's me who made a mistake. Yili casually waved his hand and turned around to leave. Just a moment. Yu Shanshan called out to him, and after 2 seconds of contemplation, she asked, although there are no complete rare martial arts here, there are still some remnants. Are you interested? There. Yili stopped in her tracks. Wait a minute then. I'll check it out for you. Thanks. Soon enough, Yu Shallow scratched a name off the screen. 2nd ranked martial skill, Precious, Big Dipper treading void technique, remnant scroll. 100. 000 Hankiori coins. Well, buy it and take a look? Yu Shallow asked tentatively, but as soon as the words were out of her mouth, she regretted them, because 100. 000 Akusha coins was not a small amount. Yu Shanshan was worried that Yili would feel that he was punking him. Good intentions do bad things. Yu Shanshan often made such mistakes like this, but even so, she couldn't change her bad habit of being nosy. Could be. Surprisingly to Yu Shallow's expectation, Yili just said thank you again and quickly paid and completed the order. Next, just go to the front desk and pick up the topo. I'll go get it for you. On the rare occasion that her emotional value was satisfied, Yu Shallow volunteered to run to the front desk, but Yili suspected she was just trying to steal her book and followed. You're from a good family. Buying $100,000 of martial arts when you say so, Yu Shallow joked. Yili glanced at her and faintly said, my parents are dead. This 100,000 is my last savings. Successful in causing a strong sense of guilt to well up in Yu Shallow's heart. Evil value plus 200. If I find out later that it doesn't work at all, I'll be eating grass for the rest of my life. Hearing the system's beep, Yili's eyes lit up and continued. Guilt in Asahi's heart increases. Evil value plus 100. Upon hearing this, Yu Shanshan took a deep breath and reluctantly smiled. Don't worry, it will be useful. In terms of knowledge of martial arts, I'm the strongest in our grade. Yili nodded gently. The two quickly fetched the relevant canon. Yili casually flipped through the pages and found that the text therein appeared to be missing in large quantities. It's not one of those scraps of scrolls that's only missing the second half, or the first half. Rather, the lines all show a large number of gaps. A sentence missing here, a page of narration missing there. No matter how you look at it, it's a level of total lawlessness. In a nutshell, it's 100,000 bucks down the drain that can't be heard. I'm sorry. Yu Shallow couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. She cried out in her mind. How is it again? How is it again a good intention to do bad things? This is the end. As far as this Yili student's condition is concerned, he himself is simply incapable of punishment. Yili didn't care about her for the moment, just flipping through the remnants of the book with a calm demeanor, and in his eyes, the pale blue panel visible only to him. The words are emerging. The Big Dipper's art of stepping on the void, uninitiated. Points may be added. Current vices, 3,000 points. Well, finally picked up the slack. Chapter 9 Lightning Leap Up. Treasure Art Completion. This should be a set of stance and defense martial arts. The introduction says that there are 3 major levels of this martial art, cultivated to a high depth. It can transform the skin and flesh, and it is hard to measure the reality. With the strange pace, it can offset and dodge most of the attacks, and it can also speed up its own speed. Yu Shanshan smiled sarcastically while carefully observing Yili's expression. This is definitely a superior work in the 2nd rank martial arts. Most 3rd rank martial arts are afraid to be less subtle than it. If you can learn, well, I'm sorry, even if it's subtle and crippled like this, I'm afraid the martial immortals won't be able to learn it when they come. But I really did pick for you seriously. Can you stop looking at me like that? I'm really sorry. I'm willing to reimburse you for some of the damages. Yu Shallow hung her head in shame and covered her face with both hands, only feeling that she had no face to face the handsome young man in front of her. Yu-san, apologizing is all about the sergeant's seat. Don't you know this kind of common sense? Yili pressed down the joy in his heart. resting one hand against his chin and casually saying. Upon hearing this, Yu Shallow's eyes widened and her pretty face turned pale all of a sudden as she stammered and asked, Really? Really? Of course it's fake. What are you thinking? Yi Li waved his hand. Then he laughed in a teasing tone. But if you want to apologize like that, it's fine with me is all. Yu Shanshan crossed her hands in front of her body, biting her lips lightly, and then immediately fell to her knees with a thud. Hands pressed down, full breast squeezed and distorted by the ground. It's really a very standard cab-down seat position. If it wasn't for the fact that there weren't many people on the third floor, she would have drawn a lot of attention to her height, forcing a wonderful young girl to kneel to you. Evil value plus 100. You're going too far. Yi Li looked at the other party with some surprise and said, I was joking. I didn't really mean to bring you to your knees, but for kneeling to such a standard, I forgive you. Letting student Yi waste $100,000 for nothing. Such an apology is warranted. Yu Shanshan climbed up from the ground and said with some shame, It's the first time I've come across someone who trusts me as much as you do, and I'm sorry that it still didn't turn out to be much help. Yi Li said rather helplessly, It boils down to the fact that I'm the one who has to buy it, and besides, I didn't say I couldn't read it. Really? Really? It's crippled like that. Really? Rather, I owe you a favor. Classmate Yi Li. A touched look appeared on Yu Shanshan's face. In her opinion, that book of the remnants of the Big Dipper void treading technique would be unreadable and unlearnable no matter who came. What the other party was saying now was clearly a show of tough talk to take care of her psyche. I see. Yu Shanshan's lips pursed slightly as she said seriously, Classmate Yi Li, whether you can read it or not, in the future, if I get my hands on a precious martial art, I will definitely take it out and share it with you. Upon hearing this, Yi Li just waved his hand casually and said, Got it. You go and get busy. Only then did Yu Shanshan smile and nod, turning to leave. Once no one was around, Yi Li refocused his attention on the panel. Yu Shanshan's panic is not without reason. After all, this residual volume is almost crippled into a complete blank. Even if it is cheaper, it cannot be practiced. However, one has a tremendous amount of persistence and hard work underpinning it, plus a little bit of gold finger assistance. Thinking about being able to do things that normal people can't do. Current vices, 3,100 points. Luckily, he didn't pike and forcefully break through to the second stage while in the cultivation room, or else he would be dry-eyed right now. Yi Li let out a faintly unseen sigh of relief, and immediately began a new round of additions of his own. Just in case, let's test the waters with a 500 point first. As a rule of thumb, this was roughly worth 2.5 years of his own hard work. 500 points of evil value quickly poured into the panel, and changes began to appear in the numbers after the Big Dipper treading void technique. Ding! Consuming 500 points of evil value. Begin to upgrade the second-ranked martial art Big Dipper's void treading steps. Lack of resource cloud essence detected. Lack of complete mind recitation. Cultivation speed reduced by 70%. Is it possible to consume 2,000 points of bad act value to try to deduce the complete martial art and remove the negative buff? Too expensive to extrapolate. And also try to deduce. I know a egg of martial arts knowledge. Did not deduce the system you give me to make up? No. Yi Li did not hesitate to choose to force the point. Your speed is comparable to a 70-year-old woman running a full marathon. Start hitting the gates with all your might. Being practiced. Cultivation is over. Martial arts skills successfully introduced. Big Dipper's step, introductory, 60%. Byproduct, up to 2.5 years of hard training used to delve into martial arts. Your mind has become tougher and tougher, and the strength of your chi and blood has increased by a small margin. I'm sure I got some negative buffs. 70% reduction in speed. Outrageous. And, is it really okay for a 70-year-old woman to go to a marathon and get killed? Yi Li's eyes swept over the panel and let out a sputter in his mind. But none of that matters. The important thing is that it really works. Even if he hadn't read the book's finishers, even if he didn't have the corresponding cultivation resources, he could still forcefully raise his martial arts progress. Still, adding points is exactly the reason to become a king. Bully for the bastards. Yi Li murmured softly and raised one hand, slightly activating the true chi in his body and starting to flow according to the corresponding lines. Phew! Only to see his palms wafting out a faint white mist. His skin, which was already somewhat pale, became increasingly white, with a vague sense of ethereal transparency. If this palm was used to withstand the attack, the damage received would be reduced by several percent compared to the rest of the hand. In short, it's a degree of immunity. This was the gem of the second-rank martial arts. Yi Li's heart moved slightly. Yu Shanshan's earlier sentence, most third-order martial arts are not as subtle as it, was thought to be her trying to save her own honor. But at this moment, it seems that it really has a certain degree of credibility. It just doesn't consume a lot, so it's true that you have to use it in conjunction with the breathing method. Yili let out a sigh of relief. Just dissolving the skin and flesh on this one palm had consumed a lot of his true chi. If there was no breathing method to go along with it and replenish the true chi in real time during a battle, even the peak of the first rank wouldn't be able to maintain it for long. Moreover, 500 evil deeds value goes down. Actually only can barely get started. In the past, this would have been enough to add points to a second-ranked martial skill to a great accomplishment. Unfortunately, Yili didn't have much to offer for the time being. Leaving aside the fact that he didn't know where to get the so-called cloud essence, the loss of time and money alone was enough to make him drink a pot of water. The martial arts exam was approaching, leaving him little time. Very well, stud it. After determining the results, Yili did not hesitate to start mobilizing the panel and fully infuse the martial art. The set target is detected, and continuous enhancement of the Big Dipper treading void technique begins. Current negative buff, cultivation speed slowed by 70%. Being practiced. Ding. Along with deepening your understanding of this martial art, you recall similar skill feats from the literature of your previous life and incorporate them into your cultivation. Gain, cultivation speed increased by 30%. The old lady you incarnated puts on her footwear and starts running wildly on the runway called the Big Dipper's void treading technique. In accelerated practice. The practice is over. This time it costs 400 points of evil value. About 12 years of your hard work. The Big Dipper's void treading technique is raised to perfection. Byproduct, more than 10 years of painstaking training without distraction has brought your knowledge of this martial art to a terrifying level. You have mastered the technique of transforming power, and your chi and blood strength has increased by a small margin. Yili exhaled a mouthful of white gas. His body's chi and blood became more and more vigorous. Like a boiling cauldron, the whole person was glowing. His muscles and bones were in unison, and his spine was like a great dragon. It was only a foot short of that so-called second-order realm. Chapter 10 Breaking and Entering. Straight to the point. It's really a bit of a drive-by. Feeling his surging chi and blood, Yili let out a heartfelt sigh of relief. Yesterday, he was an ordinary martial arts student who was obliterated from the public, and it took him nearly 3 years to cultivate a first-order martial arts skill to its great completion. Not to mention those few big-name martial arts academies, even the unusual martial arts universities were hard enough to get into. But now it was different. Relying on his own persistence and hard work, as well as under the hammering of several consummate martial arts, Yili's martial arts foundation had been refined to an almost terrifying level. No matter who looks at it, he's the kind of strength that rises step by hard work. The chi and blood are strong, the martial arts skills are skillful, and the breath is smooth. According to Yili's judgment, relying on his current hand, it was already difficult for an unusual peak first rank to be his opponent. He exhaled silently, gaining a lot more confidence in the martial arts exam in a month's time. And before the martial arts exam, he had a so-called college exchange match to prepare for. Compared to the serious and significant martial arts exams, it is this college exchange match that is more interesting to young people. The gladiatorial arena, as it turns out, has been one of the most popular programs since the beginning of time. Yili had heard Fong Ming mention more than once about this municipal exchange match. It was said that if one performed well in the exchange tournament, not only would they be able to obtain the precious martial arts skills rewarded by the school administration, but they might also be rewarded by the only martial arts university within the winning province and thus be guaranteed admission. The date for the exchange is set for next week, and even substitutes will have a chance to play. Thinking about this, Yili became more and more expectant. Budo University, the school that every martial arts student aspires to. The martial arts techniques and resources provided inside were far from being comparable to a martial arts high school. There were also quite a few academies that were highly cooperative with the local cities, granting students with the strength to go out of the city to kill foreign beasts in exchange for the cultivation resources they needed. The better the martial arts university, the greater the boost it can provide. If you want to join the academy of your choice, you have to stand out and get a bright score on the martial arts exam. Only by stepping into the second stage did one have the qualifications to compete with the top group of students at Budo High School. It's close, just a little bit closer. The second order is close. This level can jam 50% of martial artists. However, to Yili, as long as the bad act value was manageable enough, even if the negative buff was pulled full, he could still break through to you. The system hadn't yet clarified the criteria for obtaining the bad act value, but Yili had figured out a little bit of the doorway on his own. The pain of others, the pleasure of oneself, partial behaviors that satisfy any of the points earn the corresponding evil value. In this regard, Yili did not feel anything bad. After all high martial arts world, the weak should be the strong ruthless humiliation mouth teeth. Of course, just FYI, there are cases where both points are met and you can't get the bad act value either. The final interpretation rests with the system. Let's go home for today. Yili closed the remnants of the book and looked at his panel. The rewards that had just exploded from Shunlian's body had already bottomed out after this deduction of a rare martial art. Current vices, 200 points. Gotta find someone to pop some rewards. Yili sighed, got up and walked out of the book depository, heading in the direction of the training building. The rooms dedicated to them, the members of the varsity team, are available for overnight rest. He was alone in the house anyway, so it was the same whether he went back or not. Ugh, when the hell do you run into one of those mindless face-jumping provocative villainous mongrels? Thinking so, Yili stepped through the door of the training building and walked up the stairs to his training room. Squeak, pushing the door to his room open. He walked over to the bed and lay down before stretching out comfortably. With that, he closed his eyes, intending to take a nap. Accidentally picking up the precious level Big Dipper void treading technique lightened his mood. Dang it. The time had just passed 6 o'clock in the evening when there was a continuous knocking at the door. Which one? Yili sat up, the sleepiness in his dark eyes sweeping away. It's me, Yuasa. Coming. Yili walked quickly and opened the door to the room. Looking at the young girl with glasses who looked a bit unnatural, he raised his eyebrows lightly and asked curiously, "Did you find a precious martial art? So fast?" "No, it's not. It's something else." Yu Shanshan waved her hands repeatedly, the unnaturalness on her face becoming more and more obvious. Taking her look into his eyes, Yili had some guesses in his heart. "If you have something to say it," he said. "It is." Yu Shallow twisted her hands in front of her. "Team Lu wants you to go to his training room. The one on the far left on the 4th floor. Team Lu? It's the vice-captain of our varsity team, Lu Yongda." After saying that, a flash of struggle surfaced in Yu Shanshan's eyes, and after hesitating for 2 seconds, she gritted her teeth and said, "Forget it, you'd better not go over there. I feel that he doesn't have a good heart." "No good intentions?" Yili was instantly energized and asked without moving, "Why do you say that?" "He said he was going to show you what it means to be outside of the crowd and make you understand the rules of varsity." After saying this, Yu Shallow breathed a long sigh of relief. Bringing this matter out seemed to have taken a lot of her courage. Raising a hand to push down her glasses, she then asked, "Have you had any problems with him before?" "A little bit." "That's right." Yu Shallow clenched her silver teeth in exasperation. "He's a particularly careful man, so don't go over there just yet. He's not the only one in his training room. There are 2 of his followers. Both are members of the varsity team. One at the 9th level of the First Order, one at the 8th level of the First Order, plus Lu Yongda, the peak of the First Order. You definitely won't have a good time if you go." "Really? Just because senior sister Jiang doesn't care about that? She's bullying the newcomers with impunity." Yu Shanshan got angrier and angrier. A good varsity team will be ruined sooner or later in the hands of this clique of his. "I know. Lead the way." Yili lifted his chin. "Lead the way? Lead the way to what?" Yu Shanshan looked at him in dismay, and busily said, "I'll go find the instructor. As long as we wait for the teacher to come over, he won't dare to do anything to you." "No, you're really going?" As he spoke, Yili had already crossed over her, waved his hand, and took big strides, walking straight towards the 4th floor. Looking at his upright back, Yu Shanshan stared wide-eyed, unable to understand why someone insisted on crashing towards the gun. If you know that there is a tiger in the mountain, you should not go to the mountain knowing that it is a tiger. Those who know that you're a first-order 5th grader, but those who don't think you're Sister Jiang. And during these few seconds when Yu Shallow froze, Yili's figure had already disappeared in the stairway. It appeared on the 4th floor, in front of Lu Yongda's training room. "Brother Lu, do you think that kid dares to come?" "I'm not sure. People were wild when they talked to me on the phone this morning, so maybe they really dare to come." Inside the room, someone sneered. "Ha ha 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 ha, he definitely doesn't dare to come. Brother Lu, that kid is just a first-order 5th heavy substitute. If he dares to come, I'll let him have one hand." "Brother Lu, if you Shallow can't call that kid, we'll just go over and block him." Listening to the boisterous jokes inside, Yili wordlessly exhaled. A sharp kick to the door panel followed. Boo! The entire door panel instantly burst open, splattering debris in all directions and revealing the stunned trio inside the room. Chapter 11 Defensive Counterattack. Rounding off the Big Dipper void treading technique, the leader of the group was naturally Lu Yongda, who was sitting on the resting bed, looking at Yili, who had broken into the room, with a stunned expression. The other 2 youths in team uniforms, too, both didn't expect the other side to be so tough. Not even saying a word, coming up and breaking down the door. Sure is a prick. After coming back to their senses, the 2 of them immediately stood up, a touch of playfulness appearing on their faces as their true chi gradually flowed within their bodies. "I really didn't think you'd be clueless to this extent." Looking at the handsome teenager in the doorway, the corner of Lu Yongda's mouth rose as he laughed. destroying my room without authorization. Just by this alone, I can apply to the teacher and kick you out of the varsity team. You don't think that the 5th level of the first rank is very rare, do you? To tell you the truth, a martial arts student of your strength is like chicken ribs to the school. But I'm different. The peak of the first rank is a top student in any martial arts high school. So guess if the school cares about you or me? After Lu Yangda proudly finished these words, the two people beside him followed and laughed. Then, the two men walked towards Yili at the door, their eyes unkind. The atmosphere in the training room became oppressive for a moment. Lu Yangda became more and more pleased with himself as he looked at Yili, trying to see some inferiority complex panic on the teenager's face. But unfortunately, Yili's expression was as calm as an ancient well, only those dark eyes grew hotter. Lu Yangda frowned and was just about to speak when Yili's figure suddenly disappeared from its original position. In the next second, he appeared in front of the two approaching youths, looking at the teenager's icy black eyes. One of them was shocked, completely not expecting the other's speed to be so fast. Immediately after, Yili pulled his right arm away, his body's chi and blood roared in unison, and his majestic true chi exploded. He delivered a fist and slammed it heavily on top of the man's waist and stomach. Boom! Thousands of kilograms of force instantly erupted. The man was caught off guard, a mouthful of blood wildly sprayed, and his figure flew out backwards with a bang, heavily smashing into the crumbling wall. Seriously injure a martial artist of the 8th level of the first rank. Evil value plus 700. Seeing this situation, the other person finally reacted, looking at Yili whose aura was wildly appalling. His eyes showed a clear color of panic, obviously messed up. In desperation, he could only mobilize his true chi in his body in a hurry, crossing his arms and protecting his body in front of him, intended to buy some time for the rescue. Yili's flowing water fist technique had gained its true meaning, mastering that technique of continuous punching like flowing water. After blowing away one of them with one punch, his second punch was ready to go. Before he had practiced the Big Dipper treading void technique, his fist strength had reached nearly 900 kilograms. Right now, after pouring more than 10 years of effort into the Big Dipper treading void technique, even though his cultivation hadn't risen too much, his punching power was realistically coming to thousands of kilograms, only to see that the moment the youth set up his arms, he blasted out with a fist like a cannonball, and those set up arms were forcibly collapsed, seemingly bearing the force of 1,000 pounds, and the arms made a clear breaking sound. Ah! The youth screamed miserably and fell backward, but Yili followed him like a shadow. His slender palm probed out like lightning and gripped the other party's face, then flung himself fiercely onto the crumbling floor. Seriously injure a martial artist of the 9th level of the first rank. Evil value plus 800. Suffering such a shock, the youth immediately gained a baby-like sleep and fell back to sleep. Lu Yangda looked at this scene with horror, completely unable to understand how a martial artist of the 5th level of the first rank had such terrifying speed and strength. In an instant, two people were seriously injured. I'm afraid it would be hard to do it on my own. The moment Yili stood up, raised his hand to straighten his cuffs, and looked indifferently at Lu Yangda who was frozen on the bed. Your turn. The teenager's voice was cold. It was rare that he came across such a suitable time to strike. He didn't want to let the other party have a chance to beg for mercy. What realm are you in? Lu Yangda stared at Yili's calm as water face, and drank in shock and fear. You're definitely not at the 5th level of the first rank. You hid your strength yesterday. Between the words, he snapped to his feet. Things had already come to this. Looking at Yili's appearance, it was absolutely impossible to let him go. In that case, let's fight for real. So what if I've hidden my strength? Let's show you the gap between you and me. Lu Yangda roared. His body then lit up with a strange green light as he cast his martial talent. Grade C martial arts talent. Sinew and bone strengthening. The muscles in his body began to expand, and his already stout figure actually swelled up a few more points. Immediately after that, his paws violently stepped on the ground, and with a loud sound, his huge body began to move, just like a small moving fortress, running wildly towards Yili. Yili looked calm, as if he didn't see Lu Yangda's terrifying aura. Sinking his hips and sitting across as if nothing was wrong, he opened his right arm as if drawing a bow, and his compressed muscles began to build strength. His body's chi and blood surged, and the majestic true chi continuously poured into the meridians of his right arm. Even his skin surfaced with a surfeit of white light. There was no doubt that the force of this punch was definitely much stronger than the previous two punches. Boom boom boom. The entire floor was trembling, and every step Lu Yangda took left deep footprints on the ground. In a few breaths, his huge figure was rushing in front of Yili, and his stone pear-like fist tore through the air, wrapped with the kinetic energy of his whole body, and violently blasted out towards Yili. Avalanche fist. Phew! Suddenly, Yili's body rapidly vaporized and became transparent, and some white gas even emerged on his body surface. Extremely divine. The Big Dipper's void treading technique. Just then, Yushallo downstairs finally arrived, and introduced to his eyes was this scene. Only Yili stretched out his left hand that was so white that it was somewhat transparent. The next second, Lu Yongde infused his full strength of a fist as heavy bombarded up. The moment of the horror of the outbreak of power, as if the mud cow into the sea in general, just will be the slender palm slightly knocked away. Lu Yongde's pupils suddenly contracted, completely unable to comprehend the scene in front of him. Immediately after that, Yili's figure rotated at high speed along with the palm that was sent flying, and when his body came to a stop, his right fist, which had finished storing up its strength, was finally thrown out with a loud bang. Boom! The air exploded in a circle of water-like ripples, and Lu Yongde's huge body was wrapped in a huge force and flew out backwards, smashing the bedboard behind him and smashing heavily into the broken wall. In the midst of the roiling wood chips, the varsity's vice-captain, his mouth and nose spilling blood, tilted his head and honestly lay down on a large piece of rubble, already passed out. Who dash? Yili exhaled a mouthful of white air and closed his fist to stand. With that, he turned towards the dumbfounded Yu Shanshan and politely nodded his head. Chapter 12, Breaking Through the Second Order. Yu Shanshan's impression of Yili was still good, although the two had only just met. Yili was the first person who hadn't complained in the slightest after being screwed over by her. This made Yu Shaoxian take him as his friend in his heart. Therefore, after she came back to her senses, she immediately rushed towards this place from the third floor, fearing that the three of them would lay their hands on Yili. Yili, after all, was only at the 5th level of the first rank, and even if he had a great personality, it would be hard for him not to suffer under the trio. But at this moment, what was happening in front of her eyes made Yushallo couldn't help but doubt her own eyes. Inside the training room, Yili stood there with a bland expression, his waist straight and a pair of black eyes icy cold, and around him, Lu Yongde's two followers planted themselves on the ground, their breath withered and motionless. As for Lu Yongde himself, he was even blown out by Yili's rough punch just now and fainted on the spot. Apparently it's been beaten to death. A strong shock surged in Yushallo's heart. In less than a minute, seriously injuring two late first rank and one peak first rank martial artists. What kind of terrifying strength was this? It couldn't be the 5th level of the first rank. I'm afraid that his true strength is straight up to senior sister Jiang. In Yu Shanshan's impression, only that Jiang Qingzhu Jiang's senior sister could possibly do such a thing. But what kind of person is that? That was a genius martial artist recognized throughout Linhai City. Not only did he break through to the 2nd rank before graduation, but even his breathing method, he used the S-rank breathing method inherited by his family for generations. Even if you added up the martial arts high schools in the entire winning province, Jiang Qingzhu's strength would definitely rank among the top. And Yi Li, it's just a substitute who just joined the varsity team. Thinking of this, Yushallo's heart shook. In the eyes that looked at Yi Li, there was unconsciously one more point of fear. If the other party could kill Lu Yongde in seconds, they could definitely kill her in seconds as well. Associated with her earlier worries, Yu Shaoxian inexplicably felt a little amused. After noticing her sight, Yi Li turned around and nodded politely, then gestured to the three people on the ground and opened his mouth to ask, "What's to be done about this?" "Good to do." Yu Shanshan calmed her heart and explained, "They were the ones who came to trouble you first, and even if they are now seriously injured by you, they still have to suffer on their own, because in a case like this, the university won't hold you accountable." So, Yi Li's eyes lit up. It's still got to be a high martial arts world. If this had been in high school in a previous life, it would have been 50 licks each. He thought for 2 seconds and then asked, "Meaning it's okay for me to fight back any way I want as long as someone tries to pick on me?" This, Yu Shanshan hesitated for a moment before replying, "As long as it doesn't go too far, it should be fine." "So it is." Yi Li nodded, then looked at the three people on the ground and asked, "So just leave them hanging?" "Of course not." Yushallo cried and laughed. "I'll have to call the instructor to come over and take care of it, but I can help you with this one. So go ahead and get busy if you need something." Yi Li said thank you, got up and prepared to leave. Just after leaving the door of the training room, she was called by Yushallo again. "By the way, there's still one more thing. You say, Jiang's senior sister, that's our captain. According to the rules these 2 days will look for you to talk once, to get a preliminary understanding of your situation." "I see." Yi Li nodded and turned to leave. Yu Shanshan looked at the direction where the teenager disappeared and murmured with some disorientation, "Here comes another monster." Back to the 3rd floor, Yi Li walked into his training room and closed the door with his hand. That feeling of an impending breakthrough became more and more apparent. Originally, it was just a foot away from the 2nd rank, and after another battle, the true chi in his body increased instead of decreasing, and his breath became a bit disorganized. It wasn't that he couldn't break through now, it was just that he hadn't found the right breathing method yet, and his heart was always a bit unsettled. Forget it. It's done. Let's break through. Although those breathing techniques in the school's bookstore were not of a high grade, the breathing techniques were something that could be replaced midway, so it wasn't like they couldn't be used in a makeshift manner. The big deal is to wait until you find the right one. Yeli sat down on the edge of the bed and summoned the panel. Seriously injure a young martial artist at the peak of the first rank. Evil value plus 1000. Detected Lu Yongda's self-confidence collapsing. Evil value plus 500. Detected that 3 people have a great deal of fear in their hearts towards you. Evil value plus 1500. Current vices, 4700 points. Quite a haul. The corners of Yi Li's mouth rose slightly. Although it wasn't as good as Shin Lian's fortune, it was considered the biggest harvest. Other than that, it should be enough for one to break through to the second rank. He sat down on the bed with his knees crossed and his eyes slowly closed as his mind sank into the panel. Current level, peak 9 of the first order, complete. Ding! I have set the goal of this cultivation is breaking through the second stage and started cultivating. The second stage of the Jade Tendon realm is to gradually fuse the abundant true Qi with the meridians, sinews, and bones, as a way to enhance the power of Qi and blood. Nearly 2 days you keep practicing martial arts, close to 20 years of hard work, so that you have long been in control of the body's true Qi. Do this matter? Naturally, is twice the result with half the effort. Gain buff, cultivation speed increased by 50%. You begin to use your true Qi to strengthen your meridians and warm your Qi and blood, but without the breathing method to replenish your true Qi in time. This process proceeds rather slowly. Negative buff, cultivation speed reduced by 20%. Gaining negative buffs, emotions, agitation. The moment the text just surfaced from the panel, Yi Li's heart actually really had an extra sense of anxiety. It surprised him a little. But this wisp of anxiety didn't affect him too much. After all, Yi Li was just making a plain and simple addition. In accelerated practice, with persistent efforts, you have finally finished strengthening a portion of your meridians, and with that, the power of your Qi and blood has risen greatly. Successfully breaking through to the first level of the second rank, your punching power has increased dramatically. Your reflexes are greatly improved. The practice is over. Comment, this cultivation is watertight and does not consume too much of your mind, consuming a total of 200 points of bad act value. Along with the emergence of the last paragraph, Yi Li's tendon suddenly emitted a clear ringing sound. Immediately afterward, a portion of the meridians completed their metamorphosis in an instant, emitting a jade-like luster and warming the Qi and blood of the entire body. Yi Li's aura around him then flourished. Surging true Qi flowed through his body, and compared to a few minutes ago, the total amount had increased by more than several times, and even his Qi and blood had instantly returned to their peak state. The previous exertion that appeared due to the battle was swept away at this moment. Yi Li exhaled a mouthful of white air, and the moment he opened his eyes, his essence shone brightly. He raised his palms and activated his true Qi. A wisp of ethereal white gas quickly tumbled out from his fingertips, quickly melting away the skin and flesh, giving him a translucent look from afar. The Big Dipper's void treading technique. At this moment, he was finally able to utilize the full power of this second-rank martial art. According to Yi Li's estimation, yesterday's him, when he fully utilized this martial art, the force that he could diffuse in the face of an attack from a martial artist of the same rank was barely 50%. However, the current him only needed to move his mind, and an attack from a martial artist of the same rank would be able to diffuse less than 70% of it. 70% damage immunity, proper against monsters. In the future, no matter which second-ranked martial artist wanted to go head-to-head with him, they would have to pay a price in blood, all the way down the road of recklessness. Yi Li looked at the palm of his hand that was churning with white gas with some emotion. Between breaths, the consumed true Qi began to slowly recover. Nowadays, even his own true Qi wasn't something that could only be restored by cultivation, but could be restored through breathing. Even though it wasn't as efficient as the breathing method, it was one of the symbols of a second-rank martial artist. When I used to play the game, I thought it was outrageous to breathe back blood, but now I think it's normal to breathe back blue on my own. Yi Li casually dispersed the white Qi on his palm and laughed lightly. Feel all the changes in yourself. At this moment, he was finally certain that he had stepped into the second stage of martial artists, the Jade Tendon realm. If he ran into Lu Yongda's trio again now, Yi Li was confident that he could defeat the three of them within half a minute even if he didn't perform the Big Dipper treading void technique. Next, it was time to get down to the business of preparing the breathing method. Otherwise, he would more than likely have a cultivation speed reduced by 20%, negative buff for every future leveling up. Chapter 13, Rumors Abound. For 2 days after breaking through to the second stage, Yi Li stayed in the Tibetan scripture pavilion. It was quite quiet in between. Yuasa was right. Even the instructor who hurriedly came that night and was shocked at the situation of Lu Yongda's trio did not take any punishment against Yi Li after learning the whole story. Instead, He actively pleaded with the school administration to make Yili an official varsity member. The attitude was unbelievably eager. The vice-chancellor, Mr. Lee Haohan, agreed immediately after hearing about the relevant matters. Afterwards, he also intended to find Yili to talk and improve their relationship, but after hearing that the teenager had been soaking in the book depository for the past 2 days, he didn't disturb him rashly. No matter what, Yili was now one of the official members of the Linhai varsity team. It's worth mentioning that on the way to the book depository this morning, he happened to bump into Wang Ren, who was returning from the hospital. Wang Ren's face is wrapped in straps and his body is plate-worked. Upon seeing the calm and collected Yili, his face directly revealed an expression of having seen a ghost and shouted out of breath, "How are you okay?" With Lu Yanda making a move, he thought Yili would definitely suffer a big loss. Anything less than that, and you have to be downcast and frustrated like a plucked rooster. However, the Yili in front of him was refreshed, his posture was calm, and his breath was stable and long. Where's the half-assed look of frustration? Could it be that Lu Yanda didn't make a move on him? Yili asked casually. Why would I be okay? Lu Yanda, he actually didn't move you. Wang Ren subconsciously opened his mouth. Lu Yanda? Ah, him. Upon hearing this, Yili revealed a dazed look, then laughed lightly. He has already been dispatched by me. Sent off? What do you mean? Looks like you two didn't go to the same hospital. Yili shook his head rather regretfully. As he spoke, he took a step out, originally wanting to earn some evil value in passing. Who would have thought that Wang Ren would be directly frightened by his actions and pull his legs out and run away? Looking at the other party's woefully distant figure, Yili was also a bit surprised. It's not like I'm some kind of villain, so what's the point? We have about a week left until next week's exchange. There were only 6 positions in total for full members, and as for who he replaced, Yili didn't care. All he knew was that instructor on the varsity team had applied for an A grant for him. As a result, 500,000 Hakusha dollars had been credited to his card. This allowed him to pick a slightly more advanced breathing technique. Grade C breathing technique, Blazing Flame Power, 450,000 Hankiori coins. Class C breathing technique, Raging Wave Resolve, 500,000 Huansha coins. Grade B breathing technique scrolls, 700,000 letter summer dollars. On the 3rd floor of the book pavilion, Yili looked at the lines of breathing techniques on the light screen and felt a headache. There's really nothing that fits. The only B-grade breathing method, or a copy of the remnants of a scroll, is priced at $700,000. Trying to make it up by the system would cost a lot of bad act value again. Forget it, if you really can't, just go directly to the school authority and ask for it. A breathing method is just a book. I don't believe they can't give it to me. After 2 consecutive days of picking in the book depository, Yili's dyslexia completely kicked in, and he finally chose to go wool-gathering on the school side. Leaving the book depository, Yili traveled all the way to the training building. On the way, he received quite a few strange looks, most of which were filled with awe. Yili then remembered something. The day before yesterday, after knocking down the 3 Lu Yanda, although the school administration said that they had no opinion, for some reason, the news quickly spread around the school as if it had grown legs. It's just that this version of the rumor is a little off the wall. The new varsity substitute is openly provoking other members and stirring up the varsity culture. Yili of martial arts class 9 is so unselfish that he beat 3 of his team members to serious injuries. How can a replacement beat 3 full members? I've heard that this person's strength is only at the 5th level of the 1st rank, so he must have used some unseemly means. The exchange game is next week. What does he intend to do by taking a shot at his fellow teammates in this? I also feel that the intentions are malicious. If it weren't for Sister Jiang being there, Linhai no. One's varsity team feels like it would be ruined by this person. Most of these rumors are pretty much all over the map. The general idea was that Yili had no one in his sight and used some unseemly means to seriously injure 3 members of the team. As the saying goes, three's a crowd. The outrageous rumor that some student had a date with the principal over the weekend quickly became a hot topic on campus. Yili also naturally became the target of discussion. And because the rumored methods were so vicious, those students who listened to the rumors became afraid of them. Rumor mongers are so annoying no matter where they are. Yili shook his head helplessly, inwardly not really caring much about this matter. There is still a month left to take the martial arts examination for graduation, when everyone will run to the 5 lakes and fend off the foreign beasts. I'm afraid that it is not even 8 poles. There's no need to agonize over a trumped-up rumor. Never fall into the trap of self-certification. Start from me. Yili nodded slightly and walked into the training building as if no one else was there. However, not caring is not caring. If I ever catch that rumor-mongering bastard, goddamn rumor-mongering dog, I'm definitely going to make you fly. Right at this moment, a heavenly voice rang in Yili's ears. Ding! Congratulations! Infamy level up. Infamy LV1, your infamy is rarely known. Gold quality rewards have been issued. On the 5th floor of the training building, in the captain's office, Sister Jiang, Shen Lian, with hot tears in her eyes, sat down on a chair and turned toward the person across the wooden table, and said in a resigned manner, "This Yili really can't stay. Not only did he injure Captain Liu, before that he also shot at me. If I didn't react fast that day, I'm afraid that I would be lying in the hospital right now." In front of the wooden table, a young girl with black hair draped over her shoulders was seated here. Her features were exquisite, her small face was cool, and a book, Summary of Gunnery Techniques, was placed in front of her. After listening to Shen Lian's accusation, Jiang Qingzhu's face did not fluctuate in the slightest. Still looking at the summary of marksmanship on the table, after turning it to the next page, he faintly said, "You should talk to Mr. Wang about this. It's useless to talk to me." Shen Lian was choked for a moment, but she had spent a lot of effort spreading rumors these days just for this moment. How can I make the young girl teach that nasty Yili a lesson? Shen Lian immediately gritted her teeth and said, "Sister Jiang, you also know that Teacher Wang has never stopped this kind of behavior. But this Yili, he's different. It's almost time for the collegiate exchange tournament, and he's obviously trying to ruin our future by stirring up infighting at this time. Lieutenant Liu has already been beaten into the hospital by him, and if you don't even step in, Senior Sister Jiang, there's really no one who can stop him." At those words, Jiang Qingzhu finally raised her head and looked at Shen Lian, calmly saying, "Student Shen Lian, you suck at playing the bitter trick." Shen Lian immediately turned red. "Sister, get out." "No, sister, I'm real. I'll say it again." Jiang Qingzhu's brows furrowed lightly, the air in the room suddenly slipping several degrees, her voice icy cold. "Get out and close the door again." Shen Lian's face was full of resentment. Not daring to contradict the brunette, she finally just left the room with a grimace on her face. Splat! When the door was closed again, Jiang Qingzhu tapped her fingers on the desktop, making a duck-duck sound. The air was silent for 2 seconds. Jiang Qingzhu picked up her cell phone from the table and dialed a number politely. "MS. You shallow, it's me. Are you in the training building right now? According to the rules, it's time for me to talk to Yili. I've heard that you're on good terms with him, so please call for me. Thanks." Chapter 14, Born with a Vision. SSS grade martial arts talent. After hearing the system's beep, Yili rushed to his training room without stopping. "Close the door to your room and summon the panel. Hint, there are gold quality gift packs to be opened. Look at that, the Golden Legend." Yili looked at the panel with both eyes. As we all know, Exodus Gold has long been a card drawer's dream, symbolizing the highest ranked batch of rewards in the card pool. He also remembered that the system had specifically hinted that an increase in infamy level would result in a generous reward. At the moment, it seemed to be true. Speaking of which, this was the first time the system had handed out a gold quality reward. What could it be? Open the gift bag. Buzz. Yili's mind moved, and the light screen in front of him immediately leapt up a golden pillar of light, bright and clear, straight to the ceiling. Immediately afterward, an extremely strong energy ripple was born from his room, spreading out in all directions. Boom! The entire training building shook under the ripples of energy, and the huge sound suddenly drew countless staggered gazes. The teachers and students of the entire Linhai No. 1 middle school, and even pedestrians in a radius of dozens of miles, all saw a strange blue light emerge from above that training building at this moment, and it shot up into the sky. The grand vision crashed through the clouds and reflected in the sky above Linhai No. 1 middle school. Inside the teaching office, Li Haohan, who was drinking tea, was first stunned, then directly sprayed the tea out of his mouth and violently got up from his chair. It gave the few teachers in front of him a whole lot of pause. "Principal Li, what's wrong?" Li Haohan ignored them and quickly stepped out of the room, looking in the direction of the training building, and muttered as a strong shock welled up under his eyes. Could this be? There's an A-class martial arts talent out there? Such a vision could only be born when a very high bit of martial arts talent was born. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Haohan had long since advanced to the third stage of the martial Dao, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to discern the specifics from this vision. B-class visions will not be so exaggerated. As for S-class, he didn't even dare to think about it, because, in the entire martial arts high schools of the winning province, there hadn't been a student with S-class martial arts talent for decades. Therefore, the probability of an A grade is the greatest. Grade A. This was a talent level that could only appear in one out of the tens of thousands of martial artists who had awakened their powers. Li Haohan's heartbeat couldn't stop accelerating, and even his palms couldn't help but tremble slightly. It was no wonder that he was so out of sorts. This was already the second A-grade martial arts talent possessor amongst the martial arts students of this term. Following Jiang Qingzhu, its future prospects are unlimited. Linhai No. One middle school has been silent in winning province for so long. Is it finally going to rise again in this martial arts examination? Li Haohan's throat rolled, the excitement in his heart almost overflowing. Immediately after reacting, he immediately asked towards the two people in the room. Who else on the current varsity team hasn't awakened their martial arts talent? Hardly. It seems that Yili, who just joined 2 days ago, hasn't awakened yet. One teacher, after a brief moment of reflection, quickly replied. Yili. Li Haohan looked in the direction of the training building again, the shock in his eyes gradually transforming into ecstasy as he murmured excitedly, "Good boy, just how much more are you hiding?" Behind him, another teacher asked curiously, "Principal Li, are you trying to weed out that non-awakened Yili from the varsity team? Speaking of which, this student has made a lot of noise lately. It seems to be a restless one. It's good to strike out the varsity team." Principal Li, in my opinion. What nonsense are you talking about? Li Haohan snapped his head back, staring at the teacher dead on, and said in a cold voice, "Lu Shangshan, your nephew being beaten into the hospital is his own problem. You as an uncle don't educate him properly. What kind of complaint is it that you're running to me? I'm telling you, even if you were expelled along with that nephew of yours, Lu Yangda, the school wouldn't touch Yili, a martial arts student who can defeat 3 martial artists of the same rank. You and I both know what that means." Lu Shangshan's expression instantly became wonderful. Inside the training room, Yili's body was surrounded by strong winds, and his visions were vast. A soothing coolness constantly came from the depths of the spiritual platform, as if the soul was undergoing a metamorphosis. The vision lasted for a full 10 breaths. Only then did the party dissipate. Yili on the bed opened his eyes. A vast golden aura slowly emerged from those black pupils, and relevant information then surfaced in his mind. Congratulations! Obtaining the SSS grade martial arts talent, the Indestructible Golden Soul. Indestructible Golden Soul LV1, survival type talent, can feed back to the physical body through the tough and transcendent Golden Soul. As long as the mind and physical strength have not yet been depleted, the body will be able to be repaired continuously until it is restored as before. Upgradable. It is rumored that in ancient times, there was a certain innate being that was born and raised in the earth that also practiced that divine ability, causing the heavenly emperor of the divine generation an extreme headache as well. In order to follow in his footsteps, please reap the value of your evil deeds to your heart's content. Gifted Ability 1, Gun Martial Sacred Body. Gun Martial Sacred Body drastically strengthens one's skill in the use of gun and stick weapons, and increases the speed of gun and stick martial arts cultivation by 500%. Yili looked at this exaggerated introduction on the panel and remained silent for a long time, his heartbeat speeding up madly. SSS grade martial arts talent, a rank that he had never even heard of. And from memory, the top martial arts talent that had come out of the entire winning province was the S rank. For that matter, it was decades ago. S-class martial arts talent could definitely be described as 1 in a million, the son of heaven's destiny. As for Yili's SSS level psychic ability, even if he looked at the entire blue planet's nearly 10 billion people, it was hard to say if he could make up the number of one palm. Is this what is called a blessing due to misfortune? Would the magnitude of woe and blessing be a little too different? Yili's heart surged, incredulously feeling that extra surge of divine power in his body. He had thought it would be scary, but he hadn't expected it to be this scary. Mental preparation is still underdone. Isn't this invincible in the same realm? Yili opened his mouth and rubbed his chin. Forget it, I'm the one who's open anyway. So invincible is invincible. Dang it. At that moment, there was a series of knocks on the door. Yili rolled over and got out of bed, collecting the visions on his body, and the golden aura in his eyes slowly dissipated. When he opened the door to his room, he saw Yu Shanshan's familiar figure. Something wrong? Yili asked. Something's up. Yu Shanshan originally wanted to ask the other party if they had seen the vision just now, but once she thought of what that Jiang senior sister had explained, she directly said, "Sister Jiang is going to talk to you. I should have told you that 2 days ago. Remember?" "Remember." Yili nodded and said, "Then I'm on my way." Aha! Yu Shallow finished her confidences and planned to leave, but she suddenly stumbled on her feet and turned around as if she thought of something, wanting to say something. Finally, under Yili's calm gaze, she still gritted her teeth. "There are rumors about you in the school in the past 2 days. Sister Jiang may ask you about this later. Just tell her the truth, but don't get tough with her." "What? She's mean?" Yili raised an eyebrow. "That's not true." Yu Shallow face hesitated and said with deliberation, "Sister Jiang hates guys who bully others and don't know how to change. If you act too strong, she might teach you a lesson. I know you're real strong and talented, and most likely don't want to give in, but senior sister was second rank half a year ago. Combined with a prominent family lineage and top-notch talent and resources, her strength is counted among the martial arts high schools in the entire winning province. bowed down to her. There's no shame in it. After saying that, Yu Shanshan nervously looked at Yi Li, fearing that the other party would show his dissatisfaction. After seeing Yi Li's performance in the previous 2 days, she regarded the other party as the kind of ruthless person who won't take any loss. If it was possible, Yu Shallow didn't want to get involved in this matter at all, but there was no way out. Yi Li and Jiang Qingzhu were both martial arts geniuses. If they really fought, the consequences would be unimaginable. The best endings were all about Yi Li losing his ability to fight and Jiang Qingzhu's battle power being damaged. But then, you'd more than likely lose next week's exchange and your own prospects would suffer. Therefore, it would be great if he could make Yi Li willing to bow his head and give in through a few words. Don't ever come hard, lest you hurt yourself, Yu Shanshan carefully said. She thought she was hinting at something obvious enough. Even though Yi Li's strength was one of the best amongst first-rank martial artists, the second rank was a metamorphosis in martial cultivation, and there was a huge gap between the two. If they really made a scene, Jiang Qingzhu might get hurt, but Yi Li definitely had to be laid up in the hospital. By that time, it might not even be possible to take the martial arts exam. Just then, Yu Shanshan saw a smile emerge on Yi Li's originally calm face. I see. He nodded and said, trouble you to deliver the message. After saying that, he straightly crossed over to Asuna and walked towards the captain's office on the 5th floor. It's wonderful. Just when he was worried that he didn't have enough bad act value to spend. Here comes a genius girl who eats softness and refuses hardness. She must be told by her actions that the world is cruel and that picky eaters cannot be happy. Help her understand the pain a little. Looking at the gradually fading figure, a wave of uneasiness inexplicably welled up in Yu Shanshan's heart, but she couldn't say where it was wrong. After thinking about it, she decided to go ahead and call in the instructor. Just in case. Chapter 15. You said it. So I'm really here. Inside the captain's office. Yi Li, punching power 885 kilograms. Jiang Qingzhu looked at the ranking of fist power on the instrument, and her cool little face finally had a hint of surprise. The classmates that are making the rounds on campus these days have some serious power. She recalled her instructor excitedly running over 2 days ago, telling her that Yi Li had hidden his strength, and that his true strength was feared to be just below her. Surely it's not a falsehood. Jiang Qingzhu nodded gently. This punching power was already considered to be the best of the power-focused ones when placed in the first rank. Even when Jiang Qingzhu was still a first-ranked martial artist back then, his highest punching power was only thousands of kilograms. This was still with the Jiang family providing all sorts of top-notch medicinal baths and cultivation equipment. And Yi Li's family is said to be quite average. And it's really something to be proud of to be at this level. It's no wonder he doesn't take his peers seriously. As for the rumors in the outside world, Jiang Qingzhu's choice was to believe half of them. I don't believe that this Yi Li doesn't have any problems at all. Nor do I believe that Yi Li is that arrogant and domineering. Because, for the past 3 years, Jiang Qingzhu hadn't even heard of the other party's name, which was enough to see that the other party wasn't the type of person who loved to be in the limelight. If it wasn't he for the proximity of the martial arts exam, maybe he still wouldn't have exposed his strength. Jiang Qingzhu secretly sighed. To be so stoic, how tough must this person's heart be? But size or size, no matter what. The other party had gone a bit overboard by seriously injuring the 3 Lu Yangda people. He was still carrying countless expectations on his own, and he absolutely could not lose once before expelling all the Fey beasts, one by one, out of Hankiori. For this reason, I have to practice hard day by day, so I can't waste too much energy on this kind of thing. This was also the reason why Jiang Qingzhu was rarely in charge. Just a little warning or two, so that he doesn't make a move on his fellow teammates in the future. After finalizing his thoughts, Jiang Qingzhu returned to the wooden table and reopened the book, Outline of Gunnery. Reading it carefully. This is no ordinary tome. In it were recorded the insights and perceptions of the Jiang family's successive generations of masters of marksmanship, which could help lower-ranked martial artists take many fewer detours in their techniques. Even in the future, when practicing gun martial arts, it would be twice the effort with half the effort. So really, this book was even more valuable than some third-rank martial arts. Dang it. It was at this point that the knock came on the door. Jiang Qingzhu made her mark, closed her book, and faintly said, "Come in." She looked to the doorway, only to see a buxom white-clothed boy walk in. "Hello." As soon as he entered, Yi Li greeted the other party and said with a light smile, "I'm Yi Li. I heard that you're looking for me for something?" Being polite first has always been one of his finest virtues. Jiang Qingzhu hummed, signaling Yi Li to sit down on the opposite side of the room before asking with a clear and cold voice, "Just recently joined the varsity team. Anything you're not used to?" "Kinda." The teenager's bluntness caused Jiang Qingzhu to be a bit taken aback, but he still asked calmly, "What exactly is it that you're not used to?" Asterisk is too much. Yi Li sighed. In Jiang Qingzhu's odd eyes, he broke his fingers and counted. 1 for Shen Lian, 1 for Liu Yangda, and 2 for Liu Yangda's lapdogs. That makes 4. Counting that Wang Ren who left the team a while ago, that makes 5. The varsity team, counting the substitutes, is only 7 people, and they say things come in small packages. Mr. Jiang, I'm worried that you're just like them. Yili crossed his 10 fingers against his body and sighed seemingly helplessly. Jiang Qingju only felt her brain buzzing. She had never heard such a blunt innuendo before, and she didn't slow down for a while. Worried I'm just like them. Meaning, think I'm also? Thinking of this, Jiang Qingju's eyebrows knitted lightly, and a trace of fire was born in her ever-cool heart, and she coldly said, "Don't you worry about that, I'm not that idle." "What does Captain Jiang mean? Recognizing them as clucking?" Yili asked with a smile. "I didn't." "Why deny it?" Yili asked unhurriedly. "Yourself and them are not the same kind of people. Don't you think so in your heart?" Jiang Qingju took a deep breath and realized that something was wrong. Obviously, it was he who wanted to knock the other party to curb his unscrupulous style of doing things. Why is this getting so far off topic? She instantly threw away her stray thoughts and said in a cold voice, "I didn't call you here to discuss any of this, but mainly to inform you of something. Listen, notice, we're all the same age. Talking so condescending is really a joke." Yili leaned on the back of the not-so-comfortable chair and did not immediately show dissatisfaction. "You first. It was reported to me that you maliciously and seriously injured several of your teammates." Jiang Qingju looked at him and slowly said, "In this matter, I'll take it that you have a reason for this for now. But in the future, I hope this doesn't happen again. The martial arts exam is around the corner. Everyone has to think about their own future. You should concentrate on putting your mind into cultivation instead of being such a good fighter. Bullying the weak is not much of a skill, if you really can't press." Speaking here, Jiang Qingju's crystal clear eyes brightened slightly, a confident aura bursting out from her as she said in a voice that was cold to the bone, "You can just come to me and I'll fix you up." The words she said were incomparably serious, and with the faintly revealed second-order aura, she thought that she could definitely play a certain degree of deterrence to Yili. The cold, confident voice echoed through the office. The air was silent for a few full seconds. Just when Jiang Qingju felt that the matter was resolved and the knockout was successful, the teenager on the wooden chair suddenly raised a pair of vast golden eyes. Instantly, a heavy pressure enveloped Jiang Qingju's heart. At the same time, Yili's slightly smiling voice sounded in her ears. "That's what you said. Chapter 16 I'm too lazy to reason with you. You don't deserve to hear it." Judging from the aura that had spilled out earlier, Jiang Qingju's realm should be quite a bit stronger than his. It was probably at the level of the 4th level of the second order, plus that so-called S-rank breathing method, as well as a rank martial arts talent. Many martial arts techniques. It should be a relatively exaggerated configuration in the second rank. With this configuration, Jiang Qingju had quite a high reputation in Linhai No, one middle school and even the entire Linhai city, hailed as the most talented young martial artist in Linhai No, one middle school in the last 20 years. Even if one looked at the martial arts high schools in the entire winning province, the young girl's strength was considered to be in the first tier. "You really want to take a shot at me? I'd advise you to weigh in again." In front of the wooden table, Jiang Qingju's eyebrows knitted lightly, and a flash of ice blue light quietly surfaced in the clear pupils of those eyes. Looking at Yili, who had turned golden-eyed, she pressed down the hint of uneasiness that welled up in the bottom of her heart and calmly persuaded, "The gap between the first and second orders is bigger than you think. If a martial artist is defeated head-on when they are spirited, the frustration born in their hearts will even affect their future breakthroughs." Speaking of this, the young girl's cool face gained an extra touch of coldness, and her body's aura began to exude. "For the sake of your own state of mind, leave this room now and I can pretend that you said nothing in your party." After saying that, she no longer suppressed her aura, and her aura affiliated with the middle stage of the second rank exploded out in the room without reservation. Wow! The many documents on the wooden desk table were lifted up by the strong wind, and the wall clock could not stop shaking. The golden light in Yili's eyes grew hotter and hotter, and the same rising aura on his body gave his answer sideways. "You're also second order." Feeling the surging aura of the other party that was far superior to that of the first rank, a hint of surprise flooded Jiang Qingju's eyes. According to the information she had received, if the instructor hadn't intentionally lied about it 2 days ago, Yili should have been at the peak of the first rank's martial arts rank. At best, it was the kind that had few enemies in the same rank, and still wasn't much of a threat to the second rank. But now it seems, is the peak of the first rank still not your true strength? Jiang Qingju gently shook her head, but her expression grew colder and colder as she asked, "Since you have such strength, why do you still want to bully those who are far inferior to you? Bullying the weak with the strong, won't you be ashamed?" Between the words, she obviously moved a few points of real fire. All heard a little questioning. In Jiang Qingju's opinion, Yili was using his strength of the second rank to bully the players who were far less powerful than him. This kind of bullying behavior was exactly what she hated the most. If anything, it was because of the other party's many rumors within the school that Jiang Qingju wanted to warn the other party earlier. So now, it was Jiang Qingju herself who had the idea of teaching Yili a lesson. She said, "There are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky, and your behavior like this will be one day too. What's all the gibberish about?" In the face of Jiang Qingju's continuous speech, Yili directly interjected, "You want me to find you so that I can listen to your lectures here? That would be embarrassing." He stood up and looked at Jiang Qingju with cold eyes and said, "I don't care to reason with you. You don't deserve to hear it." Verbally humiliating Jiang Qingju, the genius girl of Linhai No. 1 Middle School. Evil value plus 200. The evil value reward for humiliating Jiang Qingju was actually so high? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingju's hands gradually clenched into fists, and a clear anger surged under her eyes. "I see. It seems like you do need a little lesson. Since you're determined to be frustrated with me, let's change places. In 5 minutes, I'll be waiting in the martial arts arena." Wow! Before she could finish her sentence, the wooden table in front of her was lifted up by the teenager and slammed straight towards her. Why bother going to the martial arts arena specifically? If you want to teach me a lesson, you can do it here. Yili's expression was flat. Boo! At the critical moment, Jiang Qingju blasted out a palm without changing his color, and the thick wooden table suddenly exploded in the air. Wood shavings splashed in the sky, and broken wood kept smashing down on the ground. "It's happening right now." A figure didn't wait for the smoke and dust to dissipate before it stepped out from the debris in the sky and ran straight at him. Jiang Qingju looked up and happened to meet a pair of cold golden eyes. The fear and nervousness in the eyes of those opponents in the past could not be seen half a bit in these vast golden eyes. She didn't panic though. In her opinion, a few minutes were enough to take down Yili. Jiang Qingju's footsteps lightly shifted, falling backward while her clear eyes gradually lit up with ice blue light. Her voice as cold as a winter spring. "To be able to break through to the second rank at this age, your talent is indeed good. But unfortunately, you can't win against me." Between the words, Jiang Qingju's eyes completely transformed into a clear icy blue color. Divine and incomparable. She exhaled a mouthful of white mist, and the instant the mist spread, the temperature of the entire room plummeted, and the air in a few meters radius continuously resounded with toothsome icing sounds. A-rank martial arts talent. Ice Maiden substitute. In an instant, the walls actually began to form a thin layer of ice, and a cold aura quickly spread out. The entire office seemed to be plunged into an icy world, with the temperature plummeting to below zero in the blink of an eye. And, instead of stopping, the cold continued to fall at an alarming rate. Amidst the white mist that filled the room, Yili's original forward-charging figure suddenly became slow, and his movements became abnormally sluggish, as if all the joints of his body had been frozen. He took hard steps, each one seeming unbearably heavy. At this moment, Yili seemed to be in a huge ice cellar, unable to break free from this bizarre bondage. "It's over." Jiang Qingju's eyes flashed as she stepped forward, arriving in front of Yili in the blink of an eye, and without hesitation, she blasted out a palm. Boo! Only the moment the vegetal hand landed on Yili's body, but the latter's figure became somewhat transparent all of a sudden, and large swathes of white chi emerged from his body. With a muffled sound, the terrifying force from the palm was instantly dissolved for the most part. It was clearly a slap that was enough to knock a second-ranked martial artist into incapacitation, yet he received it without changing his face. "And you damn!" With the help of the opponent's residual force, Yili sneered. His body rotated at high speed, and then a clean whip leg was thrown ruthlessly onto Jiang Qingju's waist and abdomen. Boo! Jiang Qingju's heart had just been flooded with a strange feeling, as if he had swung his fist with all his might but it had hit a soft piece of cotton. There was absolutely nowhere to focus on. But before she could figure out where this strange feeling came from, a powerful and incomparable force surged from above her waist and abdomen like a mountain. In an instant, she only felt as if her body had been hit by a high-speed truck, and her entire body was wrapped in a huge force, flying heavily backwards. Boom! The wall of the office was smashed out with a noticeably large crater, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading around it and spreading outwards. Jiang Qingju painstakingly propped herself up from the ground, gritting her teeth as she looked at the figure on the opposite side of the room. After seeing the rising white gas on Yili's body, as well as his translucent figure, her pupils shrunk in disbelief. Big Dipper treading art? Chapter 17, Positively Positive. The Big Dipper's void treading technique. This rare quality second-rank martial skill, Jiang Qingju had only seen the remnants of it in the school's library. Despite being impressed by the power of its introduction, she had never been able to get started after buying it due to the brokenness of the remnants of the scroll. The other party does not have any distinguished birth. and must have also found this crippled martial arts skill from the school's bookstore and successfully acquired. It was truly unbelievable that someone could actually learn this martial art by relying only on a remnant scroll of that level. Moreover, looking at the degree of transparency of Yi Li's body, the natural and incomparable rolling white chi, it was clearly not the degree of a fresh starter. The hands and feet emanate a sense of perfection. Even the skin is flooded with a white light. I'm afraid that he has already cultivated this Big Dipper void treading art to the realm of perfection. So enlightened. Is this really a human being? Jiang Qingzhu's heart shook a little at the thought. The movement to get up was unconsciously slow. However, it was this one mistake that caused Yi Li's form to appear in her face. Seeing those calm and blazing golden pupils, Jiang Qingzhu couldn't help but ask, "You people, how come you're so conflicted? If it's so great, why hasn't it said a word in the last 3 years?" No one would answer her question. At this moment, Yi Li's arms were pulled apart and his body was slightly leaning forward. A perfect flowing water intent was constantly emerging from between his fists and feet. A flowing fist technique that reaches the state of perfection. This flowing water intent was like a raging and surging river, sweeping towards Jiang Qingzhu with unrivaled power and momentum. Another perfection realm martial art? Seeing this situation, Jiang Qingzhu took a deep breath, and then with a flick of her palm, a snow-white lance emerged from her palm. The body of the gun was glowing with a strange treasure light, and when held in the palm, there was a vague feeling of elevating the breath. So obviously, this was a treasure tool of a good grade. Yi Li's offense was so ferocious that it had fully qualified her to be taken seriously. Immediately after, Jiang Qingzhu's eyes were cold. His gun walked like a dragon and swung out with great force, blasting head-on with the countless fists coming from Yi Li. Boom, 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 boom. Powerful winds overflowed and the cold air trembled. Under the blessing of the Perfection Realm's Heavenly Dipper treading void technique, Yi Li's body was close to translucent, and the effects of the cold air around his body were immune to most of it, and each of his punches looked like it was going to break the opponent's lance with the ferocity of a punch. Under his ferocious attack, Jiang Qingzhu kept falling backward. "You've already lost." Jiang Qingzhu clenched her silver teeth as she danced her lance. Along with the depletion of true qi in her body, the temperature in the room continued to drop. Even the ceiling was on the verge of being completely frozen. Even the Heavenly Dipper treading void technique of the Perfection Realm was not completely immune to the effects of the cold. Not only that, relying on the S-class breathing method, the true qi Jiang Qingzhu infused into the lance also possessed the ability to freeze the meridians. And in one counterblast, it struck into Yi Li's body. Even if Yi Li was acting completely unaffected right now, his meridians and tendons had definitely suffered different degrees of damage. If he wasn't hiding some kind of killing move, then the next step was a tug-of-war that competed against the true qi underpinnings of both sides. Boo! Accompanied by another round of sparring between the two sides, Jiang Qingzhu's figure grazed the ground and flew out several feet backwards, hitting the wall heavily. Who dash? Jiang Qingzhu exhaled cold air. His expression was grave, and the qi and blood in his body couldn't stop churning. Despite the fact that casting her talented ability was very exhausting for her, the other party maintained the Heavenly Dipper treading void technique at all times, and the exertion would definitely not be much less than hers. Yi Li should be at the beginning of the second stage, and he had not even practiced the breathing method yet. Jiang Qingzhu thought that her martial arts level was quite a bit higher than Yi Li's, plus she had the S-rank breathing method to constantly restore her true qi and maintain her cold. If they were to go at it like this, there was no doubt that victory would inevitably belong to her. Does it feel like a sure win? Right at this moment, Yi Li suddenly laughed. Taking advantage of your resources and still being able to fight like this, I kind of sympathize with you. If it wasn't for the fact that my buddy didn't have a big gun with him today, the highs and lows would have sent you flying straight up. You. Jiang Qingzhu frowned lightly and was just about to speak. When he saw Yi Li running at high speed again, the white gas on his body surface actually dissipated a little, and his body became solid. Opportunity. His true qi could no longer sustain the full power Big Dipper treading void technique. Jiang Qingzhu's eyes stared, and without hesitation, he stepped forward, and a gun infused with true qi blasted out. Pust. Surprisingly, Yi Li completely ignored Jiang Qingzhu's shot, allowing the huge force infused in the tip of the gun to penetrate his shoulder. Blood was flowing as he rushed directly in front of Jiang Qingzhu. What? This kind of ferocious fighting style caused Jiang Qingzhu's expression to lose focus for a moment. You're in. A cold light flashed in Yi Li's eyes, and he directly hardened his fist and smashed it heavily on her face. Boo! In an instant, severe pain swept across her face. Jiang Qingzhu screamed out. Her lance subconsciously came out of her hand, and her entire body flew out backwards, falling to the ground not far away. However, Yi Li's expression remained as calm as water. It's that time of day, and you're still walking around? You're almost done with the pretentious lines. If you didn't know, you'd think you had a system. At this moment, Jiang Qingju's eyes were bleary and she raised her head with difficulty, but suddenly her eyes widened. One could only see the young man, his white clothes dyed red with blood, calmly pulling out the lance stuck on his shoulder with one hand, his brows slightly furrowed due to the pain, but then quickly regaining his composure. Immediately afterward, the blood-soaked wound on his shoulder actually suddenly surfaced with countless neurovascular vessels, and in the blink of an eye, it healed as before. What? What kind of psychic ability is this? Jiang Qingju's eyes were filled with disbelief. Shot like a piece of hook history, slow reflexes like an old man, simple-minded like an unquestioning young lady, and a mouthful of self-consciousness that you've already lost. The golden aura of the teenager's pair of eyes gradually converged, eventually returning to a deep ink color. And then he walked slowly to Jiang Qingju, raised his bony palm and slapped it down nonchalantly, heavily smacked Jiang Qingju's cool face. Boo! Before the clutter in her mind dissipated, another huge force came immediately after, striking this genius girl of Linhai City and causing her eyes to roll up and her head to hit the ground uncontrollably. It looks extremely miserable. In the last second of her remaining consciousness, she heard the teenager inquire in a calm tone, Jiang Qingju, what kind of genius are you? Damn! Huge humiliation surged to his heart, and Jiang Qingju, whose spirit had reached its limit, directly fainted. Defeated and humiliated Jiang Qingju, the genius girl of Linhai No. 1 Middle School. Evil value plus 8,000. Chapter 18, The Shocked Teacher-Student Duo. On the first floor of the training building, inside the instructor's office, Teacher Wang Yili, he's not someone who's happy to give in to softness. In case he gets into a fight with senior sister Jiang because of his impulsiveness, he'll be in trouble. Yu Shallow looked anxious and told the figure behind the wooden table about the situation. In the chair behind the wooden table sat a middle-aged man dressed as a teacher, none other than the varsity team's instructor, Wang Yongfeng. His strength was only one step away from the third rank, and his main job in normal times was to be in charge of the training program for the members of the varsity team, as well as the deployment of resources. I know. After listening to Yu Shanshan's report, Wang Yongfeng nodded slightly and quickly realized the seriousness of the problem. Jiang Qingju was the ace student of Linhai No. 1 Middle School, with a great deal of the school's and the Jiang family's efforts poured into her. As for Yili, he was a talented martial artist that he had only recently noticed, and had yet to provide any major substantial help. The heart of the hand is meat. If this fight, Jiang Qingju may not be much trouble, but Yili is definitely to hang some color. If one was not careful, serious injury was not out of the question. This result was not what Linhai First Middle School wanted. They were still counting on Jiang Qingju and Yili teaming up to achieve a good ranking in the exchange tournament and martial arts exams for the school's glory. Thinking of this, Wang Yongfeng immediately stood up and asked in a deep voice, how long has he been gone? It didn't take long, only 10 minutes. Yu Shanshan glanced at the wall clock and quickly replied, good, that shouldn't be a fight yet. Wang Yongfeng said and headed out of the house, greeting the other party, come on, show me. Yu Shallow sniffed and just wanted to nod, but suddenly, the cell phone in her pocket vibrated slightly and someone called her. Yu Shanshan picked it up and looked at it, and immediately looked at Wang Yongfeng in surprise, saying, teacher, Yili called me. Great. Wang Yongfeng breathed a sigh of relief visible to the naked eye and laughed. It should be fine, so pick it up. Yu Shanshan nodded and picked up the phone. Yu-san. The teenager's calm voice came from the other end of the line. Are you free right now? Free. Yu Shanshan hurriedly asked. How is the situation on your side with senior sister Jiang? I was just about to tell you about that. The voice seemed hesitant. Simply put, we're tentatively reconciled. That's good. Yu Shallow breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Yili's words lifted her mood again. However, she's in a human coma right now, and I need you to take care of it for me again. Comatose? Yu Shallow exclaimed. Wang Yongfeng on the side was also startled and asked in a low voice, what's going on? Passed out. The caller calmly confirmed. Jiang's senior sister she. Yu Shanshan tried her best to calm down, covered the phone and carefully asked, how did you pass out? I hit it. The voice on the other end of the phone said rightfully, and seemed to be a bit surprised that Yu Shanshan would ask such a retarded question. What? Yu Shanshan was shocked into disbelief by these words. What's wrong? Wang Yongfeng was startled by her reaction, and not caring to lower his voice, he hurriedly asked, there's someone next to you? Yili was a bit surprised. Someone. Yu Shanshan took a deep breath and replied in as calm a tone as possible. I am now in the instructor's office on the first floor. You, bring senior sister Jiang over directly. Good. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yili hung up the phone. What the hell? Looking at Yu Shanshan's trance-like appearance as she sat down on the chair, Wang Yongfeng only felt his heart burning with anxiety as he anxiously asked, how's that for answering a phone call? Wang Yongfeng's heart was in a state of flux, immediately associating it with the worst possible outcome. The two of them fought? Well, fight. Yu Shanshan came back to her senses slightly and held her forehead, dryly acknowledging the other party's worry. Originally, in her opinion, Jiang Qingju's strength was far superior to anyone on the varsity team. Even if Yi Li's strength was good, there was a huge gap between him and Jiang Qingju. That's why I hurriedly ran to ask for an instructor. As a result, you suddenly told me that you knocked Sister Jiang out? At this moment, Yu Shallow's head was spinning, feeling that the world was really a bit upside down. What? A real fight? Upon hearing this, Wang Yongfeng walked quickly to her and said busily, "How are the results? Is Yi Li seriously injured? This kid, it's only been a few days. Why is he going around playing, cutting and dicing? Not afraid that his body can't take it? Even if you spar with Xinlian Lu Yangda and the others, why are you still doing it with Zhang Yao too? She usually has no weight when she strikes." Wang Yongfeng thumped his chest, obviously unusually distressed. As we approached the exchange tournament and martial arts examination, Shenlian and Lu Yangda and the others had not yet recovered from their injuries, and Yi Li, such a good seedling, was injured again. The varsity team at Linhai 1 is about to become a sorority for the disabled. Ugh, where is he in person now? When the emotions in his heart calmed down a little, Wang Yongfeng looked at Yu Shanshan and sighed. "I still have a good wound healing elixir there. Later on, you will take it to him." Squeak! No sooner had he finished speaking than the door to the office was pushed open from the outside, only to see a white-clothed boy walk in, with holes and bloodstains on his shoulders, calm as water, and a figure in his arms. Seeing Yi Li, Wang Yongfeng was first stunned, then subconsciously stood up. His eyes then fell on the figure in the teenager's arms. In the next second, his pupils suddenly contracted. He only saw a black-haired girl with a cool temperament and a red and swollen face, who was lying down in Yi Li's arms with her eyes tightly closed and a pained expression. If it's not Jiang Qingju, who is it? This. Wang Yongfeng's head buzzed, his mouth trembled, and he stumbled for half a day and failed to say a complete sentence, only to look at Yu Shallow behind her, both eyes glaring. What's going on here? As you can see, Mr. Wang. Yu Shanshan was equally incredulous, and said arduously, "Senior Sister Jiang was beaten by Yi Li and fainted, and now she needs to find a place to heal her wounds." Wang Yongfeng stiffened, and little by little, he re-looked at the white-clothed boy in the doorway. "Hello, teacher." Yi Li politely nodded at him, then looked at Yu Shanshan. "Where to put it? Hospital? Not far from the school. Follow me." Yu Shanshan's steps seemed to be filled with lead legs, numbly out of the office. Yi Li followed closely behind and left the office. Only Wang Yongfeng was left standing alone. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The swinging of the wall clock, now as clear as thunder in his ears, made his heart pump. That's Jiang Qingju. He is the most talented martial arts student in Linhai No. 1 middle school in the past 20 years. Her nature is cold and serious. In the past, not to mention letting people touch, unusual martial arts students cannot even say 2 sentences. It's the kind of tough girl who goes back to the training room by herself, gritting her teeth, even when she's exhausted from training. At the moment, however, the whole person was unconscious, and his face was red and swollen as he lay in the arms of the other party, apparently having suffered a heavy blow to the head. A martial artist who was bombarded with weaknesses like this in battle was already losing. That is to say, this white boy who just entered the varsity team not 2 days ago, beat the genius they regarded as the ace. How could Wang Yongfeng believe this? Yali. Chanting this name, Wang Yongfeng's breathing was ragged and his heart was beating wildly. For the past 3 years, the other party had been nameless, and once they showed their talent, they actually directly picked off the varsity team of Linhai No. 1 middle school. This mind is so calm and stable that it's scary, and this talent is so outstanding that it's outrageous. Genius. Undoubted genius. Ha ha ha. Wang Yongfeng sat on his butt on the sofa, holding his forehead with one hand as his entire body suddenly burst into laughter. Yi Li, you kid is simply a ing monster. With a demon like this on our side, what's the point of playing with this other school? The exchange game is stable. Wukao is also stable. Chapter 19, Shane Jiang Qingju. Linhai First People's Hospital. The clean and tidy ward was filled with the smell of disinfectant. It's different from the previous life. Some strong martial artists. The strength of their physical body is far better than ordinary people. Once injured, ordinary doctors with a medical scalpel cannot cut open their skin, let alone do suture surgery. As a result, many of the ace doctor masters of the municipal hospitals were martial artists with the gift of healing. Next to Jiang Qingju's hospital bed, a female doctor in a white lab coat was using her healing powers to heal the injuries on her face. Yi Li sat on a chair not far away, crossed his arms and summoned the panel. Current vices, 12, 700 points. The original surplus, plus the 8, 200 points of evil value provided by fighting Zhang Qingzhu allowed Yi Li's savings to successfully break through the 10,000 point mark. It was the first time since crossing over that I had a 5-digit evil value. When you get the right breathing method, you can add a hard wave of points. The fight with Zhang Qingzhu made Yi Li feel the pressure from his enemy for the first time. A second-ranked martial artist with the breathing method was very different from any of his previous opponents. Yi Li's perfected fist martial skill, plus his fist power that far exceeded that of a martial artist of the same level, were unable to quickly break through Zhang Qingzhu's lance defense. At a time when the true qi in his body had been depleted by nearly 70%, the other party's face still could not see the slightest look of exhaustion. This was mostly due to the other party's breathing method, which was able to restore true qi in a constant stream. Zhang Qingzhu's level of control over the breathing method was definitely not high. After all, the legendary S-rank breathing method was definitely more than just recovering true qi a little faster. But even then, it possessed a range that far exceeded Yi Li's. This is the importance of pranayama. If it wasn't for the fact that with the help of the Big Dipper void treading technique and the SSS-ranked martial arts talent, he had first disrupted Zhang Qingzhu's flow of true qi, and then caught her in a moment of disorientation. This is a matchup that Yelkin will win a little bit harder. It wasn't so much that it couldn't be won. After all, Undying Golden Soul was really a bit of a rascal. As long as the difference in grade is not too big, you can rely on exchanging wounds with each other and harden the opposite side. It must be known that a strength like Zhang Qingzhu's was only the first echelon in the winning province and was not unique. Those with similar strength to her, or even stronger than her, added together, there must be an estimated 10 or so in the entire winning province. If these 10 or so people besiege themselves in the martial arts exam, according to Yi Li's current configuration, even if he said something like "I'm good at running away," it would be difficult for him to stand out from the crowd, let alone succeed in winning. Although the probability of being besieged was, for an unusual person, very low. According to the self-same system's pissy nature, if one wanted to gain more evil value, one would have to plan ahead to be besieged. In addition to the necessary breathing techniques, attack-type martial arts will have to start preparing. Yi Li wordlessly exhaled, silently calculating in his mind. He had already clearly felt the lack of power in the flowing water fist technique. It's fine for mopping up. It's already grossly inadequate for offense. Yali. At this time, Yu Shallow beside him suddenly spoke up. I was really surprised that you were actually able to beat senior sister Jiang. The tone was thick with awe. Yi Li raised an eyebrow. It's okay, she's quite a dish. It's a real little stressful to play. But there's a great quote from a big guy in the old family. Defy the enemy strategically and emphasize the enemy tactically. As long as you could earn evil value, even ancient deities would dare to taunt you. This is really for you. Upon hearing this, Yu Shanshan finally revealed a familiar smile, but her gaze was as if attracted by a magnet. Clinging to Yi Li, who had a breezy face, there was a strange glint in her eyes, as if she had found some surprising treasure in the teenager. You're the only one who dares to say that. Not a single martial arts student in the entire city of Linhai dares to say that. Yu Shallow laughed softly. Yi Li gave an undeniable light laugh. At this moment, the female doctor who was treating Zhang Qingzhu finished her work and silently sighed in relief after her examination. Nothing major, just a little concussion. She stood up and turned to Yi Li in the chair. The swelling in her face has also been resolved, so the next thing to do is just to wait for her to wake up and then she can be discharged. Thanks, Yi Li said politely. Yu Shallow, on the other hand, got up and thanked the doctor. When the doctor left, Yi Li also stood up. Aren't you going to wait until senior sister Jiang wakes up? Yu Shanshan asked curiously. What does it have to do with me if she wakes up or not? Yi Li waved his hand and walked towards the outside of the house and said, being a vegetable and a pretender myself, I'm making a virtue out of this one. Verbal mockery. From Zhang Qingzhu's evil value plus 100. Wake up? Hearing the beep, Yi Li's eyes lit up, and his footsteps of leaving stopped. What's wrong? Yu Shallow looked at him suspiciously. The words are not finished. Yi Li cleared his throat and said with a smile on his face towards the unconscious girl on the hospital bed. As the captain of the varsity team, it's okay to be a shirker yourself and let lousy people organize cliques, causing the entire varsity team's morale to be messed up, and because of some unfounded rumors, to put up a high and mighty front to keep the new members honest in the future. What's the matter? New members deserve to be bullied by their clique? I'm not qualified to fight back, am I? I'll be blunt. A smug, unaware young lady like you will be honest after a hard beating. I hope the next time we meet, you'll put away that high and mighty stance. Punk. After saying that, Yi Li ignored Yu Shallow's dismayed gaze and turned straight away. On the hospital bed, Zhang Qingzhu's plain hand gradually clenched, her silver teeth clenched. A nameless fire burned in the bottom of his heart, but he couldn't find any reason to refute the other party. Yi Li's words were like knives. deeply piercing into her unquestioning heart. The other side is obvious. You either stay out of it or you stay in it. You didn't care before I came here, and now you're acting like a captain after me? In that case, I'll even clean you up. The young girl detested bullies, but what was the difference between what she had done today and those she hated? At best, it's a decent formality. Thinking about this, Jiang Qingzhu's heart welled up with a strong sense of shame. Sorry, she murmured in a voice only she could hear. A wave of unprecedented shame and humiliation surged through her heart, causing this genius girl from Linhai City to feel doubly tormented at the moment. Successfully used words to break the defense of Jiang Qingzhu. The value of evil deeds is plus 500. A moment later, Jiang Qingzhu sat up and took a deep breath. Although I did something wrong, there is still a chance to make up. The pupils of her clear eyes gradually brightened. Seeing Jiang Qingzhu get up, Yu Shanshan looked over with some surprise and asked, Hokage, you're awake? Jiang Qingzhu nodded, then rolled over and got out of bed. A pair of white feet put on socks and stepped into shoes. Yu Shanshan quickly stepped forward and tentatively asked, You just woke up, no longer rest for a while? No need. And where are you going with this? Seeing Jiang Qingzhu whirl around and then prepare to walk out, Yu Shanshan hurriedly asked out loud, Come to the door and apologize. Jiang Qingzhu's tone was firm, and his figure quickly disappeared from the doorway. Come to the door and apologize? Apologize to whom? Countless question marks surfaced in Yu Shanshan's mind. But soon, Jiang Qingzhu's figure reappeared at the entrance of the ward. Looking at the bewildered Yu Shanshan, her voice was clear and cold as she asked, What floor is Yeli's training room on? Yu Shallow's expression froze. Chapter 20, The Dragon Shakes the Mountain. The time passed into the evening. Linhai First Middle School, third floor of the training building. Back in his room, Yili subconsciously sighed in relief. He had kind of made such a training room his home. So, what's a good upgrade first? Yili sat down in his chair, summoned the panel, and fell into thought. Name, Yili. Current level, second order first weight, 10%. Current martial arts. Flowing water fist technique, perfection. Cloud breaking gun technique, perfect. The Big Dipper's treading void technique, perfection. Current talent, SSS grade. Indestructible golden soul LV1, upgradable. Gifted ability, gun martial sacred body. In addition, on his way back, Yili stopped by the book depository and spent 200,000 Hakusha coins to purchase a second order fist technique. Its name was Jialong Jinshan, and it was considered a fist technique with good power in the second rank martial arts. After Yili briefly flipped through it, relevant words immediately surfaced on the panel. Second order. Jialong Jinshan, uninitiated, can be added to. There were no proper breathing techniques on hand right now, so the matter of adding points to the cultivation level was not urgent for the time being. After all, when you find the right breathing technique, adding up points might give you an accelerated class gain buff. Right now, it was better to focus on martial arts and martial talent. Yili had always been very concerned about the upgradable label on the back of the Indestructible Golden Soul. LV1's Indestructible Golden Soul would then be able to instantly repair the penetrating wound on his shoulder without using much stamina, allowing him to transform into the Blood Bull of Blood Bulls. When it is upgraded to LV10, won't it be able to be reborn with a drop of blood and never be destroyed? Yili's heart was slightly on fire. However, he hadn't yet had the experience of adding SSS-ranked martial talent, so he wasn't really sure exactly how much evil value he would have to spend. Like that 10,000 or so points of evil value going down, the possibility of not being able to hear the ringing is also there. Therefore, it was better for him to fill up the relatively money-saving Augur Shock Mountain before considering upgrading the Indestructible Golden Soul. Everything is about one step at a time, and so is adding points. Yili lightly laughed, and with a thought, a massive amount of evil value was madly poured towards the Augur Jinshan in the panel. Ding! Consume the bad act value and start upgrading the second-ranked martial arts skill Augur Dragon Shocking Mountain. With the study of the Big Dipper treading void technique, punches like these, which are far less subtle, are much less difficult to practice in your eyes. Gain buff, cultivation speed plus 20%. Sure enough, no bit of evil value is wasted. Yili looked at the panel with relief. It was not in vain that he had spent a large amount of evil value at that time to harden the crippled Big Dipper treading void technique and pull it full. In the process of accelerated cultivation, after consuming 200 points of bad deeds, you have finally found the trick to this martial art. As long as the muscles are compressed when punching, and open up at the moment of touching the enemy, not only can the power of the punch be increased, but also have the additional function of causing dizziness, which is the origin of the name of the martial art. Shock. Successful introduction to the dragon. This hegemonic and fierce martial art reminds you of the popular Bajikwan from your previous life, and you have combined the concepts of the two and succeeded in making a slight improvement to this art. Gain buffs, cultivation speed increased by 30%, consumption of evil value reduced by 10%. After consuming 800 points of bad act value, you have finally mastered the technique of shock fist and can freely control the timing and degree of muscle compression to determine the power of your punches. The dragon shakes the mountain. After consuming 1,000 points of bad act value, you are so familiar with this martial art that even the founder of the martial art would not dare to say that he knows it better than you do. The dragon shakes the mountain. Got the martial arts technique half an hour ago. It took less than 5 minutes and pulled right through. This is the power of the system to add points. It's really add and add and add. Yili exhaled wordlessly and raised his slender palms, continuously stretching and clenching them, feeling the muscles that were tugged by this action. Martial arts like Jiaolong Jinshan, which focused on power generation techniques, gave him a much higher level of control over his body. Turn off the panel and come to the familiar punching strength testing machine. Look at the huge sandbag for testing. Yili loosened his shoulders and sank his elbows. His center of gravity sank, slowly clenched his fists, and the muscles of his entire large arms gradually tensed and then compressed, revealing a horrifying line that looked like a long snake, and a terrifying power was brewing in it. In the next second, Yili's right arm fiercely struck out, directly bursting the air with a terrifying aura like a discharged cannonball. The moment his fist made contact with the sandbag, the muscles of his entire large arm opened up in unison, instantly erupting with a terrifying power that was enough to shake a huge mountain. Boo! In a heavy muffled sound, the huge sandbag directly flew up high, smashing heavily on the rear baffle, and even the entire apparatus trembled violently. Immediately afterward, a shocking number was immediately displayed on the big screen. Fist power 2,100 kilograms. An ordinary second-order first heavy martial artist who had just broken through. Even if he swung his arm to break it, the most he could do was 1,200 kilograms of punching power. At 100 kilograms, it directly exceeds this limiting figure by nearly double. If it was aided by a high-grade breathing technique, I'm afraid that it could easily break through the 3,000 kilogram mark. And what was even more difficult to deal with than this terrifying force was that the fist was also wrapped in a sense of tremor that was extremely difficult to deal with. If one were to receive it head-on, 3 or 2 punches would be fine. But if the number came to the extent of 7 or 8 punches, one would definitely be shaken to the point of having one's breath rolled over and one's eyes bleed. Even if he could withstand the huge force from the fist, it definitely wouldn't be good. In this regard, the Augur Shock Mountain also has some armor-piercing effect. Yili withdrew his palm and moved his wrist, breaking through the second rank. My punching power has grown quite a bit as well. It's just that this Augur Shock Mountain is really a bit physically exhausting, and according to my current physical strength, I can only throw at most 10 or so punches, I guess. Yili checked the exertion in his body, felt the swelling of his muscles gradually subside, and returned to the chair. Current vice value, 12,200. It had to be said that compared to the more than 3,000 points of the Big Dipper void treading technique, the Augur Jinshan, which was consummated by eating only 1,000 points, was a real province. This was reasonable. After all, not only was the former's text badly mutilated, but its quality was also much better than that of the Augur Dragon Jinshan. If the Big Dipper void treading technique was an S rank among the second-rank martial arts, then the Augur Dragon Shocking Mountain was around AB rank. But, as they say, you get what you pay for. Despite the big difference in price, the former is much more generalized than the latter. He would rather Augur Jinshan spend more evil value. Yili shook his head and summoned the panel. These martial arts skills were ultimately a momentary skill, and for a long-term investment, it still depended on martial arts talent. Current talent, SSS grade. Indestructible Golden Soul LV1, upgradable. The grades are here to stay. It's up to you to place your bets. Taking a deep breath, Yili rubbed his fists. Next, it's time to start filling this bottomless pit. Chapter 21 Golden Soul Revival. Maiden's Door. As Yili's mind moved, tens of thousands of points of evil value whistled into the system panel. Ding! Detecting the host's second stud. Unlocking the special title, Golden Spirit. Golden Spirit enhances mental power, making the possessor immune to mental type attacks up to the 3rd rank. Immunity to psychic attacks up to 3rd order? It was rumored that there were quite a few martial artists in the martial arts exam who had awakened their spirit type talent, and they just liked to hide in the various corners of the exam site. Wait until the rest of the martial arts students let their guard down, then suddenly launch a mental attack to defeat them. If those seated players were the mudslides in the martial arts exams, then these disgusting old sixes were the poisonous bees hiding in the shadows. Come out in the cold and take you down. And with this title, there's no need to worry about this type of old six. A windfall. Yili nodded slightly, staring intently at the words that kept emerging on the light screen. The development of martial talent was a difficult problem that caused headaches for the vast majority of martial artists. This thing wasn't like martial arts, where there were quite a few seniors who were able to guide them, and as long as they got the hang of it, their cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Martial talent was something so varied and mysterious that even if there were powerful martial artists with the same talent as their own, they might not be able to give any good advice. As a result, even those A rank, or even S rank, martial arts talent possessors had to spend a great deal of energy and time to develop their talents, thus awakening the relevant natural supernormal abilities. Those with more mediocre qualifications, even if they exhausted their entire lives, they would still have difficulty in developing their martial arts talent perfectly. However, system, pull me full. Yili didn't care about any of this, and poured in a brainwave of evil values. Tens of thousands of vice points. That's a big gamble. My friend, ding. Consume the evil value and start raising the level of indestructible golden soul. After consuming 1,000 points of evil value, your nascent golden soul has become more and more condensed, as if it is as transparent as the newborn morning sun in the sky in the early hours of the morning, and its ability to repair your body has increased. Suddenly, a coolness surged from Yili's brow, and a slightly tingling and sour sensation emanated from his tendons and bones. This was a sign that the golden soul was becoming more and more condensed. The text of the panel kept surfacing. After consuming 5,000 points of evil value, your golden soul reaches the limit of what your body can carry. You sensibly stop continuing to condense your golden soul, and start try to let your golden soul feed back your chi and blood. After consuming 8,000 points of vicious value, your golden soul has successfully fed back the blood and chi of your entire body, which has brought your physical strength to the next level, thus awakening a new talent ability. Indestructible Golden Soul upgraded to LV2. New talent ability, Golden Soul Revival. Golden Soul Revival. The Golden Soul enters an active state, dramatically strengthening one's chi and blood, and boosting the strength of one's physical body. Current vices, 4,200 points. Costs 8,000 points of evil value. Finally, he was able to level up this SSS grade martial talent. Mental strength has grown a lot, and there's an additional natural ability. Unlike that passive, gun martial holy body, from last time, this time it seemed to be an active skill. Golden Soul Recovery. Yili hesitated for a moment, then whirled around with the intention of testing its performance. He walked over to the punching strength testing machine. The huge sandbag still had his punch marks from earlier. Took a deep breath. Yili's eyes slowly closed, and with a thought, he opened the state of Golden Soul Revival. In an instant, his body's chi and blood boiled up, the muscles under his skin bulged, and his entire aura steeply went berserk. Yili gently exhaled and opened his eyes. A pair of blazingly cool golden pupils were clearly visible, as if they could see through the illusion as sharp as they were. At the same time, a wisp of gold quietly emerged from the tips of his hair, emitting a strange glow. Along with the expansion of the golden color's percentage, his entire body had a few tendencies to transform in the direction of Super Saiyan. During this process, Yili's aura was still gradually increasing, as if he was a fierce beast revived from ancient times. The mental strength brought about by the Golden Soul elevation allowed Yili to quickly adapt to his surging power. He looked to the sandbag and followed it up with a full-force punch, but it was such a simple action that drove an astonishing wind pressure, and the air that was compressed to the extreme made a sharp popping sound. Boo! The huge sandbag directly broke through a large hole and flew high, the filling inside splashing in all directions, directly smashing the rear fender. Rumble! The whole training was shaken by the smash. The large screen above reveals a line of text at the last second of the black screen. Fist power 6,500 kilograms. Compared to before, it was more than 3 times higher. This was close to the punching power of a third-ranked martial artist. The boost is okay. Yili was surprised and looked at the big screen that went out, as well as the palm of his own fist. This is comparable to a Super Saiyan stance, and the increase it brings is truly extraordinary. At this moment, Yili felt that all his cells were excited, and although the load was a bit heavy, he possessed a sense of omnipotence of I can do anything. If she ran into Shunlian again, she might be able to slap her into the wall and not be able to snap out of it. Is this the state of Golden Soul Revival? It's really fierce. It can be used as an undercard and is still good for bailing out. Although it was obvious that it could not be maintained for too long, Yili also felt from this state that quite a few aspects of himself had been increased, such as dynamic vision, reflexes, hearing. It was at this moment that Yili raised his eyebrows lightly. Someone is coming to the door? He heard a subtle footstep coming from far away, obviously coming to find himself. It's so late. Who would come to the door? Thinking about it, only Fong Ming and Yu Shallow are somewhat likely. Soon there was a knock at the door. Dang it! Yili withdrew from the state of golden soul revival, and his appearance quickly returned to normal. Only the domineering aura flowing from his brow represented the existence of this supernatural ability at all times. Dang it! The knocking on the door continued, and Yili said, "Coming," and got up and walked to the front door. Opening the door of the room, a cool young girl with black hair draped over her shoulders and delicate features appeared before her eyes. Her small cherry-colored mouth pursed up slightly, and her spring-like clear eyes looked at Yili as if she had gathered enough courage. "Jiang Qingzhu?" Yili's brows furrowed lightly. He didn't expect the other party to run over it this time. Could it be that he was not convinced by the outcome of the battle just now and wanted to continue? Thinking of this, the corners of Yili's mouth gently rose on his handsome face. A golden aura flashed in his dark eyes. Chapter 22, The Strongest Gunslinger. Yili already had some understanding of these types of small talented martial artists. If he thought that he could eat him steadily, but in the end, if he was picked over by him in 2 or 3 blows, his heart would inevitably be a bit unconvinced. In order to avoid this, he never showed any mercy and sought to shatter these people's pride in one go, thus reaping a large amount of evil value. The first few times he had done well. Wang Rin, Shen Lian, and even Lu Yangda, all 3 of them had been beaten up and did not have the courage to come back for trouble. Taking a step back, even if they still harbored resentment towards Yili, they wouldn't dare to put it out in the open anymore. However, this time, Jiang Qingzhu actually came to the door again not long after, and Yili was also a bit surprised. It seems that this true sense of martial arts genius is still different from those miscellaneous fish. Between the rummage of thoughts, Yili calmly asked, "Looking for me for something?" The true chi in his body flowed slowly. Even if the reason for opening the Golden Soul Revival earlier resulted in the body's true chi not surviving 5 out of 10, Yili had absolute certainty that he could take down the opponent within 3 moves. Something's up. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingzhu took a deep breath, and as if she had summoned up a great deal of courage, she earnestly said, "I want to apologize to you first." "Apologize?" Yili raised his eyebrows, not understanding what kind of medicine the other party was selling. "Yes, I heard what you said at the hospital." Jiang Qingzhu nodded gently and apologized. "I did ask you to come over with a thought similar to not to delay too much cultivation and to resolve this matter as soon as possible. I have nothing to say about being defeated by you, except that I hope you will accept my apology." The words she said were extremely sincere, and even Yili couldn't see any traces of acting. And, if it's a performance, it's too contrived. So, Yili was a bit disappointed. He thought the other party was here to find trouble, but he still didn't completely give up, and turned to faintly say, "However, if Jiang-san is sincerely apologizing to someone, a seat under the seat is the minimum, right? Don't you know about this kind of thing? Sure show seat?" A puzzled look appeared on Jiang Qingzhu's cool face. "What's that?" "Forget it." Yili sighed. Since the other party had come to apologize and his attitude was still sincere, he was too lazy to ask for anything else. To him, it was only fun to force that kind of unrepentant person to do such things. Like Shen Lian, evil people still need to grind. Like Jiang Qingzhu, such a positive attitude to admit mistakes. Give a chance is not unavoidable. Thinking about this, Yili waved his hand and said impatiently, "Your apology is grudgingly accepted. Please return." "Just a minute." Seeing that the other party was about to close the door to the room, Jiang Qingzhu hurriedly spoke out. At the same time, she subconsciously reached out her hand and tried to press it against the closed door of the room. However, at the moment of contact, she felt a huge force that was completely impossible to resist, and her outstretched hand was smashed back without even a hint of delay. Immediately afterward, the door closed with a bang. Bam! Let the innocent Miss Jiang have a closed door. Evil value plus 200. Jiang Qingzhu stared blankly at the closed door of the room in front of her, and then looked at her slender palms. According to the clash in the afternoon, the other party's power shouldn't be too different from his own. But what is this huge force? While wondering, squeak, the door to the room in front of her then reopened, and Yili looked at her with an impatient face and asked, "What else?" It was too late to think clearly about the cause of the huge force. Jiang Qingzhu hurriedly said, "There's something else I want to trouble you with." "Say, did you say this afternoon that my marksmanship was like a pile of repartee?" the young girl asked seriously. Yili suddenly became interested, listening to the other party's meaning of this question. Was it that after apologizing, he started to want to find trouble with him? The first courtesy have learned. Yili immediately nodded his head and laughed softly. "I'm the one who said it. So what?" Jiang Qingzhu nodded, then said in a series of words as if he were counting his family's favorites. "And you say I have slow reflexes like an old man. Self-conscious. Nice. What? Then please teach me." In Yili's slightly stunned eyes, Jiang Qingzhu lifted her small face and said seriously, "As long as my shooting skills can improve, I'm willing to do anything." "Teach you marksmanship?" After a brief moment of dismay, Yili frowned and returned without hesitation. I refuse. Joking aside, he himself had a headache over not being able to find the right breathing technique. Moreover, the money on his body was extraordinarily unspendable, and he couldn't even buy some cultivation resources plus a few new martial arts of superior quality. Yili had even begun to consider whether or not to leave the city and go into the secret realm to hunt foreign beasts to make money. At this point in time, he's expected to teach a young lady marksmanship? Don't even think about it. Further, I can't teach anyone either. Yili shook his head. You find someone else. With that, he was ready to close the door to the room again. Seeing this, Jiang Qingzhu hurriedly said, I can teach you everything I know as well. In exchange for anything. The door of the room that was closing suddenly stalled, and Yili's surprised eyes cast a confirmatory question. Anything? If he remembered correctly, any of the S-rank breathing techniques would cost more than 5 million Hakusha coins, and all to the extent that there is a price for them. Basically, it is only the personal disciples of the major sects that can learn, or the direct lineage of certain families can only read. Feel free to teach outsiders. At least Yili had never even heard of it. So, it was really hard for him to believe that someone could be as simple as that. In contrast, the probability that the other guy is playing him is still higher. Yes, seemingly seeing hope. Jiang Qingzhu's clear eyes brightened slightly, and then a stream of words. You've just entered the second stage and haven't practiced breathing techniques yet, so I can teach you my dust, mist, frost and snow. This is our Jiang family's S-rank breathing method that has been passed down through generations. It will definitely help you. I also know 3 or 4 second-rank martial arts of the precious grade, and there is also a third-rank martial art that I have already started, so if you wait for me for a while longer, I can teach you all of these as well. After saying that, Jiang Qingzhu looked at Yili, who had fallen into silence, with some apprehension. She could not be blamed for her haste in this matter. Jiang Qingzhu knew very well that her strength had been in a bottleneck for a long time. Although she was somewhat gifted in martial arts talent and breathing techniques to the point that her martial arts rank far exceeded that of most of her peers, her mastery of martial arts techniques could truly be described as a mess. Several precious second-rank martial arts were hovering on the level of proficiency, never reaching the level of great achievement, mastery, while the elders in Jiang's family who had practiced these martial arts, none of them were working in the frontline territories of fending off the foreign beasts and could not spare much time to teach her. Seeing that the martial arts exam was getting closer and closer, it would be a lie to say that Jiang Qingzhu wasn't anxious in her heart. That was why she worked overtime and practiced hard every day, almost turning a deaf ear to the affairs of the varsity team, just so that she could make a breakthrough in the cultivation of her martial arts. Unfortunately, the results have been minimal. If this went on, in the future, once one encountered an opponent with a similar martial arts rank and a comparable martial arts talent to his own, it would be easy to fall into a disadvantage. Jiang Qingzhu knew this all too well and kept searching for a solution. Of all the people she had known so far, Yili was the only one who had called her a lousy shot. Moreover, relying only on a text that was so mutilated that it was not even close to being perfect, he was able to cultivate the heavenly dipper void treading technique to the point of suspected perfection. Therefore, even if the possibility was slim to none, Jiang Qingzhu wanted to try. Looking at the teenager dressed in white, she bit her lower lip lightly and asked stiffly, May I? With such a demeanor, it was really hard to see the possibility of lying. After confirming this, finally, in the incomparably expectant eyes of this Jiang family's eldest miss, Yili took a deep breath and finally gave his answer. Anything? Anything. Then I'll make damn sure you're trained to be the best gunslinger in the whole school. Chapter 23, Precious, Traveling Dragon Riding the Wind Ceremony. Although the breathing technique had similarities to a second-rank martial art, it was not only useful for second-rank martial artists. Until a martial artist reaches the 4th stage and opens the human body's secret stash, the breathing method can play an important role in combat, cultivation, and many other aspects, playing an important role, and a high-grade breathing method, even after a martial artist reaches the 4th rank, can rely on its various divine differences to provide no small amount of help to all aspects of the martial artist. Grade S breathing technique, Red Gang Yen Wu, latest price 8 million Henkiori coins. S-rank breathing technique, Born to Last, latest price 5 million Henkiori coins. On the wooden chair, Yili looked at the price displayed on his cell phone, and the corner of his eye twitched slightly. Obviously, before that, his knowledge of the price of S-class breathing techniques was still too little. I thought that the most is only 5 million Hakka dollars of goods. The search results will actually be so expensive. One could only say that poverty limited Yili's imagination. However, the thought of this single breathing method could benefit a lineage or sect all the way through, thus making it more likely to cultivate an exceptional younger generation. That's a reasonable price. Luckily, it was promised in advance. Otherwise, if someone else takes this advantage, It would be worse than killing me. Yili closed his cell phone, raised his eyes to Jiang Qingju who was closing the door of the room, and asked softly, "What do you want to learn?" "Marksmanship." Jiang Qingju turned around, her small mouth moving lightly. "My marksmanship sucks. It's actually about average sucks level," thinking of the boost that the other party could provide to his own. Yili's tone was rarely euphemistic. In fact, during the afternoon's battle, Jiang Qingju had tried to perform martial arts several times, but he was able to see where the cracks were at a glance and directly interrupted his spells. In this, although there was the credit of pulling the cloud-breaking gun technique full, but the cloud-breaking gun technique was, to put it bluntly, a moderately low second-ranked martial skill, and even if it was pulled full, it was just that. More reasons to care about Yi Li's gun martial sacred body. Drastically strengthen your skills in the use of guns and clubs, and increase the cultivation speed of guns and clubs martial arts by 500%. Reading the description alone, it's a little scary. Watching the performance again, it's even more frightening. At this moment, even if he looked at the entire winning province, within the same rank, Yi Li's spear technique was definitely the most deservedly strongest. After all, associated with the two great men with indestructible golden souls in the myths of the previous life. One is the Qi Tianshang who can still show off his power and spirit in the encirclement of the 24 positive gods of the Ministry of Thunder. One of them is the god of war in heaven who can split the mountain to save his mother. And the second son of the young family who listens to the tune but not to the announcement. Both of them are the best of the best in this type of weaponry. Since Yili had the same type of golden soul as them, awakening such a level of natural supernormal ability was quite reasonable. First, show me your most commonly used gun martial arts. Yili stretched out his hand towards Jiang Qingju and said indifferently, "I'll see what I can teach you." Since the terms were all agreed upon, there was no need for him to have any hard feelings in his heart. Good. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingju didn't feel anything wrong and nodded her head obediently. This book, The Swimming Dragon Riding the Wind Cannon, is the most commonly used spear technique I have now. It's just that I'm just getting started now, and I'm a little rusty in performing it, like this afternoon, and I can't even use it. With that, she took out a tome from the ring on her hand and obediently handed it to Yili. "Should I go back and come back to you tomorrow?" Jiang Qingju blinked, looking at the martial arts skill that had taken her most of the year to get started, and said knowingly, "There's still some time left for the martial arts exam. I'm not particularly anxious. The martial arts exam is still a month away, but isn't the exchange tournament only a few days away?" Yili flipped through the tome in his hand while casually saying, "You stay here for a little while. I'll just take a casual look first. There's no rush." As he spoke, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Looking at the words that surfaced on the panel puts you in a happy mood. Third grade martial art. Dragon riding the wind, precious. Worthy of being the eldest miss of the Zheng family. The commonly used martial arts skill is actually, this martial art is really bad to learn. Jiang Qingju's expression was a bit complicated as she politely persuaded. "I was using it for quite a long time. Even if your talent is much stronger than mine, it would be difficult to see the head of it in a short period of time. Of the opponents in this exchange tournament, other than that Sword Pavilion's Tang Yao, the rest aren't very strong. Even if the martial arts skills aren't upgraded for the time being, I'll still be able to win against them." Practicing kung fu was a watered-down process. Something like martial arts can't be rushed. Jiang Qingju brought out the famous words that his own father had once said in an attempt to bring the teenager back to his senses, but all he got was a furrowed brow from Yili. "You have two choices now." He looked up at Jiang Qingju and calmly said, "Go out and wait. Or shut your mouth and stay here for a while." Which one to choose? The second one. Jiang Qingju lowered her head and wisely stopped talking. The air in the room fell silent for a moment. Averting her eyes from the teenager's serious side face, Jiang Qingju began to survey her surroundings. The amenities in the room are uniform for everyone. The difference is in those who add their own equipment. Like in Jiang Qingju's room, there were spirit gathering arrays that were completely different from those of ordinary varsity members and were quite costly to build. Not only could the speed of condensing qi and blood and cleansing the meridians be accelerated quite a bit, even the risk of going off the rails could be reduced, and it could even regulate the user's appropriate ambient temperature. In Yeli's room, on the other hand, the styling is a bit more simple. The only thing I can tell is that the teenager is using that punching test more. All. Ha! Jiang Qingju froze when his line of sight landed on that fist strength testing machine. Even his pupils contracted slightly. It was more than the test sandbag with a big hole in it that caught her attention. There was also the big screen that redisplayed the blood-red numbers that had previously disappeared due to a malfunction. Fist power 6. 800 kilograms. Chapter 24, Jiang Qingju's shock. How could it be possible? 6. 800 kilos? What kind of concept is that? Jiang Qingju remembered that his ultimate punching power was only about 2,000 kilograms. Even so, it has far surpassed most of the second-rank fourth-weight martial artists, ranking first in the whole school. Well, now it's second in the whole school. An unusual martial artist who had just entered the third rank had a limit of 6,000 kilograms of punching power. This was already a number that was enough to jam an ordinary martial artist for decades, or even a lifetime. It was actually reached and surpassed by a martial artist who had just advanced to the second rank and had not yet practiced the breathing method. Jiang Qingju couldn't help but think, if this 6,800 kilogram figure was Yi Li's limit of punching power, then during the afternoon's competition, he would actually be fully capable of finding the right opportunity to seriously injure himself with a single punch. But he didn't end up doing that, but just shown a painless punch and slap in her face. Simply knocked her out. It can no longer be called a release of water. It's simply a release of the sea. Jiang Qingju was shaken inside, a wave of shame rising from the bottom of her heart. Yi Li was so merciful, and she was still confidently saying things like, "You can't win against me, and it's over." Simply, it's so humiliating. A true genius should be like Yi Li. Not only did he hide his strength, but he also kept the enemy from knowing about it, making the other side mistakenly think that it was an evenly matched battle. "If I didn't have a big gun with me today, I would definitely send you flying with one shot." Recalling Yi Li's words in her mind, Jiang Qingju's red lips pursed. "I thought it was an uninformed rant, but now it seems that the other party really wasn't wrong." To beat himself with his bare hands and empty fists holding a silver dragon white spear, this kind of strength, to shine in this session of the martial arts examination, is already a nail in the coffin. There was also that martial arts talent that could repair the body extremely quickly. Although the grade was unknown, it would at least not be lower than a rank. To summarize, Yi Li's strength could already be ranked in the absolute first echelon even among the martial arts high schools in the entire winning province. The likelihood of competing for the title of champion of champions is also quite high. Just as Jiang Qingju shook because of the numbers on the fist strength testing machine, text was emerging from Yi Li's panel. Consume 1,000 points of bad act value to begin upgrading the third order martial art. Dragon riding the wind. Your gun martial sacred body comes into play. And martial arts techniques that used to be like heavenly books are already considered quite simple to you at this moment. Gain to gain buff, cultivation speed increased by 500%. It's as if you were told the answer directly to a complicated high math question, and now you just have to copy the tedious answer. It's speeding up the practice. With the depletion of the bad act value, your understanding of this precious martial art has become deeper and deeper, and you have begun to understand the meaning of the swimming dragon, the so-called swimming dragon. That is, when you perform its martial arts, you can wield the lance as swiftly as a swimming dragon, with the head and body of the lance possessing strong destructive power, enough to easily tear apart the defense of a martial artist of the same rank. After understanding this, you started to work hard on this. Ding! Cultivation is over. Dragon rides the wind, great success, 70%. Comment: the gain from this practice is about equal to your previous 20 years of hard work, and I really don't know who can stand in the way of these 20 years of hard work. Remaining bad act value, 3,400 points. 20 years of hard cultivation, and you've only just reached the grand completion of the swimming dragon wind riding cannon? The corners of Yi Li's mouth twitched slightly, and he didn't choose to have a brain pike. The proficiency of a martial art is divided into 5 stages: introductory, skilled, proficient, great accomplishment, and consummate. At this rate, less than 1,000 more points of evil value would be enough to bring this dragon riding wind code to perfection. He vaguely remembered that before, a second-ranked precious martial skill would cost him 3,000 points of evil value, but now a higher-ranked precious martial skill only cost him 1,000 points to point to the grand completion. There was no lack of the gun martial sacred body, S edition, but Yi Li felt that it was also unrelated to his persistence and hard work. An old martial artist who has practiced martial arts for many years, and a young martial artist who has just started practicing martial arts. Even if both of them had the same talent when they were young, there would be a difference in the speed of catching on to a martial art. The former is just going to be quite a bit faster than the latter. I'm done reading. Yi Li looked towards Jiang Qingju, who was losing her mind, handed out the tome and opened his mouth. Now it's time to start teaching you. Are you ready? So soon? Jiang Qingju asked, subconsciously somewhat surprised, as she came back to her senses. With that, he stood up. So I'll play it over for you now? Yi Li simply went through it and wanted to judge her proficiency level first. Don't bother. Yi Li followed suit and got up, walking over to the weapons rack in the corner of the room and taking down a large, pitch-black gun. Turning his head to look at Jiang Qingju, he faintly said, "You cast the swimming dragon riding wind cannon and then just attack over. Battle for battle is always the fastest way to improve. Except for the additions. Of course. Attack?" Jiang Qingju was stunned. How was this going to lead her to a breakthrough? Was it to pick out the holes in her martial arts skills? doubtful as she was. After seeing Yili nodding her head in confirmation, she still quickly caressed the ring on her hand and summoned a snow-white lance. It was still there, blending into her aura and enhancing it. I thought this gun was kind of interesting last time, and it sure is the second time I looked at it. Yili looked at the silver white lance and nodded slightly. Silver dragon white lance. Second order top treasure. After noticing Yili's eyes lingering on his weapon, Jiang Qingzhu's voice was clear and cold. It can both enhance my cold outward energies and the power of my martial arts. Come on. Yili tucked his chin and raised his lance. Sight calmly looked across the room. Jiang Qingzhu nodded and took a deep breath. Activating the breathing method, the true qi in her body began to rush up. In the next second, her figure disappeared from its original position. In all seriousness, the speed was a few moments faster than during the afternoon engagement. By the time he reappeared, Jiang Qingzhu had already arrived less than 3 feet in front of Yili. The 7-foot white spear was like a dragon coming out of the sea, and it blasted out towards Yili's center door. The sharp tip of the gun emitted white light, directly piercing through the air. Unstoppable. Yili's dark eyes lowered. Jiang Qingzhu's dragon riding the wind should be at a skilled level, and the spearhead already had a white aura that could break armor. Among people of the same age, it is already considered to be an extremely outstanding attainment. However, after cultivating the swimming dragon wind riding cannon to great completion, Jiang Qingzhu's line of attack was just a little too obvious in his eyes. Surging true qi surged within Yili's body and flowed up at great speed along the orifices opened by the swimming dragon riding wind cannon. Buzz! Accompanied by a loud and clear gun sound, an illusory scaly dragon shadow suddenly emerged on Yili's pitch-black spear. At that moment, the tip of Jiang Qingzhu's gun had already reached his body. Yili slightly sidestepped, dodging the tip of the opponent's spear with an extremely subtle stance. His right hand holding the lance was lightly lifted, and he suddenly exerted force, casually swinging it towards Jiang Qingzhu's body. The whole movement was flowing like water, without a trace of sluggishness, and the moment that pitch-black lance danced, the air instantly emitted a tearing sound, and illusory dragon scales loomed. This is. Seeing the strange sight on the gun's body, a strong look of shock surged in Jiang Qingzhu's eyes. The vapors were exactly what she had been thinking about day and night. This was a vision that would only appear after cultivating the swimming dragon wind riding cannon to its great completion. How is that possible? From the time the other party had gotten the dragon riding the wind trophy and then now, it hadn't been more than 10 minutes at most. Chapter 25, Sudden Progress. Jiang Qingzhu's palm that held the lance tightly trembled slightly, trying his best to suppress the horror in his heart as he subconsciously urged his body protecting true qi. In an instant, surging true qi came out like a tidal wave. Immediately afterward, Jiang Qingzhu violently spat out a mouthful of extremely cold breath, and this true qi even quickly condensed into a heavy and hard ice crystal barrier that stretched across her body. However, as solid as this layered, thick and sturdy ice defense may seem, however, when faced with that raging, mighty and unrivaled augur shadow, it appeared so fragile and weak that it was simply like paper mache, with no power to resist. Click! A piercing sound of ice bursting exploded one after another. In an instant, the lance destroyed Jiang Qingzhu's true qi defense, and the pitch-black body of the lance flung itself lightly onto her body. Boo! Yili withdrew his strength slightly at the last moment, and the pitch-black lance was forcefully pulled back, with only a harsh gust of wind blasting at Jiang Qingzhu's body. The neat dress was instantly torn in half, revealing a large area of snow-white skin underneath. Jiang Qingzhu's entire body flew out backwards for more than 10 feet before he stabilized himself and calmed his messy breathing. Even though his appearance was a bit messy, his eyes, which were as clear as a winter spring, were getting brighter and brighter. From the swimming dragon riding wind cannon that the other party had deliberately executed, Jiang Qingzhu managed to see what he lacked. Jiang Qingzhu stood with his gun, and the whole person didn't say a word, as if he was thinking about something. The air fell silent for a moment. Yili mortared his spear on the ground and looked at the other party with a crooked head, not uttering a word to disturb him. He had already exhibited as many of the do's and don'ts of this martial art as he could. Whether or not you can realize something depends on the other person's talent. So it is. After the air was quiet for a dozen seconds or so, Jiang Qingzhu reared his lance and took up a stance. Buzz! This time, an illusory dragon scale was also visible on her silver-white lance. It worked! Jiang Qingzhu raised her head in surprise and looked at Yili. I've finally practiced to the proficient level in the book. You're really too good. She only felt that she had picked up a great bargain, breaking through the bottleneck that had been troubling her for months in a short period of time. Something that those elders at home would never be able to do. Yili smiled without saying anything, while his heart silently shattered. Mother asterisk 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 her. I've been practicing for 20 years before I've practiced a martial art at the Dicheng level. Just 2 moves and you're telling me you've broken through? This martial art? How long have you been practicing it? Yili pressed down the mouthful of old blood in his heart and asked seemingly casually, if it wasn't too short, it would be acceptable. I've been practicing since I first stepped into the second order. As of today, it's been almost half a year. Jiang Qingzhu hung her head in some shame and replied. When she said that, she raised her head, a forced smile on her cool little face. I thought I was a genius until I met you. Bullwinkles, say it like you're not a genius now. If I had your talent, I'd have added points to the third rank already. Yili adjusted his breathing and calmly said, you are the genius. There is no need to doubt that. Why? Compared to you, Jiang Qingzhu's voice lurched, and then an unprecedentedly despondent look surfaced on his face. I'm just a mediocre person who was smashed out of resources. Then you should practice well. Yili sighed and gave up his intention to explain. He whirled around and laughed softly. There's a saying in my old country that a famous teacher makes a great student. Since you said I'm a genius, now that I'm here to teach you, don't blame me for scolding you if you don't come up with something now. As long as he cursed Jiang Qingzhu to break his defense, he would give 500 points of evil value. Yili remembered it clearly until now. Good. At those words, Jiang Qingzhu's eyes gradually lit up, and a touch of unprecedented admiration surfaced on her face. She originally only thought that Yili was the kind of person who was brave and ruthless. After knowing a little bit about it, it's another one of those geniuses with a sharp tongue. And now, Jiang Qingzhu suddenly felt that the kind of legendary character who was extremely gifted and also happy to help others was close to his eyes. So good. He's really good. Yeli-san. Jiang Qingzhu's delicate face was full of seriousness as she smiled and said, please also try to flog me in the future. It's a shame you can say such shameful lines. Shame? Shame? Jiang Qingzhu asked with a slightly reddened face as she looked at the large swath of snowy whiteness that was revealed on her body. It's clearly a statement from her heart. It's humiliating. Please stop. Yili exhaled noiselessly and placed the lance back in its original position, turning to look at the bright-eyed Jiang Qingzhu and laughing lightly. So, that's it for today. In the following 2 days, Jiang Qingzhu began to frequently travel back and forth between Yili and his own training room. And Yili did what he said he would do. As long as Jiang Qingzhu comprehended it a little slower and moved a little more sluggishly, he immediately started birding. Rubbish, this kind of demonstration that even an elementary school student can understand. And you actually say you can't figure it out? Jiang Qingzhu, my deceased grandmother was even better at juggling lances than you. What are you hesitating for? Damn it, a lowly talented vegetable dog like you will only eat expensive spiritual rice if you stay in the high martial realm. Under this kind of careful teaching, Jiang Qingzhu dropped a lot of small pearls, and Yili also managed to harvest a lot of bad behavior value. After pulling the Swimming Dragon Riding Wind Codex to full capacity, there was still a surplus of the amount on the panel. Current vices, 7,200 points. Just waiting for Jiang Qingzhu to provide the breathing method. His practical combat ability could be taken to another level. And under Yili's tutelage, Jiang Qingzhu's Swimming Dragon Wind Riding Cannon had also improved by leaps and bounds. From the very beginning, just stepping into proficiency to the middle of proficiency later on. According to Jiang Qingzhu's judgment, touching the realm of great accomplishment would only be a matter of a month at most. It was an improvement she had never thought possible before. With the help of Yili, a genius with demonic attainments in martial arts, it was like getting a compass to locate north and south in a vast desert. No more worrying about direction. Just follow the direction he pointed out and take it in stride. It was worth mentioning that Jiang Qingzhu came in neatly dressed and went out messily dressed every time. So much so that rumors were flying around the school, and many students were secretly speculating as to why. There are a lot of bad rumors among them. Jiang Qingzhu did not take this to heart. In her eyes, the entire Linhai No. 1 middle school, except for Yili, everyone else's opinion was irrelevant. All of Yili's rebukes were much smoother to the ear than their flattery and slanderous vilification. Chapter 26, Pre-Exchange Meeting. Training Building, Conference Room. With less than 2 days left before the exchange match, Wang Yongfeng, the instructor of the varsity team, called over the crowd within the varsity team. The intention was to discuss a pre-game response. Yili sat next to the main seat, his eyes slightly closed. Not far away, Lu Yongda, Shen Lian, and a few others. On the other hand, their faces were unusually ugly, as if covered by a layer of iron blue. From time to time, eyes cast toward the teenager, appearing very subtle and cautious, occasionally meeting each other. It was just that every time their eyes met, they seemed to exude a deep fear, and the object of that fear was none other than that handsome young man with a calm demeanor. Obviously, the encounters over the past week had given them a preliminary understanding of Yili's strength. Except for Jiang Qingzhu, no one in the entire varsity team can be his opponent. Shen Lian in her seat clenched her silver teeth and clenched her hands into fists. She couldn't help but look at Jiang Qingzhu, who was also sitting next to the main seat, and couldn't help but feel a little annoyed in her heart. Shen Lian had heard 2 days ago that the other side had approached Yi Li to talk. Originally, she was expecting Jiang Qingzhu to make a move towards Yi Li because of that day's denunciation, thus achieving her goal of driving away the tiger and swallowing the wolf. Unexpectedly, a few days had passed, and Yi Li was still alive and well, without the slightest sign of frustration. This showed that Jiang Qingzhu hadn't even listened to the rumors she had spread. Damn Yi Li, in the end there is someone who can cure him. Shen Lian was incomparably annoyed inside, but she didn't have half the courage to go looking for Yi Li's trouble nowadays, so she had to give up at that moment. At this time, Wang Yongfeng, who was in the main seat, stood up. The opponent of this exchange match is Aoyama First High School in Aoyama City. He first glanced at Yi Li and Jiang Qingzhu, who were on either side of the main seat, and then laughed. The captain of their varsity team, which many of you are no strangers to, is named Tang Yao. Not only is he the young patriarch of the Castle Peak Sword Pavilion, but he is also a locally famous young martial artist in Castle Peak City. Martial Dao rank 2nd, rank 6th, 2 ranks higher than even Jiangya. While the martial talent is B rank, true self-sword heart. As the name suggests, good at using swords. It is said that she has a confident and arrogant personality and is the well-deserved backbone of Castle Peak 1. She's kind of the only enemy we've had on this trip that we'd call tricky, according to the appearance list they gave. This Tang Yao is also coming out as the grand finale ace. Wang Yongfeng's smile tightened, and there was more than a hint of warning between his words. However, after listening to him, Yi Li's eyes lit up. It couldn't be helped. Something like ravaging a confident and arrogant kendo girl really piqued his interest. Other than him, the faces of the rest of the people were grave. Taking in the crowd's reactions, Wang Yongfeng nodded slightly. A second-ranked 6th heavy martial artist was already a fairly high-ranked martial arts student in a martial arts high school in the winning province. Many of the varsity replacements for some Budo universities are only at this level. However, Wang Yongfeng wasn't too worried, because according to his thoughts, Yi Li and Jiang Qingzhu together were definitely able to replace the Sword Pavilion's young sovereign. As for the remaining 6 people in Castle Peak 1, 4 were at the 7th level of the first rank, 2 were at the 8th level of the first rank, and 1 was at the peak of the first rank. On their own side, even counting Shen Lian, who had been relegated to the bench, the overall strength was much stronger. If nothing else, it's basically a sure win situation. Luckily, there is an extra Yi Li. The situation that was against the wind has instantly turned into a downwind game. The winning party this time, the official members will receive 1 million Hakusha coins, plus a reward of a Chi blood elixir. Wang Yongfeng braced himself on the tabletop and narrated. The replacement, on the other hand, is rewarded with 200,000 Hakusha coins and no Chi and blood pills. What did you say? Hearing this, Shen Lian couldn't sit still on the spot and stood up with a pang, angrily looking at Wang Yongfeng, saying, the replacement is only paid 200,000 Hakusha dollars? On what grounds? Are you guys sending out screamers? The reason she broke defense was very simple. Keep in mind that she had just been robbed of her official team member status by Yi Li in a strong-armed manner. Originally, Shen Lian felt that she was about to graduate, and even if she lost this status, it didn't seem like much of a loss, so she ended up accepting it reluctantly. But today's suddenness told her that not only did she lose a whole 800,000 Hakusha coins, but she even had to take on a priceless Chi and blood pill that had a remarkable effect on first-rank martial artists. How could that keep her from breaking her defense? Shen Lian's mood instantly hit rock bottom, and when she thought of the recent string of heavy blows from Yi Li, a strong wave of aggression and anger immediately surged in her heart. Having been on the varsity team for 2.5 years myself, I have always worked hard and competed hard. Even so, all the tournaments entered in 2.5 years added up to less than that amount of prize money won, and Yi Li, the childhood friend who has always been regarded by her as a tool person, not only took away her varsity status and beat up her boyfriend, but also transformed into the meat and potatoes in the eyes of the school authorities. Shen Lian's classmates are in a hurry, aren't they? Facing Shen Lian's anger, Wang Yongfeng gently pushed his glasses and patiently explained, Teacher, I'm not done talking. You said. Shen Lian calmed down a little and sat back down. Wang Yongfeng cleared his throat and stated, in addition to the above rewards, the student with the best performance in this exchange tournament will also receive a treasure tool jointly provided by the 2 cities. After saying that, he looked at Shen Lian and smiled. Also, this reward has nothing to do with substitutions. The defenses in Shen Lian's heart completely collapsed at this moment. Yi Li, she pushed right off the seat and looked angrily at the teenager not too far away, snarling vibrantly. If you still have some conscience, return that 800,000 Hakusha coins and Chi blood pills to me. There was an aggressive tone in his voice anyhow. Such an overbearing stance all but made Lu Yangda and his little follower on the side look dumbfounded. This Shen Lian, always so brave? She didn't know that Yi Li could punch her to death right now? Yili opened his eyes and calmly looked at the other party. His eyes were devoid of sadness and joy. It's only been a few days, and the other side has forgotten the lesson from last time. But it was his own fault that he had struck so softly that he had allowed his opponent to get down and talk so quickly. There's even a chance of getting 200,000 Hakusha dollars. Are you dumb? I'm talking to you, ungrateful guy. Thanks to me being so nice to you before. Shin Lian seemed to have recovered the feeling she once had, and spoke more and more courageously. I'm telling you Yili, the school is only looking at your qualifications now. If you didn't have this force, do you think the school would let a notorious person on the varsity team? As she spoke, water misted in her eyes and she glared straight at Yili, looking extremely aggrieved. Jiang Qingju raised her eyes to look at her. She didn't care about her reputation, but that didn't mean she didn't care about Yili's reputation. Only an ice blue light flickered slightly in those clear eyes, and the temperature around them began to drop by degrees. What nonsense are you talking about? Upon hearing this, Wang Yongfeng frowned. Shen Lian, don't say something that's not true. He couldn't listen to anyone picking on Yili and the school. The potential that the teenager was now displaying was so terrifying that the school's senior management was trying to find ways to make him feel more of a sense of belonging to Linhaino. One middle school. This damn Shen Lian just jumped out and stirred things up big time. A fire scurried up in the bottom of Wang Yongfeng's heart. If it wasn't for the fact that Shen Lian was still a varsity substitute, he would have wanted to just ask him out. What? Am I wrong? Shen Lian stared angrily at Yili. The fear of him in her heart had long been thrown to the skies. She sneered. Now the whole school knows that he, Yili, is a good-natured, bullying asshole who bullies his classmates. It wasn't in vain that I helped publicize his valor on the varsity. Yili, you're now a rat in Linhaino, one middle school that everyone is shouting at. Just at this moment, Shen Lian suddenly saw a flash of viciousness in Yili's dark eyes. It was as if she had found the rat that had been messing around inside the rice vat all day long. There was no compassion in her eyes. There was just pure and incomparable killing intent. In the next second, the young man burst out laughing. At the same time, his entire aura abruptly changed, and a familiar sense of oppression instantly descended on Shen Lian's heart. The air in the conference room became oppressive for a moment. Shen Lian instantly realized her complacency. The whole person was like falling into an ice cave. A thin layer of cold sweat seeped out from her smooth and delicate back, with the owner of those dark eyes rising slowly. Shen Lian's heart, which had originally been fairly calm, also began to beat frantically. Chapter 27, Buddy, do you know what my level is? How dare you threaten me with rumors? Yili, don't go too far. More than 10 years of getting along had made Shen Lian develop a habit, and at this critical juncture, she actually subconsciously wanted to threaten the other party. But soon, she realized that she didn't have anything on her hands that could threaten her opponent. No, there still was. Shen Lian suddenly remembered that in the novels he had read, even if the heroine had low strength, she could make the strong and powerful big sister unable to defend herself by pouring dirty water, and commit suicide in grief. As long as the rules were utilized, it was thought that Yili would be able to make Yili throw his weight around and not dare to act rashly. Yili, don't forget your reputation in the school. If you dare to touch me, you won't be able to clear your name at all. Shen Lian calmly drank while retreating. As expected, after hearing her words, Yili immediately stopped in his tracks. There was still a slightly bewildered look on the handsome face. It works. Seeing this situation, Shen Lian's heartbeat accelerated more and more, and she continued to pacify herself in her mind. Don't panic. It's in the conference room, surrounded by members of the varsity team. Even the instructor was watching. As long as Yili dared to make a move, those rumors of him bullying his classmates in school would be confirmed. Even if the talent was better, the school would reconsider his varsity eligibility. It really works. As long as he holds the moral high ground, Yili will never dare to take a shot at me. You apologize now and still. Shen Lian was about to say something, but her eyes suddenly widened. In her vision, Yili's figure instantly disappeared in place. Almost simultaneously, Shen Lian felt a palm gently rest against her chest. The scent of death came over me. Suddenly, a dull, loud sound resounded throughout the conference room. Boo! The thick wooden door of the room exploded, and amidst the sky of debris, Shen Lian's figure flew out backwards, blood spraying wildly. There was a shocking indentation in her chest, and most of the ribs protecting her internal organs were shattered. The figure smashed heavily on the lapis lazuli floor and rolled continuously for more than 10 times before coming to a halt. Yu Xiao's throat was dry and she watched the scene without saying a word. Lu Yangde was trembling. He didn't even dare to twist his head. He just looked at the table in front of him in death. Jiang Qingju nodded slightly, as if she had guessed what the teenager would do, and calmly sat back down. Fighting violence with violence and repaying kindness with kindness is exactly how the other side acts. Wang Yongfeng's expression stiffened. Then his throat rolled, and his eyes complexly looked toward Shinlian, who had collapsed outside the house and was dying. Didn't say much. He saw it truly. If Shinlian hadn't jumped out and tossed herself, Yili wouldn't have bothered to take care of her. If you hold back until the end, you look a bit lacking in sharpness. Budo is not an academic endeavor. For a martial arts genius of Yili's age, sharpness was a necessary quality. Moreover, he could see that Yili had gathered some strength at the last moment. Otherwise, that punch just now could have directly taken Shinlian's life, instead of just breaking some ribs like they are now. Alas, people are not frivolous and wasted. Wang Yongfeng sighed inwardly. In front of Shinlian's eyes, Yili moved his wrists, smiling, and walked towards her without haste. Seeing this, Shinlian trembled violently, and great fear and regret surged from her heart. Yili the madman, doesn't he even care about his reputation? Why did I even bother to mess with him? This time, not to mention 800,000 in chi blood pills, even 200,000. No, even the results of the martial arts exam will be affected. No, even future cultivation might leave dark wounds. Shinlian's features were twisted, writhing on the ground in agony as blood continued to spill from her mouth. Immediately after that, Yili's flat and teasing voice rang from her ears. Class, get up. You're not allowed to sleep here. Seriously injure and humiliate your childhood friend who you've been in love with for 10 years, and you'll receive a value of plus 3,000. Current vices, 10, 200 points. Shenlian's eyes went black, and in the intense pain that swept through her body, her entire body fainted on the spot. MS. Wang, she blatantly rumored about me before and humiliated me to my face after. Yili turned around and looked at Wang Yongfeng, who had a complicated look on his face, and faintly said, if I teach her a little lesson, it shouldn't be considered a violation of the school rules, right? To be honest, he also wondered where Shinlian got her courage. You don't know what you're doing? These 3,000 points of evil value, simply hard to his arms like. Sure. Upon hearing this, Wang Yongfeng took a deep breath, his expression gradually becoming helpless as he bitterly laughed. Running into this kind of person at a young age is indeed very easy to get on one's nerves. One less substitute can't hurt for this exchange. So, that's it for today's meeting. As he spoke, Wang Yongfeng took out his cell phone and dialed the emergency number. And before the call was connected, he seriously said towards the crowd, all of you go back and get ready. We'll leave tomorrow. Chapter 28 The Schemes of Castle Peak No. 1 Middle School. Aoyama First High School. Inside the training building, a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle looked at the serious-looking crowd in the room and smiled. Information about the opponents in this exchange match has been sent to you. Tomorrow morning, they'll be at our school. And this is kind of a pre-war meeting, so if you guys have any opinions, you might as well say them while you're at it. His eyes finally rested on the figure across a long table and he smiled gently. Tang Yao, you first? Across the long table, the young girl known as Tang Yao was dressed in a black and white sword outfit, and on the table in front of her, there was a straight horizontal sword placed flatly on the table, and her entire aura was stern and incomparable. She just sat there quietly, and it was as if everything around her became eclipsed, losing its original sharpness and luster. This was the kind of weather one could only have after ascending the ranks of the sword path. The identity of the young girl cries out. It's that kendo genius that Aoyama High School is so proud of. Also the young master of the sword pavilion. Tang Yao. I don't have much of an opinion. Tang Yao raised a pair of bright eyes, a smile without the slightest bit of temperature spreading on her clear face. Other than that Jiang Qingzhu, it's just a bunch of rabble. There was an extreme confidence in her tone that made people believe in her. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged teacher actually nodded in a rather satisfied manner. After so many years, the other party was still the most promising genius he had ever seen. Future achievements. I'm afraid it won't be below that sword pavilion master. The middle-aged teacher whirled his eyes to the rest of the group and deliberately laughed. What about you guys? Tell us all. You can't all be like your captain and think that the other side is a rabble, right? Of course not. At that, a boy with a feminine temperament stood up and said in a deep voice while picking up the papers on the table. Most of the members of Linhai 1, we have previously studied, but there's one other person on that official list of appearances that we don't know much about yet. Just in case, I'm here to give you a brief rundown of the information about him. This person is another peak first-rank martial artist in the Linhai First Middle School varsity team besides that Vice-Captain Liu Yangda, named Yi Li. He was a sudden addition last week, and I've asked a couple of my friends who go to Linhai 1, and they've all said they've never heard of this guy in the past 3 years. The middle-aged teacher looked over in surprise. So, he's been holding back for the past 3 years? Thick and thin? The feminine boy nodded. I do. And then, he put down the paper in his hand and looked at the crowd. Compared to the rest, this Yili is like he jumped out of thin air. His fighting style is unclear, and whether he has any martial arts talent is also unclear. Therefore, I think it's better to pay attention to him. Brother Chen, you're also at the peak of the first rank. Aren't you sure you can deal with this person? A member of the team opened his mouth and asked. This is not easy to say. The feminine boy named Chen Lantern glanced at the team member and said in a deep voice. The main thing is that this Yili is rumored to be very evil in Linhai No. 1 middle school. Evil? Well, it's rumored that he beat the vice captain, Lu Yongda, plus 2 full members of the varsity team all by himself. As soon as Chen Deng's words fell, not only did the middle-aged teacher frown, even the rest of the team members revealed a grave expression. Linjiang No. 1 middle school's varsity team, at the very least, is at the 7th level of the first order, a string of 3, excluding Tang Yao. There were no martial arts students in Castle Peak First Middle School who could do such a thing. Chen Lantern's eyes were shadowy as he said, although this rumor definitely has water in it, and Yili himself definitely didn't win easily, he might be able to pose a threat to the captain, so we can't not be on guard. Meh. At those words, the closed-eyed Tang Yao let out a light laugh, the corner of her mouth lifting into a mocking arc. Obviously, she didn't agree with Chen Lantern's statement. Tang Yao felt that a peak first-ranked martial artist, but if he could resist one of his own slashes, it would be considered that he had been merciful. In Linhai No. 1 middle school's camp, there was only that Jiang clan's eldest young lady, whose martial arts rank was not too far from hers, who could barely be regarded as an opponent by her. Tang Yao raised a pair of stern and incomparable eyes and faintly said, if you want to beware, you just beware. Don't count me out. At those words, Chen Deng not only did not have the slightest dissatisfaction, but some fervor surged in his eyes, and he smiled sarcastically. Of course I knew that with the captain's strength, defeating this person would certainly not be a problem, so I was just speaking off the top of my head. The rest of the members nodded their heads as they heard this, casting the same look of admiration towards the haughty young girl with her eyes closed. The middle-aged man knew of the crowd's admiration for Tang Yao, and at the same time, he also knew that the young girl didn't like this kind of gaze. In order to avoid attracting Tang Yao's displeasure, he immediately laughed. That's all for today's meeting. You all go back to rest and prepare for tomorrow afternoon's game. Yes. When Tang Yao and that middle-aged teacher left the conference room, the rest of the crowd turned their gazes towards Chen Deng. One of them was the first to speak. Brother Chen, we're all ready for that thing you said, and we've called all the people. Not bad. As long as the gang from Linhai First Middle School lands tomorrow, we'll immediately find an excuse to invite them for a martial arts sparring session. Hundreds of first-ranked martial artists taking turns on them will definitely be able to drain them of their physical strength. Listening to the crowd, Chen Deng nodded his head slightly and looked towards the closed door not far away, smiling slightly with a few self-deprecating smiles. Would Don's team be angry if they knew that we were planning to win this way? The crowd knew he was worried about revealing himself, and immediately one of them stood up and said anxiously, Brother Chen, tomorrow afternoon people from Sword Pavilion and Fengyan University will come to watch the match. For the sake of our future, we must put up a fight. Our overall strength lags behind the opposite side. Even if we have Team Tang sitting in, we may be outclassed by the opposite side by then. Yeah, if we don't have these millions of Hakusha coins and Chi blood pills, how are we going to fight against those foreign beasts in the martial examination? Brother Chen, everyone knows what you have in mind for Team Tang. If you want to keep up with Team Tang, getting the favor of the Sword Pavilion or Fengyan University is a must. Between the words, the crowd all looked at Chen Deng with burning eyes, and excited voices filled the conference room. They all wanted to win this exchange match, get a generous reward, and improve their strength. Even getting the favor of the Sword Pavilion and Wind and Cloud University. The Sword Pavilion was the deservedly leading mountain sect in Castle Peak City, and it had quite a good reputation in the entire Winning Province. Wind and Cloud University, on the other hand, was recognized by martial artists within the Winning Province as the martial arts university with the best resources, deepest roots, and strongest strength. If you can perform well in the exchange tournament, then the probability is that you will be able to get their favor and gain admission in advance. Life after that is bound to be a straight shot, with such lucrative rewards in front of them. It's no wonder they're willing to risk being banned for doing something like this. And after hearing the words of the crowd, the self-deprecation on Chen Deng's face slowly dissipated. In its place was a somewhat grim countenance. The martial arts exam was approaching, and he had already recognized the fact that his strength was not good. With a peak strength of the first rank, he was considered an honor student among the martial arts students of Budo High School, but compared to those geniuses who had stepped into the second stage, it was simply not enough. If he wanted to keep up with that incomparably dazzling figure, he would have to do whatever it took. Clear out the space of the martial arts arena ahead of time. Keep the commotion small, and definitely don't let the school authorities notice. Make sure to consume most of their stamina. Understood. In addition, Chen Lantern's eyes flickered as his thoughts electrified and he said, as long as they enter the martial arts arena, it doesn't matter if they perform a little clumsily. The first people to do it were ordinary martial arts students, so even if things fall apart afterward, it won't affect our prospects. Chapter 29, Landing on Green Mountain. S-class breathing technique in hand. Shanghai City, high-speed railway station. The dragon-like high-speed train roars into the station, gradually slowing down as it approaches the platform. Yili rose from his seat, his eyes looking out the window. Speaking of which, in this world, some high-ranking martial artists could already exceed the speed of a high-speed train just by relying on their physical body's running speed. In addition, there were also some low-ranked martial artists who could do this kind of thing after awakening the appropriate martial talent. In the event that the foreign beasts in the secret realm outside the city rioted or even unleashed a beast tide, the railroad would most likely be destroyed, and these martial artists would come in handy at that time. In order to maintain the operation of the high-speed railway, the Railway Bureau will also issue commissions and invite some martial artists to clear the foreign beasts infesting the area around the railroad from time to time. These martial artists are sometimes adventurers taking jobs, and sometimes they are martial arts students in the Budo University earning some pocket money. Different worlds give rise to different industries. Yili thought wildly, following the flow of people and walking down the high-speed train. The group had just left the high-speed train station when they were greeted by two students dressed in school uniforms. A few of you are the friends from Linhai First High School, right? One of the students chuckled. We've arranged a hotel for your rest. Just come with us. Okay. Soon, the group traveled to the reception hotel that was prepared for them by Castle Peak First High School. The hotel is situated along the city center. From the style of decoration in it, it can be seen that this hotel has quite a high specification, and it can be seen that the reception side of Castle Peak No. 1 middle school has put some thought into it. Teacher. After the Linhai No. 1 middle school's team members went to their respective rooms, the two reception students from Castle Peak No. 1 middle school came to Wang Yongfeng and laughed softly. If you guys don't have anything scheduled next, why don't you come to visit Castle Peak First High School? It's a long time away from here, so it's kind of like familiarizing yourself with the environment in advance. Wang Yongfeng thought for a moment and nodded his head. Good. I'll go call someone. There's no rush. The two students looked at each other, and both could see the joy in the other's eyes. As long as the other party walks into Castle Peak No. 1 middle school, then the plan is half successful. Inside one of the hotel rooms, Yili surveyed the interior of the room and was overall satisfied. The exchange is set for 3 p.m. and there's still quite a bit of time to kill. After sitting down on the bed, he summoned the system panel. Name, Yili, martial arts rank, second class first, 15%. Current vices, 10. 200 points. It's been a few days since I broke through to the second rank and I'm still stuck at the first rank. He really pressed on a bit, in order to wait for the addition of the breathing method. Even though he was holding tens of thousands of evil values in his hand, Yili didn't make any additions, but several times asked. Zhang Qingzhu gave the answer, still need a little time. Thinking that the S-rank breathing method was not that easy to take out, Yili did not make things difficult and just nodded his head silently. But with the passage of time, looking at so many points and not being able to add them, there are really a few inches of stopping. Wait 2 more days until the exchange is over, and if you don't get the breathing method, you won't wait. Yili exhaled. After the exchange tournament, the martial arts examination was close at hand, so to be on the safe side, he had to find a breathing method to use first. His own personality, which doesn't like to settle for anything, is a bit of a delay. Dang it. Just then, there was a quiet knock on the door. Yili got up and walked over. After opening the door to the room, Zhang Qingzhu's cool and delicate face was reflected in her eyes. Teacher Wang told us to go over and gather and visit Castle Peak No. 1 middle school together. Zhang Qingzhu blinked and said in a light tone, a visit? Well, it's kind of a way to familiarize yourself with the environment ahead of time. After saying that, Zhang Qingzhu swiped her hand over the ring and a thick tome appeared in her hand. Also, this is the Zhang family's White Mist Frost and Snow. Handing the tome to Yili, Zhang Qingzhu said somewhat apologetically, I spent a lot of time trying to take it out. Sorry, that thick? Yili received the tome and asked with some surprise. This was considered the thickest one he had gotten so far. Yes, and because of that, it's a little difficult to steal it out of the house unnoticed. Zhang Qingzhu nodded as if in approval and said with slight pride, but it's not hard to defeat me. Yili opened his mouth and after a moment of deliberation, he asked suspiciously, you won't get punished for doing that? Stealing the family heirloom S-class breathing method and giving it away. That's the kind of maneuver that would make an old father do a double take no matter what world it was placed in, right? Confinement? Caning? For a moment, Yili thought of countless punishments to be suffered for the other party. However, Zhang Qingzhu looked unconcerned. She calmly waved her hand and said, "Don't worry, it won't kill me. What kind of heart are you letting go of?" Yili raised his hand and rubbed the corner of his forehead, then said, "But thanks a lot. I'll help you next time you're in trouble." "What are you talking about? We're dealing fairly." Jiang Qingju's small face was serious. She only felt that the other party was too polite, obviously also helped herself so much, but acted as if she had suffered a loss. What's more, the two of them were now friends. Jiang Qingju thought to himself, why did they need to be so detailed in their division? Upon hearing this, Yili let out a light laugh, then nodded gently. "Then I'll look through it, and you can tell the teacher for me that I have things to do, so I won't go to some Green Mountain First Middle School to familiarize myself with the environment." "Okay." Jiang Qingju pursed her red lips lightly and then barked. "This, white mist, frost and snow, is very difficult to cultivate. Far from those previous martial arts skills. I've been practicing for nearly a year, and I've only stepped into the level of initiation, and I'm still a long way from achieving greatness, so you don't have to rush if you can't read it for a while. You can come and ask me. I can teach you everything I know. I should be able to guarantee you a year. No, with your qualifications, 3 months, let's say, 3 months to get started." After saying that, she waved her hand towards Yili. "I'll go over first then?" Yili tapped his chin at this. Non-committal. 3 months, and the yellow flowers are afraid to get cold. When the other man was gone, he snapped the door shut and turned back to the bed. After calming his mind, he slowly tapped on the panel. Chapter 30, White Mist, Frost and Snow. Frost and snow filled the sky. Yili really didn't expect it. 1 second he was having a headache about the breathing method, and the next second people were giving it to him. Originally, he had also planned to use the white panel of the first rank of the second order to touch base with that so-called Tang Yao, and afterward, after taking the reward, he would find a patchy breathing method to use first. Now it seems that for the time being there is no point in waiting. Yili looked to the panel. Current vices, 10, 200 points. With a silent exhale, the thick tome opened in front of him. He looked at one after the other. S-class breathing technique. White mist and frosty snow, uninitiated. According to Jiang Qingju, this S-rank breathing technique was extremely difficult to cultivate, and it was feared that it would consume quite a lot of evil value. Yili hadn't dabbled in breathing methods before, and thought that this edition would be bad enough to have any gain buffs. But don't worry too much. Last time, 8,000 points of evil value was still able to raise the SSS ranked, indestructible golden soul, to LV2. So it didn't make sense that tens of thousands of points of evil value wouldn't be able to get the S-ranked breathing technique started this time around. Just let yourself see what is so mysterious about this advanced breathing technique that is worth millions of Hakusha dollars. System, plus points. Yili collected his mind, and the tens of thousands of points of evil value on the panel was turned into a torrent, vastly pouring in towards this breathing method. Ding! Consuming bad act value to start upgrading S-rank breathing technique. White mist, frost and snow. When you first turn the pages of this arcane breathing book, you are lost in contemplation. You recognize every word on it, but together they form a sentence that is completely unintelligible. Your mind wonders, how do these words make up a sentence? In order to learn this extremely difficult S-ranked breathing technique, you will have to settle down for a while and start trying to understand it in context. After consuming 1,000 points of bad act value, you have learned a new method of recovering your true chi through breathing. Unlike the previous crude method of swallowing and sucking, you no longer inhale the air and aura together, but have found a way to pull the aura in and out of your mouth. After consuming 2,000 points of evil value, the method of utilizing your breathing rate to pull in your aura has been mastered by you already, and you begin to try to attach a sense of ice and cold to your true chi. After consuming 3,000 points of evil value, you have skillfully mastered the method of having your true chi attached to the cold chi characteristic, forcing a strand of cold chi into your enemy's body with every physical contact. White mist and frosty snow, introductory. This should be the realm that Jiang Qingju was in, infusing the true chi that has a cold enchantment into the fists and feet, through one collision after another to make the opponent's limbs gradually appear stiff, or even frostbite. But unusual people cultivate to this point. The attachment of cold chi are still confined to the flesh. On the contrary, Jiang Qingju still has a matching lance in his hand, and can directly make the lance also have the effect of attaching cold chi. It's good to be rich. Yili gently shook his head and continued with his additions. After consuming 5,000 points of bad act value, you have been able to quickly recover your true chi without having to go through a specific breathing frequency by just relying on the rhythm of your unusual breathing through the drilling you've accumulated over the years. Martial art level up. White mist, frost and snow, proficient. After consuming 6,000 points of evil value, due to your deepening understanding of this breathing method, the true chi in your body can already possess a large amount of cold effect. So as long as your palm touches the enemy for a few seconds, You can freeze the enemy instantly by consuming a large amount of true chi. Martial art level up. White Mist Frost and Snow, Mastery. After consuming 8,000 points of evil value, your mastery of cold chi has reached the point of pure perfection. And the speed of recovering true chi through breathing techniques has been dozens of times faster compared to the speed of recovery before cultivation. Martial art level up. White Mist Frost and Snow, Great Achievement. After consuming 9,000 points of evil value, you have been able to put it in and out against the cold in your body, and you begin to study ways to release the cold in one breath. After consuming 10,000 points of evil value, you have mastered the skill of exploding a large amount of cold air out instantly, sweeping in all directions. Comprehending the skill, Frost and Snow. Frost and Snow in the Sky enhances the output power of true chi, thus possessing the ability to instantly explode a large amount of cold chi out, freezing everything around it. The level of the martial arts skill has been raised, and the White Mist and Frost Snow have reached perfection. Comment, this enhancement consumes a total of 10,000 points of evil value. The enhancement is about equal to the enhancement of your 50 years of hard cultivation. Don't look at you as being less than 20 years old. On the basis of your mastery of this breathing method alone, it's not too much to ask for that Jiang Qingzhu to call you his master. 50 years of hard practice had finally pulled this S-rank breathing method full circle. The real chi in his body flowed extremely fast, and there was a feeling of growth in the space of a breath. With just a thought, this true chi that filled the 5 bodies could be instantly transformed into cold and bone-piercing cold chi. Look at the text on the panel. Yi Li's heartbeat accelerated a little, finally beginning to understand the reason why the S-rank breathing method was so expensive. First of all, the speed of recovering true chi is extremely fast, and after the great accomplishment, it is tens of times faster than those martial artists who do not practice breathing method. The latter required a day of refinement to recover the true chi reserves, while the former could be done in an hour. You also don't have to consider breathing rhythms, environmental noise, aura concentration, and such matters. It could be said that apart from being expensive and difficult to learn, there were no major drawbacks to S-rank breathing techniques at all. Not to mention the fact that after the cultivation is completed, there is also an additional skill similar to supernatural powers. Yi Li's eyes lingered on the introduction of Frost and Snow Wanderer, his heart slightly on fire. Frosty and Snowy, just not sure how far the so-called outbreak will reach. He walked towards the hotel's equipped practice room. After briefly surveying this space of about 20 square meters, Yi Li's eyes lit up with a bright icy blue color, and a stern and incomparable cold wind swept out from around him. Boom! A sound similar to an explosion came from the air, and the cold air visible to the naked eye spread towards the surroundings in the form of a shockwave, which heavily bombarded the wall, instantly erupting into a crystal-clear layer of ice. Yi Li looked at the surrounding visions with some surprise. This blow probably consumed about 20% of his true chi. Only a thick white mist was seen filling this cultivation room, and an unusual first-rank martial artist would experience a sharp tingling sensation just by inhaling it into their lungs. White mist with frost and snow. This breathing technique was aptly named. In addition, on the cushions, on the steps, on the instruments, all of these facilities located between Yi Li and the wall were covered by a thick layer of solid ice and did not move at all. Yi Li tried to pick at the ice, and found that it was 3 or 4 centimeters thick, and looked surprised. In that case, it seemed that if an ordinary first-rank martial artist did not prepare in advance, he would most likely be instantly seconded by the frost-snow roaming sky he had cast. Even if he wasn't frozen unconscious, he was afraid that he would have to lie on the ground and lose his ability to fight. Wouldn't that be a bit much? The techniques attached to the S-class breathing method were so strong that an unusual martial arts student would have to take a headbutt? Yi Li walked out of the training room, and in just a dozen or so breaths, most of the consumed true chi in his body was restored. Current vices, 200 points. Looking at the bottomed-out values, a trace of anxiety welled up in Yi Li's heart and he sighed lightly. If it wasn't for the fact that there weren't any virtuous martial arts schools in this neighborhood, he would have wanted to just kick the door down. Hours away from that so-called exchange, you'll have to make a good wave of bad behavior value then. It's still too disconcerting to have only a 3-figure savings. It's just a pity that we can't find a reason to do it for the time being, and there's no suitable candidate at the moment. One could only hope that the so-called Tang Yao's popularity within the school would not lose out to Jiang Qingzhu, otherwise it would be hard to get a large amount of evil value into the account. Just getting ready to go to bed for a nap. A vibration came from the cell phone that Yi Li had placed on the bedside. When he picked it up and looked at it, the lazy look on his face faded and he sat up directly from the bed. 2 short messages were displayed on the screen. Jiang Qingzhu, he was surrounded in the martial arts arena. Jiang Qingzhu, a lot of people are coming. They insist on sparring with us. They can't get away. It's a bit tricky. Are you free to go and get help? Chapter 31, Classmates. This place won't let you in. Inside the extremely wide area of the martial arts arena, Under the tall and majestic building, rows and rows of hundreds of silhouettes gathered in front of the pair of platforms, surrounding a group of people. The cool young girl who made the crowd light up stood behind the crowd, her white fingers tapping on her cell phone screen. Just call their teacher. The group is unruly. No teachers around? No. It's full of students from Castle Peak 1 who have been forcing our hand. Good. Seeing these words, Jiang Qingju breathed a sigh of relief, and then put her cell phone back in her pocket. Teenagers have always been reliable, so they shouldn't have to worry about it themselves. Jiang Qingju raised her head to look at the crowd that was arguing not far away, her pretty eyebrows gently frowning. A touch of warmth quietly rose in those clear pupils. It was expected to be an unusual tour session. Wang Yongfeng, who was leading the team, also went to the grade class office without much concern, intending to discuss with the teachers of Castle Peak No. 1 middle school about teaching and educating people. However, right after Jiang Qingju and his group walked into the martial arts arena, the peaceful atmosphere suddenly changed. Hundreds of martial arts students appeared out of nowhere, enthusiastically running over to talk to us. Jiang Qingju, as the captain, talked to him slightly out of politeness. The other party, however, after simple pleasantries, the conversation turned. Suddenly proposed, I've long heard that the Linhai First Middle School's varsity team has outstanding strength. Can we have a friendly sparring session? The request. Although this request was coldly rejected by Jiang Qingju, but Linhai First Middle School's team, there is a you shallow, with no brain like a good old boy, hard did not hold the other party repeated requests, directly on the stage. In response, Jiang Qingju's heart was vaguely uneasy. However, considering Yu Shanshan's cultivation of the 8th level of the first rank, a match with an ordinary martial arts student should neither delay much time nor waste too much physical strength. So in the end, he acquiesced. As a result, something happened with this comparison. The other party directly came up with a boy with a feminine temperament. Relying on his cultivation at the peak of the first rank, he directly knocked the Yu Shallow, who had been caught off guard, into a coma. This pissed off the crowd in Linhai No. 1 middle school. Lu Yongda and his two small followers directly rushed forward, cursing out angrily, about to ask for a statement. The hundreds of people from Qingshan No. 1 middle school were also not willing to show their weakness, and they loudly mocked. You yourselves are not as skillful as the others, and now that you've lost, you're getting impatient? If you couldn't afford to play just now, don't agree. Lu Yongda heard this, the whole person on the spot to break defense, the grass mudhorse of the first middle school in Castle Peak, to engage in this kind of underhanded tactics. If it is not our side of a big brother did not come, it is your turn to play dirty tricks? That's right, that big brother of ours could have slapped you to death just for coming up here and provoking you, bluffing without a draft. Linhai No. 1 middle school is full of your kind of talkers? If you have the guts, you can play with us on stage. The two groups passionately sparred and cursed about it. One side is motivated by anger and the other by calculation, so there is no sign of de-escalation. During this process, the feminine boy on the opposite side of the platform remained calm and looked extremely pulled together. And after Jiang Qingju helped the unconscious Yu Shanshan to rest on the stage, she immediately sent a message to Yili. At the moment, taking in the squabbling crowd, she took a deep breath and calmed down. Then, looking coldly toward the shady boy on the opposite platform, he got up and walked over, casually injuring a member of his side. The other party's meaning of provocation was a bit too obvious. Jiang Qingju's cultivation of the 4th level of the second order began to reveal itself, and in the space of a few breaths, he came to the bottom of the sparring stage. Seeing that cool young girl with thinly veiled anger floating on her face get up and walk towards the station, cold sweat oozed from the back of Chen Lantern. The long black hair of the cool system beauty, this is mostly the Jiang family's big miss in Linhai City. Cultivation level of the 4th level of the second order. A-grade martial arts talent. S-grade breathing method. After briefly going over the opponent's configuration in his mind, Chen Deng immediately felt pressurized, and his strength could only be considered mediocre in the peak of the first rank. Pressing down the panic in his heart, Chen Deng smiled faintly and asked in a deliberately drawn-out voice, Mr. Jiang, what are you trying to do? His raised voice immediately caught the attention of the crowd on stage, and the bickering then stalled as hundreds of gazes looked over. After seeing the cool young girl who slowly ascended the stage, the crowd all had their eyes glazed over. That second-order 4th heavy cultivation was extremely solid, causing them to feel the pressure at once. You bully, so I will fight violence with violence. Jiang Qingju's voice was clear and cold, and her face was like frost. You want to cut a deal? That's good. Chen Deng's heart was ecstatic. He was waiting for the other party to say this. Considering that he had to preserve his strength, he whirled his head around to look at the stage and laughed. Is there anyone who wants to learn the strength of the captain of the Linhai First Middle School varsity team? I can give up that opportunity. Upon hearing this, Someone immediately understood and clenched his teeth and spoke out. I'll do it. A slight chill swept across the bottom of Jiang Qingzhu's eyes. She had already understood the other party's intentions. It was clear that they were trying to rely on the sea of men tactic to exhaust the physical strength of their group, so that they could easily win in the exchange match in the afternoon. For this reason, specially marked outside the martial arts arena, temporarily prohibited, but also sent away the duty teacher here. Mean. It was a good thing he had informed Yi Li in time. I'm sure it won't take long for the other side to come and relieve themselves with a teacher. With this in mind, Jiang Qingzhu conjured up a long spear with a snow-white body, its vastness becoming more and more noticeable. The martial artist on the opposite side didn't even last a single glance before he was blasted off the high platform with a single shot. But soon enough, someone else volunteered to rush the stage. Jiang Qingzhu blasted the man away with another shot, and then someone else came on stage. And so the cycle went on. So worthy of being the Jiang family's first lady. Returning to the stage, Chen Lantern's eyes flickered. Unusual first-ranked martial artists can't win against her at all. Even if I go on, I won't last more than a few rounds. Brother Chen, don't worry. Someone beside him laughed. More ants bite more elephants. With 126 first-rank martial artists on our side, are we still afraid that we won't be able to drag her down? At most, 20 or 30 of them will be able to exhaust her true qi. This indeed. Chen Deng nodded slightly, and his heart was much lighter. The plan was basically a success up to this point. That vice-captain named Lu Yangda, who was still fist-pumping on the stage, ready to go on stage, was really a clown. The corners of Chen Deng's mouth rose slightly. Brother Chen, what about that Yi Li? At that moment, one person came over and asked worriedly. He didn't come over to visit. Will he run to call his teacher after hearing the news here? Just call it. Chen Deng shook his head without much concern. There are so many teaching buildings in our school. He's an unfamiliar outsider. And when he calls someone to rush over, the yellow flowers and vegetables are going to get cold. And what if he doesn't call someone to come straight over? Then there's even less to worry about. A peak first-ranked martial artist wouldn't necessarily be a match for me. Meanwhile, outside the martial arts arena, inside that gazebo, which was used to check the identity of people entering and leaving, a student in charge of letting the wind out was dozing off here. As long as they don't let anyone in for an hour, their plan will be a success. For this reason, several students from the same school who came to skulk around the martial arts field were kept away from them. Just then, a silhouette appeared from a corner not far away. The afterglow of the released student in the gazebo was so sleepy that he sat up. One could only see the visitor's clothes flopping, his black hair floating, and his expression indifferent as he walked quickly towards this place. Good looking, but not wearing a school uniform. Outside the school, he was subconsciously a little disoriented. Thinking this way, the black-clothed teenager had already come close. Seeing this, the released student rushed to his feet, reached out and shouted, "Class, here, boo!" Only to see that before he could finish his sentence, the visitor let out a cold snort, spun his body in place, and blasted his right foot onto the gazebo like a discharged cannonball. With a loud ringing sound, the entire gazebo instantly became fragmented, and the student among them who was in charge of letting out the wind also flew out upside down and smashed heavily on the ground. Unconscious, Yi Li, however, did not even look at it and continued to walk towards the martial arts arena. The speed grew faster and faster, and finally the whole person ran straight away. Chapter 32, Single combat means I alone pick all of you. Who dash? Yi Li's black eyes blazed, and the flow of true qi in his body gradually came with the effect of cold qi. Just in case, even though he was running extremely fast at the moment, his aura was dripping. Yi Li was clear. This cultivation of his own was for storming the opposite side, not for the opposite side to see and run away in fear. That said, the other party would most likely be happy to see him come alone later, because in Yi Li's perception, there were hundreds of faint auras in the martial arts arena, all of which were of the intensity of a first-rank martial artist. In front of such a lineup, the battle power of a second-ranked martial artist was obviously not quite enough. Obviously, this was a trap set by Castle Peak No. 1 middle school against the party, and the probability was that they wanted to weaken Linhai No. 1 middle school's combat power as much as possible before the battle. But Yi Li didn't care about that. In fact, the current him didn't know who the person who was the mastermind was, nor did he know the attitude of the school administration of Castle Peak No. 1 middle school towards this matter. All he knew was that he was going to go on a killing spree. It wasn't that they were overwhelmed by the huge gains. Quite the contrary. Yi Li's thoughts were exceptionally clear at the moment. He was unfamiliar with Castle Peak No. 1 middle school, and he didn't have Wang Yongfeng's phone number on hand. To seek the help of those outside helpers would inevitably delay the process. In that case, even if he could relieve Jiang Qingzhu and his party at that time, it would be meaningless, as the other party's purpose had already been achieved. So, If you want to provide substantial help, you have to make the opposite side suffer unacceptable battle losses as well. The opponent must have known about the fighting strength of Lin Haiwan and the others beforehand. Since he dared to set up a trap, he naturally had the confidence to eat all the people in his party. And he, himself, is the variable in this? I was still struggling with the bottoming out of the evil value, but now it looks like it's a no-brainer. Yi Li's heart was slightly on fire, but it quickly subsided. The wind howled in his ears, and his ink-black clothes hunted. Relying on the perfected swimming dragon wind riding paradigm, his thin figure seemed to be riding on a gale, surging towards the entrance of that martial arts arena. Boom! The tightly closed thick wooden door burst open, and a figure wrapped in harsh wind pressure crashed in and landed on the field. A dismayed gaze fell on the visitor's body. Such an appearance in such a formation clearly startled the crowd present. Even Jiang Qingzhu, who had just blasted away his opponent on the sparring stage, carried his spear and looked up, only to see the gusts of wind dispersing there, revealing a handsome black-clothed young man. Big brother. After seeing the face of the visitor, Lu Yongda, who was under the station, was instantly overjoyed. My goodness, you actually came over, even if it is a person. After seeing Jiang Qingzhu's gradually straining appearance, it should also taste out that something is wrong. The same is true of Lu Yongda. After sensing that something wasn't quite right, he tried to find a chance to sneak out and ask for outside help, but he was always blocked off the stage by hundreds of people from Castle Peak No. 1 middle school. Even his little followers were stared at. This made Lu Yongda anxious. Unexpectedly, just when he was at a loss, the same god who once beat him like a dog actually came to the rescue. It never occurred to Lu Yongda that the figure that appeared terrifying to the extreme in days gone by would actually appear as dazzling as a savior at this moment. Big brother? Upon hearing this, Chen Lantern in the viewing gallery was first stunned, and then his expression gradually became grave. It's that Yi Li? Has he come so soon? He didn't expect the man in charge of the lookout to fail to warn him in time. That's a little strange. Did you accidentally fall asleep? But fortunately, the other side did not see the other figure. It seems to come alone. Thinking about this, Chen Deng breathed a sigh of relief and did not hide the laughter in his tone. Looks like a brainless rash. Mostly, after hearing the news that their companions were trapped, they came running in a hurry, oblivious to the fact that it was a trap and the difference in strength between the two sides. Oh, let me teach you a lesson. The corners of Chen Deng's mouth lifted slightly as he stood up and laughed at the black-clothed teenager on the stage. Classmate, you've come at the right time. We're having a friendly sparring session. I wonder if you're interested. As he spoke, quite a few martial artists from Castle Peak No. 1 middle school under the stage moved their feet lightly and blocked the exit without moving, taking the other party's small movements into his eyes. Yi Li couldn't help but laugh out softly. Alright, how do you want to cut it? Naturally, it's a one-on-one fight on stage. Chen Deng smiled. Singles? Yi Li looked around at the crowd that was gradually gathering around him and teased. Does the one-on-one combat in your Castle Peak 1 mean that I alone beat all of you? At those words, Chen Lantern on the stage frowned lightly. What do you mean by that? It doesn't mean anything, don't get me wrong. Yi Li looked around, the true chi in his body letting out a raging roar as he lifted his eyes and smiled. I meant to say that I like the way you guys are going at it one-on-one. What you mean is, Chen Lantern's eyes narrowed slightly. Willing to accept a cut? That's natural. Yi Li laughed as if on notice. Phew, the moment the words fell, rolling ethereal white chi began to emerge from his body, and even his body became translucent. This strange scene caused the face of Chen Deng on the stage to change slightly. From the aura emanating from the other party, and the stance at the moment, it didn't look like a peak first-rank martial artist in any way. Something was wrong. 10 to 12% wrong. Just a moment. The moment Chen Deng opened his mouth, Yi Li's figure had already disappeared in place. By the time he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of a group of students from Castle Peak No. 1 middle school, with rolling white clouds surrounding his body, as if he was like an immortal in flames. Those white clouds were like spiritual elves, circling around his body at a fast speed, looking divine and extraordinary. In the moment when everyone's pupils contracted, this immortal stepped out, and his powerful punch directly exploded the air, blasting on the person at the front. Only a dull popping sound could be heard instantly resonating throughout the room. As the old saying goes, $10,000 can't buy a sound. Click. The bone-cracking sound that was so clear that it made one's scalp numb suddenly rang out, and the rigid force exploded in that person's body. His figure flew out backwards, blood spilling wildly, screaming miserably as he knocked over several people and smashed into the wall in unison. Boom! The whole process was as fast as a thunderbolt, and it was not until Yi Li's body was ablaze with flaming white gas that the rest of the people reacted with horror in their eyes, and subconsciously retreated backward. Chen Deng in the stands was also dumbfounded. How could he not have expected that the other party would move so relentlessly? This punch of Fong's directly injured 5 or 6 first-ranked martial artists to the point where they lost their fighting ability. Moreover, with such a degree of serious injuries, it was questionable whether a few people would be able to participate in the martial arts examination normally afterward. Boom! At this time, another concrete popping sound exploded. Chen Deng subconsciously looked down, only to see several more students from Castle Peak No. 1 middle school being beaten by that black-clothed teenager, spitting blood and flying backwards, fainting. His originally calm heart finally trembled violently at this moment. The Yili below raised his head at this moment, just in time to meet him eye to eye. The pair of black as ink pupils were cold and incomparable, without the slightest fluctuation of emotions. This caused Chen Deng to no longer be able to suppress the trembling in his heart and roared, "Do you call this a friendship cut? No more fighting. Stop it." Between the words, he leapt up violently and flew down. A large golden sharp sword suddenly appeared in his palm, slashing down sharply towards Yili's head. C rank martial arts talent. Spotlight sharp blade. The rest of the students from Castle Peak No. 1 middle school also came back to their senses. Annoyed and enraged, they roared out. All took out their weapons and surrounded the black-clothed teenager. At the moment when Chen Deng's great sword slashed down, Yili's illusory figure began to move at high speed, transforming into a residual shadow. With the support of the Big Dipper void treading technique and the swimming dragon wind riding cannon, 2 martial arts that had reached perfection, his speed had long surpassed that of martial artists of the same rank by a large margin. Not to mention this Chen Lantern in front of him who was only at the peak of the first rank. The sharp blade slashes that looked incredibly fast to the onlookers were as sluggish as slow motion in Yili's eyes. With an incomparably natural flash of the blade, he clasped the face of the descending Chen Lantern, and with a sudden burst of force, he flung him to the ground viciously. Boom! Under the 2 forces, Chen Deng's head slammed heavily into the earth. The whole person instantly lost consciousness. His body looked like it had stiffened, stretched out straight, and from a distance, it looked like a chopstick stuck in the ground. See this scene. Jiang Qingzhu's breathing quickened on the sparring stage, and Lu Yongda and the others had dry throats and throat rolls. The remaining Aoyama No. 1 middle school students were stiff and incredulous as they looked at that black-clothed teenager. I can't believe I gave Chen a second. None of the school's teachers could kill Chen in a single move, and he was even better than the instructor. Keep it coming. Don't you guys like wheeling and dealing? Yili exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his eyes looking disdainfully at the stagnant crowd. An extremely obvious teasing surfaced on that handsome white face. Seeing this, the students of Castle Peak No. 1 middle school all felt creeped out, a feeling like falling into an ice cellar from the bottom of their hearts to penetrate their entire body. Chapter 33, Terrifying Frost and Snow Rampage. First clearance. Don't panic, everyone. Right at this moment, a student in Castle Peak No. 1 middle school finally put his heart in his mouth and realized a crucial problem. If he makes such a big movement of true chi one after another, even a second-ranked martial artist won't be able to hold out for long. Yes, someone cried out in alarm and joy. His true chi must be about to bottom out now, and he's afraid that he'll try to bluff us by bluffing so that he can buy himself time to recover. What? How dare you? This makes sense. Everyone, don't let him recover. The student who had first noticed the problem roared out, his eyes dead set on Yili in front of him. I wonder if it's just him. He actually saw a flash of pallor from Yili's face, and this was a sign of great exertion. I was right in my suspicions. This student's heart was ecstatic as he shouted in excitement. Everyone greet with me. Let's see how much true chi he still has left to squander. With that said, the crowd was all impressed by his speech, and the fear that had originally sprung up quickly dissipated as they began to neatly surround towards the injured young man. Seeing this situation, Jiang Qingzhu's eyebrows knitted lightly. What the other party said was not false. Yili's previous moves were amazingly powerful. Not only did he not have the slightest intention of saving his true chi, but even revealed a bit of wastefulness. The consumption brought about by such a squandering of true chi was also bound to be enormous. According to one's own true chi reserves, it had also been depleted by about 70%, while Yili's martial arts level was lower than his own. The percentage consumed was thought to be only higher than 70%. Thinking of this, Jiang Qingzhu lifted his lance as soon as he was ready to charge over. Unexpectedly, Yili threw a cold glance at her. The warning is clear. Don't you want my help with this? Jiang Qingzhu stopped her movements and looked at Yili, who was calm in the crowd, with some confusion, only feeling that she couldn't understand, but she respected Yili's choice. There was a slight pause in his footsteps, his eyes staring worriedly at the other man. The first-ranked martial artists from Castle Peak No. 1 middle school had also arrived in Yili's proximity. The closest student was even less than 3 feet or so away from him. At that moment, the student suddenly realized that Yili had closed his eyes. Afterwards, the white chi on his body instantly closed up, and his translucent body became solid all of a sudden. No matter how one looked at it, it was a gesture of true chi being exhausted and being forced to stop transporting chi. This student was trying to smile, but for some reason, a trace of fear suddenly rose in the bottom of his heart. An aura of extreme danger almost came over him. Not only him, but the people beside him also had a chill rising from their sweaty hairs at this moment. Subconsciously looking up, only a touch of azure light quietly emerged from the dark eyes that the ink-shirred teenager raised. Under the illumination of abundant lights, it looks like the center of the lake with snow drifting in the cold winter. In the next second, a raging storm visible to the naked eye erupted from the ink-shirred boy's body. This storm carried an extremely strong coldness. The temperature in the air suddenly slumped by tens of degrees, and the spiraling shockwaves spread in all directions at great speed. Frosty and snowy? Recognizing this move, Jiang Qingzhu's pupils suddenly contracted, and an extremely absurd emotion roared up from her heart. Shaking her head, it's only been less than an hour since he got the breathing method, and he's learned Frost and Snow Wanderer? How is this possible? Ha! At this moment, the stage was accompanied by the soft laughter of the teenager. In an instant, this extremely cold storm swept across a radius of tens of meters. Dozens of first-order martial artists' faces changed drastically. Wanting to retreat, they were in a mess on the spot, and in an instant they were all swallowed up by the storm. What a terrifying martial art this is! In the last few seconds of unconsciousness, this same thought welled up in their minds. Buzz! It was like the whistling sound of a blizzard rolling up in the far north. The teeth-rending icing sound rang out one after another, and countless miserable screams chimed together to form this symphony called Frost and Snow filled the sky. When the storm dispersed, revealed dozens of frozen lifelike humanoid ice sculptures. No matter how much the humanoid among them struggled, but also difficult to break out of the ice, scoffs, groans, and ice sculptures smashed into the ground, making a series of crisp and pleasant sounds. In the shocked eyes of Jiang Qingzhu and the others, the ink-shirred teenager unabashedly exhaled a mouthful of white air and slowly stepped out from the dozens of ice sculptures with a leisurely expression. The true chi in his body. This time there really weren't a few drops left. The good thing is that it's very rewarding. As he walked, he listened to the beeps ringing in his ears. Seriously injure a peak first-order martial artist. Evil value +1, 000. Seriously injure 17 first-order 5th heavy martial artists. Evil value +8, 500. 46 first-order triple martial artists seriously injured. Evil value +13, 800. Serious injury. Current vices, 46, 000 points. Extractable treasure. Yili slowly walked out towards the exit in a rather pleasant mood. In this way, the value of evil deeds lost in the breathing method is made up. You can go back to count your harvest and wait for the afternoon exchange game. Clean up a little. Under the shocked gazes of Jiang Qingzhu and the others, Yili waved his hand and casually dropped a sentence before walking out of the door of the martial arts arena. Just as he exited the martial arts arena, he met Wang Yongfeng and a group of teachers from Castle Peak No. 1 middle school walking with a smile on their faces. Yili, are you done with your business? Seeing Yili, Wang Yongfeng said with slight surprise, I was planning to go back and ask if you need help. No need. Thank you, teacher. Yili politely nodded his head and walked straight past him. Oh who? Mr. Wang, this is that Yili from your team? Looks of is very polite. A teacher smiled. Another stout teacher was slightly dissatisfied. A martial artist looks gentle and elegant. The whole thing looks like a student of literature. Unlike words, how can it work without a little sharpness? Teacher Wang, I remember that this Yili is at the peak level of the first rank, right? Just as the crowd was discussing Yili, one of the teachers from Castle Peak No. 1 middle school asked without a trace. In that case, his talent is very good. I wonder if he has awakened his martial talent. Won't you find out this afternoon? Wang Yongfeng's eyes rolled, and he extremely sleekly changed the topic and laughed. Let's not talk about him for now. It's almost mealtime, and there's a competition in the afternoon, so we have to go and tell the students who are visiting the martial arts field to go eat first. Fair enough. The group quickly stepped into the martial arts arena, but when they looked at the scene in front of them, the few people who were still talking and laughing in the last second were directly frozen in place at this moment, only to see the entire martial arts arena lying everywhere in Castle Peak No. 1 middle school students. Some collapsed under the broken walls, some lying on the ground not far away, and some whole head is inserted into the earth. On top of that, dozens of crystal-clear humanoid ice sculptures stood underneath the sparring stage, and cracks were spreading out on the surface of the ice. And on the ground in the center of the group of ice sculptures, a circle of ice marks spreading outwards remained. These ice marks took on irregular shapes, as if they were marks left behind by the impact of a powerful force. Incomparably conspicuous. There was no doubt that a thrilling battle or a violent release of energy had just occurred here. My God! Seeing this situation, Wang Yongfeng and a group of teachers from Castle Peak No. 1 middle school only felt that the sky was spinning, and even their spirits were in a bit of a trance, almost falling to the ground. Look at the varsity on them. These are all senior martial arts students from Castle Peak First High School. Now fall here so much. What is happening? In the large venue, only a few people from Lin Hai First Middle School were still standing at the moment, with shock lingering on their faces. Wang Yongfeng barely stabilized his mind and looked towards Zhang Qingzhu on the opposite platform, his voice trembling as he asked the question that everyone was most concerned about at the moment. This is, who made this? Chapter 34, He alone pierced you all. Hearing this, Zhang Qingzhu did not hesitate. I do. Lu Yongda's originally excited mood quickly sank low, and even had a choking feeling of heartbreak. That always do not ask the world. Cold and upright Zhang Qingzhu actually took the initiative to come forward to help Yili to take responsibility for Rain lying. Lu Yongda only felt incomparably sour in his heart. Yet he couldn't generate any jealousy. You, alone, can do such things? Not far away, a teacher from Castle Peak No. 1 middle school slowed down, and immediately changed his face and questioned out loud. There are hundreds of students from Castle Peak No. 1 middle school here, and you alone beat them up like this? Don't think about playing slick. You must give us a. Is there a place for you to speak here? Zhang Qingzhu interrupted with a cool voice. Between the words, her crystal clear eyes suddenly lit up with an icy blue light, looking generally the same as Yili from earlier. Phew! Cold chi visible to the naked eye surged out from around her, and in an instant, a lifelike ice maiden silhouette that was generally the same as herself was formed behind her. Grade A martial arts talent. Ice maiden substitute. One of his companions immediately turned pale and rushed forward to tug on the teacher who had questioned Zhang Qingzhu, shouting in a low voice. You're crazy. This girl is the daughter of the Jiang family in the extreme north. What? That teacher sobered up at once. The extreme north Jiang family. That was a top-tier family that had a true high-ranked martial artist in attendance and had suppressed a level 2 disaster. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if the Jiang family wanted to deal with him, they really had as many means as they wanted. Usually in front of the students to play the official authority used to play. Did not expect today met a real master. This teacher looked at Zhang Qingzhu and squeezed out an ugly smile. Sorry, a moment of excitement. Zhang Qingzhu ignored him and turned his head to Wang Yongfeng, faintly saying, Teacher Wang, this Qingshan No. 1 middle school students are bad to the bone, and they like to engage in unseemly tactics. He's the one who tried to make a move on us, but didn't have the power to do so, and ended up getting beaten up by us. In the record of the aftermath, you can write that the incident was done by me alone, or that it was done by the 6 of us. You watch. After saying that, she lightly jumped off the sparring stage, assisted the still unconscious Yu Shanshan, and walked out of the martial arts arena. Only the teachers of Castle Peak No. 1 middle school were left staring at each other in disbelief. So it is. Looking at the young girl's distant figure, Wang Yongfeng's heart shook immensely. Having been an instructor for 2.5 years, he more or less knew the young girl's temperament. If Zhang Qingzhu really did it, then she definitely wouldn't have done it so neatly. At the very least, the young girl would never make a move until the person was on the sparring stage. And in his own impression, the entire varsity, fighting style so sharp, and enough strength, only which one? The ink-shirted boy who, 5 minutes ago, had greeted himself politely. Good boy, just how many more cards are you hiding? 1 hour later, inside a very spacious and tranquil ward in the People's Hospital of Qingshan City. This room has been carefully set up as a comfortable and safe healing environment with 2 full rows of hospital beds. On each bed lay a figure with thick bandages wrapped around their bodies and plaster casts fixed to their heads. These poor fellows were the very same students who had fallen to the ground injured in the martial arts arena of Castle Peak No. 1 middle school earlier. At this moment, most of them are still in a coma. Despite the high level of medical care in the high martial arts world, there is a limit to the physical strength of the attending physician. With so many serious injuries at once, even the largest hospital in Castle Peak City would not be able to heal them all quickly. The attending doctor at Castle Peak Hospital was also shocked, and said that Castle Peak No. 1 middle school was rushing whoever it was, and half of the senior department was sent, right? Can it be that the beasts are attacking the city? One must know that even he hadn't seen the spectacular scene of hundreds of martial artists being racked and brought to the hospital at the same time, for many years. Meanwhile, next door in a single room, Su Li Gong, the instructor of the varsity team of Qingshan No. 1 middle school, his brow furrowed and his face clouded, was standing in front of a hospital bed. You mean, really you took the initiative to ask the other side to do it? He looked at Chen Lantern on the hospital bed and asked in a deep voice. You asked the other party to make a move, and then you were knocked to the ground by them? Yes. Chen Deng on the hospital bed lowered his head in shame. and the thick bandages wrapped around his face hid his complicated eyes well. It's not that he dared to be brave enough to admit what he did. It's really because there were so many witnesses and exhibits present at the time. It's safe to say that if the school wanted to look into it, they could do so with a little effort. In that case, it would be better for him to just give a clear explanation and possibly gain the understanding of the university. After all, even if he was knocked out by Yi Li's punch, there were still hundreds of first-rank martial artists behind him. Even if that Yi Li was a second-ranked martial artist, he was definitely taught a very bad lesson. In the case at hand, it was most likely that the Linhai First Middle School side had been hurt so badly that they had made a lot of noise and demanded an explanation from the Castle Peak First Middle School side. Are you kidding me? Upon hearing this, Su Ligong, however, grimaced as he questioned, hundreds of first-order martial artists on your side, and the opposite Linhai no. One middle school has only 6 people, and they beat you up like this? There's a limit to lying. Do you realize how serious this matter is? Because of this, our school's martial arts exams this year are now a big problem. Why? There's no one left. Throughout the entire Wushu senior division, a large half of the students are now lying in the hospital. Su Ligong's voice drew up, and even the veins on his temples kept bulging from excitement. No wonder he was so out of sorts. The situation at hand was almost like cutting off the martial arts examination results of an entire session of Castle Peak Middle School. He had just checked. These students lying in the hospital, without the healing of the medical faculty's powers, would have to recuperate for at least 2 months. 2 months. And the martial arts exams would have been released a long time ago. Just thinking about it made Su Ligong's face red with anxiety. He wanted to hear from the mouth of the Chen Lights. Linhai students took the initiative to rise up and hurt people remarks, so that to the other side of the blame. Hard to ask for a pen compensation. As a result, it was surprising to hear only a confession of guilt from Chen Lantern. Doesn't this tell him that the accident was entirely at Castle Peak No. One middle school's own peril? What a load of crap. With just those 6 people from Linhai No. One middle school, they were able to beat down hundreds of people from Castle Peak No. One middle school side? Su Ligong's fists gradually clenched. He could not accept such a ridiculous thing no matter what. Half of them are in the hospital? After hearing Su Ligong's words, Chen Deng was instantly confused. He thought that the people from Linhai First High School were all wiped out and demanded an explanation from his side. How come it sounded like his own instructor was saying this as if his side had suffered a loss? That's impossible. One should know that the senior division's martial arts students totaled only nearly 200, all of which were the elite of the younger generation in Castle Peak City. More than 100 of them surrounded 6 martial artists of similar grade, and something could still go wrong? Moreover, a big half of them are in the hospital, meaning, more than 100 people on their side were all wiped out? How is that possible? That's more than 100 first-rank martial artists. Even if it was more than 100 steamed buns, the 6 of them would have to nibble on them all morning. Chen Deng's heart and mind trembled, and he asked undauntedly, Teacher Su, how many people in our school are in the hospital now? Su Ligong sneered back, including you. There are a total of 126. All seriously injured? Or what? Total extinction. Chen Deng only felt that the sky was spinning, and for a while, his entire body was in a bit of a trance. Just ask. There were less than 200 first-rank martial artists in the senior division of Castle Peak No. One middle school, and now that more than 100 of them had been seriously injured, how many more would be able to participate in the martial arts examination normally? The martial arts examination results of the entire Castle Peak No. One middle school were afraid to be at the bottom of the province's martial arts high schools. Thinking about this, Chen Lang's heart went cold. He simply couldn't figure out how a flawless plan coupled with a very wonderful start could end up reaping such results. Regardless, it's a lineup of hundreds of people on your side. What went wrong? You realize the magnitude of the problem now? Su Ligong suppressed the anger in his heart, and his eyes were so red that they were almost about to drip blood. Mr. Su, Chen Lantern on the hospital bed breathed heavily and asked in a very fast speech, is there really only 6 people on the opposite side? To be honest, I fell unconscious rather early, and what exactly happened back there? I'm still not sure until now. Su Ligong frowned lightly. What do you mean? Could there be more than 6 people on the other side? Otherwise how could it be possible to seriously injure over 100 of us? I think they hired outside help. Chen Lantern's tone was decisive, then added, or some unknown means were used. In any case there can't be only 6 people who struck. Indeed, you're half right. Just then, a calm and icy noble voice came from outside the door. Immediately afterward, the door of the room was pushed open, and the 2 of them, Chen Deng and Su Ligong, immediately followed the sound and looked. Only a young girl in a long black and white dress was seen walking in. She had a white jade belt tied around her waist, and her good-looking eyebrows were filled with an astonishing sharpness, and her condensed sword intent constantly overflowed out. It was that sword pavilion young master, the true backbone of Castle Peak 1, Tang Yao, Chen Lantern's student. Walking into the hospital room, she looked down condescendingly at Chen Lantern on the bed and said in a teasing tone, "The one who beat more than 100 of you into the hospital was indeed not 6 people. Not 6? Upon hearing this, Chen Deng was instantly energized and subconsciously said with joy, "I knew it. With just 6 people, how could they have seriously injured so many of us? What's your hurry?" The young girl's cold and contemptuous voice then rang out, like a pot of cold water that woke up Chen Deng, who was still in the midst of euphoria. "I haven't finished yet." Chen Lantern froze and asked, "What else?" For his part, Su Ligong's heart thumped, and he had a vague bad feeling. Is it really that Jiang Qingju? In the next second, he heard Tang Yao laugh softly as if mocking. "Not 6. Hundreds of you were all hospitalized by the same man. Yili, he was the one who did it all by himself and just killed you guys right through." Chapter 35. They are the challengers. What did you say? Upon hearing this, the most shocked person was not Chen Deng, but Su Ligong, who had remained silent since the very beginning. As a teacher at Budo High School, he knew better than anyone else in the room how unbelievable Fang's words were. One man fighting through hundreds? Su Ligong stared tightly at the young girl, an incredulous look appearing on his face. "You really aren't joking?" Tang Yao casually returned. "I've asked a dozen people, so it's no fun to laugh anymore, right?" Even after knowing that Yili had fought through hundreds of people by himself, the young girl's proud and clear face could not see the slightest bit of nervousness. At these words, Chen Lantern on the hospital bed collapsed on the bed at once, and between breaths, laughed miserably. "In addition to you, there is actually such a genius in the winning province. Originally, in his opinion, a genius of Tang Yao's caliber would not be able to find a second one in the entire winning province. Even if that Jiang clan's eldest miss from Linhai City had awakened her A-grade martial arts talent, it was still the same. After all, the young girl had once held a horizontal sword. One person called out the whole school's students in a heroic manner. Chen Deng had witnessed it with his own eyes. It was for this reason that he looked up to the other man so much so that they treat them as the goddesses of their hearts, and pursue them regardless, just so they can catch up with each other. Unfortunately, it's a fool's errand after all. Chen Deng smiled bitterly. The Tang Yao of that time, and the Yili of today, were so similar. Tang Yao frowned lightly. Unlike Chen Deng, she didn't feel that Yili could be compared to herself, merely find each other somewhat interesting. But forget it, she didn't have the idea of arguing with Chen Deng. Such mediocre people are doomed to do nothing. There wasn't a need to spend one's time befriending, not one iota. With this in mind, Tang Yao turned around and was ready to leave this place. The reason she had come over was to find out what was going on, and now that she was done and there was nothing of note, she naturally had to go back and prepare for the exchange match in the afternoon. She walked slowly out of the hospital room. At this time, Su Ligong, who was sitting on the chair, suddenly sighed and looked towards Chen Deng on the hospital bed, smiling bitterly. "So it seems that the exchange match in the afternoon is kind of a no-go. I'll go give you guys a waiver later. So get well." "Abstain?" Tang Yao's questioning voice rang in his ears. Su Ligong twisted his head to look, and saw the clear young girl who had just left go and return, looking at him with a disgruntled expression and cold voice. "Who said anything about abstaining?" But Su Ligong was a bit stunned. "Of the 7 people on our team, 6 of them have been seriously injured." "So what?" Tang Yao asked calmly. This. Su Ligong didn't know what to reply for a moment. In his opinion, all this is the case. Of course, it is necessary to forfeit the right to abandon the game, and recuperate but as soon as he thought of the extreme character of the young girl, which bordered on conceit, he stifled those words again. At such a young age, she was able to unearth a B-ranked talent with an attack power comparable to that of an A-ranked talent. Her martial arts cultivation was at the peak of the 6th level of the second order, and she was armed with countless rare martial arts skills from the Sword Pavilion. Tang Yao indeed had the capital to be proud of the crowd. Take a deep breath. Su Ligong felt doubly confident for some reason. He looked at the young girl and asked in a deep voice, "So what do you mean? What's the point of asking?" A smirk flashed across Tang Yao's eyes, but it quickly subsided. Immediately afterward, an overpowering and incomparable sword intent erupted from her, as if she was going to split the hospital under her feet in half hard. In Su Ligong's disoriented gaze, this clear young girl with extreme confidence raised her cool eyes and faintly said, "Normal entry. I'll be out. But that Yeli, he's really not bad." Tang Yao suddenly opened her mouth, interrupting Su Ligong's speech, and those small cherry-colored lips spat out icy words. "But that's about it. But it's just clearing out a bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. This kind of thing can be easily done by anyone else. It's not much of a bragging capital." I digress. They are the challengers in this game. Castle Peak City, downtown. inside a high-spec hotel. Yili sat cross-legged on the bed with a somewhat heavy heart. According to Wang Yongfeng, in the afternoon's exchange match, Castle Peak No. 1 middle school would more than likely forfeit due to a lack of people, and his plan to beat up that kendo genius girl could only follow suit. No chance of earning another evil value. Yili sighed, calming his emotions and summoning the panel. Current vices, 46,000 points. Extractable treasure. Even with his heart, he couldn't help but reappear with a smile after seeing this number on the panel. Sure enough, no one will see the balance of their account and not smile. If you're not smiling, it's the bottom of your account balance. Although those students from Castle Peak No. 1 middle school provided a small amount of evil value, it couldn't be helped that there was a large amount of it. Hundreds of people added to it, directly allowing his base to come to a terrifying level. Through the accumulation of several times of experience, Yili had also discovered some patterns in the system's determination of the value of evil deeds. Only martial artists who were hostile to him received a normal level of evil value after defeating them. Let's take Jiang Qingzhu as an example. At that time, when he instructed this big miss in martial arts, Yili didn't spare any hard blows, looking for all the evil values to run. But even if he had made Jiang Qingzhu so limp and disoriented, the value of evil deeds recognized by the system was only in the double digits. Damn, is this to prevent me from swiping unlimited points? Yili sighed. No matter what, now that the breathing method was successfully in his hands, he could start adding points to his long unimproved martial arts rank. I say it's been a long time since I've lifted, but it's really only been 2 or 3 days. But before that, Yili cast his eyes to the new extra words behind the bad act value. New features seem to gradually appear in the system along with the swipes of the vice value. For example, after defeating Wangrun, the system added the function of cultivation points. This is really a good thing. Not to mention the fact that he was now missing a handy gun-type treasure tool. Yili's mind moved, and the text on the panel immediately began to appear to change. Spend 1,000 points to draw a treasure wheel. Treasure roulette, a magical roulette wheel that includes all kinds of treasures from all the heavens. No matter what kind of magical props may be drawn from here. If you want to reach the heavens in one step, why don't you come up and try your luck? Note, this treasure pool is guaranteed to produce gold-colored treasures in 40 draws. Damn. No wonder it took 40,000 evil values for this to appear. Yili's heart suddenly dawned on him. The feeling was that the system felt that he had the courage to play pokies and immediately served up this roulette wheel. System, you're looking at the wrong person. Yi has never been that kind of gambling dog. Yili sneered. There was then no hesitation in choosing to test the waters with one draw first. Nothing else. With the new pool in front of us, who wouldn't play a hand? Ding! Congratulations on acquiring a purple rare quality treasure. A purple light illuminated Yili's handsome face. Luckily, it's not a single draw out of gold, but purple is pretty good. He nodded slightly, his eyes going to the panel. Functional treasure, Ring of Harmony. Effects, consume true chi to make enemies within a range of 5 meters forcibly kneel towards you. The higher the enemy's level, the more true chi will be consumed. Cooling time, 1 day. Yili was speechless for a long time. Are you sure that you can live in harmony with people after using this treasure? Not only does this treasure tool have no grade, only quality, but this effect is also to adapt yourself to it. Yili's black pupils brightened slightly. Dang it. At this time, a knock on the door came quietly. Are you still resting? Jiang Qingzhu's slightly surprised voice came from outside the door. Aoyama one didn't punt, and we were called over there to play. Ho ho ho, instead of abstaining, you're coming towards me? Inside the room, the corner of Yi Li's mouth slowly lifted. This Tang Yao, her courage is commendable, but sadly, that was all one could praise her for. Chapter 36, I will win. A declaration of certain victory before the start of the war. As the best martial arts high school in Castle Peak City, the scale of the martial arts arena in it was no smaller than that of Linhai First High School. At this moment, the martial arts arena was already abuzz with people. The viewing gallery, which was large enough to hold thousands of people, was mostly filled, and the vast majority of them were students of various subjects from Castle Peak No. 1 middle school. The voices were talking amongst themselves. Only Sister Tang will be on the field for the match later. Really fake? Why? It's a bit embarrassing to say. It's rumored that all the members of our varsity team were beaten into the hospital in the morning by that Jiang Qingzhu from Linhai No. 1 middle school, and now only Sister Tang is still able to fight. Are you bull ********************************* Ting? That Jiang Qingzhu is that powerful? He hasn't really been bull **************************************, and it's not just the varsities the entire senior section of the martial arts division is down by a large margin. Can't you see the empty seats over there? It's still true. So we're still playing eggs? Don't be anxious. Even if there's Jiang Qingju on the other side, don't we still have Sister Tang on our side? Calm down. Sister Tang is playing 1 through 7 again this time? I remember that's what she did last time when she played the exchange match with Elm City, right? When you say that, it makes me a bit excited. Sister Tang is really skillful. Indeed. Sister Tang is strong and good looking. It's really cheap for that Wei Ji kid. Wait, who's Wei Ji? How come I haven't heard that Sister Tang is in love? Untalented. That's exactly what I am. Aminos. The students in the viewing gallery discussed excitedly. It's getting closer and closer to the game. It could be seen that the students of Castle Peak No. 1 middle school were all very confident that Tang Yao was going to wear 7 in 1 next, as if it was an established fact. It's no wonder. Who let Tang Yao rise to fame in this Castle Peak city since she was young, and she had yet to lose a single simulated sparring match. And all of them were landslide victories. There were also rumors that the young girl had once kicked a door-to-door tournament offline, and with a cultivation level of the 6th level of the 2nd rank, she had defeated a master teacher who had stepped into the peak of the 2nd rank for many years head-on. There are many other similarly outrageous rumors, most of which still have supporting evidence. With many additions, the students of Castle Peak City naturally regarded this ridiculously strong sword Dao genius as the goddess white moonlight of their hearts, and even the backbone of the entire Castle Peak First Middle School. For them, as long as Tang Yao hadn't lost, Castle Peak No. 1 Middle School hadn't failed, and on the high platform above them, there were several powerful auras faintly emanating out. The clear sun shone on the leveled pair of station platforms. Inside the pregame lounge, Yili paced in front of the weapon racks, his palms lightly caressing them before stopping at a pitch-black lance. One's most skillful weapon right now would still have to be a lance, but it was a pity that he didn't have a handy gun-type treasure tool, so he could only use this mediocre first-rank lance first. I don't know if I can spin a tri-pointed two-bladed sword or a ruby weapon in the treasure wheel. Yi Li's mind wandered as he thought, slowly pulling the pitch-black lance out and holding it in his palm. His entire aura suddenly became sharp. Due to the tense time until the competition, Yi Li did not add any points to his cultivation, and at this moment, he was still at the level of the first rank of the 2nd order. No harm done. Though, it's not too late to add more when the exchange is over. Yi Li carried his lance and slowly walked out of the lounge to the preparation seat under the sparring stage. Perhaps having come earlier, there was only Jiang Qingju in the seats of Linhai No. 1 Middle School at the moment. There you are. Seeing him come over, Jiang Qingju immediately got up from her chair. Have you picked out a weapon yet? I can only say that it's just enough to make do, Yi Li said in a salty manner. Jiang Qingju thought for a moment and said, I still have a lot of unused lance treasures at home. They're all quite suitable for 2 or 3 ranked martial artists. Why don't I bring you one next time? What a bold statement. High martial arts world more I a rich 2nd generation will die. Yi Li sat down in his place and seemed to sigh. It's fine. Jiang Qingju nodded gently, withdrew her eyes and closed them. Subsequently, the discussion about Tang Yao in the viewing gallery continued to reach the ears of the two. It was a quick listen. Jiang Qingju opened her eyes and looked towards Yi Li, who was wiping his spear with his head down, and said softly, Tang Yao is very strong and is proficient in many martial arts. Even if it's me, I'd be in for a rough ride against her. You'll be the first one up later, so be careful of her chopping. She was acutely aware of the gradually faster heartbeat beneath the teenager's calm, watery exterior. Jiang Qingju naturally assumed that he was nervous. After all, it was an away game, and he had been hearing heroic deeds about the enemy in his ears, so it was inevitable that his heart would beat faster and he would lose his bearings. In response, Yi Li only nodded his head in a faintly invisible manner. Wasn't really expecting that. It turned out that this Tang Yao was actually such a prestigious existence in Castle Peak First Middle School. On the word of reputation alone, Jiang Qingju is simply far less than the other party. Burst out of the value of the evil deeds. Naturally, also Tang Yao will be more. That's a real surprise. The corners of Yi Li's mouth rose slightly. Yali, Wang Yongfeng came from not far away, and behind him were Yu Shanshan, Lu Yangda and others. There are less than 10 minutes left in the match. The announcement will be made soon, so go get ready. Yi Li nodded his head and quietly got up, walking inside the entrance passage. Meanwhile, the players of Aoyama No. 1 Middle School were at the preparation table. Instructor Su Ligon was sweating a bit at the moment. The pressure Yi Li gave him was just too much. Despite being confident in Tang Yao's strength, he was still a little intimidated at the thought of having a Jiang Qingju behind him on the opposite side of the battlefield. Moreover, Su Ligon didn't realize it until just now. An elder from the Green Mountain Sword Pavilion and a senior teacher from Fengyan University had already arrived at Green Mountain No. 1 Middle School at this moment, intending to watch this exchange match. The latter was fine, mainly coming to see if the 2 municipal martial arts high schools had any good prospects this year so they could throw in the towel. However, That Green Mountain Sword Pavilion elder from the former was specifically here to see Tang Yao's performance. If he saw Tang Yao lose her first match, he would inevitably question and be dissatisfied with the teaching ability of Castle Peak No. 1 Middle School. At that time, Su Li Gong, who was the instructor, would definitely be held accountable. Thinking about this, Su Li Gong's body trembled slightly. Just then, the referee's loud pronouncement rang out over the martial arts arena. The 5th Municipal Exchange Tournament officially begins. Game 1. Yili of Linhai First Middle School vs. Tang Yao of Castle Peak First Middle School. As soon as the words fell, deafening cheers erupted from the viewing gallery. The voice pierced through the clouds and went straight to the sky, highlighting the maiden's near-peak prestige in Castle Peak 1. Su Ligong took a deep breath and looked toward the clear young girl whose eyes were slightly closed on the seat. He asked that question that all the students of Castle Peak 1 wanted to ask at the moment. Can we win? Buzz. A loud and arrogant sword sound instantly rose up from the ground, resounding throughout the entire martial arts arena. In the midst of countless gasps of surprise, Tang Yao opened her eyes and gathered her hands into her black and white robes, her sleeves fluttering. I'll win. Her voice was cool and casual. Tang Yao walked towards the exit channel against all the attention, welcoming the dazzling light. At this moment, she carries the hopes of thousands of Aoyama no. 1 middle school students on her back, though the pressure could crush a regular person. Being different had long since accustomed her to the expectations. In the midst of this horrifying wave of sound, Tang Yao stepped out of the passageway and slowly ascended onto the sparring stage. Her posture was calm and confident, her eyes were stern and incomparable, and her whole person was like a sword standing here, setting off the things around her to lose their sharpness. Buzz. As the white jade belt around her waist flickered lightly with light, a horizontal sword sealed with a golden dragon pattern appeared in her palm. Behind them were the cheering Aoyama students, and in front of them was a handsome young man with a relaxed posture, calmly ascending the stage. That's awesome. The surprise in the teenager's tone was undisguised. It's the first time I've encountered an opponent with such high popularity. That's you being insular. Also, there's something I hope you don't get wrong. Tang Yao's eyes were bland as she looked at Yili, her cherry-colored mouth moving slightly as she repeated that sentence in a teasing tone. You're the challenger. Chapter 37, The So-Called Genius. The high platform above the viewing gallery. Along with the appearance of the two opposing sides, the many silhouettes standing here began to talk. Tang Yao is as sharp as ever. I just wonder, to what extent can this Yili consume her? The teachers on the high platform looked down nervously. Even their conversations became a few moments smaller compared to earlier. The intensity of the breath on both sides was roughly the same as the information on the preview sheet. Tang Yao's martial Dao rank was the peak of the 6th level of the 2nd rank, and her awakening was the B rank martial Dao talent, True Self Sword Heart. As for Yili, his martial arts rank was only comparable to the 1st level of the 2nd rank, and the column of martial arts talent was temporarily none. Great suppression makes the physical strength of both sides differ by a large margin, plus martial arts skills, combat experience, and so on. Yili was hardly in a position to defeat his opponent. As a result, the question that the teachers in the audience were talking about naturally changed from who will win to how much physical strength will Yili be able to consume Tang Yao. That middle-aged elder from the Green Mountain Sword Pavilion looked down below and nodded slightly, inwardly quite satisfied with the sword entertainment emanating from Tang Yao. At this rate of growth, it won't take more than a few years for the young girl to advance to the 4th rank, qualifying her to receive the baptism of the Sword Dao from successive pavilion masters in the Sword Pavilion's secret collection. But before that, one needs to find a good martial arts university to cultivate them. The Green Mountain Sword Pavilion was, after all, a sect, and even though it had plenty of resources, there was a lack of pure martial artists within the sect who could spar with Tang Yao. Thinking of this, he looked at the hale and hearty old man beside him with white hair and spoke with deliberation. Elder Yu, in your opinion, can my Sword Pavilion's young pavilion master enter your Windcloud University for further studies? That's natural. Yu Wang from Fengyan University glanced at him and laughed. This little girl is so young and already has the weather of the Sword Dao on her. In time, she will surely be another excellent Sword Pavilion master. Taking the martial arts exam normally, she would definitely be able to enter Windcloud University. As if he was afraid that the middle-aged elder wouldn't believe him, Yu Wang added with a smile. If you can't get in, you can just come to me. Yu Wang, will make it up to you. The Sword Pavilion elder was silent and withdrew his gaze. The meaning of his words just now was that he wanted the other party to use the privilege of a senior teacher to bail Tang Yao indirectly. Getting a guaranteed admission to Fengyan University meant that Tang Yao would get the most precious batch of resources poured into the school. That would be a great future. However, the other party said that he could get in by taking the martial arts exam normally, so it was clear that he was avoiding his intentions. Mostly they want to observe Tang Yao's performance again before making a judgment. Thinking about this, the Sword Pavilion elder let out a cold snort. Then you'll see. The first-class sword Dao genius at that time was on the sparring stage below. On the sparring stage, looking at the ink-shirted young man across from him with a bland expression, between Tang Yao's clear brows and eyes, she was filled with confidence that was about to overflow. Even if the other party could fight through hundreds of first-rank martial artists by herself, it was still worthless in her eyes. People are so confident these days, the teenager murmured and muttered to himself. Or is that what so-called geniuses are like? If that was the case, one would really have to specialize in finding that kind of genius to make a grudge against in the future. Yili finalized his idea while casually looking away. I'm the challenger? Don't secretly wipe your tears if you lose later. Your assumptions don't make sense. Tang Yao gripped the horizontal sword tightly, the true chi in her body beginning to flow at breakneck speeds as she said in a flat tone, because I simply won't lose. Also, between the words, she slowly pushed the horizontal sword out of its sheath with her thumb, her eyes slightly cold. I'll show you how ridiculous your thoughts are at this moment in the face of my talent. Yili raised his eyebrows lightly, and a smile without the slightest bit of temperature surfaced at the corner of his mouth. If you can do it, come and try. Originally it was for the evil value, but now he was really a bit fired up. In Tang Yao's eyes, Yili saw confidence. He saw contempt. The only thing he couldn't see was respect for himself. It pissed him off. You are so good that you know how to be polite when you go out, and even if you have a conflict, you will reconcile with each other in your own way. Good. Kendo genius. Ha, yeah, I like to beat up impolite female brats like you. In the next second, the referee's voice duly sounded. The match begins. Boom. The moment the sound of the opening battle rang out, a thunderous sound that resonated throughout the arena rose up from the ground. Tang Yao's figure transformed into an extremely fast white aura that swept straight towards Yili. Second-ranked rare martial arts skill. Thunder Flash. As the saying goes, there is no such thing as a reputation. And as a genius of the sword Dao, the young girl had clearly practiced this martial art to an extremely high level, only to see the horizontal sword cut through the air at an incredible speed, chopping down towards Yili at high speed. Yili gripped the lance in his hand, his body's true chi rushing out, and almost instantly, he executed the Big Dipper treading void technique. The opponent was the best of the 6th level of the 2nd rank, and he himself was just a rookie who had just entered the 1st level of the 2nd rank. The grade difference is a bit big, so it's reasonable to take it easy on the fight, but Yili won't do it. Anger has to look angry, otherwise it is easy to be mistaken for Mr. Nice Guy. In an instant, rolling, ethereal white chi surged from his body, setting off his body in a somewhat transparent manner. The moment the foot stepped on the Big Dipper, the horizontal sword chopped down in the air, but it only splattered the sky with broken white gas. In Tang Yao's slightly gazing eyes, Yili let out a cold smile as the large pitch-black gun in his hand swung round violently. The gun body traced a clear and eye-catching dragon scale pattern from the air. The momentum was extremely great. On the gun head that flashed with cold light, there seemed to be light appearing at first sight, and the swimming dragon swung down towards the Tang Yao in front of her. Buzz! In the loud and clear sword roar, Tang Yao blocked the horizontal sword in front of her body, and a giant sword silhouette several feet tall rose up from the ground, standing majestically, suddenly radiating an unshakable sense of heaviness. However, a swimming dragon is enough to destroy mountains. Boom! Only to see that the large gun smashed down fiercely as if it was a Tarzan pressing down on an egg, bringing up an ear-piercing air-breaking sound, and the huge sword shadow that fought against it exploded under the impact of this terrifying force. For a time, sword chi spread across the air, rocks pierced through the air, and the entire sparring platform trembled violently. As for Tang Yao herself, at this moment, she also flew out backwards with a loud bang, blood spilling out from the corner of her mouth, and her jade hand that was gripping the horizontal sword trembled madly. Chapter 38 Harmony. What? As Tang Yao's figure was blasted out, the Aoyama City students on the spectator stand all looked at the field with incomparably shocked eyes. Sister Tang was sent flying? That Yili's opened up? Why was he able to break through school Sister Tang's defense? Asterisk 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 asterisk. They all shrieked, disbelief filling their eyes. According to the past, when Tang Yao fought against opponents of a lower rank than herself, she could end the battle in an instant. But Fang's sword, not only was it easily defused by the other party, but he also backhanded a shot that blew up school Sister Tang's defense and swung her out. How the hell did that happen? To the platform. Looking at the ever-distant ink-shirted teenager, Tang Yao's heart set off shockwaves. So far, it was the first time so far that her giant sword void tripod had been whirled around and exploded in such a hard way. The giant sword void cauldron was a rare martial skill in the 2nd rank, and she had even spent a year practicing this martial skill to the point of great accomplishment, not to mention fending off a martial artist who was a beginner of the 2nd rank. Even that peak 2nd rank martial arts school master teacher had failed to break through this giant sword shadow. It wasn't that Yili's force was so great that it couldn't be withstood, but also that the white light shining from the tip of the gun possessed an extremely strong armor-breaking effect, most likely also a rare martial arts skill, and cultivated to an extremely high level. After a brief moment of consternation, the Tang Yao in the air quickly calmed down. It was merely a martial art with an armor-breaking effect, and he had not placed it in his eyes. On the high platform, the teachers who had originally felt that there wasn't much suspense in this match, after seeing Tang Yao blown away, instantly refreshed. This kid named Yili is a bit interesting. Yu Wang looked at the spirited ink-shirted boy on the stage and said in a surprised tone, "The white mist on his body has a strange effect, cutting the sword chi that falls on his body by 50%. No, at least 70% of its power." In his memory, he could count on one hand the number of low-ranked martial arts that possessed such an effect, and all of them were treasures. A rare item often means that it is difficult to practice, and if one wanted to use a low-ranked rare martial skill to this effect, then one would have to be at least a great accomplishment and above in proficiency. In addition, the gun technique that the ink-shirted boy had performed just now revealed a sense of consummation. These were two rare martial arts that were suspected to be perfect. 3 years, practicing two rare martial arts to perfection. The enlightenment in martial arts. It was horrifying. Thinking about this, the surprise in Yu Wang's heart intensified. Even if he is immune to injuries, plus an armor-breaking effect martial skill, he can't pose too much of a threat to the young pavilion master. With the young pavilion master's attainments in the Tao of the sword, he can definitely forcefully tear through his defenses. The sword pavilion elder said in a deep voice while staring at the sparring stage. It's not a swollen face. Among the people present, no one understood the power of those martial arts in Tang Yao's hands better than him. That was definitely an attack power that could pose a threat to even a third-ranked martial artist. To the platform, Tang Yao stabilized herself in the air, her legs rubbing against the ground, paddling out more than 10 feet, dislodging the force from her body. Spinning around, she raised a pair of sharp beautiful eyes and coldly looked at the handsome young man who was covered in white mist and was incomparably divine. "Is this the level you're at?" the teenager asked with a slightly mocking light smile as he carried his spear. "Big talk." Tang Yao's cold tone carried a slight, yet clearly detectable hint of defiance. The pride in her heart remained rock solid. "So what if you're immune? I can still beat you later." Boom! A loud and clear thunderclap once again sounded at the same time, and Tang Yao's figure also transformed into a piercing white aura, running towards Yili at breakneck speed. Yili's expression was calm as he stretched out his palm towards the white aura that swept in at great speed. Just as the crowd wondered what he was going to do, on that bony palm, a flowing ring quietly lit up. Buzz! Next, only to see the piercing white aura that swept in at breakneck speed come to a halt in midair. And in Tang Yao's bewildered expression, her body directly uncontrollably knelt down in the air. Boo! White knees slammed heavily on the sparring table, and the sound of shame resounded throughout the room. In full view of everyone, this proud daughter of the sky of Castle Peak City just knelt on the ground, rubbing the ground all the way under the effect of inertia, and knelt in front of Yili. See the situation. The thousands of people in the viewing gallery were all dumbstruck. For a time, a suffocating silence swept the room, and the originally warm atmosphere became nearly frozen. It was as quiet as the eve of a snowstorm. Public humiliation of the proud young master of the Castle Peak Sword Pavilion, plus 1,500 value of evil deeds. Tang Yao, who was on the opposite side of the platform, was even more bewildered at the moment, as she incredulously lowered her head and looked at her knees that had fallen to the ground. "What am I doing? How dare you kneel to a mouth-breathing mortal on such an occasion?" In an instant, a vast rage surged in Tang Yao's heart, and those eyes that used to be calm and elegant seemed like they were about to spit out fire at the moment. She lifted her head to the teenager near her, her silver teeth almost clenched. "You're finished." Yili's hands exploded out like lightning, and a hand hooped her clear face. Immediately after that, the knee smashed out like a downhill tiger, wrapped in a harsh wind pressure, and exploded in that haughty and confident face. Boo! Accompanied by a muffled sound. That clear face was instantly deformed by pain. Intense pain came from her face. Tang Yao only felt starry-eyed and dizzy. The words she was going to say were forcibly interrupted. Her body uncontrollably tilted backward. "What time is it to chat?" Yili sneered, stepping forward, and in the blink of an eye, he once again arrived in front of Tang Yao. The effect of Ring of Harmonious Coexistence was stronger than he had imagined, and it could be used as a one-time fixation spell in the future. "We in the high martial arts world have a fixation like this. Do you have a fixation like this?" Yili laughed lightly inwardly as his palm probed out, clasping Tang Yao's face. "If I had used the tip of the gun for this one, I would already be dead." This thought subconsciously surfaced in the dazed Tang Yao's mind, but it was then swallowed up by great anger. A mediocre man who kneed her in the face. Moreover, such a good time. The other party did not use the previous shot to multiply the victory. Such behavior. simply did not put her in her eyes, kneeling and punching her face. From birth until now, it was the first time someone dared to humiliate her like this. Just then, Tang Yao felt her face being clasped with 5 fingers. You seek death. She let out a furious cry as her true chi surged upwards, forcing her way back from the dizziness. Boom! Shocking sword dangles erupted from her body. The visibility on the sparring stage became low all of a sudden, and the roiling sword dangles were like countless sharp blades unsheathing, sweeping through the heavens and the earth. In an instant, Yi Li was caught up in it. Put! Sounds of blood and flesh being pierced through rang out one after another, and Tang Yao used this to break away from the hold, her figure exploding back. Looking at the thin figure that was wrapped in the countless sword diameters, yet still standing, a cold aura surged in her eyes. Earlier, it was your only chance to outsmart me. Since you can't grasp it, don't blame me. Tang Yao, 1938, Taiwanese writer. Chapter 39, You're a piece of. Tang Yao's voice was icy cold. Gripping the horizontal sword tightly, the whole person's stance changed. Majestic sword chi brewing extremely fast from the body. Tarzan cupping the sun. A student in the viewing gallery recognized the move and shouted excitedly, "Woohoo!" In the next second, astonishing sword intent overflowed from Tang Yao's body, and fierce astral winds rolled up from around her. This was precisely the starting stance of the third-order rare martial skill, Tarzan cupping the sun. Even if it was placed in the Green Mountain Sword Pavilion's secret collection, it was still considered a superior martial skill, and at this moment, it was being executed by Tang Yao. The intent is clear. She wasn't going to delay any longer. And next she was going to cut down Yi Li with a sword. Dongyue is high, and the showy pole rushes to the blue sky. Boom! A sword chi that was as bright as the great sun in the sky erupted from the horizontal sword in Tang Yao's hand, and with the terrifying might of the great sun moving eastward and the Taishan mountain tumbling down, it ferociously killed towards the figure below. Tarzan holding the sun had long been practiced by her to the realm of great accomplishment. The first second to raise your chi, the second to strike your sword. The destructive power contained within that radiant sword chi was precisely the ceremonial weaponry she used to fight across levels. Back then, a peak second-ranked martial artist had fallen to the ground with serious injuries under this move. Now that it was being cast against an opponent whose martial arts level was lower than his own, the result was already obvious. Only that single figure was instantly engulfed by the sword chi. Immediately following, boom! The huge roar drove an amazingly strong wind, causing the top and bottom of the sparring stage to tremble slightly along with it. And many people were shocked by the sound to the point that their ears were buzzing, and they were unable to open their eyes by the strong wind. The power of a sword was as terrifying as it was. Only smoke was seen on the opposite platform. It's Sister Tang's victory. The thousands of students on the viewing gallery were filled with excitement, and many of them even shouted out with difficulty in holding themselves. The teachers on the high platform nodded slightly, all mentally recognizing Tang Yao's strength. Tang Yao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly withdrew her sword. There are 5 more. True chi is still abundant. No problem. The very moment she thought that, a strong sense of unease and alarm suddenly welled up in her heart. The heartbeat also sped up rapidly, as if it was being held tightly by an invisible hand. Tang Yao subconsciously unsheathed her horizontal sword and gazed stolidly in the direction of the smoke and dust that filled the air in front of her, only to see a pair of blazingly cool golden eyes suddenly flashing out in the midst of that rolling dust and mist, as dazzling as burning flames. Immediately afterward, an indescribably powerful sense of oppression surged like a tidal wave. Tang Yao only felt like she was being pressed by a heavy mountain, barely able to move. At the same time, a voice that was cold to the core and without the slightest bit of emotion entered her ears. Is that what you call serious? It was the distinctive voice of the ink-shirt boy, but with an unprecedented carelessness. It's like saying, I was expecting so much from you, but I didn't realize you were so useless. These words were like a sharp sword, stabbing straight into Tang Yao's heart. But no sooner had anger welled up in her heart than a violent chill ran down her spine and an inexplicable fear surged through her. Just ahead, smoke and dust were scattered. Yi Li's figure slowly stepped out from it. His hair was brushed, his waist was straight, and his broken ink shirt hunted. Black hair, golden eyes, and a flare of anger. Playing God. Tang Yao's eyes were sharp as she gripped the horizontal sword, the strong aura of the 6th level of the 2nd rank emanating out unreservedly. From Yi Li's body, she sensed an aura of danger. Yi Li's expression was calm, and his forward posture was unhurried. In the midst of countless stunned gazes, the chi and blood in his body was as exuberant as a boiling cauldron, and his powerful aura swept across the entire arena without concealment. After opening Golden Soul Revival, the body strength will be increased by about 300%. It was an all-around improvement, not just a mere increase in punching power. It was as if he had turned on Super Saiyan mode. Yi Li's body felt unprecedentedly full of power at the moment. and the flesh and blood that had been pierced by the sword darts healed as if it was the beginning in the blink of an eye. He smoothly pulled out the long spear stuck on the ground, and then his body swept out, and in the space of a few breaths, he had already arrived in front of Tang Yao in a rear-guarded manner. When he saw Yi Li gripping the lance tightly, the muscle groups on his back rumbled in chunks like living creatures, resembling the grinning face of a malevolent ghost. A casual slam of the gun caused Tang Yao's face to change wildly as she quickly brought her sword across her body and let out a light cry. The giant sword shadow emerged from her. Yi Li's face was expressionless, and the dragon scales of the lance in his hand emerged, domineeringly smashing on top of that virtual shadow. Boom! Yi Li exerted a slight force, and a terrifying force erupted from the gun. The giant sword shadow that had just surfaced on Tang Yao's body exploded on the spot, and the horizontal sword that was in front of his body suddenly erupted into a wail. Tang Yao's figure trembled as she fell backward, the gravity of being on the verge of an enemy surfacing on her clear face, cold sweat pouring out behind her back. Her arms were numb, and at the moment it was a struggle to even lift them. Just one strike made her lose most of her fighting strength. Such an appalling power. Was this really not a certain exceptionally gifted third-ranked martial artist performing a stance? What to do? What to do? There was simply no time left for her to think. Yi Li's figure had already appeared in front of her. Tang Yao's pupils shrunk slightly as she did her best to set up the horizontal sword. In the next second, the pitch-black lance swept heavily, dangling. The golden dragon horizontal blade that had accompanied her for countless days and nights erupted into a mournful wail under this strike. Breaking directly from it, the long spear that swept across the room smashed heavily into her waist and abdomen, and several ribs broke in response. Tang Yao only felt itself head-on collision with a high-speed truck. Internal organs are trembling and squeezing, like to crack the general pain. The brain was almost blank. In a trance, she felt herself tumbling and flying, falling to the ground, a moan of pain escaping from her small, cherry-colored mouth that was hard to contain as she continued to curl up on the ground. The previous high and calm demeanor was gone at this moment. The young girl's clear and good-looking little face was in immense pain, constantly coughing up blood, tears emerging from the corners of her eyes, and the broken horizontal sword slipping from her hand. Under this kind of terrifying force, her powerful cultivation of the sword Dao, which she had only mastered after years of hard cultivation at the 6th level of the 2nd rank, unexpectedly seemed so fragile and ridiculous. All the previous pride and confidence had become a joke, and the proud talent was crushed by the other party on the ground. An unspeakable feeling of frustration welled up from the bottom of her heart. Why would a martial artist who had just entered the 2nd stage be so exaggeratedly strong? Tang Yao's face turned pale, trying her best to stabilize her breathing, and struggling to get up from the ground. Just as she was about to get up, a martial arts shoe slowly stepped on her face. The clear, white face appeared slightly deformed under the sole of the shoe. Tang Yao's heart was like ashes, tears of humiliation gradually surfacing from the corners of her eyes. The immense shame and anger almost drowned her, but at the moment, it was incredibly difficult for her to even move her fingers. There was no way to resist, and they could only look at each other unwillingly with eyes that had remnants of tears. Sister Tang. Some of the students in the viewing gallery saw such a scene. Their faces were filled with heartache, and they couldn't help but shout out. That Sister Tang, who they didn't even dare to talk to in days gone by, was actually being ravaged by that Yi Li with such abandon at this moment. How outrageous is this? What arrogance! This caused anger to well up in their hearts and their fists to clench. However, after Yi Li raised his eyes and swept them, he went cold and subconsciously closed his mouth. Tang Yao, with all due respect. Just as Tang Yao's heart was in a state of humiliation, Yi Li's voice came condescendingly. With it came a sharp, pitch-black lance, the tip of which came to rest first on her towering chest, then slowly moved up and gently patted her red, swollen face. Only the injured young man looked indifferent, his golden eyes blazing with majesty, but his voice was slightly teasing. You're a loser. Tang Yao's heart suddenly tightened. Chapter 40, the exchange competition comes to an end. Born in the Castle Peak Sword Pavilion, Tang Yao had been held in high regard by the contemporary pavilion master since she was young. Although the Castle Peak Sword Pavilion was a leading mountain sect within the territory of Castle Peak City, it was still a bit inadequate in front of those famous sects in the winning province. Not to mention the fact that the Green Mountain Sword Pavilion had reached the contemporary pavilion master, and had actually experienced a green and yellow situation internally, and along with it, the entire mountain gate was going downhill. At a time like this, there was an urgent need for a genius to be born to lead the Green Mountain Sword Pavilion, which was already in decline, to revitalize itself. Tang Yao appeared at the right time, and the talent she possessed caused the entire Castle Peak Sword Pavilion and even Castle Peak City to regard her as the leader of the younger generation, the hope of the future. The young girl also recognized herself as not being mortal. She had wanted to take the top spot in the winning provincial martial arts examination first, then enter the University of Martial Arts to hone herself, and later walk the world with a sword to reach the top of the peak of the high martial arts world. Unexpectedly, the first stage was slapped hard by reality before it could be realized. Tang Yao's face grew paler and paler. Her beautiful face was stepped on by the other party. Even lifting it was a luxury. The talent and sword skills she was proud of were as powerless and ridiculous as a jungle juggling act in front of the ink-shirt boy. Prior to that, she had yet to lose a game among her peers. The sourness of the heart at this moment. Unprecedented intensity. Tang Yao, with all due respect, you're a loser. Hearing this, the sharpness in Tang Yao's eyes gradually faded, and her clenched palms slowly loosened. She lay like a dead dog in the sparring ring, for the first time indifferent to the humiliation of others. Yi Li, however, did not even look at her. He had always repaid such self-satisfied geniuses in kind and in kind. Even if the young girl acted pitifully at this moment, it had nothing to do with herself. Just like if she lost this competition, no matter how pitiful she acted, the other party would not sympathize with her. In the world of high martial arts, the strong are meant to ruthlessly humiliate the weak. Consequently, Yi Li did not retract his foot, but chose to step on his opponent's head and stride towards the stage. Yi Li Shang. The referee's empty and silent excited voice resounded over the martial arts arena. The viewing gallery of thousands of people was quiet as if it was snowing heavily at the moment. Countless students of Castle Peak City, either with jaws agape, complex expressions, or hard to accept, looked at the scene on the stage, and their hearts felt as if they were being cut by a sharp blade. No one would have thought that the sword immortal maiden, who was so high and dazzling in their eyes, would have been defeated so roughly. And, still, it was a lopsided and overwhelming defeat. They don't even see much flavor of an even match. I only saw the smoke and dust disperse, followed by the ink-shirted teenager walking out idly, and did away with Tang Yao in 3 or 2 sharp strokes. A martial examination seat holding a second-order advanced treasure tool was defeated unusually quickly. As far as the results were concerned, it was generally the same as those matches Tang Yao had had in the past, only that the identities of those who stood and those who fell had been swapped. Ta dash. In the dead silence of the entire room, the only sound that echoed was an unhurried footstep. The voice was not loud, but it was as heavy as if it was stepping on the hearts of the crowd. Under countless gazes of complex horror, the handsome young man with dark hair and blonde eyes was seen looking indifferent and walking smoothly down the right platform. Behind him, the leveled pair of station platforms was strikingly full of cracks, and that rather handsome face actually had a bit of an unruly flavor at the moment. Even the crowd in Linhai No. 1 middle school felt a little thirsty. Lu Yangda looked at the teenager, recalling his provocative behavior last week that was like seeking death. He couldn't help but shiver. The other party is so strong. Even the recognized genius of the Sword Dao in Castle Peak City was beaten like this. He was not beaten to death in the first place. His own ancestors are afraid to knock their heads in the hell. No wonder his uncle, who was the director, was not able to sanction the other party in the first place. This kind of genius, if he dared to move, the school authority would probably just sweep him and his uncle out together. Lu Yangda only felt his heart skip a beat and secretly decided, in the future, I'd rather have Akashi than find death again. Due to the abandonment of the remaining contestants from Castle Peak First High School, it is ruled that Linhai First High School has won. This exchange match ends here. The referee's excited voice continued. On the high platform, the Sword Pavilion elder's face was unsightly, and the palms in his sleeve robes slowly clenched. A person of his age who could crush Tang Yao like this, not to mention him, even the Sword Pavilion master was afraid that he hadn't seen it before, associated with the fact that earlier, he had wanted to show the senior teacher of Fengyan University what it meant to be a true genius. His face was now also burning with pain. The Sword Pavilion elder wanted to say something to salvage his honor, but when he turned back, he realized that Yu Wang had left at some point. The teenager called Yi Li had just retreated from the stage when the other party disappeared, and his purpose was already self-evident. Alas! Thinking about this, the Sword Pavilion elder's eyes flickered, and after a moment of silence, he finally let out a sigh. With the guarantee from Fengyan University, the ink-shirted teenager's future achievements would not be below that of the Sword Pavilion master. He was afraid. Fruity. The ink-shirted boy's form had just disappeared from the exit tunnel. The viewing gallery then suddenly resounded with a gasp of surprise, only to see a silhouette on the high platform like a bird of prey, lightly leaping down and landing sharply on the ground like a swooping falcon. With a loud bang, countless debris and dust were splashed, as if a small explosion had occurred there. The crowd looked in astonishment, only to see an old man with white hair and a kind face but revealing a majestic aura standing steadily on top of that pit. His stance was upright like a pine, his hands were behind his back, and his green robe fluttered with the wind, making him look extraordinarily ethereal and dusty. Behind it repaired a lifelike streaming cloud that seemed to be stirred by the wind and clouds. The emblem of Windermere University. The thousands of students on the viewing gallery were all martial arts students from the winning province, so they naturally knew the name of Fengyun University, and recognized it at a glance, all of them with obvious surprise welling up in their eyes. I had long heard that there would be people from Fengyun University coming to watch the exchange match, but I never thought that they would actually jump down directly from the high platform. But soon, the surprise turned into a thick shock, only to see the old man, who was still incomparably majestic in the first place, rushing into the cultivation channel at a fast pace in the next second. The look of eagerness was as if he had found some absolute treasure. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from sight. After he left, the viewing gallery exploded like a boiling frying pan. That's a teacher from Winson University, isn't it? What is he going for? Brother, you're a douche. Isn't it obvious at a glance? He went after that Yili. Asterisk. Shouldn't that be a bailout? Bailout? If you perform well enough in a municipal competition like this one, you can be selected by the teachers of the prestigious schools who come to watch the competition, and you don't have to take the martial arts exams, and you'll be guaranteed admission in advance. What? That Yili treats senior sister Tang like this, and he can still get a guaranteed admission to Fengyun University? I can't accept that. I can't take it either. Isn't that even eating? There was a lot of talk in the viewing gallery, followed by wailing, and the sadness went straight to the clouds. The asshole who just beat their white moonlight like a dog, turned around and got the kind of thing like the guaranteed place they'd been dreaming of. Sure enough, it's still unacceptable. Emotions of both shock and helplessness sprang up in the eyes of the thousands of Aoyama students, their asses sticking to their seats like roots. The teachers on the high platform also looked at each other, all seeing the sourness in each other's eyes. No doubt about it. Yili, who possessed such talent and also obtained the qualification of Fengyun University, in the future, he could only grow up peacefully, and was definitely another famous high-ranking martial artist. This gutter Lin Hai won. Luck is really good. It wasn't enough to have a Zheng Qingzhu, but this came out with an even more outrageous Yili, which simply made people sour to the point of shedding tears. The crowd of teachers from Castle Peak City only felt their eyes redden with envy. Inside the lounge, Yili had just sat down on the chair when he saw Wang Yongfeng, who was full of excitement. Walk in. Good boy. Too fierce. Principal Li is getting hysterical from you. Wang Yongfeng enthusiastically came up and looked up and down. Is there any place that is injured? It's fine. It's just that the true qi consumption is a bit big. It will be recovered in an hour. Yili waved his hand, resting the lance at his side. One pair of eye pupils restored to their ink color, and the injuries on his body had long been repaired by the indestructible golden soul as much as possible. Between breaths, the somewhat depleted true qi in his body quickly recovered. Mostly, it was the huge amount of consumption brought about by casting Golden Soul Revival. Even though he didn't perform this explosive seed-like talent ability, Yili had a fair amount of certainty to take the victory. But then, we'll have to fight with Tang Yao back and forth. What, frost and snow roaming the sky? What, swimming dragon riding the wind cannon? It was estimated that they would all have to be used. At that time, it is easy for the opponent to think, that was a good fight. He or she will not be upset at all. That's a hell of a lot of evil value to earn, not knowing that you think it's two geniuses sympathizing with each other. Therefore, Yili made a snap decision and chose to take the fight in the roughest way possible. Seek to destroy the opponent's psychological defenses. The results are also remarkable. Seriously injuring and publicly humiliating the proud young master of the Sword Pavilion. Plus 5,000 vices. Current vices, 51. 500 points. Very good numbers that made Yili's heart soar. Hard work. You played so much in the morning and then went on to play Tang Yao in the afternoon. Wang Yongfeng only felt that the teenager became more and more outstanding the more he looked at him. And then he looked at the torn ink shirt. He couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. Before the martial arts exam, if there is another competition like this, I will help you put it off so you can focus on preparing for the battle. After he said that, he didn't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that Yili's eyes suddenly became stern. That won't be necessary. Yili coughed lightly and said faintly, I'm used to fighting with fighting. Still, take care of yourself. Wang Yongfeng smiled with emotion and encouraged. As long as you maintain this level, even the best Fengyun University in the winning province will definitely grab you. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, there were footsteps outside the door. The white-haired Yuang pushed out the door and laughed. Indeed, it's just that I don't know if Mr. Yili has the will to do so? Chapter 41, the so-called temporary avoidance. Seeing the visitor, Wang Yongfeng first froze, then his eyes subconsciously widened as his sight swept over his body. A teaching robe of Fengyun University, which meant that the old man was a teacher of Fengyun University. Really coming for an early steal? Wang Yongfeng was a bit incredulous. In the past, he had heard of Wind Cloud University's move to recruit students in advance, but he had never seen it with his own eyes. After all, there were nearly 100 martial arts high schools, large and small, in the 12 cities of the winning province combined. Each session could give birth to tens of thousands of young martial artists, of which those who could be recruited in advance by Fengyun University were never more than a handful, at most 2 or 3, and sometimes even one was not available. Early enrollment means guaranteed admission, and guaranteed admission means a huge dump of resources. Even if Fengyun University was the bullseye holder among the martial arts universities in the winning province, it didn't have that many resources to select a dozen or so guaranteed students out of every class. In previous years, most of the guaranteed students were selected from the martial arts students of Shanzhou City, and other cities usually only had a dry eye. It had also been many years since the last time Fengyun University had selected a guaranteed student in Linhai City. With this treatment, I'm afraid that in the future, I'm really going to soar. Yili, Fengyun University is the best martial arts university in winning province. Wang Yongfeng coughed lightly and reminded as politely as possible. If you bail out early, it will help you in all your future developments. Exactly. Between the words, Yu Wang quickly came up, seemingly rubbing his hands together nervously. After seeing that the flesh under Yi Li's broken ink shirt did not have the slightest injury, a clear fire surged in his eyes. I was right. The injuries caused by the sword dipper a few minutes ago have all disappeared. This healing speed is simply divine. What grade of martial arts talent must it be? Such a great treasure can actually be encountered in such a place. The old man really earns hamba. On the previous sparring stage, Yu Wang, who had the highest cultivation level, could really see that Tang Yao's first few attacks weren't useless against Yi Li. Rather, most of them had caused damage to Yi Li. Especially that move, Tarzan holding the sun. Even with that divine white mist protecting his body, the rigid sword chi directly penetrated Yi Li's right abdomen. However, these injuries that were already serious injuries for unusual martial artists were healed in just a few breaths on Yi Li's body. Yu Wang, who saw the scene at that time, almost didn't stare his eyes out, and his heart was even more shocked. No one understands the gold of such things better than he does. If it weren't for the group of teachers surrounding him, he would have rushed straight down to seek confirmation. Thankfully, the opportunity wasn't completely missed. Yeli-san. Yu Wang's throat rolled as he looked at the ink-shirted young man with a calm demeanor and smiled gently. I happen to have a special guaranteed place in my hand. As long as you are willing, I will personally be your mentor. And you can come to Windcloud University right now, without even having to take the martial arts exam. Truth be told, I am a senior teacher of Fengyun University, and my martial arts cultivation is also known as an expert, so I definitely won't mislead anyone. Don't worry about this. At those words, even Wang Yongfeng's expression became strange. Is this sure it's a teacher from Fengyun University and not a sales pitch for some martial arts cram school? Isn't that a little too much enthusiasm? Weird and a little sour at the same time. To know, their own year of martial arts examination can simply not seen this kind of battle. That Fengyun University to a few intermediate teachers all cold face, all body reveals indifference. When it comes to Yeli, senior teachers are sales pitches. A guaranteed spot was understandable. After all, Yi Li, who had defeated Tang Yao, had that potential. But this attitude, which practically says yes on your face, is something else entirely? Does this mean that Yi Li's potential is an outstanding existence even amongst the bonded students? Thinking about this, Wang Yongfeng's breath caught. Could it be that there was still some potential in Yi Li that he didn't see? Yi Li didn't answer positively and asked instead, is there any benefit to this guaranteed spot? What he lacked the most was still the opportunity to earn the bad act value, as well as all of you martial arts feats. This is natural. Yu Wang smiled confidently and straightened up. The book pavilion of Fengyun University alone. You can directly go up to the 4th floor through the voucher. Not to mention the 2 or 3 ranked martial arts. Even the 4th ranked rare martial arts. As long as you want to exchange them, all of them are qualified to be exchanged. Then there's the level of contact. Many of the teachers in Fengyun University are high-ranking people from major powers. And to be honest, the only time an unusual martial arts student can have the chance to meet them is when they're on campus. And these are all potential connections, said he, with a deliberate hint. Speaking of which, I am also a guest elder of many associations, holding many resources and opportunities for secret realm adventures that can be assigned to my favorite students whenever I want. In addition, usually when practicing martial arts where you do not understand, you can also casually find teachers to ask. With the title of guaranteed student in place, they are all happy to explain to you. Yu Wang spoke so eloquently that his mouth was a bit dry. He looked at Yi Li, who looked as normal, cleared his throat, and then laughed. If you are willing to be a student of the old man, that would be great. What the old man can give you is definitely more than those second-rate powers sect leaders. Upon hearing this, Yi Li also nodded slightly. Worthy of being the martial arts university with the strongest heritage in the winning province, The benefits were indeed numerous. Although the actual difficulty was mostly much more difficult than what the other party said, the opportunities that Fengyun University could provide were indeed much more realistic. He didn't lack any teachers who taught martial arts, nor did he want any contacts that would break at the touch of a button, but there was some need for this kind of opportunity. So, it's very nice indeed. Finally, in Yu Wang's fiery eyes, Yi Li calmly said, "But I refuse." Language teasing 106-year-old teacher of Windy Cloud University. Evil value plus 500. Yu Wang, who had thought it was a sure thing, froze and couldn't help but ask, why? The offer wasn't generous enough? Plenty. Yi Li nodded naturally. And you? I refuse. Language teasing 106-year-old teacher of Windy Cloud University. Evil value plus 200. You know, it's kind of fun to play the old man. Yeli sighed moodily. This fault of one's own and liking to say no to the kind of people who are 10 out of 10 is more than likely not going to change. So, why did you refuse? Yangling went a little red warm. Yi Li laughed softly. Because I'm going to take the martial arts exam. You're still going to take the martial arts exam? Yu Wang froze, then said in a serious tone. It's completely unnecessary. After this battle, the students of Castle Peak No. 1 middle school are probably already hating you in their hearts. If these hundreds of them free up their hands in the martial arts exams, they might come to trouble you en masse. And when you're outnumbered, it'll be easy to get into trouble. Then, what about waiting to take the martial arts exam before asking for this guaranteed place? Wang Yongfeng asked tentatively. He felt that Yi Li mostly wanted to sharpen himself through the martial arts exam, so he planned to help fight for it. That's even more unnecessary. Yu Wang glanced at him and said helplessly, the only guaranteed place in Fengyun University this session is this one in my hand. You all know about Shanzhou First High School, right? It has the deepest depth of any martial arts high school in the winning province, and the number of geniuses that have emerged over the years is also the largest. As far as I know, they have several talented players in this class as well, all of them headstrong and proud. If they hear that you, a guaranteed martial arts student, ran here to take the martial arts exam, they will definitely run here specifically to meet you. Saying that, he looked at Yi Li and explained seriously. To put it bluntly, it's just going to come after you and try your level. Why? Yeli asked. Disobedience. Yu Wang sighed. Student Yi Li, listen to my advice. The martial arts exam is not a child's play. Aren't you getting yourself into trouble? There's absolutely no need to get into this with them. Is there? When he said that, Yu Wang suddenly realized that the pair of black eyes of the teenager in front of him were actually getting brighter and brighter. Indeed, in Yu Wang's confused eyes, Yi Li faintly said, let's do it this way then. Each of us will take a step back. I'll take the guaranteed place, and I'll participate in the martial arts exam. No, you want them all? Yu Wang looked at Wang Yongfeng next to him in dismay, wondering if he had heard wrong. Chapter 42, the edition begins. Second Order Peak. As night fell, a slight coolness enveloped the city above Castle Peak. With Yu Wang's fond eyes, Yi Li and him exchanged contact information and parted ways. Subsequently, with Wang Yongfeng leading the way, he, Zhang Qingzhu and the others quickly returned inside that rather high-specification downtown hotel. I knew you'd win. I saw the numbers on that punching strength testing machine in your training room the other day. Under the envious gazes of Lu Yangda and the others, Zhang Qingzhu followed Yi Li and said seriously, you've been hiding your strength all along. Indeed, Tang Yao should be ashamed for not letting me use my full strength. Yeli let out a light chuckle, then paused in front of the door to his room. See you tomorrow. Then, he couldn't wait to add points. Well, see you tomorrow. Zhang Qingzhu's eyes flowed and her red lips pursed slightly. Yi Li nodded and casually closed the door to the room. Looking at his disappearing figure, Zhang Qingzhu took a deep breath. Since that day, when she looked up, she could see the sky and the back of the other party. Both of them seemed so far away. However, one is also carrying a lot of things on one's back, and one should not give up so easily in any case. Gotta catch up fast to get there. Zhang Qingzhu cheered himself up in his mind. At the very least, the other party's martial arts level wasn't as high as his own, so he shouldn't be able to catch up for a while yet. Okay, here goes. Inside the room, when all was silent, Yi Li, who had finished cleaning his body, returned to the bed and sat in meditation. The white bathrobe he was wearing swayed gently, and a bit of anticipation surfaced in his handsome features. Current vices, 52,200 points. Extractable treasure. It was the first time he had seen such a huge number. It's like getting your first $10,000 paycheck as an adult and more or less not knowing how to spend it. Defeating Tang Yao was not everything. A new round of tests is coming. According to Yu Wang, this martial arts examination, not only would the hundreds of martial arts students from Castle Peak No. 1 middle school potentially make a comeback, but a few of the so-called geniuses from the city of Shanzhou would also come to his door. eyes on another big battle. The hundreds of people from Qingshan First Middle School were not enough to be feared, and Yi Li, who possessed a terrifying range, was not at all afraid of these limp-wrist shrimps who did not have the slightest bit of cooperation. The only thing worth being wary of is the threat from the city of Mountain City. As the capital city of Wind Province, Shanzhou City was rich in resources, and the wind of martial arts was the most prevalent one among the 12 cities of Wind Province. Shanzhou First High School naturally became the top martial arts high school with the highest advancement rate in Winning Province. One of the cadets who was hailed as a genius. Even if Yu Wang hadn't explicitly stated their specific strength, he could think that it would certainly not be much weaker than Tang Yao, or even stronger. Before having the battle power to crush these people, it was really difficult to sleep and eat. It's really high yield and high risk. Yi Li laughed in a seemingly teasing manner. He knew very well in his heart that according to his development path, as long as he failed once in the middle of the road, he might suffer huge losses. There is the physical and the spiritual. It is therefore important that this possibility be eliminated. Yi Li exhaled lightly and summoned the panel. It had to be said that one had stayed at the first level of the second rank long enough, having long since had enough of red tape. It's time for a wave of so-called chutzpah. Current vices, 52,200 points. Extractable treasure. Since he had already pulled a full S-ranked breath, there was no reason not to come and add some cultivation to try it out. Get on it. My persistence and effort. Ding. Begin to consume the value of evil deeds and continue to raise your cultivation level. After your previous training, your understanding of the white mist, frost and snow S-rank breathing method has reached the level of reciting it backwards, which has greatly improved your control of your true chi and accelerated its integration with your meridians. Gain buff, cultivation speed accelerated by 400%. Your training speed is like the Mercedes-Benz speed of a legendary racer who has been banned from racing for years and is suddenly told one day that he can drive a fast car. Unlock a new achievement, drift around a corner. Drifting through corners, no matter how fast you drive. The vehicle you drive won't flip over because of drifting. The old Granny Adachi-ken who used to run wildly on this road was created to fly by you, and your cultivation began to increase extremely rapidly. After consuming 1,000 points of evil value, you have used pure true chi to quench all the meridians in your arms, which emanated jade-like luster, naturally strengthening your physical body and boosting your chi and blood. You've successfully entered the second order triple. Having a sufficiently high degree of true chi mastery and a speed of recovering true chi that far exceeds that of martial artists of the same level makes you more and more comfortable with the way you cultivate in the Jade Vein realm. Gain buff, speed up cultivation by 20%. After consuming 3,000 points of evil value, you mobilized your whole body's true chi and quenched all the meridians in your torso. And the skills of your 5 viscera and 6 bowels were subsequently enhanced, with the kidneys receiving the highest boost, and you seem to favor them even more when quenching your meridians, dividing the reflexive chi and blood by 40%. You've successfully entered the 6th rank of the second order. Simply nonsense. Yimao always treat the 5 viscera and 6 bowels equally. There is no favoritism for a particular organ. At best, it was just a function of the kidneys to promote blood production in favor of the future third order true blood realm, which one had no choice but to do. On the light screen, the text was still emerging. After consuming 5,000 points of evil value, you run your whole body's true chi, which is already skillful. The meridians of your limbs and bones are quenched by you as much as you can, and the meridians of your body are completely transformed, and a mellow aroma like a precious medicine emanates from your body. You've successfully advanced to the 9th rank of the second order. After consuming 8,000 points of evil value, you have completely mastered the surging chi. Your strong sinews have made your flesh far stronger than before, and the blood in your body is beginning to show signs of metamorphosis. You have officially stepped into the peak of the second order. This promotion consumes a total of 8,000 points of evil value, equivalent to more than 10 years of your normal hard work. Current vices, 44,200 points. Along with the last line of text emerging, Yi Li felt his limbs and bones turn hot. The tide of true chi in his body couldn't stop its agitation, surging high and then rushing through the meridians at a speed far exceeding that of before. He slightly clenched his fist, and surging true chi surged out from his body at a strangely fast speed. If one were to execute a martial art, one's speed would definitely be several times faster than before. Yi Li looked at the slender palm, and his dark eyes flashed with joy. Sure enough, the choice to wait for the breathing technique to be perfected before raising his cultivation level was the right one. He remembered that he had only been able to raise his strength from the 5th level of the first rank to the 8th level of the first rank after spending 8 years of hard cultivation. Now, after consuming only more than 10 years of hard cultivation, he had risen from the first level of the second rank to the peak level of the second rank. This cultivation speed, although there is still a gap with those geniuses, but also compared to the time when he just crossed over, it is also considered a bird's eye view. Underneath the smooth skin and flesh were jade-like clear meridians that were not as fragile as in the past, which even boosted the strength of the flesh. Even the rushing blood in the body, warmed by this completely transformed meridian. A few drops of it faintly emerged with a divine golden aura, looking different from before. Busted so many people. Sharp as attack. It's what one deserves. Yili exhaled a clear breath. Not at a loss. He knew that this was the next stage of the martial path to heaven. The third order true blood realm to do. When all the blood in his body surfaced with a subtle golden aura, it would mean that he had officially stepped into the true blood realm. The enhancement of a low-ranked martial artist was essentially a gradual metamorphosis of the physical body. And good breathing and hammering techniques can accelerate this metamorphosis process. When he found a suitable hammering method, Yili would more than likely be able to just fill it up. With that in mind, his eyes went to the panel, which still had plenty of numbers on it. Current vices, 44, 200 points. Although he hadn't found a suitable hammering method yet, it was still possible to try to break through to the point of approaching the true blood realm using the stupid method first. Yili's mind moved, and the vast amount of evil values poured into the panel once again. Chapter 43 Golden Soul Upgrade. New Alien Ability. Ding. Consume the evil value and start raising the level of martial arts. You haven't looked up any methods of refining chi and blood. Just like the college students in the past who went to college for 2 years and then took the college entrance exams, and could only stare at the exam papers. Under all circumstances, you can therefore only rely on the metamorphosed jade veins to warm the chi and blood, so as to achieve the purpose of hammering the chi and blood. Negative buff. Cultivation speed reduced by 80%. After consuming 1,000 points of bad act value, a hint of golden aura emerges from about 1/5 of the blood in your body, which makes you feel exhilarated that you have found the appropriate trick. After consuming 2,000 points of evil value, you sadly find that finding the trick is just your own illusion. Relying on the meridians to harden the chi and blood of this kind of thing. Not only is it difficult at the beginning, but it's even more difficult halfway through. And in the end it's even more like a blind man riding a blind horse, which is generally helpless. Gain negative buff, emotion, irritability, 10% reduction in cultivation speed. After consuming 3,000 points of evil value, more than half of the blood in your body has completed its initial metamorphosis, but the remaining half is like impurities when hammering metal, extremely difficult to drive out, and perhaps they can only be removed through the hammering method. Negative buff, midnight in a deep pool, 50% higher chance of going off the deep end. Yili stopped adding points on the spot. It's a little off the wall. Why is this going off the rails and popping up? No. What's wrong with you college students? Who says college students from your hometown can't take the college entrance exam? Haven't you ever heard of the feat of a college student taking the place of his junior in the entrance exam and sending him straight to junior college? It seems like we still need to find a hammering law to look at. Yili sighed. More than half of the blood in his body had completed its metamorphosis, and he thought that it was quite a bit stronger than an unusual peak second rank. At the very least, according to the current strength of the chi and blood, at this moment, comparing himself to a few minutes ago, he was already of an intensity that the latter couldn't match even if he turned on the Golden Soul Revival. Yili briefly organized his two forms. One was in the state of opening the Big Dipper treading void technique, relying on injury immunity and speed, plus various types of consummate martial arts. It should not be a problem to battle a leveled martial artist at the beginning of the third rank. If the battle line was lengthened, he with the Blood Bowl plugin would definitely be able to rely on exchanging wounds for wounds and consume the unusual third-ranked martial artists. The second one was a Super Scion who had turned on the Golden Soul Revival state, and although it consumed a lot, it couldn't help that the physical body's enhancement was just too outrageous. Not to mention the early third stage, that kind of 1 or 2 weighted martial artists, even the middle third stage foreign beasts, he was confident that he could directly tear them apart with his hands. A proper humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. As for why it's split into these two forms, it's because of the special effects associated with these two when they're turned on. Who would resist the temptation of being able to change forms? Yili laughed softly and looked back at the panel. There is still more than 40,000 evil value, but it is possible to make that so-called treasure guarantee out of it. The question is it necessary? Yili pondered for a moment, thinking that it was still unnecessary for the time being. According to the rules, the participant who performed the best at the exchange tournament would receive a treasure tool jointly sponsored by the two schools in addition to the prize money and chi blood pills. What exactly this treasure was, he wasn't sure. Wait until you get your hands on it and realize it's not a gun-type treasure before you consider drawing this card pool. Thinking so, Yili turned to his martial arts talent. Current talent, SSS grade. Indestructible Golden Soul LV2, upgradable. With so much evil value in hand, it's a shame not to keep adding to it. Last time I upgraded to LV2, I unlocked the Scion transformation in general, Golden Soul Awakening. This couldn't help but make Healy a bit expectant. If it was upgraded to LV3, what kind of new supernatural ability would be unlocked? Anyway, investing in martial arts talent was certainly not a bad idea, so when it was said and done, it was done. Healy's mind moved slightly, and according to his experience, he began to inject a massive amount of evil value into the panel. Ding! Consume the evil value and start raising the level of indestructible Golden Soul. You're solid. Clear. Golden Soul is nourished again, and like the thirsty earth after a long drought, it absorbs all the evil you've put into it. After consuming 2,000 points of evil value, your Golden Soul becomes more and more solid. After consuming 5,000 points of evil value, a blurred pattern begins to emerge on your Golden Soul. This is the sign of evolution occurring in the Golden Soul. You will collect your true chi inside your body to prevent you from going off the deep end. After consuming 10,000 points of evil value, that line on the Golden Soul becomes more and more solid. You fix your eyes on it and realize that it is a complicated and mysterious engraved mark. And after looking at it for a long time, there is a feeling of clearness and tranquility in your heart. After consuming 15,000 points of bad act value, your Golden Soul becomes more and more solid, and that engraving gradually radiates light. After consuming 20,000 points of evil value, that engraving has finally merged completely with your Golden Soul, and you've awakened a new talent ability. Indestructible Golden Soul upgraded to LV3. Self-healing speed increased. Healing loss reduced. New talent, Eye of Delusion. Eyes of Delusion, the power of sight is greatly increased. Dynamic vision is enhanced. And when fused with a person with a Golden Soul, it gives them the ability to see through lies, demonic bodies, and weaknesses. Comment, it is said to be the same type of pupil as the legendary Heaven's Eye and the Fire Eye that is not afraid of smoke or fire. And if used properly, it will be of infinite use. Healy opened his eyes openly, and there was a hidden divine light in his ink-colored pupils, which was sharp and extraordinary. That handsome face, which was always calm, could not help but flash with a flash of surprise, seeing through the lies, seeing the truth, recognizing the weaknesses. This pulls the functionality straight out of the bag. All abilities that could shock and envy unusual martial artists. Healy looked sideways at the window, even with the night shroud. At this moment he could see things 1,000 meters away. Then looking around, the vibration in his heart increased. Not only could the subtle wear and tear of the many facilities in the room be seen at a glance, even the formations inscribed on the walls to gather spiritual chi were real. With a little bit of concentration, one could see several points of light lit up above the formation, which seemed to be where its weak points were. Is this weakness detection? Walking down the bed, Healy slightly forcefully pointed a finger on it. The aura formation immediately trembled, and with a little more force, the entire formation directly exploded. Bad. Healy's face changed slightly as he then remembered that he had just half-stepped into the true blood realm. With one's current physical strength, a slightly forceful finger, not to mention the formation, would be able to directly point and break the bones of an ordinary person. He withdrew his palms, the divine light in his eyes fading as he calmed his excitement. Today's self. Even if he didn't turn on the Golden Soul revival, he had the certainty to slap the afternoon Tangya to the ground. In the meantime, the results of the two-city exchange match traveled fast. The technological level of the high martial world was not backward, and in just a few hours, half of the martial arts high schools in the winning province had heard of the results of the exchange tournament, as well as the fact that a student from Linhai No. 1 middle school was suspected to have been bailed out by Fengyun University. It spread rapidly. Yamashiro City, Yamashiro First High School. Inside a room that resembled a conference room, there was talk about the ink-shirt boy. P.S. It is not easy to write a book, and recently I have been thinking carefully about the plot of the Wukao, so I am begging all of you to give a favorable review, and I am begging to generate power for love. Thank you or two. Chapter 44. Let's see how much he weighs. That's more or less what happened. Inside the conference room of Shanzhou No. 1 middle school, a figure with a long breath sat in front of a long table made of poured green stone, dressed in a Confucian long shirt. He crossed his arms and placed them flat in front of him, looking at the several figures on both sides of the long table and smiling gently. It's a bit hard to believe, but that Tang Yao was really defeated by an unknown martial arts student. I watched the video related to that match. That martial arts student's name is Yili, from Linhai City. It's indeed a bit scary, counting as the dark horse that surprised me the most in this year's martial arts exam. When the youth said this, the people present were somewhat moved. They have heard that the young pavilion master of the Castle Peak Sword Pavilion, not only is he himself a second-order 6th heavy martial artist, but he has also crossed over to defeat a second-order peak martial artist. If he remembered correctly, His own captain had originally regarded him as a strong contender for this year's martial arts examination. Now it's surprising to be beaten early. Yelly? On the seat closest to the youth sat a sweet-looking girl, with long hair hanging down to her waist, soulful eyes, red lips and white teeth. After hearing the youth's words, she rested her snow-white right leg on her left leg, propped up her chin, and looked curiously at the elegant youth. Brother, how come I haven't heard of this guy before? So it's a dark horse. The elegant youth glanced at her, his eyes full of favor, and laughed. In addition, it seems that he will make a secret method that boosts greatly, himself only having a cultivation of the first level of the second rank. Yet after the secret method, his strength and speed all crushed the 6th level Tang Yao. However, everything has a price, and as this secret method is so overbearing, I think the consumption and side effects will be severe. This can be seen from the fact that after that Yi Li opened his secret technique, he sought to fight a quick battle. Upon hearing this, the girl laughed delicately. Isn't that just relying on secret techniques to be powerful? In the end, his own strength is just too low. One must not be gullible, the elegant youth said slightly helplessly. According to the video footage, even without turning on the secret technique, he was able to fight the second stage, 6th ranked Tang Yao without losing the battle. It's considered a strong enemy no matter what. So if you run into him then, don't be as reckless as you were before. Oh, Yang Wan agreed rather reluctantly. Still, there was a slight grunt of defiance. A small shrimp of the first rank of the second order. Can Auntie still not beat him? Nonsense worry. You ah. The elegant youth shook his head helplessly. Then, he looked at the rest of the crowd who looked grave and continued. Gentlemen, there is one more thing that you should pay attention to. This Yi Li is quite ruthless. He doesn't show the slightest bit of mercy. If you encounter him in the martial arts exam, try not to clash with him. It's best to make friends if you can. With that said, he silently waited up for the crowd's reaction. Making friends? Someone asked suspiciously. Team Yang, are we going to ally with him? Nice. The elegant young man named Yang Wanfeng smiled lightly and said with considerable poise. As long as he doesn't think about competing for the top spot in this martial arts examination, I don't really have any direct conflicts with him, so why don't we make a friend? But since he can beat that Tang Yao, surely he won't willingly give up the title? The man who asked the question frowned and asked worriedly. Team Yang, what if he's not willing to make an alliance? Then beat the hell out of him. Yang Wan excitedly waved her fist. My brother has pulled down to make friends with him. As long as Yi Li is a smart person, he should hurry to go down the slope. Otherwise, Auntie will directly beat him into submission. As a second-order 6th level martial artist, she was very confident in her strength. Even though Tang Yao, who was at the same rank as herself, had already lost, Yang Wan still didn't care much. It wasn't blind confidence, as the Yang family of Shanzhou, which was known for its blood-burning secret method, was much stronger than that second-rate sword pavilion in Castle Peak City in terms of its heritage alone. There are even rumors within the winning province that anyone who encounters a direct descendant of the Yang family is unbeatable if they are of the same rank. Just 3 short sentences were enough to illustrate the strong and domineering nature of the Yang family's secret method. Yang Wanfeng and Yang Wan, relying on the Yang family's heritage and their own talent, have become the 2 brightest stars in the first middle school in Shanzhou. The 2 of them, brother and sister, were strong enough to fight a 3rd-ranked martial artist. After saying that, Yang Wan licked her sharp tiger teeth, and her soulful eyes seemed to be ablaze with flames. It just so happens that they both use secret techniques. So let's see which one of us has the stronger secret technique then. Upon hearing this, Yang Wanfeng's gaze was calm as he slowly said, Waner, don't take the enemy lightly, even if you fail to pull the wool over his eyes, try not to fight him first. Ah, why? Yang Wan puffed out her cheeks in some disbelief. For the sake of your martial arts exam results, and for the sake of that Yi Li's life, Wan Air. A touch of coldness surfaced on Yang Wanfeng's elegant face as he raised his eyes to explain. If that man had hurt you, what do you think he would have done? His cold voice echoed throughout the conference room, and the atmosphere in the room became murderous all of a sudden. Looking at that grim-looking youth, some past images flashed through everyone's minds, and they all couldn't help but shiver. The gentle and elegant youth Yang Wanfeng from earlier, at this moment, in their eyes, was as horrible as a 1,000-handed Shura. They could all remember that in the last exchange match with the provinces, the opposite side had accidentally injured Yang Wan in the sparring match. Afterwards, when Yang Wanfeng came on the field, he was directly furious 1 through 7. Proper spoiled sister madman. Yang Wan had obviously thought of this matter as well. Immediately, he spat out his tongue and smiled playfully. Hey, I'll keep an eye out. No, you won't even notice. Hearing the girl's words, the same thought sprang up in the minds of the crowd. Don't look at Yang Wan's nice words. But according to her delicate nature, 9 times out of 10, she would still go to the Yi Li's trouble at that time. Thinking of this, the crowd glanced at each other, all gradually revealing gloating looks. Hopefully that Yi Li would be a smart man and willing to be a good ally. Then everything would be fine. Otherwise, angered Yang Wan, even with the anger of Yang Wanfeng, will have to suffer the old crime. So, as his eyes swept over the crowd, a smile reappeared on Yang Wanfeng's face as he gently said, "That's it for today's meeting. Everyone may be dismissed." Just then, a team member weakly raised his hand. "Team Yang, I've heard something else about this Yi Li. You say?" Accompanied by Yang Wanfeng's nod of his head, this team member carefully opened his mouth. It seems like he got the only guaranteed place in this session of Fengyan University. If he still came to participate in this martial arts examination, could he be aiming for the top spot? As soon as these words came out, the faces of all the people present all changed slightly, and they all looked at Yang Wanfeng in the main seat. According to their memories, the other party had said more than once during their weekdays that they wanted to take the guaranteed places in this session of Fengyan University, so that both themselves and Yang Wan could enjoy the rich enrollment benefits. Not only did they know about this, but most of the students in Shanzhou know. One middle school knew about it as well. As a result, the fruit was actually snatched by a rash young man who came out of nowhere. This is bad. Having lost such a big man, Team Yang was afraid that he would be furious. The crowd subconsciously held their breath. As expected, in the sight of the crowd, Yang Wanfeng's face turned completely cold. He looked at the man who had spoken and asked, seemingly calmly, "Are you sure he got the guaranteed spot?" "That's what I heard from those friends at Castle Peak 1. It's too much." Upon hearing this, Yang Wan stood up on the spot and stomped her feet viciously. "What does he have? Just because he beat a Tang Yao? In that case, my brother would be fine." "Why not my brother?" "Weiner, sit down." Yang Wanfeng took a deep breath and squeezed out a hint of a smile. "It's okay, the teacher of Fengyan University must have his own considerations for doing this." Even though his mouth said so, a bit of irritation still welled up in the bottom of his eyes, and even his crossed 10 fingers were clenched tightly, strongly suppressing the anger in his heart. Yang Wanfeng laughed as if nothing had happened. "However, since it's a guaranteed student, I'm sure it must be of extraordinary strength. At that time, if he really comes to participate in the martial examination and compete for the top spot, I will personally go to meet him." Toward the end of the words, the crowd could clearly hear a few moments of gnashing of teeth. "Brother, you're too old-fashioned." Yang Wan looked at him indignantly and gritted her teeth. "This kind of asshole who looks like he's gone through the back door. It's best if I don't let Auntie and Grandma run into him. Otherwise, I'd have to strip him naked and hang him from a tree to see how much he really weighs." Chapter 45, Numerical Crushing. The next morning the sun shone brightly and the morning light was warm. On a high-speed train bound for Linhai City, Yi Li in his seat leaned against the window, a golden belt plate tied around his waist. On it were 4 big words in silver hooks: Winson University. This golden waist medal could only be obtained by students with excellent performance even in Winson University, and it was a fine storage treasure in its own right. The significance of a Budo High School student carrying it around his waist is self-evident. It was the token Yu Wang gave him. With such a conspicuous object, Yi Li hadn't intended to hang it directly, but it couldn't hold up to Wang Yongfeng's strong request. "Mr. Yi Li, count on teacher to beg you. Teacher, I've been leading the varsity team for 5 years and I've never won a trophy of this level. You just let the teacher act like that for once." Looking at such a sincere Wang Yongfeng, the kind Yi Li agreed to the request. Outside the window was a rapidly receding light. Yi Li casually flipped through the messages sent by Yu Wang. There are dozens of them. "Yi Li, are you free? It's fine if you're not. There's no need to reply to the message. I just want to recount to you how strong our Fengyan University is. Let's take that Zhenjiang University in the winning province as an example. They are also considered a prestigious martial arts university within Hakusha, and in past years when the secret realm was fused and a beast tide occurred, as long as they asked for some foreign aid, they were all able to deal with it appropriately. But there's no comparison to our Wind and Cloud University. First of all, when the secret realm fuses and sets off a disaster like a beast tide, our school suppresses it all alone. There's absolutely no need to ask for outside help. And when we pay the participating students afterward, it's not the least bit ambiguous either. That alone opens up the gap, and the quests released by our school, both in quantity and quality, far exceed those so-called first-class martial arts universities. So, after you take the martial arts exam at that time, if the universities over in Magic City and Xinjiang come to dig you up, don't agree. Our school is no worse than theirs. It's not that the old man is afraid that you will be poached. The main thing is that the Wind and Cloud University he good. Linhai First High School. As the day of the martial arts examination drew closer, the atmosphere within the school became progressively more tense. Even people who are normally casual have some sense of urgency when it comes to times like this. It was reasonable to say that whatever was going on at the moment wouldn't attract the attention of this group of martial arts students. Still, this morning there was a great event that shocked and envied everyone, and it was broadcast over the radio throughout the school. Someone on campus got a guaranteed spot at Windy Hill University. This benefit, which had been monopolized by the celestial pride of Shanzhou City in the past, was actually able to reach Linhai City's head this year, which was truly unbelievable. Stormwater University. That was a martial arts university that ranked high in the entire Hakusha. In previous years, there were not many people in Linhai City who could get into Fengyun University, not to mention getting a guaranteed place. For a while, the entire school building was abuzz with talk, all discussing who had gotten the guaranteed spot, and Principal Lee, who was in charge of the broadcast, didn't sell out anymore. He, who had long been stifled, immediately smiled and said, "Let's congratulate Senior Class 9's Yili for obtaining a guaranteed place at Fengyun University." Hearing this, the Linhai students who had been holding back for a long time exploded, and due to the rumors that started some time ago, many of the students knew about Yili's character and were immediately nonplussed. That member of the varsity team that they said was a demon had gotten the guaranteed spot they had been dreaming of? For a time, the entire teaching building was rolled up in a wave of sound, and disbelief filled every corner of the campus. In the infirmary, a patient in a critical care bed suddenly became short of breath after hearing the announcement. Xinlian's pretty face was full of stagnation and bewilderment at the moment, and her spirit was in an obvious trance. After 10 seconds or so, her dry throat rolled violently and she pinched her face hard again, then looked toward the nurse on duty and asked in a shaky voice, "So, did you hear the broadcast earlier?" Of course I heard you." The nurse on duty, who was still surprised, looked over when she heard her question, and then couldn't restrain herself from exclaiming, "This student named Yili is really great. Our school has never had a student who bailed out of Fengyun University." "Yes, is it?" Shenlian could barely hold back the emotions raging in her heart. The gold content of Fengyun University. As a varsity, she knew better than any Linhai student. That's exactly where she's been longing to be. In order to be able to get into Fengyun University, she went out of her way to date Wang Ren just because Wang Ren's uncle was a retired teacher at Fengyun University. Even if they were only low-level teachers, their understanding of martial arts cultivation far exceeded that of most instructors at martial arts high schools. Because of his guidance, Xinlian's strength skyrocketed and she made the varsity team in just 2 years. Even so, there was a huge distance from getting into Winsong University, and the childhood friend that she had abandoned at the very beginning had actually bailed right into that school of her dreams. This instant, the raging remorse directly flooded Xinlian's heart, and tears uncontrollably gushed out of her eyes. While her mind suffered a heavy blow, the injuries on her body didn't remain idle, and she still couldn't stop the severe pain coming from it. Shenlian was almost dripping tears of blood with remorse. She knew very well in her heart that she and Yili were no longer in the same world. Detecting the remorse of a childhood friend who was once secretly in love for 10 years, completely broken, evil value plus 5,000. What a windfall. Yili, who had just gotten off the high-speed train, was slightly stunned. Then he didn't care too much about it and continued to walk towards the distant exit. There are still 3 days left before the martial arts exam. A high-level hammering method might be a bit difficult, but finding a chakra hammering method that was around B rank should still not be too difficult. In any case, it would be correct to advance to the 3rd rank first and talk about other things later. At that time the 3rd rank he killed directly into the martial arts examination. Numerical crushing. Kid. Chapter 46, A Change in Apprenticeship. Linhai City. High-speed railway station. A group from Linhai 1 is heading towards the exit. In the crowd, Yili advanced slowly and looked at Jiang Qingju beside him. "Do you have a suitable hammering method there?" The fact that the other party was able to help him get the S-rank breathing method was enough to show the magnitude of the power behind him. The increase brought to him by white mist, frost and snow was also truly powerful. Not only was the speed of recovering true chi far superior to that of martial artists of the same rank, even when adding points there was a bonus. It was enough to see the huge difference between the S rank compared to the ordinary breathing method. "I don't have it on hand at the moment." Jiang Qingju's eyes flickered and she pondered slightly. "But there should be some at home. It's not too good to get them. Is it okay to give them to you next month?" Unlike those martial arts techniques that were stored in the book depository, like the breathing method, hammering method, these types of cultivation techniques that involved inheritance, even if she was the Jiang family's eldest miss, she still needed the appropriate reasons to get them from her elders. "I'll be able to break through the 5th level next month, so I can ask to come over early to take a look then." "Next month." Yeli rubbed the corner of his forehead with a slight headache. "Then we'll talk about it then. Since the other side can't get through here, they'll have to ask you Wang or Linhai First High School for it." The former had just returned to Fengyun University and would most likely not be coming back to Linhai City in a short period of time. So was Linhai No. One middle school the only option? Okay. Jiang Qingju nodded gently, not feeling that it was a matter of great urgency. After all, the other party had only just broken through to the second rank, and should still be in the stage of stabilizing his realm. By the way, is there anything you don't understand about white mist, frost and snow? Saying that, she looked at Yili and asked in a tone with a hint of anticipation. My mastery of this breathing method is considered a minor achievement. If you want to know anything you don't understand, you can ask me. Well, I know. If you want to ask me anything you don't understand, you can also ask me. Yili nodded casually. The opponent's, White Mist, Frost and Snow, was already at the realm of minor accomplishment after learning it for half a year, and it was indeed considered to be at the level of a genius among his peers. Jiang Qingju? She was going to say what I don't understand. How can you understand? However, once he thought of the other party's arrogant stance of casting, frost and snow filled the sky, not long ago, he silently shut his mouth again. Ever since meeting Yili, Jiang Qingju had realized one thing. There are classes of people in the world who do not make sense, and onlookers refer to them collectively as geniuses, and the other side is that kind of genius. Thinking about this, Jiang Qingju looked at the other party with a hint of emotion in her eyes, a look of both yearning and admiration. She wanted the teenager to get involved with the Jiang family, willing to offer anything for this, martial arts, feats, etc. If a regular person were to be shown such kindness by the great lady of the Jiang family in the extreme north, she would surely have long ago hit the snake on the stick to cling on, only seeking to be recognized by the Jiang family. But the teenager in front of me was very different. My own style, as if I didn't care at all about the Jiang family's favor, exuding a powerful confidence all over his body. That's for an extreme confidence in yourself. This kind of confidence was not uncommon in many talented martial artists, but when they came across such a sizzling opportunity, they still couldn't help but be moved. A young martial artist like Yili who cared nothing about his relationship with the Jiang family and backhandedly dared to violently beat up the Jiang family's eldest miss. Jiang Qingju had really seen it for the first time so far. That's what makes it so precious. There are quite a few third-rank weapons at home. I'll pick one for you during the martial arts exam? She asked softly. Yili nodded his head non-committally and looked at the exit in front of him and asked, "What was that?" Jiang Qingju followed his line of sight and was instantly a bit surprised. Enforcers from the Clear Alien Bureau? How come there are so many of them? Only to see several figures clad in ink-colored coats standing quietly outside the exit, in positions that used to be occupied by cabmasters. Extremely striking in the field of view. The expressions on their faces were all cold and indifferent, and their sharp eyes shot straight behind Yili and the others. Yili followed their line of sight, then raised his eyebrows lightly. An equally striking man was seen walking briskly under the escort of several men. The visitor was tall and thin, looked to be about 40 years old. His thick hands were shackled. He looked sullen. His eyes were closed, but he walked freely. In the vision of Yi Li's delusional eyes, the tall and thin man had a thick aura around him, and at a glance, he knew that he was not a mortal. The few people around him who were responsible for escorting him all looked young, with remnants of joy on their faces and uniform iron plates tied around their waists. Yi Li deliberately stopped, and when they passed by, easily read the words on the iron plate. Zhenjiang University. This was likewise a martial arts university within the winning province, only that its comprehensive strength was quite a bit worse compared to Fengyun University. I see. It's the students from Zhenjiang University who came to escort the prisoners. Handing over a prisoner? Taking this scene of light into her eyes, Jiang Qingju was a bit surprised and then explained. Budo University occasionally issues fugitive hunting missions, and after apprehending the culprits, they are handed over to the nearest Clear Alien Bureau to deal with, so I didn't expect to run into them by chance. Upon hearing this, Yili nodded slightly. This is the first time I've seen it as well. I also don't know if I'll be rewarded with an evil value for chasing fugitives like this. It felt bad enough. This kind of behavior is all part of the great hero for the people. The system is not so good to fool. Not necessarily. Would excessive law enforcement be considered an evil? Yeli thought out loud. In his line of sight, the group escorting the suspects quickly made their way out of the exit. The Clear Alien Bureau enforcer who was responsible for meeting them came forward, and after briefly comparing the photos, he took the shackle keys from the group. The enforcer in the lead, on the other hand, stepped forward and put his hand into the tall and thin man's clothes, pressing on the bones and flesh of his body. It's supposed to be a precautionary tactic against disguises and such. Yili nodded slightly while walking out of the station. That's a refreshing insight. And afterward you can keep an eye out for more wanted criminals in the province. If you run into one someday, it would be good to kill one to verify your suspicions. As much as I dislike the delay, there's not much of an excuse to strike at the moment. Damn. I can't actually get a straight-up battle cooler this time. No. Just then, The enforcer who was inspecting the shackles suddenly changed his face drastically. To know, unusual shackles for martial artists is like a thin rope-locked giant elephant. Fragile and fragile. A struggle will be broken. Therefore, as long as a student who took on the mission of chasing a murderer, the Budokai University would issue a pair of shackles of the corresponding strength for free. However, this pair in his hand at the moment, it was fine to use it to lock an ordinary low-ranked martial artist, but for this major suspect in front of him who was close to the fourth ranked, it was simply a setup. He yelled and just wanted to retreat. The tall, thin man in front of him then snapped his eyes open. Dangling! In a crisp metallic cracking sound, the tall and thin man broke the chains on his hands. His body's aura suddenly erupted, and then a heavy fist smashed into the chest of the law enforcer in front of him. Click! That enforcer's chest collapsed with the naked eye. His figure flew backwards, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out crazily, staining the navy blue coat red. Bureau-chen! The crowd was all in a state of shock. Seeing this, the tall and thin man's face revealed ecstasy. I thought it was going to be the end, but I didn't realize that this group of Zhenjiang University students didn't put a heavy lock on him to save money. That's what gave him time to breathe. Immediately afterward, in the moment when the crowd lost their concentration, the tall and thin man's figure stormed out without hesitation. Like a high-speed car, it crashed straight into more than 10 passers-by who were confused, and ran wildly toward the far side. The few remaining enforcers quickly returned to their senses and immediately began to act. One of them stayed behind to take care of the injured enforcer, and the remaining people chased after the tall, thin man who was far away. But the high-speed train station was crowded with people, many of whom had fallen into unconsciousness due to the latter's earlier rush. Seeing this situation, the several people who had originally intended to chase after them, struggling colors flashed across their indifferent faces, and they eventually stopped in their tracks. Choose to check on the wounded first. At the same time, a call was sent to the law enforcement officers remaining in the city to quickly search for the whereabouts of the tall, thin man. At that moment, that enforcer had just picked up the shackles on the ground when he snapped his head up and looked at those Zhenjiang University students, questioning in an incredulous tone. You didn't use shackles with inscribed spells? One of the students' face twitched, but still stiffened. That old monster was already seriously injured when we found him. How precious are shackles that can bind a third-order martial artist? We wanted to have this expense left over, so we used a second-order strength. Asshole! The enforcer shouted angrily. Don't go after him yet. If that guy hurts anyone in the city, you'll all be punished. At those words, the faces of the group of students from Zhenjiang University changed slightly before they chased after the tall and thin man in the direction he had left. Looks like we're going to have to send the students home early one of these days. Wang Yongfeng withdrew his gaze from those distant figures and turned around to smack his lips at the crowd. If teacher is correct, that suspect should be the wanted criminal Xiangbu who killed more than a dozen pregnant women and made a big fuss in Zhenjiang City. It is rumored that he was severely injured by the Clear Alien Bureau of Zhenjiang City, but he himself is still a solid peak third-ranked martial artist, so all of you pay attention when you go back as well. Just then, his voice came to an abrupt halt. After his eyes swept over the crowd, his eyes suddenly grew suspicious. It's not just him. Even Zhang Qingju couldn't help but stare after looking around. Where's Yeli? Chapter 47. They still have to thank me. Ha 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 ha. In the intricate high buildings, the tall and thin man's figure ran wildly, unable to hold back a maniacal laugh from his mouth. Judging from the group's exclamations of surprise, the old man who had been seriously injured by himself was the director of Linhai City. It was also the only martial artist in Linhai City who was close to the fourth rank. It must be known that all the clearing and discrepancy bureaus throughout the Hakusha territory had to be wary of the secret realm outside the city, as well as the fugitives in the city, and it would be difficult for martial artists of the fourth rank and above to be able to spare their hands to help out everywhere. It's not like these students from the martial arts university in the winning province had few monsters that crossed over to the fourth rank. That means, for a short time, the entire city of Linhai is safe for me. Thinking about this, Xiangbu couldn't help but be overjoyed. Even though he was now severely injured by that old bastard from Zhenjiang City, he was after all a solid peak of the third rank, and even if there was a lot of water, the realm was here, right now focusing on life. No one in Linhai City can catch up. Aha! Suddenly, all the cold hairs behind Xiangbu's back poured out. Beside his ears, an ear-piercing air-braking sound abruptly exploded. What a guy! Xiangbu only felt his scalp tingle, and almost instinctively lowered his head and dodged to the side. Boom! A long spear grazed his scalp and smashed heavily on the ground in front of him, splashing up a large amount of debris while the barrel of the spear trembled madly due to inertia. Xiangbu looked back and his pupils shrunk slightly. He saw a black figure coming in at high speed, using the momentum of his charge to rush in front of him at a speed that surpassed that of an ordinary third-ranked martial artist, and tensing his right arm, He slammed a heavy punch that blew the air out of his braced right arm. Boo! Xiangbu had wanted to say something, but before he had the chance to open his mouth, his figure was smashed by this huge force and flipped out. It turned out to be Yili who had rushed behind Xiangbu under the full power of the Big Dipper void treading technique and the swimming dragon wind riding paradigm. His aura rising. Boom! Xiangbu hit the wall heavily, smashing out several cracks. He only felt a strange vibrating sensation on that incoming fist, which actually caused the chi and blood in his body to stop churning a bit. It was not until then that he finally got a good look at the visitor, the black hair and golden eyes, a young boy's ink shirt, the golden belt plate on his waist swaying in the wind, his handsome face full of rich killing intent. With Xiangbu's eyesight, he was naturally able to see the words, Fengyan University, on that waistplate. You're from Winsong University? His heart was filled with shock and anger, and he couldn't help but question, how many credits can you get for catching me? The people from the Clear Isolation Bureau aren't even chasing after me, so why are you playing with your life so much? In Xiangbu's eyes that were filled with shock and anger, only Yili sneered. You're overthinking it. I'm not here to get you. Then you. I'm simply here to kill you. Only to see the teenager's golden pupils getting hotter and cooler. The moment the words fell, his feet stepped on the ground, his black hair flying, and his figure rushing again. The consummate realm's augur dragon Jinshan is attached to both palms. The true chi in his body surged and flowed, and tens of thousands of kilograms of punching power erupted with full force. Both fists fell as if they were a raging storm. How dare you! Xiangbu bellowed angrily, similarly pulling his arms apart and meeting him head-on. Boo hoo 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 hoo! The air between the two instantly exploded in a circle of water-like ripples. Strong winds overflowed, and fists reached the flesh. The earth trembled slightly beneath his feet, and the looming skyscrapers swayed when they crashed. Xiangbu initially only felt that his opponent's fists were ridiculously heavy, and that he was bound to be a martial artist of the same level who was adept at the physical body, making him feel hardy. But the more you fight, the more it feels wrong. In just 10 or so breaths, rolling cold air emerged from his body, and his body's chi and blood couldn't stop churning, giving him a feeling of dizziness and vomiting. What the hell is all this? The abnormalities within his body made Xiangbu feel his heart pounding. Not only were the other party's fists terribly heavy, the variety of martial arts techniques was even more dazzling. Where in the world did this scurry out of the gods? The sense of completeness in Yili's punches and kicks also caused a sense of cynicism to rise in Xiangbu's heart. You're also a third-order martial artist. You should be able to understand my plight. He angrily yelled. As third-order martial artists, we have eaten all the hard work of practicing martial arts, and now that we have only killed a few pregnant women, do we deserve to die? Can't understand. Between the words, Yili blasted out another Jiaolong Jinshan, attaching a rolling cold air, and finally forced Xiangbu's center door open. Golden Soul Revival. Swimming Dragon Wind Riding Cannon. Jiao Dragon Shaking Mountain. White Mist Frost Snow. With the many enhancements, he directly pressed this severely injured peak third-rank martial artist. In an instant, a pitch-black lance appeared in Yili's palm. The tip of the gun erupted with a blinding light. The clear shadow of the dragon was revealed, and the threat of death suddenly descended on Xiangbu's heart. Spare me! Xiangbu lost his voice and cried out. I'm a third-ranked martial artist. I can take the blame for my sins. Even the Qingyi Bureau won't kill me. He was telling the truth. Peak third-order martial artists, as a scarce resource, would indeed be planted with a ban by the Clear Exoticism Bureau with a secret method, using a scapegoat to fend off the exotic beasts outside the city. This was one of the reasons why he was not afraid of the Qingyi Bureau. However, once these words were uttered, the teenager in front of him did not stop moving. Instead, a flash of cold light suddenly enlarged in Xiangbu's eyes. If you kill me, those students of Zhenjiang University won't spare you. Xiangbu's body was numb and unable to move as he shouted out his last words, and at the same time, the last words of his life. In the next second, a large hole exploded in his chest, followed by the dragon's shadow sweeping across, destroying his vitality in the blink of an eye. Kill a martial artist at the peak of the third order realm, and the evil value will be plus 10,000. The system's alert text all turned an excited blood red color. Yili's gun shook and blood spilled all over the wall. Demonic blood red, reflecting a pair of blazing golden pupils. An inked shirt, also as flat as it came. What's all the gibberish about? Yili casually put away his lance and turned towards the direction he came from, muttering faintly to himself. Who cares about your, if you don't die, do I? Tada! Before he could get far out, the sound of tiny footsteps rang in his ears. Yili raised his eyes and saw the few Zhenjiang University students hurrying over. As they looked at the light behind Yili, they first breathed a sigh of relief. Then their faces became a bit ugly. One of them even took a step forward, with a thinly veiled anger in his tone. My friend, this is our mission. and you're cutting across it like this. Before the words were finished, a golden waistplate was thrown over. The man frowned and took it. Then his expression stiffened instantly. Tell your principal to get his ass over to Winsong University tomorrow and apologize, along with your guide. The injured teenager's voice was flat, and his golden eyes looked at the several people with coldness. What else is wrong? Before the words left his mouth, the air between the square inches at once became dead silent again. Several Zhenjiang University students' faces were darker than the bottom of a pot. Gold-colored waistband. Core students of Wind and Cloud University. When going out on missions, the status is equivalent to that of a deputy director of the local clearance bureau. How can you be so unlucky? The man who had ventured out at the front was grimacing, his entire face chastened by his earlier decision. This mission was originally their mistake, and it actually happened to be stumbled upon by the core trainees of Fengyun University. With the other party's power, it would be a matter of words to directly have them removed from the school, but there was no way around it, and after a few moments, he just had to harden his heart. No, thanks for the help. Aha! Yili casually pulled out the waistplate from his hand and walked straight towards the direction he came from. Verifying that his suspicions were correct put the teenager in a rather pleasant mood. Chapter 48, I Want It All. When Yili left, the crowd of Zhenjiang University students were suddenly relieved, and their tense expressions eased. They looked at the youth at the head and couldn't help but ask, Brother Feng, is that really a gold-made belt tag from Winsong University? The tone was clearly a bit incredulous. They were too far away earlier and didn't hold it in their hands. They just saw the words, Fengyun University, from afar. As for why you don't go up and check it out on the spot. On the other hand, it was because it didn't matter if it was fake, but in case if it was real, and if they annoyed that injured teenager, then they would be in even more trouble. Moreover, if the other party was able to kill a severely injured peak third-rank martial artist in such a short period of time, their strength was bound to be above the third rank. The odds of it being the rightful owner are high. It's the real thing. I just confirmed it. Under the gaze of the crowd, the face of the student in the lead was still ironic. Grandma, people are really unlucky enough to drink water and stuff their teeth. How many gold medals does the entire Windy Cloud University add up to? To actually be able to run into each other in such a small place as Linhai City, we are really out of luck. At those words, the crowd's expressions were a bit complicated. While he and the others were still struggling to trace the fugitives, the students from the Wind and Cloud University came straight over and killed them. This is good. A sentence to ask them to go back to school to ask the principal and teachers to go to apologize, but in favor of their own and other people can only do. It can't be helped. Who made them great? Thinking of this, the crowd gritted their teeth and went forward, simply disposing of the bodies on the ground. The most screwed up thing was that when the people from the Clear Alien Bureau came over, they still had to report people's credits. There was no need to worry about not being able to find the commendation. There were only so many gold medal students at Fengyun University. Which one was now in Linhai City? The university authorities would have an idea as soon as they checked. The student in the lead was secretly shocked after looking over the body. Damn, that's tough. Even if Xiang Bu, a peak third-order martial artist, was seriously injured, the counterattack before dying was no joke. It was impossible for an ordinary third-ranked martial artist to kill him without paying a price. This Windy Cloud University student strikes so decisively and walks away so easily and lightly. Any future fugitive who runs into him will be truly blessed. At 3 o'clock in the morning, a cab with 4 people in it was traveling in the direction of Linhai No. 1 Middle School. In the car, the co-pilot Wang Yongfeng made a phone call. As for Jiang Qingzhu in the back seat, she was observing the handsome ink-shirted young man beside her with her residual light. Even though they said they went to the bathroom, why did they smell faintly of blood? Ignoring Jiang Qingzhu's gaze, Yili leaned against the car window, his eyes looking out the window. It was the first time he'd ever killed anyone, and surprisingly there was nothing that made him sick to his stomach, just a slight increase in his heartbeat, leaving him on a bit of an emotional high. When Yili was still at the first level of the second rank and fought with Jiang Qingzhu who was at the fourth level of the second rank, even if he was holding the consummate level, Big Dipper treading void technique, in his hand, he still had to eat a shot in order to unexpectedly take him down. At that time, the fight was a difference in information. By virtue of the near unsolvable, indestructible golden soul, and now facing the peak of the third order of martial artists, only half a step of the third order, but he was able to do without injury and speed kill. Okay, Yeli admitted. The main reason he was able to kill quickly without injury was because his opponent was seriously injured. Even so, the other party still managed to spar for several minutes without collapsing after he opened his Golden Soul Revival form. This was truly frightening, and it was the first time Yili had encountered such a tricky enemy. It was worthy of being a peak third-order martial artist. After such a trip, the true chi in his body had almost bottomed out. If both sides were at full strength, Yili would have chosen the approach of frowning and retreating behind the crowd, or add points steadily before striking out to lift the table, or you're likely to roll over. But whatever. Just tell me if it's a no harm, no speed kill this time. The corners of Yili's mouth rose, although this time, there was less humiliation, resulting in the evil value he gained not being too generous. Still, the successful verification of the new conjecture had put him in a rather good mood. The killing people, even those who are evil, earns you an evil value. That's the weight of death. By analogy, would there be an evil deed value reward for killing Faye as well? Yili's mind wandered as he thought. Done. At this time, Wang Yongfeng, who was sitting in the co-pilot, hung up the phone, looked back at Yili and laughed lightly. The treasures co-sponsored by the two schools this time have been delivered to your training room, complete with instructions, so remember to look at them when you get there. Also, what else do you need? Don't be polite, just mention it to the school and the school will reimburse you. Upon hearing this, Yili didn't be polite and immediately spoke. I need a hammering method that is still of a decent grade. Hammering method? Wang Yongfeng was slightly stunned and subconsciously asked, isn't it a breathing method? He saw that Yili had hardly appeared to display a gesture of depletion of his true qi, and thought that he had found a suitable breathing method. Are you in such a hurry? If I work hard, I can get you the S-rank hammering method after the exams in a couple days. Jiang Qingju suddenly opened her mouth, her tail end rising as she spoke words that caused both Wang Yongfeng and the driver master to be somewhat shocked. You've already practiced White Mist Frost Snow to a great success, right? The driver's master's shock was purely due to hearing this designation of S-class. Wang Yongfeng, on the other hand, was shocked at what the young girl had spoken. If he remembered correctly, the White Mist Frost and Snow should be the Jiang family's S-rank breathing method that had been passed down for generations. In terms of value, it was feared to be higher than those S-class breathing techniques circulating in the market. Leaving aside for a moment why Yili got it, the matter of practicing to great success alone, even for those talented martial artists in Wang Yongfeng's memory, it would take at least several years, and it seems that the distance from Yili's acquaintance with Jiang Qingju is not yet 2 weeks, right? This is a big success? Really? Wang Yongfeng's throat was dry and he could hardly believe it as he looked at that ink-shirt teenager. Yili was seen casually nodding his head. It's kind of a big deal. At those words, Wang Yongfeng's heart immediately set off shockwaves. Really big success. 2 weeks to achieve S-class breathing technique. This talent is simply too strong to be reasonable. He looked furiously at Jiang Qingju, but the young girl's reaction was very calm and continued. Then you should understand that similar to the high range and cultivation speed provided by the S-rank breathing technique, the S-rank hammering technique has a lot of unusual features compared to ordinary hammering techniques. It's like a furnace that hammers metal, the way it hammers is different, and the results that are born in the end will be different. After the true blood realm, there is also a gap within the same rank. That's where the saying comes from. So, how about waiting for me for a few days? The young girl asked in a cool voice as she blinked her clear eyes. I didn't say I wouldn't wait for you. In Jiang Qingju's slightly stunned eyes, Yili calmly said, can't I have them all? Jiang Qingju? Wang Yongfeng? Chapter 49, Breaking Through the Third Order. Thank you to Everyday Rush True Monarch for the Great God certification. Linhai First High School. With Wang Yongfeng on the verge of stepping his legs out of sparks, Yili quickly and smoothly obtained a B-grade hammering method called the Great Sun Treasure Furnace. Grade B hammering method. Great Sun Treasure Furnace, uninitiated. It was said that this was already considered a treasured technique in the bottom of the Linhai First Middle School's box. In this regard, Vice President Li Hohan is also quite helpless. This was because before this, in the school history of Linhai No. 1 Middle School, there was no student who had to have a third-order hammering method before graduating. It was really a bit of a surprise. Inside the training building, Yili walked into his training room and casually closed the door behind him, looking at the thick book in his hand. Great Sun Treasure Furnace. Although when Wang Yongfeng brought it to him, he swore to him that next week, Principal Li would be able to get the A-grade hammering method from the positive principal who was absent every day. But at that time, Jiang Qingju's S-grade hammering method had arrived. So why bother making do with an A-grade one? Yili shook his head. Originally, he had wanted to find a random hammering method first, and peacefully transition to the third rank before the martial arts exam. It's not too late to use a good hammering method when it's time to officially add points. Thinking so, Yili walked over to the long table and picked up a ring on the table that shimmered with a faint light. A simple probe revealed that it was a storage ring. Mostly it's an extra perk given by Linhai 1. However, one already had the gold medal as a storage prop, and the storage ring became dispensable. Without paying too much attention, Yili took out as many items from it as he could and set them on the table. A savings card from the Hakusha Bank, a red elixir with a rounded body, a pair of close-fitting silver hard armor, and instructions. The first two were mostly the 1 million Hakusha coins and chi blood pills from the official team member rewards. The latter, I believe, is the so-called treasures co-sponsored by the two schools. Yili picked up the manual, and the words on it caught his eyes. Third-ranked intermediate treasure. Guardian's armor. Crafted from the silver horn of the silver-horned rhinoceros, a third-order exotic beast. It can automatically fit the body by filling it with true chi. Warm in winter and cool in summer. Comfortable and breathable, and can reduce the damage it suffers. After reading the introduction, a bit of dislike surfaced on Yi Li's face. Perhaps the treasures produced by his own system are too appropriate. So much so that he feels that this armor is a little ribbed. Forget it. It's better than nothing. They weren't expected to provide any assistance in the first place. Yi Li sighed and took the items on the table back into his storage ring. That being said, the most useful thing in this is this storage ring. Subsequently, in order to avoid confusion with the Ring of Harmonious Coexistence on his right hand, he wore this storage ring on his left hand. Yi Li returned to the bed couch used for cultivation, his rather handsome face gradually calming down. He didn't intend to drag his feet until after the martial arts exam to advance to the third rank. This action, while helping him verify his suspicions, also sounded the alarm for him to improve his strength. It was so laborious to fight a seriously injured peak third-order martial artist. If those few geniuses from Shanzhou one middle school were all at the level of peak second order, wouldn't he be waiting for death with his own hands tied behind his back? This was not going to work. No one was going to get in the way of him improving his strength. The growing strength didn't blind Yi Li's eyes, but instead made him more and more awake. In the eyes of outsiders, he was what was known as a heavenly talent. But this unrivaled talent was piled up by the massive amount of wickedness value so far. To maintain that speed, one must have the strength to be able to crush those geniuses. Still can't slack off. Yi Li let out a soft laugh and sat down on the edge of the bed, his mood quickly calming down. Now that you're on the path, there's nothing to get lost in. In the end, in this kind of high martial world, only the strong could carry out their will. System, give me a raise. A light blue curtain of light unfolded in front of Yi Li's eyes, and a vast amount of evil values poured in surging towards the panel. Current vices, 36. 200 points. Ding. Consume the evil value and start practicing Grade B hammering method. Great Sun Treasure Furnace. Previously, you have already hammered the blood of the whole body with the stupid method, and half of your feet have crossed the door of the real blood realm. And at this moment, if you look at this B-level hammering method, it's just like a student who does the problem first and then reads the book, with half the work and half the effort. Gain to gain buff, 50% faster cultivation speed. After consuming 2,000 points of bad act value, you realize that although this B-rank hammering method is designed to deeper cultivation theories, it is not as complex as the S-rank breathing method, and you can know its true meaning at a glance. Dainipo Furnace, Cozy Eye. After consuming 4,000 points of evil value, you already know how to simulate the sun's transpiration to let the temperature of your body soar in the hammering method, and your blood gradually develops into a metamorphosis in this high-temperature environment. Dainipo Furnace, Skilled. After consuming 6,000 points of bad act value, your understanding of this hammering method gradually deepens, and between breaths, searing white gas exhales from your mouth. Dainipo Furnace, Mastery. After consuming 10,000 points of evil value, you finally understand the method of enhancement recorded in this hammering method, and a feeling of dawning enlightenment wells up in your heart. Dainipo Furnace, Deshang. After consuming 12,000 vices, you have mastered the skill of attaching a burning effect to your true chi, and in the future, you will be twice as powerful when practicing fire-based martial arts. Dainipo Furnace. Byproduct, your ability to withstand the heat has increased. Byproduct, your understanding of third-order feats like the hammering method has deepened. A large amount of text surfaced from the light screen. Yi Li wordlessly exhaled, the burning sensation unusually pronounced. Although he didn't smoke in his previous life, it still somehow occurred to him that if he deliberately mobilized those true chi in his body that had a burning effect, he could easily light a cigarette even without a lighter. Practical little abilities have been added. In addition to that, as long as Yi Li's mind moved, the blood in his body had a feeling of boiling up, as if a piece of fine iron had been thrown into a scorching furnace. There was no unbearable heat, just a feeling of gradual metamorphosis sprouting. Without hesitation, Yi Li began to add points to his cultivation. Ding! Consume the evil value and start raising the level of martial arts. Your hammering method has been perfected, and under this effect, the original 100 steps have already gone through 99 steps, just short of the final proverbial kick. Consuming 200 points of bad act value, a touch of golden aura emerges from all your blood. Sinews and bones chime together, and a feeling of completeness and permeability goes straight to your entire body. Addition is over. You've advanced to the first rank of the third order. Current martial arts level, third order first, 0%. Current vices, 24,000 points. Accompanied by the emergence of the last line of text, Yili's aura suddenly rose. It was as if it was a perfectly baked elixir, revealing a sense of complete embracing of the elixir all around his body. The blood and sinews that had completed the metamorphosis were intertwined, allowing his five senses to be drastically strengthened, reaching a terrifying level of, a feather can't be added, a fly can't be approached. The pair of delusional black pupils are even more divine light, as if they can break through the essence of the world like a miraculous. There was no such thing as a so-called bottleneck, and this third stage barrier, which was enough to trap countless martial artists, was broken through by him in a matter of breaths. That's the third order. Feeling the soaring strength of true chi and blood in his body, Yili suppressed the shocked look on his face. The next step was to prepare for the martial arts exam in 2.5 days. I just don't know how much that so-called mountain state one can bring in for itself. Yili had some expectations. Meanwhile, Yamazato First High School, Yang Wanfeng, who had just finished his training, was having a major discussion about the martial arts exam with his own sister. Yang Wan, Chapter 50 Yang Wanfeng's decision. Martial exam arrives. Brother, you said. Inside the spacious training ground, Yang Wan, who had just finished training, lazily lay on the ground and said seemingly casually, "That Yili, how should I teach him a better lesson when the time comes? Wan Air, how many times have I told you not to take the enemy lightly?" Yang Wanfeng smiled helplessly and continued, "If you don't turn on the blood-burning mysterious method, most likely you won't be a match for that Tang Yao, and if he can defeat Tang Yao, he naturally has the ability to defeat you as well, even if you can win over him by turning on the secret method. So what? This is a martial arts exam. You have to hunt and kill the foreign beasts in the test site to get points." With that, he smiled and reached out to rub the girl's head and continued, "And, except for the last 6 hours of the free engagement session, what are you going to do if you make a move on him and he reports you to the invigilator afterward? Then the big deal is that I won't go to Wutsa University. Brother will support me for the rest of my life." Yang Wan grunted lightly, full of concern. In her opinion, the other party had robbed her own elder brother's guaranteed place, and had instantly been elevated from a dispensable passerby of the martial arts exam to a sinful villain of the century. Moreover, hunting the foreign beasts in the core area of the examination point scored the most points, and Yili would inevitably go up against himself and the others if he wanted to compete for the top spot. This fight was inevitable, any way you look at it. That being the case, it was only natural that she should choose to end it in a way that relieved her of her anger. Teach each other a hard lesson. Wan Air, don't play with your temper. Yang Wanfeng followed and sat on the ground. Didn't my brother say so? I will definitely go to meet him when the time comes. What's your hurry? Yang Wan didn't even look at him and huffed. Because you're so good-tempered, brother, that even if you say you'll go to meet him, you certainly won't hit him hard. And every time you've been on point. At those words, Yang Wanfeng's eyes flickered. In fact, he just didn't lay a heavy hand on the surface. And those who were on his mind were all retaliated by him in the dark afterwards. This was something that Yang Wan obviously didn't know about. Yang Wanfeng pondered for a moment, then smiled seemingly helplessly. Well, since you hate him so much, it can't be helped. Tell me, how do you want to teach him a lesson? Brother promises you everything. Really? Upon hearing this, Yang Wan directly sat up from the ground in excitement and looked at Yang Wanfeng, asking after him, how about anything? This, Yang Wanfeng's elegant face deliberately surfaced with some hesitation. Then, in Yang Wan's expectant eyes, as if he had made up his mind, he sighed rather helplessly and said, "When has brother ever lied to you? Although my brother originally just wanted to spar with him, but seeing as you hate him so much, a little lesson isn't out of the question. Go ahead." Great. Yang Wan leapt over and hugged Yang Wanfeng, happily. I knew my brother was the best for me. When she said that, she paused and hemmed and hawed with some embarrassment. Brother, I've actually been thinking about how I'm going to teach him a lesson for a long time. Upon hearing this, Yang Wanfeng's spirit lifted. You say, isn't the core area of the martial arts examination center transmitting images outward in real time? Nice. Yang Wanfeng nodded. In order to observe the performance of those potential martial arts students, the air above the core area of the martial arts examination center would use special means to capture the relevant footage so as to achieve the effect of real-time broadcasting. Because of the higher cost, students who roam the outer zones, or even the inner zones, don't qualify to be photographed. What do you want? I want to have him stripped naked and hanged on the highest tree for public display. Yang Wan excitedly waved her fist. Let him lose face in front of the teachers and students of the province, and see if he dares to rob others in the future. This, would it be too much? Hearing the girl's words, the corners of Yang Wanfeng's mouth subconsciously rose. but then quickly smoothed them out as he said with a light frown. Moreover, in previous years, even second-ranked martial artists were at risk of being seriously injured by the groups of foreign beasts in the core area of the martial examination. For the sake of his own safety, he might not come to the core area, and the alien beasts in the inner perimeter area have equally high scores. Brother, I haven't finished yet. A smug look surfaced on Yang Wan's face as she interjected. It's rather better for me if he doesn't enter the inner zone. I don't have to worry about the image residue. Wait until the last 2 hours of free sparring. Brother, you can clean him up as much as you want. This is not good. Yang Wanfeng was obviously a bit hesitant, as if he was very resistant to this kind of thing. Only, the palm that was slightly trembling from excitement revealed his true inner thoughts. Gee, what's wrong with that? Seeing that her elder brother was still not happy, Yang Wan pulled up the youth's hand and said in a begging tone, Brother, he's robbing you of your guaranteed spot, and now the whole school is talking about it, so we can't be so good-natured anymore. Perhaps it was because Yang Wanfeng usually hung on to the guaranteed places at Fengyun University, or perhaps it was because the teachers in each class liked to use examples of geniuses to motivate the students in their class. Right now in Shanzhou No. 1 middle school, hundreds of martial arts students knew that a Linhai City student named Yili had probably gotten a guaranteed place in Fengyun University. And naturally, Yang Wanfeng, who has been hanging on to his guaranteed spot all day, looks a bit of a clown. Fruity. At the mention of this, a flash of annoyance appeared in Yang Wanfeng's eyes, which then dissipated. He took a deep breath and said slowly, Also, this Yili is bullying people too much. If my brother doesn't show some sharpness again, he'll really let him still think that I'm easy to bully. Speaking of which, when he fought that Tang Yao, he also had no regard for his opponent's face, and his fighting style was extremely brutal and jaw-dropping. If I teach him a lesson in this martial arts exam, it will be considered a favor to the people. A bright smile suddenly surged on Yan Wan's small face. Brother, in my heart, you have always been a moral paragon. You forget. Everyone at school still says you're an ice-cold genius. This I naturally know. Yang Wanfeng waved his hand modestly and helplessly. Don't be too happy. Even if my brother promises you to teach him a lesson, it's still a problem how to find him when the time comes. Don't worry, don't worry. Yang Wan patted her slightly bulging chest, her foot and waist-length hair swaying along. She laughed a little smugly. I've known for a long time that my brother would agree to my request, so I discussed it with everyone this morning. Other than the two of us, whoever encounters Yili will lead him towards the core area. He definitely won't be able to escape. Say it. Under Yang Wanfeng's approving gaze, Yang Wan interlaced her hands and placed them in front of her flat belly, turning her body around with a few more points of anticipation in her tone. Foolproof. Gee, I'm really looking forward to what kind of expression that guy will show then. The scale of the province's martial arts exams was grand and unparalleled, and the entire province was swept away by the fervor. The tense atmosphere was like a large invisible net that enveloped the hearts of every martial arts candidate, making them feel an unprecedented pressure. In such a tense atmosphere, time seems to rush by. 3 short days passed by in a flash like a white horse. As the first rays of morning sunlight poured down outside of the city of Mountain City, a long-awaited sense of excitement began to fill the air. Outside the city of Yamashiro, in front of a vast secret realm that covered an extremely wide area, in front of a huge temporary camp, several figures emanating a powerful aura appeared one after another in front of the camp, their eyes flickering as they looked at the distant city in unison. There, hundreds of buses were driving in a vast procession one after another, followed by dozens of escorting military armored vehicles. This place is about to become a turning point in the destiny of tens of thousands of martial artists. The stage has been set for the winning province martial arts examination, just waiting for the protagonists to take the stage. Chapter 51, Face Mockery. Split Mountain Mystery. As the test site for the previous year's martial arts exams within the winning province, the main features were the large space of the secret realm and the low level of the foreign beasts. On weekdays, it was in a state of closure, and a 7th grade martial arts master would also be specially invited to step in before the exams began to scrutinize the secret realm, avoiding the appearance of 4th order exotic beasts. However, it seemed that the secret territory had its own rules of suppression, and no 4th-ranked foreign beasts had appeared over the years. Still, it hadn't been less than a year since a patriarch had been called in to line things up as a precaution. With so many martial arts seeds, tens or hundreds of years later, a new batch of martial arts powerhouses would inevitably emerge. In front of the Split Mountain Mystic Realm, a temporary camp. In the early morning hours, a huge crowd stood on the plain in front of the secret realm with different looks. Kaigwa Cheng stood in front of the camp above, looking at the many young martial artists below with a solemn expression, his mind churning with thoughts. It's finally that day. The young talents of the winning province are gathered here today. The Yang family twins of Shanzhou City, the Jiang family's Miss Jiang of Linhai City, and the teenage dark horse named Yili, Jiangcheng City's Little King Kong, and the sword pavilions Tang Yao of Castle Peak City. Ha! How a bunch of wrecks in Castle Peak City. After his line of sight landed on the group of martial artists from Castle Peak City, doubts welled up in Kai Guocheng's eyes. One could only see that hundreds of them were all wrapped in bandages and steel plates, looking extremely miserable, while the remaining hundreds looked in the direction of the Linhai City martial artists with resentful eyes from time to time. Yet again, he immediately became honest after a handsome ink-shirted boy cast his eyes on him. It's really strange. Ask a teacher at Castle Peak 1 later. Kai Guocheng stopped thinking and stepped forward, shouting at the crowd. I'm the chief person in charge of this winning province martial arts examination, Kai Guocheng. In the same way as those arts students who have been studying for 10 years, today is also the time for you martial arts students who have been practicing hard for many years to verify the results of your efforts. I'm sure you've said a lot of pre-war mobilization type speeches by the leaders of your schools, so I'm not going to go into too much detail here. Just a brief explanation of the rules. He gabbled a great deal, and the tens of thousands of martial arts candidates under the stage listened with rapt attention. In the crowd, the handsome young man in the clean ink shirt also nodded frequently. The rules of the martial arts exam are fairly simple. According to Kai Guocheng, this split mountain mysterious realm behind him was divided into 3 areas, the outer, inner, and core areas. The outer perimeter was mostly pre-first order, equivalent to 2 or 3 regular alien beasts of the first order, with low hunting scores. The inner perimeter was mostly middle to late first order, or even early second order Fey, which scored higher on the hunt. As for the core area, it was mostly second order alien beasts, and even a few third order alien beasts were active and scored the highest. Each trainee is equipped with a prop similar to an amulet, which is used in case of an emergency to form a shield around the body against damage, and also sends a real-time location to outside instruments for outside rescue. Of course, once someone used it, it also meant that he had turned in his martial arts exam early. Fey beasts and whatnot. Yili wasn't very concerned. However, this so-called talisman made him a bit concerned. If it was too strong, it would have some effect on his behavior of earning bad deeds value, but only somewhat concerned. After a brief moment of reflection, Yili didn't take the thing seriously. The reason is simple. How well crafted can a low-level talisman that can dispense tens of thousands at a time be? Even if it could resist a shot from its own execution of the swimming dragon riding wind cannon, it would be considered to have tried hard enough. Just from the performance just now, although the remaining few martial arts high school students in Aoyama City did hold a grudge against him, whether or not they had the courage to strike, it's hard to say. Thinking about this, Yili's good-looking brows knitted slightly. Damn, your white moonlight was beaten by me on the ground and you don't even think about revenge? Don't succumb to the lustful power of your enemies. I'm not underestimating your bond at all, so don't tell me you're afraid to make a move. It seemed like they had to beat Tang Yao up again to inspire their wildness before they could do so. Thinking so, Yili's line of sight shifted lightly, sweeping over the sword-robed girl in the distance who was biting her lips tightly. The young girl seemed to notice his gaze, and her originally resolute face suddenly paled a little. The martial arts exam begins at 8:30 a.m. and continues for 24 hours. In the camp above, Kai Guocheng shouted in a deep voice, I'm here to remind you once again that the martial arts exam is not child's play, and a single slip-up is not uncommon, even if you die in it. Also, except for the core area where you can engage at will, the rest of the area is only allowed to engage for the last 6 hours. For the rest of the time, trainees are forbidden to attack each other, and once I find out, I will immediately disqualify him from the exam, and afterwards, he will also be given a major demerit, and his exam score will be zeroed out. His tone was quite serious, and against the backdrop of the powerful aura around him, he appeared extremely intimidating. This rule is also well understood. Apparently it was to avoid that after entering the secret realm, some people would fight for some reason to the point that it would affect the results of the martial arts exam. It doesn't work to have a direct ban on attacking each other. After all, it was possible for the crowd to be attacked by the same human martial artists in the future when they were going down to the secret realm. Young martial artists should not be given the idea that martial artists in the secret realm will not attack each other at all or else they may be killed in the future. Upon hearing this, Yili's expression remained calm, and there was no expression of dissatisfaction surfacing. At this time, Zhang Qingzhu walked over and handed Yili a large sharp gun with a blue gold body, saying softly, third-ranked high-grade treasure tool, see Dragon Bloodstain Lance, has the effect of enhancing the power of water-based martial arts, and it also has an increase in coldness. Thanks a lot. Yili took the lance and nodded politely. In addition to the storage treasures, each person could carry 3 treasures, plus this big gun exactly. It's okay. I'll take some time to go to the core area, so if you need help then, just say something. Yili put the lance into his ring and calmly said, good luck. Then, With that, he turned and left. There was still some time before 8:30, so he was going to look around and pull some hate value. Looking at the teenager's distant back, Jiang Qingzhu lightly bit her red lips. In terms of her eyes gradually became firm. Yili, I will definitely get into Fengyun University. Wait for me. The crowd. A handsome-looking ink-shirt young man casually walked through. At his waist, a golden waistplate was particularly conspicuous, and the silver-hooked and iron-painted words on it made the eyes of many martial arts students envious. Soon he arrived at his destination, a place where martial arts students gather in the city of Yamashiro. Since he didn't know anyone anyway, Yili simply stood at the front of their group and waited with a flat expression. According to Yu Wang, this behavior is tantamount to sticking your face in mockery. In the meantime, there was a great deal of talk in the ranks of the city of Shanzhou after seeing the appearance of the ink-shirted young man with the gold medal on his belt. The elegant-looking Yang Wanfeng was originally joking and laughing with his teammates to ease the atmosphere. After hearing the discussion around him, the smile on his face froze and he looked up towards a short distance away. Seeing that gold medal he had longed for come into view, Yang Wanfeng's eyelids couldn't stop fluttering. Chapter 52, I'll bail. Thanks. No doubt about it. That was the golden waistplate that only those students who were important enough in Winsong University could have. Yali. The smile on Yang Wanfeng's face faded. His hands gradually clenched tightly, his eyes staring deathly at the ink-shirted young man with a lazy expression. The other party was wearing this belt plate, and his identity was already calling out. Immediately the martial arts examination will begin. Not in their own city location to wait for the transmission, specifically run to their eyes. Obviously here to show off. Knowing that I harbor a grudge against him, how dare you make a special trip to pick a fight? Thinking about this, a flash of rich killing intent surged in Yang Wanfeng's eyes, which passed in an instant. Nothing else. In his opinion, Yi Li's behavior like this was already a way to take death. Brother, what's wrong with you? Yang Wan saw the difference in him and asked suspiciously. It's okay. Yang Wanfeng's expression became gentle again, and he laughed softly. I saw someone I cared about a lot, and I got a little carried away. He knew it in his heart. Now that he hadn't entered the secret realm yet, if he made a move at this moment, then he would immediately lose his qualifications for the exam. Bear with me for a while. When you enter the secret realm, then in the last 6 hours, you can find each other through your own supernatural powers. He'll have time to cry when the time comes. Yang Wanfeng exhaled deeply. However, even if the killing intent of his party was fleeting, the ink-shirted teenager in the distance seemed to have sensed it and looked over towards here carelessly. And hearing Yang Wanfeng's words, Yang Wan also looked around. Someone who makes you care? Who is it? The two quickly locked eyes. Yi Li's eyes were bland, and his sight carried a few hints of scrutiny. Yang Wan, on the other hand, her pupils trembled slightly, and her line of sight immediately landed on the extraordinarily eye-catching golden waistplate. Her eyebrows furrowed, and thin anger suddenly surfaced on her sweet face. Brother, I seem to have seen that Yi Li. Well, I saw it too. The line of sight lingered on Yi Li's body. The corner of Yang Wanfeng's mouth lifted slightly, his voice calmly saying, it seems to be a looker who loves to show off. At that time, my brother will let him learn a long lesson. And just as the two of them were talking, that ink-shirted teenager had already turned his body, his expression calm, and was striding towards this place. Brother. Seeing this, Yang Wan's heartbeat accelerated a bit for some reason, and a hint of nervousness unconsciously appeared in her voice. He's coming over. Yang Wanfeng, on the other hand, his face quickly turned cold. His brother and sister had only looked at them for a couple more moments, and the other party was directly looking for the door. What was the meaning of this? Without a trace, he blocked in front of Yang Wan and looked at the ink-shirted teenager with a proud expression. Although one could not just make a move outside of the secret territory, if the other party made the first move, it would be of a different nature. He himself would let him learn what it meant to be the Yang family's most outstanding and talented martial artist. Yi Li quickly stood in front of the two men with different minds. He raised a pair of dark eye pupils. Obviously his height was similar to Yang Wanfeng's, but it gave Yang Wanfeng a twisted feeling of being looked down upon. Not only Yang Wanfeng, a group of students from the city of Shanzhou all had such a strange feeling. I heard the teenager ask faintly, what are you laughing at? What? Yang Wanfeng frowned slightly and asked back with some amusement, we still can't laugh? You're a little too angry, aren't you? Behind him are the many students of Mountain City who have honored him in the past. In order to save face, his tone at the moment was unconsciously a bit tough. As soon as the words fell, Yang Wan behind him sneered with a cold snort as if she had received some sort of boost. Just getting a guaranteed spot through the back door. Certain people don't really think they're invincible, do they? Auntie advised you that you'd better tighten up. Saying that, she poked her head out from behind Yang Wanfeng and looked straight at Yi Li, raising her chin like a proud swan that way. Otherwise, be careful of getting beaten up. So it is. Yili nodded slightly and looked around. He saw a crowd of students from Shanzhou No. 1 middle school, all of whom were looking at him with hostile eyes. Obviously, the pair in front of himself was their leader, or else they wouldn't have shown such a unanimous stance. No wonder one's strengthened five senses felt a killing intent. So it's the rightful owner who's pissed off. Thinking of this, Yili looked at Yang Wan and asked with a light smile, "So it looks like you've already discussed what to do with me?" "Not dealing with." Yang Wan proudly raised a finger and shook it from side to side, laughing triumphantly. "It's packing. I've already figured out how to clean up your cheeky bastard." "Wan Air, don't talk nonsense," Yang Wanfeng reprimanded with a feigned anger. Then looking towards Yili, he smiled indifferently and said, "My sister is a bit naughty in nature. Don't take it personally, she's just joking." There was a pause, then a gentle smile. "However, if it's possible, I would also like to learn the strength of Yili's classmates in the core area during the last 6 hours. It's just that I don't know if brother Yili has the guts to do so." As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the crowd of students from Shanzhou City all welled up, gloating as they looked at the ink-shirted young man with a gold medal on his waist. Yang Wan even covered her mouth and laughed lightly. How could she not see that her own brother was deliberately provoking Yili to anger? In order to deny Yili the possibility of refusal, the elder brother was also considered a slight trick. Ahem. Thinking of this, Yang Wan coughed lightly twice and just wanted to follow suit with a couple of taunts. Kai Guocheng's majestic and serious voice came from above. "The secret realm teleportation will now begin. Please return to your city's team so that you can be closer to your teammates in your group." With secret realm teleportation, the farther away both parties were before teleportation, the farther away they would be after teleportation. If there is hand-holding, there is a high probability that you will teleport to a place. This is the basic thing that has been taught by the teachers of the schools before the opening of the examination. "Brother." Yang Wan's heart moved slightly, and just as she wanted to hold hands with Yang Wanfeng, a teasing laugh sounded in her ears. "The last 6 hours? Wouldn't it be better if I let you appreciate it now?" As soon as the words fell, a pressure suddenly descended on Yang Wanfeng's heart. Immediately afterward, a pitch-black residual shadow crossed the air like a meteor and ghostly appeared in front of him, burning with raging white cloudy chi, setting off that handsome face as if it were an immortal. Yili's expression was calm, but it was as if a terrifying storm was brewing between his brows. Secretly murderous and hypocritical in word and deed, he could no longer tolerate this elegant youth in front of him. His body's strength erupted, and with tens of thousands of kilograms of fist power added, he slapped out a palm seemingly at random. Phew! In an instant, alarm bells rang loudly in Yang Wanfeng's heart, and along with the approach of the slender palm, a huge sense of threat made all the sweaty hairs on his back stand up. He did not care about the disoriented Yang Wan behind him. The true chi in his body quickly revolved. Green aura surged on his arms, and he used his entire body to grit his teeth and block in front of his body. The aura of the 8th level of the 2nd rank erupted from him, and even Kai Guocheng above him couldn't help but cast his eyes. "You're crazy. There's only the last 6 hours to engage." Yang Wanfeng shouted in shock and anger. I bailed. Yili said indifferently, his slender palm landing on the other party's radiantly surging arms. Almost at the same time, a huge teleportation spell formation rose up from the earth below, instantly enveloping the tens of thousands of martial candidates. Buzz! In the shocked and appalled eyes of Yang Wan and the crowd of Mountain City students, Yang Wanfeng only felt that the scene around him changed for a moment, followed by a huge force coming from above his arms. The terrifying force directly blasted off both of his arms, and immediately afterward imprinted on his chest, the tough flesh that he had always prided himself on. But at this moment, it erupted into a dull wail. Boom! In a vast dense forest, Yang Wanfeng's mouthful of blood sprayed wildly, and his thin figure flew out backwards along with the blood, smashing more than 10 big trees one after another, rubbing the ground and tumbling dozens of times, and finally crashing heavily into the trunk of a huge tree before coming to a halt. Ho ho ho! Yang Wanfeng only felt that his throat was full of thick plasma. The whole person was even more starry-eyed and dizzy, and there was not a single place on his body that did not transmit severe pain. But compared to the pain in his body, the shock in his heart at the moment was even more intense. He lifted his head and struggled to look at the upright figure that walked slowly, shock surging from the bottom of his eyes that was hard to contain, and he spoke out with difficulty. Dan Chi explosion. You're the 3rd rank. The breath of the body was as complete as a precious Dan, and by activating the chi in blood, one could perform the physically exhausting Dan Chi explosion, which could extremely enhance the body's functions, a technique that belonged uniquely to the 3rd stage True Blood realm. For martial artists below the 3rd rank, it was almost a dimensional reduction level strike. No wonder he could detect my line of sight. No wonder he got a guaranteed place at Windy Cloud University. The time he defeated Tang Yao, He was simply pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, deliberately making the onlookers think that he needed this secret technique. Yang Wanfeng's heart set off shocking waves, and a huge panic rose from the bottom of his heart. Had he known that the other party had advanced to the third rank, he shouldn't have agreed to Yang Wan's request, even if the Yang family's secret method could make his strength comparable to a third-ranked martial artist. But at this moment, it was difficult for him to even get up, let alone perform the blood-burning secret method, seriously injuring Yang Wanfeng, the most outstanding genius of the Yang family in the last 10 years. Evil value plus 3000. Detected Yang Wanfeng generating a large amount of fear towards you. Evil value plus 2000. Didn't care about the other's horror. Yili squatted straight in front of the elegant youth and asked calmly, the third order is just as chipper. Why don't you try laughing again? Besides, tell your father what you and that sister of yours want to do to me? Chapter 53, Sorry to disappoint you. Hearing Yili's voice that was as calm as water, yet with a hint of teasing, Yang Wanfeng, who was lying on the ground, squirmed his lips and finally trembled. She just wanted to spar with you. Jabla. A long spear with a blue-gold body appeared from Yili's palm, then violently plunged into Yang Wanfeng's thigh. The sound of tearing flesh and blood clearly echoed in the air. Ah! Miserable screams came out from Yang Wanfeng's mouth. He subconsciously tried to reach out to pull it out, but he was heavily slapped in the face by the teenager's backhand. Boo! Huge force swept across his face. Yang Wanfeng was smacked with two ears buzzing. His brain was dazed, and the remnants of his consciousness made him subconsciously look towards the front. The only thing that came into view was the ink-shirted young man's black eyes that shone with a divine light. Lies. Yili's voice couldn't be heard as happy or angry, but it carried an extremely strong sense of oppression. Last chance. How do you and your sister plan to clean me up? She, think before you speak. I sincerely admonish you. Between the words, Yili flexed his fingers and flicked the handle of the gun, and the gun suddenly shook as he calmly said, Really? LOL. Yang Wanfeng clenched his teeth in death. The intense pain made him unable to resist baring his teeth, gasping for air as his brain went blank. Why? Why does he know it's a lie? Yili looked up. 3. At those words, Yang Wanfeng's heart tightened violently. Once he had said that, with the temper the other party was now displaying, then what happened to Yang Wan was pretty much what could be met with. It's going to be absolutely miserable. Do you really want to say it yourself? As long as it is said, one heir is finished, and I, as a brother. Yang Wanfeng's pupils were constantly dilating and shrinking, obviously engaged in a fierce heartfelt battle. 2. Yili drew out his lance as soon as he could, hovering in front of Yang Wanfeng's elegant and easygoing, yet plasma-covered face. In the eyes of the latter, the young man's body revealed an astonishing might, making him not dare to guess what was in the other party's mind at all. Great fear weighed heavily on Yang Wanfeng's heart. Just in the moment when Yili's brows lightly knitted, a raging gale rang in his ears, and the threatening feeling of death plummeted in his heart. He cried out as he broke down. I say! Hundreds of meters away in a dense forest, a sweet-looking young girl stood in the clearing, looking around at the dense jungle with some confusion. Vaguely remember, in the last second of the teleportation into the secret realm, the ink-shirted teenager was full of wild and horrifying aura, and a palm fell on the arms of his own brother. Yang Wan's breathing gradually shortened as she stood up from the ground, a flash of panic in her eyes. Although his own brother's strength is strong, the Yang family's generations of inheritance of the blood-burning secret method has been practiced to the level of great success. But, that Yili, the confidence between his eyebrows was so strong that it was scary, and the aura on his body was even stronger than his own. Also won over Tang Yao of Jianga. Abominable. How is it that you didn't think he was that good before and now you suddenly feel panicked? Yang Wan bit her lips tightly and forced her own to calm down. This was the outskirts of the Split Mountain mysterious realm, and there were foreign beasts that appeared at any time. So even if she was able to kill them with her hands with her strength, she still had to keep a little bit of caution. His own elder brother's martial arts rank had already reached the 8th level of the second order, and even if Healy had a secret method bonus that allowed him to fight across the ranks, the gap between the two was still huge. Even if he startled his own elder brother by virtue of a sneak attack, he would inevitably not be able to make any waves. To believe in him, he was the talented older brother who had shown for more than 10 years, the young martial artist who stood at the apex of the first middle school in Shanzhou. Definitely win over that unknowing Yili. Yang Wan clenched her fists, and the light called hope rekindled in her eyes. When she teleported, the distance between her and the two was only 5 or 6 meters, so she thought that the distance now wouldn't be too far off. She discerned the direction and then headed in the direction of the previous slight rumble. On the road, they were constantly infested with foreign beasts, mostly low-level foreign beasts like giant wood rats and skeleton soldiers. But strangely enough, not only did these beasts not launch an attack on Yang Wan, instead, They frantically fled towards the distance, as if they had encountered some terrifying enemy. For the sake of score, Yangwan casually killed them and collected the drop of heart blood in their bodies. Along with her advance, the score counter on her wrist accumulated numbers. Soon, a subtle odor of blood appeared on the breeze blowing ahead. It was followed by the familiar scent of the memory. It's brother. He must have won. Yangwan's heart was slightly happy, hurriedly speeding up her steps, drilling headfirst from the dense forest into the clearing ahead, and joyfully shouting, "Brother!" In the next second, her voice ended abruptly and her pupils contracted suddenly. Only a straight-backed ink-shirted boy was seen standing not far away, and in front of him, Yang Wanfeng, whose face was covered in blood, was looking at her with a horrified face and a lingering guilt in his eyes. Noticing Yang Wan's arrival, the ink-shirted teenager casually raised his eyes to look. Then, as if noticing the look of anticipation in the girl's eyes that had not yet completely dissipated, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. His hair brushed lightly as he carried the bloodstained lance, his tail tone rising slightly. "I'm so sorry to disappoint you." At those words, Yang Wan's heart tightened violently. Chapter 54, Kiss Me First. No doubt about it. The elegant young man lying under the tree in a miserable posture was none other than his own elder brother who had been so spirited in Shanzhou No. 1 middle school. At the moment, it looked like a lost soul and extraordinarily guilty. The ink-shirted young man in front of him had cold eyes. The flat voice instantly shrouded the place with a cold killing intent. Yang Wan covered her mouth and looked at this scene in fear, not understanding why her elder brother, who was a proud son of heaven, had been reduced to this state, this situation. That is to say, hey, why? The extremely impactful light made her legs as heavy as lead, and she stood frozen in place, her brain going a little down for a while. His own elder brother was a genius of the 8th level of the 2nd rank, performing secret techniques that were strong enough to battle 3rd-ranked martial artists, and now he would actually end up in this situation under Yili? Weiner, taking Yang Wan's expression into his eyes, the heart of Yang Wanfeng under the tree immediately welled up with shame and indignation, and his face burned hotly. What was he like in the old days? Now he actually lost to this kind of opponent, or in front of the sister who looks up to you the most. The vastness of humiliation almost drowned Yang Wanfeng's sanity, but fortunately, he still had a plan in mind. As long as Wan Air can buy me 5 minutes, I can use my powers to recover some of my injuries. As long as I can perform the blood-burning mysterious technique, even if this kid is a 3rd-ranked martial artist, I'll still be able to fight. Thinking of this, Yang Wanfeng tried his best to calm his mind, deliberately showing a bitter look, looking up at Yang Wan with tears in his eyes, and said in a trembling voice, "Wan Air, run, don't mind me, this person he." Snap. Before he could finish his words, he was backhandedly slapped in the face by the ink-shirted teenager. Blood-stained teeth flew out of his mouth, and his brain became buzzing all of a sudden. "Don't act, okay?" Yili frowned lightly, seemingly disgusted, shook off his blood-stained palm, and said faintly, "If you really care so much, what did you do just now when you explained so painfully?" Now this is said in a whole manner as if he were an evil man. Yili, looking at Yang Wanfeng's miserable state, Yang Wan, who was not far away, finally came back to her senses. Her trembling eyes snapped to that ink-shirted teenager, and she shouted in incredulous fury, "What are you doing? What's the point of asking?" Yili raised his eyebrows slightly and said with slight surprise, "As you can see, sparring with your brother. Is that how you cut it?" Yang Wan shouted angrily, seeing that the elder brother she adored in her heart was being humiliated like this. If she didn't make a move at this moment, she wouldn't be the Yang family's most arrogant Qianjin. Only the aura on his body was steeply strong, and the true qi in his body was surging and rushing. "Die for me." Yang Wan's eyes reddened as she let out a furious rebuke, clenched her hands into fists, got up and rushed towards the ink-shirted teenager at high speed, slamming her fist out. The power is ferocious enough to rival a car traveling at full speed. The surging wind pressure rushed straight to his face, but the corner of Yi Li's mouth lifted up a smirk. His 5 fingers clenched tightly, violently stepped on the ground, and his body's Dan Qi erupted for the 2nd time, and his fist punched out like a drum. Boo! The two forces collided hard together, in which the strength belonging to Yang Wan was like thin paper and was easily torn apart. The fist swung heavily on Yang Wan's arm. The clear sound of breaking bones rang out suddenly. Click! That delicate figure was smashed out with a huge force, and a thick giant tree was knocked off one after another. Rumble! Yang Wan smashed down in a mess in a sorry state, and when the smoke cleared, her surroundings were filled with crunchy wood shavings, and that slender arm, at this moment, had also bent out of a shocking arc. Intense pain rushed straight to the heavenly spirit from her arm. Yang Wan's sweet face twisted uncontrollably, and miserable screams continued to emanate from her mouth, resounding all around. It hurts. It hurts so much. Ah! Covering her arm out of instinct, Yang Wan kept convulsing and rolling on the ground. The tough bones of her entire arm were hardened by that huge force and smashed from it. Even experienced martial artists would lose their bearings for a moment due to the intense pain. The arrogance of the past days could not be seen in the slightest, and the only thing on Yang Wan's body at the moment was a wretched and ugly state. One air. Yang Wanfeng under the tree struggled to get up. A long gun with a blue and gold body hovered in front of his throat. Feeling the sharpness gulping from the tip of the gun, panic instantly surfaced on his elegant face. Even if he secretly used his powers to heal his injuries, he hadn't recovered much of his fighting strength yet. Although I am very sorry for Wan Air, but now I can only let her top for a little longer. Yang Wanfeng clenched his teeth. The meridians in his body then lit up with a faint green aura, continuously healing the injuries in his physical body. Okay, stop screaming. Yi Li carried his lance. His black hair flicked and his clothes tumbled as he raised his eyes to Yang Wan and casually said, "To keep you from losing consciousness, I'm swinging at your head, and you're screaming so hard. Haven't you ever been hurt before?" Yang Wan's appearance looked miserable, but in reality, it was only to the extent of a severe fracture of the right arm. For a second-rank martial artist, it was far from being unable to fight. Along with the increase in strength, there were already fewer and fewer people in the martial arts high schools in the winning province who dared to take the initiative to provoke themselves. A scarce resource like the other two had to be put to good use. For example, how much evil deed value can you get by beating Yang Wanfeng into a cripple and stripping Yang Wan naked and hanging her on the mountain? It's really something to look forward to. The corners of Yi Li's mouth rose slightly. This was essentially considered waste utilization. As for the retaliation of the Yang family in Shanzhou, then there is no need to worry. Originally as the opposite first provoked up, they are just self-defense. Moreover, what is Yi Li's status now? Core students at Windermere University, as the strongest martial arts university in the province. Even the Yang family of Mountain State didn't have much weight in front of it. This could be seen from the fact that the Yang family siblings couldn't get a guaranteed place. If they were really that rowdy, Yi Li didn't believe that they would miss themselves. In that case, what's the point of pretending to be a wolf? Iron sharpens iron. And as long as one does not violate one's principles, one must seek to squeeze the value out of every enemy. In Yi Li's calm sight, a moment later, Yang Wan's screams gradually weakened. Only her breathing remained rapid. Ho ho. Afterwards, she gritted her teeth and stood up from the mess. Her smooth forehead covered in cold sweat as she looked at Yi Li, fear unconsciously welling up under her eyes. Asked in a trembling voice, "Stop there. Will you?" "What do you think?" Yi Li asked calmly. It was so good, she actually tried to call it quits. That. Yang Wan bit her lips tightly, a hint of crying in her voice. "What do you want?" "Well." Yi Li rested a finger against his chin, showing a thoughtful expression. A moment later, a look of, thought of a good idea, appeared on his face and he laughed softly. "Then, just kowtow to me first, as a kind of apology. After all, I'm not an evil person." Saying that, he seemed to casually glance at Yang Wanfeng, whose eyes were tightly closed and whose face was pale, and its meaning was self-evident. Yang Wanfeng's face turned blue and his voice was hard. "I know." Although the other party was now smiling, no one knew what he was really thinking. Moreover, with the A-rank talent, Pale Forest Blessing, the injuries within his body had already recovered 30%. In another 10 minutes or so, he would be able to recover to the point where he could cast secret spells, and then it would be the end of the opponent. It was close, just a little bit closer. This humiliation now is nothing? Yang Wanfeng was just about to struggle to get up when Yi Li reached out and pressed him back. In his dismayed eyes, the ink-shirred teenager faintly said, "I didn't ask you to kowtow. What's the rush?" He looked sideways at Yang Wan, who looked bitter not far away, and then said, "Come over here and kowtow to me." What? Yang Wan's mouth slightly opened as she looked at the other party incredulously. "Making me kowtow and apologize to you? As the Yang family's heaven's pride maiden. Not to mention kowtowing to her opponent and admitting her faults, even apologizing she had never done so. You." Yang Wan instinctively wanted to have a seizure, but the sharp pain that kept coming from her arm reminded her in time to break out in a cold sweat. The opponent was able to defeat his elder brother and himself consecutively in a short period of time. His strength was even more terrifying than the rumors, and it had reached a level where he could not be touched hard. Think was the first to cast a secret spell, greatly increasing his strength. He seized the opportunity to directly and seriously injure his elder brother and himself, who was eager to save his life. Then, with a little more delay, we still have a chance. Just then, Yang Wan suddenly looked at Yang Wanfeng under the tree and lifted his head, casting a complicated look towards himself. "Wan Air, promise him." But a struggling look appeared on Yang Wan's face. She understood the reasoning. but for her to actively kowtow to someone was just a bit too strong. Even Yang Wanfeng had never accepted her apology. Weiner. Yang Wanfeng smiled miserably and said in as gentle a tone as possible, "Be obedient and trust me." As a matter of fact, for so many years, he had long regarded Yang Wan as his possession, and it was extremely painful for him to ask the girl to do such a thing at this moment. But there's no way. If he doesn't bow down here for the time being, his martial arts exam will end here. Although Yili will also have his results cancelled afterwards. But, people don't care. Listen. Yili turned slightly sideways and looked at Yang Wan, who froze in place, teasingly saying, "Your brother has advised you to honestly kowtow and apologize. Are you listening? Or not?" Yang Wan's face instantly became as pale as paper, as if she had lost all her blood color. "You have used your words to upset the close-knit Yang siblings. The value of evil deeds is plus 2,000. Sure enough, this system of his own is just a hoot to watch." Yili laughed lightly inwardly. Chapter 54. Time for liquidation. Listening to Yi Li's words, Yang Wan's lips pursed, and a pair of soulful eyes surged with some watery mist. That elder brother, who usually treated her with the utmost care, actually opened his mouth at this moment to ask her to shed her dignity and kowtow to his opponent. Of course she knew it was trying to buy time, but for some reason, her heart was just flooded with a wave of sour humiliation. Recalling the many thoughts she had before the martial arts exam, this feeling grew stronger. Not only did he not clean up the other party, but he also turned around and had to kowtow and apologize to the other party, which was simply the reverse of the Big Dipper. Yang Wan clenched her fists, her face almost filled with the word unwilling, and asked stiffly, "Can you not kneel?" Surprisingly, Yili actually nodded calmly. "Of course. Really? I never lie." Yili smiled faintly. He then swung a backhanded shot at Yang Wanfeng, who was fully concentrated and recovering from his injuries. A dull voice instantly exploded. "Brother!" Yang Wan exclaimed, only to see Yang Wanfeng's figure directly fly out and fall heavily on the ground. A mouthful of blood then spurted out. He struggled to hold himself up, and there was instinctively some resentment in his eyes as he looked at Yang Wan. "What are you doing?" Not noticing her elder brother's gaze, Yang Wan violently turned her head, her eyes staring at Yili in death as she cried out in grief and indignation. "You're going to make a move on my brother if I don't kowtow to you and admit my mistake? We shouldn't have any grievances with you, right? Why are you targeting us like this in the martial arts exam? You're bailing out, but my brother and I still have to participate in the martial arts exams normally. Are you doing this to ruin us?" Yang Wan was breathing heavily and the corners of her eyes were red, as if she had been greatly wronged. Upon hearing this, Yili didn't say anything and just quietly walked towards the fallen Yang Wanfeng. The murderous aura on his body rose high against the wind. Seeing this, a look of panic immediately surged in Yang Wanfeng's eyes. This genius, who was once known as the Thousand Hands Shura level genius in Shanzhou City, was at the moment like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Weak and powerless, constantly falling backward. "Wait!" Yang Wan finally cried out with a sobbing voice. "I'll kneel. I'll kowtow to you." Puff! Between the words, her white knees instantly went limp, and together with her once proud brashness, they knocked heavily on the ground with a crisp sound. Yili turned slightly sideways and gazed at her quietly. "Continue." Yang Wan bit her lips in death, her palms holding the ground, her head slowly shortened, gradually approaching the dusty ground. In the eyes of Yang Wanfeng, Yang Wan's head finally touched the ground. On that sweet face, the prideful color finally dissipated. Almost crying, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." At those words, Yang Wanfeng slowly closed his eyes. He was about to break as he watched his little ancestor, who he had carefully cared for since he was a child and feared to annoy in the slightest, being stomped on by someone else standing up. "Not bad. Get up." Yili lightly tapped his jaw and looked down on Yang Wan in a condescending manner. Upon hearing this, Yang Wan quickly got up from the ground and wiped her tears hard. Yang Wanfeng's body also relaxed a bit, before he could be happy. Yili stretched his waist and said seemingly casually, "The matter of cutting is over. Next, clear the next person. Liquidate the next one?" Yang Wanfeng's face changed slightly. An ominous premonition flooded his heart, and he couldn't help but ask, "What else should be cleared?" Yili ignored him and just quietly looked at Yang Wan, asking with a smile or not, "You want to strip me naked and hang me on the highest peak of the core, don't you?" When these words came out, Yang Wan's face instantly changed drastically. "How did you know?" she asked out of breath. "You'll have to ask your older brother about that." Yili spread his hands. When Yang Wanfeng, who was still quite calm, heard this, his face also instantly turned iron blue. The other guy actually brought it up straight away. The image he had held in Yang Wan's mind for so many years was almost completely collapsing. Thinking about this, Yang Wanfeng was just about to speak. "Boo!" Without waiting for both sides to react, Yili swung a heavy gun and smashed it on his body. The surging cold air instantly surged into Yang Wanfeng's body, freezing all of his meridians, and the terrifying force from the gun directly smoked him into unconsciousness. Buzz. At the same time, the amulet of protection at his waist was successfully activated, and a pale white shield rose up, sending its position outwards. This also meant that Yang Wanfeng, the exemplary martial artist of Shanzhou City, had officially ended his martial arts examination. Putting away his spear, Yili looked at the stupefied Yang Wan and said with an icy voice, "I'll start with the conclusion. You'll be knocked unconscious by me next, hanging from the peak of the core. But I'm a kind-hearted man, so maybe I'll leave you a garment, or maybe I won't. But no matter what, in the future you'll be with your hypocritical and incompetent brother for 100 years. Chapter 55. It's windy at the top of the mountain. With the teenager's icy voice echoing through the air, Yang Wan, who had received too much information for a while, turned pale and breathed abnormally fast. These things, did my brother tell you all this? She asked in a shaky voice as she subconsciously fell backward. He told you everything? Said. The explanation is very painful. Yili shifted lightly on his feet. Upon hearing this, Yang Wan was like falling into an ice cave. Her entire body cooled from the soles of her feet to the spirit of heaven. She never dreamed that the elder brother who was usually so devoted to her would actually be so soft-boned at a critical moment. Not only did she give a full account of what she had once said, but earlier she had taken the initiative to open her mouth and ask her sister to kneel and kowtow. It can be said to have shed all the pride and dignity it once had without hesitation. Shouldn't one praise him for being able to give and take, for being a good brother who knows how to hold back? The line of sight swept over the unconscious Yang Wanfeng, and the corners of Yang Wan's mouth revealed a slightly despondent arc. You have used your words to drive a huge wedge between the close-knit Yang siblings. Evil value plus 2,000. Not far from her, Yili was still walking slowly, looking at the ink-shirred teenager who kept approaching. Yang Wan inwardly wanted to resist, but her mind quickly recalled the previous sparring. It made her raise her hand to cover her broken left arm and wince. Beads of sweat oozed from her bare forehead, and the palms of her hands behind her were white from exertion. The best thing to do now was to immediately use the talisman and contact the teacher outside the examination room. That way, the probability of being saved was high. It won't even continue to suffer the indignities that come out of the other side's mouth. But the psychological resistance is unbearable. This arrogant young family's daughter, who had been arrogant for more than 10 years, was really unable to accept her ending of failing in the martial arts examination. The end of yourself. It should have been to kill the core area in the midst of laughter, and in front of the eyes of those leaders of the winning province and the teachers of the martial arts university, to kill the foreign beasts in a spirited manner, to pull out the top spot, and enter the coveted Fengyun University. It definitely shouldn't be like this, to be crushed in such an unforgiving way by a teenager who hadn't taken him seriously. Yang Wan's heart and mind trembled dramatically. An extraordinary sense of oppression came over him. The teenager looked indifferent and his steps were smooth, approaching more oppressively than the elder brother in his memory, with an even more lurid aura than those terrifying beasts expected. The ink-shirred teenager in front of him was in such a posture. Obviously, it had not been placed in the eyes before, but now it was like a life-altering Hades, approaching step by step. No, can't just sit back and wait. It doesn't matter if you're seriously injured. I have to get out from under him and get the points to be able to get into Windermere University again. Palm. After making up her mind, Yang Wan clenched her constantly chattering teeth and tried to calm her trembling body, straightening her back and using her true chi as a source of fire to make the blood in her body roll and burn. The Yang family's treasure art, the blood-burning secret method. Under the strong pressure, she finally cast the secret technique that she had been suppressing. In an instant, the aura on her body suddenly strengthened. Even the blood aura surged from those soulful eyes, and a faint sense of killing drifted up from her body, casting secret spells. The teenager didn't know if he was mocking or surprised when he laughed. You've put up a fight for your future. Yang Wan was silent, considered to have acquiesced to the other party's statement. That said, I have no precedent for sparing my opponents. Looking at the girl, a smile surfaced on Yili's handsome face, stopping his footsteps and laughing softly. But seeing as you're working so hard, I'll make an exception today and give you a good chance. I've just advanced to the 3rd rank. My realm isn't stable yet, and my hammering method is only at the level of B. I can only perform Dan Chi Explosion 7 times at most. So, if you can catch my next 5 Dan Chi Explosion strikes, I'll go. With these words, Yang Wan, who was originally close to despair, looked up sharply, and a ray of light called hope surged in her eyes. Are you telling the truth? For once, her voice no longer trembled. Of course, I never lie. Yi Li nodded calmly. Good. Yang Wan took a deep breath and pressed down the uneasiness and fear in her heart. Looking towards the ink-shirred teenager, her muscles gradually tensed up and her chilled spine finally stabilized. In the next second, Her figure ran wildly towards the depths of the secret realm as if she was an arrow off the string. Yang Wan's idea was simple. The teenager's promise was unknown to be true or false, and it was surely right that the one who had opened the secret method chose to flee first. Although it was difficult to have a low possibility of escaping smoothly under a third-ranked martial artist, as long as one reached the vicinity of the core area, the third-rank alien beasts there would at the very least be able to leave them with no time to care about themselves, even if they couldn't hold off the other party. Come on, it'll work. She was the genius girl of the Yang family in Shanzhou. Ho ho! Yang Wan used her whole body to run desperately, her speed getting faster and faster, her body weaving in and out of the bushes like lightning, and the scenery around her quickly receding backwards as she ran. A full dozen or so breaths later, she had pulled thousands of meters away from where she had been. While running, she did not forget to observe the situation behind her with her afterglow, to see if there was any danger catching up with her, or if there was any unusual movement. However, there was no one behind her, and at most, the figures of foreign beasts flashed by from time to time. Dumped? Yang Wan couldn't help but feel doubtful, though she didn't think she'd be able to get rid of the other so easily. It would be great if it did work out. The moment this thought had just risen, the sound of whistling wind suddenly sounded behind him. Phew! An extremely terrifying aura suddenly erupted and attacked behind himself. Here we go! Yang Wan clenched her teeth and immediately turned her body around, her upper body assuming a strange stance as her feet scraped the ground and slid. A feeling of harmonization and calmness suddenly arose from her body, and a faint black and white light emerged from her palms, as if it could unload the force in a mysterious and incomparable way. This instant, she and the person who came to meet the line of sight, the teenager's pair of dark eyes at the moment sharp and incomparable. All the aura is like a volcano eruption is horrible. Without half a moment's hesitation, an inked shirt pulled his arms apart. 1. Yi Li's voice was indifferent. In the next second, his danshi erupted in a punch that heavily bombarded Yang Wan's arcane stance. Boo! Terrifying force instantly erupted. The black and white light was roughly torn apart. Yang Wan's originally still calm expression was even more greatly changed. The delicate figure was suddenly smashed and flew out. Rumble! One after another. He crashed through several thick and huge trees, and his figure fell to the ground and rolled over continuously. Amidst the wood chips in the sky, a fishy sweetness welled up in Yang Wan's throat. But she still braced herself to get up quickly and looked up with a grave expression. A couple of broken ribs, but holding up well. And 4 more. It works. If this is how it's going to be. The very next second she thought that. A strong wind pressure suddenly hit her and went straight to her face. Yang Wan's pupils shrank, only to see an inked figure had arrived in front of her. The visitor's flat voice was slightly teasing. 2. At the same time the words rang out. He condescended and blasted out a fist with an appalling sound. Boo! Yang Wan's arms have long been numb and the previous one, at this moment simply cannot lift the slightest. Desperate look. The entire body was smashed into the earth. LOL. In the middle of the crumbling earth, Yang Wan gasped laboriously as sweet blood continued to gush out of her throat, and that sweet face was soon dyed red. The slender body trembled incessantly, and although the heart was still beating, the spirit was nearly exhausted. Those soulful eyes seemed to have lost their highlight at the moment, as empty as the walking dead. There wasn't a spot on his body that didn't have a sharp pain coming from it, and the immediate cause of her near mental breakdown. On the other hand, the confidence and dignity that had just been rebuilt earlier was crushed by the teenager's rough 2 punches. In the next second. Why? In a trance-like state, Yang Wan's tone of voice carried an inextricable aggrievement and grief. Why? To do this to us. What for? Yi Li walked to her body, bent down and calmly said. First of all, the fight. Your brother asked for it first, and cleaning me up. You said it first. You finished dishing out the bad stuff, and now you're here pretending to be aggrieved. Would you be a little too cheeky? Yang Wan. Yi Li reached out and yanked the other party out of the pit, tugging at the long green hair and bringing the sweet, blood-stained face level with his gaze. He said faintly, you should have expected this day when you were calculating to make me lose my reputation. The result is obvious, and it's not me who's going to be ruined. It's you and your good brother. I'm looking forward to whether you can still maintain your previous arrogance after today. Also, between the words, Yi Li tugged on the head of green silk and slowly lifted her from the ground. His tone teasing, the wind on the mountain peak will be very strong later, so you'd better endure it. Don't, please. Tears of humiliation welled up from her eyes, and Yang Wan just trembled as she uttered a plea for mercy, but she was slapped on the face by the teenager, and her consciousness instantly fell into darkness. You used your strength to positively shatter the confidence of the Young family's eldest miss, and at this moment, she has already lost all resistance to you. Evil value plus 8,000. Unlocked achievement, 2 punches to crush your hot-blooded dreams. Effect, when the opponent's home support is much stronger than yours. the speed of punches is accelerated by 20%. Chapter 56 The Unexpected Young Family Siblings. Outside the Split Mountain Mystery. In a temporary camp, hundreds of figures sat here, mostly teachers from the major martial arts high schools in the winning province. On the large screen in front of them, the image of the core area of the secret realm was mapped. Kai Guocheng sat in the very center of a few seats, smilingly looking at the screen. The quality of this year's candidates, obviously much higher than last year. Tang Yao of the Qingshan Sword Pavilion, Zhang Qingzhu of the Zhang family in the extreme north, and Little Vajra of the Zhenjiang Golden Light Temple. As the new generation of the major powers, several people had performed well in this martial arts examination and had killed their way into the core area before noon. Upon hearing this, the teachers of the various martial arts high schools also revealed smiles and nodded their heads in agreement. Among them, it was the teachers in the city of Shanzhou who looked the most grave, looking rather uneasy. Not only did he not see the young siblings in the core area, even on the real-time list on the side, neither of them entered the top 100. For this reason, a few of them even made a precise search and found that Yang Wan's data had fluctuated, while Yang Wanfeng's data was always as calm as a pool of stagnant water. This was to mean that he had yet to slay a single Fey. Although they knew that with the strength of the Yang family's brother and sister duo, coming out on top was not a difficult task, but such a bizarre situation at the moment still made their hearts feel a little uneasy. Lin-san. Kai Guocheng looked sideways at a beautiful figure beside him and laughed softly. In your opinion, of the martial arts students in this class, which one is most likely to win the championship? Since the other party was a representative sent by Fengyun University, his strength must be unquestionable, and Feng had been searching for someone on the list and screen, thinking that he had a preferred candidate. It's not even halfway through the day, so I can't say. Lin Yingyun smiled faintly, her eyes once again falling onto the light screen in front of her, while inwardly she was a bit puzzled. Self's teacher picked out this year's guaranteed students in Linhaven. 2 days ago, he had received news that a peak third-order fugitive had been killed in Linhai City by one of the core students of Fengyun University, and this was a match. Out of curiosity and amazement at her new senior brother, she had taken the initiative to come and watch the match. Otherwise, he would have taken a bunch of hunting missions and run off to earn rice. As a result, I've been watching for half a day, and I'm not even looking at a single figure. Is it possible that the test was Buddhist because you bailed out? What's with Winsong University coming in this year? In the back seat, a teacher from Shanzhou No. 1 Middle School, in order to ease the uneasiness in his heart, opened his mouth toward his companion at the side and asked, "Didn't nobody come in previous years?" "Not sure. Maybe it's because of that bonded student?" the companion said with some uncertainty. "Haven't we had bailouts in past years?" Yamashiro-sensei waved his hand in annoyance. "Forget it, it's useless to ask you." After saying that, he got up and walked out of the camp, looking out at the entrance to the secret realm in the distance. "That's weird. Why isn't it moving? Is it holding back a big move?" Teacher Shanzhou murmured to himself. Although there were no fourth-ranked foreign beasts in the Split Mountain Mystic Realm, there were still quite a few late third-ranked foreign beasts. It was different from those first and second-order alien beasts that were driven by instinct. Once a Fey beast crosses into the third stage, it will gradually undergo a metamorphosis and develop towards possessing spiritual intelligence. At a higher level, the beasts can even take on human form, and by looking at their appearance alone, they can do the same thing as humans, and unless they actually fight, even martial arts masters of the same level will have a hard time detecting their real bodies. This was also one of the reasons why countries strictly controlled the major advanced secret realms. The late third stage foreign beasts, although not as terrifying as those high stage foreign beasts, but with their early spiritual intelligence, they were able to wait for an opportunity and hunt those martial artists who stepped into their territory by designing simple traps. As a result, the score you get for decapitating them is higher. The Yang family siblings might be hiding in one of the corners, intending to kill several third-order alien beasts in one go and make a splash. Thinking about it, this teacher of the first middle school in Shanzhou couldn't help but show a smile. This Yang Wanfeng, he's always such a show-off every time. There's really nothing you can do about the brother and sister duo. The Yamashiro teacher, his mind wide open, turned toward the camp, intending to take another look at the situation. Just then, the afterglow suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. One could only see several Hakusha warriors responsible for rescuing the students rushing over, and on the stretcher they were carrying, an elegant-looking youth with an agonized expression was moaning continuously. The youth was covered with injuries, and a shocking coldness emanated from his body, freezing his face, plus his eyes were closed tightly and his face was full of blood, apparently fainted from serious injuries. Quickly, there's a student here who needs first aid." Several Hakusha warriors bellowed anxiously and rushed into the medical area in a flurry of fire as many of the teachers looked on in dismay. "Is that Yang Wanfeng from Shanzhou City?" "Hiss, can't be. but it looks like it. I remember he's a genius of the 8th level of the 2nd rank. It's 2 weights higher than even me. Such a talent. What kind of foreign beast can beat him like this? Could it be that a 4th-ranked foreign beast has come out of the Split Mountain mysterious realm? I'm not sure, but I'm afraid Mountain State no. One middle school is off the hook this time. How come? You forgot there's a young one? For a while, the teachers who also came out for air were talking, and their words revealed their surprise at the incident. Seeing this, that teacher from Shanzhou no. One middle school had long been dumbfounded. Yang Wanfeng has been eliminated? How is this possible? He held his head in his hands and stared blankly at the place where the group of Hakusha warriors had disappeared for a long time. It just feels unbelievable. Just then, a sudden cry of alarm came from the camp not far away. It was as if he had seen some unimaginable image. Chapter 57 That's Yangwan? Within the Split Mountain Mysteries, on a vast plain. You can come here after exiting the vast forest that is a combination of the outer and inner perimeter. The plains were quite open, and at a glance you could see a lofty mountain standing in the distance in the core. This place was occupied by a dozen or so third-order alien beasts that were entrenched and divided into territories, not interfering with each other on weekdays. But today, there are several figures with strong breath all killed out from the dense forest. Some are covered in blood, some are breathing heavily, and some even cut their sword blades out of openings. But all of them, without exception, were spirited and proud of their posture. It was those martial arts geniuses from the cities, Jiang Qingzhu and Tang Yao, at the moment, were also among these figures. Where is Yi Li? Tang Yao looked at Jiang Qingzhu, who had walked out of the dense forest alone, and asked seemingly casually, "He's not with you?" Linhai City and Castle Peak City were not far from each other, and the two of them were both the leading figures of martial arts high schools, so they were considered old acquaintances. Does it have anything to do with you? Jiang Qingzhu raised her eyes and swept a glance at her, her voice clear and cold as she returned. He walked. It doesn't matter if he comes here or not. This I know. Then why are you asking? Jiang Qingzhu said indifferently. If you want to take revenge, you can go to him before you come in, and with his character, he won't turn you down for sure. Tang Yao was momentarily speechless. She thought that the other party was a close friend of Yi Li's, and her intention was to ask about Yi Li's score from the other party so that she could compare it with her own. That monster-like teenager was good at fighting, but in the aspect of decapitating foreign beasts, he might not be his own match. Since Jiang Qingzhu couldn't ask here, he could only wait to see the list when he went out. Tang Yao gripped the hilt of the sword at her waist, her eyes flashing. She admitted that she was not Yi Li's opponent now, but there was still a long way ahead, thinking that one day, he or she will be able to achieve a reversal. It's a pleasure to meet you both. At this time, a shaved, stout monk walked over and grinned at the two. The young monk is from Zhenjiang First Middle School, Dharma named Shan Wu. I don't know how to address the two monks. As soon as these words came out, apart from Jiang Qingzhu and Tang Yao, the rest of the crowd were all a bit moved. Zhenjiang City's Jingguan Temple was also considered a big name in the winning province, and its disciples had a number of well-known martial arts monks over the years. This good monk in the first high school in Zhenjiang, just 2 years, by a cross-practice kung fu in the school famous. In Zhenjiang City, there is a small diamond title. The Buddhist master known as Vajra was his master. Jiang Qingzhu spoke in a cold voice. Green Mountain Sword Pavilion. Tang Yao. Tang Yao held on to the hilt of her sword, her eyes condescendingly looking down at the other party, smiling but not laughing. You don't go to score points by decapitating the foreign beasts. You come to strike up a conversation. Something's wrong? Where? Monk Shanwu hurriedly laughed. Just wanted to ask if you guys saw Yang Wanfeng from Shanzhou no. One middle school or his sister Yang Wan on your way here? No. What do you want with them? Truth be told, the young monk and the two of them are quite close, so it's a bit sad. Monk Shanwu folded his hands and looked towards the dense forest in the back, rather puzzled. He then said, according to their strength, they should have arrived earlier than us. How come we haven't seen anyone until now? Yang Wanfeng's martial arts rank had been the 8th level of the 2nd order, and he was the first person with actual cultivation in this session of the martial arts examination in the winning province, together with the blood-burning mysterious method that had reached its completion. Even a third-ranked martial artist would be able to fight with it. The delay in showing up at the moment is really strange. Could it have been killed already? Monk Shanwu looked sideways at the high mountains in the distance, muttering inwardly. I don't know. Tang Yao waved her hand and walked towards the core area, clearly not caring about the young family siblings in the other party's mouth. Although she and these martial arts geniuses from the winning province present had more or less heard of these two siblings' names, but the difference was that most of these people regarded Yang Wanfeng as a true genius, and in Tang Yao's eyes, the only true geniuses in the winning province were Yi Li and herself. Jiang Qingju looked in the direction of the dense forest and whispered softly to herself in a not-so-certain manner. Shouldn't we be bumping into each other? Yili didn't show up, and that Yang Wanfeng didn't show up either, which was inevitably a bit of a coincidence. Considering the former's outspoken nature, the two may have actually bumped into each other. Master Jiang, do you have any clue? Taking in the young girl's expression, Monk Shanwu tentatively opened his mouth to ask. Jiang Qingju withdrew her gaze and pushed down the worry in her heart, her tone clear and cold. No. With that said, she similarly moved her feet lightly towards the core area ahead of her. No need to worry. Even if Yili wasn't a match for that Yang Wanfeng because the level difference was too great, he should be able to walk away if he wanted to. Wait, that Yang Wanfeng, he seems to have a sister at the 6th level of the 2nd rank? Bad. Jiang Qingju turned back violently, with more panic in her eyes, and was just about to make another trip to the dense forest. Not far away there were cries of surprise from the crowd. Asterisk. Is that Yang Wan? Can't go wrong. How is she beaten like this? Where is her brother Yang Wanfeng? Lu a good boy. If Yang Wanfeng sees this, he won't tear this kid alive? Even Monk Shanwu, who had questioned the two just now, was similarly standing still at this moment. Together with the crowd's eyes, they looked dead on in one direction. As far as the eye could see, it was in the middle of a vast forest. A handsome young man wearing an ink shirt walked slowly, his expression indifferent, his posture as calm and unhurried as if he were a king in the world. And what made the crowd hold their breath was the object he was carrying in his hand. A half-dead tall figure was casually carried in his palm. And even though the tall figure's eyes were now rolling white, her hair was messy, and her posture was in a sorry state, the sweet face was still exceptionally conspicuous. It's none other than the daughter of the Yang family in Shanzhou, Yang Wan. Most of the people present were from prestigious families and had more or less seen the world. But this scene in front of them was also the first time they had seen it. Not to mention the martial arts exams, this situation was a rather explosive existence no matter where it was placed in the winning province. This dude is really good. Their tones were hard, and they were looking at each other. Both of them could see the horror in each other's eyes. In the martial arts high school of the winning province, there was still someone who dared to offend that young master of the Yang family. Yang Wanfeng, like this? That's crazy. They knew better than anyone else what it meant to be hunted down by a second-order 8th heavy martial artist in the martial arts exam. Chapter 58. I wonder what your name is? Outside the secret territory, inside the temporary camp, the teachers in the room were equally stunned as they watched the light on the screen. That one is Yang Wan from the Yang family? To actually be able to beat Yang Wan like this? Who the hell is this kid? It's Yili from Linhai First Middle School. The chatter was chaotic, and the teachers were clearly not expecting this. With the exception of the core area, which is free to engage, the rest of the area, except for the last 6 hours, may not attack each other. This was supposed to be one of the basic rules of the martial arts exam. Over the years, there were basically no student unions that violated it, and even if there were, it was mostly because of the friction that arose from the belonging of the Fae. But it's usually only limited to the average martial arts student. A situation like today's was really the first time in their memory. Kai Guocheng looked at the light screen, and the expression on his face was unusually grave. This Yili, his guts are a bit too big, aren't they? Wow. At this time, that teacher from Shanzhou No. 1 middle school who had gone out earlier pushed his way into the tent, and after seeing the situation on the light screen, he almost didn't faint. Yang Wanfeng has just been seriously injured and was going to pin his hopes on Yang Wan. Unexpectedly, it was actually beaten into this miserable state as well. What the hell is going on here? He shouted angrily towards Kai Guocheng. This person has violated the rules of the martial arts exam. I demand that the officials disqualify him from the exam immediately. This, Kai Guocheng's eyes surfaced some hesitation. In exchange for ordinary students, this matter he must have shot on the spot. But who is Yi Li? Core students at Windermere University. In other words, the probability was that he would be a powerful martial artist strong enough to defend a city in the future. If he could, Kai Guocheng still wanted to make a good impression on the other party. But the behavior is bad enough. Even if he grows up in the future, it is hard to say that he will become a help for Hakusha. Kai Guocheng's thoughts churned and he quickly finalized his idea. Just as he was about to send someone to disqualify Yi Li from the exam, that sensual woman from Fengyun University spoke up. Just a moment. I think it's too early to pass judgment. What do you mean? Kai Guocheng immediately looked at her. It's simple. Lin Yun smiled and confessed. I don't believe that a young martial artist who dared to apprehend a fugitive would charge at his companion for no reason. After saying that, a document emerged from her palm and pushed it towards Kai Guocheng. This is the record given by the Qingyi Bureau not long ago, where Yi Li alone pursued a fugitive at the peak of the Third Order. Finally finished the kill. Lin Yun's tone carried obvious admiration. As soon as the words fell, all the teachers present, including Kaigwa Chang, were wide-eyed. A peak third-order martial artist was almost comparable to the chief of most municipal clearing bureaus. A student who hadn't yet graduated from Budo High School was actually able to kill a fugitive of that caliber? How is this possible? That teacher from Shanzhou No. 1 middle school lost his voice in disbelief as he picked up the paperwork. But after scanning the paperwork twice, his breathing gradually became ragged and the paperwork slipped from his hands. Really? Seeing him react in such a way, this thought popped up in the minds of everyone present at the same time. Then, the heart gradually became unbearably hot. Senior Kai. This kind of performance from Yili is definitely considered a bright presence even when placed in Fengyun University. Lin Yun leaned back in her chair, her arms wrapped around her chest, and smiled lightly. Without a doubt, he is a true genius. It's done. Let's wait and see what happens. And when they all come out, how about asking for clarification? Inside the secret. Your Excellency, please stay. Monk Shanwu's face was unsightly. And just as Yili was planning to take a step towards the mountain, he finally said in a deep voice, "The one you carry in your hand, is she the daughter of the Yang family of Shanzhou? The Yang family of Shanzhou?" Yili stopped and looked over, calmly asking, "Do you recognize this person?" "Recognize." Monk Shanwu's face was grim. "That should do it." Yili nodded and continued walking towards the mountain. "Your Excellency." Monk Shanwu spoke out again, gritting his teeth and drinking. "If that friend of the young monks knows about your behavior, he will definitely not spare you. He's the young master of the Yang family of the mountain state. I think you've heard of him as well. He's also participated in this martial examination and is a second stage 8th level martial artist." "Your Excellency." Seeing Yi Li's footsteps still not stopping, Monk Shanwu began to get anxious. His voice rose, and there was more than a little anger in his tone. "Our generation of martial artists should work hand in hand and speak of martial virtues. Are you humiliating others like this to stand against all of us? If you insist on being lost today, then the young monk will have to unite with all of you present to speak to you about the Dharma." Monk Shanwu's mind was spinning fast. The other party was able to defeat Yang Wan, who was comparable to his own strength, so he thought it wouldn't be difficult to defeat himself. It was imperative that the strength of his side was strong enough to make the other side jealous, thus letting Yang Wan go. If one Yang Wanfeng is not enough, then unite all the martial artists present together. These words he said incomparably frank, even if most of the people present did not want to wade into this mess, but also embarrassed to stand out directly out of the cut. It also gave him the opportunity to pull the tiger's skin over his head. And this time, Yili finally stopped. In his impression, the false Buddhist sect was best at opening its mouth to moral benevolence and closing its mouth to benevolence and morality. I didn't realize it was like that in a different world. There are still too few true Buddhist masters. Do you have to smoke them when you're at your happiest? I'm not interested in your so-called Buddhism. He turned to the righteous monk Shanwu and calmly said, "But I just want to humiliate this person today. And one of you present counts as one. Whoever wants to do it can come up now." This statement was made. The air on the plain became dead silent for a moment. A dozen or so martial arts geniuses from all over the winning province. At this moment, all of them were silent, and even their breathing had become cautious. Fong was too far away to see clearly, and his head didn't turn a corner. Take a closer look. Wasn't this the new dark horse that had defeated Sword Pavilion's Tang Yao head-on when he first entered the second rank, and had been enthusiastically bailed out by Fengyun University's senior teacher, spreading rumors in all the major martial arts high schools? Tang Yao was standing not far away and didn't move. Those of them who couldn't beat Tang Yao would be even more afraid to move. If you piss off this monster who has bailed you out, everyone in the room will have to cry and beg for mercy in front of teachers and students all over the province for the sake of their grades. In front of them, the ink-shirted young man's posture was calm and indifferent, his clothes fluttering in the wind. One man over the top. Tang Yao looked at the single figure, her hands clenched, her heart unable to stop trembling. Such a gesture was simply the look she had dreamed of. The only difference is carrying a person in your hand. Monk Shanwu looked around, his heart shaking immensely. He had just come out of the gate and ran to participate in the martial arts examination, and he was still not clear about the rumors in the outside world. But looking at the performance of these people, the other party seemed to be an unimaginable master? This is awkward. Monk Shanwu looked at Yili and realized that the other party was also quietly looking at him, so he immediately smiled awkwardly. "Sure, master. I don't know what your name is?" Chapter 59, Killing on the Spot, Asking for a Clear Conscience. "Your dad." Yili looked as normal, and immediately chose the most direct way of speaking. "Come if you're bold enough, don't waste my time." This monk was the same as that elegant young man at the 8th level of the second rank. It was clear that he didn't even know their names, yet he was all murderous towards himself. Even if there is a murderous aura, it's poorly hidden. As a third-order martial artist, This feeling was like a teacher seeing a student copying homework in the previous life, the former seeing it for real, but the latter always feeling like he was hiding it well. But, since there's a killing intent, it's a good thing. Just see if I smoke you. Give her. Hearing Yi Li's reply, Monk Shanwu's face was immediately gloomy. The young monk knows that you are a genius and have a high heart, but you must also know to be humble as a human being. Geniuses and whatnot are rare in other places, but here, there are a dozen of them. He acknowledged the strength of the ink-shirt teenager. The one who could defeat Yang Wan was definitely not an idle one. At least his own chances of winning against the other party would not be too high. But all the same, the other side always has to weigh the cost if they want to take a shot at themselves. The little King Kong of Zhenjiang First High School is by no means in vain. At those words, many people did not move and retreated to the back. They still had to take the martial arts exam, but they didn't have the idea of going head-to-head with this dark horse of Linhai City. Since this Zhenjiang little Vajra had the idea of making a move, it was just the right time to let them see the strength of the teenager. Let's see what kind of character could defeat that future sword immortal who was rising in the Castle Peak Sword Pavilion. You guys count as geniuses? Hearing Monk Shanwu's words, a teasing smile appeared on Yi Li's face. Of those present, even goods like Tang Yao, who had confidence in vain and no strength, had become the strongest ones. If it wasn't for this bald monk taking the initiative to come to his door, he wouldn't even bother to make a move himself. Subsequently, in the midst of a dozen staring eyes, a strong aura that far surpassed everyone present suddenly surged out of the teenager's body, and the strength of his chi and blood climbed in intensity. There's no genius here. Yi Li's voice was flat, but carried an undeniable flavor. None of you are enveloped by this strong aura. The smile on Monk Shanwu's face dissipated. In its place was a gravity like that of an enemy. Pressured, he spoke stiffly. Your Excellency, have you thought it through? If you strike now, the best end is for both of you to lose, so why don't you just stop? Phew! Before he finished speaking, Yi Li's figure transformed into a blurry residual shadow, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Monk Shanwu in the midst of a gasp of surprise. Looking at the stunned Monk Shanwu in front of him, Yi Li slapped his palm out seemingly at random. However, with the Dan Chi explosion, enhancement, it directly fanned out with a loud noise that punched the air. Your Excellency is confused. Then the young monk is not polite. Monk Shanwu's eyes were round and glaring, clenching his teeth as his body's true chi flowed, and a thick layer of golden light instantly surfaced on the surface of his body. It looks like a golden Buddha. Indestructible. After several years of bitter cultivation, he was confident that no martial artist of the same rank could break through his defense. In the next second, the bony palm landed lightly on his chest. Boom! In an instant, a loud rumbling sound that could only come from a metal forge exploded steeply in the air. Good Wisdom's chest directly collapsed down by inches, and in his horrified eyes, his lanky figure was hard smashed by this huge force and flew out, blood spraying wildly. The people present were all dumbstruck, and they all looked towards Shanwu, who had tumbled dozens of meters to the ground. His breath was seen to be weak, and his face was as brilliant as gold paper. It was as if he had been seriously injured. More than a dozen martial artists who had been hailed as geniuses in all the major martial arts high schools all had shocking waves in their hearts at the moment. A second-ranked martial artist who was proficient in horizontal martial arts was slapped into serious injury with just one slap. Goddamn organizers! What kind of gods have you let in for this year's martial arts exam? Seriously injuring a martial artist of the 5th level of the 2nd rank in full view of the public. Evil value plus 500. That's so stingy. Looking at the light curtain that surfaced, Yi Li inwardly cursed. You've just abused the food, right? Why don't you even give me $1,000? But spit is spit. Yi Li was sort of used to his own system's problem of looking at people to give points. It's just that after getting used to thousands of points of value being credited over this period of time, it's a bit pathetic to look at these 500 points in reverse. From this we can see that it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Never mind. I basically got these 500 points for nothing anyway. Yi Li silently exhaled and looked sideways at the 10 or so genius martial artists not far away. Seeing Yi Li raise his eyes and sweep them, they all gave a dry laugh and hurriedly arched their hands and cupped their fists. My friend is a good fighter. It's getting late, so we'll leave you alone and go first, ha. With this kind of strength from the other party, this year's martial exam champion was no longer in doubt. In order to compete for second, they'll have to move faster as well. With that said, uncharacteristically, he turned and ran. In just a few short breaths, it ran out so far that only a blurry figure could be seen. It has been detected that the student representatives of all the major martial arts high schools in Win Province have developed a great deal of fear of you. Vices plus 2,000. Ho! What a windfall! Yi Li slightly raised an eyebrow. These people were peaceful. He didn't have any thoughts of striking out at them. Unexpectedly, you can also gain the value of evil deeds. Is this called deterrence by force? Inwardly dawning, he nodded his head towards Jiang Qingzhu, who was not far away. Are there any monsters that you can't beat? The young girl had done him a lot of favors, and it was still no problem to help him kill some foreign beasts in passing. No. Jiang Qingzhu pursed her lips lightly and said in a firm tone, I can do this kind of thing on my own. Killing foreign beasts? That's fine. Yi Li tapped his jaw. Farewell. After saying that, he continued to carry Yang Wan in his hand and headed towards the peak of the core area. Noteworthy. On his way to the core area, he had decimated quite a few first and second rank alien beasts. With only a double-digit number of bad deeds to be gained, it is truly better than nothing. In the future, when you are strong, go and try to kill some high-level foreign beasts and see if there will be any changes. Thoughts tumbled in Yi Li's mind as his body swept across the plains like lightning, rapidly advancing towards the mountains. Along the way, 4 or 5 late third-stage foreign beasts were bumped into. After expending 80% of his physical strength, Yi Li successfully climbed to the top, hanging the agonized Yang Wan on the mountain peak. The fierce wind came, and in just a few breaths, his clothes were rolled and shattered most of the way. Yi Li calmly watched the scene. One thing that wasn't as expected was that he didn't feel prying eyes in this place. That is to say, even that means of relaying images from the outside world could not observe the scene of this place. Rather a bit of a shame. Is it because the peaks are too high? Yi Li propped up his chin and whispered to himself. Thanks to this, there isn't a lot of value in getting bad deeds. Hanging the Yang family's daughter on the peak of Split Mountain. Evil value plus 2,000. Looking at the large portion of Yang Wan's exposed skin, Yi Li's mind was thinking about another matter. For this martial arts exam, he was afraid that his behavior would cause many teachers to be dissatisfied. Even if someone were to openly denounce themselves for it afterward, it wouldn't be surprising. But never mind. Yi Li smiled bashfully. One has one's own code of conduct. Even if, because of the system, it would cause dissatisfaction among the vast majority of martial artists in the future. It didn't matter at all. As long as I'm strong enough later. If I say yes, I'm the good guy, then everyone must believe I'm the good guy. The mighty who have made themselves known have always needed only a clear conscience. The teenager's black hair was lightly brushed and his eyes were bright as he watched the fish-belly white color rise in the sky. Ding! Infamy level rises. Infamy level LV2. Your infamy resonates through all the major martial arts high schools in Win Province. Gold quality rewards have been given out. Chapter 60, winning the strongest martial arts student in the province. Thank you to Ma Chunguang who likes the burrowing bird. Early in the morning of the second day, the air outside the Split Mountain Mysteries was somewhat cool. For martial artists, staying up all night is a fairly simple matter. Inside the huge makeshift camp, everyone's eyes were gathered on that huge light screen, and there were only 3 minutes until the list was sealed. The rankings now are basically the rankings that will be released later. 10th place, Junjiang First High School, Zen Goku. 9th place, Zhongbei First Middle School, Prince Xian. 3rd place, Castle Peak First Middle School, Tang Yao. 2nd place, Linhai First Middle School, Jiang Qingzhu. Unexpectedly, even though there was a gap in rank, Jiang Qingzhu ended up scoring quite a bit more than Tang Yao. It could be seen that because of the dream of expelling all the beasts, the former had put a lot of effort into the skill of killing the beasts. Plus the lance is a bit more efficient than the sword at breaking through the alien beast's armor. It makes sense to have this result. Not to mention the fact that Jiang Qingzhu also mastered the Swimming Dragon Wind Riding Cannon, a rare third-order martial skill that could be called an armor-breaking divine skill. Therefore, in the matter of decapitating foreign beasts, martial artists who excelled in various types of competitions might not necessarily be more colorful. Adopting such a martial examination method also sidestepped the fact that Hakusha valued strong people who could decimate foreign beasts more. And as the champion of the provincial martial arts exams, he would naturally be focused on cultivation in the future. The winner of the martial arts examination in the winning province was also revealed at this moment. First place in the martial arts exam, Linhai No. 1 Middle School, Yi Li. Everyone's eyes in the large camp that resembled a step classroom, at the moment, fell on the name. On the back of its name, it has a high to scary stat score. After reviewing the records of the previous generations of martial arts exams, the chief director Kai Guoqing's voice trembled and he couldn't hold himself back as he uttered the adjective unprecedented. Yi Li's score, and the second place Jiang Qingzhu almost have a fault level gap, and the reason is simple. The summit of Split Mountain seemed to have an extraordinary significance to the beasts in the secret realm. It was like a place where only king beasts could reside in the major high-level secret realms, and all the foreign beasts coveted it. And the peak third-rank foreign beast that originally inhabited this place was hardened by that black-haired, golden-eyed teenager who tore apart his huge body and threw it off the cliff after a great battle. In inexplicable temptation, There were constantly powerful third-ranked foreign beasts that launched attacks towards the top of the mountain. And these foreign beasts were also killed by the teenagers at the top of the mountain. The beast's blood rolled down the cliff. Until 4 o'clock in the morning, there was no longer a single third-order alien beast that dared to challenge the mountain. This also meant that these third-ranked foreign beasts in the split mountain mystic realm that possess spiritual intelligence had officially recognized the identity of the teenager, king, not to mention winning the provincial martial arts exam. Even if he looked at this martial arts examination of the entire Hakushu summer, the teenager was the first person who deserved to be a different kind of person. Be good. Lee Haohan, the vice principal of Linhai No. 1 Middle School, sat paralyzed in his chair, his eyes lost in thought, his voice thick with ecstasy. Your kid is simply the living father of Linhai No. 1 High School. Who would have thought that it took less than a month for the other party to go from rising to fame in the winning province martial arts examination? The next month's nourishing elixir hadn't even been sent. Li Haohan could already envision the striking way in which the teenager's name would be inscribed in the history of the Hakka martial arts examination in the future. Many teachers looked at him with envious eyes. A young martial artist like Li, who already had the potential to become a martial arts grandmaster, didn't know how much he had to add to the reputation of a martial arts high school. If there were sufficient resources, perhaps it would take less than 50 years for the teenager to advance to the 7th rank and become a true martial arts master, directly making a name for himself. This kind of martial arts student, for every martial arts high school, that was a dream existence. Principal Lee, congratulations. Kai Guocheng looked towards the excited Li Haohan at the back and laughed. By the time next year rolls around, the resources that Linhai 1 can share should be quite generous. Saying that, he looked to the side of Lin Yun who was staring at the screen tightly, lowered his voice and asked with some curiosity, Student Lin, in your opinion, this child called Yili, what is his potential? The Wind and Cloud University was in a state of flux, bringing together talented martial artists from all over Hakushu. Being a part of it, the other side's comments would be very informative. I think, even when placed in Wind Cloud University, he is considered a well-deserved genius. To this, Lin Yun replied without much hesitation. I'm much better than I was 2 years ago. The words did not hide the recognition of the teenager's strength at all. She sighed softly, then laughed a little playfully. I count myself as having seen many geniuses, but when these geniuses see Yili, I'm afraid that they will have to resist saying genius. Kai Guocheng's heart moved slightly, and he subconsciously asked after him, how about comparing it to that Tian Yang Saint son of Fengyun University? You mean senior son? Lin Yun somewhat tangled up her arms and pondered for a moment. Compared to that monster, the strength gap is quite a bit, but in terms of potential, it should be about the same? After a pause, she then laughed. But it's hard to say. Yili is still young and that old thing is about to graduate. So who's to say about this? The evaluation is so high? Kai Guocheng was a bit surprised. One must know that Heavenly Sun Saint Sun was a renowned young martial artist even in Windcloud University. In the so-called Fengyun University's Fengyun list, it is a perennial domination of the list ranked in the top 3 of the existence. I'm not allowed to say, you just figure it out. If I switch to my senior sister, I should be able to give you the exact answer. After all, she is also ranked in the top 10 on the Wind and Cloud ranking, and if it weren't for her personality, there's a high probability that she would have made it into the top 5. Lin Yun waved her hand and laughed with that lazy tone in her tone again. There's no need to rush. My senior sister will also be his senior sister in the future. Sooner or later these two will have to meet, and then I'll know the answer. Upon hearing this, Kai Guocheng nodded and got up to walk towards the outside of the camp. He took a long breath. At this point, this session of the martial arts examination was finally considered to have come to a successful conclusion. Yili, the champion of this term of Winning Province, was also the strongest martial arts student of this term of Winning Province. It wouldn't take more than a few hours for the news to spread throughout the 12 cities of the Winning Province. Chapter 61 SSS Grade Talent, Palm Spirit Unified Soul. At the top of Split Mountain, the astral winds surrounded the mountain. Ignoring the still unconscious Yang Wan, Yili sat down on his knees on the mountain peak. The air pressure was so low on the high mountaintops that it felt icy cold when you breathed in. Those dark eyes rarely surged with excitement. The infamy level actually went up. Yili's heartbeat accelerated as he casually summoned the panel. Current vices, 40,000 points. Extractable treasure. There is a gold quality reward package to be opened. It was really not easy. His second shot of golden light finally came. Where there's a will, there's a way. Yili whispered softly to himself, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. It was not in vain that he had worked hard for this period of time, and thanks to the strong support of the young siblings and the many martial arts students, I hope to open useful skills or treasures. The last time, the indestructible golden soul gave him unparalleled recovery power. directly transforming him into a Blood Bowl warrior. Within the same rank against someone, there basically wouldn't be the slightest risk of losing, and it could be considered a divine great talent with an extremely high lower limit. But the presentation is a bit monotonous. While the blazing golden pupils certainly looked imposing, allowing him to raise his hands and throw his feet in a violent aesthetic when he was sparring with someone, it was only a drastic increase in physical function. Reasonable, not flashy enough. Scratches. The generalization is just not broad enough, relying solely on Yi Li's current hand. If he later encountered a peak third-order martial artist who excelled in long range, it would be difficult to maintain decency in battle, not to mention crushing to get the bad act value, taking the fight in a lopsided manner, and destroying it to victory. It's clear which of the two has the higher psychological blitz on the enemy. If the gold quality reward that comes out of the draw isn't good enough, I'll just go to the treasure carousel and get some magical mythical tools. With this in mind, Yi Li finalized his idea. Pressing down the emotions that were churning in his heart, he inwardly said, "Open the gift bag." Boom! Accompanied by Yi Li's mind, a huge golden pillar that was almost as thick as the last time instantly shot up from the panel. To the eyes of the crowd on the distant plains, it was as spectacular as a silk thread connecting the mountain tops to the canopy. The thick clouds were hardened and shattered by this golden light, and radiant light surged through the clouds, illuminating a clear and brilliant light. This instant, the tens of thousands of martial arts students at the foot of the mountain, on the plains, and in the dense forests were all attracted by the sound and looked towards the distant dome of the sky. What's the situation? Woohoo! Immediately afterward, in the midst of countless dismayed gazes, the air of the entire secret realm became very dark all of a sudden. Pitch-black dark clouds were born rolling from the air, and with the top of Split Mountain as the center, the realm within a radius of tens of kilometers was instantly enveloped by a depressing to the extreme atmosphere. Countless skeletons scattered all over the secret realm that had long lost their flesh and blood were actually trembling madly at this moment. Almost simultaneously, over the Split Mountain, an extremely bizarre aura swooped down from the void, carrying a gust of wind to merge with the teenagers sitting on the mountaintop. The terrifying sound swept through the heavens and earth, so much so that it made the unconscious Yanwan feel the difference. Her eyelids twitched slightly as she struggled to open a slit in the raging gale and looked toward the top of the mountain ahead of her. In the next second, her heart almost stopped beating from shock. That's Yi Li? It was only seen that pure to the extreme rolling black clouds emerged from the circumference of that XIN long ink shirt, hovering and spreading rapidly in all directions. In just a few short breaths, it enveloped the entire Split Mountain. The smell of death and new life was that strong in this weird black cloud. On the cracked mountain, those third-order alien beasts that had long been dead for a long time slowly opened their eyes at this moment, and a touch of scarlet red quietly surfaced in their empty pupils. After a creepy clicking sound, they all propped up their massive bodies from the ground and came down in respectful worship towards their position at the top of the mountain. Densely packed, dozens of third-order foreign beasts looked like loyal slaves at this moment. In such an atmosphere, where did the teenager look like a mediocre third-ranked martial artist? It was clearly a young king with an appalling voice. Who dash? Yi Li exhaled and slowly opened his eyes. In those deep and incomparable ink-colored eye pupils, Yang Wan's stagnant to the extreme look was reflected. At the same time, relevant information surfaced in his mind. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the SSS grade martial arts talent, Palm Spirit Unification Soul. Palm Spirit Unification Soul LV1, functional talent, can fully control the undead who died by his own hand, forcing them to sign the Imperial Covenant of Life and Death, recognizing himself as the master, and will bow and scrape for his master's interests in this life, and will not be allowed to transcend life for all eternity. Upgradable. It is rumored that the departed souls of the dead return to a certain mysterious mountain, and the gods born from that mountain are born with this gift. So in order to gain authority over him, please harvest the evil value to your heart's content. Gifted ability 1, Undead Killer. Undead Slayer has a natural overpowering effect against undead-type creatures, which prevents them from attacking you anyway, and your attack damage against undead creatures is increased by 500%, a talent with a ridiculously high ceiling. Looking at the introduction on the panel, a touch of joy welled up under Yi Li's eyes. Subsequently, in Yang Wan's dull and disoriented gaze, he looked calm and rose slowly, his voice calm with a hint of teasing. I'll wait for you, come and take your revenge. Until this moment, the majestic black clouds at the top of Split Mountain only gradually dissipated, and the martial arts students who had never seen this kind of scene were puzzled. Not having reached the third stage yet, they could only attribute it to being a secret realm anomaly. Except for Yang Wan, of course. Looking at the teenager in front of her who had just displayed a terrifying vision, her eyes carried a strong sense of panic and her lips couldn't stop trembling. Revenge? Where she had half a mind to take revenge. Yang Wan just wanted to say something to beg for mercy. Right at this moment, The teleportation array that announced the end of the martial arts examination finally rose up from beneath their feet. Chapter 62, A World of Difference in Treatment, thanks to the heartbreaking Quin. In the early morning hours, the rising sun rose in the east, refracting beautiful rays of light on the magnificent secret realm formation. One after another, the silhouettes rose up, and the originally empty plains were suddenly filled with black dots. The tens of thousands of students looked different, but all of them carried a trace of a sense of pleasure as if they were relieved of their burdens. The martial arts exam is over. For them, it was like a mountain that had been weighing on their hearts for a long time had collapsed with ease. Granted, for this world, the martial arts exam is a veritable first hurdle. Still, the relaxed atmosphere quickly filled the air over the wilderness. Yi Li was in the middle of it, his feet moving lightly and his expression slightly relaxed. This martial arts examination, his goal had also been reached, although the students from Castle Peak No. 1 middle school never came over to surround them. It was good that the Yang siblings were strong enough. Not only did the bad act value go up quite a bit, but even the infamy level followed suit by going up one level. He also used this to get a new bottom card, just waiting for the battle cool. Yeri-san. Just then, Kaiguo-chang flew from the camp above and whispered with a smile on his face towards the somewhat surprised Yi Li. Congratulations. I'll disclose to you in advance that your score ranking is now number 1 in the province. As long as there are no accidents, this year's Wushu exam champion will be you. With the potential Yi Li showed today, it was already enough for him to take the initiative to show his goodwill. In the future, as long as the peaceful development, slowly grow, know how to restrain their own sharpness, so as to avoid the assassination from the countries. As early as a few decades, or as late as 100 years, the birth of a new martial arts grandmaster in 100 Years Summer was almost a foregone conclusion. Holding the idea of making friends if he could, he smiled gently. In addition, according to Shanzhou No. 1 middle school, that awakened young master of the Yang family, at the very beginning of the martial arts exam, it was you who attacked him and Yang won first. Upon hearing this, Yi Li looked as normal, and was just about to indicate that the other party had jumped at the face challenge. And according to his own character there was no reason not to accept it. Kaiguo-chang then proceeded to laugh. However, based on the fact that we asked some of the students who came out early from Shanzhou No. 1 middle school, we can basically conclude that it was Yang Wanfeng and Yang Wan who challenged you first, and thus your results are reserved. Yi Li was really a bit surprised this time. I was prepared to be disqualified, and I didn't even think of a defense. As a result, nothing happened? Has Self been able to get the top to make such concessions? Seemingly seeing Yi Li's surprise, Kaiguo-chan laughed. Since the party that wants to provoke a fight isn't you, of course you won't be disqualified from the exam. After saying that, he mused for 2 seconds and then added, although the main problem doesn't lie with you, the Yang family side of Shanzhou might not be very satisfied with this answer. You're next. Try not to show your face, and even if you do, be sure to keep an eye out. The Yang family's family head is a 5th-ranked martial artist who has been hammering for many years, although he is old, but after all, the realm is there, and there is no lack of 4th-ranked martial artists in the Yang family who can make a move. Between the words, Kaiguo-chang had been observing the teenager's reaction. These words were considered to be a polite reminder to Yi Li about this matter. Just because the party in charge of the martial arts exam chose not to pursue the matter after understanding what happened, it doesn't mean that the Yang family in Shanzhou will also not pursue the matter. It even says that the likelihood of deliberate retaliation will be high next. After hearing Kaiguo-chang's words, Yi Li nodded slightly. He whispered, I see. This is to be expected. Moreover, if the Yang family really bit off more than they could chew, Yi Li wasn't going to show any more mercy. That's good. At those words, Kaiguo-chang breathed a sigh of relief visible to the naked eye. He was afraid that the teenager would be too exuberant and choose to directly harden himself to the end. That would be a problem. Not to mention the geniuses who hadn't grown up. Even for those who had, cases of them falling dead abounded. Being able to listen to others is called humility. Thinking about this, Kaiguo-chang nodded his head in relief. He then turned slightly sideways, revealing Lin Yin-yun behind him, and introduced himself with a smile. This is Lin Yin-yun, a student from Fengyun University, who is considered to have come here specifically to look for you. Hello. Lin Yin-yun walked forward, a heady smile surfacing on her sensual face. I am also a student of that old den of Yu Wang, and according to seniority I am considered your senior sister. Oh. Yi Li politely nodded his head, not caring about the old den in the other party's mouth. Looking for me for something? Oh, that's pretentious enough. Lin Yin-yun sighed darkly and cleared her throat, then said in a serious manner, it wasn't there, but after watching your performance in the martial arts exams, now it is again. Between the words, Kaiguo-chang consciously retreated, leaving room for both to talk. Lin Yun looked around and realized that the surrounding martial candidates were all talking intensely about the encounters within the secret territory. Only then did he walk up to Yili and said with a light smile, "Actually, it's not really something. I just want to ask you if you're interested in the academy mission? College quest?" "Exactly." Lin Yun stretched and laughed lightly. "If you're interested, I'll hook you up to the school's quest system ahead of time, and you'll be able to pick it up later through your belt tag. Of course, there are some special assignments that still need to be taken back to school specifically. In addition, if you come across a tricky mission, you can also ask for help in communication through the waistplate, and the connection between the waistplates can ignore most means of isolation. Within 100 kilometers. Absolutely zero latency, better than any phone." Saying that, Lin Yun's eyes fell on the gold belt plate at Yili's waist. Then he continued in a ravishing tone. "You have this gold-level belt plate, and you can basically take your pick of most of the quests enacted in the school." Feeling the other party's fiery eyes, Yili asked with some curiosity, "You're not a gold medal? I'm a silver medalist." Lin Yun's voice carried a bit of sultriness. "Senior brother. Ah, don't think that gold medals are rotten in Fengyan University just because you got them at the beginning. To tell you the truth, in the entire Wind Cloud University, there are no more than 20 students who have this kind of belt tag. Every one of them is a core student hand-picked by the academy. I've been struggling hard for 2 years, and I've only barely managed to get a silver medal. Do you think you're at a high level with this belt medal?" "I see." Yili tapped his jaw. In Lin Yun's stunned eyes, he calmly asked, "So you're not as high a level as me? Can you kowtow to me?" Lin Yun? Lin Yun only felt like she almost lost her breath. As early as just watching the broadcast screen, she knew that Yi Li's character wouldn't be weak, and she was afraid that he would be on the strong side of the genre. And yet, I didn't expect it anyway. In front of his own senior sister who was obviously more senior. The other party not only did not converge the slightest, but instead became more and more arrogant, directly opening his mouth to let himself kowtow to him, eh? Lin Yun took a deep breath and explained through gritted teeth. The status and treatment of a gold medal student is much higher than that of a silver medalist, but it's not at the same level as that of an emperor and a courtier. In that case, Yi Li looked a little regretful. Still thinks he's the little emperor. Then, without a trace, he asked, "So, what are the specific benefits of being a gold medal student?" "Identity, treatment." Lin Yun calmed her heart and sighed. "Let's just talk about the item of completing the school mission alone. Leaving aside the limitations of taking on a mission, even the level of difficulty when performing a mission, both are different. Core trainees with gold medals have a status equivalent to that of a deputy director of a municipal clearing and alienation bureau when they go out on a mission. A silver student would only have the power of a normal enforcer level. Know what that means? The latter can only rely on themselves most of the time, and the former can even mobilize the law enforcers stationed in the city hall to assist in their operations. The status gap is evident. Chapter 63, The Ideas of the Four Courts. That good? Yi Li was slightly surprised. After this, he himself would be considered a minor official in Hakusha High and Low. That's for sure. Lin Yun's voice took on a bit more pride. The core students of Fengyan University are the kind of martial artists that are considered geniuses no matter which martial arts university they are placed in. It's the schools that don't give preferential treatment to them that have a problem. Saying that, her voice paused, and then her eyes became grave. All of what I've said are benefits, but you should also understand the truth that there is no free lunch under the sky. Although your senior sister and I would like to eat for nothing a lot of the time, there are risks for gold medalists. You should know this without me saying. I don't know. Yi Li casually shook his head. The predecessor was busy being a lickspittle all day, and he himself was always busy with something. So where was the time to learn about this? You don't know? Lin Yun froze, looking a bit odd. The opponent was so talented that he hadn't even graduated yet, and he had shown the Dan Chi explosion means in the image. Although the completion of Dan Chi explosion was still a bit lacking, it was definitely a martial artist who had stepped into the third stage True Blood realm. Definitely a leading level figure among his peers. Much more exceptional than even his own natural talent. Since they were the best of the best, the other side's teachers and elders should have said it's not easy for geniuses to grow up when they are born in Hakasu or something similar to that. After all, even Lin Yun's ears as a child were almost calloused by these words. It was just a phrase she slowly stopped hearing as she got older. Mostly because her elders felt that with her talent, she didn't need to worry about being assassinated by the nations. Lin Yun felt a little heartbroken. Can you stop being a riddler? Yi Li frowned lightly as he looked at Lin Yun, whose face had changed, and said, just say what you have to say. When I watched movies and TV shows in my previous life, I hated this kind of riddler. How come it's still a whole lot when you come to the high martial arts world? Is it hard to get straight to the point? It was decided that whenever he came across such riddlers again in the future, he would be sure to beat them up once in a while. I'll put it this way then. Lin Yun pondered for a moment, then said with a solemn expression, we, Huxia, are the most vast country on the Blue Star, with many secret realms and frequent outbreaks of beast tides, causing the domestic situation to be turbulent from time to time. To this day, there are only a handful of 10 martial arts masters within the Clear Isolation Bureau who can stabilize the situation, all of whom are guarding the cities surrounding the major top-secret realms. Even so, the situation rarely improves, and even martial arts masters from some famous sects have to be called upon by the officials from time to time to go over and fend off tides of beasts or round up cultists. And each of these martial arts masters from famous sects are so proud of themselves that every time they are invited, it's like inviting an ancestor. Understand now? In this situation, it's hard to have strong people in the country who can spare their hands, and every time those big countries overseas have any action, the one who suffers is always Hakusha. After all, there's no high-end battle power that can spare their hands. The nations of the Four Seas are happy to see what has become of their once big brother, including their once great allies. They want to keep Hakusha like this if they can. Saying that, Lin Yun's eyes seemingly swept over the surrounding casually, but Hakusha often has geniuses come out again. If we let it go, at most 200 years, Hakusha will more than likely be able to return to its peak period stance internationally again. What will you do if you're the Four Seas? We can only find a chance to kill them all. After all, dead geniuses are worthless. Lin Yun sighed helplessly. So it is. Yeli tapped his jaw. Simply put, it meant that the Four Seas powers would not allow Hakusha to have an existence as powerful as their own. Well, scared? Lin Yun's pretty googly-eyed face carried a smile on it, and she was quite expectant of Yi Li's reaction. You know, even as a newborn calf back then, she couldn't help but have a compassionate thought of Hakusha is going to be finished after hearing these things. For that reason, she didn't even eat her favorite ice cream all day that day. In Lin Yun's opinion, if she herself, who had no qualifications, was still so worried, Yi Li, who possessed qualifications, would definitely be even more nervous. The reason is simple. The feeling of suddenly being the enemy of the whole world, like a boat traveling on a raging ocean, suffocating and terrifying, could definitely make any martial artist's face change wildly. That feeling doesn't go away as you grow up. On the contrary, the older you get and the more you learn about the world, the more impactful and oppressive such things can be. In other words, those like Yi Li, who perfectly fit the criteria, could instantly feel a great deal of pressure. Scared? Yi Li raised his eyebrows slightly surprised. Why are you afraid? Now that I've figured out what the problem is, the next thing is pretty much a done deal. It's simple. When you've developed, won't you be able to beat up all the countries on your own? Seeing this, Lin Yun opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, she held it back. Damn, this guy is so calm. Why be afraid? Of course it's because of the assassinations of the nations that are sure to come your way in the future. Lin Yun actually wanted to ask the other party if they knew what humility was, but after seeing the almost overflowing confidence in the teenager's body, the thought was immediately dispelled. The other person may not know what humility is, but definitely with unrivaled confidence. Is this aura what he has accumulated along the way? Lin Yun fell silent for a long time before saying, it's better to be careful. There are more than just the kingdoms that miss you. Nearby alone, there was the so-called young family of Shanzhou. This is natural. Yi Li nodded slightly. Unlike his opponent, he was quite comfortable with his impartial character. Not only do the people of the kingdoms have to be fought, but even those people in Hakusha who look at them with displeasure will not be spared by themselves. That's good. Lin Yun breathed a sigh of relief as if she was relieved, assuming that the other party had listened to her words and was now on guard. It follows from this, even if they are not on the same channel, it is possible for both parties to have a good conversation. However, you don't have to worry about assassinations from the nations for a while. Lin Yun reared her head and walked forward, patting Yi Li's shoulder and comforting him with a smile. At the very least, one must be a fourth-ranked martial artist in order to have the possibility of being noticed by the nations. Otherwise, if all geniuses are to be assassinated, the kingdoms would be afraid of exhausting themselves if they had any more high-ranking martial artists. After all, how can a martial arts master be born so easily? I remember there was a genius who became a second-ranked martial artist at the age of 6 before he broke through to the third rank at the age of 60, and the enemy agent who had been staring at him for half of his life almost didn't die of anger. Saying that, Lin Yun stretched her back, a few more laughs in her tone. When Yi Li nodded, she stretched out her palm, her whole body regaining that lazy feeling, saying so much has exhausted me. Bring the gold medal. I'll help you connect it. Success. Yi Li casually threw his hand, and the golden waistplate flew towards the other party in a beautiful arc. Be careful. Lin Yun caught the gold medal and muttered in a slightly shocked voice. It's a gold medal. There aren't a lot of gold medals in the whole of Windermere University. How is it that in the hands of the other side is like a toy pendant, thrown around randomly? Lin Yun ground her teeth. If she had a gold medal, high and low to give as a baby arch up before, in that case, not only would there be discounts for all types of martial arts, but they could also apply for funding to study divination. So I really don't know how good it must be. Sighing inwardly, she still opened the relevant formation in the other party's gold medal and connected to the campus network of Fengyun University. Well, in that case, you're considered an official Wind Cloud University student. Lin Yun fondly handed the gold medal to the other party, then said in a serious and deep voice, after that, if teachers from Kyoto University, Mordor University, or any of these Vixen universities come over to you, you must not agree. No matter what they offer you, I, Fengyun University, will give you double. After saying that, she smiled. The above two sentences. It is Lao Deng. Ah no, it's what Mr. Ewing asked me to pass on to you. Elder sister is going back to school next to take on missions to earn rice. Is there anything else you want to ask? Can you kowtow to me? Yili asked politely, looking like a courteous and beautiful young man. Bye. Chapter 63 Wind and Cloud Ranking. Outside the Split Mountain Mystery. It was accompanied by a bus leaving the boundaries of the city of Mountain City and traveling to various places. The news of the end of the martial examination also began to spread to all parts of the winning province at an extremely fast speed. Although the list has not been released, in previous years there have been sneak peeks from people with inside information. And naturally, this year's results are even more bombastic compared to previous years. There are two main pieces of hot news. A Linhai City martial artist named Yili has won this year's winning province's martial arts examination with a score at the fault level. The much anticipated young family twin stars have both fallen, and they can't even eat the tailpipe of Wudao University. In the forum related to Budo High School, many students from winning province have started discussions. Which god is this Yili? Snatched the championship from under the hands of Shanzhou No. One middle school? That's the one that was rumored to have been bailed out by Fengyun University not too long ago. Right. Boy. This guy directly ed me out of my mind. When did Linhai No. One middle school have such a powerful martial arts student? I'm going to enter martial arts high school next year. I'll take the Linhai First Middle School directly then. Upstairs. It's not the school that's awesome, it's this Yili who's awesome. With the public will die for sure. I'll choose Castle Peak No. One middle school. Maybe I'll even get into the Castle Peak Sword Pavilion after graduation. Doesn't anyone care about the crying in Shanzhou No. One middle school? The whole school teachers thought they were going to have a long face this time. But I didn't expect the young family twins to pull a straight lump. The Wushu exam champion of the winning province was perennially dominated by Shanzhou No. One high school. So much so that when it was taken away, the news spread as hotly as it did. People seemed to enjoy seeing such unexpected cold results. There were also whispers that the reason why the young family's pair of twins were eliminated so quickly was because they ran into that young martial artist named Yili in the core area. According to the development of this trend, the results of this session's martial arts examination would more than likely be the only one that stood out from the rest over the years, and Yili's name would be seen and remembered by the later martial arts students. When night fell, the bus finally drove into the borders of Linhai City. Linhai City, a secluded neighborhood. The dusty Yili, who had returned to his home after a long time, took out the golden waistplate, and his expression could not hide his joy. Ever since connecting to Fengyun University, he had been able to browse the inventory of Fengyun University's book depository directly from this gold medal. It can be said to be up to the 5th order technique, down to the 2nd order martial arts. Martial arts and techniques are all included. The two are just the difference between how much is included. And, going by the piss-poor nature of these types of colleges, can put the 5th order feats in the collection. Then even if it is the 6th order feats, on someone within the academy, the probability is that they can also provide. Even though these martial arts can't be directly exchanged right now, and you have to go into the main part of the academy to get them. However, Yili now had the qualification to freely enter and exit Fengyun University, so this wasn't considered too much of an obstacle. Thinking back to Lin Yinyan's words when she left, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. It's a bright road ahead. Yili laughed softly to himself. There was another thing that concerned him quite a bit. On the way out, Lin Yinyan suddenly turned back to Yili Dao as if she remembered something. By the way, this Wind and Cloud gold medal of yours, apart from being rich in functionality, also allows you to view the ranking of the Wind and Cloud ranking in real time, so you can take a look at it if you're interested. The Wind and Clouds list? It's something the school researched in order to motivate cadets to improve. A highly symbolic ranking through each person's specific performance in performing tasks and their performance in winning and losing daily battles. Lin Yinyan took out her own silver medal, gently shook it, and laughed. There are only 30 slots. all of which are the most popular people in Fengyun University, and can be considered geniuses among geniuses. You are considered talented. Senior sister, I am ashamed of myself. It won't be more than a few years before you catch up, but compared to them, you have a long way to go now. They can all be high-minded people, so maybe you'll run into them when you take on whichever quest you want to do in the future. For your own sake, senior sister, I'd still suggest you learn about humility. After hearing those words, the then Yili tentatively activated the harmonious getting along ring. With a flash of light, the bewildered Lin Yun just knelt and watched Yili leave. It was just that this lazy young girl's character was so Buddhist that she merely got up, patted the dust, and turned away after thinking for 2 seconds. You made the Buddhist sister of Fengyun University kneel down to you. Evil value plus 500. A little less. Unfortunately, a good man. Humility? Thoughts returned to the present as Yili lay down on his bed, his thoughts reeling. Traveling to Winson University would more than likely take a few more days, so there was no need to rush for this moment. And, if there were no surprises, the S-class hammering method promised by Jiang Qingzhu would be delivered in recent days. The third order one is about to become a thing of the past, and the next is the era that belongs to the edition. The 40,000 evil deeds value lying quietly in the panel was Yili's bottom line to keep moving forward. Chapter 64, Molding the Body in the Snowy Mountains. Jiang Qingzhu's speed was faster than expected. Dang it. Yili had just finished rinsing his body and changing into a clean shirt when a knock came from the door. Coming. He walked over and twisted the door handle, and a familiar cool young girl poked her head through the open doorway and came in. It worked. As soon as she entered the door, Jiang Qingzhu let out a leaping voice. The Jiang clan's S-class hammering method. I got it for you. Terrific. Yili did not begrudge his compliments. After all, the other party had really helped himself a lot. However, after that, as long as he had enough credits, he would be able to exchange them directly in the book pavilion of Fengyun University. The other side's white giveaway certainly smells good, but in the future it will have to be done in moderation. Otherwise you'll be in trouble if you lose yourself one day. Here, Jiang Qingzhu took out a rather thin tome from his storage ring and handed it to Yili, his tail tone rising. This is the Snow Mountain body shaping. It's very difficult to cultivate, and it's basically impossible for martial artists who haven't learned the White Mist, Frost and Snow to learn it. Because of this, it is considered a very cold hammering method when placed in the Jiang clan, and aside from some direct disciples, basically no one will learn it, and no one can learn it. With that, she paused, then pursed her lips lightly and said with some emotion, but if it's you, it should be easy to learn. The impact that Yili had caused her by cultivating the S-rank breathing method, White Mist, Frost and Snow, to a great success in just a few days was so strong that it was still fresh in her mind until now. Although, it was really just a little while ago, that is. Thanks. Yili received the tome. A sense of coolness immediately circulated throughout his body, and then asked with some surprise, so thin? This S-rank hammering method was at least twice as thin as the last S-rank breathing method. Thin means hard to learn, Jiang Qingzhu softly explained, slightly deliberating. As far as I know, that ancestor of the Jiang family who was the most talented ever. It also took 2 months to be able to get started. Remembering that when this senior practiced that breathing method, he also used 2 months. She didn't say the latter half of the sentence. Do you want his insights or not? In case the other party could have practiced in 3 days and it took 2 months to read the insights, that would be a problem. Upon hearing this, Yili nodded slightly, while inwardly, he sighed slightly. When he thought about it, in order to pull the White Mist, Frost and Snow to full capacity, he had directly smashed 50 years of hard work. This time, I switched to the more difficult, Snowy Mountain body sculpting, so I guess it's another big drain, but that's okay. The savings in your own panel have been waiting for a long time. Is there anything else you want? Yili's voice was calm and much softer than usual, but it was always a bit of a rush, carrying an S-ranked hammering method in his arms, with a huge amount of evil value lying in the background. It made him want to immediately activate add-on mode. Jiang Qingzhu didn't hear the meaning of driving people away in the words, and only after 2 seconds of contemplation did she invite as if she had summoned up courage. I'm going back to the Jiang family next. Do you want to join me? The Yang family in Shanzhou is definitely eyeing you recently, and the Jiang family in the extreme north can provide shelter. No, thanks. Yili nodded politely. He was going to Fengyun University in a couple of days to see how things were going, so where did he have this free time to go to the Jiang family to avoid the so-called difficulties? He didn't want to feel the feeling of being in the middle of a fence. At those words, Jiang Qingzhu's clear eyes dimmed slightly. She had actually expected the teenager's answer and had mentally prepared for it beforehand. Even so, it's still a little sad when you actually hear the other person's rejection. That. A moment later, Jiang Qingzhu raised her head and tentatively asked, "Are we friends?" "It should count," Yili calmly said. Anyone who has a grudge against you can tell me anyway. I'll still help with this favor. Just as well there was an excuse to do it. At this point, he paused, and a dazed look then appeared on his face. I see. You're returning to the Jiang family this time because someone is trying to deal with it? If that's the case, I can join you. No, there's no one to deal with. Jiang Qingju subconsciously shook her head. Really? What a shame. Yili was a little disappointed. A character who could feud with the Jiang family's eldest daughter must be a big player in the bursting point count to come. Yes. Jiang Qingju hung his head, but some smiles surfaced at the corners of his mouth, and his clear eyes were flashing with an unprecedented light. He took me for a friend. Worth it. It's been worth it all this time. Well, then, I'll take my leave and wish you well. Jiang Qingju bowed slightly before pushing the door open with brisk hands and feet. Feel free to contact me for anything. I'll see you at Fengyan University. With that, she walked out of the room and trotted off in the direction she had come from with a leap of faith. Knowingly, looking at the other party's back as he was leaving, Yili shook his head and closed the door in uncertainty. The other party was a rich woman among rich women, and had helped so much, so no matter how you counted it, it was half a friend. Friends, that means you can help you fight. Why not pay back favors and earn bad deed value at the same time? Yili's idea was actually very simple. To those who make you good, look for opportunities to return the favor. And to the creatures who make you bad, stomp them all into the dirt. This way you can maintain a good mindset and push all the way across the field without any psychological burden. The path of no complaints is simply unbeatable. In order to stay on such a path, one must keep moving forward to become stronger. In the face of the world and its calamities, only the strong can carry out their will. Walking back to the bedroom, Yeli sat cross-legged on the bed. Reaching out, he flipped open the book, Snow Mountain Body Shaping, and a light blue curtain of light floated before his eyes. Current vice points, 40. 500. New item, S-Class Hammering Method. Snowy Mountain Body Sculpting, uninitiated. Come on. Yili exhaled silently. There was nothing to hesitate about, and tens of thousands of points of evil value whizzed into the panel. Ding! Starting to improve the proficiency of Snow Mountain Body Shaping will continue to consume bad deeds. Turning the pages of this tome, clear words come to your eyes, and you're surprised to find that you don't really have much trouble understanding them. This is your use of the S-Class breathing technique White Mist Frost Snow, which has already reached an almost instinctive level. Even the most gifted predecessor of the Jiang family was far inferior to you at this age. Gain a gain buff, cultivation speed is increased by 70%. Your current speed is like sweeping a shared bike with a grabbed cell phone in a long-distance race and speeding away amidst the bystanders' fast-dropping bloodletting gazes. After consuming 1,000 points of evil value, you have read most of this hammering method, but your understanding always stays at a shallow level. In order to know its true meaning, you choose to go on to the next. After consuming 2,000 points of evil value, this hammering method has been fully read by you. Even if your understanding is not too deep, you understand a little of the concept of this hammering method, which is to rely on the cold effect of the true qi hammering itself, so that the blood of the body will further undergo a metamorphosis. After consuming 4,000 points of evil value, you have mastered the method of utilizing true qi to quench your blood, and have developed a certain level of resistance to extremely cold environments. Snowy Mountain Body Sculpting, Introductory. Though it's not clear how long this is roughly equivalent to practicing hard work on your own, but there is no doubt that this time is definitely much longer than 2 months. It only takes 2 months to get started with the kind of martial artist that poets grip on. Yi Li sighed, but realized that between his breaths, a sound similar to the whistling of the wind and snow could already resonate within his body. The blood in his body was even undergoing a slow metamorphosis in this sound. Is this the resident effect of S-Class breathing? Yi Li was in a good mood, and his attention returned to the text that kept surfacing on the panel. Chapter 65, True Blood Perfection. Peak of Third Order. After consuming 5,000 points of bad act value, you begin to try to use your breath to give acceleration to the hammering and find the relevant tricks. The speed of quenching the true blood is greatly accelerated, and compared to that B-level hammering method, it is several times faster. Snowy Mountain Body Sculpting, Skilled. After consuming 10,000 points of evil value, you are already comfortable with creating a snowy mountain-like environment within your body, and the blood in your body is like a myriad of beings forced to climb the mountain, constantly strengthening themselves in the harsh environment. Snowy Mountain Body Sculpting, Mastery. After consuming 15,000 points of bad act value, the snowy mountain environment you created is close to perfect, and the countless mountaineers that your whole body's blood has transformed into have taken an interest in this snowy mountain, and will aggressively carry out the climb at your command only. Snowy Mountain Body Sculpting, Deshang. After consuming 20,000 points of bad deeds, this internal snow mountain is completely flawless. exuding an amazing seductive power in the world of human bodies, without the need for you to drive. Countless mountaineers transformed into true blood have long been hungry and thirsty, and all of them are incredibly fervent and obsessive about ascending to your snow mountain. If you were to ask why, they would surely answer you, because the mountain is there. The level of the hammering method has been raised, and the snowy mountain body shaping has reached perfection. Byproduct, you practiced the hammering method diligently, and your martial arts level has been raised to the second level of the third order. Byproduct, extremely familiar with the environment of the snowy mountains, ability to withstand extreme cold is greatly increased. Comment, this consumption of 20,000 points of evil value. The enhancement is equivalent to your 80 years of hard training. If you perform the Dan Shi outburst again at this moment, martial artists of the same level will be bombarded by your avalanche of Dan Shi and fall to the ground trembling. Along with the emergence of the last line of text, a bone-chilling cold aura violently erupted around Yi Li. Boom! The sound of icy cold bursts rang out, and the temperature of the entire bedroom plummeted by dozens of degrees, with a snowy mist quickly surfacing on the windows. At the moment, it was clearly the scorching heat of June, but the room was as cold as an extreme ice cellar. Yi Li's eyes flickered. It was seen after performing a simple Dan Chi explosion. In those dark eyes, a touch of icy blue color quietly rose, and there was a tendency to climb up the eyebrows and whiskers. If the realm determines the number and upper limit of Dan Chi outbursts, that hammering method determines the quality of the Dan Chi explosion. Among martial artists of the same rank, with the same amount of true Chi consumption, the higher the level of the hammering method, the more powerful the Dan Chi explosion would be. Hu dash. Yi Li lightly exhaled, and fleshly cold air surged into the air, looking extremely divine. After slightly exercising his true Chi, a sense of completeness came from within his body. With the consummation of the snow mountain plastic body, that coldness contained in the true Chi became more and more terrifying. On top of that, the speed of one's own hammering of the blood had been strengthened by several times. Compared to that B-grade, Great Sun Treasure Furnace, the hammering method was even more superior by an unknown number of times. One has to concentrate while enduring an agony like burning inside the five. Hammering can be done automatically in a single breath, without the slightest discomfort, and with greatly improved efficiency. It's a person who knows how to choose. No wonder it was hard for a martial arts master to come out of a cold family. Precious things were really precious. Yi Li nodded slightly, his inner thoughts electrifying. Right now, everyone around him was telling him that the Yang family in Shanzhou was eyeing him and that he must be careful. So it seems, gotta find an excuse to this Yang family over. Otherwise, you really can't sleep or eat. Since the hammering method had been perfected, it was also time to raise a wave of cultivation. Yi Li's mind moved, and the vast amount of evil value poured in viciously towards the column of martial arts rank. Ding! Begin to consume the evil value to continuously raise the level of martial arts, through the painstaking cultivation that is far beyond human acceptance. Your understanding of the snowy mountain body shaping has reached perfection, and with the aid of the Great Sun Furnace, when you refine your own true blood, the two have even produced a marvelous sense of harmony. Gain buff, hammering speed is increased by 1000%. Your speed is like that AE-86 drifting at breakneck speed on some unknown sacred mountain, and the thousands of curves on the road of martial arts cultivation are a straight road to heaven in your eyes. You don't need any help at all. Now you're a genius riding on a gale. After consuming 500 points of evil value, cracks began to appear in the second level of the third order, which had long been close to perfection, and the strand of golden aura in the true blood of the body became extremely pure, resulting in the quality of the human body's great Dan being directly elevated by a cut. You've entered the third order. With the highest level of training method, you can naturally train the highest quality of true blood. After the third level, there's a difference between martial artists of the same level. Gain to gain buff, 100% increase in the quality of true blood. I see. No wonder it felt like this golden aura of his was much better looking than the one in the blood of that wanted man the other day. Yeli was slightly dazed. On the light screen, the progress was non-stop. After consuming 500 points of evil value, the golden aura of true blood in your body began to expand, expanding to 1/3 of its proportion. Your five senses have significantly improved, and the black pupil with the eye of void has gained a dynamic vision that far exceeds the dynamic vision of martial artists of the same rank. You've entered the sixth level of the third order. After consuming 500 points of evil value, your body's true blood flows all over you, and the golden aura in your body seems to be as clear as if it was made from nature, which makes the quality of this great Dan of your human body more and more perfect, emitting a refreshing and mellow aroma. You've advanced to the ninth rank of the third order. After consuming 500 points of bad act value, you have fully adapted to the sensation of the true blood realm, with perfect Dan Chi around you, and Dan Chi erupting almost instantaneously as swiftly as possible. Martial Arts Level Up. You've reached the peak of the third order. This enhancement consumes a total of 14,500 points of evil value, equivalent to nearly 20 years of your normal hard work. Current vices, 6,000 points. The moment the words fell, an unparalleled sense of power surged through his body. Boom! Yi Li's body strength around him exploded. The terrifying cold air violently blasted into the surrounding walls and buildings. The wooden beds under his feet were directly blown off and exploded into countless debris. Even the entire floor was clearly trembling twice. Completing the first major stage of the body brings a boost far beyond anything ever seen before. The power that was enough to open mountains and crack rocks instantly surged into his body and flowed into Yi Li's limbs and bones, causing his breathing to be a little short. Even if he stops cultivating in the future, he will still be able to have some prestige in the winning province. So true. Yi Li's heartbeat accelerated. His eyes were surprised, and standing in the middle of a piece of wood shavings, his body revealed a feeling of holding the dan to perfection. Turn your head sideways and look extremely far away. Even the hundreds of meters of dust falling were now clear to see. With the addition of the nearly inhuman five senses, Yi Li felt a completely different kind of heaven and earth. A pair of dark eyes were shining so brightly that they seemed to be hiding a lion. After a short period of excitement, Yi Li's eyes fell back to the panel. Current vices, 6,000 points. It's time to do something about it. Yi Li frowned lightly. Chapter 66, Yu Wang's Shock in Action. Within the winning province, Stormwater University. Early morning sunlight sprinkled in a majestic and lofty building, densely packed with figures walking through it, all of them with quite extraordinary breadths, the least of which was at the level of the second order. On top of a tall building, Lin Yun looked somewhat helplessly at the green-robed old man in front of her, whose whiskers and hair were flopping. This teacher of his own. Every day, he likes to run to the top floor, posing as a superior whether to the students coming and going below. If seen by young juniors who hadn't been in school for long, they would really be bluffed by his gesture, scratching their ears and trying to find a chance to climb into the conversation. Teachers, Yin Yun you see, just now there was a student over there looking at me with bated breath. It is certain that he wants to worship the old man as his teacher. Yu Wang stroked his beard and smiled. It's a pity. Wearing a sophomore's uniform and having an aura that is less than the third rank, he is destined to have no chance with the old man's protege. Hearing this, Lin Yun guffawed. What about Yi Li? Then it must be destined to be with old me. Yu Wang snapped his head back with obvious joy in his tone and laughed. The potential that child possesses is definitely capable of accomplishing something, and he can inherit my mantle when the time comes. Moreover, you don't know, those old guys from the station department, when they heard that I gave the only guaranteed place to a martial arts student from Linhai City, they all laughed at me for being too hasty with my words. Old me doesn't even bother arguing with them. 30 years of River East. 30 years of River East. Let's just wait and see. Let's see if those old things can still laugh when that Yi Li kid punches them through the sparring department. Not the old man for him to brag. This thing may not even take 2 years. In the Wind and Clouds list promotion speed, more than half have to be faster than your elder sister. Indeed, I think so. Lin Yun silently nodded in agreement. It might have been hard for anyone else, but she felt that the pretty boy was really capable of something so unforgiving and loud. Refer to this martial arts exam for specific reasons. What? Seeing that she did not reveal a questioning look, Yu Wang was a bit surprised. He did well in this martial arts exam? Before he left, this disciple of his still looked like he didn't believe it, yelling, "I'll go and see what's going on." How come he became like this after he came back? More than great. Lin Yun looked odd, and after 2 seconds of silence, she said in a tone tinged with a few shocks, "Teacher, have you ever heard of someone being able to blast out a 7-digit score on a martial arts exam? It's the first time I've seen it in my entire life. It looks like senior sister Chun was only 6 figures back then, right? The entire Split Mountain Mysterious Realm's third-ranked foreign beasts are about to be killed off by Yi Li. Him alone. Seriously? 7 figures?" Yu Wang's motion of stroking his beard lurched, his expression stunned. Is this kid being robbed of something by a foreign beast? No, he was the one who robbed the throne in the secret realm. The Fey beasts tried to take it back, but he was really too capable of killing, and the clothes on his body were almost soaked through with Fey beast blood. Lin Yun was satisfied with the other party's reaction and smiled as she stated the absolute truth. In the end, the third-ranked foreign beasts in the secret realm were all softened by him. None of them dared to go up the mountain again, and only then did he stop and not kill them. The air was silent for a dozen seconds at a time. So it is. Yu Wang's motion of stroking his beard returned to normal, nodded slightly, and murmured in relief. That's not surprising. That's not surprising. Generally, there would be king beasts in the secret realm, and the location with the most abundant aura would naturally be the king beast's habitat, also known as the throne. This kid directly flew the dragon to ride the face. No wonder those first opening spirit wisdom third order foreign beasts will not be able to stand. But sadly, Junior's approach to this matter is to kill it one way or the other. It's hard to imagine what kind of posture he'll be in the future when he's stronger and enters those advanced secret realms where high-level foreign beasts walk everywhere. Thinking about this, Yu Wang's throat rolled, and then reappeared with a smile. Where is he? Didn't come back with you? No. He said he had some unfinished business and would come back in a couple days. That's good. Yu Wang's eyes went back to looking downwards and laughed softly. The credits from the last beheading of the wanted criminals. The old man has credited him. Wait until he comes over. You take him to the bookstore to pick some. Wait, how many ranks is he? As the words fell, he jerked his head back to look at Lin Yun. The other man's tone was too natural for him to realize now that something was wrong. The last time they met, Yi Lai seemed to still be a young martial artist who had just entered the second rank, relying on a strong secret method of unknown origin to be able to press the second rank 6 Tang Yao into a fight. Now you can actually brush a third order alien beast as a small wild monster? Third stage true blood realm. What's wrong? Lin Yun was a bit puzzled. Third order? Can't go wrong. Dan Chi eruption will use them all. Lin Yun thought that the other party was doubting her eyesight, and immediately waved her hand and said in a certain tone, although it's a bit raw, it's definitely the Dan Chi outburst, and it should be at the early stage of the third rank. At the level of 1 or 2 weights, Yu Wang was appalled in his heart, and his entire body fell into a long silence. Even the movements of his hands stopped. The second-ranked martial artist from the last time we met. This has transformed into a third-ranked one? How long did it take? A week at the most. What kind of talent is this? When did the martial way to heaven become such a straight path? Could it be a thick base? But would that bottom be too thick? Thoughts electrified. Yu Wang could only ultimately attribute it to Yi Li himself being a top-tier talent, having been dormant for too long in the past, which allowed him to gain sudden progress in just a week. Any more? He took a deep breath and opened his mouth with the idea of giving it a try. It's still true. Lin Yun nodded. At those words, the corner of Yu Wang's eyes twitched a bit. You say. Lin Yun sighed. Teacher, pack up your things. What? Yu Wang froze. He's going to sit in my place? That's not true. Lin Yun coughed lightly twice and said rather gruffly. According to that chief, he beat up that twin pair from the Yang family enough. One's subsequent martial arts practice is affected. One comes out screaming that he's not practicing martial arts, and all of them fall out of favor. According to the local rumors of the Yang family in Shanzhou, I think the Yang family will be unfavorable to Yi Li, even if he is now a core student of Fengyun University. It's a matter of life and limb, so I suggest you make a trip to the Yang family and give a slight warning or two as well. At those words, Yu Wang's eyes gradually surged sharply. The Yang family of Shanzhou recruited their disciples widely in the area, and there were also rumors that they acted ruthlessly and dared to act. It is rumored that even the law enforcers of the local Qingyi Bureau, they don't sell much of its face, and once they are offended, no matter right or wrong, they will be door-to-door settled by the Yang family afterwards. The reason why it continues to this day is that whenever the Qingyi Bureau comes to their doorsteps to deal with a case, they will not hesitate to hand over the person concerned and leave him at the disposal of the Qingyi Bureau. While not being able to pick out any faults, it will also help the Yang family to become famous in the city of Shanzhou. For a long time, the Yang family's reputation was growing. Countless disciples had defected to them, and fewer martial artists dared to mess with them. In that case, it was no wonder Lin Yun was worried about Yi Li's safety. Ha! A force led by an early 5th-rank martial artist looking for trouble has found its way to the head of an old student. Yu Wang's smile didn't have the slightest bit of warmth in it as he turned to ask, who started this thing about Yi Li bringing down that pair of twins? Many of the students in Shanzhou City said that it was the Yang family siblings who took the initiative to invite the battle, but it was indeed Yi Li who made the first move. Lin Yun replied frankly. Then there's no problem. It's reasonable to invite a fight. Yu Wang turned around and walked towards the downstairs. His voice carried along with the clear wind. I'm going to Shanzhou City. When Yi Li comes to the school, you'll take him to do some missions normally, and pick 2 third-order martial arts for him in the meantime. The corner of Yu Wang's mouth twitched. There are credits. Okay, you can rest assured to me. Lin Yun nodded excitedly and said, I'm going to Linhai City. Chapter 67, you go. Finish off Yi Li. Yang family compound. Shanzhou City. It was morning, and the bright sunshine sprinkled inside this huge compound, which actually looked a bit gloomy. In front of an ancient-style mansion with ancient decorations, a person dressed in strange costumes stood quietly, seemingly waiting for something. Right at this moment, an old man with luxurious clothing and a thin face walked out, a hint of anger in his cold demeanor, looking majestic and incomparable. Family master, how is he doing? Wan Feng? As soon as the old man appeared, the elegant beauty woman at the front of the crowd quickly rushed forward and asked anxiously, I heard that he injured his meridians. Will he still be able to cultivate in the future? Upon hearing this, the corner of the eye of the young family's head, who was nearing the 200-year mark, twitched twice, and his gaze then landed on her body as he calmly opened his mouth. More than 3/4 of the meridians in his entire body were frozen. But the person who did it was quite sensible and did not completely waste him. If a physician of the fourth order were to make a move, he would probably be able to recover in 5 years' time as if it were the beginning of his life. Hearing this, those young family members in the crowd in the courtyard were originally worried that Yang Wanfeng would be wasted because of this matter, thus causing the young family to lose its brightest rising star in recent years, and gradually sinking into silence in Shanzhou City. The moment was finally a relief. 5 years, for a genius second-ranked martial artist like Yang Wanfeng, it wasn't too short to say short, and it wasn't too long to say long. According to the young family's heritage, it wasn't considered a difficult task to ask a fourth-ranked physician with a talent for healing to make a move. However, that beautiful woman was wrinkling her eyebrows, and thick anger surged out on her charming face as she shouted in a sad tone, "Damn Yi Li, how dare he make my son suffer such a crime? 5 years, how many 5 years can there be in life? By then that Yi Li will have graduated from Fengyun University and Wanfeng he'll only just be able to cultivate as usual." She looked at the old man above her and gritted her teeth. "Family master, this matter absolutely cannot be left at that." As soon as these words came out, unexpectedly, the many young family members present nodded their heads in response. The reason is simple. The young family had killed so many people and collected so many disciples for the sake of a reputation of having revenge for so many years in Shanzhou City. How can the precedent be broken because of a third-ranked martial artist from Fengyun University? Smash the signboard? Avenge what you have done and do what you have done. These two words were not only the creed of the young family to make a name for themselves, but likewise a sizzling signboard to woo those gatekeepers. Just ask, what casual martial artist would not be moved by a power that was willing to help you avenge your death at any cost? The young family of Shanzhou has been observing such a dogma for more than 100 years. Even if he, Yi Li, was the highest scorer of the martial arts examination ever in the winning province, he was now only an unusual true blood realm that had entered the third stage. If he didn't make a move against him just because of his identity as a guaranteed student of Fengyun University, how would he recruit disciples in the future? Without a gatekeeper, how is the young family going to cultivate the blood-burning secret method? Family master, I've found out everything. At this moment, another middle-aged man stepped forward and said in a muffled voice, "That kid is now living in the southern district of Linhai City. Even the door number is clear to me. As long as you nod your head, he won't live long enough to enter Fengyun University." It was true that they couldn't tough it out at Fengyun University, but against a student who hadn't yet enrolled, they were still quite certain. Yali, the young family head savored the name. A shocking murderous aura flashed through his cloudy eyes, and the palms of his hands behind his back gradually clenched. He opened his mouth and asked, "This Yi Li, he's at the third order true blood realm now?" "Exactly." Someone nodded and said, "According to the teachers of the major martial arts high schools, he should be at the level of a beginner's third rank. Third-ranked martial artist, not even 20 years old." The young family head seemed to laugh softly with emotion. What a demon who practiced martial arts. Thinking back to his own year, at the age of 20, he barely broke through the second rank, and these years, he even relied on the secret method of the young family before he managed to advance to the 5th rank and become famous. Although the reason for the forced breakthrough fell into the dark disease, this life cannot be further, but rely on the help of those disciples, but also enough to stabilize the young family's position in the city of Shanzhou. Because of this, the old man was well aware of the difficulties of martial arts cultivation. It made one thing clear to him at the moment: if this Yi Li is not removed today, he will definitely be an existence that can overturn the young family in the future. The young family's signboard of the last 100 years can't be smashed in my hands. The young family head's voice was grim as he made his attitude clear with a single sentence. "Yang Rong, take those 2 fourth-ranked upper seed sectors with you and go take care of it." "You mean it's the lost sword, and that dragon tablet hand?" a man exclaimed. The former relied on a Qingyun sword 30 years ago to kill through a force with a third-order powerhouse alone, and afterward, his lover was killed by the remnants of that force, and became disheartened, changing his name to Lost Sword. In order to avenge the death of her lover, she joined the young family. The latter was a martial artist proficient in horizontal training. A pair of iron palms were enough to open mountains and crack rocks. The number of foreign beasts that had died under him over the years was 50 if not 100. Both of them were renowned martial artists in Shanzhou City, and even the entire winning province. More so, among the young family's few fourth-ranked powerhouses, the two with a relatively high force value. Now to deal with a boy who has entered the third order. Master of the house. The middle-aged man named Yang Rong had a striking scar on his face, as if he had been burned by a blazing fire and left traces. Looking at the flamboyant old man above him, his face trembled as he said with some hesitation, "Would it be too much of a fuss? Not to mention the damage caused. Once a fourth-ranked martial artist strikes, I'm afraid that the sound will be." Fourth-stage martial artists could communicate with heaven and earth, and the martial skills they executed were completely different from those of the first stage, so loud that it was difficult to conceal them. Once detected by the Qingyi Bureau, the Yang family will have to lose 2 fourth-ranked martial artists, absolutely calling it a broken bone. Afraid of what? The Yang family head coldly swept a glance at him and asked in a calm voice. Exposed is exposed. The hatred of the two of them is already knotted, originally owed to our Yang family. After the incident, the two of them will just be handed over to the Qingyi Bureau. Or do you think that a third-ranked martial artist who is less than 20 years old can't stand up to 2 fourth-ranked martial artists who have exhausted their potential? At those words, the scars on Yang Rong's face shook slightly. Indeed, compared to such a young martial artist with unlimited potential, the unexpected loss of 2 fourth-ranked martial artists is acceptable. With this in mind, he bent over and arched his hand respectfully. I'm on it. Slow down. That beautiful and charming woman softly shouted, then looked at the gorgeous old man above her and gritted her teeth. Family master, can I go instead? Change you? Not bad, the beautiful woman said. I only broke through the 6th level of the 3rd order 2 days ago, and I'm 2 levels higher than him, Yang Rong, so I'm more certain if I go. Between the words, raging killing intent surged in her eyes, and her tone was icy cold. Besides, I truly want to kill this person who ruined my son with my own hands. Taking in her expression, the Yang family head nodded slightly after a moment of contemplation. Good, then it's your turn to go. Many thanks, family master. Joy surged on that beautiful and charming woman's face as she hurriedly arched her hand and said, disperse. The Yang family head gave a faint then left a sentence, turned around and walked back into the house. After about an hour, the crowd outside the house dispersed. Chapter 68 An unexpected guest from Fengyun University. Inside the house, the scent of medicine was overflowing. Yang Wanfeng on the bed was pale and slowly got up. Grandpa, just lie down. A look of heartache spread across the Yang family head's gully-covered old face. It didn't matter what happened to those mediocre qualified clansmen out there, but only this gifted grandson. He was truly moved. The old man knew that he was approaching the end of his days, and that he could still live for 20 years at most, and that Yang Wanfeng, who had grown up by then, would be the best successor. With the youth's qualifications, he can definitely bring the Yang family of Shanzhou to new heights. It wasn't even impossible to add 1 to the 3 clans and 6 sects of Hakusha. Don't worry, that Grandpa Yili has already made arrangements for your mother to personally go ahead and ambush him with 2 fourth-ranked disciples. He won't live for a few days. The flamboyant old man patted the youth by the bedside, his tone much softer compared to the party. As for your injuries, Grandpa will also ask the best 4th-ranked physician in the winning province to heal you. Combined with the Yang family's secret method, it might be able to heal you in 3 years. The heart blood of those 4th-ranked gatekeepers will be fetched soon, and then Grandpa will cast a secret spell so that you can at least get out of bed and walk. Yang Wanfeng nodded slightly. When he heard Yi Li's name, the bottom of his eyes instinctively carried resentment, and he took a deep breath before saying, Thanks Grandpa. What are you thanking for? We are all family. The Yang family head waved his hand. Whether for the sake of the Yang family's century-old reputation or for the future development of the Yang family, this Yi Li must die. The flamboyant old man pondered slightly, then said in a somewhat perplexed manner, By the way, about your sister Yang Wan, she doesn't know what kind of stimulation she suffered. Shut herself in her room and said she wouldn't come out or come to see you. Wan she. Yang Wanfeng's face was slightly embarrassed. Maybe she was surprised by that Yi Li's tactics. You don't need to care. I'll just go and take a look in a couple days. Well, you've always been close. The Yang family head nodded his head, really not caring much about this matter. Phew. Just then, there was suddenly a subtle sound of breaking air from the sky outside the house. Immediately afterward, a powerful aura suddenly descended over the Yang family mansion. Feel the breath. The Yang family head stood up violently, his sight looking out of the window, and murmured with some gravity, A 5th-order martial artist? The breath is even stronger than mine. What's the point of coming to my Yang family? Grandpa, don't move around here. I'll go out and take a look. The Yang family head stood up and walked towards the outside of the house. As soon as he left the house, he saw a figure surrounded by a clear wind sweeping in from the distant air and landing straight into the Yang family compound. The visitor's sleeve robe fluttered, and it was emblazoned with several flowing clouds with a strong sense of movement. Someone from Windermere University? The Yang family head standing in front of the house frowned lightly and asked aloud. The division head of Fengyun University came all the way to my Yang family. I wonder what his intentions are. We shouldn't have any clansmen who got into Winsong University. Seeing as the other party was from Fengyun University, His tone was quite polite. Upon hearing this, Yu Wang stepped forward and said with a smile, "My old husband, Yu Wang, is Yi Li's tutor and a senior teacher at Fengyun University." Yi Li's mentor? Came really fast. The Wind Cloud University actually pay attention to it to this extent? The young family head's heart sank slightly for a moment before he knowingly said, "I see. But you still haven't answered my question. I wonder what is the purpose of your visit to my young family?" The answer to this question was naturally known in his mind, for Yi Li's safety. But even if you know that, it's still a good idea to put on a show in plain sight. Otherwise, when the news of Yi Li's death spread afterward, it would be difficult for him, as the head of the young family, to cut clean with those few disciples. The director of the Qingyi Bureau of Shanzhou City was a fifth-order powerhouse, and although he would sell the young family a few points of face, it was definitely not that he didn't dare to move the young family. Dog thing, still pretending to be a calf. Looking at the flamboyant old man's puzzled expression, Yu Wang inwardly cursed. Instead, the pale face smiled, heard some whispers and came over to check it out. Saying that, his gaze swept over the young family compound and asked seemingly casually, "I've long heard that the young family of Shanzhou is widely recruiting disciples. I wonder how many fourth-ranked martial artists have been recruited so far. How can a fourth-ranked martial artist be that easy to recruit?" The young family head similarly revealed a smile and shook his head. For so many years, even with the generous conditions offered by the young family, not much has been recruited. It's really like listening to a king. The white-haired Yuan used a complimentary tone and said with a smile, "I'm really sorry, Your Excellency, as a division head of Fengyun University, is naturally an honored guest of my young family." The young family head calmly stared at Yu Wang and said without haste, "It's just that this matter involves the privacy of the young family, so I'm sorry I can't tell you the truth. I don't think Winsong University would even pry into the privacy of other people's homes, right?" The other party, being a faculty member of Fengyun University, it was almost impossible to directly strike at the young family in the open. "That's natural." Upon hearing this, Yu Wang nodded gently and smiled. As a matter of fact, in order to have a good relationship with the students, the old man has always been an old man with a great sense of boundaries. It's 400 miles from Winsong University to this place. He was already coming as fast as he could on his own. Those fourth-rank martial artists of the young family should not have much spare time on weekdays, and I think that even if this dog's movements are fast, he can't mobilize immediately. Should be catching up. Upon reading this, Yu Wang revealed a look as if he had suddenly remembered and laughed lightly. Speaking of which, old man's hearing wine chanting technique has reached the state of perfection. Listen to the wind chanting technique? Nice. Yu Wang nodded slightly and patiently explained. This is one of my old man's fifth-order martial arts skills. More than that, I dare not say. The movements in a 10-mile radius of this young family compound can definitely be heard clearly. What do you mean by that? The young family head frowned. Meaning, Yu Wang walked to the other party's body, and his smiling voice became ice-cold all of a sudden. In the next 5 days, if any of these 8 fourth-ranked martial artists of the young family within a 10-mile radius disappears, don't blame me for turning the tables on them. At those words, the young family head's face changed slightly on the surface, but in his heart, he secretly sighed in relief. The young family actually has 10 fourth-rank martial artists, and the other party's eyes said 8. It meant that Young Mei had already set off with those 2 fourth-rank gatekeepers. Good girl. You're quick. Thinking about this, the young family head pressed down the joy in his heart and said with a feigned difficulty, Your Excellency, your behavior is a bit too overbearing, isn't it? Aren't you afraid that I'll sue Fengyun University? You sue. Yu Wang smiled as he walked towards the inner room, waving his hand as he did so. The old man would like to stay here for 3 or 5 days. No disturbances, right? This, and a little bit more. Yu Wang turned around and looked at the young family head, smiling. Before that disciple of the old man steps into the 5th rank, no matter what accidents happen to him, no matter who did it, old me will all come over as a priority and palm you, the young family head, to death. Hearing these words, the young family head's face instantly became really ugly. This maniac, once Yi Li was dead, he himself had to immediately notify the Qingyi Bureau so that they could take this madman away. Chapter 69, Before we do it, does anyone want to get out? Linhai City, City South District. Within a secluded ordinary neighborhood, Lin In-yun, dressed in a lavender robe, walked into one of the residential buildings after repeated verification. I think it's this. She stopped in front of a door somewhere and looked up at the number again. 1802. Great. No problem. Saying that, Lin In-yun was just about to knock on the door when she saw the door of the room open early from the inside. Squeak. When the door of the room opened, she saw the familiar-looking white-clothed young man standing behind the door, looking at her with a calm expression. Come in. Oh. Lin In-yun hurriedly took a step towards the inside. As soon as they entered, they saw luggage on the floor, and the other party was obviously getting ready to go out. He also knows that he has been targeted by the Young family, and he needs to quickly take refuge in Fengyun University. Lin Yun laughed lightly inwardly. The opponent's behavior so far was so jumpy that it almost made her forget that Yili was still just a young martial artist under 20 years old. It wasn't until she saw the other party's actions at the moment that Lin Yun finally felt a sense of relief. So you're scared too? That's more like it. That's what a young, untouched martial artist looks like. Did you come specifically to pick me up? Or is it because of the Young family? Yili casually pulled a chair and sat down, his gaze sweeping over the other party. He didn't think the other party had any other purpose. After all, they had just parted ways the day before and then came to his door today, which was enough to see the urgency of their actions. The only thing on his own that he currently called urgent should be the grudge with the Young family. Brilliant. Lin Yun gave him a thumbs up before stretching leisurely. Our teacher is now presumably holding it down for you in the Young family. With him in the Young family for these few days, strong people above the 4th rank should not dare to move. Then why didn't she just come and escort me? Yili looked away in confusion. His old man always liked to take the initiative. Lin Yun waved her hand and said, when he comes across something he wants to do, he can't sit still. You don't have to care about him. Anyway, he's sure to be able to subdue the Young family group is all. Okay. Yili tapped his jaw. What's next for you? Lin Yun yawned. If there's nothing else, come with me to school now. As long as you enter the school, the Young family won't even dare to squat you around the school, let alone move you. Our school is that good? Yili stood up. Of course. Lin Yun leaned against the door, rubbing her eyes that had some dark circles on one side and laughing on the other. You don't see how many can fight in our school. All of the people on the wind and cloud ranking are above the 3rd rank, and in other martial arts universities, they would all be at the varsity team's main level. She pointed at herself, her chin slightly raised, and said somewhat smugly, incidentally, senior sister, I'm also on that wind and cloud ranking. Oh, how many? Lin Yun was silent for a moment, and when she saw Yili still staring at her, she could only grit her teeth and say, I'm not good at fighting, second only to a guy at the 6th level of the 3rd rank. What's the guy's number? 29. Then why don't you just say penultimate? Yili laughed. Lin Yun took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to redwarm on the spot. Not angry. I'm not angry. I won't be able to beat him in 2 more years. There's no point in bothering with him. When he met senior sister Chen, he would naturally know what it meant that there were people outside of people, and there was a sky outside of the sky. Adjusting her mood, Lin Yun took the initiative to lift the luggage on the floor and revitalize her spirit. Okay, let's go. With that, she led the way out of the room and pressed the lighted elevator button. Buzz. The elevator slowly began to climb from the 1st floor. Your building's residents have a strange routine, coming back from outside in the middle of the day. Lin Yun frowned lightly, a helpless expression appearing on her pretty googly-eyed face. Obviously, he had just come up not long ago, and this elevator actually ran back to the 1st floor. She didn't like waiting for the elevator at all. Just then, a hand rested on her shoulder. Lin Yun looked over suspiciously, only to see Yili standing behind himself, calm, divine light surging from his black eyes, staring at the elevator entrance as if he had seen something worth caring about. This building, I'm the only occupant. Yili's voice was clearly unusually flat, but in Lin Yun's ears it was as thrilling as muffled thunder. There's a murderous aura in the elevator. A very heavy murderous aura. What? Lin Yun hurriedly activated her true chi. The lethargy on her face swept away. Phew, not caring about why the teenager's perception was stronger than her own. Lin Yun pinched her knuckles with one hand. The purple robe on her body was windless and automatic, and there were even cumbersome and dense mysterious runes surging out around her body. The divine mechanism and the heavenly calculator are clear, and the blessings and misfortunes rise and fall in the cloudy and sunny days. A ranked talent. Inverted diffusion of heavenly calculations. Ho! In an instant, Lin Yun's face turned slightly white and her breathing shortened a little. Her eyes were dead set on the elevator that had come to the 16th floor, and her tone was like an enemy. 2 martial artists, one at the 2nd level of the 4th rank and one at the 6th level of the 3rd rank. Run! Saying that, as soon as he grabbed Yili's wrist, he was ready to run downstairs. Ha! Lin Yun had just taken 2 steps when her figure was forced to stop. He saw Yili standing firmly in place, while his own palm was like a rubber band in a set of steel bars, and he couldn't even tug on it in the slightest. What are you waiting for? Lin Yun was shocked. If she didn't run now, should she wait for the other party to come up? Can fight, don't panic. Yili's face was unperturbed as he gently turned the storage ring in his hand and quietly watched the rising numbers next to the elevator. With this configuration on the opposite side, you can't run away by yourself for sure. Might as well kill the opposite side. Wouldn't that solve the problem? The other side. Lin Yun followed his line of sight and her heart went cold. The number 18 was displayed on the small screen next to the elevator. Ding! The next second, the doors of the elevator opened in response. Two unfamiliar figures came into view. A burly and strong man with unusually wide palms, as well as an extremely delicate-looking beautiful woman. The former's eyes were lowered, looking very quiet, only that his breath was extremely long around him. The beautiful woman, on the other hand, raised a pair of narrow eyes and looked at the two people outside the elevator with an icy expression. Afterward, her red lips lightly opened, spitting out a bone-chilling voice. Both of you, downstairs together? Thanks a lot. Without waiting for Lin Yun to refuse, Yili nodded politely and took the lead in the elevator. Seeing this, Lin Yun clenched her teeth and followed suit. Phew! The doors of the elevator slowly closed after the button for the first floor was pressed and lit. In the narrow space, the air seemed to freeze, making people feel suffocated and depressed. You are Yili? Just as soon as he opened his mouth, Yang Mei's emotions grew agitated and his voice trembled as he asked, "You're the one who wasted my son?" Linhai City and Shanzhou City bordered on each other, so in order to prevent the other party from leaving Linhai City's boundaries, she came from the Yang family in what could be described as a hurry. It's to find that murderer who wasted young Wanfeng as early as possible. Now the culprit was just standing in front of himself. Not only that, but it's a breath of fresh air. Yang Mei couldn't wait to directly shatter his body into pieces. Yes, ma'am. Yili's eyes first swept over the fourth-ranked martial artist, then he looked sideways at the beautiful woman and lightly smiled. Not only that, but I'm going to hunt his horse now. Chapter 69. You call this a third-order martial artist? What did you say? Yang Mei couldn't believe her ears and was just about to say something when she saw the white-robed boy in front of her suddenly raise a pair of icy golden eyes, majestic and mysterious and soul-stirring. In an instant, the goosebumps on Yang Mei's back had a hidden tendency to explode. A sense of horror steeply flooded his heart. The other party should only be a martial artist who had just stepped into the third rank, so why would he give himself this feeling of fear and trepidation? Hold him! Yang Mei shouted in shock and anger, while her body instinctively backed up towards the corner, giving that burly man some space to strike. The burly man nodded slightly. His iron tower-like figure stepped out in one step, stretching out his wide palm, extremely domineering towards Yi Li's shoulder. In an instant, his wide palm was pressed on the other party's shoulder, and the moment his arm shook, a terrifyingly huge force of more than 10 tons poured down steeply, wanting to press him directly to the ground. But in the next second, a flash of shock appeared on his face. The other party stood steadily. Even the waist pole did not bend the slightest bit. His own hands burst out of the huge force as if the mud cow into the sea in general, without the slightest response. This is a third-ranked martial artist? No sooner had this thought arisen in the burly man's mind than a terrifyingly sharp pain struck him from his abdomen. Pust! Only to see a blue and gold lance surrounded with dragon scales whistling and attacking, piercing straight through his protective astral aura and plunging deep into his abdomen. Don't look! You're dying! Yi Li lightly laughed, letting go of his lance. The entire person's waist and horse united. Dan Qi erupted, and finally handed out the most terrifying strike so far, Jiaolong Jinshan. Before the burly man could even cry out in pain, he was heavily smashed in the chest by Yi Li's essence-pulled punch. Under the dual support of the perfected, Snowy Mountain body shaping, and Golden Soul revival, tearing apart the defenses of a fourth-ranked martial artist was as easy as a slap in the face. Boom! A huge force far beyond what a third-order martial artist could possess exploded, and the burly man's figure flew out uncontrollably, crashing straight through the elevator doors and flying into the floor, finally hitting the wall with a bang. Only a clear popping sound was heard, and the remaining huge force directly shattered the wall as well. He was directly exposed under tens of meters of altitude. At this height, if it were normal, a fourth-order powerhouse would definitely be able to adjust his stance in the air and land steadily. But for some reason, this burly and strong man known as the Dragon Tablet Hand only felt that his limbs were stiff and incomparable at the moment, and he was not able to listen to his commands in the slightest. Even though he tried his best to adjust his stance in the air extremely quickly, he still fell heavily to the ground with the sound of the whistling wind. Ho! With his internal organs building up under the effect of gravity, the fallen strong man violently coughed out a large mouthful of scarlet blood, which was accompanied by a cold aura of astonishing scale. Dan Qi with a chill attached to it erupted? No wonder the limbs don't work. The burly man's face was black, and the intense pain coming from his body prevented him from moving even a single finger right now. Despite the element of carelessness, he was indeed killed by his opponent in 2 moves. Blood continued to spill from his mouth as the lance in his abdomen continued to devour him. I'm just going to die? Strong unwillingness and resentment welled up in the bottom of the burly man's eyes. A punch to seriously injure himself. Tens of tons of terrifying punching power. Dan Qi with a chilling effect erupts. What the do you guys call this being a first-time third orderer? In the elevator. The moment she saw the burly man being solved in 2 moves, Yang Mei's eyes widened at once. That's the famous Dragon Tablet Han in Shanzhou City. In terms of physical strength alone, in the entire Yang family, except for the Yang family head, there was no one who could tough it out with him. Now it would actually be smashed out by a true blood realm that had entered the 3rd stage? Waves of shock surged in Yang Mei's heart, but there is clearly no time to ponder these questions now, because the teenager's figure had appeared in her face. Slow down. Yang Mei was flustered and subconsciously tried to back away, but the touch of the wall came from behind her. Bad. The instant this thought surfaced, the teenager's slender white 5 fingers attacked like lightning and clasped her face. Ah! Yang Mei let out a sharp whistle. Her body's Dan Qi erupted, and her hands grabbed the other party's outstretched arm, then tore it with all her might. She was at least a 3rd order 6th grade martial artist, and even if she had lived a pampered life for years, her basic fighting instincts still existed. However, under her, Dan Qi outburst. The arm that clasped her panel didn't move at all, and instead suddenly erupted with a huge force that couldn't be resisted. Boom! Under the shocked gaze of Lin Yun on the side, Yili slammed the beauty queen heavily against the wall. A terrifyingly huge force swept across his face, and Yang Mei's consciousness instantly blurred as he rolled up his white eyes. In the last moments of her remaining consciousness, she squeezed her voice out of her throat. Disappointment. Boom! Her head was blasted and smashed against the wall once more, and the latter part of her sentence was rudely interrupted directly. Amidst the debris in the sky, the teenager smashed a spiderweb of fine cracks in the wall one after another with swift and direct movements. During this period, Yang Mei's body ignited blood qi more than once, attempting to perform the blood-burning secret method, but without exception all of them were rudely interrupted. Amidst the numbing sound of a booming smash, in less than a second, Yang Mei's charming face was already covered in blood and water, looking extremely ugly, with only one mouth still emitting a subtle to extreme wail. Right at this moment, a majestic sword qi suddenly attacked from below. Boom! Before this sharp and incomparable sword qi, the entire bottom of the elevator, and even the concrete building below, were all blasted into pieces. Yili casually threw Yang Mei over. Losing his grip, Yang Mei's figure fell downward, and was then caught by a figure that swept in at a rapid pace and quickly landed on the ground. With a tap of his toes, the visitor flashed to the open space outside the residential building. Yili's eyes narrowed slightly, and after landing on the ground, he looked out of the building. Only a thin man dressed in a green shirt stood there with a rather appalling aura. In his arms lay Yang Mei, whose consciousness was wandering, and his face was extremely gloomy. After sensing Yili's line of sight, the green-shirted swordsman raised his empty eyes and clenched the hilt of his sword in his thin palm. He slowly raised his long sword and pointed at the 2 people inside the building, speaking in a cold voice. That little girl, if you want to keep your life, leave here. I only want this youngster's life today. I've already crushed the silver medal, and within a quarter of an hour, Linhai City's enforcers will arrive here. In front of the swordsman's powerful aura, Lin Yun quickly stepped forward, raised the silver medal that had been shattered in her hand, and drank in a clear voice. If you don't want to die, leave at this point. The shattering of the silver medal of Winson University can achieve the effect of an emergency message. If they couldn't bluff the other party, they would have to expect the law enforcers of Linhai City to come faster. In an instant, Lin Yun's not-so-smart head spun rapidly. She was secretly relieved in spite of her horror. Fortunately, although he didn't know what tactics were used, it seemed that the 4th-ranked martial artist from earlier was heavily injured by Yili. I didn't expect that the Yang family would actually send 2 4th-ranked martial artists plus a 3rd-ranked martial artist to surround Yili this time. Although the swordsman in front of him was powerful, it shouldn't be too difficult for himself and Yili to hold out for a quarter of an hour by joining forces. Just then, in Lin Yun's dismayed eyes, Yili slowly stepped forward towards the somber-faced, green-shirted swordsman and faintly said, I suggest you prepare yourself, because I'm going to make you both fly together later. He had wanted to rely on head-bashing to earn more bad act value, but the other party suddenly jumped out and screwed up his plan. Damn! Adding to the already low balance. I didn't intend to be the king of living hell, but now I have to be one even if I don't. Chapter 70, Killing the 4th Order Single-Handedly. Battle records to be recorded. Yeli was angry now. After adding points to himself to the peak of the 3rd order, the evil value in the background is only in the 4 digits. It was for the sake of maximizing his gains that he chose to take a bit of a risk and didn't immediately settle that beautifully beautiful woman. Next, I'm afraid it's going to take some effort. Yeli exhaled lightly. The majestic true qi began to flow at an extremely high speed, and a fiery white mist emerged on the surface of his body, and his body was vaguely transparent for a few moments. Even for the current him, against a pre-4th-ranked martial artist, it would be quite a struggle. Only after opening the Golden Soul Revival could one gain the physical strength to overwhelm the opponent in a short period of time. However, a fourth-ranked martial artist possessed more than just a stronger physical body, as well as a true chi output ability that far exceeded that of the third rank. If he hadn't, he wouldn't have chosen to take care of the lanky, burly man so quickly. The space in the previous elevator was narrow, and that burly and strong man was worried about hurting the beautiful woman, and didn't exert the true strength of a fourth-ranked martial artist before being resolved by Yi Li. However, at this moment, this green-shirted swordsman, who was also a fourth-ranked martial artist, did not have that kind of concern. Even though it would alarm the citizens around him, he could strike with abandon. Calm down. Hearing Yi Li's words, Lin Yun panicked and spoke out. Yi Li, he's a little stronger than that aura just now. Don't blah blah blah. Said it could kill. Yi Li interrupted her, his eyes fixed on that green mountain swordsman. A divine light wafted from those eyes, as if they could see through all illusions. Arrogant boy. At those words, the green-shirted swordsman's empty eyes gradually sharpened. Then the veins on the backs of his hands rippled, and his 3-foot green blade chopped down in the air. The strong aura of the fourth-stage Tianguan realm suddenly erupted out, and a horrifying sword chi visible to the naked eye whistled and attacked, killing straight towards Yi Li. Wherever the sword chi passed, the flat, thick concrete floor cracked inch by inch. The steps exploded, and countless pieces of debris were caught up in it. The sound of this sword far exceeded that of a third-ranked martial artist. In front of the raging incoming sharp sword chi, Yi Li's vast golden eyes grew hotter and hotter, and the white cloud energy on his body rolled and burned. With a movement of his feet, he actually met them without fear. Boom! The majestic sword chi collided with the white clothes in front of the building, and then exploded with a roar, the raging gale overflowing in all directions, rolling up smoke and dust and splattering debris. Inside the house, Lin Yun held her hand in front of her eyes, straining to see through the smoke. Immediately afterward, a voice of shock and anger mixed with horror resounded through the surroundings. Broken bone regeneration? What kind of psychic ability is that? Broken bones regenerate? Lin Yun's heart boomed and shook as she quickly stepped out of the building and looked at the open space in front of her, only to see the green-shirted swordsman staring at a white-clothed young man who had snatched his way to his front, his thin face filled with shock. Even the movement of swinging his sword was slowed down for an instant, but even so, he moved faster than the teenager. He saw the swordsman turn his true chi, gripped his long sword tightly, clenched his teeth, and spoke aloud under his breath. Chop! Amazing sword diameters suddenly erupted from the 3-foot green blade, as if it had received some kind of addition, and abruptly chopped down towards the enemy who was close at hand. Yi Li's eyes surged with golden light, and the divine blood that glowed with a golden aura churned uncontrollably within his body. Without the slightest wavering, his body's vigor held the Dan, and in an instant, he completed a perfect Dan Chi explosion, colliding with the incoming sword Dang. Boom! The sword dipper exploded, blood splattered everywhere, and in the eyes of the green-shirted swordsman's incredulous eyes, Yi Li's broken 5 fingers grew out at an unimaginably extreme speed. Before the Dan Chi outburst of the S-rank hammering method, he could block even the sword daggers of a pre-4th-ranked martial artist. Yi Li's eyes flashed. The reborn 5 fingers clenched in a huge grip, his body's strength held up again, and the muscles on his big arm compressed like springs, opening up in unison the moment he blasted out. Dan Chi exploded in 2 consecutive bursts. Dang! An avalanche of powerful chi came crashing down on his face, and the long sword in the green-shirted swordsman's hand was directly smashed out of an extremely exaggerated arc, failing to completely block this time's powerful chi. The rest of the huge force slammed right into the swordsman's arms. Yang Mei in his arms ate a portion of the force, and was instantly struck by lightning, awakening from her stupor at once, a mouthful of scarlet spraying out. Yi Li, like a shadow, seized the opportunity and pulled his arms apart, and the subsequent burst of Dan Chi was completed in a matter of moments. Boom boom boom. The perfect Dan Chi eruption came in waves like a tidal wave. The vast force constantly impacted the green-shirted swordsman's figure, and he could no longer care about Yang Mei, who was being bombarded in his arms and constantly spitting out blood. The originally gloomy face was now red from the exertion of holding it in. This is the third order? Are you kidding me? The green-shirted swordsman's figure scraped against the ground as he continued to retreat, more disbelief welling up in his heart, and the palm of his hand gripping his long sword was trembling slightly. 1,000 hammered bodies were almost frozen by the oncoming cold. The opponent's technique was perfect to the point of being outrageous, and the Dan Chi outbursts were put out in a row as if they didn't want real chi. Such a terrifying fighting strength. Where did it look like a young martial artist who had just entered the 3rd rank? It was simply an old martial artist who had honed his fists and kicks for 100 years at the 3rd rank. I'm afraid that the quality of the true blood in the opponent's body is almost at the top. The sword in his hand constantly wailed as if it would break apart at any moment. At this moment, the white-clothed teenager's whiskers and hair were spread out. His arms were completely pulled apart, and his body's chi and blood were carried to the extreme. The skin and flesh on the peak of his fist was nearly shattered, revealing white bones, and the wound was regenerating, with a punch that was like a meteor crashing into the earth. The 10th, Dan Chi eruption, exploded on that green-fronted sword. Click! The treasure that had accompanied the swordsman for an unknown number of years crumbled at this moment, turning into countless tiny fragments that flew in all directions. Before the green-shirt swordsman could feel any heartache, the teenager seized the opportunity and swung his right arm round, smothering his face with a thunderous punch. Strong force straight to the face. The fourth-ranked martial artist subconsciously some dazed, thin figure is smashed by this fist flying out. Knocked over a car. In the roar of the whole person directly flew out dozens of feet backwards. However, he still formed a fine sword chi defense around his body, intending to use it to stall for time. The remnants of his consciousness made him raise his head, and what met his eyes was a pair of close, golden pupils without the slightest bit of emotion. Yi Li, like a shadow, had already snatched in front of him. The muscles behind his back bulged. A terrifying force surged from the peaks of his fists. His arms swung round, and his fists blasted out like a raging storm. The green-shirted swordsman clenched his teeth and threw away Yang Mei in his arms as he similarly clenched his fists and met him head-on. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. The fists and palms of the two continuously collided in the air. The hair force was extremely rough, and a channel of energy exploded one after another. Sword chi overflowed and the earth trembled. Cars made of steel explode when they hit, and trees that are hugged by several people fall when they touch them. He's third order? Such a scene watched Lin Yun at the back dumbfounded. That fourth-ranked martial artist whose strength was definitely comparable to the top 10 of the Wind and Cloud ranking was currently being unilaterally suppressed by Yi Li. Cross-order suppression. The third order are so crazy now? Monsters! Yang Mei staggered up from the ground. Looking at such a scene, her heart filled with a sense of fear. Both fourth-ranked gatekeepers were killed by him. Just now she watched truly. The teenager's flesh that was chopped off by the swordsman was able to grow back in an instant. It was those foreign beasts in the secret realm that were known for their self-healing that were also far inferior. This teenager is a monster. Boom! Yi Li's right arm swung round again, and his fist was like thunder shattering the flood bell and opening the center door strongly. The protective sword chi around the swordsman's body was directly blown away by this punch and dissipated. His thin face went pale, and the true chi in his body stopped spinning for a split second. Spare me! I was forced to serve the Yang family. Seeing Yi Li attacking again, he finally exclaimed. I was planted with a blood contract. If I don't follow orders. The white-robed teenager did not give him a chance to continue speaking, exhaling his breath and blasting out a punch that drastically dented his chest. Fly up! Ho! The green-shirted swordsman violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood with fragments of internal organs, and his body flew out backwards, smashing several large trees one after another, and finally tumbling over 10 times to fall to the ground. The 7 orifices bled, and the gleam in his eyes quickly dimmed. He instinctively wanted to get up, yet his shattered organs were no longer able to provide him with any energy, and at the moment, he didn't have the slightest bit of stamina to move. Who dash? Yi Li exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and the golden aura in his eyes dissipated, gradually returning to his original black pupils. The true chi in his body was nearly 70% depleted, and that was even with the quality of his true blood being pulled to the top by the snowy mountain body shaping. In exchange for a normal third-order pinnacle, I'm afraid that it would have already led the box. A fourth-ranked martial artist in a serious state was really hard to kill. However, the rewards have been great. The text bounced around on the light screen, looking extremely cheerful. You have repeatedly and seriously injured a third-order 6th gravity martial artist. Evil value plus 5,000. You have killed a fourth-ranked second-level martial artist. Evil value plus 12,000. You've killed a fourth-ranked, third-ranked martial artist, and your evil value is plus 13,000. The corners of Yi Li's mouth rose slightly. Now the pockets are finally bulging again. Chapter 71, Severing the Chains of Destiny. Not far from the clearing, looking at that blood-stained white-clothed spirited young man, Yang Mei's face was filled with despair. Wind and fire from the Yang family rushed. How can expect this will be the end? Because of the movement of the party. Right now there were quite a few residents on the surrounding buildings poking their heads out, casting their eyes towards this place. The eyes were both curious and terrified. There was a dead silence. Lin Yun gave her a pitying look, and in her heart, she didn't have much sympathy. Instead she felt quite free. She knew it in her heart. If it wasn't for Yi Li's strength being beyond expectation, I'm afraid that the ones who died would have been the two on their side. I really didn't expect that the guts of the Yang family would actually be this big. Lin Yun walked over to Yi Li and somewhat gritted her teeth. Don't worry. If they dare to take action against the core students of Fengyun University, as long as the news reaches the school side, the entire Yang family will have to pay a heavy price. Based on the other party's configuration this time, she didn't think for a second that the other party would let herself go afterwards. At this moment, he naturally also hated this beautiful woman. Well, there was the handle of punching the core students of Wind and Cloud University, plus the other party as a witness. I'm afraid the Young family is in trouble this time. Hearing Lin Yin-yun's words, Yang Mei panicked and looked towards Yi Li's body, and after seeing the extremely conspicuous gold waistplate, her heart fell into the bottom of the valley, and her whole body cooled down from the bottom of her feet to the sky. Core trainees? No one told her about this. Even the Young family head didn't know. Yes, the outside world is rumored that this kid Yi Li is a guaranteed student, but guaranteed students used to be bronze medal students. Who would have thought that he is a gold medal? Yang Mei's teeth were clenched tightly as she stared at the teenager's face with a residual murderous aura, the emotions in her heart rising and falling fiercely along with her chest. Striking out at ordinary bronze medalist trainees, the Young family could still use the excuse of personal grudges and poor discipline, and simply hand over the two fourth-ranked martial artists in question to the Bureau of Alien Clearance, and the matter would be put to rest. However, if they were to strike out at these core cadets holding gold medals, it would have a completely different meaning. That's almost the same as assassinating the deputy director of the Municipal Clearing Bureau. The difference between the two, it is that the charge has risen from personal grudge to the level of intent to commit treason in one fell swoop. Even if the Qingyi Bureau in Shanzhou City wiped out the Young family this time, it was all in the name of the division. No wonder the other party had such strength, yet they didn't kill themselves in the elevator. It turned out to be a way to keep a survivor so that he could report it to the Clearance Bureau afterwards. By that time, even if the Young family hadn't been rounded up and exterminated by the Qingdian Bureau, it wouldn't be far from extinction. Just thinking about what would happen to her then, Yang Mei couldn't help but shiver. I'm afraid that I will be nailed to the pillar of shame of the Young family after my death, and I will be reviled by the descendants of the Young family for generations to come. Thinking of this, Yang Mei made a choice. She raised her head violently and snapped, Yi Li, you ruined my son. I, Yang Mei, will not let you go even if I become a ghost. You're even more delusional if you want to use my name to surround the Young family. Just wait, the Young family will definitely not let you off just like that, and the descendants of the Young family will come forward to seek revenge on you. Just because you can win once, doesn't mean you can win all the time. Before the words fell, she violently detonated the true qi in her body, and a mouthful of scarlet sprayed out, her breath rapidly withering down. Bad. She's going to kill herself. Lin Yinyan's face was unsightly as he rushed to her body in a flash, and then the pupils of his eyes shrunk slightly, only to see Yang Mei slowly collapsed on the ground. His breath was like a swimmer, and he already looked like he was going to die. Even so, she grinned, revealing her blood-stained teeth, and stared at Yi Li with a deadly stare. Yi Li, in an extremely spiteful tone she roared, I want you to live in fear for the rest of your life. As the words fell, Yang Mei slowly closed her eyes and quietly waited for death to come. This is trouble. Seeing this, Lin Yinyan briefly probed the other party's condition and frowned. Feeling a headache, he was already seriously injured, and now that his entire body's meridians were shattered, there was definitely no possibility of saving his life. What can we do about this? Dead without proof. This time even if Qingyi Bureau and Fengyan University wanted to take action, they could only give the Young family a little lesson. Yi Li, on the other hand, was completely out of mediation with the Young family. According to the Mountain State Young family's creed of, having revenge will be avenged, I'm afraid that it would really be like what the other party said, that their children and grandchildren would look for Yi Li to take revenge. Call the emergency services. Lin Yinyan looked up at Yi Li and said in a deep voice, maybe, there is still salvation. Yi Li walked towards the dying Yang Mei, bent down and probed his nose. Luckily, it's not dead. It was fortunate that third-order martial artists were tenacious in their vitality, or else they would really be a bit distressed. You have an idea? Seeing that Yi Li was relieved, Lin Yinyan hurriedly asked. As soon as the words fell, in her dismayed eyes, Yi Li lightning fast snapped the other party's neck. Lin Yinyan did a double take on the spot. She had wanted to clarify the stakes to Yi Li, stating that even if she wanted to kill Yang Mei, she would have to wait until the people from the Qingyi Bureau arrived. However, the words that wanted to be said reached his mouth, but were interrupted by the teenager's flat and majestic voice. Stand up. The corpse on the ground suddenly sprang to life with a hint of breath. Stand up. Stand up. The white-robed teenager's voice sounded flatter than one, and it didn't sound like an angry shout. Instead, it was more like a calm and ordinary command. Immediately afterward, in Lin Yinyan's shocked and bewildered eyes, in front of Yi Li's body, three figures that were the same as in life emerged from the shadowy earth. The green-shirted swordsman, the burly man, and the Mei woman. Not only did it look no different from a living person, even the aura it gave off was exactly the same as before. The only difference was that they were all kneeling behind Yili at the moment, with different looks on their faces. Yili's eyes swept over the three and spoke faintly. Since the descendants of the Yang family want to seek revenge on me, wouldn't it be fine if I don't let them be born? Hatred like this, which has been perpetuated for generations, should be cut off by oneself. There are no offspring of the enemy, so naturally there will be no hatred to perpetuate. Lin Yun, are you really a genius? Chapter 72. The Wind Rises. Then the Yang family. Linhai City, Qingyi Bureau. The 24 law enforcers who stayed behind today poured out and were running with all their might towards a neighborhood in the south of the city. 10 minutes ago. This is where the emergency signal came from. A silver medalist from Winsong University, who shattered his silver medal here, asked for support. This was no small matter. Only students who had reached the third rank at Winsong University could get a silver medal. The one that could make them shatter their waist tags to call for help must be an anomaly that could stir a city's people into a frenzy. Stop! It's here! The old man softly bellowed. And under his leadership, 20 or so figures dressed in azure windbreakers stopped in front of a neighborhood. The 20 or so law enforcers who had rushed here right now were all of second order and above cultivation, which was considered good in Linhai City. The signal source is in the neighborhood. Team 2 stay here on guard. Team 1 follow me in. After the old man leading the group determined the direction, he immediately ordered in a cold voice, and then took the lead in stepping towards the inside. He was in a somewhat grave mood. The anomaly of being able to force a third-ranked martial artist from Wind and Cloud University to urgently seek help. To be reasonable, it's been a long time since that happened in this little part of Linhai. Otherwise, the Qingyi Bureau of Linhai City wouldn't have only one person, the main director, who was a fourth-ranked martial artist. A while ago, he was also seriously injured by a peak third-order fugitive, and is still recuperating. Luckily, that fugitive was finally killed by a gold medalist student from Fengyun University. And although the old man leading the team had never seen that student in person, he had still seen the photo provided by Fengyun University. It's a real showstopper. Would love to say thank you in person if I could. Pressing down his complicated thoughts, the old man slowly mobilized the true chi in his body and looked around vigilantly. The security guards of the neighborhood sat honestly in their booths, not saying a word as they watched the group of enforcers walk into the neighborhood. Where had he seen this kind of battle? Even the explosions in the small area just now, he didn't dare to look at them. Not to mention coming out to stop this group of law enforcers from the Qingyi Bureau. If it had been the takeout guy and the owner, he would have had a fight on his hands. Tada! A dozen enforcers rushed into the neighborhood at a fast pace, then slowed to a stop, only to see a complex-looking yellow dress girl walked out of the neighborhood, with the horror of seeing something very shocking in her eyes. It wasn't until she saw a group of arriving enforcers that she raised the broken silver medal in her hand. Signal that you are the one who requested the assistance. Where's the anomaly? The sight of the old man leading the group swept over the broken silver medal and subconsciously asked, what exactly happened? Well, Lin Yun instantly felt a bit of a headache and raised her hand to rub the corner of her forehead. Having stayed at Fengyun University for 2 years now, he had seen all sorts of martial geniuses, but it was the first time he had seen a true blood realm that could positively kill 2 fourth-order martial artists plus a third-order martial artist. Not only that, this true blood realm also possessed the innate supernatural ability to summon their dead souls out for his own use. It's outrageous, okay? Recalling Yi Li's earlier behavior, Lin Yun couldn't help but shiver. Speaking of which, it appeared to be the first time that the True Blood Realm had gotten a gold medal from Windcloud University. No wonder my own teacher repeatedly emphasized to the school that it was an exception. An exception. There are reasons to make exceptions. With such a terrifying performance, let alone giving the gold medal, she didn't think there was anything wrong with counting Yi Li into the Wind and Cloud ranking in advance. If someone is not convinced, they can say you can do it and you have it. After thinking it over, Lin Yun decided that it would be better to fulfill the other party's explanation first and said in as calm a tone as possible. The Yang family of Shanzhou intends to plague Hakka. Please contact the Mountain City Qingyi Bureau and immediately send out the Bureau's law enforcers to surround the Yang family first. Scourge of Hakusha? Surrounding the Yang family? The look of the old man leading the group was a bit stunned. Shanzhou City was right next door to Linhai City, and he had naturally heard of that so-called Yang family. Though many of their actions have made the local Clear Exotic Bureau quite unhappy, they are generally quite honest, and will actively send help when the beast tide comes. What's with the siege all of a sudden? Just as he wanted to ask a couple more questions, a thin sound of footsteps suddenly sounded behind Lin Yun. The old man frowned slightly and immediately looked towards behind Lin Yun. Then, the pale eyes suddenly contracted, only to see a young man with a broken white shirt walking head-on, carrying a blood-stained blue golden lance in his hand, his posture calm and unhurried. Most importantly, this teenager, the old man knew. The young family of Shanzhou plotted to assassinate the deputy director of Linhai City with the intention of plotting against the city, wreaking havoc on Hakusha, and the stolen goods were all captured. Yili casually tossed the gold medal to the old man and calmly said, "I'll trouble you all to contact the Shanzhou City Qingyi Bureau and help me surround the Yang family. Don't let any of them get away." To crib? This term subconsciously surfaced in Lin Yinyun's mind. It made her instantly suck in a breath of cold air, her originally Buddhist heart beating fiercely for some reason. Is that supposed to say normal? That's right. After all, even monkeys get excited when they hear the word copycat. The old man leading the group held the gold medal that symbolized his identity, even though in his heart he wanted to spit out a sentence. "You are the deputy director of the Qingyi Bureau. So who am I?" However, he knew the urgency of the matter at the moment, and since the other party held the gold medal of Wind Cloud University, he was indeed on equal footing with himself. What's more, the other party has a favor to Linhai City. How can you be ungrateful when you are the deputy director of the Bureau of Clearing and Discrepancy? The old man immediately took a deep breath, and in the many stunned eyes behind him, he arched his hand and said in a deep voice, "Understood." Turning around, he bellowed, "The young family of Shanzhou assassinated the deputy bureau of my Linhai City's Qingyi Bureau, and all the stolen goods have been captured. Immediately prepare a car and send this deputy bureau to Shanzhou." The group of enforcers were all veterans of the bureau and reacted quickly, coming back from their consternation, followed by bending over and arching his hand. He drank in unison. Gotcha! Yang family compound, Shanzhou City. As the sun set in the west, a brilliant light tumbled from the roiling clouds, and the entire Panglossian compound was tinted with a nice golden color. It's a nice day. Standing at the front of the main house, Yang Wanfeng's eyes were slightly narrowed. After taking the heartblood of a few fourth-ranked martial artists, together with the Yang family's secret method, he was finally able to get out of bed and walk. But even so, Yang Wanfeng's mood was never happy. Fengyun University didn't know what kind of wind it had drawn, and an amiable-looking fifth-ranked old man had come. Despite having the same white hair as his grandfather and also being at the same fifth rank, the old man was clearly a great deal stronger than his own grandfather. Otherwise, the latter wouldn't have accompanied him all day long with an expressionless face, wandering around this young family compound. Most importantly, although a fourth-order physician promised to come out and heal his injuries for the next 3 years, 3 years is too long for Yang Wanfeng, who has high aspirations. And it's all thanks to that Yili. Thinking about this, Yang Wanfeng clenched his fist so hard that his neat nails dug into his flesh, but he couldn't feel any pain, only because the bitterness coming from the heart was that strong. Ever since he was a child, there was no one of his age who could make him resent to this extent like Yili. So it's Yili's fault, not on their own. Counting the time, it's almost time for mother to settle that Yili. Yang Wanfeng lightly exhaled, and his originally irritated mood was finally relieved. End his dreams of winning the title early and lock him in for the next 3 years of practice. The sister who has been inseparable for the past decade or so is now completely ignoring herself as well. It's simply unforgivable. That's precisely why you're going to die. Yang Wanfeng's tone was icy cold, which revealed a strong resentment and murderous aura. Meanwhile, tens of miles away from the young family compound, a figure in azure windbreaker linked together, in the dusk as if it were the earthly green sky during the daytime. And this piece of green sky, at the request of a teenager, was at the moment surging towards the huge compound in front of it with a swift, unstoppable speed, spreading out to the sky. Chapter 73. Is it too late to run? Dusk, the great sun in the sky was sinking continuously, about to sink completely into the horizon. The wind is picking up. Yang Wanfeng in front of the main house raised his head slightly and looked at the large tree in the courtyard that was constantly swaying by the wind, and subconsciously let out a light laugh. Then Yili, it's time for you to die. After his rant, he turned towards the house. Now that he was weak, he couldn't be out in the wind for long. At this time, a familiar young girl's voice suddenly came from not far away. Brother, who are you saying is going to die? Yang Wanfeng was stunned when he heard this, then immediately looked towards the direction of the sound source. Sure enough, he saw that the pale Yang Wan was lying on the wall, looking at him with slightly red eyes. Yang Wanfeng's heart was delighted. Waner, your body has recovered? Grandpa gave my gatekeeper his heart's blood, so at least he's mobile. Yang Wan's flat voice carried an unprecedented sense of detachment. I heard you mention Yili. What happened to him? She heard the other person say something like go to hell and also heard the name Yili, but she didn't connect the two together. After all, the other party was holding the gold medal of Winsong University. Within the territory of Hakasia, that gold medal was almost equivalent in effect to the death exemption gold medals of ancient times for many famous sects. No Hakusha power dared to kill these gold medal students, even if there is a grudge. It will wait until its graduation to settle the score. Adding to the fact that she had been thinking about that injured teenager in her heart for some reason over the past 2 days, she took the initiative to ask. Upon hearing this, the corners of Yang Wanfeng's mouth hooked up into a smile as he said with undisguised excitement, Mother brought 2 upper seat sectors to Linhai City to intercept and kill him. Yili, he's going to die today. The upper seat disciple was the special label given to disciples by the Yang family, and only 4th-ranked martial artists could receive this honor. Yang Wanfeng looked at the young girl, originally thinking that it would reveal a smile like himself. Unexpectedly, Yang Wan was violently wide-eyed. What? She couldn't care less about alienation and said with immense consternation, Is Mother crazy? What if he escapes? He is the gold medalist of Fengyun University. Wan Air. Before she could finish her words, a flash of panic flashed across Yan Wanfeng's eyes and he hurriedly interrupted with a voice. He hadn't told anyone in the Yang family about Yili being a gold medalist. The reason is also simple. He had heard that the core students of Fengyun University had a rather high status in the outside world. If his own grandfather knew about this, he would more than likely decide not to kill Yili, and at most, he would just go out and teach him a lesson or two to maintain the decency of the Yang family. But then what about your own revenge? His own meridians were frozen by the cold. His realm would be locked up for the next 3 years, and it was hard to say whether his cultivation speed would return to the peak after recovery. And Yili had already advanced to the 3rd rank, even though it's only a 1 or 2 weight level now. What about 3 years from now? With Fengyun University's cultivation level, Yili's promotion speed would have to be calculated at a rate of 2 weights a year. I'm afraid, in that case, after 3 years had passed, he was afraid that he would be more than the 6th level of the 3rd rank. At that time, one would not be able to catch up with the other party no matter what. Therefore, instead of being anxious, it would be better for Yili to stay at the 3rd rank forever, even if there is a bit of gambling involved. Yang Wanfeng is confident that the Yang family's hundreds of years of foundation is here, and even if he loses the bet, he won't lose it all. The city of Shanzhou still needed the Yang family, and the Yang family still needed themselves. Either way you look at it, it's a good bet. Thinking of this, Yang Wanfeng nervously looked around and made sure that there was no one in the 4 corners of the room before he whispered in a slightly embarrassed manner. Wan Air, keep your voice down. Grandpa doesn't know about this yet. Yang Wan was completely flustered this time and asked incredulously, Are you crazy? Attacking and killing a core student of Fengyun University is a crime equal to assassinating the deputy director of the Qingyi Bureau. It's a great crime of messing up the country. Between the words, her face grew paler and paler, and her legs trembled as she stepped backward. Chaos Nation? When Yang Wanfeng heard this, he only felt his brain buzzing, which made him realize what a remarkable thing he had done. The entire man's face changed drastically. Are you telling the truth? Crap. Yang Wan now hated to cut this stupid pig in front of her immediately with the Yang family. With herself. I really didn't think you were capable of something like this. Her voice trembled when she recalled the vision that Yili had summoned at the summit of Split Mountain that day. I don't care about you. I'm getting out of here now. Wan Air, why are you panicking? Seeing Yang Wan turn around and about to leave, Yang Wanfeng instantly became a bit annoyed and gritted his teeth. Didn't I think that I was aiming for a guaranteed place before? Where would I go to specifically understand the weight of the gold medal? Besides, even if it's a great sin to mess up the country, as long as we don't directly let the Yang family take the blame, isn't it fine? Tell Mother to turn herself in to the Qingyi Bureau afterward, and then hand over those 2 upper seat disciples to the Qingyi Bureau. I don't believe they'll round up the Yang family. Between the words, he breathed heavily and his face flushed red, obviously quite dissatisfied with Yang Wan's attitude. Yang Wan was simply going to be mad at the person in front of her who she once admired the most. That was his own mother. And the other guy actually said he was giving it up? Just as she couldn't help but want to swear. Several household servants suddenly ran in from outside the courtyard, looking flustered. Not good. Upon seeing Yang Wan and the 2 of them, they flung themselves to their knees and hurriedly shouted, Young Master Miss. Hundreds of enforcers have come from the side of the Qingyi Bureau and have now surrounded the Yang family. They're demanding that all of the Yang family come out. The family head is confronting them. You 2 go and take a look. It's over. At this moment, Yang Wan was like falling into an ice cave, and her entire body was almost paralyzed. Yang Wanfeng on the side was in a worse situation than her. Just by stumbling, he fell straight down on top of the cold, hard ground, his body making a dull sound as it came into contact with the ground. And originally on the red face has become a white, no blood color to speak of, as if it was taken away all the life force in general. Teeth constantly up and down trembling, issued a cackle sound, apparently has been scared to the extreme. What's going on? What are they trying to do? Yang Wanfeng shouted in panic, his tone filled with disbelief and despair. He jerked his head to look at Yang Wan, his lips trembling slightly as he asked in an incomparably frightened tone, shivering, Wan Air, What should we do? What should we do now? Will the method I just mentioned work? How do I know? Yang Wan's sorrowful voice had a hint of crying in it. Thanks to the big boys for their support. Chapter 74 Conditions for the First Merit. Inside a sedan speeding through the city of Mountain City. For the sake of convenience, all three of them changed into the uniforms of the law enforcers of the Clear Alien Bureau. It was just that. Apart from Yili, the rest of the two had a somewhat strange look on their faces. The deputy director of Linhai City who drove the one looked at the handsome teenager in the rearview mirror, and a touch of sigh emerged on his pale face. The core students of Wind Cloud University were usually only available to students from junior year upwards, but look at the age of the other side. Mostly less than 20 years old. At most is a freshman. Sophomore students. There's no one else with this natural talent. If he was able to join the Linhai City Chingy Bureau after graduation, the old man felt like he could wake up smiling in his dreams. It's just a shame that it's destined to only be thought about. After all, even he, who had been guarding Linhai City for decades, hadn't done a few major events like copying a family, and the ones he had copied were all small and restless forces. The other party is young, but came up to copy the family base of the Young family in the mountain state. The future will obviously not be a bit idle generation. Thoughts tumbled in the old man's mind, and his eyes looked forward again for a moment before he slowly said, "Both of you, in another 10 minutes, you'll be able to reach the Young family in Shanzhou City." At those words, Lin Yun in the backseat's heart moved slightly. She looked sideways at Yeli and couldn't help but speculate on how the other woman was going to organize this operation. Although they hadn't spent much time together, Lin Yun had a rough understanding of the teenager's style of behavior. He can talk politely to anyone who is nice to him, or normal, but if someone has bad thoughts about him, even if it was just a fraction of a millimeter, the teenager would not show the slightest bit of mercy when he laid his hands on him. Extremely gifted and determined. If we can be friends with him, we might really be able to realize our wish of lying flat in place and being safe and sound for the rest of our lives. Thinking of this, Lin Yun took a deep breath and spoke with deliberation. One more thing. Yili, who had his eyes closed, opened them. Go ahead. Martial Arts University and the Chingy Bureau have what they call a close connection on weekdays, and you have the gold medal from Fengyun University in your hand. So according to the rules of the Chingy Bureau, they'll treat you as one of their own until you graduate. So, you have the authority to command this operation, and don't take it easy on them if you can. The way they treat their gold medal students, they'll remember you as a top student as long as you don't be transparent. Lin Yun's tone was quite serious, a sort of subtle reminder to Yili that he had to grasp the right to act at that time, and only afterward would he get the so-called first credit. This level of first merit was afraid that it could be exchanged for several first-class credits at Windcloud University. There are many benefits for the other side. The old man in charge of driving the car didn't make a sound, obviously acquiescing to Lin Yun's words. It's true what they say about people. Lin Yun breathed a sigh of relief and leaned her head against the car window, smiling bitterly. Being able to lead such an action before even enrolling in school is good for all your future paths. If you perform well, maybe even this session's martial land baptism will be your turn. Martial land baptism? Yili raised his eyes to look. Ah, this is considered a big benefit for exceptional martial artists from Windcloud University, and only students in the top 10 of the Windcloud ranking are qualified to receive it. As for how valuable this opportunity is, let's put it this way. It's someone with a temperament like Senior Sister Chen who fought for a handful of the top 10 of the Wind and Cloud ranking for this spot. Senior Sister Chen you haven't met yet, but that's fine. All you need to know is that she's a martial arts demon of moderated affection. Mentioning that Senior Sister Chen's name, Lin Yun's words were filled with awe and admiration. The top 10 of the Wind and Cloud ranking. What's the strength of all of them? Yili wrote this unfamiliar word down. The other party said it so tantalizingly. It looked like the efficacy was indeed very strong. The time could have waited for a handful of times if they were close by. All of them can beat up fourth-ranked martial artists. Lin Yun subconsciously replied, and then immediately reacted. The other party had just killed 2 fourth-ranked martial artists, and his words were like saying, they're all similar to the 2 you killed just now. So she hastened to add, it's hard to say about the top 5, but with your current fighting strength you can definitely make the top 10. Just be patient and wait. Even if one was in the top 10 of the Wind and Cloud ranking and did not perform accordingly, that would not qualify for the martial land baptism. So, instead of letting the teenager miss them, they should wait for the other party to get this operation done first. I know. Yeli tapped his jaw. He could understand the other man's good intentions, but to be honest, worrying about stage fright, it's really a bit of overthinking. Might as well worry about whether he'll go too far. Outside the car window, the night was falling. A few moments later, the sedan carrying the trio slowly came to a halt in front of an astonishingly large and imposing mansion. Arrived. The old man exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and raised his eyes to the rearview mirror. Honestly, he really wanted to follow down there. However, Linhai City still needed him to hold down the fort and couldn't stay here too long. If the spring breeze has mercy on the flowers, will you allow me to be a young man again? This old man who held the position of deputy director of Linhai City let out a dark sigh and pressed down his heart's urge to give a final instruction. My friend, the young family head is a 5th-ranked powerhouse. And even though the head and deputy bureaus of Shanzhou City are also 5th-ranked, you should still be careful, just in case. Yeli gave a polite and got up sharply to get out of the car. Speaking of which, the Palm Spirit Unified Soul gave him unreserved feedback on the physical condition of young Mei's trio. This allowed Yeli to smoothly clear up some of his doubts. Why would 2 4th-ranked martial artists with great prospects risk killing their heads to come and follow young Mei to attack and kill themselves in Linhai City? This question can be answered naturally after seeing the blood contract on both of their hearts. How can one not obediently follow orders when one is subject to life and death and is a 4th-ranked martial artist? In addition, he also found that this so-called blood contract can actually also put the martial artist's precious heart blood to lead out of the body. This kind of method of treating gatekeepers was truly an eye-opening experience for Yili. However, this is something that, in normal times, might be taken seriously. None of that matters now, because counterinsurgency has always required only lists and coordinates. Woohoo! The wind swept in under the night. Lin Yun inside the car subconsciously raised her hand to block in front of her eyes, and then the pupils of her eyes trembled slightly. In the gap between her fingers, the teenager stretched his waist, a terrifying killing intent emanating from his body. The gold waist plate on his waist was particularly eye-catching, and his azure coat hunted under the gusty wind. Yili took a deep breath until the icy feeling filled his entire chest. The extremely cold true chi that far exceeded those of martial artists of the same rank flowed extremely fast in the body like a turbocharger. Feeling the aura emanating from the teenager, Lin Yun couldn't help her voice shaking as she asked, "Are you trying to kill the entire young family?" "It all depends on what they do." Yili faintly left behind a sentence, and then moved his feet lightly, his figure slowly blending into the vast mansion that was shrouded under the night curtain. Chapter 75, Take It For Me. Thank you, little comrade. In front of the young family compound, the crowds of law enforcers surrounded the place cleanly, their faces indifferent, their palms all resting on the precious swords at their waists. Without a sound, a killing intent, if any, loomed over the entire young family. The young family head's face was gloomy, and the annoyance in his heart was practically written on his face. He really didn't dream of it. A 3rd-order 6th-grade martial artist with 2 pre-4th-order upper seat sectors to attack and kill a brat who had just entered the 3rd order would actually fail. It also allowed the other party to report peacefully to the Clear Alien Bureau. The Shanzhou City Qingyi Bureau right now deployed a large portion of the Bureau's law enforcers to explain to him the criminal facts of the young family's intent to disrupt the country. A member of the young clan named Yang Mei, along with 2 4th-order gatekeepers, attacked and killed the core students of Fengyun University. The Hakusha Clear Exoticism Bureau had always been tolerant of the many famous sects in the country, but this was the only thing that was recognized as the bottom line. It was then that the young family had realized that young martial artist named Yili was actually a core student of Fengyun University. Who would have thought? This matter, he hadn't heard Yang Wanfeng say anything about it at all. Out of his trust in his grandson, who would have investigated in the past. This time, in order not to miss the opportunity, for the first time, he struck out so quickly to take revenge. As a result, something really happened. The old man of the young family's throat rolled. His sight swept over the many pale faces of the young family members behind him, and for the first time, the idea of slapping Yang Wanfeng to death arose. Across from him, 3 old men affiliated with the 5th rank were standing there neatly. 2 of them are the head and deputy head of the Yamashiro City Clearance Bureau. 1, on the other hand, was the one he had just accompanied around the young family for the day. That Yi Li's mentor. It was currently staring at him with bloodshot eyes. The killing intent in Yu Wang's eyes almost condensed into substance as he surrounded himself with clear wind. If it wasn't for the 2 beside him stopping them, I'm afraid they would have rushed over long ago. It had to be said that the oppressive feeling of 3 5th-ranked martial artists really wasn't something to sneeze at. Hundreds of young family members were all weak in the legs, not much resistance at all, and could only look at the young family head with bated breath, expecting him to give a solution. Just then, Yang Wanfeng and Yan Wan walked out from the courtyard. It was the same pale face and trembling legs. The young family head was immediately furious, and with a single step, he came directly in front of the 2 men. Rushing at Yang Wanfeng, he then questioned in a deep voice, "Did you know that Yili is a gold medalist?" No. Yang Wanfeng didn't even dare to look at the old man's eyes. He hung his head low and looked sincere as he gritted his teeth. "I'm sorry, Grandpa. I didn't tell you the whole situation and got you into trouble." The young family head forced down the anger that was welling up in his heart. He knew that once he made a move here, he would be sitting on the fact that he was also in the know. Moreover, I heard that the other side has all the evidence, which means that Yang Mei is still alive. In that case, there is still a use for keeping Yang Wanfeng. I think Yang Mei is also a smart person. One person is finished or the whole family is finished together. This kind of simple choice question. Surely do not need him to teach. The young family had stopped talking nonsense with him and turned around to walk towards the 3/5 ranked martial artists in front of the town hall. Clearing his throat, he laughed softly. Three of you, as I said just now, I really don't know about this matter. It's that Yang Mei's own assertion. I should have said that earlier as well. The one from Shanzhou City interrupted and said faintly, this matter is not up to you, nor is it up to me. We have to wait for little friend Yili to come. Okay. The young family head nodded through clenched teeth. He was just about to retreat back into the courtyard when he sensed an aura rapidly approaching. Not only him, the 3/5 ranked old men all had their cheeks slightly moved, especially Yu Wang, whose eyes directly lit up. The four of them looked in the direction of the outside of the courtyard in unison. One could only see a green-colored shadow wrapped in a gust of wind trailing its tail, landing straight in front of the compound, and it was a slender figure holding a long spear. Yili stepped out of the wind with a calm demeanor and casually threw the figure he was carrying in his other hand in front of the crowd. That person was wearing regular clothes, a face born quite beautiful, but at this moment, it was whitening terribly, and his body was constantly trembling. It was Yang Mei. The moment he saw the silhouette, the young family head's breath stuttered, while secretly, he sighed in relief. Sure enough, it was captured alive. So there's hope. Yili ignored the hundreds of lines of sight cast around him, and after briefly sizing up this young family head, he looked sideways at the overjoyed Yu Wang, said he was helping me sit on the Yang family, but ended up releasing 2 fourth order people. He sighed, his thin lips quirking. Old Den, you can't either. Humiliate a 100-plus-year-old 5th-ranked old man. Evil value plus 800. This wave is the old man's. Yu Wang's old face flushed and he scratched his head in some embarrassment. You're Yili? A smile appeared on the face of the Deputy Bureau of Shanzhou City. Nice to meet you. I'm the Deputy Director of Shanzhou City's Clear Alien Bureau, so you can get to know each other afterwards. Between the words, he gently waved his hand, and the hundreds of law enforcers outside the courtyard quickly moved, quickly blocking the various ways out of the young family compound. All 187 official law enforcers of the mountain city are here. Please show yourself. Yes. Yili nodded slightly. You're that brother Yili. Truly a handsome young man with a great talent. The young family head took a deep breath, and a smile instantly piled up on his entire old face as he quickly walked up, stretching out his hands with the intention of shaking hands in a gesture of goodwill. You're welcome. Yili stretched out his hand and shook his hand, smiling lightly. I'm here to raid your house, and I'm ready to do it. The moment the words fell, swish swish swish, the sound of hundreds of sharp blades being sheathed resounded in the sky, and the eyes of the crowd of law enforcers landed in unison on that long figure, waiting for further instructions from the other party. Without the need for words, the killing intent in the air instantly thickened. The corner of the young family head's eyes twitched and his heart beat wildly. Despite his heart being in 7 different places, he forced a smile. Friends, I heard about your attack, but before that I really knew nothing about it. It was the decision of this Yang Mei you brought with you. The young family head's smile became more and more sincere, and his tone became more and more respectful. Including her. Those 2 gatekeepers will be disposed of by the Bureau of Cleaning and Discrepancy. In addition, the young family will also offer 2 copies of the 4th order viewpoints as a small compensation to you. How about that? The words fell in a dead silence. I told you. Man down. Yili's voice could not be heard to be happy or angry. He kicked over Yang Mei, who was sitting on the ground, and said lightly, tell me, what has the young family done? Upon hearing this, the young family head and even Yang Wanfeng in the crowd let out a faintly unseen sigh of relief. Yang Mei on the ground looked miserable, but her eyes were clear, without the slightest sign of being controlled by the secret method. This was evident at a glance to the young family, who were well versed in the subject. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd of young family members, as well as the gazes of hundreds of law enforcers who were staring intently, Yang Mei on the ground raised her head violently and shouted loudly. The assassination was the family head's idea, and except for Yang Wan, all of the young family's own heirs knew about it. The young family also secretly used the heartblood of the civilians and disciples of Shanzhou City as a medicinal guide, with which they practiced the secret blood-burning method, and as many people as they wanted died in the process of taking blood. The young family's name of having revenge is to trick the disciples into coming to the young family to sign a blood contract so that they can be turned into blood slaves for cultivation in the future. She spoke extremely fast, her loud voice echoing in the ears of everyone in the arena. The faces of the two Clear Variety Bureau directors instantly darkened, and the hundreds of enforcers even clenched the hilts of the knives in their hands. The atmosphere of belligerence brewed up extremely quickly, and a terrifying aura swept through the entire mansion. Yili looked at the other party with slight surprise. His order was simply to tell the truth, and he didn't expect the other party to even be able to tell him about the blood contract in his head. But now, none of that matters. Bright moonlight. Yili raised the gold medal high. His hair flicked. His indifferent black eyes looked at the dumbfounded young family head and said in a cold voice, "The young family intends to mess up the country. Take them all for me." The moment the words fell, hundreds of green coats swept out from under the night, and the originally halting gale became steeply stronger. A solemn atmosphere suddenly descended on this great land, and the pair of vast golden eyes that the teenager lifted were indistinctly divine. Chapter 76, What Can Talk When It's Dead? Yili didn't consider himself to be a cold-blooded person. He still has 7 emotions and 6 desires, and is not a saint of heaven and earth, so he can't treat others as ruminants. Otherwise, if he got this type of system, wouldn't he just go straight down a path of killing everyone he sees? Perhaps a bit pretentious, but the idea of Yili was to keep moving forward while staying true to himself, standing and earning his evil value. Ask yourself, an emotionless executioner, he's afraid it's going to be hard to do, but there is still no problem doing something like earning more evil values as you go along according to your own ideas. Anyone who resists will be killed. The young man's bland voice resounded throughout the entire Yang family compound, and the cold chill that was revealed in it caused all the Yang family members present to feel a chill. A single word decided the life and death of the Yang family, and the aura emanating from his body was so big that it scared people to death. Yali. In the crowd, Yang Wan's sweet face was bloodless, obviously afraid in her heart, but her heart was beating faster and faster. The eyes flicked over the side of the teenager's face, only to rush back as the other man cast his eyes. My Yang family's century-old foundation. Listening to Yi Li's words, the Yang family head's face turned pale. His voice was hard and unintelligible, and for a while, it was a little difficult to accept the situation at hand. He knew that from the moment Yang Mei spoke those Yang family crimes, no matter what in the future, the Yang family would no longer exist in Shanzhou City. The first clansman will be taken to the front lines to defend against the beasts. He, the head of the family, was also likely to be reduced to a prisoner. The reason for this is simply because the Yang family has a murderous intent towards this martial artist named Yili. No, it has to be earlier. It was Yang Wanfeng's siblings who had messed with each other in the martial arts exam, which had indirectly led to the current tragedy. Moreover, why would Yang Mei be so soft-boned as to give a clean account of things at once? For a while, the Yang family head's heart was in turmoil, as well as his heart was like a knife. If he could go back to a week ago, he would definitely not hesitate to slap Yang Wanfeng and Yang Wan to death. But there are not so many ifs in this world. It's too late for anything. That green-clothed young man stood with his arms folded, a pair of golden eyes sweeping over the crowd of Yang family members, his palm gently waving. Wow! Hundreds of law enforcers formed a battle formation. Their breaths were all in one, their smooth blades reflecting the bright moon in the sky, and under Yi Li's leadership, they swarmed over towards the Yang family members in great numbers. Quite a few members of the Yang family were so frightened by the battle that they fell softly to the ground. Some shouted surrender and were honestly shackled, while others scurried into the courtyard, trying to find an escape route. For a while, the sounds of begging for mercy echoed over the Yang family. There were also people who tried to break out and resist, but just as they broke out and rushed to that green-clothed teenager, they were knocked down with a slap or punched into the sunken ground and couldn't even snap out of it. The appearance was extremely miserable. A few seconds later, a dozen or so law enforcers rushed over and laboriously plucked these severely injured members of the Yang family out of the ground and put on their shackles. Looking in the direction Yi Li left, they looked somewhat admiring, though there was a thought that the young martial artist that even they had to follow orders, plus the core students of Fengyun University, would not be idle. But how could I not have expected it to be so unequal? Not only did he personally lead the team to kill the Yang family compound, but he also helped them suppress the commotion without skimping on his true chi in the slightest. One must know that for things like siege of famous sect, the martyrdom rate of law enforcers is often quite high, second only to the death rate of beast tides. The other party rushed forward with such disregard for their lives, directly helping to alleviate a considerable amount of their burden. It's really a dream boss for working people. These young family members actually want to resist, is really a bit unintelligent. On the other hand, inside the Yang family compound, Yi Li's figure swiftly traveled through the courtyard, hammering over one rebellious thief after another who tried to resist, the system's broadcasting sound constantly ringing in his ears. While rejoicing, he also somewhat comprehended the terror of the Palm Spirit unified soul. Let the enemies of old serve themselves wholeheartedly. At first glance it doesn't sound like much, but a little bit of experience makes you realize that the service is really a bit outrageous. Yili had thought that it was simply being able to help in a fight, but now he realized that he could even have them assist him with the accumulation of his life. For example, the Yang family compound covered an extremely large area and had an intricate interior, and several times he almost got lost, but every now and then, Yang Mei's form would jump out. "My lord, I know a path, please follow me." With her help, Yili managed to catch quite a few Yang family members who tried to escape. No wonder the two countries killed the traitor first in the war. Yili was cool while feeling heartfelt emotions in his heart. The sound of whistling wind was in his ears, and as he got to know the mansion, he got faster and faster. Finally, in front of a corner, he blocked a familiar figure, a woefully elegant youth. It was Yang Wanfeng. Such a coincidence? Yili slowly stepped forward and opened his mouth in a greeting-like manner. "Yili, brother, ancestor." Yang Wanfeng looked at the ever-approaching Yili and fell backward on his hands and knees, losing his voice and shrieking, "Don't come over. I surrender. I'm willing to submit to the Clear Foreign Affairs Bureau. Before the words left his mouth, his face was clasped by 5 bony fingers and slammed to the ground. The force wasn't appalling. It was at a level that would cause him pain but not unconsciousness. Lies. Yili loosened his palms and looked at Yang Wanfeng, who was still conscious, and calmly asked, "What's your name?" "Name? Beat me up like this? Lead a team to kill the Yang family, and still don't know my name?" The dizzy Yang Wanfeng was first confused, and then a strong shame and anger welled up in his heart. The other side is not too insulting, but, forced to do so, he still staggered up from the ground and honestly knelt down in front of Yili, breathing heavily. "Yang Wanfeng, Yang Wanfeng," Yili repeated with a nod. Then suddenly thinking of a somewhat hellish joke, he opened his mouth and asked, "Do you know what can still talk when it's dead? Skeleton monster?" "Wrong." Yili shook his head slightly and smiled lightly. "It's your horse," he said, snapping his fingers lightly. In Yang Wanfeng's stunned eyes, Yang Mei's figure quietly emerged from beside him. This beautiful woman of the past was now respectful, and her manners were well thought out as she knelt down towards Yili and softly opened her mouth. "My lord, what is your command?" "Yang Wanfeng? No, are you for real? Humiliate the Yang family's youngest member in Shanzhou City to his face. Evil value plus 3,000. This. Yang Wanfeng couldn't believe his eyes. In this moment, he felt like he had figured out a lot of things. Why the other side will tell the crime of the Yang family. Why Yili will say that the stolen goods are all. Yang Wanfeng's pupils were seismic, and his voice was thick with horror. What the hell? What kind of natural ability is it? He had never heard of such a martial talent in the world that could categorize the dead as slaves. One last question. Yili didn't answer the other's question. After standing up in front of Yang Wanfeng's body, a long spear surfaced in the palm of the green-clothed teenager, and not the slightest hint of threat could be heard between his words. "Were you the one who tried to kill me?" Yang Wanfeng opened his mouth, but nothing came out. He was even a cutie. Also perceived in these few interactions that the other seemed to possess some kind of ability to recognize lies. For a moment, the brain worked extremely fast, trying to come up with a way to break the game. But this calmness immediately collapsed the moment he saw Yili gripping his lance. "Not me." Yang Wanfeng's liver and guts cracked as he shrieked. "It's Yang Wan. She holds a grudge against you and has to ask me to help her take revenge." Boo! Before the words left his mouth, his head exploded like a firework and he lay straight down. Kill a second-order 8th heavy martial artist. Evil value plus 1,000. Sure enough, as strength increases, many methods are more rewarding than killing. Yili sighed silently. To be honest, this kind of hypocritical villain who was full of lies, he didn't even have the idea of signing a life and death imperial contract. It's really disgustingly tight. Chapter 77, Let me play love games with you? After resolving Yang Wanfeng, Yili got up from the ground. However, he did not leave immediately, but raised his eyes to the sky outside the courtyard. Under the night curtain there, at this moment, amazing true chi fluctuations were constantly erupting, causing a rather disturbing commotion. The earth trembled slightly, and a brilliant light illuminated half of the sky. In his senses, there were a dozen figures engaged in battle outside the courtyard, and the intensity emanating from each of them was quite a bit stronger than his own. Apparently there are 4th order, or even 5th order martial artists who are diplomatically fighting in the courtyard. The head and deputy director of Shanzhou City, Yu Wang, the instructor of Fengyun University, the head of the Yang family, and more than a dozen of the Yang family's top disciples, as well as a few senior law enforcers from the Qingyi Bureau. It's a fierce fight, and it's hard to end it for a while. Let's take our chances later. It's earned to collect a stump in the process. Yili put away his lance and put his fingers against his chin, pondering for a moment before he flew and swept onto the beams of the room, heading in the direction of the courtyard, until Yili's figure disappeared into the night. Not far from the corpse of Yang Wanfeng at a corner, the girl dared to breathe fresh air. She was tall and sweet-looking, but her small, powdered face was devoid of any blood color under her eyes. It was Yan Wan, even holding the wall. The single thin body is like a sieve chaff trembling, red eyes looking at the corpse in the corner. Yang Wanfeng. Previously, even though there was a disconnect between her heart and Yang Wanfeng, the experience of the past few years had still left her with some expectations for Yang Wanfeng. But this expectation dissipated without a trace the moment he saw the opposite party lying to that green-clothed teenager. At the end of his life, he was actually thinking of putting the blame on his own head. Yang Wan's heart was filled with grief and anger. All that swearing to protect you all your life is a lie. In Yang Wanfeng's eyes, I'm afraid it was always his own life that was more important. It's just that the enemies he's encountered have always been weaker than him, which is why he's been able to keep displaying that righteous stance. This stance shatters immediately upon encountering a stronger and more ruthless foe. But regardless, the other guy is dead now. Moreover, the figure that one admires in one's heart has changed. A little tear welled up under Yang Wan's eyes, looking at the corpse and almost biting her lips. Brother, pay attention in your next life. I wish I had never known you. After more than 10 years together, even a dog can get a little sad. After saying that, she looked up in the direction where the teenager had disappeared, and her heart was actually welling up with fiery feelings. The other party was besieging the Yang family, and one should have hated them to the bone. But why is it that whenever you see each other, you can't stop your heart from fluttering? Yang Wan fell into silence for a moment, and after a moment, she murmured softly, Yili, Just then, behind her, a slightly surprised young voice exploded as if it were thunder. You have good perception. In an instant, Yang Wan's scalp had a vague explosive tendency to explode. From a moment ago until now, she hadn't realized there was someone standing behind her. Suddenly, he turned back and fixed his eyes, only to see a green shirt emerge. That handsome young man that she loved and hated had already arrived in front of her, and the palm burning with white cloud chi probed like a pressurized top. Yili, you didn't leave? Yang Wan let out a cry of alarm, not bothering to inquire any further. She immediately revved up her body's true chi, and the blood-burning mysterious technique was also executed at the same time, allowing her aura to instantly approach the level of the third stage. But even so, it was just like a mantis, instantly overwhelmed by the vastness of the breath that was far superior to hers. Boo! Yili casually blasted away her newly erected arms with a palm, directly clamping down on her slender neck and slowly lifting her up. The mind was a little puzzled. Listened to the other party just subconsciously alarmed. Should not have found himself right? But why? Since you didn't realize it, why did you call me by my name? Yili asked suspiciously. Yang Wan's face turned red and her legs kept struggling. Yili frowned lightly and exerted slight force between his fingers. Move again, and you won't move for the rest of your life. Upon hearing this, Yang Wan's face stiffened, and only then did she stop struggling. Answer the question. Yili slightly reduced the force on his hand and faintly said, Since the time I first arrived at the Yang family, you're the one who's been peeking at me, right? Since Yang Mei, who had been detained, had said that the other party did not know, then the other party must really not know. On the basis of its original actions alone, the crime is not punishable by death. But if one harbors other thoughts, that's another story. Just like now, all the other Yang family members didn't dare to look at him. Just this Yan Wan kept peeking from the beginning to the end. Obviously something wasn't right. What do you want? I want to. Yang Wan's face kept changing. I don't advise you to lie. Yili's expression was calm, but his pair of black eyes were as cold as the heart of a lake with drifting snow in midwinter, causing Yang Wan's heart to tighten violently. She breathed heavily, and after a brief struggle, she finally said with a hard voice, I want to follow you around. It wasn't an empty thought. From the moment the other party came to raid the house, Yang Wan's mind had this thought. A teenager has just graduated from Budo High School and has become a third-ranked martial artist who also possesses an unbelievable martial arts talent that is mysterious and powerful. The future prospects are unlimited. On the contrary, the family that used to rely on was copied, and in the future, most of them will be reduced to the members of those first-tier cities of the Qingyi Bureau, which seems to be acceptable, but in reality, their lives are precarious. She had heard that the core students of Fengyan University could bring a servant to accompany them. If the teenager can agree, then his own former Yang family miss also cannot condescend to act as his servant. Of course, the two would actually have to be lovers. At that time he taught me martial arts skills and lent me resources, and my days can be prosperous. Maybe I can even break through the third stage before I turn 20. Thinking about this, Yang Wan's heart grew hotter and hotter. Upon hearing this, Yili's brows furrowed lightly, obvious dislike flashing in his eyes as he flung it away. What kind of love are you sending? Ho ho ho! Yang Wan fell heavily to the ground. and after coughing violently twice, she got up and gritted her teeth. I really like you. I'll do anything. Lies. Yi Li sneered. And do you prefer me to kill your brother? Or do you prefer me to copy the Yang family? None of them. Yang Wan's face changed slightly. She didn't expect the other party's words to be so sharp. Shouldn't any normal boy's heart blossom when he hears this from himself and then just say yes? Even the living Yang Wan phone can't top it. Yang Wan was anxious. But for the sake of the future, she hardened her heart. But I really want to stay by your side. And for that I'll do anything. This one is true. Yi Li raised his eyebrows lightly and turned to ask. But what can you do about it? I'm pretty enough to be your girlfriend. Yang Wan raised her head and bit her lip hard, as if she was making a great sacrifice. The talent is not bad either. As long as you are willing and are genuinely good to me in the future, then I will definitely be able to help you in the future. That soft and sweet face, even with a few scars remaining, still made regular people unable to take their eyes off it. So, I hear you. It's about me investing in you. However, Yi Li didn't care about her face, nodding his head while walking up to it and speaking faintly. Tell you what then, if you can catch one of my slaps, I'll agree to this. Really? Yang Wan recalled that she had caught the other party's 2 punches last time and hurriedly asked in surprise. Sure. Yi Li's reply was the same as last time, calmly answering, I never lie. Yang Wan was instantly excited. That's good. Before the words were finished, just the moment the syllables were spat out, Yi Li held his body's vigor into a circle to form a dan and slapped out his palm. A seemingly light palm landed on Yang Wan's chest, and the clear sound of bones breaking suddenly resounded. Click! Yang Wan's figure was instantly struck. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed out from her mouth. Her eyes full of disbelief. Her body flew backward uncontrollably, like a cannonball crashing into a hard wall. Each impact was accompanied by a huge shock, causing pieces of masonry to splash around and fill the surrounding area with dust. In the end, her body slammed hard into the ground dozens of meters away, making a dull sound. Both eyes rolled white and he was out of breath. Inexplicable. Yi Li's voice was icy cold as he withdrew his palm. Glancing at the Yang family's daughter who had fainted back to death, he let out a cold snort and turned around to retrace his steps towards the outside of the courtyard. What a brain fart. I was ready to settle the battle results, but the other party didn't even thank herself. But she actually wanted to let herself play the love game with her? Just this kind of person. I'm afraid it's not a joke. Chapter 78 Young Family. You still earn an egg Outside the Young family compound, a fierce wind surged. Various colors of light continued to erupt from the bodies of the 4 old men, and the sound of the battle caused the earth below the Young family to tremble and crack. Although the Young family only had one 5th-ranked martial artist, the Young family still had a full dozen or so 4th-ranked martial artists amongst their clansmen plus gatekeepers. Even if those few 4th-ranked Young family members didn't dare to resist too fiercely out of fear of death, the remaining 8 upper seat sectors had to fight desperately in order to stay alive. This lineup configuration of the Young family was not even comparable to some 4th-tier cities' Qingyi Bureau, the Hakusha army stationed outside of the Young family, in order to avoid injuring their own people, could at most only utilize weapons up to the level of anti-tank sniper rifles. But after a martial artist arrives at the 5th rank, even if they are sneak attacked, they can instantly avoid the incoming sniper bullets. For a while, both sides fought with incomparable intensity. Ear-piercing sonic booms exploded one after another, and the power of a 5th-ranked martial artist was revealed. With the overwhelming advantage of 3 5th-ranked martial artists, even though the situation was temporarily a bit stalemate, the Qingyi Bureau was still steadily gaining the upper hand, and it was only a matter of time before the Young family was destroyed. A big mess. Yu Wang stood with his arms folded, with a clear wind surrounding him. His breath was smooth, and he was clearly steadily gaining the upper hand. He glanced at the battle not far away and spoke indifferently. Wouldn't it be good to keep a useful body and kill foreign beasts in the future to earn merits? That way you still have hope of surviving. Opposite him, the flashy old man was half kneeling on the ground, panting heavily, with injuries everywhere on his body and an arm missing, looking rather miserable. Upon hearing this Young family head hemmed and hawed. Your Excellency, I have at most 20 years to live. Do you want me to spend the rest of my life working as a laborer in the Clear Alien Bureau? Unlike the other party, who could break through to the 6th level of the 5th rank at the beginning of 100 years old, he, 180-year-old 1st level of the 5th rank martial artist, was not far from the great age of 200 years old, having to fight those foreign beasts for the rest of his life. The Young family head died not wanting to live that kind of life. At least it can live. Yu Wang calmly said. Ha! Thanks to you being a teacher at Fengyan University, you actually don't know the truth of, it's hard to go from luxury to frugality? The Young family head braced himself, and despite trying his best to stabilize his voice, he could still hear a few hints of exhaustion. He had led the Young family to glory in Shanzhou City for decades, but he had fallen at the hands of a young martial artist less than 20 years old, and at this moment, his heart was filled with remorse and unwillingness. The young family head looked forlornly at the battle not far away. At this moment, the young family's several fourth-ranked martial artists had all surrendered, and those 8 fourth-ranked disciples had been seriously injured, 5 of them, with only 3 still struggling to hold on at the hands of those 2 Shanzhou city chiefs. Looking at his face, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. It's really a one-trick pony. The young family head let out a long sigh. Things had come to this. No matter what, the young family was definitely considered finished. He only blamed himself for not being ruthless enough in the first place. If he had sent a few more fourth-ranked martial artists forward to surround and kill that brat, maybe the end would still be a toss-up. Speaking of which, the other party was sharp as a tack, encountering an assassination in the morning, and then raiding the house at night. Thinking about this, the young family head looked at Yu Wang, with a few more points of sarcasm in his tone. That kid does things so relentlessly. Aren't you afraid of raising a scourge? Don't bother. Yu Wang shook his head and asked back with some amusement, speaking as if it was the old man's disciple who killed on your young family for no reason. Could it be that it wasn't you who ordered the killings? He's the one who first made my grandson Yang Wanfeng unable to cultivate for 3 years. The young family head's eyes were resentful. I always have to settle this account with him. Come on, you don't know in your heart what your grandson is like? Yu Wang smiled and said. The first student he selected for bonding was actually Yang Wanfeng, but it turned out that this so-called model genius, in private, not only did he do nasty things to his own sister's picture, but also secretly added his own blood to other people's meals and elixirs. What exactly it does Yu Wang is not sure, but looking at Yang Wanfeng's sneaky, secretive look at that time, it was more than likely not a good thing. If he hadn't, he would have given the guaranteed spot to this exemplary genius of the city of Mountain City. Luckily observed a handful. Seeing that the young family head's expression changed slightly, Yu Wang then laughed. I dare to bet you that just according to that underhanded character of your grandson, he definitely failed in his attempt to lay his hands on him, and in turn was beaten up by the old man's favorite disciple. This statement was made. The young family head's old face changed for a while and he stopped speaking. Next time you want to stir up trouble, take a look at your own virtues first. Don't think that Lao Fu wouldn't dare to kill you. If you didn't want to lighten the burden of those fellow members of the Qingyi Bureau, you'd be missing more than just an arm with that hit just now. Yu Wang stroked his beard proudly. If you don't believe me, just keep earning. Hearing this, the young family head clenched and stretched his palms, repeating several times. A moment later, in a hushed voice, he said, I know, I surrender. A ball of blood-red true qi appeared in his palm, and with a wave of his raised hand, the 2 struggling fourth-ranked disciples directly raised their hands and shouted surrender. Count your blessings. Yu Wang took out a pair of heavy shackles from his storage treasures, raised his hand and threw it to the other party, then casually imposed a prohibition. This also represents the end of this siege of the young family. It shouldn't be too difficult to give Yili the first credit. This will make that kid a little bit in awe of me. Yu Wang was in a rather pleasant mood. At this time, a familiar long figure walked out from within the young family compound, his handsome face carrying a little excitement. It was Yeli. The excitement on his face quickly faded as he took in the scene outside the courtyard. Finished fighting? Yili asked somewhat helplessly. I should have known not to nag that young one. Even if you don't have a high evil value, you're still a little sickened inside. It's simply a loss on top of 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 a loss. Later on, we must use this pair of false eyes to ruthlessly search the young family inside and out. Otherwise it is really hard to be satisfied. The fight is over. Yu Wang smiled as he walked up to Yili and coughed lightly twice. Tomorrow, you will follow the old man back to Fengyun University, so as to avoid any more accidents on the road. Good. Yili gently nodded his head. He had also planned to go over earlier and take a look at the situation as soon as possible. The martial arts library hasn't been updated in too long, and it's getting a bit out of step with the iterations. For example, the Big Dipper treading void technique. When it was at the 2nd rank, it was so good, but as a result, this morning, the 4th-ranked Castle Peak swordsman had his arm chopped off as it should have been. It really hurt. If not for Yili's solid golden soul and strong will, he was afraid that he would have to slow down for a while. Yali. The young family had clenched the shackles on his hands, the resentment in the bottom of his heart churning. Compared to the spirited teenager, how pathetic his current posture was. The other guy actually glanced towards himself when he came out. With that look like he was a little sorry? Regret what? Regret your surrender? The young family is gone. And this kid isn't satisfied yet. He wants to kill himself along with it? Does he really think I'm an old dog that can be bullied at will? The Yang family head's breathing gradually shortened. The anger in his heart continued to churn, wanting to fight to the death, but feeling somewhat unsure. Finally, After seeing Yu Wang completely walk into the courtyard, the killing intent in his eyes finally surged out. It's rich and pure and has been building up for a long time. The old man's earlier surrender was supposed to be an opportunity to kill the teenager. In front of the courtyard, Yili seemed to feel something and turned back violently, only to see the two fourth-ranked disciples who were about to be shackled suddenly storm out. The attention of the two Shanzhou municipal commissioners was instantly attracted, and they shouted in unison, "How dare you!" At this instant, the young family head's heart chakra tore, forcing his way through the restraints imposed by Yu Wang, and he suddenly got up, charging towards Yili. With the speed that broke through the sound barrier, he arrived in front of Yili in an instant. Chapter 79, Old Pussy Lights. I'll let you fly by pretending to be a pussy. In the common sense of the high martial arts world, an unusual peak of the third rank could have an extreme punching power of up to 8,000 kilograms. Yili's fist strength could reach 12,000 kilograms because of his peak third rank, which was reached under the baptism of the S-rank breathing method and S-rank hammering method at the consummate level. This was almost an unprecedented case in the history of Hakusha. If it is guaranteed that the recorded history of Hankiori has not been made up without the slightest omission, then the word almost can also be removed. This was also one of the reasons why Yili's combat power was much stronger than the unusual peak of the third rank. If he were to add that 5-minute increase from the Golden Soul Revival, then his punching power could rise to a terrifying 30,000 kilograms or so, and his physical speed could reach roughly 300 meters per second. Just by looking at the physical body stats alone, it was a lot stronger than even an unusual pre-fourth stage martial artist. But this is only the data of the physical body, such as the Tianguan Bridge of a fourth-ranked martial artist and the Divine Mansion of a fifth-ranked martial artist. All of these things could bring about a great increase in combat power. Therefore, if Healy wanted to kill a fourth-ranked martial artist, the first thing he had to do was to get in close. If they were facing a fifth-ranked martial artist, that close-up wouldn't work well. This was because even with the addition of the Golden Soul Revival, his physical body was not as good as that of a fifth-ranked martial artist. Woohoo! The hair on Yi Li's forehead was blown away by the gusty wind, and his handsome face was filled with gravity. The dynamic vision that the Eye of the Void gave him a short reaction time that, is this the pressure of a fifth-ranked martial artist? His heart moved slightly, and a burly and strong man immediately revealed himself in front of him, his body piled with muscles, lean and sturdy, and a pair of eyes flashing with a refined light. It was one of the two fourth-ranked martial artists who had come to attack and kill in the morning. Hold him back, Yi Li secretly said in his heart, while he himself instantly raised a pair of vast golden eyes, blazingly cool and majestic, 5 fingers clenched into a fist in a Hugh manner, the muscles behind his back following the block and bulging, a terrifying force brewing in his right arm at great speed. He was going to give this dying fifth-ranked martial artist a big shot. Receiving the command, the burly and strong man immediately blocked towards that young family head who was attacking at full speed. This time, he finally displayed the proper stance of the dragon tablet hands, and his wide palm slashed down towards the young family head who was already close at hand, accompanied by a loud sound. The earth in front of him was directly and savagely torn apart by the wind of the fist. Almost simultaneously, a dark golden rainbow light, wrapped in heavy force, whistled and smashed into the young family head. Feng Shan? The moment he saw the burly man, the young family head's forward stance was forced to abort, and a touch of consternation appeared on his pale face. What kind of madness are you having? In the next second, this consternation was turned back into vicious resentment, and the old man's body erupted with blue light, directly crashing into the rainbow light that came whistling towards him. Boo! The airwaves swept away, the ground directly crumbled, the dark gold rainbow light was directly shattered, and the burly man was also smashed by the old man's fist on his body, and his small tower-like body instantly exploded into countless black gases. What? Seeing this situation, the pupils of the young family's old man shrunk slightly. The punch just now, he didn't have the slightest feeling of hitting someone. A pang of irritation grew in his heart. What's with all the weird stuff on this kid? But there was no time for him to think about it now. In an instant, there were already 3 old men yelling and rushing over in the distance. The young family head crossed his heart and tore his heart vein again, expending his remaining life force to detonate the blood contract, making the 8 fourth-ranked gatekeepers all briefly lose their minds and desperately block the 3 old men, while he himself stamped on the ground, his figure once again running towards the retrogressing teenager. There is no turning back from the bow. Even if he withered and died later, he would still kill this third-ranked junior who had annihilated the young family today. Looking at the figure that quickly zoomed in front of him, a dash of epileptic color surged in Yi Li's vast golden eyes, and without the slightest hesitation, he opened his mouth and spat out a ball of white gas. In the next second, the majestic true chi in his body that had finished storing power instantly burst out. White mist, frost and snow, boom! The terrifying cold air ravaged the 8 directions. carrying a raging momentum that instantly engulfed the young family's old man in it, causing the severely injured man's movements to be slowed down a bit. Without waiting for the old man to fend off the amazingly cold aura that wasn't too troublesome, a thin figure suddenly leapt out from above. He looked up, and then the corner of his eye twitched. One could only see a swordsman in a green shirt holding a sword in one hand, suddenly chopping down a sword light under the long sky. The long dragon-like sword dipper slammed into the old man's body, and large swaths of flesh and blood were slashed, and rolls of blood flowed. The attack from the fourth-ranked martial artist forced him to consume what little true chi he already had left, and a divine blue light once again surfaced around his body as he gritted his teeth and rushed out from it. This time, without waiting for the swordsman to slash out his next sword, he rushed in front of the teenager who was covered in white flames. Die! The young family head's sole arm suddenly blasted out, heavily smashing the teenager's chest, causing a numbing bone-cracking sound to ring out as his palm directly pierced through the opponent's translucent chest. The young man's good-looking face frowned lightly, obviously feeling some pain. Even the pair of blazing golden pupils were slightly dimmed. Only the corners of his mouth rose slightly. This seriously injured fifth-order martial artist will have to use the difference in information to find a chance to ola him ah. Old pussy light. Gotcha. Between the cold and arduous words, Yi Li's arms were suddenly pulled apart. His body's vigor was exhaled, and the peaks of his fists suddenly surfaced with a sense of flowing water. Flowing water fist intent. The dragon shakes the mountain. Boo hoo hoo hoo. Yi Li's double fists blasted out like a raging wind and rain, and the Dan Chi outbursts that far exceeded the unusual peak of the third rank were spat out one after another. Before the young family head could be ecstatic, an avalanche of impacts bombarded his face one after another. In a dense, muffled sound, his cranium, which had been hardened for over 100 years, was blasted and smashed with cracks, and his brain continuously suffered heavy blows. At this moment, the old man's eyes were burning. He was dizzy and wanted to vomit. He subconsciously wanted to pull out his arm, but he couldn't make any energy out of his body. You. The young family head's eyes gradually drifted into a trance, broken teeth and bloody flesh continuously spraying out. Unable to speak at all from the other party's fists, Yi Li's strength was like a collapsing bow. His fist was like an explosion of thunder, and he finally directly smashed half of the opponent's head. The old man's body was like a kite with broken strings, smashed by the residual force and flew out backwards. At the end of his consciousness, he heard the teenager's indifferent voice. Old pussy light, I'll make you fly if you dare to act like a pussy. Detected that you have killed a 5th-ranked Divine Mansion Realm martial artist by crossing the level. Evil value plus 30,000. Detected that you have successfully rounded up the young family of Shanzhou under the attention of the entire city of Shanzhou City. Evil value plus 20,000. Current vices, 108,000 points. Yi Li took a deep breath, and the speed of his heartbeat was gradually accelerating, as could be seen from the crimson wound that was continuously gushing out from his chest. Cool. Yi Li took a long breath but spat out a large amount of blood at once, only to sit on the ground with his knees crossed and his eyes slowly closed. Not far. Yu Wang, who saw the scene, was in a rage, and the little old man defiantly slapped the heads of the 2 4th-ranked gatekeepers as he drew his legs and rushed over. Behind him, the 2 Shanzhou municipal commissioners, as well as the many law enforcers, all had complex expressions, and after resolving the remaining few 4th-ranked disciples who were already seriously injured, they all ran over in silence. What a heavenly pride to just, for a time, everyone present froze in place, eyes wide, breathing disordered beyond measure, and their bodies trembling unceasingly, only to see countless flesh and sinews suddenly grow out of the wound on the teenager's chest, along with the writhing internal organs, reconstituting a new physical body. In the midst of countless stunned and appalled lines of sight, the young man's handsome face regained its blood color. The black hair in front of his forehead was gently brushed, and the aura on his body gradually became stronger. In the next second, he suddenly raised a pair of dark eyes, stood up, and his entire body was already back to its original state. Chapter 80, A Genius Who Can Ride the Wind and Transform the Dragon. Outside the young family compound, the air fell into dead silence for a while. On the open ground, dozens of battle-hardened senior enforcers, after witnessing the scene of repairing their injuries, all of their eyes were flooded with intense shock. A 3rd-order martial artist crossing the line to kill a 5th-order martial artist, even if it's a seriously injured 5th-order martial artist, is too unbelievable. And a fatal wound through the chest and it's back as good as new in seconds? Are you kidding me? When did the body of a martial artist become such a convenient thing? The 2 Shanzhou city commissioners were also breathing stagnantly, gazing tightly at the handsome young man whose brows were stretched, feeling nothing but disbelief in their hearts. As one advances in martial arts rank, the life force of most martial artists would indeed gradually become stronger and harder to die, and their fleshly bodies would become tougher and tougher. But likewise, once a high-ranking martial artist was seriously injured, it would be very difficult to make up for it back to their peak state with unusual medical treatments. Without a rare secret realm treasure medicine, or a healer of the same rank to heal it, it would basically leave undetectable dark injuries. And this dark wound was one of the biggest obstacles on the road to martial arts refinement in the future. It was heard that there was a talent in the high martial arts world called ultra self-healing, ranked at the top of the A class, able to take serious injuries that would cause an ordinary martial artist to die, and recover perfectly within a few months. So it could be considered one of the most unafraid of falling into the dark injuries of the martial arts talent. However, even this talent that made countless martial artists salivate was far inferior to the performance of the teenagers' party. Unbelievable and unheard of. Yu Wang, who had slowed down, stepped forward, both shocked and ashamed, patted Yi Li's shoulder, and said in a deep voice, "It's my negligence. Being old, I didn't expect him to fight to the death to break through the prohibition." He did know that Yi Li possessed a rather powerful means of self-repair, or else he wouldn't have been so agitated that day in Castle Peak City. "Originally, I thought that I had developed super self-healing to an extremely deep level, but now it doesn't seem to be that way. It can be stronger than even the super self-healing at the top of A class. That's a new supernatural ability that ranks at S class." Thinking about this, Yu Wang's breathing was a bit ragged. He then realized what a treasure he had picked up in the first place. "That's okay." Yi Li waved his hand without much concern, suppressing the feeling of emptiness in his body, and laughed lightly. "With such poor vigilance, you were mostly useless when you were young. It is the old man who is sorry for you." Yu Wang's old face slightly reddened. Even though he knew that the teenager was joking, it made the shame in his heart intensify. "When you go back to school tomorrow, the old man will fight for you for this martial land baptism." Yu Wang exhaled, his sighing expression recovering a bit, and said softly, "It's also a bit of compensation for you." At those words, Yi Li nodded slightly. Between breathing and gulping, he utilized the perfected breathing method to continuously restore the nearly depleted true qi in his body. In order to ensure that he can kill the young family head, his party's true qi explosion can be described as exerted to the extreme, plus repairing injuries. It's already a bit of a powerhouse at the moment. Sweeping his sight over the 8 fourth-ranked disciples on the ground who were already out of breath, Yi Li sighed with slight regret. "I'm going to go in and look around, and assist with the closing of the Clear Alien Bureau in the meantime." With that, he turned around and walked into the young family compound. "Search clean for the old man." Yu Wang watched him walk into the courtyard. A moment later, he turned his body and looked again at the people of the clearly different bureau outside the courtyard and spoke in a deep voice. "All of you are now elites in the Clear Exotic Bureau, and I'm sure I don't need to tell you what to do with the exotic abilities of the old man's disciples, right?" The moment these words were uttered, the expressions of the people present all became grave. They were all people who had been in the Hakusha high martial arts world for decades, so they naturally knew what the other party was worried about. It's nothing more than that. It's hard for Hakusha's geniuses to grow up when surrounded by the countries of the four seas, thing. For so many years, every time a genius of Hakusha was successfully assassinated, regardless of the difficulties of the situation, the officials would do their best to draw out a martial arts master and head to the assassination country to retaliate. Even so, it's not going to stop this from happening. At best it's just going to be less frequent. Not a good idea. The deputy director of Shanzhou City pondered for a moment, and returned with deliberation. He was the captain of this operational mission, and it must have been truthfully recorded on the combat record. After a pause, he added, "The record's upload will go through layers of review. During this period, the probability of leaking to the countries cannot be said to be 100%. 90% is certainly there." After saying that, the deputy director of the city of Shanzhou stared at Yu Wang closely, fearing that the other party would say something difficult like make a false statement on the record. "You know, rules are rules, and they can't just make an exception even if there's a reason for it. You still don't understand what the old man means." Yu Wang sighed. The deputy director of Shanzhou City frowned slightly and was just about to ask a follow-up question when he heard the main director beside him cough lightly twice and interjected. "Your Excellency, the matter of your disciples' martial talent being ultra self-healing is really not something that we can hide from the public, so I hope you'll forgive us." "Super self-healing?" The deputy director of Shanzhou City was slightly stunned, then reacted. "Anyway, the strongest talent of the self-healing department that everyone knows is super self-healing, so they'll just report it upwards according to super self-healing. So what could be wrong with that?" In addition to the fact that the teenager had the shelter of the Wind and Cloud University, he only needed to go out of school a few times a year, and there simply wasn't much for the Four Seas countries to assassinate. "The old man understands, and I'm sorry to trouble the director." Yu Wang smiled cheerfully. He was just trying to delay the teenager being targeted as long as the rules allowed. He was not a martial arts master who could shake the city with his fists. and a 5th-ranked martial artist was not a small deterrent in the eyes of ordinary forces, but in the eyes of the top echelons of the countries of the 4 seas, the weight was not enough to protect a heavenly talent that could shake the countries in the future. Wind and Cloud University was quite a weighty one, with 2 reputable 6th-ranked martial artists sitting in the headquarters, solid as a golden soup, shaking the 4 directions. Only the 30 top geniuses on the school's Wind and Cloud list, and under the Wind and Cloud list were also thousands of martial arts seeds from all provinces of Hakushu. Teachers would mostly teach their own students in their spare time, and they also had their own things to do on weekdays, and in times of crisis, they would also have to go and assist in suppressing the abnormalities all over the winning province, so it was impossible for them all to run around Yili alone. Therefore, it was still necessary for Yili himself to break through to the 5th rank as soon as possible. By that time, the difficulty of assassination by the nations had greatly increased, and the probability of being targeted had naturally decreased drastically. Yu Wang's thoughts tumbled, and he planned to tilt the opportunities for advancement at hand more toward Qin Jingli and Yili in the future. The former is also a rare martial arts siren in Huansha. As for the latter, Yu Wang believed that according to Yili's character, he would most likely be able to eat cleanly. This godly teenager wanted to get ahead so badly, that much the old man could see. He only needed to provide a springboard of opportunity, then he could use it to directly leap the dragon gate, and even ride the wind to become a dragon. As for Lin Yingyun, Yu Wang wished her early success. Chapter 81 S-Class Conceptualization. Tidal Wave of the Ocean. Inside the Young family compound, in the countless intricate rooms, a green coat was leading a team of law enforcers, among them constantly running around, rummaging through boxes and cupboards, even smashing through the walls to explore. Such skillful behavior caused the few enforcers who were working on his behalf to draw in a breath of cold air. Led by the teenager, they not only seized a large number of Young family martial arts, but even the secret passageways within the room were found by them. 2nd-ranked martial art, Poison Dragon Drill. 1st order body technique, Blue Butterfly Swimming Body. Yili recklessly flipped through these martial arts, then casually threw them to the enforcer behind him. Load them all up. Yes, the several enforcers hurriedly answered. As their eyes fell on the gold medal around Yili's waist, they couldn't help but sigh a little. With such ease, how many house raids has this lord led? Don't even think about it. Don't even think about it. If they could work behind him, they and the others would have been promoted to senior enforcers, or even the deputy director of a certain precinct. I'm afraid, it's just a shame that the other guy is still in school, even if he doesn't know how many years short of graduation he is. Several enforcers sighed darkly. At this time, Yili also finished the search here and got up to walk towards the house. Next stop. That. Lord, one of the enforcers tentatively asked. I see that your face is a bit pale. Why don't you take a rest? No need. Yili's figure disappeared into the doorway. Oh hoo! Several people quickly followed. Thanks to the blessing of the Young family head soul, Yili was simply the living person who knew the Young family the most at this moment. Without one, with the idea of not wasting anything, he naturally wanted to glean all he could. Treasure medicine and treasure tools were to be confiscated according to the rules, and there was still nothing wrong with taking a look at that martial skill and secret technique on their own. S-Class Conceptualization. Tides of the Sea. A secret room has been searched before. Yili looked at this 4th order technique in his hand, which almost belonged to the Young family's bottom of the barrel, and a clear smile finally appeared on his white face. It would be a loss if he could only harvest a bunch of junk after working so hard. According to what the Young family head soul stated, this book of visualization was traded by their old ancestor in exchange for the Young family's blood-burning secret method, back then. Of course, in order to ensure the uniqueness of the Young family's secret method, that Young family's old ancestor also successfully shaded the other party to death in a later secret adventure. It was a pity that the threshold of the S-Class viewpoints was too high, and the vast majority of the descendants of the Young family through the generations were unable to learn them, and could only retreat to learn the Young family's B-class viewpoints, including the current Young family head. However, Yili had no such anxiety. The 100,000 points of evil value that had been obtained with such great effort was lying quietly on his background panel. There's nothing an add-on can't fix. If it does, it's not spending enough of its evil value. If there's more, then go to Fengyun University in a couple of days and take a Han Yin Wang nod at the Fengyun list. Okay, let's load this one up too. After Yili finished looking through it, he threw it into the hands of several enforcers. That casual attitude caused another wave of admiration in the hearts of several people. Bureau Yi, according to the rules, you can keep this viewpoint for yourself. You just need to deduct some from your credit. Carefully holding the highly valued S-Class viewpoint, one of the enforcers couldn't help but open his mouth. No need. I won't need it for a while. Yili got up and walked towards the outside of the chamber, leaving behind only a bland sentence. It's not easy for the Clear Exotic Bureau to kill exotic beasts, Keep it, count it as my submission. As the words fell, the entire chamber briefly fell into silence, and a needle could be heard, looking at the teenager's distant back, and then looking at the tome that seemed to be burning in their hands. The breaths of the several law enforcers gradually became ragged. This is an S-ranked viewpoint that is unattainable in the outside world. Even in that Winsong University, it would most likely take a big price to change it. The other guy actually said no. Such a character is truly unheard of. I just hate that I can't follow it day and night. The city of Mountain City was brightly lit in the darkness of the night. After leaving a portion of the law enforcers in charge of wrapping up, Yili followed the crowd through the many interviewing journalists and returned to the Mountain City Chinyi Bureau. It was very late. Plus the Yang family was far away from the city. Yueng planned to stay here for a night and bring Yili to Fengyin University tomorrow. Led by an enforcer, Yili quickly arrived in front of his room. Yi Bureau, just call me if there's anything. I'm staying in a room near you with a few of the bureau's best men. Okay. Taking in this enforcer's respectful look in his eyes, Yili nodded slightly and walked into the room, closing the door behind him. Once the scent of the door had moved away, the room appeared to be quite quiet and the furnishings were neat and complete. Yili sat down on his knees in the specialized cultivation area and exhaled deeply, acting in such a cavalier manner as he did. He was afraid that he would attract the displeasure of many famous sects thereafter. Some of their people must have been working in the Chinyi Bureau, and when they heard of their deeds, they were bound to instinctively develop some hostility. Plus the sharpness of this display. It was not allowed to say that it would soon attract assassin killers from the countries of the Four Seas. Tomorrow we'll be going to the University of Wind and Cloud. It is said that the school is as strong as clouds. Geniuses are as many as hair. Most of them are high-minded generation. Just what I need. Yili let out a light laugh. Not the slightest bit flustered that he had to be the enemy of the whole world. But on the contrary, his heart was a bit surging. He was planning to push all the way across. Speaking of which, this trip to the Yang family had given him a lot to gain. In the future, when faced with this kind of enemy that had their backs to the power, once the other party's power made a move, Yili would also have to take things to the extreme. Otherwise the hatred would easily continue. In order to accomplish this, an early boost in strength is necessary. The Yang family head was only a 5th-ranked first-ranked martial artist who was seriously injured, and for that matter, he still pierced through Yili's chest while Yili was in possession of 2 4th-ranked souls. This incident gave Yili a real sense of urgency. To have the ability to humiliate your opponent, you must first gain overwhelming battle power. Past experiences had also taught him that it was essential to gain overwhelming battle power before taking on the enemy. Now with a huge amount of evil value in hand and an S-ranked view idea, one couldn't dare to imagine to what extent one's battle power would increase after this wave of additions. With that in mind, Yili changed out the panel. Current vices, 108,000 points. S-class viewing ideas. Tides of the Sea, unintroduced. Upgradable. Chapter 82, Tides of the Great Sea. Seawater orders. S-ranked feats were above the rest, and there were many benefits to cultivating them to completion. Not only could it reduce the consumption afterwards, but it could also allow itself to obtain a battle power far beyond that of its peers, which would also be helpful for subsequent realm advancement. These are things that Yili has long appreciated. Moreover, although the subsequent realms were not quite clear, it was quasi-correct to build the foundation deeper. The foundation of the dangerous building was unstable, and the unlucky one was the civil safety officer who went to work at the age of 20 and was sentenced to 23 years in prison. The one who was unlucky to have an unstable foundation in martial arts was Yili himself. Elevation difficulties are not scary for him, but it would be difficult if it was because of the root problem that the subsequent inability to build a tall building on the martial arts path was caused. After all, the past is irrevocable and the future can be changed. According to the Yang family head as well as those 2 4th-order gatekeepers, the 4th stage of the Heavenly Pass realm is about breaking open the passes of the physical body and constructing the Heavenly Pass bridge, so that the 5 viscera can communicate with heaven and earth, and the vastness of the true chi can then be controlled away from the body, and the power is enormous when one raises their hands and throws their feet. The Tianguan bridge is the channel through which the true chi flows. Its quality was good or bad, and it was extremely important to martial artists of the Heavenly Pass realm. It's useless to think about it. It's always right to fill up the most important viewpoints first. After finalizing his idea, Yi Li's mind moved, and a vast amount of evil values then poured into the panel. Ding! Begins consuming bad act value to continuously raise the S-rank viewpoint idea. Tidal wave of the sea. You turn over this book of visualization that has been treasured in the Yang family for a long time. A thrilling visualization picture comes into your eyes, and you can't help but let out an exclamation of admiration. This visualization picture is really powerful, but not with any thoughts of breaking through to the 4th order. So you're going to skip the visualization and read the text first, but you're as confused as if you were reading a book without words. You combine the experience of doing questions in your previous life and decide to skip the parts you can't understand when you come across them. And you end up reading the whole book of Kwanzaa in less than 2 minutes. Forced to work on that visualization again. At least this one you can still see the drawing is good. After consuming 2,000 vices, you finally immerse yourself in this visualization, which gives you a sudden feeling of what you feel when you face the rising tide of the ocean, and nothing else, and you even want to take a sip of ice cola. As if sensing your hardship, the spirit of the young family head came to you at this time and conveyed to you all the insights of the young family ancestor into this idea of the view. You listen, nod slightly, realize something, and then ask the person to say it a few more times. Gain buff, cultivation speed increased by 150%. Still? Yili looked at the text floating on the panel with some surprise. Compared to the Undying Golden Soul, S-Plane and Simple Blood Bowl increase, a mechanism monster like the Palm Spirit Unified Soul had already brought him several surprises. When the dead speak, let the enemy work for them, and now even increase the increase. What else does this skill? What else does it do that you don't know about? And, as it is, look at it this way. I'm afraid his path is going to be a little scary in the future. The enemy can brush up his evil value when he is alive, and he has to work for him when he is dead, offering all his life's accumulation for his use. Properly even eat it. Yili laughed softly to himself. He felt that this path was quite in line with his expectations and there was nothing wrong with it. He considered himself a man of principle, and the enemies that he could kill, detained naturally would not have any psychological burden. It's also a way to honor your enemy by draining them of their value. What does it matter whether the enemy is happy or not? One just needs to have a clear conscience. It had to be said that the potential of SSS-ranked martial arts talent was just amazingly large. Both of these martial arts talents in his own hands hadn't even risen a few levels yet, leaving him unafraid of most crises, waiting for the future to this Palm Spirit Unity Soul to rise to full level. Then the power of the cast out. Unbelievable. Yili's eyes flashed. His eyes whirled back to the panel, where the curtain of light was still shifting. After consuming 5,000 points of bad act value, you have realized some of the true meaning of this visualization chart, and even when you close your eyes, the so-called ocean tide chart can still appear in your mind. But there is a hint of inspiration that always looms. Tides of the Sea, Introductory. After consuming 15,000 points of bad act value, you have finally grasped a hint of the true meaning of the visualization chart. And at this time, when you turn over the text of the tome, the originally obscure and difficult to understand lines seem to have been marked with notes, making it twice as easy to understand with half the effort. You've mastered the art of simulating the tides of the sea with your own blood. Tides of the Sea, skilled. By turning divine thoughts into gravitational force and real blood into seawater, you can create the environment for impacting the heavenly barrier of the physical body as you wish. The tide rises and falls. Utilizing this dharma, you are already qualified to impact the heavenly pass realm. Between the words tumbling around, Yili felt a large amount of extra memories in his mind. The true blood in his body that shimmered with a golden aura only needed a single thought at this moment to rush up, surging into the 5 viscera and impacting the heavenly pass. But, not enough. Not enough. The gravitational force generated by the divine idea was not enough to create a tidal wave of sufficient magnitude. A Tenkan bridge impacted with such a small tide cannot be a gem among Tenkan bridges. What Yili wanted was a big tidal wave impacting out of the tandem bridge. A mega tidal wave that could be compared to a horrific tsunami. System, show me your limits. With Yili's inner whisper, the text on the light screen pulsed extremely fast. Ding! After consuming 25,000 vices, the scale of the tidal wave you can create becomes more and more impressive as you understand it. But once it exceeds a certain limit, the degree of control decreases significantly. If one were to forcefully impact the heavenly pass with a great tidal wave, it might cause great damage to the body. But within the limits, your ability to control the tides has far exceeded your previous level. Tides of the Sea, Mastery. After consuming 35,000 points of vices, the scale of the tides you can control is getting higher and higher, infinitely closer to the great tides recorded in the viewer's idea. Tides of the Sea, Deshang. According to the young family head, the Tianguan bridge you build in the future can certainly far exceed that of the young family ancestor, and is already an unattainable height for countless Tianguan realms. And if you pursue the extreme, it is difficult to reach it without putting in a lifetime of hard work. You express your disdain for this because you feel that the so-called ancestors of the young family are not worthy of the stage and are not worthy to be compared to yourself. With such conditions, it would be sick in the head not to seek the best quality, so you think. Isn't striving to earn an evil value about pursuing the ultimate? With this in mind, you continue to devote yourself to the realization of the concepts of the Kanto, and your unbreakable faith compensates for the gap in talent to a certain extent. Gain buff, cultivation consumption reduced by 80%. After eliminating 40,000 points of evil value, the realm of perfection, which was originally going to take a long time, didn't take as long as imagined, and the scale of the tides, which was uncontrollable in the past, can now be reached as if it were in the hands of the mind with a single movement of the mind. The tides of the sea. Byproduct: seawater transfer order, seawater adjustment order, treading water, running on water, able to control the surge of water within a certain range, when in an ocean or lake. This ability is greatly increased. Byproducts: the quality of the true chi is greatly improved, and between the rushes, it also has the kind of horrible destructive power of a super large tidal wave. Comment: this enhancement costs 40,000 points of evil value, and the enhancement is equivalent to 160 years of your hard training. With such diligent honing, this threshold of the viewpoints of the world has been fully understood by you. Chapter 83, 5 Viscera Glow, Peak of Fourth Order. As the surging stopped on the light screen, when Yi Li's mind moved, a raging sound similar to the rushing of seawater resounded within his body. Phew! Raising his hand, tiny water droplets visible to the naked eye immediately gathered in the air and condensed into a palm-sized water ball in Yi Li's palm. According to the introduction of the seawater transfer order, in the future, on top of the ocean, as long as his true chi piped up enough, he might be able to trigger a truly super large tidal wave. Thoughts electrified. Yi Li lightly exhaled, and the rolling cold air froze the water ball into ice. It's kind of fun. Yi Li flexed his fingers and flicked, and the ice ball whistled and flew out, exploding into a sky of ice chips with a bang on the wall. Average power, but adequate for snowball fights. When one stepped into the Tianguan realm, one possessed the ability to exude true chi. Maybe it can be used as a long-range attack, or condensing water vapor into a lance-like stance and freezing it with cold air would more than likely serve as a makeshift weapon. Good. In the future I'll sort of have a similar skill set of drawing paper into soldiers. Yi Li stroked his chin and thought of many derivative uses for a moment. On top of that, the divine effects in his true chi had become more numerous again. In the future, if you cast Dan Chi Eruption again, it would be an avalanche plus a super large tidal wave, causing even more destruction. In other words, there is more pressure on the opponents, but that, in the end, is just padding some more height on the top of the third order. And according to Lin Yun, the top 10 of that wind and cloud ranking could all be genius martial artists who could fight at the fourth rank. He still had more than 60,000 evil values left in his hand, so it would seem that the next thought is clear. Take reason into your own hands first. System, continue. Yi Li looked towards the panel and with a thought, the vast amount of evil values whistled and surged towards the martial arts rank. Ding! Begin to consume the evil value to continuously raise the level of martial arts. You have been honed for too long at the third order, plus the recent experience of a series of great battles, so that your human body's great Dan has long since reached a flawless level, and the 5 viscera have naturally reached a level where they can communicate with the outside world. Gain buff. Consumption when breaking through the fourth rank is reduced by 100%. You used to impact the means of the heavenly gate, has reached the level of unprecedented. Just a thought. A tsunami of real blood tide will be born in your body, with your mind's free will to rush on the ordinary third-order martial arts impregnable heavenly gate in your eyes, like a super tsunami under the tofu dam as fragile as the game buff. The speed of impacting the heavenly pass is increased by 600%. Your speed is like riding on the mythical Koenping bird, speeding toward the so-called heavenly pass above the blue sky. You can't hear the jealousy and praise of others. At this moment, you only have the martial arts in your eyes, which can lead to heavenly longevity. The rock rises with the wind one day, and it rises 90,000 miles, consuming 800 points of evil value. The first heavenly gate of your flesh body is viciously stabbed by the super large tidal wave you simulated before it could be blocked, and the first heavenly gate is smoothly opened by you, and a gilded bridge of celestial light is constructed within you. You've entered the first level of the fourth order. Those of you who have cultivated the S-rank conception to perfection will naturally be able to construct the most perfect heavenly pass bridge. A heavenly pass bridge capable of withstanding the super large tidal waves that destroy the heavens and the earth, which will bring you great benefits in your future cultivation path. Gain buff. The quality of constructing out of the Tianguan bridge is increased by 800%. According to the Yang family head and the 2 fourth-ranked gatekeepers, they had never seen such a tough Tianguan bridge. Although they are not clear about the cultivation path after the 5th rank, there is a rumor in the high martial arts world that the quality of a 7th-ranked master's golden body depends on the foundation laid before the 7th rank. Sure enough, no bit of bad deed value is spent in vain. Yi Li sighed in relief. He usually did not have much free time, thus he knew very little about the rumors within the high martial realm. Even the idea of securing the strongest roots is largely judged from past life experience. Fortunately, the seniors honestly did not deceive him. On the light screen, the scene kept changing. After consuming 12,000 points of vices, the second heavenly pass is burst by your great tidal wave and unwillingness, and the two major organs that completed the construction of the heavenly pass bridge intersect, and the strength of your fleshly body is dramatically increased. You've entered the fourth rank. Seeing this, Yili nodded slightly. The thought, this shutdown is so brittle, did not occur to me. The tides of the sea, which he had been practicing for so long, should have had such an impact. As he watched, the panel spat out words faster and faster. After consuming 20,000 points of evil value, the third and fourth heavenly passes were broken by you one after another, and the four superb heavenly pass bridges glistened in your body. And in the future, there will only be depleted true chi, but no broken heavenly pass bridges. You've entered the seventh level of the fourth order. After consuming 28,000 points of evil value, the fifth Tianguan bridge is conquered by you. Raging true chi pours in fiercely, and true blood follows, constructing the last Tianguan bridge. With the breaking open of the last barrier, the construction of the heavenly pass bridge for all five of your major organs is complete, inspiring a torrent of true chi that is hundreds of meters in size. You've advanced to the ninth rank of the fourth order. After consuming 30,000 points of evil value, you have broken through the heavenly barrier and stepped into the realm of inhumanity. Easily able to walk in a forest of bullets, thousands of kilograms of weapons can be wielded at several times the speed of sound at will, and conventional thermal weapons can no longer pose a threat to you. Martial arts level up. You have advanced to the peak of the fourth rank. This promotion consumes a total of 30,000 points of evil value, equivalent to more than 100 years of your hard labor. Remaining bad act value, 3,800 points. In an instant, 5 bridges symbolizing the apex of the heavenly pass realm surfaced within Yili. Unparalleled true chi surged into his body, breaking out along those 5 gilded heavenly pass bridges. Boom! A terrifying torrent of true chi erupted from Yili's body, instantly shaking the entire Qingyi Bureau. A majestic aura like a giant dragon awakening revealed itself from him. Unprecedented strength filled the 5 bodies. The muscles of the body did not expand, but the chi in the body had an explosive growth. Not to mention the 2 fourth-ranked martial artists before that. Even if they encountered the Young family's head tonight, Yili had the certainty that in the other party's near-body moment, a palm slap to explode its head. Is this what it feels like to be at the top of the fourth order? Asterisk 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 asterisk. In a voice that held a touch of shock, Yili breathed heavily, his heart beating wildly, covering his chest. The cellular muscles of his body seemed to be cheering. His 5 senses at the moment were sharp to the point of being inhuman, as if he had lifted a layer of previously unnoticed veil, and the entire world was clearer than ever. After a short period of adaptation, Yili recollected the aura of the peak of the fourth rank. In the meantime, inside the hall of the clearly different bureau, several figures were all staring sideways at the direction of the sleeping area with extraordinarily wonderful expressions on their faces. Chapter 84, I take Yili on a mission? Just now, inside the hall of the Qingyi Bureau, the director of Shanzhou City looked grave and turned back to the 3 Yuang. Several of you, all felt it? Seconds ago, there was an extraordinary surge of air in the direction of the dormitory building. Fleeting, but absolutely real. That kind of majestic breath, afraid of vaguely touching the barrier of the fifth order. This was the level of martial artist that definitely needed to be on guard. Feel it. Yuang was slightly surprised as he withdrew his eyes from the betting building. Even he was a bit startled by the thickness of the aura of the party. Mostly a senior enforcer who had hammered away at the fourth rank for an unknown number of years. He nodded slightly, then laughed. There really are crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the Qingyi Bureau of Shanzhou City. There were existences of such cultivation among the senior enforcers, and it was no wonder that they could guard the capital city of Win Province for decades without fail. Upon hearing that, the Shanzhou City chief quickly went over the faces in the bureau in his mind and couldn't help but wonder. Of those few senior enforcers in their own family, there was already someone whose cultivation had reached such a level? It doesn't look like it, does it? It should be known that the fourth-ranked martial artists, because of breaking the heavenly barrier and practicing the idea of viewpoints, exuded mostly very different auras, and one could even feel the degree of their underlying richness from the aura. The Tianguan bridge was like an output gate. The better the quality, the more appalling the aura emitted, and the efficiency of the output of true chi would also increase. The aura just now was as thick as the fifth rank, and the quality of the Heavens Pass bridge was feared to have reached an extremely high level. Instead of being like those senior enforcers at the bureau, rather, it was more like those talented martial artists who were in the limelight. Right now in the Shanzhou City Qingyi Bureau, the only one who meets this condition is that disciple of the other side, Yili. In an instant, the old man was shocked with goosebumps and shortness of breath. If that was the case, I'm afraid that the battle power the teenager had displayed tonight was just the tip of the iceberg of his true level. Less than 20 years old and at the peak of the Fourth Order? I see. Is it such a demonic genius? No wonder we need the Mountain State Clearinghouse to help keep the news under wraps. If this gets out to the ears of the Four Seas countries, I'm afraid they'll send assassins regardless of the cost, right? Read this. The Yamashiro city director's palms slowly clenched, and after a moment he looked up at the deputy director, who also had a furrowed brow. Lao Chow, our bureau. The deputy director likewise looked up with a grave expression, mostly because it occurred to him that the bureau didn't have an enforcer with this kind of aura. Those old guys at our station broke through. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the Shanzhou city chief with a light laugh. What's so strange about that? At those words, the deputy director's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he had guessed something. The old building. The director of Shanzhou city raised his slightly trembling palm and patted his shoulder. This is a good thing. Then he looked at Yu Wang and the drowsy Lin Yun, and some light of anticipation for the future actually appeared on his old face. That protege of your excellency's, is his name Yi Li? Yu Wang was stunned and nodded. Not bad. The leaf of leaves, the courtesy of politeness. Good name. This fifth-ranked old man who had been guarding the city of Mountain City for decades nodded his head gently, and a touch of emotion was added to his tone. Until this moment, he finally felt the so-called genius. How high the gold content could be. A true genius. It's something that can really give you a glimpse of the future you aspire to. It's getting late, so both of you should rest early as well. The director of the city of Yamashiro pulled on the deputy director, who was still in shock, and smiled as he headed out the door. Okay. Yu Wang nodded in agreement. Lin Yun similarly nodded her head in greeting, her expression somewhat bewildered. To be honest, she hadn't understood what a few people were talking about until now. Wait for the two to leave. Kobayashi. Yu Wang looked at the dim-faced Lin Yun and said somewhat helplessly, why are you so sleepy? You're standing on your feet. I haven't closed my eyes for 2 or 3 days. Lin Yun wailed and slumped in her chair. And what's wrong with being sleepy after seeing so many images of impact pulling full circle? What did you see? Yu Wang asked casually. See what? I saw a third-ranked martial artist hold 2 fourth-ranked martial artists down, and a third-ranked martial artist of the same rank couldn't even carry a single punch from him. Lin Yun came to life at once, sitting up and gesturing with both hands. Before the fight started, I thought about protecting him for a bit, but as a result, his Dan Chi eruption was scary to look at, and he went head-to-head with a fourth-ranked martial artist, and then whirled the person hard to death on the ground. He wasn't even satisfied after beating Ely. He wanted to take me up the mountain to copy the Young family. And that psychic talent of his, I can't even read half of it. This. At the end of her words, Lin Yun raised her hands, her expression as helpless as possible. She was still completely unable to understand why a martial arts student who had just graduated from Budo High School would be this strong. He himself was still thinking about how to last a few more moves under a fourth-ranked martial artist, and the other party was already killing fourth-rankers. If this were to enter Wind and Cloud University, it would have to rush to the top 10 of the Wind and Cloud ranking anyways. Yu Wang listened in silence, then opened his mouth and asked, then if I tell you that he even battle-beheaded a severely injured fifth-ranked martial artist tonight, what do you think? Lin Yun? This time, the Young family is considered a successful purge, and when it's reported to the school side, Yili should be able to get 3 first-class credits. Ignoring the dismay on Lin Yun's face, Yu Wang smiled and said, when the time comes, you'll take him to familiarize himself with the school, and by the way, you'll take him to do a few quests. Me? Returning to her senses, Lin Yun pointed at herself and asked blankly, I took him on a quest? What's the problem? Big problem, okay? Lin Yun sighed as she stuck her hands in her hair and posed a bit. The mission that people are going to take on must be very dangerous for me. I'm just purely dragging my feet if I go. She asked in a serious tone. Teacher, you don't want to see Yili die horizontally to save me, do you? This indeed. Yu Wang's expression immediately became serious. Lin Yun clenched her silver teeth, restraining the urge to curse, and opened her mouth a moment later. Anyway, I can take him to familiarize him with the school. As for the mission, you can let senior sister Chen take him. It just so happens that both of them are at the top 10 level of the Wind and Cloud ranking, so they can still help each other out when the time comes. When Yu Wang heard this, he was silent for 2 seconds before feeling that there was some truth to it. After all, when teaming up for a mission, if a teammate couldn't keep up with the intensity of the mission, there would indeed be a high risk of getting injured or even dying. Yi Li's recovery power was counterintuitive, yet he had to be wary of it. That's fine. Yu Wang sighed. Slightly headache. The main thing is that your senior sister her that character you also know. If the mission when Yi Li has any danger, she most likely will not care. Never mind. It was just supposed to be a familiarization process, so there shouldn't be any problems. With that, the little old man waved his hand and walked towards the outside of the house. Go back and rest. We'll leave early in the morning. Chapter 85, The Pavilion of Enlightenment. The following morning, the white fog was dense. A steel dragon-like high-speed train pulled into Fongyun City, and the group disembarked from the high-speed train and headed towards the mammoth building in the center of the city. The city of Fongyun is located at the border of 3 provinces. Although it is not the capital of Winning Province, but with Fongyun University sitting here, the degree of prosperity is more exaggerated than the city of Shanzhou. The reason is simple. A city with a strong person sitting in it was one that would make ordinary civilians rush to it, and could even pull the economic development of a city. Fongyun University was filled with martial arts seeds from all over the world of Hakka, and the 2 presidents and vice presidents were also both 6th-ranked martial artists. So naturally, they had such weight. Yili sat in the cab, looking out the window at the ever-regressing light, his thoughts drifting. Speaking of which, after a martial artist stepped into the 4th rank, their ultimate running speed could reach a level close to the speed of sound. The worst of the 3, Lin Yin-yun, was at the 3rd rank, running at more than 100 meters per second. If it wasn't for the fact that there were no emergencies in the downtown area and flying was prohibited, the group would have long ago run straight to Winsong University. The good thing is, cabs aren't too slow. Before sunrise, the group arrived at the main gate of Fongyun University. On a boulder standing in front of the school gate, the 4 big words, Fongyun University, can be seen in silver hooks and iron paintings, showing the majestic atmosphere. Yili stepped out of the cab and followed the 2 Yuangs, passing through the doorway in turn. The doorman was instinctively startled when he received his gold belt tag. There are less than 20 gold medal students in the school, and he remembers them all clearly and does not dare to offend them in the slightest. Where did this fairy come from? Unable to resist, he looked up at the handsome young man's face again, keeping it secretly in his mind, and then handed back his waistplate. You go well. Yili nodded his head in greeting before walking into the school grounds. After looking around, he was slightly surprised. Within the field of vision, a tall building rose up in various shapes, and even if he didn't know anything about architecture, he could feel that it was more refreshing than those city universities he had seen in his previous life. I'll go to the registrar's office, report on this one, and apply for a few more first-class credits for Yili. You take Yili and settle down first. Feel free to contact me if anything happens. After leaving a sentence, Yuan left first. Lin Yin took Yili and continued to head inside. Fongyun University covers more than 10,000 acres of land, and most of the technological facilities related to martial arts are equipped. Lin Yin walked while yawning as she introduced herself. You have a gold medal, and according to the rules, there is an exclusive, single-family residence, so I'll take you there. At those words, Yili nodded slightly, looking around every now and then. Right now it was not yet the start of the school year, but it was not cold inside Winsong University. From time to time, groups of young martial artists in 2s and 3s could be seen talking in pairs before walking together into a large building that covered an extremely large area. Looking at the aura on his body, at the very least, he was at the peak level of the 2nd order. Is this the level of Windy Hill University? Most of them aren't very good. Yili sighed darkly. Mostly sophomores, juniors, and trying to earn credits while they're on summer break too. The place they went to is called Select Dangerous Building. It's where our school takes missions. Seemingly noticing Yili's line of sight, Lin Yin opened her mouth and explained. Senior Sister Chen will be back in the next 2 days, so she will take you to familiarize you with the mission process then. Good. The 2 walked through the campus until they came to a secluded compound. Into the courtyard, you see 3 or 2 acacia trees, stone tables and wooden chairs. Inside the spacious room, all kinds of advanced high-level testing equipment could be seen, and the specifications were several notches stronger than the training room of Lin Haino. 1 middle school. Even the bedrooms are more than 1. The courtyard next to you lives the guy who is now the 18th in the wind and cloud ranking. As she tidied up the house, Lin Yin admonished. It's said that his personality is not too friendly, and he has a mysterious master behind him, so decide for yourself if you want to make friends with him or not. Okay. Yili nodded politely and, after settling in briefly, the 2 walked out of the compound. Senior Sister Lin, what is that one? Yili lightly lifted his chin and asked the question he had been wanting to ask since just now. Only in front of his line of sight, a lofty and tall 100-foot giant tree stood above the earth, emitting a shimmering green-colored leaves that fluttered in the wind on its crown. Looking beautiful, and on its thick and sturdy trunk, there is an anciently shaped sky loft attached. That's the Tree of Enlightenment. It's considered the most distinctive cultivation blessing of Windy Cloud University. Lin Yin's spirit lifted as she laughed. Cultivating under the tree. Although it can't speed up the level of martial arts, It has a strong supporting effect on the enlightenment of martial arts. You see the attics built around it. Those are all places for martial artists to train. The higher the floor, the better it works. Plus there are limited spots and it's still only open to the public during the day. So it's basically full in there every day. Can't the attic be fixed bigger? Yili asked curiously. It doesn't work, and it's now at a size that has been carefully measured by the university. Lin Yun shook her head and explained. The Enlightenment Pavilion building can accommodate a maximum of 200 people cultivating at the same time. If there are any more, the Enlightenment tree won't be able to take it and the cultivation effect will be greatly reduced. The spaces in the attic are also well separated, with a maximum of 2 people per practice room. But as you know, geniuses always have more than a few problems, and in the topmost attic, there are even frequent cases of one person hogging a cultivation room. People are pressured to share a cultivation room with outsiders. Hiss. Bad. There are 2 things I still forgot to give you. After saying that, Lin Yun hurriedly took out 2 tome books from her storage ring and handed them to the other party. These are the martial arts that teacher entrusted me to pick out for you. One is an auxiliary martial art for concealing your breath, and one is a stance martial art for catching up. It's all stuff you can use on future missions. I was too busy watching you fight to bother giving it to you when we met yesterday. Sorry. Thanks a lot. Yili accepted the tome, but in his heart, he was thinking about the Enlightenment tree. You can increase the efficiency of your additions through outside gains. It's just that you're usually too lazy to go back to the gains when adding points, and it's a bit of a pain in the ass to plan. So, most of the time, he chooses to pull a hard full. But this tree of enlightenment is so close, and one happens to have 2 copies of the new martial arts in one's hand. The Gnosis Pavilion is free to enter during freshman year, and starting sophomore year, you'll have to pay credits if you want to get in again. Lin Yun looked at the other party and tentatively suggested. Although it's definitely full inside right now, it's still fine to go over and check out the situation. Going? Go. Yili immediately nodded his head and turned around to close the courtyard door. Evil value on hand. New martial arts in your arms. Unknown cultivation gains. Badasses who like to hog the cultivation room. It's impossible not to check it out now. Chapter 86. Saying that, he gripped the test crystal and pinched it in a moment. Fengyun University, Enlightenment Pavilion. The classical attic has a distinctive shape, and the decorations in it are exceptionally exquisite. With people coming and going in the spacious hall, most of their faces wearing a hurried look. Yili stepped in, observing the surroundings without a trace. Although there were the vast majority of them were wooden decorations, these woods contained spiritual light within them, making the concentration of spiritual chi in this place far exceed that outside the attic. And at a glance, it was some kind of rare spiritual wood. This also sidesteps the fact that Winsong University has a rich heritage. The reason why you don't use metal is mostly for the health of the Gnosis tree? Yili's mind wandered as he guessed the reason. It's a good time to practice when the sun is up. Among the young martial artists coming and going, the second rank level of breath accounted for more than 70%. This couldn't help but make Yili worry about his harvest. One must know that in Winsong University, most of the second-ranked martial artists did not have much pride. Even if there had been one before, it had been polished off long before freshman year. The probability of these people actively picking a fight is almost zero, and the badness value of the beatings coming out will be low. Let's hope the old-timers at the top give it a go. It's really hard not to see someone pretending. There are 5 floors in the Pavilion of Enlightenment, and as I said earlier, the top floor is much more effective, but only martial artists of the 3rd rank or higher are qualified to ascend to the top. Lin Yun stood beside him and opened her mouth to introduce him. No wonder freshman year is free, Yili said with a light laugh. Freshman martial artists had just graduated from martial arts high school, and those who could arrive at the 3rd stage could be considered rare. And there was no need to worry about the best spot at the Tree of Enlightenment being hoarded out to them. And what's the harm in letting those geniuses who reach the 3rd rank in their freshman year hoard themselves out for a year? That's really the point. Lin Yun smiled helplessly. Anyway, I wasn't rubbing it in at all. After a pause, she pointed ahead and continued. Go up the stairs, straight to the 5th floor, and there will be a specialized receptionist who will take you to a vacant room after verifying your chi and blood levels. I'm going back to catch up on my sleep. Saying that, Lin Yun yawned and lost her smile. If you run into someone who picks a fight, you can do it if you want to. Our school promotes sparring, as long as you don't go too far. The medical bills will be cut in half, but also pay attention to screening the strength of your opponents. The monsters in the top 5 of the wind and cloud ranking, those are all strong fighters who can cross the ranks against their enemies, so don't treat them as soft persimmons. Okay. Yeli tapped his jaw. He crossed over Lin Yun and crossed the hall, his single figure quickly disappearing into the stairway. Yali, looking at where the other party disappeared, Lin Yun's expression was a bit complicated. It hadn't even been 5 days since she'd met the teenager, and for all that it had been met with a continuous bombardment of perception, it was even stronger than the shock that senior sister Chen Jingli had given her in the first place. It was hard to imagine how this Yi Li's talent could be so terrifying. A third-ranked martial artist like this who was less than 20 years old would be cultivated as a potential stock worth investing in no matter which power within Hakusha. Now that he had the blessing of Wind Cloud University, he didn't even need to go out on missions a few times a year, and he didn't know how much safer he was going to be than before. In such a situation, just how far can Yi Li go in the future? Lin Yun couldn't think of anything. She just had a feeling that when the other party graduated from Fengyun University, she was afraid that she wouldn't even be able to see the other party's taillights. Maybe the other side can even bend the rules. Even before graduation, he was on par with that senior sister Chen, and even that sword blind who was number 1 on the Wind and Cloud ranking. The only sound in the quiet attic was the occasional sound of tiny footsteps. Most of the students in the cultivation room consciously kept quiet. Yi Li walked up to the 5th floor and went straight to the large front desk. Hello. Seeing him walk in, a receptionist woman at the front desk immediately smiled and said, "Is it to cultivate here?" Yi Li gently nodded and handed the gold medal to the other party, then asked, "I'm a freshman, how do I verify my strength?" Receiving that gold medal, the receptionist woman was slightly stunned and hurriedly looked up and looked at Yi Li again. Golden belt, raw faces, a new core of students. In the midst of her thoughts, she quickly finished registering her information and then took out a clear white crystal from the counter. Mr. Yi Li. Handing the crystal to Yi Li, the reception woman smiled lightly. The movement of the Dan Chi eruption is too great, so please take this test crystal. And then what? Yi Li took the crystal, and then squeeze it with all your might, the reception woman explained. With the grip strength of a third-order martial artist, as long as you can pinch out a crack. Boo! Before she finished speaking, the white crystal suddenly exploded into a sky of powder in the handsome teenager's casual demeanor. Falling to the ground slowly, Yi Li shrugged it off. Is that all? Peak of the 4th order, complete with S-rank breathing, S-rank hammering, and S-rank conceptualization. So much so that he didn't even exert much force before this white crystal exploded. It's really quite crunchy. Seeing this, the receptionist lady's eyes widened at once, and even the colleagues behind her froze in place in shock, their mouths slightly open. This, the young woman in charge of reception breathed in sharply, then her throat rolled and she said in a hard voice, "That's fine. Thank you for your hard work." By the end of the sentence, even she was a little unsure of herself, because looking at the other person's casual expression, it feels as if he didn't exert himself at all. "You come with me and I'll show you to the practice room." She pressed on with her thoughts and quickly stepped out of the counter, conjuring up a holographic projection with her bracelet and heading upstairs. In the midst of a few stunned looks that had not yet returned to their senses, Yi Li followed her and left the front desk. "You're also too good." The receptionist woman couldn't help but sigh with emotion as she determined the location. "I've never seen a crystal that can be pinched and popped so easily by a freshman. No wonder you got the gold medal. It was that heavenly Sun Saint Sun, who majored in flesh, who didn't have such an easy time as you when he first came to the top floor." She subconsciously compared herself to the best performer in her memory, but still felt almost meaning. "Ah no, it was a lot of fun. Doesn't this mean that this freshman named Yi Li will definitely be able to rank among the top 3 on the Wind and Cloud ranking in the future?" Yi Li nonchalantly surveyed his surroundings, noticing that most of the rooms were lit up with red lights, mostly a sign that they were full. So it seems that the Gnosis Loft is really sought after and the results should be at a pretty good level. "We're here. There are 2 practice rooms left, both with only 1 person in them. I picked the nearest one for you." Passing through the long corridor and coming to the door of a room, the reception woman smiled skillfully. "Don't worry, although it's a room shared by 2 people, there's a lot of space inside, and the cultivation areas are all separated by gathering spirit wood, so it definitely won't affect your cultivation." With that, she slid lightly on the holographic panel and the door opened silently. Wait until the 2 walk into the room. A rather strange feeling instantly enveloped Yi Li's heart, causing him to suddenly have a sense of his thoughts being opened up, similar to the soothing feeling of solving math puzzles in his previous life. Is this the effect of the Tree of Enlightenment? Yi Li was slightly surprised. Right at this moment, an ice-cold voice suddenly came from inside the room, causing the receptionist woman to directly freeze in place. "Get out." Chapter 87, I Never Hold a Grudge. The icy voice echoed in the room, turning the atmosphere in the room into an extraordinarily tense one. As the words fell, a stout young man with a shirtless body stepped out from the house, looking at the 2 people at the door with an indifferent expression. "Mr. Zhao Lanhai." The reception woman smiled reluctantly and fought in a weak tone. "This Mr. Yi Li is a gold medalist student. I wonder if you can accommodate me." "A gold medal?" When the stout youth known as Zhao Lanhai heard this, He immediately took off a belt plate from his waist and threw it over, sneering, "Is a gold medal a big deal? I'm a gold medal too. Why don't you let him get through to me?" After saying that, he looked sideways at Yili and said indifferently, "I'll say it for the last time. Get the hell out of here. Or don't blame me for not being polite. Here we go." The arrogant genius of his dreams had finally appeared again. Yili praised Fengyun University in his heart, while pressing down the urge to immediately get on with it. He's a smart teenager who understands sesame seeds and watermelons all, and knows that there's another blind box waiting for him, and he can't afford to startle the nest. Yili was going to propose a visit to the next practice room. "I'll take you to the other room." The young woman in charge of reception squeezed out a smile and looked at him with apologies. "I'm really sorry, please follow me this way." "Never mind." Yili inwardly forgave the other party and then nodded. "Okay." His voice could not be heard as happy or angry. Only the corners of his mouth had a very small upturn. Yili turned around and followed the reception woman out of this cultivation room. The moment the door closed, a contemptuous snort came from inside the room. "Ah, the fist is so hard. Is he or she pissed off or simply wanting to hit someone? Can you tell me about this guy?" Yili asked softly, and inwardly reassured himself. "It's okay. I'll show this exhibitionist why the flowers are so red later. He's Mr. Zhao Lanhai, the 12th on the wind and cloud ranking, said to be at the peak of the 3rd rank, and had once retreated in one piece under a 4th-ranked martial artist." A slight wince flashed across the receptionist's face as she spoke of the other man's exploits. After all, she and those co-workers were all 1st-ranked martial artists, and being in charge of reception at Fengyun University was obviously stressful. Soon, the two came to the door of the second cultivation room, opened the door the same way as the party, walked into the room in the same manner as the party. "It's the same as the party. Get out." A voice with a hint of thinly veiled anger came from inside the house. Only this time it was a tall woman with a high ponytail who glared angrily at the two men standing in the doorway. After listening to the receptionist lady recount the reason for her visit, the tall woman's willow eyebrows rose, and she coldly scolded, "Don't even think about it. What do you take me for? Gold medalist? Pretty impressive?" She looked at Yili with a cold expression, then ordered word by word, within 3 breaths, "Get out of my room, or else, suffer the consequences." "How is this one too every day?" A smile worse than tears appeared on the reception lady's face, and she hurriedly looked at the teenager and said, "Mr. Yili, why don't you come early tomorrow, or leave me a contact information and I'll contact you then?" No need." Yili shook his head and casually said, "You go about your business. This place is fine by me." With that, he walked straight towards the house. The reception lady was stunned. "The other party is to be positively hard?" She looked fiercely into the room, wanting to tell Yili that this tall woman named Suing was also a ruthless character in the top 20 of the wind and cloud ranking, and should never be touched hard. But before the words were out of her mouth, her eyes widened. Just before Yili took 2 steps, the tall woman named Su Ying's figure suddenly disappeared from its original position. Phew! The speed was so fast that only gusts of light wind rolled through the house. I said. By the time she reappeared, Suing had already arrived in front of Yili, and she slapped her palm heavily towards Yili's face, her eyes flickering with a grim light, her voice cold as ice. "Get out of my room. Are you deaf?" Strong wind pressure rushed straight to the face. Yili looked indifferent, but his body finished spinning in an instant. Immediately afterward, in Su Ying's contracted pupils, the teenager's powerful whip leg exploded directly in her face, his body spitting out powerful chi. Boo! The air suddenly exploded in a circle of ripple-like ripples, and Su Ying's originally cold face instantly became distorted as her body crashed into the wall. Wooden shavings burst and blood splattered. Suing in the wall was dizzy and starry-eyed, her mind struggling to believe what had just happened. How did it happen so fast? It was clear that he moved first, but his opponent was able to smother his face with a leg afterward? Yili clasped her head and pulled it straight out, then flung it heavily on the ground like a knocked egg. A muffled sound that resonated through the attic passed. At the receptionist lady's horrified look, and Suing was already covered in blood and her pupils were lax, but she could still feel that someone had slammed their foot down on her face and was still crushing it back and forth. Almost at the same time, Suing heard that slightly teasing young voice, ringing in her ears like a magic sound. "What the hell? Pretending to be so great, only to end up with a leg that doesn't work. I thought you were so good. It's not very damaging, but extremely humiliating." Ah! Suing let out an uncharacteristic whimpering sound from her mouth, only because her silver teeth had long been shattered as much as possible in the previous kick. The better body was struggling to get up at the moment. Like a stranded swimming fish in a state of distress, she reached out with both hands to wrench at the foot on her face, but she couldn't tug at it at all. Tada! At this time, a thin and dense sound of footsteps came from her ears. Obviously the martial artists who were practicing around her came out to check the situation. If they see themselves, Su Ying's breathing became ragged, and her struggles became more and more exaggerated. He was the 14th heavenly pride of the wind and cloud ranking. How could he suffer such humiliation? Never be seen in such a posture. Never. Aha! Su Ying hissed in grief and indignation, her figure claiming to be struggling frantically, not even caring that her clothes were cut by the shattered floor. The next second, the foot on her head did miraculously move away. Just as Su Ying's heart surged with instinctive joy, a shock that far exceeded the previous one slammed heavily on her head. Boom! The incoming martial arts shoe directly smashed her head into the earth, causing her consciousness to instantly fall into darkness. I will never, ever let you go. At the end of the dissipation of consciousness, a whimper full of resentment came out of Su Ying's mouth, and her body went limp on the ground. Whoa! Yili lifted his right foot from the rubble and glanced at the tall woman who had stopped struggling, then walked straight toward the door. You. The receptionist was so shocked that she was incoherent. I never hold grudges, Yili calmly explained. Afterward, he crossed over the stagnant receptionist lady at the entrance, and the dozens of young martial artists in the corridor whose breathing was disordered and whose eyes contained shock made way for him. In their shocked gazes, the handsome young man in an ink shirt walked down the long corridor towards the cultivation room at the end of the passage, and his speed was getting faster and faster. Chapter 88. Guess which hand I'm going to hit you with next? Zhao Lanhai was in quite a good mood today. It had been more than a year since he was stuck at the peak of the third rank. The academic year at Winsong University was 5 years, and the bottlenecks he faced as a soon-to-be fifth-year student were getting worse. Granted, being ranked 12th on the wind and cloud ranking was already enough to show that he was overly talented, but placed in Winsong University, which gathered the best and brightest of the 3 provinces, this talent was not outstanding enough. The time of the baptism of the martial land is near at hand. If you wanted to get a place in the martial land baptism, you had to rank in the top 10 of the wind and cloud ranking while getting enough contribution value. Just too short. Zhao Lanhai had wanted to forcefully break through the physical body heavenly pass, but found that no matter how he impacted it, it was as if it had been poured out of steel and did not move at all. That's why he could only work on the proficiency of his martial skills as a way to increase his battle power. Fortunately, with the help of the Tree of Enlightenment, after only half a month's time, his proficiency in a few martial arts had refined considerably. If he continued at this rate, before the martial land baptism, he might actually be able to defeat the 10th place of the wind and cloud ranking, thus obtaining a place to progress. This couldn't help but make Zhao Lanhai flutter a bit, and at this juncture, someone actually came to disturb his cultivation. A strange teenager holding a gold medal, a mediocre, humble servant girl. It was even if these two people disturbed his cultivation, the latter even wanted that strange teenager to cultivate with him. This move annoyed Zhao Lanhai quite a bit. One must know that when the top 10 pride of the wind and cloud ranking were using the Pavilion of Enlightenment, the rest of the third-order students would consciously steer clear for fear of offending them in the slightest. Although Zhao Lanhai was still only 12, he already considered himself a top 10 heavenly pride. It's only natural that it should be treated as such. Zhao Lanhai blasted away the 2 men on the spot. However, not long after he had just returned to the cultivation place, he heard a loud roaring sound coming from outside the house. The sound resonated through almost the entire top floor. It wasn't the kind of movement that came with a breakthrough, but rather a rather dull, heavy smashing sound, similar to the movement produced when martial artists fought. Obviously, there was a fight outside the house. Zhao Lanhai raised his eyebrows slightly, but there wasn't much surprise in his heart. He could probably guess the identity of the person who exchanged blows, mostly the strange teenager. Ha! The guy in the other room blew him out too. Is this because you think people are better bullies than me? So you just go ahead and do it? Zhao Lanhai snorted inwardly. A newly minted gold medal like this one that had no respect for honor and dignity should be educated hard before they would be honest. Back then, he was also like this, thinking that he was number 1 in the world, but he ended up being crushed by a veteran corps cadet in 2 moves, and he obediently put away his sharpness afterward. This is Windermere University. If you are a dragon, you have to coiled. If you are a tiger, you have to lie down. The medical care at Windermere University is high, just a bit expensive. Even if it's halved, it's still a bit, just so this newcomer can learn a lesson. Thinking about this, Zhao Lanhai was somewhat regretting not directly striking out earlier. With his greatly improved strength, he was in short supply of such sandbags delivered to his door. Moreover, for a cocky freshman like the other party, if he dared to make a move, Zhao Lanhai would definitely have to throw him off the Enlightenment Pavilion floor. Just then, a heavy smashing sound resounded again outside the door. Zhao Lanhai's eyelids jumped slightly as he listened to the outside world regain its calm. Is it over so soon? I was expecting a prick with some skills, but I didn't expect to lie down so soon. He shook his head and sighed with slight regret. regretting more and more that he hadn't made a direct strike earlier. Missed the opportunity to practice this kind of stand-up. Pressing down the irritation in his heart, Zhao Lanhai intended to continue cultivating his martial arts. Just at this moment, there was a sudden rush of footsteps at the corridor outside the door, as well as a stern aura that was approaching at great speed. No! Zhao Lanhai's pupils shrunk slightly. The third-ranked martial artists, a feather can't be added. A mosquito can't enter. Level of overpowering perception allowed him to quickly detect a great threat that was approaching. Inexplicably, an uncontrollable fear welled up in the bottom of his heart. It was as if some extremely dangerous existence was rapidly approaching the cultivation room he was in. Not being able to look deeper into the matter, he immediately rolled over and got out of bed. At the same time, his muscles slowly wriggled and his veins showed. The lean and sturdy body all trembled slightly from the extremely fast flow of true qi. Zhao Lanhai looked violently at the doorway. Only a sound of thick wood exploding suddenly rang out, and then an ink shirt killed directly into the house. Zhao Lanhai was so shocked that he instinctively performed his best martial art. Third-ranked martial art, steel forging bone. For a moment, his entire body was glowing with a metallic ebony light, looking indestructible. Full defense. Zhao Lanhai's body was slightly bowed, his arms crossed in front of him, blocking the incoming figure. The visitor let out a cold snort as an avalanche of strength exploded all over his body. His right arm swung round, and a fist that looked like a terrifying tidal wave capable of shattering undersea rock formations heavily smashed into Zhao Lanhai's erected arms. Boom! The air exploded into waves of air that were visible to the naked eye, and an irresistible huge force struck. The thick wooden layer under Zhao Lanhai's feet exploded, and half of his body was directly crumbled down by this overbearing punch. It turned out to be Yili who forcefully shattered the main door and came directly to his head, his pitch-black eyes burning as fiery as flames. You were laughing earlier. The teenager's voice was icy cold, and his aura was wildly appalling. Stuck in the wooden layer, Zhao Lanhai's mouth and nose overflowed with blood, and his arms fell limply to his body in a shocking manner. The chest of his lean body was smashed and slightly caved in. Just one punch made him lose the vast majority of his fighting strength. Everything happened in an instant, not giving him the slightest time to react. Zhao Lanhai's heart was filled with shock and horror. He was a rising star of horizontal training who was able to escape after the pursuit of a fourth-ranked martial artist. And now that he had improved, how could he be smashed with a single punch that broke his steel bones and damaged his 5 organs? Who the hell is the other guy? But unfortunately, the visitor didn't give him time to continue thinking. Only Yili reached his slender palm into the debris, clasped his head, plucked it right out of the wooden layer, and slammed his fist thunderously into his abdomen. Boom! Zhao Lanhai's figure flew straight up and smashed heavily on the ceiling of the cultivation room. In the next second, a cold ice lance broke through the air and seemed to nail him firmly to this spot, not realizing that it directly penetrated his abdomen, shattered the roof above, and disappeared. Zhao Lanhai fell heavily to the ground. At this moment, his head was dazed, his body was heavily injured, and a fishy sweetness was constantly rising in his throat. However, there was still a remnant of his consciousness, and in his slightly opened eyes, he was finally able to see what the visitor looked like. An ink-colored attire is extremely slim, about to completely fade away the childish white face with a smile. The cold air around the body is not hidden. The churning water convergence in his palm looks divine, extraordinary. True qi outwardly manifested. Fourth order heavenly gate? He was a Tianguan realm martial artist? Zhao Lanhai's heart was so filled with fear and terror that it practically shattered on the spot. Where on earth did a heavens pass martial artist come from? When did Stormwater University have such a godly man? Nearly fainting, Zhao Lanhai's eyes showed despair, and his voice was hard as he barely laughed. Big brother, I was just joking with you. Yili, who had walked up to him, raised his eyebrows slightly and asked seemingly casually, so guess which hand I'm going to hit you with next? Guess right and I'll let you go. Left-handed? Zhao Lanhai was incredibly nervous as he gave an answer. At his desperate look, Yili gently shook his head. Wrong. It's both hands. The moment the words fell, the ink-shirred teenager lightly exhaled, the muscles behind his back bulging, and then he bent his body down, his fists carrying the momentum of the rushing sea, continuously bombarding out. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Broken wood splattered and the attic trembled, in a series of dull sounds so dense as to make one's scalp go numb. The corners of the eyes of the people outside the house twitched and their bodies froze in place. For a while, it was actually difficult to even do something as simple as turn around and go back to the house. A full few breaths later, a rotten figure was casually thrown out of the room and smashed in front of the jaw-dropping onlookers outside. Immediately afterward, the teenager's calm voice rang in every ear. MS. Reception. Please carry this dead dog away. Yes. Yes. The young woman in charge of reception woke up as if from a dream and hurriedly agreed. Thanks. The words came out in a dead silence. Yili walked through the long corridor and returned to the previous cultivation room. The door to the room slammed back shut. Chapter 89, The Need for Subterfuge. Outside the cultivation room, the expressions of the group of third-ranked martial artists were all unusually wonderful. In front of them, a stout youth's breath swam and his chest collapsed. Behind them, a tall woman with a mouth full of broken teeth and a bloody face. These two geniuses who were renowned in Fongyan University were so miserable at the moment that one could not bear to look at them. The breaths of the crowd of third-ranked martial artists were all shortened beyond measure, and horror flashed in the bottom of their eyes as they looked toward the cultivation room. In Fongyan University, no matter if one relied on their usual performance or exhibited martial arts rank, as long as they were able to make it to the Fongyan ranking, they would be considered as a genius amongst the ordinary martial artists in the 10,000 mile range. As for the top 10, none of them are convincing. 1 in a million heavenly pride, such as the third-ranked Tian Yang Saint Sun, is by virtue of the lone deep into the intermediate secret realm, hammering to kill 3 fourth-ranked foreign beasts, only to stabilize the position of the third. The Zhao Lanhai and Suing in front of them weren't that terrifying, yet they were still in existence that they, the unusual third rank, were afraid of. And now, these two strong men who usually made them incomparable admirers, before and after less than 5 minutes, they were both pressed by the same person on the ground and beaten into the appearance of a dead dog. The whole time there was no half a bit of room to fight back. It's really unacceptable. What is the world coming to? Miss Reception, may I ask this? Master, what is his name? A third-ranked martial artist asked the receptionist lady, his face still carrying the remnants of shock. The receptionist lady smiled bitterly. Ask him yourself. I'll leave first. Miss, help us out. We're really worried about upsetting this master one day. The third-ranked martial artist arched his hand, breathing heavily. The rest of the third-ranked martial artists also looked over with bated breath. Ye right, leaf of leaves, rite of ceremonies. The receptionist lady took a deep breath and said slowly, also, both of these two students have been treating student Yili very badly earlier, so I hope I can help you. That's all I can say. Excuse me. After saying that, she summoned her colleagues at the front desk and sharply carried the two people on the ground away and left the place. Yali, that third-ranked martial artist's throat rolled, and he glanced at the closed cultivation room with extreme scorn. Now even if he was told that the other party was some old monster in the 3 clans and 6 sects who had the ability to reside in the face, he would be convinced. Luckily, I don't have a bad habit of hogging public resources. That's horrible, man. In the future, if I see that name in the matchmaking table, I will have to withdraw on the spot, and I'm sure my mentor will understand. Inside the practice room, Yili sat cross-legged and looked at the curtain of light floating in front of him. Detected that you defeated and humiliated Suing, the 14th in the wind and cloud ranking, in public, with an evil value of plus 3,000. Detected that you defeated Zhao Lanhai, the 12th on the wind and cloud ranking, in public, with an evil value of plus 2,000. Current vices, 35. 800 points. It's an average return. Also, it seems that because of the lack of humiliation, Zhao Lanhai's gain wasn't as high as Su Ying's, so he'll have to pay attention next time. Could he or she have been blown away by the high income of the Young family? Yeli sighed. Sure enough, I still need to find a reason to mutate all the top 10 on the wind and cloud list. As his thoughts churned, he fished out the 2 martial arts techniques given by Lin Yun from his storage ring. After a brief look through, the panel surfaced with the relevant words. Shadow Fusion, uninitiated. 3rd grade precious martial skill. Follow the wind. Follow the sun, uninitiated. 2 martial arts. And there was actually one without a realm prefix? Is it a canon of similar techniques? Yili pondered over the reason, and after a brief look through, he roughly understood the roles of the 2 martial arts. The former is a technique that can astringent breath, eliminating one's own overflowing aura, and the usage scenarios would mostly be in those missions that require sneaking and assassination. Yeli didn't think he would have a need for assassination sneaking later, so, a little torn on whether to fill it up or not. Even though the assassination mission had to be taken, he could then transform into a berserker and kill everyone who saw him. And wouldn't it be a safe infiltration? As for the latter, it was just as Lin Yun had said, a martial art used for long-distance rushing. The essence of it is to ride on the gale and chase the great sun, and the effect will be further enhanced when it is performed on a hot and sunny day. Although Yili's running speed could reach the level of the speed of sound, it was an instantaneous burst of speed, which wasn't quite the same as traveling long distances. This door is used instead. After finalizing his thoughts, Yili's mind moved and the rolling evil value poured in towards the panel. Ding! Continuously consume the bad deeds value to start upgrading the 3rd-ranked precious martial arts skill. Follow the wind. Follow the sun. You have already broken through the heavenly barrier and communicated with heaven and earth, and your understanding of martial arts is not what it used to be. So the difficulty of this volume of rare martial arts of the third order in your eyes is even far less than that of the Big Dipper's void treading technique of that year. Gain buff, speed up cultivation by 500%. You are under the 7th order treasure medicine. Under the canopy of the tree of enlightenment. Practicing martial arts is twice as effective with half the effort. Gain buff. Consumption from boosting is reduced by 30%. After consuming 2,000 points of bad act value. You have mastered the wind and sun steps. And when your mind floats, you can ride on the wind and run to wherever you want. 3rd grade precious martial skill. Follow the wind. Follow the sun, perfect. A 7th order treasure medicine? Yili put away the panel and looked at the text on the panel with some surprise. Just then, a slight vibration suddenly came from the gold medal at his waist. Chapter 90, Precious. Ice Dragon True Intent. There's a message from Windermere University? Feeling the vibration of the gold medal at his waist, Yili was slightly surprised. He naturally hadn't forgotten the summoning function of the waist medal. Putting aside the matter of the Tree of Enlightenment being a 7th order treasure pill for the moment, he picked up the gold medal and connected to his mind. A message naturally came to mind. As verified by the Academy, student Yili had decapitated a fugitive at the peak of the 3rd order in Linhai City, saving Zhenjiang University from dereliction of duty and averting a tragedy. After the siege of the Yang family in Shanzhou, they even got the first credit, beheading a resisting 5th-ranked martial artist head-on. For his outstanding performance and contribution, he is hereby rewarded with first-class credits *2 and second-class credits *5. Credits will arrive in 2 minutes. In addition, hereby grant, martial land baptism, quota *1. Please keep your communication open. There will be a special person to notify you and go to the martial land to participate. Immediately after, Yili then saw that in the holographic projection mapped out by the gold medal, the account balance changed from 0 to the words, first-class credits *2, second-class credits *5. I see. It's the credits coming in. Based on his own memories from the last time he browsed through the cache, this was already quite a high number. First and second class credits, roughly a 1 to 10 exchange rate. For the latter third and fourth class credits, the same applies. Yili slightly raised his eyebrows. Yuang Lao Deng is really a bit of use actually really fought for a lot of credits, but it is underestimated him. I just don't know. What kind of goodies can I get for it? Yili's heart moved slightly. What he needed most right now was an S-rank 5th order technique, the method of condensing the house. As the name suggests, it is a method for condensing the divine mansion. As for why the lack of, it can't be helped. The Youngs are really too raking it in. It was already considered an unexpected pleasure to have an S-ranked 4th order viewpoint in the family's secret stash. As early as in the previous copy of the family, Yili found that the Yang family successive generations of family masters used the 5th order gongfa, actually only door embarrassing B-grade goods. This was obviously not acceptable to Yili. And according to what the Yang family head soul had said, the height of the divine mansion law as well as the strength of the foundation determined the character of the divine mansion that was condensed. The divine mansion grades are divided into 4 levels from low to high: white, blue, purple, and gold. The darker the color, the better the quality of the divine mansion in the same level. The Yang family master's foundation was weak and the B-grade condensation of mansion's law had not been practiced to a high depth. So the color of the condensed divine mansion was only a light blue. The root problem Yili is not worried about. For the sake of the upper limit in the future, then the only thing he had to care about next was the height of the condensing mansion law. I hope the Stormcloud University's book depository won't disappoint me. Yili pulled up the interface of the book depository on the holographic projection, selected the classification at the 5th order condensed mansion law, and began to explore it. Class D condensed mansion method, Songmu construction, 3rd class credit *4, grade B condensed mansion method, earth revitalization, 2nd class credit *2, class B concentration of mansions act. Yili's eyes swept over the projection and his brows furrowed slightly. I didn't pay much attention when I first got the gold medal. It was only now that he realized that even for the Wind and Cloud University's book pavilion, where the number of canonical books was as vast as a sea of smoke, the condensation of mansion's law was also called a rarity. There are some, but the quantity is definitely not luxurious. Maybe it's because there's so little demand? Yili roughly skimmed through it. The condensed mansion laws here are filled to the brim with only 10 or so books, most of which are still mostly B and C ranked. The only good thing about it is that it is quite affordable. It wasn't even that much more expensive compared to the 4th order viewpoint ideas in this pavilion. What's this for? Stealth investment? Yili pondered over the reason, and after a few moments, he finally found his target. It was only the price labeled on the back of it that made the corners of his mouth twitch slightly. S-ranked mansion condensation method, Thunder Fire refining mansion, 1st class credit *5. You might as well rob it. Bro. Converted downwards. Have to copy 3 Mountain State Young family level of power in order to exchange such a S-grade condensed mansion law. You don't say. It suddenly doesn't seem so expensive when you convert it that way. Yili was silent for a moment, then sighed softly. The point is there aren't that many uncaring forces either. Even the Yang family, who had barred themselves against him because of a special creed. It had to be said that it was difficult for unusual forces to have the boldness to think and kill like the Yang family. There are some things that can really only be appreciated by comparison. Missed you, Jin Yang. One could only wait and see if there were any rewarding and dangerous quests in that so-called selection of dangerous buildings. Still haven't got enough bad behavior value either. Gotta speed up the action a bit. Yili helplessly returned to the previous interface, and then began to search for a suitable martial art for himself in the vast catalog of the book depository. Most of the martial arts techniques on his body were a bit outdated due to the fact that he had risen too quickly. It's fine for abuse, naturally. However, when used against a martial artist of the same level, or a higher level martial artist, it was a bit overstretched. For example, the kind of vocal martial arts techniques of the Heavenly Pass realm, Yili had yet to learn a single one of them. If they encountered a martial artist who was also a Heaven's Pass, they would still have to take the damage from others and kill the opponent's face before they could start outputting. To be honest, Yili himself was quite fond of this kind of sparring style, but there's no way around it. The downside is too great. If you run into plural enemies of the same rank, it can easily devolve into a mangaka being kite like crazy. It's too risky and not very decent. Decision made. Since he couldn't get a good fifth-order condensation method, let's enrich his means against the enemy first. After all, it feels like in 2 more days, he or she will more than likely really have to fight a bunch of 4th-ranked martial artists by himself or herself. After finalizing his idea, Yili's eyes quickly scanned over the catalog. Unlike the rarity of the condensed mansion law, the Heavenly Passage Realm and Divine Mansion Realm martial skills included here were described as abundant. Each martial art is followed by a corresponding label. The ability to help those who choose to understand the applicability of this martial art, the cultivation suggestions, can be considered quite a conscientious mechanism. Yili looked at it while falling into deep thought every now and then. A moment later, his eyes finally lit up. There, on the holographic projection in front of him, the information of a martial art was clearly displayed. 5th-ranked rare martial skill, Ice Dragon's True Intent. 2nd class credits *5. Introduction, a high-level martial art that manifests the true chi outwardly and transforms it into an ice dragon. Extremely destructive and consumes a great deal of energy. If it can be combined with the precious medicine, Rejuvenation Herb Heart, to ward off the cold, the cultivation will be twice as effective with half the effort. Suggestion, the best choice for martial artists who have ice talent, or have practiced ice martial arts. Note, the true chi output required to perform this martial skill is very efficient. The vast majority of 4th-ranked martial artists cannot afford the output of this martial skill. There are already 3 4th-ranked martial artists who have proven this matter. So please reconsider choosing this martial skill if your strength reaches the 5th-ranked martial artists. There are still martial arts in the world that 5th-ranked martial artists practice and 4th-ranked martial artists can't? Yili expressed his disbelief and chose to buy it on the spot. A few breaths later, a reply message came from the wasteplate. Fellow student Yili, please give an address. Someone will bring you the martial arts and precious pills later. After Yili replied the address of his courtyard, he got up and walked out of the cultivation room. Sunlight poured into the loft through the windows, reflecting the floor outside the house in a golden color. The crowd that had gathered earlier had dispersed, and the long corridor looked quite peaceful. It was impossible to tell that a great battle had taken place here earlier. Yili passed by the front desk, and several blazing gazes fell on him, watching him leave the place. Outstanding looks. Exceptional talent. If the gap wasn't too large, there would even be a maid who couldn't hold back and went straight up to strike up a conversation. Chapter 91. This is the hanging wall. Is it clear enough? There weren't many 3rd-rank martial artists who watched Yili's strike, but it was unknown who had leaked the news. A few short hours. The matter of an unfamiliar ink-shirted teenager strongly defeating 2 of the top 20 Tianzhou of the Wind and Cloud ranking within the Enlightenment Pavilion building was then spread across the small half of the Wind and Cloud University like a light breeze. Many of the students who had gotten the news were taken aback and hurriedly asked for the name of that teenager, only to be bewildered upon learning of it. Yili? Never heard of it. Who isn't? I had the same dumbfounded look on my face as you did when I heard about it. So, it's a freshman coming in. Ha? Really? Wouldn't it be too scary if you're a freshman? Freshman at the peak of the 3rd rank? Who says the peak of the 3rd order? It can't be 4th order Heaven's Pass realm? How can it be? Freshman year at the 4th stage of the Heavenly Pass. Is that still human? According to you, a person who can hit the Windjammer in their freshman year is a person. That's not human either. Great. coming to the conclusion that this Yili is a ing monster. Luckily, right now, it was the holiday season, and there weren't a lot of clean students staying on campus. Most of them were busy doing tasks to earn credits, so the news didn't cause too much of a commotion. As for those heavenly prides on the wind and cloud list, at this moment, most of them were also out and about, either participating in competitions to sharpen themselves, or traveling to the secret realm to kill foreign beasts as a way to bring themselves to the next level. I'm afraid that the only way to see them collectively return to school and gather together is when the new session of martial land baptism opens in a week's time. Otherwise, if they were to learn about this matter in advance, they were afraid that they would have to put this new student named Geely on their mind, and when they encountered him in the future, they would be able to see how many kilograms he had in the end. Wind and Cloud University, Gold Medal Special Courtyard. As the sky grew late, Yili stood in the courtyard to familiarize himself with the process of true chi exodus. Feeling the changes brought about by the Tianguan realm, he dared to choose the martial skill, Ice Dragon's True Intent. So naturally, he wasn't without any reliance. According to Yi Li's understanding, similar to the quality of true blood that affected the burst of Danchi at the third rank, the main reason that allowed the fourth rank martial artists to pull apart was the difference in true chi output power. And this difference stems from the Heaven's Pass bridge that is constructed within each person. The Tianguan bridge was the main channel for the output of true chi. The 5 viscera connected to the Tianguan bridge are also important containers for the expansion of true chi. The higher the number of Tianguan bridges, the higher the martial arts level of the martial artist, and the output efficiency was naturally high. But if there were the same number of Tianguan bridges, then the only way to have a more efficient output would be to upgrade the quality of the Tianguan bridges. Based on the description of the system, the 5 gilt Tianguan bridges erected within Yi Li's body were precisely the highest quality class of Tianguan bridges, and they were unprecedentedly extreme Tianguan bridges. In other words, martial arts that other 4th rank martial artists couldn't afford. He could. The martial skills that other 4th rank martial artists couldn't perform. He could perform. Is it clear enough that this is the peak 4th rank martial artist poured out under the S-rank viewpoints of the perfection realm? The sky outside the courtyard was gradually covered with a light layer of night. After feeling the stabilization of the Tianguan bridge in his body, Yi Li raised his hand, and the water chi in a radius of tens of feet shook slightly, and then flew to converge over. The cold air spilled out, freezing the water vapor gathered in his palm into a round disc. Yi Li's mind moved slightly, and the sharp ice will turned at an extremely fast speed. Flexing his fingers and flicking, the sharp ice will directly fail to enter the ground, and shortly after, a gust of rock bursting sound was heard. At this time, several auras leaned over from outside the courtyard. Yeli exhaled lightly and looked up. He saw several youths in school uniforms standing outside the door of his courtyard, still holding the tome and the jade box used to hold the precious medicines. Delivered? Yili asked with some surprise. It was almost nighttime and nothing had happened, and he had thought he would have to wait until tomorrow for it to be delivered. I'm really sorry. The young man at the head of the group crossed in and apologized. There was an accident on the way, and that's why the delivery was a bit slow. When he said that, he hesitated slightly and then waved his hand gently. The people behind him came in a line and placed the tome and that jade box on the stone table beside Yili. Yeli-san. Taking advantage of this gap, the youth in the lead then spoke, his smile somewhat bitter. There is something that I have to apologize to you for. What is it? Yili casually flipped through the thick tome on the table, and when he heard these words, he raised his eyes and looked over, his tone somewhat puzzled. You should know that cultivating the Ice Dragon's True Intent requires the cooperation of the precious medicine called Rejuvenation Herb Heart. But the one I'm giving you now is just an ordinary Rejuvenation Herb, and I'm afraid that it's going to be inferior in terms of potency. The youth smiled awkwardly, then hurriedly added, as an apology, we will refund you 2 points of second-class credits later. Is that alright with you? At those words, Yili raised his eyebrows slightly. Could it be that this precious medicine is scarce and Winsong University doesn't have enough stock? Guttering Ghost College, blowing it out of the water before you come, and lacking everything afterward. But for the sake of the arrogant geniuses that abound here, let's leave it at that. Could be. Yili was not in the habit of making things difficult for normal people, and immediately nodded his head in agreement. In his opinion, the other party's willingness to compensate for 2 points of second-class credits was already a sign of considerable sincerity. It's not like you're intentionally trying to mess with your own mindset, so it's understandable. That's good. Hearing this, the youth was relieved. The other party was also a gold medal student. He didn't want to offend a bit on both sides. Okay, this teenager named Yili seemed to have a good temper. Some smiles surged on the youth's face as he complimented. I'm really sorry. I'll treat you to dinner when I have the chance in the future. It's okay. Yili waved his hand without much care. The youth apologized again, and then he wanted to turn around and leave. At this time, the teenager's seemingly casual voice rang in his ears. By the way, can I ask what it's about? The youth was stunned and subconsciously replied, I'm sorry for running out of stock. His tone was quite natural, because that's the easiest reason to make a convincing case, and it's the one that comes up the most often. However, the teenager's originally gentle face went cold in an instant. Lies. Yi Li's icy voice was extremely oppressive, and the chill revealed in those dark eyes made people instinctively tremble a little. The moment the words fell, a heavy pressure suddenly descended on the hearts of everyone in the courtyard. Chapter 92, Name, Address. The teenager's voice wasn't too loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. This awesome pressure. Feeling that pressure in his heart, the Treasure Pill Vault youth was a little alarmed. The intensity of this aura far exceeded that of him, a second-ranked martial artist, and at this moment, even his breathing was a little unsmooth. I'll ask again. Yi Li's voice was indifferent, but it revealed an undeniable flavor. The eye of falsehood gives him the ability to recognize lies. To be more specific, it is the ability to ask the souls of creatures directly. Even if his face looked as if nothing had happened, his heartbeat was as normal, and his tone didn't sound the least bit panicked. His soul didn't lie. It's not unacceptable for pop to be downgraded, but there has to be a reason. Why is rejuvenating herb heart gone? Yi Li's expression was bland, his thin lips slightly opened. His pair of black eyes seemed to be bright with divine light, and the youths and others who were being stared at immediately felt a great deal of pressure. This, the youth of the Treasure Pill Vault screamed inwardly, and although he did not understand why the other party could be so certain, he also hardened his head and said, Student Yi Li, it's not that we want to seize your precious medicine, there's really no other way. Then speak, Yi Li said unmoved. The other person was close to having the words don't ask written on his face. Obviously, there should be an unrivaled character who intercepted one's precious medicine. That being the case, it's a good problem to have. Upon hearing this, the youth hesitated slightly, but under Yi Li's gradually stern gaze, he finally put his heart on the line. Damn, when that son of a came over to grab the precious medicine, he didn't see him consider the difficulties of himself and the others. You're going to help him hide it now? Whatever, both are gold medal future big men anyway. And it's the university's business if they want a headache. If you're offended, you're offended. Thinking about this, the youth gritted his teeth and said, then I'll say it, don't be impulsive and get angry after you hear it. Although the rejuvenation herb heart is a top-grade precious medicine for healing the meridians and is scarce in quantity, we still have some stock in our treasure pill warehouse, and we also prepared a sufficient portion for you long before noon. But while we were preparing to come over, a gold medalist student ran to the Treasure Pill Vault and forcibly took all of the remaining few spring-returning herb hearts, on the grounds that his meridians were damaged and he needed to heal, and dropped the gold medal and asked us to debit his account. The youth's expression was quite annoyed, and it was obvious that he was also extremely disgusted by this person's behavior. We also told him that a portion of it, rejuvenating herb heart, was reserved for you, but when he heard your name, not only did he not care, he also said that you could go to him if you had a problem with it. I look at the record, you seem to be just enrolled in school, worried that you because of the impulse to go over to the confrontation, so I thought that more is better than less, gave you that the next point of the back to spring grass. Words. The youth carefully watched Yi Li's reaction. He wasn't sure how big the difference in strength between the teenager and that senior gold medal was, but based on the teenager's past record, he should be a freshman. Corps cadets who got gold medals their freshman year, the potential is undoubtedly much greater than that senior gold medal. There may be some gaps in strength now, but that's only because that senior gold medal takes advantage of the age resource aspect. If he were himself, he would most likely choose to hold back for now and wait for revenge later. The man, what's his name? In the silence of the crowd, Yi Li opened his mouth and asked, where do you live? Where can I go to catch him? I have to say, Wind and Cloud University in the competition for resources aspect, really do not let people disappointed. Surprises do not bring broken. Enlightenment Pavilion, martial land baptism, and now even a small little precious medicine has people fighting over it. It's like heaven here. Student Yi Li, that person's ranking on the Wind and Cloud ranking is quite high, and rumor has it that he has a bad temper as well, so please think twice if you want to go and ask for an explanation. At these words, the youth looked entangled and made a final persuasion. Your enrollment is still shallow. You're not even a formal student yet. Name, address. Yi Li interjected in a flat tone as if he was giving an ultimatum. I'm sure it's young and vigorous. The youth sighed inwardly and forced a smile. That person's name is Yu Chuan. He lives in the courtyard less than 200 meters next door to you. His martial arts rank has reached the peak of the 3rd stage, and he ranks as high as the 18th on the Wind and Cloud ranking. In his opinion, in a situation where the two lived so close to each other, this Yu Chuan still dared to fight for the precious medicine in such a grand manner. obviously having considerable confidence in his own strength, not taking a rising gold medal that he had never heard of in his stride. Upon hearing this, Yi Li's brows frowned lightly, listening to the other guy talk so scary, and it only turned out to be in 18th place? So disappointed. Take in the change in his demeanor. The heart of the young man from the treasure pill vault moved slightly, only thinking that Yi Li had some scruples in his heart after hearing this ranking. So, losing his smile, he continued to add, he just came back from a mission off campus. His body's chi and blood are floating around. Most likely he just made a breakthrough and his strength has been refined again. The current him, I'm afraid he can advance a few more places in the wind and cloud ranking. Having said that, he had expected the teenager to change his mind completely. However, he saw Yi Li's frown spread out and spit out words that made everyone present freeze in place. That's okay, goodbye. Between the words, he took a step out, and his figure swept across the sky as if he was riding on a gale, disappearing into the night. Only the wide-eyed crowd was left standing frozen in place. Fengyun University, the other courtyard. Several young martial artists with different auras were sitting around a stone table, their eyes all looking in the same direction. There, on the steps, a young man whose eyebrows were filled with a fury stood with his hands folded, his face slightly pale, but his breath gradually stabilized, obviously recovering from a serious injury. Mr. Yu Chuan, what is it that you're looking for us, information department, pencil pushers to come here for? At the stone table, a man was the first to ask. Upon hearing this, Yu Chuan smiled bashfully. Several of you are the compilers of the wind and cloud list, right? His eyes landed on a goose-egg-faced young girl beside the stone table, and he said unhurriedly, in particular, MS. Lin Yun still seems to be one of the main people in charge? Lin Yun yawned and asked lazily, what do you want? Yu Chuan leisurely said, martial land baptism is around the corner, and I want to compete for that 10-person quota. The crowd around the stone table came to a realization, and one of them asked curiously, you want to be in the top 10 of the wind and cloud ranking? The smile on Yu Chuan's face grew more pronounced. Not bad. After hearing the affirmative reply, the man lost his smile and shook his head. But as far as I know, you're still at the 8th level of the 3rd rank, and your best battle record is only defeating 2 martial artists of the same rank. The current 10th in the wind and cloud ranking, that's a battle leveled with a genuine 4th ranked martial artist. He looked at Yu Chuan with a slight teasing look in his eyes. If you want us to help you through the back door, I'm afraid it's going to be hard enough. Good. It's not like it's up to us. Lin Yun spread her hands and sighed helplessly. We're just responsible for collecting true deeds and then ranking the list in order. If we dare to falsify on this, we'll all wait for dismissal and exile. A few of you have misunderstood. Yu Chuan condescendingly looked down on the two of them and said indifferently, I invited a few of you over here, but it's only because the baptism of the martial land is just around the corner, and I'm worried that you won't be able to update your news in time. Therefore, I would like to ask a few of you to be witnesses. Look, everyone, what is this? Between the words, he raised his hand and wiped it on the storage ring between his fingers, and a list of names emerged from his palm. Chapter 93. What do you think you're pretending to be? The participation list for the martial land baptism? After reading the handwriting on that list, someone asked in consternation, where did you get that? The martial land baptism is just around the corner. This list will be announced tomorrow. It's just a matter of getting it a night in advance. There's no need for a few of you to make a fuss. Yu Chuan's eyes were slightly cold, and his tone was also the same. You all might as well take a look. Is the 10th participant on this list the 10th on the wind and cloud ranking? Yeli? Someone read out the name of that 10th person. Slightly surprised, looked at his companion beside him, and asked, is it the one that's been rumored today? As a member of the information department, it was natural to know all the rumors within the school. The matter of a strange teenager strongly defeating 2 of the top 15 heavenly pride of the wind and cloud ranking was something that they had finished verifying to be true or false in the afternoon. Shockingly, the thing is true. It's just that this record is fierce. To say that it can replace the 10th place, it seems to be almost meaningless. Replacing 11th is not much of a problem. Of all the people present, Lin Yun was the only one who looked as normal. What are you trying to express? Looks like this guy has a bit of a reputation on campus? Taking in the reactions of the crowd, Yu Chuan raised his eyebrows and asked, I just want to know if this person's performance is worthy of this spot? Is it worthy? He could fold you with one punch. Lin Yun sneered, and just as she was about to open her mouth, her companion beside her snatched the first sneer. My friend, it's your turn to question whether someone who defeated 2 peak 3rd order before they even enrolled in school deserves this spot or not. Is it your turn to question someone who beat 2 3rd order 8th weights? It's still true. The 8th weight of the classical 3rd rank questioning the peak of the 3rd rank. Friend Yu Chuan, if I were you, I wouldn't even have the face to call someone overawe. No thanks to the members of the Department of Public Information. One speaks as if quenched with poison, and it warms one's heart to hear it. Lin Yun sighed in relief. She had wanted to bring up the matter of Yi Li's array beheading of the 5th-ranked martial artist, but that was after all a severely injured 5th-ranked martial artist, and to what extent was he severely injured she wasn't quite sure. Plus, I didn't see it with my own eyes, so I'm more or less still a little wary. The good thing is, the other guy is as subdued as anything he's done today. Otherwise, she would have to tell the crowd a story about the 3rd rank killing 2 4th ranks. Yu Chuan's face twitched as he listened to the crowd's harsh words. Then he snorted coldly. I dare to ask you all to come and witness. Naturally I have my reasons. As soon as the words fell, a shocking torrent of true qi suddenly erupted from his body. The airflow surged and strong winds overflowed. In the sight of the crowd, which was slightly stunned, the torrent of true qi was more than 10 feet high. The true qi is released. The heavenly barrier has been broken. Someone was shocked. You've advanced to the 4th rank? The corners of Yu Chuan's mouth lifted slightly, and a dark red color flickered vaguely under his eyes. There was a hint of playfulness in his voice. Now, does anyone else have any questions? Asked as he looked around the room. The look on his face was one of confidence. In order to break through this heavenly barrier, he didn't know how much effort he had expended before he finally crossed the threshold in life and death with the help of his own master. It's for this, baptism of the martial land. The current him had reached the realm of Heaven's Pass, far beyond the 3rd rank, under the 4th order. Who else could defeat him? Later, I will go to seek that Yi Li, and after winning, I still hope that you will rank them fairly. Yu Chuan's smile was bland, his posture calm, and he laughed lightly. I think by then the university will have cancelled his spot as well and assigned it to me instead. Upon hearing this, the people around the stone table had different expressions, and they were considered to have acquiesced to the other party's statement. A martial artist who had broken through to the 4th rank, if he were to defeat the demon who had just risen to prominence, ranking in the top 10 of the wind and cloud ranking would already be a nail in the coffin. Even if an exception is granted, if they are beaten early, then the school will most likely not continue to break the rules. Meh. Lin Yun shook her head, not feeling that the other party had the possibility of defeating Yi Li. 2 4th-ranked martial artists who had been hammering for many years could be blasted head-on, and a 4th-ranked martial artist who had obviously just broken through would be lucky to survive. Dang it. Just then, there was a sudden knock on the door. Lin Yun, who was at the stone table, got up obediently, walked to the door, and pushed open the courtyard door. Then a little surprised. What brings you here? Only to see that at this moment, outside the door, there was an ink-shirted young man with a bland expression standing. Just look around. When she opened the door, Yi Li stepped inside and raised her eyes to ask, I'm Yi Li, who's called Yu Chuan? Hearing these words, the people around the stone table all looked in surprise. It was also the first time they had seen this rumored teenager. Yu Chuan on the steps was even more overjoyed. I am Yu Chuan. You. Before the words left his mouth, a numbing thrill suddenly surged from the bottom of his heart. This made Yu Chuan's heart stop for a second straight away, before he could figure out why. In the next moment, he only saw the ink-shirted young man's figure below him directly disappear from his original position, and in an instant, he arrived in front of him. What? Yu Chuan's pupils shrunk slightly as he didn't even see the other party's movements. There is no half-assing it at all. In an instant, Yi Li suddenly threw a punch. Rolling true qi surged from the peak of his fist, and an avalanche of terrifying power exploded in front of Yu Chuan's chest. Boo! Yu Chuan was about to walk down the steps calmly and say some extraordinarily stylish pre-battle declarations, when he was suddenly struck by this heavy blow, and his body was directly smashed out of the room. Boom boom boom. His figure was like a discharged cannonball, crashing through countless pieces of furniture, then smashing down several concrete walls, tumbling down into a ruin. Feeling the sharp pain coming from his chest, Yu Chuan breathed heavily and looked at the figure outside the house with eyes full of fear. Only Yi Li straightened his cuffs, his eyes looking over indifferently, and a large amount of water vapor churned around his body, condensing into ice, which then transformed into several sharp ice spears that flashed with a cold light. Yukawa! The teenager's voice was icy cold to the point of frightening. An unquestionable solemn killing intent surged from his body, and then the sharp ice lances around his body spun wildly like a turbocharger. You're very brave. Chapter 94, 3 Mountains and 6 Schools. Hunshan Treasure Pavilion. Yi Li came quite promptly. He didn't know who Yu Chuan was, and there was more than one aura coming from the courtyard. He chose to knock on the door and enter the house in order to avoid hurting innocent people by mistake. Instead, he ended up hearing a discordant but eye-opening word coming from inside the house before he knocked on the door. Later, I will go to seek that Yi Li, and after winning, I still hope that you will rank them fairly. I think by then the university will have cancelled his spot as well and assigned it to me instead. Isn't that a coincidence? Listening to this statement that was no different from a declaration of war, Yili immediately chose to knock on the courtyard door and join the match. At this moment, the other house, a ruin in the rubble. Yuchuan got up from it with extreme difficulty, enduring the severe pain like broken tendons and bones. His breathing was rough and heavy. Looking up at the young man who looked like a heavenly god, the fear on his face almost condensing into substance. What the hell kind of monster is this? He himself was a genius who had just broken through to the 4th rank. Thought it would be a handful to deal with a rube who hadn't yet enrolled in school. Unexpectedly, it was only a single glance and he was seriously injured. The other party's aura was extremely introverted. It looked downright ordinary. How could he have such an appalling combat power? And, look at the ease with which he gathers water vapor and condenses it into ice. Could it be that? Yuchuan's pupils trembled slightly. No way. Absolutely no way. Looking at the top martial arts universities in Hakusha, those who could break through to the 4th rank before graduation were one in a million gods. I've never heard of anyone being able to break through to the Heavens Pass realm before enrolling in school. If it was true, then what was the precious medicine that one had taken great pains to snatch? What was all the effort and experience one had put in for so many years? Not far from the steps, Yili bathed in the moonlight, his black eyes calm, looking at the Yuchuan who was struggling to get up from the ruins and kept coughing up blood. His current martial arts rank had long since reached the realm of the peak of the 4th rank. Compared to those over-the-top battles in the past, the intensity of the battles after stepping into Winsong University was really low. If he didn't still have to ask about the whereabouts of the precious medicine, he could have given Yuchuan a hanging picture with that punch just now. At the very least to the extent that he couldn't get up again. Where is my rejuvenating herb heart? The several ice lances rotating extremely fast around his body emitted an excited buzzing sound as Yili calmly opened his mouth. Hand it over now, and I'll save you some face. The first time he made an online purchase he was cut off and the other person brought back very bad memories. It's definitely not over until we spit out some more evil value. At those words, Yuchuan's face turned pale, and his previous calm confidence had long since vanished. Where did he still have the so-called rejuvenating herb heart? Those precious medicines were used by him to recover from his injuries in the afternoon. Though I heard that some of them were booked by a gold medal student named Yili, but by then Yuchuan didn't take it seriously at all, and he was ready to use the other guy as his stepping stone that night anyway. Besides, a limited resource like the treasure pill blessing, most of the time it was supposed to be robbed. It's just that this time he really didn't expect his luck to be so bad, robbing to such an unreasonable demon head. It's too late to say anything now. Feeling the suffocating pressure coming from not far away, Yuchuan felt that if he didn't use his own backstage this time, it would most likely be hard to get out successfully. Although he didn't want to use his own master's reputation, but the situation at hand did not allow him to think any longer. My master is an elder of the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion. Yuchuan braced himself for a breath, looked fixedly at the other party, and shouted through clenched teeth, Elder Chang Ching of the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion. I'm sure you've heard of him. When these words came out, someone in the crowd outside the room immediately exclaimed in shock. The youngest 5th order elder in all generations of Hangshan Treasure Pavilion is your master? Within Hakusha, except for the official Hakusha National Clearinghouse, the top power among the famous sects is the 3 mountains and 6 sects. The Hangshan Treasure Pavilion was precisely one of the 6 sects, a behemoth that was completely inferior to Fengyun University. Nice. Yuchuan struggled to swallow the fishy sweetness in his mouth, and an extra touch of pride appeared on his bloodless face. He looked toward Yili, who was not far away, and smiled arduously. If you move me, her old man, I'll ask again. Yili directly interrupted him, his icy voice echoing in the courtyard. Where is the precious medicine? As the words fell, the entire courtyard instantly became pin-drop silent. Yuchuan's heart was beating wildly and his face gradually became ugly. This kid, can't you understand what people are saying? As a student of Fengyun University, how could he not know the weight of the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion? Yuchuan could only assume that the other party was bluffing, holding the last glimmer of hope inside. After a few moments of silence, he laughed dryly. The precious medicine. Gone. But the moment the words fell from his lips, he saw a scene that he would never forget in this life, only to see that ink-shirted teenager raise his hand and wave it. The water gas in the sky surged and turned into hundreds of madly rotating ice lances behind him, shooting explosively like a stringed arrow. The cold light like a rainstorm pouring down engulfed Yuchuan's figure. The original exquisite attic was now shattered for the most part. In a burst of dense to chilling bombardment, the flat ground was smashed out of a huge crater, and the surrounding buildings were even frozen into ice by the escaping cold air. Inside the pit, a longing shirt blasted both fists out of the residual shadow, and the powerful force crazily impacted the earth. Blood and water flew across the room and broken teeth crumbled. The entire attic was trembling and shaking like crazy. Outside the attic, several lines of stony and shocked eyes stared blankly at this scene. Lin Yin's eyelids jumped as she watched. She was actually a little used to the teenager's heavenly fearless character. But even so, when she heard that the mysterious master behind Yuchuan came from the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion, she still wasn't quite sure if Healy would let the other party off the hook for that. As a result, the teenager acted as if he hadn't heard and continued to fight as usual. This kind of reckless style of action really makes people sweat for him. You have seriously injured the 18th ranked 4th ranked martial artist on the Wind and Cloud ranking in full view of the public. Your evil value is plus 4,000. Wait until the rolling cold dissipates. Yili carried Yuchuan, the hedgehog who was drenched in blood and fainted, and turned around to walk out of the attic. To the skeptical eyes of the crowd around the stone table, his figure leapt up, and with a calm face, he hung it on the balcony of the second floor of the pavilion for the students coming and going outside the courtyard to visit. This act adds another 2,000 to the evil value. Adding 6,000 points of evil value before and after is not bad. If subsequent additions are found not to make up for the damage, then come back and beat him up again. Take in Yi Li's behavior. The crowd around the stone table was emboldened again. This approach of the other party could be said to have directly offended Yuchuan, or that master behind him, completely. Even if that Hangshan Treasure Pavilion's elder was concerned about Fengyan University and didn't strike out in retaliation in a short period of time. But what about 5 years from now? After all, it's time to leave the shelter of Fengyan University and head to the high martial world alone to consider your future. At that time, that elder would naturally have no more qualms. At that time, even if they joined a force that could counteract the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion in time, they would still be found by the other party to liquidate them in private. Read this. Aside from Lin Yun, the eyes of this group of Ministry of Information members looking at Yi Li quickly gained a few more points of complexity. Still too young to be a teenager. I can only pray that your sharp genius will break through to the 5th order before graduation. It is done. After Yi Li left, Lin Yun stood up and sighed helplessly. Call the medical office first. She knew the character of this group of co-workers. When he went back, he would definitely change Yi Li to the top 10 of the Wind and Cloud ranking immediately. By then, the teenager will certainly be famous. Just a freshman who has not yet enrolled in school to ascend to the top 10 of the Wind and Clouds list. I don't know how many secret covetous gazes will be attracted, but it should be fine. If he was so powerful, how many people could put him at a disadvantage within Winson University? Lin Yun laughed lightly inwardly, then shook her head. He planned to go and talk to Yi Li about the 3 mountains and 6 schools later, and it would be best to put him on his guard. Chapter 95, Fight If You Come. Quiet courtyard. Yi Li finished counting the tomes and precious medicines on the stone table and put them into his storage ring. The rejuvenation herb will definitely be much worse, but it's better than nothing. In order to make up for this loss, he directly withheld Yuchuan's storage ring, trying to step on your own to get to the top and robbing your own precious medicine. It is really deceptive. If he didn't glean something to go, Yi Li was worried that he wouldn't be able to resist blowing the other party's head off on the spot. Take out Yuchuan's storage ring. After a brief probe, Yi Li's expression was somewhat disappointed. The storage ring was full of unused 3rd rank martial arts, as well as some precious medicines for healing external injuries. After rummaging around, there is only one A-grade topography of the idea of kanji that is more precious. It also basically amounts to worthlessness. Damn Yuchuan. Should I go back and beat him up again? Yi Li exhaled silently. He was just about to return to the house when he suddenly sensed something and looked up at the courtyard gate. Dang it. The knock on the door was accompanied by Lin Yun's familiar voice. Yi Li, do you have a moment? Yi Li pondered slightly, and after thinking that the Pavilion of Enlightenment was not open at night, he softly said, free, so I'm coming in? After obtaining Yi Li's consent, Lin Yun, who was dressed in casual attire, pushed the door in, her slightly mature googly-eyed face carrying a bit of gravity. Yi Li, how much do you know about the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion? Sitting down at the stone table, she raised her eyes to Yi Li and asked seriously. Yi Li replied frankly, I only know that it is one of the 3 mountains in 6 sects. Nothing? Nope. Lin Yun was slightly stunned and asked incredulously, what about that Chengcheng? Have you heard of it? Yi Li shook his head slightly. Forget it, you most likely haven't been to the Jiangnan province where the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion is situated, so it's understandable that you're not clear about it. The corners of Lin Yun's mouth twitched slightly, then she sighed and introduced herself. Chengqing is the youngest elder of the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion in all generations, a genius who broke through to the Divine Mansion realm at less than 60 years old. Between the words, a slight envy flashed across her expression. It was important to know that after a martial artist stepped into the 4th rank, the rate of advancement would be drastically reduced. No matter how demonic a genius you are, how smooth the breakthrough was in the first 3 stages, after advancing into the 4th stage, you will feel what it means to have a hard time. For example, those geniuses who had broken through to the 4th rank at the age of 30, If they could break through to the 5th rank before the age of 80, they would be considered to be at a very good level, like the 2's teacher, Yu Wang, who was now over 100 years old and a 5th stage, 6th heavy martial artist. He was also considered a leading level figure back then. Looking at the unmoved Yili, Lin Yingyun continued. It said that the quality of the divine mansion she condensed is also extremely high, and that she was able to manage to easily defeat a martial artist of the same rank a few years ago, and the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion also made an exception for her to be promoted to the position of sect elder as a result. Extremely good at frontal blasts. Physical body strength far exceeds that of an ordinary divine mansion martial artist. Coupled with her extremely beautiful looks, she has an astonishingly large reputation in the Jiangnan province. I didn't expect Yu Chuan to be her disciple. She frowned lightly. A bit of a headache. You beat up Yu Chuan enough this time. He's definitely going to sue afterwards. Senior sister Chen will be back tomorrow, so when she's done with you, be careful on future missions as well. Actually, enough is quite a euphemism. According to the examination of the medical department that hurriedly came, Yu Chuan's whole body, limbs and sinews were all broken. His sternum was severely fractured, and all 5 organs suffered a huge impact, plus the whole body's meridians were severely damaged. Even if Fengyun University's medical treatment was excellent, when faced with a 4th-ranked martial artist with this kind of injury, it was feared that it would take most of the year to heal. That's even with all the remaining credits and the gold medal, all of which are deducted. Under these circumstances, Lin Yingyun felt that the probability of that Hangshan Treasure Pavilion's elder coming to settle the score, although small, was definitely not non-existent. I see. Yili calmly nodded his head. His expression did not change much. He completely understood the other party's concern. In the hands of any student within Winsong University, this would be a rather bad piece of news. The hostility from a divine mansion realm martial artist was enough to make an unusual 4th-ranked martial artist not dare to venture too far for several years, lest they startle the other party. But Yili had never quite understood these twists and turns. All he knew was that a powerful 5th-ranked martial artist was definitely not capable of completely getting himself killed. In that case, come and fight. Even if you can't beat them at first, there will always be a time when you can, and then the humiliation will definitely produce better results. Early the next morning, the Pavilion of Enlightenment. Inside a cultivation room on the top floor, Yili sat cross-legged, with the precious pills that were delivered by the treasure pill bank yesterday placed in front of him. On the way here, the receptionist lady at the front desk was quite enthusiastic about him, so much so that there was some delay. Luckily, the Pavilion of Enlightenment provided a 30% gain buff, which translated to that little delay on the road, which was almost negligible. Yili took a deep breath. Then with a thought, he summoned the panel. Current viciousness value, 39,800 points. 5th grade rare martial skill, Ice Dragon's True Intent, uninitiated. It was finally going to be a long overdue exposure to high-level martial arts, and it was a little exciting to think about it. The anger from last night had also dissipated for the most part at this moment, because according to some of the information Yili had gone through, this spring grass seemed to be meant to heal the meridians that had been frostbitten during cultivation. His indestructible golden soul was more than likely a perfect replacement, and could even be said to be a superior replacement. Press the emotions inside. Yili mobilized his evil act value and ruthlessly poured it into the new martial art. Chapter 96, Refreshing Ice Dragon's True Intent. Ding. Begin consuming the bad act value to continuously upgrade the 5th rank precious martial art. Ice Dragon's True Will. Detecting that you are in a 7th order treasure medicine, under the canopy of the Tree of Enlightenment. Gain to gain buff, 30% reduction in the consumption of bad deeds. You have cultivated the S-rank breathing method White Mist Frost and Snow, and the S-rank hammering method Snow Mountain Shaping Body, both of which have been perfected, and your acceptance of ice-based martial arts skills has been greatly increased. Gain buff, cultivation speed increased by 80%, after consuming 2,000 points of evil value. You understand that the first thing you need to do with this martial art is to create true chi that has a chilling effect, and then transform the true chi according to the method recorded in the canon. The former you already know by heart. The latter, although at first it is like reading a book without words, you soon realize its true meaning. The only thing to pay attention to is how to control them after the true chi leaves the body. It's a good thing that the previous practice of Quan Si will greatly enhance the strength of your divine mind, so that even super large tidal waves can control you, and mobilize the cold air that leaves your body is also quite handy. Ice Dragon's True Will, Introductory. After consuming 4,000 points of evil value, even the quenched meridians, for a time, had difficulty adapting to the newly born cold ice true chi, and damage gradually appeared and became more and more serious. You've come to your senses. That is, it's time to swallow the precious medicine. But before you can use the spring grass to repair the meridians, the strong and powerful golden soul will feed back into the physical body, repairing the damaged meridians as if they were the first. Gain buff, cultivation speed increased by 120%. Yili looked at the text that surfaced on the panel and let out a faint, unseen sigh of relief. Sure enough, his guess was right. Compared to the so-called rejuvenating herb heart, one's own indestructible golden soul was much more effective, perfectly compensating for the loss in this regard. That's the gold content of a triple S ranked psychic ability. He took back the rejuvenation herb that was placed in front of him into his storage ring, and his gaze once again went to the panel. With a realm of the 4th rank, to comprehend a 5th rank rare grade martial skill, his talent in this area is far from what it once was, in addition to several increases. But even so, the amount of evil value it took to fill up this martial art would definitely not be low. I hope it's powerful enough to justify the effort. Yili's heart warmed slightly, and he became more and more excited about this 5th order martial skill that far exceeded the past. He has always been able to make the most out of the martial arts he has learned. Adjusting his mind, the rate of evil value consumption began to accelerate. After consuming 5,000 points of evil value, you can perfectly master even the rolling cold air that leaves your body, transforming it into a long dragon of cold ice several feet in size, which contains amazing destructive power and can attack any enemy at will. Ice Dragon's True Will, skilled. After consuming 11,000 points of evil value, you, who have been practicing day by day, have successfully penetrated the next stage of the law and decided to further increase the scale of your output of true chi, and the size of the ice dragon has been expanded by you to more than 10 zhang, and its attacking and killing power has been greatly increased. Unusual 4th order martial artist's Tianguan bridge is afraid that has long been this scale of true chi output pressure break, but your Tianguan bridge to the gods, there is still not the slightest sign of collapse, and even trembling have not had a half a point. Ice Dragon's True Will, mastery. Seeing this, Yili's expression was rather calm. This situation was likewise expected of him. What martial artists of the same rank could not practice? They could practice themselves, and this was the point of pulling the S-rank Guanfa full before breaking through. He also remembered that in the case of the same maneuver, enemies with a high realm burst out with much more evil values than those with a low realm. Above the curtain of light, the words changed. After consuming 15,000 points of bad act value, you have completely mastered the method of transforming your vast true chi into a cold ice true dragon. And while you are happy, you have a hidden enlightenment. Ice Dragon's True Intent, great achievement. There is a hidden clarity. That's something else. Yili nodded slightly. It was rare to get a martial skill of this level. Naturally, he wanted to fully explore its potential. After consuming 18,800 points of bad act value, you seized the flickering inspiration and realized the method to simulate the dragon's power, just like the eye of a dragon, complementing the last vestige of the ice dragon. You finally understood the true meaning of this martial art. The so-called ice dragon's true will is to make the ice dragon created have the real divine flavor, like a real dragon to press down on heaven and earth, and wherever it passes by, the ordinary beasts will all tremble and be scared. Ice Dragon's True Will, complete. Comment, you feel quite refreshed, and you can't help but feel slightly relieved to know that in the future, all those martial artists who have eaten the Ice Dragon's True Will be given a new lease of life. Remaining bad act value, 21,000 points. In a flash, the teenager opened his eyes, and a massive amount of true chi exploded out from around him. Boom! Rolling cold air swept through the 8 directions, and the endless coldness caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. In this cold atmosphere, a lifelike cold true dragon was instantly born from the white mist. Its body was crystal clear, emitting an icy aura, and every single scale shone with a cold light. Fortunately, the space of the cultivation room was large, plus Yili had deliberately lowered the scale of the output of true chi, which allowed this ice dragon to have room to move. Only the ice dragon was seen circling around Yili's circumference. The dragon's body animated and majestic, encircling the teenager. The body swam as if the ribbon wrapped around the teenager's body was silky smooth and natural. All natural. Is this the perfected ice dragon true intent? Yili whispered softly to himself and reached out to stroke the large dragon head, feeling the majestic true chi contained in its body. As long as he wanted, he could completely expand this small ice dragon to the level of tens of feet. This was the kind of martial skill that a heavenly past realm martial artist should use. In the future, you will never have to worry about being pushy enough when you go toe-to-toe with someone. Yili flicked his fingers, and the whole ice dragon was transformed into ice crystals, falling down. The current him, exerting this consummate level, Ice Dragon True Intent, at full strength, that destructive power would definitely be able to defeat one, or even several martial artists of the same rank in a short period of time. Of course, this distance couldn't be too far, and the opponent couldn't have too strong a defensive martial skill. According to Yili's inference, Now that he was in a situation where he had the upper hand, relying on his physical body, he could instantly swipe out hundreds of feet, forcing his opponent into the realm of frontal sparring. 100 feet away, it would be necessary to utilize the Ice Dragon True Intent. An ice dragon that had gained divinity was capable of tracking and blasting a locked target within a radius of 10 or so miles. Any further distance would make it much more likely that the opponent would escape. Barely enough. Yili looked at the crystallized ice particles on the ground in front of him and pondered slightly before finally shaking his head gently. The assassination of the Four Seas Kingdom has not been seen for a while. He had also offended a Fifth Order elder of the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion. If one were to allow the two to be turned into one's base as much as possible, one would have to break through to the Divine Mansion realm early in order to ensure stability. So it seems. Next, it's time to work on those 3 first-class credits. If he gathered 5 first-class credits early on, he would be able to exchange them for the S-ranked congealed mansion law at the book pavilion of Fengyun University. There was still more than 20,000 evil values left on hand, most likely not enough for him to break through to the 5th rank. Still have to figure out how to make enough bad deeds. Headache. One could only hope that the so-called martial land baptism would allow for a big explosion at that time. It's a long way to go. Yili let out a leisurely sigh and got up to walk towards the outside of the cultivation room, counting the time. That Sister Chen should be returning to school soon. Chapter 97, The Beast God Cult. Thanks to Morning Glory for the 3 God certifications. Wind and Cloud University. Gold Medal Special Courtyard. Yili had just walked near his compound. Right in front of the courtyard gate, 2 figures stood side by side, with one of the familiar silhouettes still looking around from time to time. It's none other than Lin Yun. Mostly, they came to look for Yili early in the morning, found that there was no one in the courtyard, and worried that he was cultivating carefully somewhere. So they had to stand guard outside the courtyard door. Beside her stood a tall, dark-haired girl, long hair to her waist, black eyes as light as clear water, a calm demeanor, fair skin, well-proportioned body, and slim-fitting clothing that was clearly just right on her. If Yili's deduction was correct, this should be that senior Sister Chen. Judging from the feedback from the 5 senses, its quiet and calm appearance did contain a far from ordinary and powerful aura. At least it's far more than the one located in Kawasaki last night. Around the 3rd degree of the 4th order? Yili silently guessed its realm and walked towards the courtyard gate. Yili, you've finally come. Seeing the figure of the teenager, Lin Yun breathed a sigh of relief and trotted to meet him. I'm coming. Yili nodded his head in greeting, his eyes once again sweeping over the tall girl with a bland demeanor. It doesn't feel like the type to look for trouble. How can this work? Have to be able to find an excuse to glean some evil value from her. He subconsciously thought. This is the senior Sister Chen I told you about. Chen Jingli. Between the words, Lin Yun sidestepped out of the way of the tall girl and introduced her with a smile. Hello. Yili politely nodded at it. Chen Jingli gazed at him without moving, then calmly nodded her head, her lips spitting out words without unnecessary emotion. Hello. A brief hello. To get to the point early, Yili crossed over the 2 men and pushed open the courtyard door. Come in and sit down first. The 2 women followed him into the house. Taking a seat at the stone table, Lin Yun began to talk about business. The weekend of next week will be the day of the martial land baptism, and until then, senior sister will stay at the school. If you're thinking of earning credits, approach her while you're here. It'll save you a lot of trouble. In stark contrast to her, Chen Jingli sat quietly on the side, her expression so bland that it made people wonder if she was actually listening to anyone. Only when Lin Yun finished speaking did she faintly nod her head, sort of agreeing with what the other guy said. Yili didn't dilly-dally after a little contemplation. Pushing over the tea he had made before leaving the house in the morning, he opened his mouth to ask, I'm 3 first-class credits short. Any suitable assignments? Lin Yun had just taken a sip of cold white wine, and when she heard this, she almost didn't spray it out on the spot. 3 first-class credits? In the past, it was a pretty rare situation for a freshman or sophomore to earn a second-class credit for a semester. The other guy hasn't even enrolled yet, and he comes up with 3 first-class credits? But think of the teenager's recent behavior, and last night's scene. She silently held back the words she spat again. A moment later, sighing, most of the commissions within the select dangerous building are within the winning province, and the ones where the payoff involves first-class credits are all missions with a high risk factor, so it's better to pick something simple for your first mission. I don't want simple, I want first-class credits. Yili calmly shook his head. At those words, Lin Yun was somewhat helpless. This confidence and recklessness in the teenager, she really couldn't learn it in her life. Then pick the quests that give second-class credits. She put down her teacup and murmured. Most of them are missions to clean up the aftermath of the beast tide or to hunt down wanted criminals. If you move fast, you should be able to earn 3 first-class credits in less than 2 years. Too slow. Yili frowned lightly. Can you make it faster? Then pick the kind of quests that go deep into the secret realm and pick up precious medicines, usually commissioned by some rich and powerful forces. Lin Yingyun stroked the mouth of the cup with some uncertainty. As I recall, the pay is a bit higher. About a year or so if you want to earn 3 first-class credits at your strength. Is there a faster way? Yili subconsciously pursued. He wants to get ahead so badly. Yes. Surprisingly, the one who opened her mouth was Chen Jingli, who had been silent all along. In Lin Yingyun's dismayed eyes, she quietly looked at Yili and said softly, round up the Beast God Sect branch and its holy maiden. Minimum 4th rank. Going? How's the pay? Yili looked up. As many as you need. Chen Jingli's voice was also faint. 3 first-class credits. Dry. Yili immediately got up, calm, and asked toward the other party, when will you move? A mission that required a 4th-ranked martial artist at the very least was very energizing on first listen. I just don't know what this Beast God cult branch is about. Judging from this reward, I'm afraid it's not about the same intensity as the siege of the so-called 3 mountains and 6 sects. Now, Chen Jingli similarly got up, distinctly quite a dangerous task. Yet the slightest hint of nervousness could not be seen between her brows, and even basic mood swings rarely surfaced. The Beast God cult branch? No, wait. Lin Yingyun, who was outside of the situation, finally came back to her senses and looked at the tall girl in shock. Senior Sister Chen, you brought him to besiege the Beast God cult branch? No? Chen Jingli cocked her head as if she was puzzled. This doesn't fit, does it? Lin Yingyun's small face turned white and she barely managed to squeeze out a smile. That's going to kill people. You also know about this mission? Yili raised his eyebrows slightly. No, a little. Lin Yingyun's body was tense and her face was ugly. The Beast God cult. That's the psychopathic cult that has enshrined the super exotic beasts in the 3 top secret realms of Hakusha as gods. Chapter 98 Temporary Camp Under the Eagle's Cry Gorge, 2-1. The 3 top secret realms of Hakusha are dangerously located, and there are a large number of high-level foreign beasts in them, which have long possessed intelligence that is generally unrivaled to that of humans. And forming a humanoid form isn't even a difficult task. Inside the courtyard, Lin Yingyun spoke in a heavy tone. In order to watch over them, each of the past provinces outside the secret boundaries is guarded day and night by 2 martial arts masters. It's just that these 3 top secret realms are clearly all thousands or tens of thousands of miles apart. But I don't know what means we're used to be able to communicate with each other. The intelligence network is not dominant, and the number of martial arts masters is not dominant, which has led to the fact that for hundreds of years, even though those high-ranking Xenos were watched to death, the remaining mid-ranking Xenos still had the spare capacity to develop the cultic force known as the Beast God cult. Lin Yingyun seemed extremely unimpressed with this cult, her brows furrowed. In the long run, this cult slowly grew. Their usual main activity is to attack Hakusha towns and refine mortals or martial artists into precious liquids to offer to the foreign beasts in the 3 secret realms. The Hakushas all abhor it, and as soon as their branches are discovered, they will expend their efforts to besiege it. This is the case with the mission you took on this time. The Beast God Sect's branches are often hidden, but each branch has an altar that can summon a 6th-ranked foreign beast, and there are some 4th-ranked and 5th-ranked foreign beasts as well, so it's quite difficult to encircle them, and no one can guarantee that they won't perish. And, speaking here, Lin Yingyun's voice gave a beat, and she looked sideways at Chen Jingli beside the stone table, asking in a confirmatory manner, there's a siege going on this time, along with their saintly daughter? Chen Jingli faintly nodded her head. Lin Yingyun rubbed up the corner of her forehead as if she had a headache. No wonder the pay is so high. Yili asked curiously, there are still humans inside this cult? There's no shortage of insiders anywhere. Lin Yingyun glanced at him and sighed slightly. There are also martial artists whose towns were attacked but who have good qualifications and were forced to join the Beast God sect in order to survive. This so-called Beast God cult also has a leader similar to the Holy Son and Holy Daughter, a man and a woman, which are sort of complementary to each other, and are responsible for conveying the instructions of the Beast God. The strength varies between the 4th and 5th orders, but this is not absolute. In the era when there were a dozen or so martial arts masters in Hakusha, the Beast God sect was killed to the point of near extinction, and there was even a situation where a 2nd-ranked martial artist was pushed up to become a holy son. Definitely not now. Today's Beast God sect's holy maiden most likely won't be lower than the 4th rank, and her combat power is far from comparable to a martial artist of the same rank. If you really want to go, be careful. Retreat immediately if you run into her. The Holy Maiden Saint Sun's body has special blood red patterns that can be distinguished at a glance. Upon hearing this, Yili gently shook the teacup in his hand with a calm expression. He kind of had a general idea in his mind when he heard it now. A member of the cult of the beast, and a holy woman of the cult of the beast. In a nutshell, it's a phrase. Kill all of them. What exactly does that pattern look like? Can't it be faked? Yili asked casually, like putting a tattoo sticker impersonating a holy woman or something. I haven't seen it either, but as far as the rumors go, it shouldn't work, whether it's the original or not. You can tell just by seeing it. Okay. Yili nodded. Just have to go. I've said it's dangerous. Lin Yun helplessly slumped on the stone table, looking lifelessly at the teenager's face, trying to see a hint of uneasiness or nervousness in it. Seeing that his face remained unchanged, he then looked sideways at Chen Jingli. Senior sister Chen, who's leading this mission. Teacher, he's not at school. Can you help to intercede and ask him to take care of Yili? Vice Principal, Zhuo Qingyu. A look of reminiscence appeared on Chen Jingli's face. Lin Yun was a bit surprised. That vice principal of our school? Aha. That's great. Lin Yun folded her arms and couldn't help but have a smile appear on her face. This type of official large-scale mission. It wouldn't be strange for any 6th-ranked martial artist to lead the team. From the top of the 3 mountains and 6 sects, those individual elder sect masters, down to the head and deputy principals of the top martial arts universities. If you can be led by the vice principal of this school, then no matter how bad it is, you will favor your own outstanding students a little bit, right? Moreover, that vice-chancellor of Fengyan University seems to have been rated as one of the 6-stage martial arts infants who have the most hope of breaking through to the patriarch in the future of Letter Summer. Even if you look at the power of the entire winning province, that headmaster Zhuo was considered a big shot among big shots. Don't forget about the martial land baptism. Try to come back when it's time. It will be of great benefit to your future breakthrough to the 5th rank. Lin Yun straightened up and looked at Yili again. The worry in his heart dissipated quite a bit. Anyway, the other party was there to mix up the credits. So at that time, as long as they paid attention to self-preservation and didn't think too much about taking credit for their actions, there wouldn't be any problems. Though according to the nature of the other party, making it completely peaceful was certainly impossible. But in the end, they were intelligent people, and after seeing a battle that they were completely unable to intervene in, they would improvise. Where was the need for his own titular senior sister, who was at the 6th level of the 3rd rank, to teach him? Seeing Yili nodding slightly, Lin Yun slowly got up and laughed lightly. I'll head back then. Contact me with anything and I'll call Olden for you to help. Thanks a lot. Yili said. You and I are of the same clan, so there is no need to say thank you. Lin Yun waved her hand and turned toward the outside of the courtyard. Then, still stopping in front of the courtyard gate, he looked back and added, the beast god cult has always been devoid of any humanity, and trapped beasts must fight for their own safety in all things. Among those who participate in the siege, there are usually quite a number of them who are celestial pride from various martial arts universities, as well as the future helmsmen of some of Hakusha's famous sects. They are all characters worth befriending anyway. If I can get on good terms with all of them, then this trip won't be in vain. After saying that, she smiled lightly and said, even though senior sister, I'm counting on holding your thighs for the rest of my life. There's no need for you to fight so hard. For the sake of your own body, it's best to combine work and rest a bit. Okay, slow down. Yili put down his teacup and said goodbye. He could actually understand the other man's good intentions. But right now, with a pile of opportunities right in front of you, one simply doesn't want to stop. Ever since crossing into the peak of the 4th rank, Yili hadn't encountered a decent battle. Now that he had just pulled the Ice Dragon's true intent to its fullest, such a good opportunity had arrived. What a godsend. Truth be told, after listening to Lin Yun, Yili's heart surged a little at the thought of having so many worthy friends, and at the thought of having so many martial artists who were forced to join the cult. After sending Lin Yun away, the courtyard was quiet again. Yili stood up and looked at Chen Jingli beside the stone table. Go! Chen Jingli nodded and got up with a bashful face, walking towards the outside of the courtyard. Yili followed behind her, and the two of them advanced towards the so-called select dangerous building. The journey wasn't too far, plus both of them were 4th-ranked martial artists. Even if they didn't fly through the air, their speed was still quite impressive. Turn a corner and come to the massive building. Yili stepped forward and pushed the door. In the midst of several stunned and surprised gawking gazes, he followed Chen Jingli to the front desk where he received his mission. Chen Jingli lifted her hand across the holographic projection, calling up a blood-red colored task section and looking at the reception prime minister on the front desk. To catch this, between the words, she sidestepped out of the way of Yili behind her and faintly said, the two of us together. The receptionist premier at the front desk had just been about to praise the young girl's strength when she saw the other party's selection of the red mission. When she froze upon hearing these words, he looked up at Yili and smiled tentatively. Student Chen Jingli is naturally fine, but this student. The words came to an abrupt end. The reception premier looked stunned, looking at the gold waistplate that Yili handed over. Instantly, the brain raced. He had a good memory, not to mention the gold medalists. but hundreds of silver medalists and thousands of bronze medalists. He could name them all. But this strange face in front of me is the newest gold medalist? Why don't you have any memory of it? It's not just him. Inside the select dangerous building, many people frowned as their eyes swept over Yili and the gold medal, obviously checking off the candidates. At this time, the reception premier finally came back to his senses, reached out and took the gold medal, and after briefly checking it, he coughed lightly. Student Yili, I welcome you on behalf of Select Dangerous House, but the minimum requirement for this mission is a 4th-ranked martial artist. With that, he took out a blue crystal from under the counter and handed it to Yili. In my impression, besides the top 3 of the wind and cloud ranking, only student Chen Jingli meets this condition. This is the test crystal. Boo! Before he finished speaking, Yili reached out and took the blue crystal and instantly crushed it in a crowd of stunned and neat sounds. Is that okay? He asked calmly. Yili sort of understand. This school and the many facilities, to be able to use unhindered, you have to have something to pinch burst a crystal to play. And with his actions, he managed to send the crowd at the select dangerous building into a stupor. The throats of some of the students who had come to receive the quests rolled, and after glancing at each other, they could see the horror in the bottom of each other's eyes. It's okay, it's okay. The reception prime minister took a deep breath and spoke with some difficulty. I'll register you here, and bring you the action team uniforms later. Just wait a moment. Boy, according to the information recorded on the gold medal, this ING guy is still a freshman. It's actually the 4th order of heavenly passes? The reception of the Prime Minister's mind set off waves of shock that could not be calmed for a long time. Chen Jingli gazed indifferently at the beautiful young man who had already transformed into the center of attention without the slightest change in his demeanor, and did not say anything more. At this time, whispers came from not far away, boring into her ears. I know who he is. Yili, the one who beat Yu Chuan to death. Yu Chuan? The one at number 18 on the wind and cloud ranking? Which else could it be? It said that he was beaten by this Yili last night with all his limbs broken and his tendons bursting. Listen to the words. Chen Jingli's eyes flickered as she looked at the teenager. Soon after, Yili retrieved his waistplate, took the exquisitely crafted green robe, and walked towards Chen Jingli. Depart, he said. Chen Jingli gently nodded her head, and the two of them walked towards the door together. Day and night, 2 days later in the early hours of the morning, the border of Winnipeg Province, and the junction of Jiangzhou Province, Dangtian Mountain, Eagle Crow Gorge. The two figures swept out from the nearest city to this place, spending half a day and trekking hundreds of miles, and finally stopping at this mountain pass according to the coordinates. Looking ahead at the majestic mountains, Yili raised his eyebrows lightly, slight surprise in his eyes. He had thought that the size of the beast god sex branch would not be small, but it was still a bit out of his expectation to be so big that he had to encircle a large mountain to clear it. This scale was nothing less than a true martial arts mountain gate. This shows that the blue planet is several times larger than the Earth in the previous life. And it's not all good. It's amazing that a cult branch of this staggering size was not discovered until today. Or is there a so-called formation that obscures probing? Anything is possible in the world of high martial arts. Yili guessed the reason in his heart and took steps towards the temporary camp ahead. Chen Jingli followed him. There was a mention in the mission description that the two had gotten that the official Hakusha siege of the beast god cult branch had been going on for nearly 4 days now. Some days ago, several law enforcers were martyred here in order to defend against the rioting beast tide and the beast god cultists. It took time for the Clear Alien Bureau to draw in manpower, so they had to first issue red commissions to the Budo universities in the nearby provinces. Yili and Chen Jingli were the ones assigned to guard this place as reinforcements, obviously to fill a void. The two had just walked into the campground. A middle-aged man wearing a green robe then walked out of the tent as if he had heard the commotion. Looking at the style of the green robes, it was a senior enforcer of the Qingyi Bureau. His face was pale, his breath was wilted, and it was obvious at a glance that he was in a poor state. Looking at the two men walking towards him, a smile surged on the middle-aged man's vicissitude face. The two of you are finally here, really making Mr. Liu wait. My name is Liu Jing. Please hand over your gold medals to me for verification. As he spoke, Liu Jing stretched out his palm. He had long ago learned the names and looks of the two men in the message he sent. The verification of the gold medals at this moment is precisely to verify the identity of the two men. Yili threw the gold medal over and looked towards the distant mountains, his eyes flashing. There was even a faint smell of blood in the air of this place that had not dissipated. How many things have died on the mountain these days? When Liu Jing finished verifying, Yili casually asked, "What is the situation here now? How many people are still in our camp? Other than me, martial artists of the 3rd rank and above. There are 6 others in the camp right now, and 2 of them are still the foreigners who came over from Mordor University last night." Liu Jing followed his line of sight and spoke rather heavily. The main threat comes from those rioting Fey and the beast cultists. As long as that vice-chancellor of the Wind and Cloud University in the winning province launches an offensive, a large number of Fey beasts and beast god cultists will come down the mountain to storm the blockade. That vice-principal is being held back by two 6th-rank alien beasts, unable to end the battle in a short period of time, and the blockades in various parts of the swinging heavenly mountain can't buy her enough time to minimize casualties and prevent the blockade from being breached. Each siege was forced to abort and wait for reinforcements. As a result, it's been dragging on. Chapter 99 Gambling. What level are all the Fae? And what level are those religious? In the camp, Yili's black hair was lightly brushed, his green shirt fluttered, and his black eyes looked towards the top of the mountain as if they could pierce through the jungle as sharply as if they were pointing directly at the huge building at the top of the mountain. Most likely it was the so-called beast god cult branch. His voice was flat as water. Tell me all about it. This is a dangerous place, with huge boulders layered in various shapes and forms, and the terrain is so treacherous that birds of prey find it difficult to cross, often emitting a mournful shriek. Hence the name Eagle Cry Gorge. If any creatures at the top of the mountain wanted to break through from this place and go down the mountain, they would have to kill the garrison of the camp cleanly, or else it would be difficult to successfully break out of the boundaries of the swinging sky mountain. The enforcers of the Clear Isolation Bureau were able to join forces and form a battle formation, increasing their battle power exponentially. As long as the difference in strength between the two sides isn't too great, it shouldn't be too difficult to defend. At those words, Lu Jing's face surfaced with some shame, and he bowed his head and returned. Most of them are 2nd or 3rd rank foreign beasts, but there are many of them, and there are quite a few 3rd rank martial artists among the congregation, all of them desperately trying to break through. So there is no possibility of persuading them to surrender. There's no 4th order? Yili raised his eyes to look. There are, but very few. It was because a 4th-ranked cultist mingled in the crowd that our previous battle formation was accidentally breached, killing several of our companions. Speaking of this, Lu Jing's face was a bit gloomy. This incident had caused him a great impact. He himself was only at the peak of the 3rd rank, and even if he could match a 4th-ranked martial artist with the battle formation, he would therefore have no room to defend himself against the rest of the enemies. I see. Yili nodded slightly. That group of beast god cultists and foreign beasts were desperately trying to break out, most likely in order to create an escape route for that holy maiden. But unfortunately, the campsite at the bottom of the hill was full. Right. As if Lu Jing suddenly remembered something, he busily said, I still don't know the exact strength of the two of you? Yili glanced at Chen Jingli, who was looking out over the mountains in the distance, and said indifferently, she is around the 3rd weight of the 4th rank, worthy of being a heavenly pride of Fengyun University. Lu Jing's tone was filled with admiration, then smacked his lips and said, I see that you're a few years younger than her. Could it be that you've broken through to the 4th rank as well? No. So it's the peak of the 3rd rank? Lu Jing inwardly relieved himself before subconsciously asking after him. He didn't realize that Fengyun University had upgraded the quests that could have been taken at the 3rd rank to the 4th rank in order to prevent accidents. Neither. Thus, in Lu Jing's horrified eyes, the teenager withdrew his gaze and smiled lightly. I'm at the peak of the 4th rank. At the same time, a tent inside the camp was lifted and 2 figures walked out. A girl in fancy dress stretched her back, giving off an aura that was quite a bit stronger than Lu Jing's. Behind her was a young servant with a grim air. The law enforcers in charge of standing guard took one look at it before hastily withdrawing their eyes. These 2 geniuses from Mordor University have too much temper. Last night when I came over, I made quite a ruckus. If he and the others had looked twice more, they could not be sure how they would have been mocked out of their mouths. Seemingly just waking up, the girl in the fancy dress yawned. Among the clean-cut green-clothed enforcers, her fancy dress stood out. Even so, she has no intention of replacing it. The girl in fancy dress looked around. Then her eyes suddenly locked onto Chen Jingli. The original lazy look instantly disappeared, and a flash of dismay flashed in his eyes. Chen Jingli? She couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Then the dismay in her eyes quickly transformed into coldness as she asked with a smile or not. Fengyun University's martial land baptism is just around the corner, and you actually come running here sometimes to do missions? Chen Jingli looked up at her twice and moved away without even nodding her head, basically kind of ignoring each other. TSK. Seeing this, the girl in fancy dress tugged at the corner of her mouth, but did not say much. Having viewed Chen Jingli as a competitor for many years, she had long since gotten a bit used to her character. However, the young attendant behind her seemed to have exploded and fiercely stepped forward to drink. The lady is talking to you. You. Before she finished her sentence, she was interrupted by the girl in fancy dress in a cold voice, Song Tao. Shut up. Yes. Song Tao looked respectful and immediately retreated. This is the genius girl of Fengyun University. Where can you be allowed to act recklessly here? The girl in the fancy dress snorted, then looked at Chen Jingli again, seemingly casually. Besides, it's not like she's been putting on a dead face for a day or two, and I don't even care. So what's your hurry? She wanted to see if Chen Jingli could still maintain this calmness when her own strength surpassed the other parties. It's a little weird. According to this guy Chen Jingli's nature, he shouldn't have done anything extra before the martial land baptism. How come he suddenly came to the swinging heavenly mountain, thousands of miles away, to carry out a difficult mission? Thinking about this, the girl in fancy dress named Wu Jie frowned lightly and followed Chen Jingli's line of sight, only to see that not far away in the open space, a beautiful young man dressed in a green robe was standing there, climbing into a conversation with that senior enforcer Lu Jing. Both were dressed in green robes and were close in age. Wu Jie's frown deepened and she couldn't help but sneer. That's the new guy you brought in? Other than that, she couldn't think of a reason for the other woman to team up with a strange member of the opposite sex. Aha! Chen Jingli calmly nodded her head, as if she didn't even hear the mocking intent in the other party's tone. Wu Jie asked with a cold face. What's the name and what's the strength? It has nothing to do with you, Chen Jingli said faintly. Gosh, that Chen Jingli would actually take sides? Wu Jie pretended to marvel and her eyebrows stretched out at once, as if she had discovered something amusing, and an obvious smile surfaced on her peach blossom face. But unfortunately, it's not up to you to say whether he's related to me or not. She had been practicing desperately at the Magic City University all these years, but she had never been able to surpass Chen Jingli, and her heart had long been filled with thick resentment. It was important to realize that Chen Jingli cared about very few things. Even martial arts can only barely be counted among them. It was rare to see her take a newcomer on a mission. The last time that senior sister was really just Chen Jingli's follower and couldn't dig in at all. But this time, seems to have a chance. The corners of Woji's mouth rose visibly. If he could take this green-shirted teenager under his wing, even if he couldn't do damage to Chen Jingli, a bit of nausea would always do the trick. A sinner's daughter who had actually had a cold face towards herself for 10 years. It's long overdue for her to change her expression. Think about it. Wu Jie once again looked at Yili, who was not far away, and laughed softly in a rather playful manner. Dare you make a bet with me? Just bet that this newcomer you've brought with you will join our witch family by the end of this mission. An opportunity to join the extreme north witch family was in front of her, and she was confident that there weren't many young martial artists who could choose to refuse it. Chen Jingli no longer cared about her and got up to walk in Yili's direction. Pretend. You're dead on. Wu Jie looked at her distant back, her face gradually grimacing, her silver teeth clenched. Having known each other for more than a decade now, she still couldn't see through what the other person was really thinking. By talking to Lu Jing, Yili had a rough idea of the situation in the Eagle Cry Gorge. Excluding him and Chen Jingli, there were a total of 7 martial artists of the 3rd rank and above, more than 20 second-ranked martial artists, and hundreds of first-ranked martial artists equipped with hot weapons in the camp at the Eagle Cry Gorge. There were quite a few other camps like this one throughout the swinging heavenly mountain, just not in the same configuration. With the addition of Yili and Chen Jingli, the configuration of the Eagle Cry Gorge campground was already considered to be of a very high class. Without accidents, the risk of this place being breached was reduced to almost zero. This was evident from the rich smile that surfaced on Lu Jing's face. Yili rested his finger against his chin and pondered for a moment, guessing, that vice principal should be launching a new offensive at noon, so you'd better prepare in advance. Why? Lu Jing was stunned. Because the mission I got clearly stated that I have to arrive here by noon at the latest. Yili calmly explained. I see. Thanks for the reminder. Lu Jing pondered for a moment, then revealed a dazed look and solemnly said, I'll go prepare. Looking at the sky that was close to 3 rods of sunrise, he immediately bowed his hand in farewell and walked towards those law enforcers within the camp. After briefly conveying Yili's instructions, Lu Jing had just breathed a sigh of relief when a slight vibration came from the badge on his chest. A calm middle-aged voice then sounded in his ears. 2 hours from now, elders watching you will strike again. At that time, all camps must be strictly guarded and must not let any fish escape. Chapter 100. The young man in the green shirt who went and returned. The sun was up and the weather was overcast. Dozens of law enforcers were stationed on several key roads of the Eagle Cry Gorge, their expressions grim, their gazes like torches, and their palms holding their lances motionless. As a senior, do you have anything to tell me? Yili sat on a piece of green stone and looked sideways at the tall girl beside him who hadn't opened her mouth since coming over. Chen Jingli gazed at Yili without moving for a full 10 seconds. It wasn't until the teenager frowned slightly that she spoke languidly. You're better than me. What an amazing perception. Much better than that blind masked young one back in the day. Yili was slightly surprised, then asked. So no. Chen Jingli replied flatly. Yili frowned a little bit, but still calmly asked. Then you have a chicken for it? Chen Jingli closed her eyes slowly without comment. I hate trippy teenage girls. Looked at the unmoving system back end. Yili sighed. The other party had better not have a handle, or else he would absolutely have to beat him to emotional recovery. He stood up and walked out of the camp. Just as I was about to look around, I heard the whispered conversations of the enforcers outside the camp. Can we hold it this time? There's definitely no problem. Didn't you hear what Team Lu said? 3 Tianguan realms have come from the 2 martial arts universities, and even the attendant brought by that Miss Wu family is at the True Blood realm. Boy, that's a big deal. They're treating us so well? Bows. It's rumored that Elder Zhua has been fuming for the past 2 days, pointing at our commander-in-chief's nose and cursing. What's the curse? That's what I've heard. It's said to be, I asked you to pull a blockade line. You guys are either blowing or raining. It's been 4 days since the siege and this seat hasn't even killed a single 6th order Fey beast. Something like that. Yili was listening well when he suddenly sensed an aura behind him that was approaching him. He turned to look. Only a young man with a gloomy temperament walked over, with a smile on his face and a calm pace. It was Song Tao, coming before and after Yili. He cleared his throat and said aloud, Yali, right? Something wrong? Yali asked. My name is Song Tao. Our young lady invites you over for a chat. Looking at the teenager in front of him, Song Tao had a slightly contemptuous intent under his eyes and slightly sidestepped. Please. Yili looked in the direction he gestured and saw Wu Jie in her fancy dress. She sat in a chair under a tree, her eyes playing at the teenager. Seeing the teenager looking at him, Wu Jie straightened up slightly and gently hooked her hand, her slender figure showing her nobility. No go. Yili retracted his gaze and said faintly, Does she herself have no legs? Let you come and invite me? You're reckless. Song Tao wrinkled his eyebrows and shouted angrily. He couldn't help but take a step forward. He had treated himself with courtesy, and the other party had actually spoken directly out of turn. What an unruly thing. The sound of his angry voice instantly drew the attention of some of the surrounding enforcers. Yili waved his hand and said carelessly, Get your ass back to your master and tell him off. You. Song Tao's face went green and white. When had he ever received such treatment as a retainer of the extreme North Witch family? The dogfight is still going on. You wait. Song Tao cut a vicious glance at the other party, then jogged all the way back to Wu Jie's side. Miss, not only did he not come over, but he spoke out against you. Song Tao's face was unsightly, and he immediately gritted his teeth and repeated the conversation he had just had. Wu Jie was a bit speechless. She didn't expect the other party to let Song Tao come back to complain. Song Tao actually really came back to complain. It made her feel like she'd dropped down several notches. Useless. Wu Jie frowned and got up, coldly dropping his sentence before walking in Yi Li's direction. No way. He had already said that to Chen Jingli. If he didn't tie Yi Li down in the end, where would he put his face? Even according to Chen Jingli's character, she would most likely not take this matter to heart. However, this second young miss of the extreme North Witch family was obviously a master with a strong sense of self-esteem. Under the curious eyes of the many enforcers, Wu Jie finally stopped in front of Yi Li. She could feel, if anything, Chen Jingli's line of sight cast from within the camp. Ha! Sure enough there is a problem. Wu Jie sneered inwardly, not the least bit evasive. She leaned casually against the trunk of a tree, arms folded over her chest, just about to speak. The teenager's teasing voice was heard. Come to avenge your own dog? Upon hearing this, the look on Wu Jie's face condensed, and she coldly said in a somewhat annoyed voice, You'd better put your mouth a little cleaner for me. The original thought of recruiting was mostly less, but rather a few more thoughts of teaching the other party a lesson. But to save face, she still took a deep breath before whispering, I am the second young miss of the extreme North Witch family. Which Jie? Yi Li. The teenager nodded politely. This so-called extreme North Witch family is familiar. Jiang Qingzhu seems to be from the famous family named Extreme North Jiang family. You're well qualified. Wu Ji made a random excuse and spoke in a slow voice. The teenager was at most third order strong anyway, and a third order bid in your freshman year definitely qualifies you as very well qualified. Come to my witch family, be a titular deacon, and when you break through the fourth rank, choose a collateral woman to marry, and the witch family's S-ranked conceptualization methods will be at your disposal, and the fifth rank will also provide you with A-ranked congealed mansion methods. As Witch Jie's calm words fell, dozens of law enforcers were all in an uproar. It wasn't that they hadn't heard of S-class viewpoints, but those were often the secret collections of families from some famous clans, and it was absolutely impossible to get hold of them if they weren't from their own clansmen. Even if Winsing University's book pavilion was all-encompassing and profound, the S-ranked viewpoints would be among them. It was definitely a pricey and scarce existence. And it's just titular deacons, no important business. With conditions like these, it really makes the heart grow fonder. Feeling the shocked gazes cast around him, Wu Ji asked in a tone of stating facts with some amusement, her eyes burning into the teenager. How? At the same time, the attendant Song Tao came behind her. The same posture was taken high, looking at Yili with a smile on his face, only waiting for the teenager to agree to the conditions. Then he would speak out with a couple of explicit compliments and sarcasm. What's the point of pretending to have a personality just now? In front of the strong heritage of the witch family, you still have to obediently bow down as a dog? Not how. In a dead silence, Yili's voice that lost his smile resounded in the ears of the crowd. The conditions of dispatching a beggar are like that. You can actually say it with such pride. It's also impressive. Saying that, he stepped away as if he hadn't heard anything and walked towards the campground. Wujie's confident smile instantly froze on her face. The other party actually used the words to send a beggar to describe the offer, which was quite generous in her eyes. What's the difference between that and punching her in the face in public? Originally, it was just to have some fun and discuss Chenjingli. But now, Wujie's face was ugly, looking sideways at the other party's fading back. Extreme anger suppressed in her icy voice. Yili, what a big mouth. When the mission is over, my witch family will definitely have a good deal with you. Listening to the threatening tone of her words, the hearts of many law enforcers all jumped slightly. Song Tao, who was originally furiously pumping his face, also quickly calmed down when he heard this. Turning somewhat gloatingly, he looked up at the single, distant figure. It was meant to be mocked for not knowing better. But the next second, Song Tao realized something was wrong, because instead of blurring and disappearing, that single figure began to zoom in and out of view. Chapter 101, He's Going to Me? An ordinary fourth-ranked martial artist could hear the sound of feathers and arrows hundreds of meters away with just a little bit of sensing. Yili had long since crossed into the peak of the fourth rank, even the strongest peak of the fourth rank in the ancient times, so he was naturally able to take in Wujie's ranting into his ears. Besides, this second Miss Witch family didn't have much intention of covering up. It was obviously meant for him. The right speech, the right place, the right person. Very good. Yili let out a light laugh. What can solve the problem? The only way is to fight. What do you want? Seeing that green-shirted young man who was walking slowly, Wujie frowned out loud. The speed of her heartbeat actually began to accelerate continuously, and some inexplicable panic surged in the bottom of her heart. With her 5 keen senses, she sensed something was wrong. Song Tao also blocked in front of her at that moment, and the moment Wujie's words settled, Yili answered with his actions, only to see his foot violently stepping on the ground to shatter the ground, and after slightly storing up his strength, his single thin figure shot explosively as if it was an arrow that had left the strings. The light in his ears was rewinding at breakneck speed, and the teenager's speed seemed to be riding on a gale. Phew! In the midst of dozens of stunned gazes, in an instant, that green shirt directly spanned dozens of feet. Wrapped in a strong air current, Yili directly crossed over Song Tao and rushed to Wujie's body. This witch family's daughter hadn't fully reacted at this moment. The peach blossom-like flirtatious face still had a few moments of the previous sulking color left on it. Immediately after, looking at Yili who had already arrived in front of him, Wujie's pupils suddenly contracted. Her brain nearly went blank, and the sulking color on her face finally transformed into thick horror. She didn't understand how the other party's speed could be so astonishing that it could make it difficult for her, a heavenly past realm martial artist, to react. Didn't Chen Jingli say that this was a newcomer she brought in? The previous question was also answered at this moment. He wants to me. Woji shrieked inwardly. Just by looking at this speed alone, the other party could definitely not be of the third rank, or perhaps even the best of the fourth rank. With this in mind, she tried her best to mobilize the true chi in her body, and strong winds erupted from her surroundings. In front of her, the teenager seemed to be intentionally slowing down. At this instant, Wujie could even clearly see a hint of teasing smile holding on that handsome face. Can't even react to that? You! Wujie gritted her teeth and stared at the other party, instantly giving birth to a few moments of irritation. It's a good thing the sentiment didn't have plenty of time to percolate. In the next moment, Yili suddenly threw a punch. An avalanche of surging power surged from the peak of his fist, raging towards the opponent's center door. Witch Jie's heart alarm bells were ringing loudly. Clenching her teeth, she also held round her body's strength and directly followed up with an explosion of Dan Qi. In the close combat of a heavens past martial artist, the Dan Qi eruption was still the most stable and at the same time the fastest means of sparring. She planned to go head-to-head with her opponent first, wait to pull away and then perform the Tianguan martial arts technique. Boom! In the dense forest, the two majestic power chi heavily collided together, and the overflowing wind pressure nearly overturned the ground. At this moment, Wujie's arm that was throwing punches trembled crazily, and a few moments of disbelief finally surged in her eyes. The vigor contained in the opponent's Dan Qi outburst was so big that it was terrifying. The aura of strength that belonged to her was torn apart almost instantly. Boo! The remnants of the force came rushing in like a tidal wave, relentlessly blasting at Witch Ji's body. But the moment it landed on its body, it was blocked by a strange white light that erupted out. But even so, The terrifying force still smashed that slender figure backwards, which Jia only felt her 5 viscera being blasted and smashed by a huge force, and drilling pain came from her chest as a mouthful of blood spurted uncontrollably. Since she was a child, she had never felt such severe pain. Boom boom boom, which Jia's figure crashed straight through a thick giant tree, and the white light on her body continued to weaken until it finally disappeared, before she managed to remove the force and tumbled to the ground. Ho! Breathing hard and looking pale, Wu Jie tried to get up from the ground several times, but it ended in failure. The chi in his body was quite disorganized, and his injuries were unusually severe. That's with the defense treasure offsetting some of the damage. If you have not inspired this life-saving protective treasure, Woji could hardly imagine what would happen to her. Seriously injuring the second miss of the extreme North Witch family in public. Evil value plus 6,000. Looking at the wolfishly gorgeous woman, in front of the dense forest, Yili withdrew his own palm and whispered to himself thoughtfully, "Treasure? The one he just did. Be reasonable." It was meant to knock Witchji out cold. However, some of the force was blocked by the strange white light, so much so that even his body could move a little bit, not to mention letting the other party pass out. Gotta pay attention next time. Yeli tapped his jaw. In the stupefied eyes of the crowd of enforcers, he walked straight towards the collapsed dense forest. Just then, an angry yell came from behind him. How dare the harpies! Yili looked at the sound, only to see the valet Song Tao's face grimacing and pouncing towards Yili like crazy. As early as the moment he saw Yili disappearing from his spot, he had raised his spirits and mobilized his body's true chi at the same time. Instead, they only saw the light of their own young lady being smashed out of the room. To Song Tao, this was the most impactful image yet. In an instant, an uncontrollable anger surged into Song Tao's heart. It made him startled and angry for a moment. The anger was how amazing the reputation of the extreme North Witch family was, and in the past, when they went out, no matter who they bumped into, they would have to give 3 points. It was the first time that a person like Yili made a move without saying a good word. Surprised that with their own third order, fifth heavy martial artist's visual power, Fa naturally did not even capture the remnants of Yili's movements. Ranked at the 4th rank, his own young lady was even blown out in a single shot. But Song Tao had no fear in his heart at the moment. The big deal is to die for the Lord. If he died here, the extreme North Witch family would definitely avenge him. At that time, together with the loss of the Eagle Cry Gorge. See how this Yili will explain to the Hakusha Qingxiao Bureau. In the midst of his thoughts tossing and turning, Song Tao's figure had already rushed in front of the calm-looking teenager. Without the slightest hesitation, he handed out a fist. Then he unreservedly exerted his Dan Chi explosion with a notable sound, only to be slapped across the face just as they were about to touch each other. Boom! With Song Tao at the center, a deep pit strewn with cracks suddenly appeared on the earth. Just right. Yili clapped his hands and plucked the unconscious Song Tao out of the ground, casually saying, "With you watching from the side, the effect should be better." Between the words, he advanced toward the trees in the distance. The blurred consciousness of Song Tao had blood remaining around his mouth, only to be honestly lifted in the other party's hands, all the way to the flashy girl under the tree. Wu Jie's heart had long been taken over by despair, and now that she saw Yi Li walking towards her, her entire body directly trembled uncontrollably. She had a strong fear in her eyes, but she still pretended to be calm, swallowed the fishy sweetness in her mouth, and asked with a trembling voice, "You, what do you want? Money, martial arts skills, precious medicines, all of these things." As long as the other party opened their mouth, she would now directly agree to them. Whether or not they'll actually give it afterward, of course, is another matter. As long as it can be delayed until the end of the mission. Wuji clenched her lips. Immediately afterward, the teenager's calm voice was heard. Simple. Yili casually threw Song Tao aside, and then squatted down in front of Wu Jie, his slender palm caressing the top of his head, and softly commanded, "Kowtow and apologize. And yell, 'I'm a loser,' 3 more times. Keep your movements standard and your voice loud. Satisfy me and the matter is closed." His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone around him. Hiss! Many law enforcers drew in a breath of cool air. They had all heard the conversation just now. This is the extreme North Witch family's second miss. 30 years old before breaking open the heavenly gate of the heavenly pride, was instantly resolved even if, and now also be asked to this behavior. The numerous law enforcers' throats rolled, only to feel somewhat shocked to the point of smacking their lips. The origin of this green-shirted teenager was more than likely even more terrifying than that so-called extreme North Witch family. Could it be the contemporary holy son of one of the 3 mountains? With this in mind, they all acted as if they hadn't heard it, keeping their ears to the nose and their noses to the heart, silently continuing to stand in place. The sky collapsed with a taller top. The head of that Lu Jing captain did not appear, where they need to go over to talk more. Meanwhile, Chen Jingli quietly walked out of the camp and sat on the green stone raised in front of the camp, lifting up those eyes as flawless as clear water. He quietly looked into the depths of the dense forest from a long distance away. Chapter 102, You don't have a noble soul like that. You said. What? Hearing Yi Li's words, Wu Jie's mouth opened slightly, wondering if there was something wrong with her ears. Has this person forgotten what she is? How could the second young miss of the extreme north which family possibly kneel down and apologize to someone, let alone yell such undignified nonsense? If it weren't for the extraordinarily heavy palm resting on top of her head, she would have wanted to just bust out and tell the other woman to go look at her brain. Wu Jie breathed heavily and gritted her teeth. I can apologize to you, but I won't kneel to you or. Before she could finish her sentence, the palm above her head suddenly exerted force and slammed her hard onto the ground. Boom! The dry earth cracked immediately. The head of a fourth-ranked martial artist was much harder than ordinary mountains and rocks, and Wu Jie's charming face was directly smashed and sunk into the earth under this majestic force. Woohoo! The violent impact suddenly hit her. Wu Jie's eyes blazed, her body instinctively struggled, and her mouth made a wail similar to a whimper in the mud and rock-filled ground. It is clear that too is usual to the power of the people. How this time will reap such an end. Miss Song Tao, who was originally in a dazed state of consciousness beside Yi Li, heard this wailing sound and instantly came out of his semi-comatose state. Is that Missy's voice? He was busy bracing himself and struggling to look forward. Then, his pupils shrunk slightly, and the image that made him unforgettable in this life was now playing out in front of his eyes. Wu Jie, dressed in fancy clothes, had her entire head pressed down by a bony palm, and was solidly slammed into the earth, her slender figure struggling vigorously, emitting pitiful whimpering noises, but never able to get out of the hold. The good news is that this process did not last long. Immediately afterward, Yi Li gripped her out of the ground and faintly said, Willing to kneel? A strong sense of oppression descended on his heart. Tears appeared in the corners of Wu Jie's eyes, and his afterglow glanced at the stagnant Song Tao behind Yi Li, and his miserable white face suddenly turned red. Public humiliation of the second miss of the witch family of the far north. Evil value plus 3,000. Wow. It's really working. Yi Li raised his eyebrows lightly. No, don't look at me. Wu Jie subconsciously blocked her hands in front of her face and cried out with some collapse. Song Tao, turn around. Quickly turn around. She suddenly felt that it didn't matter how humiliated she was by Yi Li, as long as she didn't let her former squire see her wretched posture. There was only this one thing that she couldn't accept no matter what. Ms. Song Tao was struck by lightning, wanting to cry, about to be unable to suppress the grief and anger in his heart. Crimson blood seeped out between his fists. However, he had always valued the other man's orders more than anything else. Just as he was about to turn around, Yi Li suddenly frowned and asked, Who told you to turn around? Song Tao froze. His body's chi and blood couldn't stop tumbling. What do you mean? Lie down and watch. Yi Li's flat voice revealed an undeniable flavor. At those words, Song Tao, however, still clenched his teeth as he tried to turn around. Yi Li did not look at him with an unblinking eye and faintly said, If you want your master to be palmed to death by me here, then you can try. At those words, Song Tao froze in place, his face turning blue and white for a while, no longer making any movements. Hope. The other gave him hope. Things had come to a head, and as long as Wu Jie's life wasn't in danger, he was willing to do anything. Very well, loyalty is honorable. Yi Li tapped his jaw and looked at the trembling Wu Jie anew, explaining with a bland expression, Actually, my temper is already very good. If you hadn't threatened me with your words, I wasn't going to take your offense into account. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. I can understand a haughty nature, and I don't care if I'm overbearing to the next person, but if you bully honest people to this extent, don't blame me for showing no mercy. These words seemed to have exhausted all of Yi Li's patience, and his voice became incomparably cold. I'll ask again, are you willing to kneel? Wu Jie's eyes were gradually taken over by despair. Other than succumbing to the other party's strong might, she couldn't think of any way to get out. But if you give in to this, what is the difference between the villains who flattered you in the past? Woji didn't want to be that kind of villain. She wants to be unique. She wants to be different. She wants to be that bright moon among the stars. Wu Jie's lips moved slightly, but revealed resilience. I don't want to. Boom! The young man in the green shirt seemed to be completely unaware of her noble temperament. The action of smashing the head without the slightest hesitation. Even the voice has not had a tremor. Now what? Willing to kneel? He seemed to be able to control the force well enough to send Woji into a dizzy spell every time, without losing her mind. Woji's lips quivered. No. Boom! Yi Li calmly asked. Now what? Woji's throat couldn't stop the blood from churning. She couldn't understand why anyone would be firm to this extent. Shouldn't any sane person have some admiration for her temperament? 3. As her thoughts churned, the teenager began a relentless countdown. Woji asked in a tone that was distinctly weepy. Why? Why don't you leave me alone? Why should I be forced to do something I don't like? Your soul trembles. You don't have the temperament to stick around. Yili's indifferent voice was like the cold frost of winter, making Wujia's spine shiver when she heard it. At most, 2 more strokes and you'll give in. This guy. What the hell? Can't understand exactly what the other person means though. But Wu Jia did not doubt for a moment that if she continued to insist, the green-shirted teenager in front of her would definitely accompany her to the end, and would not be the slightest bit soft-hearted. Her voice became hard. I know. Yili's dark eyes flickered with divine light before casually releasing his palm. Under his watchful eye, this second young miss of the witch family, who used to be arrogant in nature and noble in posture, trembled and slowly knelt down at his feet, her messy hair hanging down to the ground. Her voice was as feeble as if it had lost its vitality, while tears wet the ground near her. I'm sorry I'm such a loser. I'm sorry I'm a loser. I'm sorry I'm a loser. With a loud voice, Wu Jie, who never listened to others' admonitions, perfectly accomplished the task given to her by Yili this time. The next moment, a warm palm covered the top of her head. It's like a compliment. The teenager's slightly laughing voice rang in her ears. Sure enough, it's crap. As the words landed, Wu Jie's breathing became more and more rapid, and the tears welled up more and more. On the green stone in the distance, Chen Jingli watched with burning eyes, gasping for air in small gulps, her face flushed. 103. Impending disaster. With Wu Ji's submission, Yili got up and walked out of the dense forest, striding towards the campground, his handsome face more than a little relaxed. Public humiliation of the second miss of the witch family of the far north. Evil value plus 8,000. Detected Witchji's self-esteem nearly collapsed. Evil behavior value plus 10,000. Current vices, 39,000 points. Sparasi originally thought there was not much of a chance to strike, but did not expect this Wu Jie to give himself a surprise. For Yeli, there's nothing better than going out and picking up bad behavior values for nothing. As long as the next beast tide sells out, you'll be well on your way to getting 3 first-class credits, plus some sporadic bad behavior values that are better than nothing. The 5th Order Divine Mansion was already getting closer. In plain sight, behind him followed the disoriented second miss of the witch family, her peach blossom-like face covered in scars, her originally arrogant eyebrows now filled with fear. In the obscure sights that swept in intentionally or unintentionally, Wu Jie's slender body trembled unceasingly. All she dared to do was look down at the corner of the teenager's swaying coat in front of her and follow closely behind him, dodging the sights that were cast her way and praying for a quick return to the inside of her tent. Yili casually glanced at her before retracting his gaze, his expression as usual. Forget it, it's not really a good idea to go back on something you just agreed to. As the two walked into the camp, in his rear, an even more disoriented Song Tao walked out from the dense forest. He stumbled and stumbled, looking dazed, all the self-satisfaction of a dogfight minutes ago gone. It's not hard to understand. After all, the backer he had been relying on, Wu Jie, were all forced to kneel and kowtow to the teenager in front of him just now, losing all their dignity. He, a squire, was traumatized even more. And, having witnessed Woji in such a sorry state, the odds are that he'll be dispatched elsewhere next. Miss, looking at the gorgeous girl in the camp with a wretched posture, Song Tao's heart suddenly felt more than a little sad. In the past, how majestic he was, serving the second miss of the witch family. Even the unusual 4th-ranked martial artists had to look at him 3 times. Now it's just a matter of messing with a mediocre teenager. And that's how it's going to end up. But even so, Song Tao's heart still could not give birth to half a thought of revenge. All there is endless remorse. His spine had been completely broken by the scene just now. Outside the camp, the many law enforcers looked at the direction where Yili disappeared, and then at the dense forest that was in a mess not far away, and couldn't help but marvel in their hearts. According to Lu Jing, this was a 4th Order Heaven's Gate martial artist plus a 3rd Order martial artist. I can't believe it was all taken care of in less than 10 minutes. Moreover, looking at Yili's previous performance, he hadn't put in much effort at all to beat the 2 men senseless. That second miss of the extreme north witch family is even more. To say it was humiliating was a bit of an understatement. The many law enforcers had complex expressions and odd eyes, and some couldn't help but look at the green-shirted young man in the camp once again. I have to say, this master is really ruthless. This if you are not careful with him in the future, then I am afraid that you and others are not. Thinking about this, the many law enforcers all felt a slight chill at their backs, and immediately afterward, Lu Jing's light cough could be heard coming from the camp. What are they all looking around for? Never seen a worldly genius cut a deal? Hearing these words, the numerous enforcers hastily collected their minds, thinking that they had indeed seen a duel. But this was really the first time they had seen a duel of this level. They then took a deep breath and redirected their sights deeper into the dense forest, quickly going on alert. It was close to the time when that vice-chancellor of Fengyun University would strike. At this time, there was no room for sloppiness and carelessness. On the other side, Yili had just stood in the camp. "I'm going to rest," Woji whimpered at the top of her voice and then fled as if rushing into her tent, which then resounded with heartbreaking cries of pain. Seeing this, Lu Jing, who was just about to greet him, blushed in embarrassment and could only digress from the topic, arching his hand. "The action is imminent, and I'm afraid I'll have to trouble your excellency for a few more minutes at that time." "Don't worry." Yili waved his hand without much care. "It's only natural to get paid to do things." He fought to nullify the battle power of two people, so it was only right that he put in more effort. And, to be honest, there was no need for Lu Jing to open his mouth. Yili had planned to clear the field alone. Although the evil value of beheading foreign beasts was not high, it was better than a large amount of food, and since it could be called a tide, it had to be hundreds or thousands of foreign beasts at least. Quantitative changes cause qualitative changes, not to mention that he was currently in short supply of bad act value, so he naturally wouldn't let go of this kind of opportunity. Of course, at that time, I will also form a battle formation and defend this place with you. Lu Jing straightened up with a gloomy expression and said in a deep voice, "The reinforcements are all in place. This time it should be considered the final general attack. That senior left will most likely go all out next to kill those two sixth-order alien beasts. The scale of the beast wave will then be raised to the limit of what this branch can dispatch." Speaking here, he suddenly laughed. The teenager was a young martial artist at the peak of the 4th rank. The threat in the eyes of himself and the others was not worth mentioning to them at all. "You remember not to rush too deep. That Elderswa asked everyone not to approach the 50-mile radius of the mountaintop, or else it's very likely that he'll be affected by his wave." At those words, Yili tapped his jaw. "I understand." Inwardly, he marveled slightly. 50 miles in a square is a truly staggering number. Was the destructive power of a 6th-ranked martial artist already this strong? Immediately after briefly exchanging pleasantries with Lu Jing once again, Yili got up and walked out of the camp, then took a seat on the striking green stone. That person with a full sense of human opportunity, Chen Jingli, was standing under a tree not far away, quietly watching the teenager sit on the green stone that had dried up. The expression was calm, and the heartbeat accelerated slightly. A single look at her polished face did not show the slightest sign of dissimilarity. "You saw everything that just happened?" Yili glanced at her before asking casually. Chen Jingli was quiet for a full dozen seconds after hearing this, before she nodded her head gently like a highly delayed creature. "Aha!" No longer caring about the sight of the other person. Then in the dim light of the sky, Yili's pitch-black eyes lit up with two rays of divine light, and he looked extremely far toward the mountaintop. Under its terrifying sight, one could only see that at the peak of the lofty swinging sky mountain, a huge building stood there quietly, with an extremely shocking scarlet fury emanating from it, and with a tendency to continue expanding. "What an amazing blood chi." Yili raised his eyebrows lightly and whispered to himself. "It's almost on par with the scale in the Split Mountain Mystic Realm." This also meant that the number of low-ranked martial artists who died in that building was similar to the number in the Split Mountain Mysterious Realm. However, the Split Mountain Mystic Realm that had been accumulated to an unknown extent for many years, the Beast God Sect branch in front of him, with a full count of existence time, was definitely less than 200 years. A little comparison will tell you the weight. Last time, the highest rank alien beast that was killed was only at the level of the 3rd rank. This time, there would more than likely be 4th-ranked alien beasts involved. And would there be more of the evil value that would be popped out? That so-called beast god called Holy Maiden. If she could be killed by herself, would she explode with tens of thousands of points of evil value? It was said that the Holy Maiden might be of the 4th rank or the 5th rank, and in any case, she was the best among martial artists of the same rank. If it is the 5th order, then the difficulty of wanting to cut it down. I'm afraid it's not small. Yili propped up his chin, his dark eyes twinkling. Breaking through the 5th rank requires a massive amount of evil value. For this reason, he didn't want to let go of any opportunity to earn a large amount of bad act value. Gotta find a way to kill her. Time crept by as thoughts churned. The Beast God Sect branch at the top of the mountain was also in Yili's field of vision, emitting a growing blood-red fury, as if to warn of an impending unknown disaster. Chapter 104, Holy Daughter of the Beast God Sect. In the meantime, at the top of Dang Tian Mountain, the Beast God Sect's branch, inside the dimly lit hall, in front of an astonishingly sized blood-red altar, stood an enchanting-looking red-robed woman, and behind her knelt a multitude of fervent-looking worshippers. The aura emanating from the red-robed woman was exceptionally unstable despite being strong. The face with crimson lines had a rather grave look on it at the moment as it muttered, so close, As long as they carried out another previous breakthrough operation and brought back the bodies of those enforcers and sacrificed them here, they would be able to save up enough of the precious blood needed for this beast god altar. At that time, it would be possible to summon a third 6th order Fey beast to descend on this swinging heaven mountain. 3 6th order Fey beasts combined forces to surround. Even that damned Zhuo Qingyu only had a chance to escape. This beast god sect holy daughter of her own. At that time, she would also be able to directly break out of the blockade line of the Hakusha Clear Exoticism Bureau and head to the rest of the beast god sect's divisions, as if she were a submerged dragon entering the sea. Unfortunately, the innocent face of Zhuo Qingyu flashed in her mind, and a monstrous rage sprang up in the bottom of the beast god sect holy maiden's heart. Damn old woman, actually discovered her plan in advance, and directly used her power to call in dozens of third order, and even third order or higher martial artists from the surrounding provinces. In just 2 days, the atmosphere at the bottom of the mountain became incredibly solemn all of a sudden. With the addition of these martial artists, the blockade of the entire swinging sky mountain directly became solid as gold. Even if a beast wave on the same scale as the previous ones was unleashed, it would not be possible to achieve half the results of the previous ones. If I really gave that Zhuo Qingyu enough time for her to chop down 2 6th order foreign beasts, then I would be dead. Thinking about this, the beast god sect holy maiden couldn't help but clench her fists tightly, her body shivering slightly as she coldly cursed angrily. Shady, self-righteous old woman. Sooner or later you'll have to be pressed down by a man and shot to death. Asterisk 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 asterisk. She turned around violently, waving her sleeve and flipping over a group of devotees, her breath quite disorganized on her enchanting pretty face. You trash! But if one of us can break through to the 5th rank before that, we won't be trapped to death on this swinging sky mountain. The beast god sect holy maiden's eyes seemed to be ablaze with fire. She couldn't help but cringe as she looked at the brainwashed congregants that she had knocked over, but still had a smile on their faces. These congregants in front of them looked quite numerous, but in reality, they were all consumables of the beast god sect, except for those religious who were ranked in the 4th order. Most of the rest of them were shaped like withered bodies under their black robes. Not only were these people unable to act as materials for blood sacrifices, their spirit was also abnormally lax, practically akin to the existence of the living dead. As long as she, the Holy Virgin, was present, the religious were nothing more than weeds in the ground, mowing and growing one crop at a time. But if she dies, then within 50 years of the entire beast god sect, only that holy son would be left to communicate with the beast god. That would be extremely unfavorable to the future development of the beast god sect. It must be known that the agents of the beast god are not so easy to find, and often out of tens of thousands of recruited Protestants, not even half a dozen lucky ones can be found who can make a contract. Once they appeared, they would be elected as the contemporary holy sons and daughters, and at the very least, they would be relevant candidates. Not only can it receive commands from the beast god, but in times of crisis it can also serve as a vessel for a brief, divine descent. Though they do not have the power of the gods, they are endowed with the power of the gods. In front of the beast god's mighty pressure, anyone under a martial grandmaster would be greatly affected. However, just perform God's descent. Afterward, no matter what, she, the vessel, would shatter. The holy maiden of the beast god cult was certainly not repulsed by the idea of dying because of such a thing. She just wasn't willing to die in such a small place, unable to dedicate herself to the beast god anymore. The minutes ticked by. Seeing that the sky outside the temple was gradually darkening, this beast god sect holy maiden finally made up her mind, and she spoke in a cold voice. Several temple elders listened to the order. Holy Maiden Sama. On one side of the main hall, 5 religious people dressed in purple robes walked out. Their faces were hidden in the darkness and their voices were hoarse. What are the instructions? It's simple. The beast god sect holy maiden had an icy complexion as she faintly said, leave 2 of you behind to sacrifice yourselves to the blood altar, to cooperate with my summoning later. Lord Holy Virgin. One of the purple-robed congregants spoke up, a bit of helplessness in his old voice. Even if all 5 of us were to sacrifice the blood altar, we wouldn't be able to fill the vacancy. As followers of the beast god cult, they had long overdrawn their life force, and even if they were ranked at the 4th rank and could be used as consumables for blood sacrifices, the effect of the sacrifices would have to be greatly reduced, and would at most be comparable to a normal 3rd-ranked martial artist. The mountain is heavily guarded. Even if all of you die this time, you may not be able to bring in the corpse of a 3rd-ranked martial artist. The beast god cult holy maiden's face was expressionless, and merciless words spat out from her lips. Do as I say, and not only will I live, that Zhuo Qingyu will also pay the price. Above the Dang Tian mountain, thick dark clouds began to surge. Finally, after reaching a certain tipping point, boom, between heaven and earth, a terrifying aura so majestic that it shot straight up into the sky suddenly erupted from high in the air even higher above the beast god sect branch at the top of the mountain. Woohoo! A tornado that visually seemed to connect heaven and earth instantly rose up from the ground, destroying countless trees and boulders in an instant, and was about to envelop that huge building. It started? On the green stone. Yili raised his eyes to look, only to see that huge building first trembled, and then violently leapt out two huge black shadows with furious breath, topping that thick and appalling tornado and heading straight for the tiny figure above. Immediately afterward, the entire swinging sky mountain trembled slightly. In the next second, in the countless lines of sight that were staring at the extreme, vast black dots emerged from the massive building, tidal waves coming down the mountain. With that visually stunning tornado present, inside the Eagle Cry Gorge camp, Lu Jing's face quickly became grave. After seeing the black tide surging like a wave of beasts, he took a deep breath and shouted, "All prepare to meet the beast tide." At the same time, dozens of camps throughout the swinging heavenly mountain echoed with the same sound. Chapter 105, Shaking Mountains, Cracking the Earth. Thank you to H for the certification. Eagle Cry Gorge. As Lu Jing's voice fell, the hundreds of law enforcers also quickly adjusted their state and stood by in their positions. One could only see that the several third-ranked enforcers who were at the very front looked grim, and as their palms flipped, they held their treasures tightly in their palms, and exhaled true chi all over their bodies. Lu Jing was in the middle of it, standing with the rest of the few people in a rather elaborate position, vaguely revealing a sense of mystery. Apparently a battle formation was formed. Those second-order enforcers followed them, ready to replace their exhausted colleagues in the battle formation. The remaining first-order enforcers stood high in the back, armed with hot weapons and eyes like a foe. Noiselessly, the Eagle Crying Gorge, the Valley of Sorrowful Clouds, and even the entire swinging heavenly mountain. At this moment, all of them were enveloped by a nearly substantial killing intent. In the midst of countless tense and staring lines of sight, the dark tide of blackened beasts on top of the mountain spread rapidly towards the bottom of the mountain. The number of foreign beasts was outrageous. The densely packed huge figures were almost to fill the entire swinging heavenly mountain. They were already huge and horrible looking, now that thousands of foreign beasts were gathered together. Even if most of them were at a low level, the sound was still horrifying enough. Among them, there were hundreds or thousands of them rushing towards the Eagle Cry Gorge. Predictably, a vicious battle is about to descend on this place. Inside the temporary camp, Wu Jie stumbled out of the tent with staggering steps, looking up at the rolling tide of beasts coming from the top of the mountain. Her face pale, she was already seriously injured, and because of the blockade, no one could leave the swinging heaven mountain territory right now. If this place is overrun by a wave of beasts, what will happen to me? Thinking about this, Wu Jie couldn't help but feel a little numb. At this time, a figure stood up on the green stone not far away. She subconsciously looked sideways, just as a strong astral wind came blowing. Woohoo! The whistling and violent mountain winds came from above, whisking across the vast territory of the Dangtian Mountain, skimming over the layers and layers of giant trees and forests, and riding on the rushing blood chi to roll up into the dark cloud-covered sky. A green shirt leapt off the green stone in the gusty wind, and there was not a trace of fear on that handsome face with a slight smile. This instant, Wu Jie was in a bit of a trance. Eagle Cry Gorge, blockade line. The black tide that came from the top of the mountain kept approaching, and the dense treading of the ground caused the ground of swinging heaven mountain to shake. Looking at such a horrible sound, the heartbeats of the hundreds of law enforcers gradually accelerated, and a little cold sweat oozed out from their backs. Lu Jing, who was in the center of the battle formation, even clenched his palms and his face was slightly numb. He saw the figure of the purple-robed devotee in that surging tide of beasts, which meant that the defenses of the Eagle Cry Gorge would have to withstand the onslaught of fourth-ranked martial artists again. But that's okay. This time, unlike last time, the two sides have changed shape offensively and defensively. Within the current Eagle Cry Gorge, there was a peak fourth-ranked martial artist in attendance. As long as the battle formation can withstand the first few rounds of the beast tide, we can ask His Excellency Yili to carry out the beheading operation. If the beheading is successful, the rest is simply a tug-of-war, and dragging it out until that left senior vacates his hands will be our victory. Thinking about this, Lu Jing's heart was on fire. Just when he wanted to say something to boost his morale, a figure stepped out from beside him, causing everyone to look sideways, only to see the teenager's black hair flick lightly, straight to the forefront of the battle formation. Rolling cold air slowly emerged from his circumference. Yili stood in front of the crowd, his hands in his pockets, his expression calm. The meaning is self-evident. He's going to be here for the wave of beasts. Such a scene caused the crowd behind them to be a bit stunned. Your Excellency, the first wave of the beast tide's impact is the strongest. In the battle formation, Lu Jing, who had returned to his senses, was first staggered. Then in a warning tone, he said in a deep voice, "Please retreat back to the battle formation. It won't be too late for you to make your move after we resist the first wave of impact." The wave of ebony beasts was already less than 2,000 meters away from this place. Even some remote camps may have started fighting. At such a time of crisis, even if the other party was a peerless genius at the peak of the fourth rank, they could not act recklessly, or else they would easily lose their lives. Fourth-ranked martial artists who had been consumed alive by a wave of low-ranked beasts were not an extremely small number in the combat records. Moreover, if he acted too brightly, Lu Jing had heard of the frightening rumors of assassination by the Four Seas countries. In reason, this wave should be restrained, and the beast tide should be fended off in a steady and unpretentious manner. Lu Jing stared tightly at the green-shirted boy in front of him. How is it? It was only hoped that the other side would quickly realize that something was wrong and hurriedly retreat to the back of the battle formation. But the teenager seemed as if he hadn't heard it at all. Stand back. I'll take over the battlefield. Yi Li's voice was calm, but revealed an undeniable meaning. Afterward, without waiting for Lu Jing to speak, he began to take steps towards the wave of beasts in front of him. It started out as a slow pace and ended up running straight up in a frenzy. Your Excellency. Lu Jing looked stunned, then snapped back to his senses and couldn't help but lose his voice in shock. The beast tide is not trivial. You are gifted. It's better to follow what I said first. Step by step and slowly. Even if you are able to save yourself from the beast tide, think about the truth that, if the wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it. But as his words settled, the speed of that single thin figure actually increased instead of decreasing, like a green-colored bullet that was discharged at extreme speed. Yi Li's dark eyes were bright and glowing, and his green shirt was hunting. As the distance drew closer, the aura on his body grew stronger. The surging aura belonging to the peak of the fourth rank erupted from his body, strikingly like a fiery flame dancing in the gusty winds and a never-extinguished lighthouse in a rainstorm. Such a wantonly arrogant stance caused the hundreds of law enforcers in the back to fall directly silent. In the crowd, Chen Jingli gazed at the figure without moving. Phew! The whistling wind swept past Yi Li's ears. The distance between him and the beast tide was getting closer and closer. This time he could no longer hear the well-worded exhortations behind him. Gorgeous blue light rushed in, and beautiful ice flowers continued to condense in the air. Majestic cold chi erupted from around him, and an illusory cold ice-pale dragon was molding beside him at an unimaginable speed. The purple-robed religious man in the tide of beasts instantly changed his face as he sensed an extremely terrifying energy brewing in that ice dragon. Whoosh! In the midst of hundreds of gazes, Yi Li's figure rose into the air. What step by step and slowly? What wood shows up in the forest and the wind destroys it? To hell with it all. I just want to shake the nations. Let's see what kind of gale can break me. The teenager raised one hand and laughed aloud. At this moment, those bright black eyes reflected the crowing tide of beasts, the purple-robed religious man whose face was wildly drawn, and the huge building at the top of the mountain in the distance. The power in the body, plentiful and high. Who dash? Yi Li wordlessly exhaled, and the air around him became more and more furious. Since stepping into the peak of the heavenly passage realm, this was the first time he had exerted his full strength. The ice dragon's true intent, which had reached perfection, finally revealed the power it deserved as a fifth-ranked rare martial art. Boom! At this moment, the water vapor in a radius of dozens of miles shook in unison, and the lakes on swinging Heaven Mountain rose up a pillar of rushing water, converging towards his palm. The many law enforcers within the camp gazed closely at the figure, the emotions in their eyes eventually transforming into shock, only to see a cold ice-pale dragon that was nearly 100 feet long was born out of thin air. Its body was huge and incomparable, as if it was as majestic as an iceberg. Its scales flickered with an icy cold light, and its huge body circled around, blocking the sky and the sun, bringing with it endless pressure and coldness. The powerful aura emanating from it made it impossible to breathe, and the majesty and dominance contained in the dragon's eyes was palpitating, as if it was the master of this heaven and earth, and no one dared to easily challenge its authority. At this moment, letting that spirited green-shirted young man step on his body, the huge dragon's head roared up to the sky. In an instant, a loud and clear dragon sound resounded through the heavens and earth, wrapped in extreme majesty and aura, shaking the entire swinging Heaven Mountain. This teenager who was destined to stir up the world in the future finally revealed his sharpness at this moment under the attention of millions of people. What a refreshing experience. Above the ice dragon, Yi Li's lips lifted slightly, his eyes looking down disdainfully at everything below. On the rare occasion that you bother to roll a move, you definitely want to get the full damage done. The teenager then gently waved his hand seemingly casually. Immediately afterward, the majestic cold and ice-pale dragon swept out violently. The lofty body instantly crashed through layers of sound barriers, swooping towards the center of the black tide ahead with an extremely terrifying, vibrating posture that shook everything. The threat of death came on like a Tarzan. In the tide of beasts, that purple-robed devotee stood still with a stiff body and eyes full of despair. He suddenly felt that his own beast god sex holy daughter, who had just finished formulating a plan and was full of confidence, might be in trouble today. In the next second, the cold ice dragon arrived sharply in time. The moment the ice-cold dragon's head came into contact with the tide of pitch-black beasts, boom! An extremely cold storm that swept through the heavens and earth suddenly rose up from the ground. In the piercingly bright blue light, the terrifying shockwave shook the mountains, cracked the earth, and the air, and it was more like a vast sea that swept away layer after layer of ripples. The deafening roar instantly spread throughout the entire swinging heaven mountain region. Within the Dang Tian mountain, countless people raised their heads and looked at the blue pillar of light that rose up into the sky, their faces instantly becoming brilliant. In the sky above the beast god's sex branch, the young girl wrapped in green clothes was originally maneuvering a tornado, pressing two huge alien beasts tens of meters tall. I snapped his head sideways in the direction of the eagle Crygorge, frowning lightly. The sound of moving hands is so amazing. Which family's fifth-ranked martial artist is this? Inside the eagle Crygorge, a harsh and powerful wind swept through the 8 directions, lighting up countless stagnant faces. Wait until the storm clears. In the ruins of a piece of wreckage, the figure of a young man in a green shirt walked out. Looking at his body, only the corners of his clothes have some bloodstains. Lu Jing's breathing was ragged, and his eyes looked at everything in front of him with an unprecedented shock in the bottom of his eyes. His mouth dropped open and he subconsciously looked around after touching his face, only to see that the rest of the law enforcers were all jaw-dropped, as if they were unable to comprehend the situation in front of them, and could only stand frozen in place, their bodies frozen like sculptures. The mood eased a little. It wasn't so much that he had adapted so quickly to the shock that Yeli had brought, but he was just a little relieved. In front of this type of demon, previously one's own earlier worries did have a few flavors of salty carrot and lightheartedness. The beast tied in the eagle Crygorge is so easily solved. Lu Jing smacked his lips, looking at Yili, who was standing in the ruins and calming his breath. He stepped away from his somewhat numb legs and walked towards the other man. His face barely squeezed out a smile, but his voice was a bit dry. Yi Bureau, are you really? The words came to an abrupt end. Yili looked around, the blackness in his pupils getting deeper and deeper, and his clear calm voice echoed throughout the mountains. Stand up! Stand up! It was as if there was another voice coming out from the mountains, low and majestic and thick, not at all like the voice of a teenager. In truth, no living soul could hear the second voice, but those dead spirits on the ground gave an eager response, as if answering the call of a king. Hundreds of corpses of foreign beasts disappeared from the earth, only to be gradually revealed in the vast basin in front of the teenager, vast and soul-stirring. Look at the unthinkable light. Lu Jing's footsteps stopped in place, originally calmed down a little mood, but also once again set off monstrous waves. This ing. What's the deal again? While he was fuming, a beautiful shadow walked past him, almost identical to Yili from earlier. It was Changelingly. The corners of Lu Jing's mouth twitched slightly. How come these geniuses from the martial arts university all like to mess around like this? Make it sound like he's off his guard. Changelingly's feet moved lightly and finally stopped behind Yili. Sweeping her gaze over the vast swarm of foreign beasts, her thin lips lightly opened as she asked flatly, "Need a hand?" "No need." Yili slightly shook his head. Between the words, Lu Jing walked over and similarly looked at the thousands of alien beasts that made people's scalps numb, the corners of his eyes twitching madly. Arching his hand, he asked respectfully towards Yili, "Bureau Yi, the task of guarding the eagle Crygorge is basically over. Where do you plan to go next?" He carefully surveyed Yili's face and let out an exclamation in his heart. Even after performing miraculous means one after another, there was actually not even the slightest sign of exhaustion. This is really... Yili looked sideways at the mountain top that was still surrounded by storms and calmly said, "I'm going to go up the hill and look around." Converting the dead souls for his own use didn't take much of his true chi. It was just that the exertion from that super caliber, Ice Dragon's true intent, shot was quite huge. At this moment, the true chi in his body had been depleted by nearly 70%. It's not in great shape, but it's obviously not a waste of time to collect so many hitters. A legion of thousands of foreign beasts. When the other party did not have the same mass-killing martial arts as themselves, they thought that they would be able to exert a strange effect. It's time for a counterattack. Up the hill? Lu Jing was stunned and said with deliberation, "But that senior left doesn't seem to have finished the battle yet, and the beast god sex holy maiden hasn't shown up yet either. It's no big deal. You guys just stay here and keep watch." Yili raised his hand and waved it lightly, casually putting away the exceptionally conspicuous legion of foreign beasts, and turned towards the mountain. His calm voice carried down the wind into the crowd's ears. "I'll search in that branch and see if I can catch that holy woman." At those words, the faces of the crowd turned brilliant. Chapter 106, The Left Green Fish. Eagle Crygorge. The original heavenly danger of layers of mountains had been mostly destroyed at this moment, and in its place was a shockingly huge basin. Countless ice shards turned into beast blood spilled into it, and under the dim sky, It looked like a river of stars reflected in a lake at night, until Yi Li's voice fell, breaking the dead silence in the air. Hundreds of law enforcers only managed to come back to their senses. The bottom of their eyes were still uncontrollably shocked, their breathing was disordered, and their faces were numb. Taking their reactions into account, Lu Jing did nod frequently in a rather understanding manner. He raised his eyes in the direction the teenager had disappeared. The expression was also unusually emotional. Less than 20 years old and at the peak of the 4th rank. In less than 5 minutes, do away with the second young lady of the witch house of the far north, plus her dogged retainers. Immediately after that, single-handedly solved the horrible beast tide composed of thousands of foreign beasts. No, it's not a terror beast tide now. Compared to the 100-foot ice dragon that the teenager had condensed, the beast tide made up of thousands of low-ranked foreign beasts was nothing but child's play. Prior to this, if Lu Jing had heard that Hakusha had produced such a character, he would most likely have put a smile on his face. The probability is that the heart does not believe it. The children of such a worldly family, the young heavenly pride, just like to exaggerate. Just like these decades, Lu Jing heard no less than a handful of martial arts geniuses who were hailed as future masters by the outside world. But how did it turn out? These so-called martial arts geniuses always had all sorts of accidents on their path of growth, either because of a certain game, resulting in problems with the mindset, stuck at a level for life, or in a certain secret adventure, inadvertently died in the mouth of a high-level foreign beast, and so on. Blah, blah, blah. Lu Jing has tasted enough. He also draws a lesson from this. Most of the so-called rumors are false statements. Even if true, there are bound to be a few exaggerations. It was possible that this young martial artist had lasted 2 moves under a 4th-ranked teacher, and when it was spread to the outside world, it all turned into a draw between the two sides. Naturally another genius. Therefore, except for the unique rankings of the top academies, or those well-known top tournaments, most of the rest of the rumors, even if they were more mysterious, would just be heard. But what he saw today has changed his mind a little subtly. Lu Jing looked around the surroundings that had drastically changed compared to earlier, and couldn't help but dryly laugh twice and mutter, there really are demons in the world. Previously, I had been a bit of a loner. I'll have to mull over the combat report later. 2. In Lu Jing's rear, inside the camp, Wu Jie was similarly dumbfounded as she looked at the scene in front of her, her small mouth wide open, unable to return to her senses for a long time. She only saw a huge wave of beasts coming, and that green-shirted teenager rushed out of the battle formation, rose up in the air, and raised his hand to call out a lofty to chilling cold dragon, followed by the vibration of the mountains. The beast tide directly disappeared, and then after that, Wuji's legs went weak and she sat down on the floor, her eyes in a trance. With her cultivation at the 2nd level of the 4th rank, she was considered among the strongest of the strong at the Magic City University. Big 5. At the age of 26, for a 4th-ranked martial artist, it definitely belonged to the ranks of geniuses. Before the age of 70, he would definitely be able to break through to the 5th rank. Before that, Woji had been complacent about it. However, such as she was, after seeing that green-shirted teenager's earlier performance, she could not muster any desire to catch up in her heart, not even a hint of it. There was just a strong sense of disbelief and shock from the bottom of his heart. The witch family that she was so proud of had been mercilessly crushed into pieces in front of this arguably unparalleled natural talent on the opposite side. I can't believe I was actually thinking about retaliating later earlier. If this angers him, thus making him hold a grudge against the entire witch family, then decades later, the extreme North witch family is afraid to be exterminated. At the thought of this, a numbing shudder ran from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head, and Wu Jie's white calves couldn't stop trembling. She jerked her head back and looked behind her at her attendant Song Tao, who had been shocked to the point of falling to his knees. The little face blanched in command. What happened in the morning must not be mentioned to anyone when you return, including father and sister. Song Tao had long been scared out of his wits, shivering and nodding repeatedly. Yes, yes. Passing through the Eagle Cry Gorge, Yi Li headed in the direction of the mountaintop. His figure rolled between the rocks and trees as if he were walking on the ground, and with the addition of the wind and sun steps, his movement speed was quite impressive. Yi Li casually summoned the panel and checked up the harvest just now. Kill 520 first-order alien beasts. Evil value plus 5,200. Kill 395 second-order alien beasts. Evil value plus 7,900. Kill 70 third-order beasts. Evil value plus 3,500. Kill 3 fourth-order beasts. Plus 500 points of evil value. Kill a 4th-order Tianguan realm martial artist. Evil value plus 11,000. Current vices, 66. 600 points. It had to be said that the amount of bad act value that could be popped out from each of these fey beasts was pitifully small. But his earlier suspicions had been right. A fourth-ranked foreign beast that had opened up most of its spiritual intelligence would burst out with a far higher evil value than a third-ranked foreign beast with incipient spiritual intelligence. But unfortunately, it was still far inferior to a normal martial artist of the same rank. Let's experiment with it later when we encounter a higher-ranked exotic beast. Yili nodded slightly before putting away the panel and continuing to sweep in the direction of the mountaintop. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had crossed most of the swinging heavenly mountain and arrived at a location near the summit. The astral winds surrounded the top of the peak in front of them. An astonishingly loud green-colored tornado raged from the earth in front of him, changing forms as if it was being controlled. Every time they moved, loud hissing noises from the beasts would ring out, shaking their eardrums, and the smell of blood wafting through the air became thicker. Someone is at war. Yili walked out of the dense forest, feeling the strong aura coming from the front. His expression became a little more serious. He raised his eyes and looked away, exhausting his vision, only to see that in the center of several dragon scrolls, a green-skirted young girl with bare feet and cold eyes looked down at the two huge beasts below, as if there were tiny green vortexes lingering under her feet, enabling her to stay in the air, her posture towering above the rest. Her face was extremely beautiful, a perfect combination of coolness and childishness, looking like a good-looking work of art. In Yeli's perception, the young girl exuded a dangerous aura all over her body, far superior to that year's young family head, almost instantly making him feel a substantial threat, and the true chi in his body subconsciously began to flow. It's an instinctive reaction when encountering a strong enemy. Adding to that, he was fighting two equally terrifying and massive foreign beasts around the summit of the swinging heaven mountain. The identity of the green-skirted girl has been called out. The vice president of Fengyun University, Zhuo Qingyu. At this moment, she was fighting with two foreign beasts ranked at the 6th rank. Clearly being a 6th-rank martial artist herself, she was able to achieve all-around suppression when she raised her hands and threw her feet. The two tens of meters of 6th-rank alien beasts, possessing intelligence similar to that of a human, looked at the tiny figure with hatred in their eyes. Their massive bodies were strewn with ripped wounds and blood flowed freely, staining the earth below. Obviously, those destructive tornadoes had hurt them badly. On the contrary, Zhuo Qingyu's breath was smooth and his clothes were slightly messy. She was extremely fast. Her petite figure tossed and turned in the air, agilely dodging the two beasts' sonorous attacks, and when she really couldn't avoid them, she stepped on the void and touched them hard with her flesh, erupting with a loud sound. From time to time, he mobilized the several circling tornadoes around his body, hardening and tearing the bodies of the two foreign beasts. According to the development of this situation, it was really only a matter of time before Zhuo Qingyu won. Should we try to make up a tailblade? Yili pondered for a moment, and then he still planned to follow the original plan. First going to take a look inside that beast god sect branch at the top of the mountain. It's not that he doesn't want to grab the head of Zhuo Qingyu, but he really has some heart. The super caliber, Ice Dragon's true intent, that sent out a shot with a power that could blast a 5th-ranked martial artist to death had already been knocked out by him just now. Along the way, even though the true chi in his body was recovering at breakneck speed, it had only managed to recover to a level of about 50%. Even if he drained these true chi from his body, the Ice Dragon rubbed out would be enough to seriously injure a 5th-ranked martial artist. Not to mention the two 6th-order alien beasts with strong physical bodies. When people slapped their claws over, they were afraid that they would be cut off at the waist. Low returns and high risk. Better to let this left principal chew on his own. Finalizing his idea, Yili's sight redirected to that beast god cult branch on top of the mountain. Afterwards, he slightly collected his breath and fired his feet. The single figure instantly disappeared in place. In the meantime, far off in the air, in the midst of the tense battle, Zhuo Qingyu seemed to casually look at the direction where the green-shirted teenager had disappeared. Chapter 107 Unsuspecting Greenhouse Flower. Beast God Cult Branch. Great! It worked! Looking at the blood-red altar whose color was gradually becoming demonic, the Beast God Sect Holy Maiden's pale face could not hide her excitement as she murmured. The low mood finally livened up a bit. After adding the life force of the two 4th-order temple elders, as well as her origin essence blood as a peak 4th-order martial artist, the power needed for this altar was finally gradually filling up. Although it was still a bit short of summoning a 6th-ranked foreign beast, however, it was more than enough to summon a 5th-ranked foreign beast with a strong physical body, combined with her special status as a holy maiden, making it briefly serve as a vessel for divine descent, could turn the tide of battle. The more top-tier the secret realm, the more the space in it resembled an independent small world. If you want to utilize the greatness of that beast god, unusual means won't work, and the blood-red lines on the beast god sect's holy maiden happen to be those unusual means. When casting divine descent, the more lines on the body, the longer it could last. Bestow some of the power in these lines to that 5th-ranked foreign beast. At that time, that 5th-ranked foreign beast would erupt with the 9th-ranked pressure affiliated with the beast god, and then explode into a mist full of blood. But that's enough. Even though it was only a short moment of 9th-rank pressure, it was enough to affect that Zhuo Qingyu who was focused on the battle. As long as she was injured and defeated, that beast god sect holy maiden would have considerable confidence in rushing out of the Dangtian mountain boundary in a single breath and escaping the blockade line of the Qingyi Bureau. It will take about 10 more minutes to establish communication. The beast god sect's holy maiden closed her eyes and felt the strong auras of the 3 warring paths outside the temple, and joy surged on her demonic face. The breath of the 2 beast dignitaries is still quite long. That old woman definitely won't be able to get them dead in 10 minutes. As it is, the only thing she was still a little concerned about right now was the loud shaking sound that had come from down the mountain earlier. A martial artist who could cause that kind of noise had to be the best of the 5th rank at the very least. Mostly, it's the director of the Clear Discrepancy Bureau of some first-tier city that's been transferred to risk the loss of the city and come to surround me as well. That's really bold. The beast god sect's holy maiden's face was like frost as she gritted her teeth and hated Zhuo Qingyu. All those students from Fengyun University who are out and about will all have to pay the price for your behavior today. We'll see. Her icy voice was thick with murderous intent. Just then, an unfamiliar aura suddenly attacked from outside the hall, and the owner of the aura was approaching this place at an extremely fast speed. Hit the door? The hairs on the back of the beast god sect holy maiden's back stood up in sweat as she violently turned to look outside the temple. Meanwhile, she consoled herself in her mind. A beast tide composed of thousands of alien beasts could not be disintegrated that quickly, and even if someone fought on the division, the number of people would definitely not be large. Fruity. A green light trailing its tail came and crashed through the main door of the hall, falling into the hall. In the tense sight of the beast god sect's holy maiden as if she was on the verge of an attack, the handsome young man looked calm. The black hair in front of his forehead was blown away, and his hunting green shirt fell down in the strong wind. The moment he saw the holy maiden, his pitch-black eyes lit up slightly. It was like seeing a hunter who saw his prey in a slightly pleasurable way. Just you? Yili looked around and asked casually. That's a question I'd like to ask you as well. The beast god sect's holy maiden was first stunned. Then she sneered. Just one of you. How dare you hit my beast god sect's branch? Between the words, rolling anger had welled up in her heart. The other party's breath is only the peak of the 4th stage. Comparable to her. Actually dared to ignore the onslaught of the beast tide and came directly here. I'm afraid that he didn't hear about his realm from there. So he felt that there was an opportunity to take advantage of it and wanted to take advantage of it to take the first credit. It's just ridiculous. Did you think that because both sides were at the peak of the 4th rank, you could win as easily as before? The corner of the beast god sect holy maiden's mouth lifted slightly, and a mocking meaning welled up under her eyes. It's like watching an unsuspecting hothouse flower trying to stabilize itself in a gale. Her 4th rank pinnacle could not be compared to these 4th rank pinnacles of the martial arts university? The other party didn't think about why those several 4th-ranked martial artists at the bottom of the mountain, who had been transferred from all over the world, were hesitant to go up the mountain. It was out of fear of her strength. If there is no nearly invincible strength at the same level, it is really a waste of the baptism of the precious blood of those martial artists. Don't look away, boy. Seeing the other party looking around, the beast god sect holy maiden laughed softly. I'm the only one here. The mockery of her smile gradually widened as the words left her mouth and she asked, hearing me say that, does it make you think you can win? Between the words, a scarlet blood aura slowly rose from her body. The entire beast god sect branch began to heat up at this moment. Originally, I was worried that there wasn't enough precious blood, but I didn't expect that someone would actually deliver it directly to my door. The beast god sect holy maiden walked slowly towards the other party, her slightly maniacal laughter resounding throughout the hall. I can see that you have a lot of misconceptions about the beast god cult, so much so that you dared to come alone. By the time I break your limbs off one by one, I think I'll be able to recreate your reverence for the beast god lord. At those words, Yili raised his eyes to look. His line of sight crossed over the beast god sect's holy maiden and landed directly on that blood-colored altar. His strong 5 senses told him that something bad was brewing there at breakneck speed. If you want to check it out, you'll have to beat the pretender until he can't stand up. Good. In that case, Yili wordlessly exhaled, and a vast golden light gradually emerged from the depths of those dark eyes. Chapter 108 I'll interpret the suppression. The beast god sect holy maiden's heart was full of confidence. As a holy maiden who was attuned to the beast god, her cultivation method relied on the blood-swallowing technique bestowed by the beast god to absorb the power of the precious blood of those martial practitioners, thus obtaining a corresponding enhancement. A martial artist constantly refines himself, and a body of precious blood is its essence. Cultivating with this method, although it was quite rough for martial artists, it could be twice as effective with half the effort and 1,000 miles a day. But after all, she wasn't a true beast, and couldn't perfectly fit the spell given by the beast god to completely absorb the power contained in the precious blood of those martial artists. For a long time, certainly possessed a combat power far beyond that of martial artists of the same rank, but as a result, there were negative circumstances such as the foundation being patchy and the mental state being unstable, with no possibility of advancing to the peak of the martial arts path. Successive generations of holy sons and daughters had all been unable to break through the 7th rank and complete their metamorphosis to become demigods for the rest of their lives. However, this didn't affect their fierce reputation, which could make martial artists of the same rank look to flee. In the history of Hakka, there were even instances where 3 martial artists of the same rank from famous sects surrounded the beast god sect's holy son, and in the end, all 3 of them were all torn apart by that holy son and perished on the spot. Her own strength was where the beast god sect holy maiden's confidence lay. Her heart was on fire as she moved lightly on her feet and looked at the silent, green-shirted boy, a young peak 4th-ranked martial artist. One would think that the other party had been surrounded by all sorts of flowers and accolades since he was born. These accolades blinded the teenager and led to his miscalculation today. Then take a life to offset the cost. The beast god sect holy maiden's eyes glowed with hostility, and the fury surging from her body gradually deepened. In her perception, the aura emanating from the teenager's body reached perfection. It was thought that he had long ago hammered away all the imperfections of the heavenly past realm in 100 trials and tribulations. Perfect. Just perfect. Saliva instinctively began to secrete from the beast god cult saint's mouth. She couldn't wait to get a taste of what it would be like to see the other side's precious blood. The moment the idea sprang to life, the beast god sect holy maiden suddenly saw the other party raise a pair of vast golden eyes. In an instant, a pressure that made her scalp a little numb suddenly descended on her heart. Break a limb? Yili's golden eyes blazed and his voice contained a smile. You did provide a good thought. The beast god sect holy maiden was stunned, and the look on her face gradually turned to amusement. You want to do that to me too? In an almost sarcastic tone she asked, do you have what it takes? As the words settled, the teenager's figure struck like lightning. His body's vigor held the Dan, instantly completing an explosion of Dan Chi. With the support of the extreme true blood and the 5 divine heavenly passage bridges, the forceful Chi poured out like a monstrous avalanche. Boom! The air exploded as Yili's aura transformed into a rolling tidal wave that poured out from the sky. The beast god sect holy maiden was originally still pacing calmly until that terrifying forceful aura struck her, and only then did her demonic face change in color. The force wrapped around the peak of the teenager's fist was frighteningly strong. In an instant, she urgently executed an explosion of Dan Chi, clenched her fist with one hand, and gritted her teeth as she blasted toward her opponent's chest, intending to trade injuries for injuries. Boo! 2 dull fleshly booms exploded back and forth, and clear bone-breaking sounds followed, only to see the beast god sect holy maiden's figure explode and fly backwards, her legs soaring into the air, crashing straight into the throne above and nestling heavily into the wall. The eyes were filled with horror. What a terrifying force! Just one punch almost caused her ribs to shatter and her organs to squeeze in excruciating pain. How could a peak 4th order martial artist have such a physical body? He cast a secret spell? Ahem! The holy maiden of the beast god sect coughed out a mouthful of blood violently and laboriously walked out of the rubble with a slight subtle change in her mindset. If it is not protective blood chi unloading some of the force, coupled with a strong physical body, just that punch, I am afraid that I have been. The beast god cult saintess pressed her thoughts and looked up. Only that green-shirted young man who stood in the same place could be seen at the moment with a calm expression and a smooth breath. There was not the slightest sign of injury. Only the golden light in his eyes faded. Just when the beast god sect's holy maiden thought that he was the secret method backfiring, Yili suddenly raised his palm towards her. In the empty air, dots of cold aura converged at great speed. Seeing this, the beast god sect holy maiden's heart tightened violently and her breathing stuttered slightly. She had felt a similar aura earlier in the day, seconds before the huge tremor that had come from the direction of the Eagle's Cry Gorge, and it was one of the things that had concerned her quite a bit. It was thought that it was those few old things from the Hakusha Qingxiao Bureau that had joined hands to form a battle formation, thus creating a strange commotion. As a result, it was actually a young martial artist who made it. In the next moment, a lifelike cold ice-pale dragon swept out from Yili's palm. Loud and clear dragon roars resounded across the top of Dangtian Mountain, and the dragon's body, which was more than 10 feet in length, surged towards her to kill her. The beast god sect holy maiden stared with wide eyes. Did the purple-robed temple guy who traveled to the Eagle Cry Gorge die from this kind of move? She instantly bit her lips, and as the crimson blood flowed out, the protective blood chi on her body rose. In an instant, an ice dragon of more than 10 feet blasted and smashed into her body. The thick protective blood chi was madly torn away, and the majestic force caused the earth below to directly crumble apart. The huge dragon head bit down hard on the body of the beast god sect's holy maiden, bringing it continuously towards the mountain. Yili lightly snapped his fingers, and the huge body of the cold ice pale dragon suddenly exploded. A piercing storm swept up from the mountain, and the wail of pain from the holy maiden followed. Take care of the guys in the way. Yili took a step in the direction of the altar. In his vision, the monstrous blood aura on the blood-red altar grew denser and denser, faintly emitting a palpitating aura. Just not 2 steps. A sharp tumbling sound came from the hole blasted out by the ice dragon in the distance. Yeli looked up. He saw the blood-dripping beast god sex holy maiden scurry out of the hole, and then half-kneeled on the ground, her frozen face filled with fear. But even so, she was still staring at the green-shirted teenager with a deadly stare. The eyes were red, as if they were about to spit out fire. Pretty much lost interest in you, and even if you want to be tortured by me, you need to wait now. Yili's tone was flat, sensing that something brewing on the altar was about to be born, and that it had to be interrupted in a hurry to cast the spell. With the strength of the beast god sex holy maiden, it was basically a gift to him, far less dangerous than what was brewing in the altar. You, never! The beast god called holy maiden's mouth and nose overflowed with blood, and her voice trembled as she hissed, that is an altar dedicated to the supreme beast god. You! The words were not yet finished. In the next moment, strange and deep black chi surged out from underneath the other party's feet, quickly enveloping the entire hall. Wordlessly, behind Yili, densely packed figures of foreign beasts surged out from the earth, and the originally empty hall suddenly looked crowded. Hold her down. Yili put his hands in his pockets, withdrew his sight, and continued walking towards the altar. In the somewhat dazed eyes of the beast god sex holy maiden, howl. The roars of hundreds of foreign beasts merged together, shaking the top of the mountain as they began to charge in the direction of the beast god sex holy maiden. Chapter 109 Golden Soul Upgrade. Walk with me. Even though the beast god sect holy maiden was able to blast several fey beasts to death with a single punch, and it was like chopping up a melon and cutting up a vegetable among the beasts, the black shadows of the fey beasts that kept appearing continued to greatly curb her speed, and as if Yili was showing it to her, he advanced towards the altar without any hurry. The beast god sex holy maiden was almost going crazy with anxiety. Never in her wildest dreams did she think that she would one day experience the disgustingness of the beast wave. If you smash one head, 2 come out, blast a bunch of them, and another big bunch pops up. That constant momentum made the beast god sect holy maiden suspect for a moment that the thousands of foreign beasts that had stormed the Eagle Cry Gorge had all been used by the other side against themselves. Seeing Yili getting closer and closer to the altar, anxious, she couldn't take it anymore. A portion of the holy maiden's unique seal was directly inspired in an attempt to come and subdue these rioting beasts, but it was met with strong resistance. It's like, not enough permissions in general. This ridiculous idea sprang to mind. Bewilderment filled the heart of the holy maiden of the beast god religion, licensed by the beast god as an advocate. She didn't have enough authority? At this moment, Yili finally arrived in front of the altar. After a brief look, the teenager seemed unable to understand how the altar worked and frowned, but in less than 2 seconds, it re-stretched. He chose the most direct approach. In the eyes of the beast god sex holy maiden's despair, a mighty and imposing ice dragon was once again born, rushing towards the altar under Yili's command. The storm belonging to cold ice suddenly exploded, and the soon-to-be-completed altar burst apart under the blast of the ice dragon, destroying things dear to the holy maiden of the beast god cult in front of her eyes, plus 5,000 vices. Lowly man, how dare you! Seeing this scene, the beast god sex holy maiden was enraged, and a monstrous killing intent rose in her eyes. She no longer cared about her serious injuries, and while spitting out a large mouthful of blood, a terrifying forceful aura erupted around her body, and dozens of foreign beasts were directly blown to pieces. Curmudgeon, how dare you blaspheme! The beast god sex holy maiden stared at the blown-up altar in death, her voice unusually sharp. Deadly sin! Deadly sin! Between the words, those blood-red lines on her body lit up one after another and had a hidden tendency to ignite. The originally intrepid group of foreign beasts suddenly began to retreat and blocked in front of Yili as much as they could. The beast god sect holy maiden slowly turned her head, her eyes spitting fire as she looked at the youth with a grave expression. Capital offense! Capital offense! A growl of deep resentment came out from her mouth, her already unstable emotions nearly insane at the moment. Let the blood of sinners be the sacrifice to the gods. The moment the words fell, those blood-red lines finally burned. A majestic and lofty aura that was majestic to the extreme burst out from the body of the beast god sex holy maiden and shot up into the clouds. With a loud boom, all the glass of the entire hall shattered, and the foreign beasts that were a little closer were even blown into blood mist on the spot. The clouds are trembling and the sky is sagging. The air of the entire swinging sky mountain suddenly darkened, and all the creatures instinctively trembled, their legs weakened and paralyzed, and even the courage to look at the top of the mountain was gone. Even Zhuo Qingyu, who was high in the air, turned pale, and his agile figure fell violently to the earth. Luckily, The same was true for the two sixth-ranked foreign beasts in front of her. A body that was tens of meters tall knelt down remotely towards that mountaintop hall that was tens of miles away. It was the breath of the beast god. Inside the great hall, the moment the beast god Sex Holy Maiden cast Divine Descent, an unprecedented feeling instantly flooded Yi Li's body and mind. His keen five senses were taken away from him almost instantly. Both perception and vision fell into darkness. At the same time, the strong and powerful limbs began to soften. The straight waist could not stop trembling, and the 7 orifices were warm and hot, as if there was blood flowing out. An uncontrollable feeling of terror that could not be fought against emerged uncontrollably from the bottom of his heart, not to mention resisting. At this moment, it was a luxury for him to even move a finger. So it is. Is this a god drop? Yi Li remembered the information he had flipped through on the high-speed train on his way here, and his mind was slightly enlightened. Shocked is indeed very shocking. Scared is not so much. On hundreds of years of relevant records in Hakusha, the beast god Sex former strongest one, the 6th Order Saint's son, had only lasted for less than 10 minutes. It's only 10 minutes. Palm Soul Unification Spirit had already been cast. As long as Yi Li didn't die, those dead souls included would come forward to protect him. Coupled with the recovery power of the indestructible Golden Soul, it was thought that it would be able to consume the opponent. It's just a little stifling to win. Feeling the uncontrollable instinctive fear in his heart, Yi Li sighed silently. As expected, the higher the strength, the harder the targets encountered were to handle. Just then, his knees began to appear to bend, vaguely as if he was about to kneel down towards the other party. Yi Li changed his plans. It seems like something like the bottom line really needs to be followed, but it was just a matter of giving birth to the idea of backing down a little bit, and actually letting someone else get an inch of aggression. Make me kneel? What a face! A wave of extreme anger surged from Yi Li's heart, quickly sifting through his own mind for things about the higher grid. Soon, he had his answer. Wordlessly, a bright golden light once again surged out of those pitch-black eyes, associated with the possessor of that divine generation. He began to homophonize the golden soul directly, raising the banner of defiance. The thin body wailed under the pressure, and the immense pressure caused blood to burst from the surface of the body, and the 7 orifices to crumble to a deeper and deeper degree. But no matter. Yi Li's expression was calm, without the slightest intention of giving up on getting up. The sound of ripping sinews sounded like advancing drums to his ears. The blood that crumbled from his 7 orifices was like a current that helped him move forward. Ordinary martial artists would collapse under this pressure, and even if they were mentally tough, their bodies would not be able to provide enough assistance. However, the Golden Soul granted Yi Li unrivaled resilience, giving him the ability to let go of the fight. Boom! The rocks cracked beneath Yi Li's feet, while his own elevation continued to rise. The golden eyes that should have been dull grew brighter by the moment. At this moment, the teenager's tough golden soul vibrated Su. Not far, the beast god Sect Holy Maiden looked at a fragment of the altar in her palm, and a strong heartache welled up under her eyes. This type of higher altar is connected to that beast god. Destroying the altar would undoubtedly be a blasphemy against that beast god. If it was destroyed by that Zhuqingyu, it would be just that. But what made the beast god Sex Holy Maiden unable to accept was that the other party was only a 4th-ranked martial artist. Now that the altar was destroyed, she was destined to not be able to escape the swinging heaven mountain. But before you die, dedicate your last ounce of residual energy for that supreme beast god to cut down sinners. There is still a fair amount of certainty. You will pay for your behavior. The beast god Sex Holy Maiden was wrapped in flames as the fragment melted from her palm, and an extreme roar of rage resounded through the entire hall. At this moment, although her combat power had not increased, she was emanating a hint of a 9th-ranked aura affiliated with the beast god. Not to mention 4th-ranked martial artists. Even if it was hordes of 5th-ranked martial artists, they would have to bind their hands and be slaughtered by her as if they were livestock. This was the reason why the beast god Sex Holy Maiden caused ordinary martial artists to talk about it. Even if she had the ability to defeat her, she would have to weigh the weight of her dying counterattack. Between the words, she fiercely looked at the green-shirted teenager who had bent his waistline but still had not knelt down, her eyes grim. Inside the great hall, all of the foreign beasts were shaken into a roiling black mist and dissipated in the moment just now. Even though there was a constant influx of new alien beasts, they posed little threat to her. She began pacing towards the other side. Just then, a sudden change occurred. Yi Li, who was originally stiff, slowly straightened up. He raised his head in a Hu manner and looked at the beast god Sex Holy Maiden, his golden eyes cool and fiery, as if there was lava flowing. The beast god Sect Holy Maiden's pupils shrunk slightly as she subconsciously began to slowly back away. The aura that came out of the teenager's body was furious and incomparable, canceling out the looming aura from her. But the majesty revealed in those golden pupils was so strong that it seemed to be able to crush her spine. I can't believe this is possible. The teenager's voice was slightly surprised. In his field of vision, the pale blue curtain of light floated silently. It is detected that you still possess a strong will to resist before the beast god's pressure. And your indestructible spirit has transformed your golden soul. Indestructible golden soul upgraded to LV4. Self-healing ability increased. Healing loss reduced. New talent, walk with me. Effects, strengthens one's willpower to a great extent. Immune to mental control, and immune to the effects of oppression from a high authority. Comment, the talent of will that can resist any pressure is only possessed by a handful of people even in the prosperous god's generation. It is said that they are all able to maintain their composure during the great catastrophe of heaven and earth, and that they will not be the least bit afraid even if they fight alone with the gods and devils in the sky, or even overturn the entire heavenly Tao. Heaven can't control his heart, and the great tribulation can't change his will. Having said that, can a gifted aptitude with so few possessors really topple the surly heavenly Tao? Chapter 110, What a Joke! Within the great hall, the green-shirted young man was spirited. He exhaled lightly and adjusted his breath, glancing sideways towards the beast god sex holy maiden, who was frozen to the side, casually. The moment she was enveloped by that majestic eye light, the beast god sect holy maiden instantly came back to her senses. The eyes that looked at Yili gradually became horrified, mouth wide open. He subconsciously fell backward, the thumping of his heart ringing in his ears. Shocked was not even a word to describe it. She simply had trouble comprehending the light in front of her. The teasing look in the teenager's eyes was undeniable. The divine descent, which had been regarded as a divine technique by successive generations of holy sons and holy daughters, had lost its effect on a fourth-ranked martial artist at this moment. What a joke! How was it that a peak fourth-ranked martial artist was able to stand under the breath of the beast god? Even if it was just a hint, it was a genuine ninth-order pressure. Even Zhuo Qingyu, a giant man of the winning province affiliated with the sixth order, dozens of miles outside the hall, was forced to fall from the air to the ground. The two sixth-ranked foreign beasts that confronted her were even more so only able to chill under this aura. The beast god sect holy maiden dared to guarantee that there shouldn't be any living beings in the entire swinging heavenly mountain region that could remain standing other than herself. What should have been, but now, there's actually an extra one. The beast god sect holy maiden only felt her brain trembling as she stared at the other party with reddened eyes. You, what the hell did you do? A blood-filled throat squeezed out a dry sound. Filled with disbelief with a thick hint of devastation, she tried to get the answer to her question out of the other woman. But Yeli didn't answer her. Just a quiet step forward. Just this simple action alone made the beast god sect holy maiden's liver and gut split. It was clear that both of them were at the peak of the fourth rank at the moment, and she also boasted that she was invincible amongst martial artists of the same rank. But at the moment, she couldn't give birth to a single desire to fight. Escape. All she wanted to do now was escape. The holy maiden was just about to retreat, but then she suddenly thought that she had already turned on divine descent. Win or lose, she's going to die here. It broke her completely. The beast god sect holy maiden raised her head violently, looking at Yili with a maniacal expression, and laughed with a somewhat broken heart. The proud son of heaven. Truly the proud son of heaven. I can't believe that even God's descent can help you. As she said that, blood kept coughing out of her mouth as she roared in despair. In that case, we'll all die here together to cheer up the beast god lord. The words just fell. She then consumed a large amount of true chi in her body and conjured an illusory huge beast out of thin air, heading straight for Yili. The beast's shadow was not as lifelike as the ice dragon's, yet it also had a rather uncommon sense of oppression. But it had just rushed out 2 steps. Yili then launched his feet, and his body seemed to be slow, but in fact, he shot out like an arrow off the string. Instantly, he came in front of that illusory beast. The teenager pulled his arms apart, carried his chi and blood, and suddenly fired. A fist was like heavenly thunder shattering the tripod bell, directly blasting that illusory beast into a sky full of red particles. Such a situation was expected by the beast god sect holy maiden. The opponent was a peak of the 4th rank that was stronger than her, and if she wanted to die together, she would have to use all her means. The moment the beast's shadow exploded, she appeared in front of Yili like instantaneous movement. The demon's face bore the determination of a broken man. The holy maiden clenched her teeth and skillfully carried out her power chi to hold her Dan. Scarlet true chi followed her 5 heavenly official bridges and merged into her Dan chi burst. Immediately after that, both fists carried the intention of mountains crashing down, and smashed ferociously towards Yili's face. To her disquiet, the teenager's demeanor remained calm. He only saw Yili's muscles bulging as if they were made of steel, and a wave of cold true chi surged out from his body, visible to the naked eye. The air flowing around them kept making a toothsome freezing sound. Yili started with the auger dragon Jinshan and swung his arms round. The peaks of the fists carried an avalanche of erupting power, blasting out one after another like a tidal wave. The two went head to head. Boom boom boom. The invisible air exploded in a circle of rain-like waves, and between the collision of the peaks of the fists, blood was constantly spilled, and then crushed by the strong wind. Both of them are constantly performing Dan Chi explosion. 10 consecutive explosions, 12 consecutive explosions, 18 consecutive explosions, 28 consecutive explosions, 38 consecutive explosions, a full 40 perfect bursts of Dan Chi. The beast god sect Holy Maiden desperately squeezed the true Chi in her body and overplayed her strength. At this moment, looking at the 16 continents of Hakusha, there was not a single fourth-ranked martial artist who could keep up with her. However, the green-shirt boy in front of him was an exception. Not only did he keep up with her, but he did so with ease. Throughout the process, one could also continuously utilize breathing techniques to replenish the depleted true Chi. Is this really a human being? The beast god sect's Holy Maiden was breathing heavily, and she could no longer squeeze out a trace of true Chi from her body. It seemed to see her powerlessness. Yi Li's golden eyes were icy cold, and with 3 punches in a row, he hard chiseled through the center door that she had been holding onto, and that towering breast was instantly exposed to the view. Done. In an instant, the beast god sect Holy Maiden's eyes showed despair. Her arms were already numb and she was completely out of defense. Just as she was about to raise her leg, a ferocious blast of energy exploded in her chest. Boo! Beast god sect Holy Maiden's chest collapsed. The whole person flew out backwards. The sky blood sprayed wildly, smashed down on the ground, also tumbled dozens of times, until the bang hit the wall, only to be able to stop. The gleam in her eyes flew away, and her mouth spat out a release like crimson. Looking at the green-shirted teenager who walked slowly, the Holy Maiden laughed miserably. You won. Wan did not expect that such a supreme demon had appeared in today's Huansha. Could it be that the once-in-a-millennium golden age has come again? I wish I could have witnessed it. The beast god sect Holy Maiden's pupils gradually laxed. As the holy daughter of the beast god sect, she had lost completely. It's just that the heart is not in it. But the other party was exceptionally gifted and strong, and he even went up the mountain alone and came to himself despite the danger, just to kill her. It's kind of been firmly chosen. The beast god cult Holy Maiden vaguely remembered that the last time she was chosen so firmly was when she was a young girl who had detected a fit for the mark of the beast god, thus being elected as the new generation of Holy Maiden. Without the beast god, I'm afraid I would have died in the fallen town. Although he had killed quite a few people himself so far, but there's no regret in burning as perfectly as this and dying at the end at the hands of an admirable foe. Aha! Just then, a sharp pain that drilled through her heart came from her left arm. The originally lax pupils of the beast god sect's Holy Maiden quickly focused, and the intense pain caused her to directly wail out. Ah! Rolling tears rolled from her eyes as she looked sideways, only to see the green-shirted boy standing beside her with her fractured left arm at his feet, then lifting his foot, blasted and smashed again. Ah! The beast god sect Holy Maiden convulsed in pain, struggling frantically, her eyes terrified. What are you doing? Break your limbs. Yi Li's voice was calm, and after seeing her eyes, he asked back with some amusement. You didn't think it was over, did you? Casting Divine Descent caused so much trouble for himself, being a cult leader and organizing the Fae and cultists to kill so many people. To summarize, it was so hard to catch such a suitable target by myself. Now the other guy actually wants to double take and walk away with no regrets? No kidding. With her status as a saintly maiden in the limelight, she must spit out the appropriate amount of evil value for herself before she can do so. Chapter 111. I won't let you go even as a ghost. Thanks to Morning Glory for his divine certification. Don't worry, it won't be too easy for you to die. Yi Li moved his feet lightly, his voice flat. It was clearly written on the file that the contemporary beast god cult Holy Maiden had led the beast god cultists and a large number of foreign beasts to destroy dozens of towns and cities in Hakusha during the more than 40 years that she had been active. Dead and wounded, corpses everywhere. It is said that those who are chosen to become the holy sons and daughters of the beast god cult are all bloodthirsty and murderous. That's so nice. Torturing her won't be the least bit psychological. Yi Li's expression was icy cold, and his palm slightly exerted force. Detecting that you are breaking down the psychological defenses of the Holy Maiden of the beast god cult. Evil value plus 2000. Cult saints. That's tough. Aha! The wailing of the beast god sect's Holy Maiden echoed miserably within the great hall, her right arm being smashed off by her opponent's instant force. The lines on her face had burned most of the way down, but she felt more tormented than ever. Painful. The beast god cult Holy Maiden cried out. Painful? Yi Li's eyes slightly condensed, and his tone was indifferent. Worthy of being a holy maiden. A little something. He raised one hand and aimed it at his opponent, a torrent of true chi rushing out. It descended heavily on the body of the beast god cult's Holy Maiden. It was visible to the naked eye that the sinews, bones, and flesh gradually crumbled apart under the effect of the huge force. detecting that you are about to break down the psychological defense of the beast god cult's holy maiden. Evil value plus 3,000. The wailing resounded over the great hall. The beast god sect holy maiden furiously rolled her eyes under this pain, her dry voice twisting and distorting, carrying a strong sense of despair. I mean, give me a break. Yeli caught on now. However, there was no half-hearted hesitation in his movements, constantly utilizing his nascent true chi to increase the force attached to the other party's limbs. As Yili's stretching 5 fingers slowly closed, the Holy Virgin's body gradually began to disintegrate. I was wrong. Please spare me, aha. Between the words, the Holy Maiden of the Beast God sect desperately burned the blood-red lines on her face, only begging herself to hurry to the end of her life. Even when she begged bitterly, the other party didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. Under the extreme pain, the spirit of this holy daughter of the Beast God cult was on the verge of collapse. She didn't want to die a humiliating death. What she could accept was a death like the one earlier, instead of this humiliating dissipation under the shame of the enemy. Thinking about this, the Beast God sect holy maiden tried her best to raise her head and hissed in an incoherent breakdown. You have no right to do this to me. You have violated the laws of Hakusha. Damned pariah. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. The law? At those words, Yili was thoughtful. With that, he withdrew his palm and calmly asked, then speak quickly. Say what? The Beast God cult holy maiden froze. Meh. Yili's face went cold once again. You're really tough talking. Virgin? Why don't you ask? It seemed to read her mind. Yili laughed lightly and said in a tone of stating facts. After killing so many people, now it's someone else's turn to kill you. And rightfully so. The Beast God cult holy maiden's voice hoarsely spat out weak syllables. You are hypocritical. Treating me like this is considered the righteous path? It's nothing but. I'm too lazy to reason with you. Yili raised his palm and calmly said. You don't deserve to hear it. The moment the words fell, a majestic force suddenly descended on the body of the Beast God sect's holy maiden. Boo! The tattered body of the Beast God sect's holy maiden exploded into a firework-like mist of blood that splattered across the earth. Detected that you have completely broken down the psychological defense of the Beast God cult's holy maiden. Evil value plus 10,000. You have been detected to have killed the contemporary saint daughter of the prestigious Beast God cult. Your evil value is plus 50,000. Yili sighed softly as he looked at the place where it dissipated. One is still too kind. The best thing to do is not really something like this in a quick and dirty way. Instead, they tortured each other little by little, harvesting as much evil value as possible. Forget it. Anyway, high and low are considered successful in destroying each other's psychological defenses. Yili wordlessly exhaled, casually picking up the holy maiden's religious robe on the ground, and then snapped his fingers lightly. Wordlessly, the Beast God sect's holy maiden, who was almost generally the same as before, emerged from the earth. She was dressed in red and knelt down on one knee in front of Yili. The look was respectful and the tone humble. My lord, what is your command? Yili was speechless for a moment. Although I know my own talents bullying quite well, every time I see the enemy who shouted I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost a few minutes ago, but in the next second, they are loyal to themselves, more or less, but the summons are summoned. Just experiment with your ideas for a while. Let's see if this so-called zealot will give in to his own imperial covenant of life and death. After a slight contemplation, Yili opened his mouth and asked, Beast God or me, which do you choose? What's a Beast God? The Beast God sect holy maiden sneered without hesitation. My lord, please don't let this kind of trash pull you down. Yali, okay, that's the way to play it, isn't it? Outside the Beast God cult branch, the lofty aura that had enveloped the entire sky above the swinging heavenly mountains suddenly disappeared without a trace. The first to react was Zhuo Qingyu, the holy virgin of the Beast God cult caste, divine descent, and died. The green-shirted kid who disappeared earlier is feared to have. Thinking about this, Zhuo Qingyu frowned slightly. Even though her appearance was that of a young girl, her mind was that of a normal adult. At least she thought she did. With the back and forth connection, where can't you guess what's going on? Reckless, really reckless. I really don't know what kind of heavenly pride it is. Can't you wait for the seat to free up its hands? Zhuo Qingyu clenched her silver teeth and raised a strong breath. The martial infant in her body awakened the cells of her entire body, pulling her body out temporarily from the weak state attached to that pressure. Briefly recovered to peak condition. 2 heads. This seat has endured you for a long time. Zhuo Qingyu's bare feet lightly tapped the ground and flew high into the air. And with a move of his hands, a green tornado that shot straight up into the sky with an appalling sound instantly rose up from the ground. The wind howled and the earth crumbled. It manifests its horrific destructive power. The 2 sixth-order alien beasts on the opposite side were still grieving for the fall of the Holy Maiden. And when they saw this, they hurriedly dragged their heavily injured and weak bodies to defense. Tornadoes swept and shook the mountains. In just a few minutes, The two tens of meters tall sixth-order alien beasts completely lost their lives. Zhuo Qingyu casually ripped out its beast core and collected it, while then flew towards the beast god sect branch at the top of the mountain with a heavy heart. Just then, her pupils trembled slightly. A handsome young man with a green shirt stained with blood walked out from the division, still holding the blood-colored religious robe that belonged solely to the beast god sect's holy maiden, breathing steadily and relaxed. Chapter 112, This seat doesn't know what's wrong with it. I can't believe I survived. Looking at the green-shirted boy at the top of the mountain, Zhuo Qingyu's face carried a clear surprise. The other party was holding the red robe of that beast god sect's holy daughter. The holy maiden's red robe was a treasured piece of equipment that was usually used to suppress the blood red lines on her body, so there was absolutely no mistaking it. If there were no unforeseen circumstances, the holy maiden of the beast god sect would never take off this red robe, so much so that it added to an already less than stellar mental state. The eyes appeared in the hands of the green-shirted boy. In other words, that beast god cult holy maiden did die from casting divine descent after confronting him, but the teenager survived. How to do it? The Zhuo Qingyu in the air murmured softly, and there was some confusion in those sharp and icy eyes. Earlier, if it wasn't for the fact that he had been so focused on confronting the two sixth-ranked foreign beasts that he had noticed that the other party's speed was slightly slower. She had long since broken away from the battle and directly kicked this indolent peak of the fourth rank off swinging heaven mountain. After all, according to Zhuo Qingyu's projection, once the teenager and that beast god sect holy maiden met, no matter how one looked at it, the former had no chance of surviving. But the truth was that the other party had not only forced that holy maiden out of the god surrender, but had also persevered to the end under the holy maiden in the god surrender state. Phew! Zhuo Qingyu landed at the top of the mountain, and there seemed to be a faint white mist under his bare feet, so that he never touched the ground. This seat is the vice-chancellor of Fengyun University. Zhuo Qingyu. The clear voice echoed from the top of the mountain. The young girl walked slowly towards Yili, her small cherry-colored mouth moving slightly. What's your name, little friend? Zhuo Qingyu's voice was crisp and dignified, and when combined with her appearance, it was like a young girl with a royal sister's style if you were hard to say. Yili tapped his jaw imperceptibly. He took a seat on the steps in front of the great hall and replied softly while recovering the true chi in his body. Yali. Not that he was angry at the other's name calling. Don't think this barefoot girl looks young, but in reality, I don't know how old she is. I wonder how much evil value I'd get if I said her appearance fits the sexual fetishes of the Lolita controllers. I'm afraid it's going to be straight up annoying. Seeing the other party approaching, Yi Li's mind wandered in thought. Yali. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Qingyu raised his eyebrows lightly and retrieved the name in his mind. But there was no luck. Odd. How is it that one has never heard of someone with such tactics? She asked with a light frown, stopping in her tracks, her arms wrapped around her chest and her posture condescending. You are a contemporary heir of which family, or a student of which martial arts university? From Fengyun University. Yi Li casually said. Zhuo Qingyu looked at him suspiciously. How old are you? Starting freshman year. Hearing this, a trace of consternation surfaced in the bottom of Zhuo Qingyu's eyes, but it passed in an instant. She rested her fingers against her chin and stared at Yi Li, half asking as if confirming after a long time. Starting school, freshman year? Aha. Yi Li tapped his jaw. Don't move. Zhuo Qingyu took a step out and appeared in front of Yi Li as if in an instant. Both of her fingers landed on his wrist and probed it with a serious expression. It's so fast it's smacking. The sudden attack caused Yi Li to move slightly, but immediately afterward, a majestic wind pressure fell on his body, confining him and preventing him from moving. If not for Yi Li's quick reaction, this pressure could even directly crush him to the ground. Worthy of being a sixth-ranked martial infant realm giant, suppressing a peak fourth-ranked martial artist was as simple as breathing. Almost painfully lost the knee he had just managed to save. This seat says don't move. Seemingly dissatisfied with Yi Li's resistance, Zhuo Qingyu frowned lightly, revealing an unquestionable dominance in her cool voice. Sit honestly, this seat won't harm you. Her fingertips were vaguely translucent with a greenish-colored light, following the meridians and rapidly swimming all over Yi Li's body. But roughing it up is hardly different from being robust. The parties expressed extreme discomfort. Lao dang. I'm about to explode with you. Yi Li braced his breath and smiled without saying anything. This imperial-style loli is pretty bossy. One day, I'll make you feel what I just felt. I can't believe I'm really not over 20. A moment later, Zhuo Qingyu moved her fingers away, her clear little face with surprise, and said, It's fortunate that you didn't die, or else this seat would have made a big mistake. Being able to survive under the Holy Maiden in the state of divine descent. How did you do it? Without waiting for Yi Li to speak, she then waved her hand and said in a tone of little concern, There's no harm in not talking about it. It's normal for young people to have a little privacy. That's enough then. Yi Li said. Zhuo Qingyu fell silent, and after a few moments lightly hummed, "If you don't say it, you don't say it. Detected you teasing the Vice-Chancellor of Fengyun University. Evil value plus 1,000. Aha, that high?" Yili was a bit surprised. Right at this moment, Zhuo Qingyu's face suddenly turned pale, and his breath withered quite a bit. Seeing this, Yili, who was just about to make a move, had a slight movement in his heart and got up to ask, "Elder, what are you?" "There is no obstacle." Zhuo Qingyu's face quickly regained its calm. She straightened up and trailed off. This seat previously cast a secret method to temporarily restore its strength, and now that the secret method is ineffective, the effects caused by divine descent are still just there. "I see." Yili nodded thoughtfully. The other party acts in such a style. Holding a grudge is definitely not a problem, but rather a simple way to earn extra money. He turned the ring of harmonious coexistence on his hand seemingly casually. "Courtesy, friend. Savor what I just felt." The true chi in Yili's body, which had just recovered 40%, was instantly depleted at a rather terrifying speed. "On MT. Dang Tian. Okay, go." Zhuo Qingyu slowly left the ground and coldly looked at Yili. "This seat." The words were not yet spoken. In the next moment, a pressure so strong that it could not be resisted suddenly descended on her body. It was actually trying to get her to just kneel down. Zhuo Qingyu's pretty face was immediately gloomy. What kind of joke is this? She hadn't knelt for anything since she was born. Neither gods nor demons could win her awe, and both were far less reliable than relying on herself. What's more, there was a young student from Winsan University watching in front of him. How can you do something so shameful? Zhuo Qingyu clenched her silver teeth as a swirl of cyan-colored airflow floated around her, but to no avail. The force grew stronger and stronger as if to fulfill God's command. Don't. A hint of collapse gradually welled up in the bottom of Zhuo Qingyu's eyes. Puff. In the next second, the sound of knees colliding with the ground was so clear that it could echo across the entire summit of Swinging Sky Mountain. "Detected that you made the 6th order. 3rd-ranked Vice Colonel Fengyun kneel to you. Evil value plus 10,000. That's a staggering number. Left mackerel. Even if you can reach this level without people watching, I, Yili, would like to call you the strongest to date." Looking down on the previously high and mighty vice principal, the pale-faced Yili inwardly sighed. It was really not easy to make it kneel down, and the real chi that had just been restored had bottomed out again. Thinking about this, Yili coughed lightly twice. "Elder Zhuo." He walked to the stupefied, small mouth slightly open Zhuo Qingyu, lost his smile and asked, "You are?" "No." Zhuo Qingyu came back to her senses. Her white face reddened all of a sudden, looked up at Yili, and said in incoherent excitement, "I don't know what happened to the seat." Suddenly, just like this, between the words, she made every attempt to get up, but they all ended in failure. The weakness brought about by that beast god's aura still enveloped her body, and the huge force of the party was like the last straw that overpowered the camel. Someone is using tactics. The one with this kind of ability would definitely not be the green-shirted young man in front of him who was obviously depleted of true chi. There are still remnants left on Dangtian Mountain. Zhuo Qingyu's heart was filled with shame and anger. She sat on her knees, but her domineering posture was not weak at all. Looking around the room, he let loose with a shout. "Who is the troublemaker? Get the hell out of here!" The awe-inspiring voice resounded high in the sky, echoing at the top of the Swinging Heaven Mountain. In Yili's gaze, the surroundings were always quiet, without a single fluctuation of true chi, so he looked to Zhuo Qingyu. Left green fish. Should have run away. She took a deep breath, but her small face was so red that it seemed to be dripping blood. It's so humiliating. Kneeling, one actually knelt to a young student one had never met. Beast god cult, this seat will not be able to stand against you for the rest of my life. Zhuo Qingyu's breathing was disorganized, and he completely lost the calmness of the party. She looked up at the teenager, and a light seemed to flow in her eyes as she said, "Yili, help this seat up." "Okay." Yili extended his right hand. Naturally, he picked up his rear collar and lifted him off the ground. Zhuo Qingyu patted the dust on his knees, and the blood red on his face faded a little. Nodding weakly in volume, he said, "Thank you. You're welcome." Yili laughed lightly and withdrew his palm. Principal left. It's my win. Chapter 113 Fifth Order Mansion Condensation Method arrives. Thanks to you forcing out the Holy Maiden's divine descent ahead of time, or else this seat would have to suffer a great loss as well. The resistance of foreign beasts to the beast god's aura is still a bit higher than that of martial artists of the same rank, and it might even give that Holy Maiden a chance to rush down Swinging Heaven Mountain and lose her manpower for nothing. As if to ease the embarrassment, Zhuo Qingyu coughed lightly twice and looked at Yili again, faintly saying, "You, very good. It's just that with your peak cultivation of the 4th rank, What are you doing on a mission to besiege the beast god cult if you're not waiting for the baptism of the martial land at school? She asked in a cold voice. This seat remembers informing those agents in the school to turn this mission to a red level. And they didn't do it? The red quests are the highest threat level quests in the select dangerous building. It's not unusual for a student to be discouraged. It can't be helped. Student, I need the S-ranked condensation of mansions method. Yi Li calmly said. There are still 3 first-class credits left. Do it yourself and have a good meal. S-ranked mansion condensation method? Zhuo Qingyu's good-looking eyebrows spread out. This seat thought it was some kind of treasure. Take it. Between the words, 2 heavy tomes emerged from her slender palms and flew straight into Yi Li's arms. My friend, you're making me very embarrassed. Next time, I think I'm going to have to keep up with the rituals before I get along with someone. It doesn't matter if you're evil. This but a good person. I really feel guilty about it. Yi Li sighed inwardly and said slightly helplessly. Forget about it, Elder Zhua. Students can change it by themselves. He didn't even care that Jiang Qingju wanted the canonical books. He was just worried about owing too many favors. The day people come running for help, they will definitely have to do something on their side. If it was a simple fight, that would be fine. Just be afraid of some doggone restriction of personal liberty situation. What? Afraid it won't fit? Zhuo Qingyu said in a cold voice as he floated in the air with his hands behind his back. Consider it a special reward from this seat for your outstanding performance in this mission. At those words, Yi Li raised his eyebrows lightly. That, pressing down on the embarrassment. Yi Li pondered for a moment, then spoke. If you're hindered from breaking through to the sovereign in the future, I can help you out. Consider it in exchange. Humph. A mere peak of the 4th rank. Big talk. This seat can break through the sect master alone. Zhuo Qingyu gave a light snort before waving his hand. Both are S-ranked mansion condensation laws. Both are for you. Practice whichever one you want. After saying that, Zhuo Qingyu paused and asked in a rather dangerous tone. Also, who is your mentor? Letting you, a freshman, carry out this kind of high-risk mission? Mentor Yu Wang. Yi Li said. His old man had a recent emergency and couldn't spare the time, so he specially sent a senior sister to take me. Not much use though, but honestly, this heart is still worthy of recognition, and Yi Li will definitely not do the act of suing behind his back. Urgent. Okay then. Zhuo Qingyu was unexpectedly reasonable, and with a wave of one hand, this matter was revealed. Yi Li withdrew his gaze and casually flipped through the 2 tomes in his arms. S-Class Condensed Mansion Law. Storm City, uninitiated. S-Class Condensation of Mansions. Thousands of mountains into mansions, uninitiated. The first door is the mansion condensation method that this seat has cultivated. Taking Yi Li's movements into his eyes, Zhuo Qingyu spoke extremely fast and said, cultivation is very difficult, but this seat can give you a few pointers. As for the second door, it was obtained by this seat some years ago and confirmed to be genuine, with nothing annotated. At the risk of asking, what is the quality of your divine mansion? Yi Li raised his eyes to look. Zhuo Qingyu slightly raised his chin. His tone was flat, but it was not difficult to hear the pride contained in it. Gold. Having the highest quality divine mansion. It was no wonder she was so self-satisfied. But would it be too childish in regards to a 6th-ranked martial artist? Between the rummage of thoughts, Yi Li put away the 2 mansion condensation laws and calmly said, then the first door. Please bother senior. Come back to school and come to this seat's office building. Zhuo Qingyu nodded in satisfaction. To hide her earlier embarrassment, she patted her face vigorously, then floated toward the mountain. Alright, follow this seat down the mountain. Yi Li nodded slightly and followed behind it. Eagle Cry Gorge, temporary camp. After writing up the combat report, the camp head, Lu Jing, summoned the enforcer and sent it to the commander-in-chief's desk. Not long after, Yi Li was seen returning from the mountain. This green-shirted teenager had just said goodbye to Zhuo Qingyu, and at this moment, he walked into the camp with a normal expression. The gesture was subdued as if nothing had happened. Feeling the many awe-inspiring fiery eyes cast around him, Lu Jing quickly stepped forward. Your Excellency is truly an artist with great courage. His eyes were glowing, and his tone didn't hide his awe and gratitude at all as he held the teenager's hand tightly. It should, Yi Li said casually. That's how you need to be in danger if you want the value of evil deeds yourself. High risk, high reward. There was nothing to complain about. Many people didn't even have the right to choose. Yi Li thought he was lucky enough. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he walked into his tent for the first time under Lu Jing's leadership. Dozens of enforcers stepped forward without a trace and spontaneously guarded the outside of the tent. Chen Jingli was as bland as ever, sitting quietly on the green stone outside the camp. In the meantime, as Zhuo Qingyu returned to the headquarters, after stating the situation on the mountain, the people in charge of the various camps on Dangtian Mountain soon received the mission completion directive from the headquarters. Eagle Cry Gorge. Upon hearing this news, Lu Jing, a senior enforcer who had struggled for decades, nearly wept with joy. All those days of hard work were finally not in vain. High compensation, 3 months paid vacation. Thinking of this, Lu Jing's heart surged with respect for that young martial artist named Yili. Thanks to the other party guarding the Eagle Cry Gorge, not only did many fewer people die, but they also perfectly guarded the pass here. It's not just Lu Jing. Inside the Eagle Cry Gorge, all of the hundreds of law enforcers who had arrived from the 3 provinces were like this. I just hate that I can't follow it day and night. More people will think that way when the commander-in-chief conducts his post-war summary in a few more days. It wouldn't be long before the name Yili would resonate within all the major Qing ISO bureaus in the 3 provinces. Time rolls on. With the fall of the night, a classified combat record was also sent from the Eagle Cry Gorge General Command. Skipping the layers of approval, it was directly sent to the General Directorate of the Hakusha Clear Alien Bureau. Chapter 114, the 11th in the collapsed wind and cloud ranking list. Within the winning province, Stormwater University. With the baptism of Woody just around the corner, the atmosphere in the school grew tense. In the past days to see no trace of the top 10 of the wind and clouds list, recently also before and after the return to school. Influenced by them, many students from Fengyun University also ended their vacation early and returned to school, just to be able to observe 1 or 2 of them in the battle for the martial land baptism. As for the list of 10 people who would be able to participate in the martial land baptism, it had also been finalized a few days ago at the school's senior management meeting. To maximize the incentive effect, the members of the information department made full use of the floating shadow monolith, which is nearly 100 meters tall and is specially designed to display notices on campus. The list had been registered the day before, and even attached the most widely spread one of their many names. At this moment, on that smooth and dark huge monument, Herculean display of 10 names poured out in blood red. Top of the wind and cloud ranking, Sword Blind, Li Jiankai. The second place on the wind and cloud ranking, Tianyang Saint Sun, Sun Qiyang. Third on the wind and cloud ranking, Thunderbolt Gun, Su Tian. Ninth on the wind and cloud ranking, Times Zero, Chen Jingli. 10th on the wind and cloud ranking, Yi Li. 10 names, symbolizing the 10 most outstanding core students of Fengyun University. Among the returning students coming and going, there were constantly people stopping here, looking up towards the many names on the list, their eyes full of yearning. It was important to realize that any of the people on this list was an existence they could not hope to achieve. The top student at Windermere University, the martial artist of martial artists, the genius of geniuses. However, in previous years, the list has been mostly filled with familiar names. With this one this year, the first 9 were fine. It was just that this 10th place, Yili, was particularly unfamiliar to them. Yili? Who is Yili? Which honored master is this? I'm not sure. This is the first time I've heard of it. Is there such a person in the top 30 of the wind and cloud ranking? The vast majority of returning students looked puzzled, and some immediately asked their friends beside them. By this time, those students who had stayed on campus all vacation were grinning from ear to ear when they heard their friend's question. No way. This feeling of being one step ahead of the others and getting the information is wonderful. Equally as dumbfounded as most of the students was a young man with a clean-cut hooded appearance. The youth was the former 10th in the wind and cloud ranking, and now the 11th in the wind and cloud ranking. Chui Ming. At the moment, even with his entire face shrouded in a hood, it was hard to hide the dullness on his face. Work hard to earn credits and come back near Woody baptism to take a look. Spots are gone. Who can stand this? Chui Ming took a deep breath, only to feel as hard as a red stone in his heart, and couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, intending to go and ask for a statement. Just then, someone in the crowd finally couldn't hold back and coughed lightly. On the surface, he was introducing himself to his friends, but in reality, his voice was loud enough to be heard by everyone present. If you don't know, you're right. This Healy is none other than this year's new enrollment's mysterious big brother. Upon hearing these words, Chui Ming, who was just about to leave, had a twitch in his heart, and then he stopped and followed the sound. New to school? His friend was equally stunned, then quickly responded with a stunned question. Is this guy a transfer from another school? The man shook his head and corrected himself with an exclamatory tone. People are freshmen, the kind who just graduated from Budo High School. When these words came out, everyone present was in an uproar, and many people even looked violently sideways. Freshmen? And then the top 10 of the Windjammer? Fake it. How are these two terms connected? An incredulous look welled up in the bottom of Chui Ming's eyes, and he almost didn't hold back from cursing directly. You know, even Winsong University, where geniuses gather. For the most part, only seniors and older siblings from the 4th and 5th years of college were also able to make it to the top 10 of the Wind and Cloud list. The most outrageous time was when a junior hit the top 10 of the Windjammer list. At the same time, that was the least golden edition of the list. But times are different nowadays. The gold content of this edition of the Wind and Cloud ranking, that is definitely quite high. There was not a single person in the top 10 who couldn't fight a 4th-ranked martial artist with power. Even if you look at the school history of the Wind and Cloud rankings, this was a rather rare situation. In the case where everyone is a contemporary heavenly pride, cultivating for a few more years of your time is a real bottom-line improvement. Even Triman, who was starting his 5th year of college, would have scoffed at such rumors in the past. What makes a freshman in school better than them who have fought hundreds of battles? By the back door? Someone couldn't help but break the silence and asked in a hoarse voice, though he himself found it unlikely. You. What do you think our school is? The man rolled his eyes. He then looked around the room, seemingly satisfied with the crowd's reaction, and then laughed. From what I understand, people are real big shots, and on the first day they came to the school, they beat down 2 geniuses in the top 15 of the Wind and Cloud ranking on the Enlightenment Pavilion. Crushing, those 2 didn't even have room to fight back. Upon hearing this, Chui Ming and the crowd muttered out, 4th order. The 10 to 15 places on the Wind and Cloud ranking were peak 3rd order domains. To be able to beat them to the point of no return, it could only be a 4th-ranked martial artist, and not just any 4th-ranked martial artist. This Yi Li, how old is he this year? Holding on to the idea that the other person might be a repeat student, another person in the crowd asked with difficulty, less than 20 years old, a 4th-ranked martial artist? Chui Ming only felt a little sweaty after hearing this. A student beside him tentatively asked, is it really a 4th order? Will it be one of those very capable peaks of the 3rd rank? I'm not finished. The man glanced at it, and then faintly said, it wasn't enough for him to beat down 2 top 15 during the day, but that night he seriously injured a top 15 who had just advanced to the 4th rank. Same crush, same not much effort. The empty space in front of the stone monument fell into dead silence for a while. Chui Ming's entire body staggered back, staring at the man who spoke with a deadly stare. This Yi Li, crushing a martial artist who was at the beginning of the 4th rank. The man was startled when he saw Chui Ming's face. Chui Ming was also considered a popular figure in the school, so he naturally recognized him. Hastily, he replied, as far as I know it is. A friend from the Ministry of Information told me. It shouldn't be false. Chui Ming breathed heavily and stood in silence for a long time. The fists in his sleeve robes clenched tighter and tighter. That's when more and more students recognized him. Chui Ming? The Chui Ming who was the 10th in the Wind and Cloud ranking? Shut up. It's the 11th now. Watch out for people chiseling you. Is he unconvinced and wants to try with Yi Li? It's hard to say. Chui Ming finally took a long breath and said with a hard voice, thanks for telling me. With that, he turned and left. Only the direction of departure was changed from the compound of the gold medalists to the school cafeteria. Bull demons. One person crushing 2 peak 3rd stage and 1 early 4th stage? My goodness. This I make a rally. On the way to the cafeteria, the more Chui Ming thought about it, the more he broke down. And finally he couldn't help but swear. Monsters. They're all ING monsters. The top 5 of the Wind and Cloud list were monsters. And this Yi Li was also a monster. Since this was the case, let them rob themselves blind in the martial land baptism 3 days later. In the midst of a crowd of strange looks, Chui Ming angrily plunged headlong into the cafeteria. Chapter 115, Your goddess ran away with her little master. Training Building 3, top floor. Another shocking batch. Looking at the group of ordinary students in front of the huge stone monument with shocked expressions, a youth with a fiery mark on his brow smiled helplessly. How many people have been shocked by this Yi Li in the past 2 days? Clearly my ranking is higher. Hey, what a clown in the temple and a master on the prowl. He lost his smile and sighed before casually asking, Su Tian, what do you say about this Yi Li? Just how strong is he? Not far from him in the field, a gun-wielding young man in white exhaled slowly and closed his stance. After hearing this, the white-clothed youth named Su Tian snorted. I don't know, and I don't care. Okay, count me as asking for nothing. Sun Qiyang spread his hands and looked innocent. Then, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly, and he continued in a teasing tone. Anyway, you just care about people Qin Jingli, even if they don't care about you at all. At the end of his words, he trailed off with a long drawn-out taunt that went straight to full blast. Sun Qiyang. Su Tian's eyes looked away with icy coldness. Other people call you the saint son of Tianyang. You don't really think of yourself as the saint son of the Tianyang sect, do you? That was a compliment. You know better than anyone what's actually going on. Su Tian's eyes were similarly filled with mockery. You were picked up by someone's father. An adopted son is an adopted son. And as long as their rightful owner doesn't die, you'll only be a saint son candidate in your life. An imposter who can only have a good time at Fengyun University. Sharp words echoed through the grounds. Su Tian looked at his opponent without fear. His and Sun Qian's strengths were in between, so there was nothing to be afraid of at all. Surprisingly, Sun Qian's expression remained the same. Only the flame mark between his eyebrows flickered slightly. He laughed softly. It doesn't matter if I'm a holy son or not, but I know where your goddess went. You know? Su Tian's brows furrowed. He had inquired to that mongrel fish called Lin Yun for 2 days now, and he hadn't even asked for a single hair. That's why you're not in your right mind. One lickspittle catches another lickspittle asking about the whereabouts of the goddess, and you'll be damned if you can ask. Sun Qiang said as if he was holding back a laugh. Then, in Su Tian's terrifying eyes that were about to eat people, he laughed rather playfully. Your goddess is out on a mission with her precious senior brother. Yes, just the two of them, no outsiders. Where did she get a junior? Su Tian's calm voice suppressed extreme irritation. Of course it's Yu Lao's new collection. Sun Qian looked at the little cutie with the like eyes at him and laughed. Speaking of which, this senior brother of hers should be no stranger to you. Su Tian took a deep breath, his eyes grim, like he was calming his anger. The palm of his hand that held the lance trembled slightly from the excessive force. He asked indifferently, who? The Windjammer's new dark horse. Sun Qiang stretched his back, his tail tone rising. Yili, the vice-chancellor's office building at sunrise, detected that the 11th genius on the wind and cloud ranking list hates and fears you. Evil value plus 400. Another windfall? Listening to the tone ringing in his ears, Yili raised his eyebrows lightly. But what's the deal with this dude? Hate is understandable. After all, the spot was taken by me. Afraid because of what? Have you heard any bad rumors? Don't be afraid. Don't you want to personally try my weight? Yili inwardly sighed lightly. He then redirected his sight to the book, Storm City, in front of him. Yili, who had returned to the school, didn't mourn for a moment for the death of the beast god Sek's holy daughter and immediately came to Zhuo Qingyu's office. For the first time, this S-ranked condensation method was pulled to full capacity. Know a thing or two about it properly before you add it, and you might get some kind of gain buff. If you're poor, you have to save money. Yili's inner thoughts electrified as he looked up ahead. Across from him, Zhuo Qingyu, dressed in his regular clothes, sat at the back of the wooden table, hands wrapped around his chest, extra seriousness on his cold and arrogant face. At this moment, was rattling off his understanding of practicing Storm City. If it was one of those Lullicon old-timers from a previous life, they would have most likely turned into a crazy deer for this scene. Yeli tapped his jaw imperceptibly. The teaching continued until the afternoon. The redundant theory, Zhuo Qingyu spoke with a dry mouth. She coughed lightly twice and asked faintly, did you understand everything this seat said just now? Totally hear you. Yili, who was actually completely oblivious, nodded his head gently and answered frankly. It's a bit embarrassing to say that I didn't understand what the other person was saying when he was speaking so vigorously. Really? Zhuo Qingyu frowned lightly. She had chased after her own master and asked him over and over again in order to initially understand Storm City back then. Then he climbed high mountains all over Hakasia in the cold winter months and was baptized in the strong winds at the top of the mountains. It took several months to cultivate this Storm City's condensed mansion law to the introductory level. Thereafter, it was several more years of time consumed to cultivate it to the point of great completion, eventually making a breakthrough and condensing a golden quality divine mansion, shocking the world. The other person had only heard her speak once and understood? Really? Yili looked at the cannon in his hand and seriously confirmed. I completely understand. It was so hard to get so many points, and now he has to waste his time listening to the mini-class a few more times? Admittedly, Zhuo Qingyu is extremely well educated. Even Yili could feel a hint of an epiphanic aura in her narration. It was never really understood, but that level was enough. As he read this, the other party's cool voice sounded from Yili's ears. Think about it. Zhuo Qingyu gave a light snort and said in a cold voice, this seat has a lot of work to do in the daytime, and on weekdays, I don't have much leisure to instruct students individually. Today is the day that this seat recognizes your talent, which is why it has freed up half a day to make an exception for you to teach. If you miss this one, I don't know when you'll have to wait for the next one. Between the words, Zhuo Qingyu tapped the desktop, and those cold eyes stared at Yili with extreme aggression. She was imploring the teenager to ask anything he wanted to ask quickly, no matter what. Also quickly and shamelessly ask for her contact information. Usually also to ask her for advice. The guidance of a martial infant realm powerhouse would not know how many martial artists would have to grab their heads. Unfortunately, the teenager nodded slightly like a rash. Think it over. I'll just watch it for a bit longer. Zhuo Qingyu was momentarily speechless. She suspected that the other woman had simply missed her cue, but she couldn't bring herself to explain her intentions, let alone exchange contact information. Only a sullen agreement. Then look. After the words were spoken, Zhuo Qingyu paused, looking at the calm-looking teenager in front of her. She continued seemingly casually. This seat will be here for a little while longer. Okay. Yili nodded without much care. Zhuo Qingyu silently clenched his fists. Meanwhile, out of her sight, Yili summoned the panel, and the light blue light screen glowed with a divine luster. S-Class Condensed Mansion Law. Storm City, uninitiated. Upgradable. Current vices, 143,000 points. Nice guy. Looking at the panel, Yili's eyes brightened slightly. After resolving the Eagle Cry Gorge Beast Tide, the Beast God Sex Holy Maiden, plus getting a little friendly sponsorship from Zhuo Qingyu, it's amazing that the evil value in the background has reached such a horrific number. The trip was really rewarding. Then pull full, Storm City, here. Yili lightly exhaled, and a vast amount of evil values poured into the panel in unison. Ding! Begin consuming the bad act value and continue practicing the S-rank congealed mansion method. Storm City. Chen Jingli. Chapter 116, Controlling the Hurricane. Storm City. You turn over this extremely difficult S-ranked method of condensing the mansion, and on the basis of your own understanding of the fifth order divine mansion, you begin to continually speculate on the profound methods recorded in this tome. After consuming 2,000 points of evil value, you realize that there is a part of this mansion condensation law that coincides with your own earlier imaginings, and you begin to use it to deduce the deeper meanings recorded in the rest of the text. After consuming 5,000 points of bad act value, you initially understand the cultivation method in this mansion condensation method, which actually involves circling thick qi and blood in your body like a storm, then drawing the astral wind into your body, and finally condensing an extreme divine mansion amidst great pain. At the same time, you have also found that the main difficulty of this condensation method is not actually the difficulty of understanding the text, but that the cultivation method recorded therein is extremely difficult to implement and extremely risky. A single slip can cause serious internal injuries to the body. But you, with your supreme talent, need not worry about this matter, and therefore begin to experiment within your body with impunity. Gain buff, cultivation speed increased by 200%, a flowing cultivation method, an iron, undying golden soul. Looking at the text that surfaced on the panel, Yili gave a slight, unseen nod. That's the kind of confidence that super self-healing gives him. Is there anyone else who can do this kind of thing? To be able to gain this level of gain buffs? Apparently not. Yili slowly closed his eyes and collected his mind. Slowly, he dropped his attention to the qi and blood within his body that did not stop for a moment. His divine thoughts had long ago gained a metamorphosis under the baptism of that S-rank conceptualization, sea tides. Therefore, these types of attempts are carried out and counted. After consuming 10,000 points of evil value, you have initially grasped the cultivation method of the Storm City and implemented it within your body, which is quite effective. Storm City, introductory. The thick qi and blood in the body was gradually pulled by the mind, surging and rushing through the sturdy and spacious meridians, as if a breeze was helping. Under the guidance of Yi Li's strength and spirit, the speed of the blood rushing gradually increased. Getting guidance from Zhuo Qingyu, although you initially didn't know anything about most of the theories coming out of her mouth. With the deeper understanding of this mansion condensation method now, you began to gradually understand what she had told you earlier. Gain buff, cultivation speed increased by 80%, consuming 20,000 vices. You have mastered the art of rushing your qi and blood, and from this, you have realized the ability to control the change of qi flow. Storm City, skilled. Inside the Vice-Chancellor's office, time was ticking away. Zhuo Qingyu propped her chin on one hand, resting her right leg on her left leg, her bare feet gently swaying. With the other hand, he was boring the imperial wind to turn his pen, revving it extremely fast and tigerishly. Just then, woohoo! The green-shirted teenager in front of him suddenly exhaled lightly, and the air around him instantly followed the strange movement, and the thick tome spread out in front of him began to clatter and turn pages rapidly at this moment. Aha! Zhuo Qingyu was the first to notice Yi Li's abnormality, and his lazy eyes suddenly sharpened. She snapped her grip on the quill and looked sideways, only to see the opposite side of the wooden table. The green-shirted teenager's black hair danced in front of his forehead. His expression was calm, and the airflow around him continued to accelerate, so much so that his green shirt fluttered in the light wind. This is... A trace of consternation gradually surged under the bottom of Zhuo Qingyu's eyes. Having already traveled once, she was naturally extremely familiar with the cultivation methods of the Storm City. This fifth-order technique, which was considered a top-finished product among the many S-ranked mansion condensation techniques, would be surrounded by visions when it broke through. The vision of Storm City's impending ascent matched perfectly with the signs of what was happening to Yi Li. Is it actually such a genius? Zhuo Qingyu murmured softly, her ever-so-flat voice carrying a bit of dissolved surprise. The vast majority of martial artists, once they have some achievements, will more or less move to accept disciples to pass on their mantle. Although Zhuo Qingyu did not have this kind of mind, but she did have a few tests in mind when she taught this S-ranked mansion condensation method to the other party. Not so much a test of discipleship as a test of something akin to a climbing heart. Zhuo Qingyu wanted to see how many days it would take for this teenager, who was definitely called a martial arts demon in Hakusha, to practice Storm City to its great completion. Or maybe, she wanted to see who was more talented compared to Yili. That question has now been answered. There was simply no need to be like her, requiring months, or even years, of diligent cultivation. From the time she handed over the Storm City to the other party, it had been less than 2 days at most, and the other party was about to make their entrance. How in the world can this be so ridiculous? Zhuo Qingyu took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. It was expected to be an evenly matched dark match. I didn't expect it to end so quickly. Damn, doesn't that make this seat look like a clown? Trying to calm the shame rising in his heart, Zhuo Qingyu clenched her silver teeth, her eyes fixedly looking at Yili. She slumped back into the chair and hugged her legs tightly, pressing her cold knees to her face, which was burning from the shame of the explosion. After a moment, he murmured to himself, but if that's the case, it's really valuable to cultivate. It didn't obscure the tone. Anyway, the other party was concentrating on cultivation at the moment and couldn't hear his whining. Yili withdrew his attention from the outside world's Zhuo Qingyu and put it back on the constantly surging curtain of light, adding points and still going on, consuming 25,000 points of evil value. At this moment you already have the ability to condense the Divine Mansion, but for the sake of the quality of the Divine Mansion, you have decided to improve on this Divine Mansion method. After consuming 30,000 points of evil value, with the deepening of your understanding of this condensation method, your ability to control the airflow has increased dramatically, and between the surges of your mind and spirit, the amazing gale that is enough to destroy a building is already beckoning. Storm City, Mastery. After consuming 50,000 points of vices, your control over the way blood rushes, and even the changes in air currents, has reached an extremely deep level. When your realm rises in the future, and the true chi in your body is sufficiently majestic and abundant, you can even rub a tornado with your hands in an open area, and even set off a terrifying hurricane that is strong enough to destroy a city. Storm City, Deshang. You have completed all the steps before the wind enters your body if you can perfectly grasp the changes in airflow within a certain range, feeling the changes within his body, and that sense of permeability of being able to control the subtle elements. God's lightness of being. Yili inexplicably had a premonition. The current him was able to condense even a golden quality Divine Mansion, but it's not enough. Without practicing every martial art technique in Kung Fu that he got to the extreme, how could he afford to ask for the supreme Tongtian martial Dao in the future? After consuming 70,000 points of evil value, the words you uttered 10 minutes ago have come true, and you fully understand this S-ranked condensation of Mansion's law. The violent and docile wind element is your faithful servant. The storms of the sea are your hotbed. The astral wind entering your body is like a massage that invigorates the meridians and blood flow, and the condition of condensing the mansion, which is a heavenly rift for ordinary people, is even easier for you. The tides of the sea and the city of storms complement each other, and your 5 divine heavenly pass bridges are the strongest foundation of the future Divine Mansion. Even that founding patriarch who repaired the Storm City to the extreme is far inferior to you in terms of the firmness of his foundation. Now you are the strongest Tianguan realm in the history of Hakushu. Storm City, complete. With the last line of text emerging, a whirlpool of airflow visible to the naked eye whistled and took shape from above Yili's head. Rumble! The entire office building suddenly trembled, and the thick roof was even directly overturned, with a large amount of masonry involved, coloring the originally colorless vortex into a dark gray filled with a sense of destruction. In an instant, a majestic vortex of dozens of feet was born whistling from the sky above the tall building. Inside Wind and Cloud University, countless students coming and going suddenly stopped in their tracks and looked curiously at the place where the whirling vortex was molding. Relief surfaced in their eyes after seeing that it was the vice principal's office building. It's that left principal awe. Well, that's not surprising. Then, Chapter 117 had a contact. Inside the vice chancellor's office building, the moment he saw that grand vision above the teenager's head, Zhuo Qingyu on the chair sat up violently, her small mouth slightly open. This was followed by a quick layback to save face. But even though she tried her best to calm her heart shock, her breathing was still slightly disorganized. At this moment, Zhuo Qingyu was filled with those 6 big words. Storm City, Deshang. How much has it taken her to get to this point? Months of hard work, years of honing. Only then, in an unprecedentedly perfect state, did he cultivate the City of Storms to its great completion, possessing the qualifications to condense the Golden Divine Mansion. But the green-shirted teenager in front of her was actually able to walk the long distance she had trekked for several years in just 2 days. What level of demon is this? Is Hakusha in great trouble? I can't believe the sky has sent a demon like this. Zhuo Qingyu's palms gradually clenched. Proud as she was, she actually developed a bit of self-shame at this moment. She then looked at the circling and rising vortex, and with an expressionless face, she raised her palm and lightly snapped her fingers. In a loud boom, the vortex that was still showing signs of growth instantly collapsed and dissipated, and the sand and rocks in it even turned into dust and dissipated with the wind. Who dash? Zhuo Qingyu looked at the reclearing sky. His mood was finally a little more relaxed. So what if the future is yours? It's always the seats now. This seat is the youngest martial infant realm martial artist in Hakusha today. Zhuo Qingyu let out a light hum. If you want to make a fool of yourself in front of her, wait another 30 years at the very least. Thinking about this, the arrogant left principal became confident again. She then looked at Yili, who had opened his eyes, and said indifferently, "It seems that this seat's teachings have benefited you greatly, finding the essence of the Dharma so quickly." Kinda. Yili nodded slightly. Although it was not as good as the indestructible golden soul, the gain provided by the other party could not be ignored as well. At that time, if you don't top it, my previous promise will still stand. He was referring to the promise that he would help his opponent when he was blocked from breaking through the 7th rank. Save yourself 5 first-class credits, plus quite a bit of bad behavior value. The day before yesterday, he had also handily torn apart 2 foreign beasts of the same rank in a 1-against-2 situation. This old den, rare and reliable. The enemy that could cause her breakthrough to be blocked at that time would definitely not be an oil-saving lamp, and would most likely be some big shot with a heavy weight. It just so happened that Yili liked to make such heavy things fly. This seed can break through the sovereign alone. Zhuo Qingyu's small face was slightly cold, seemingly repeating her previous words as if stating a fact. Without waiting for Yili to reply, she then continued in a cold voice. A martial artist who always thinks of relying on others to break through to Zhongshu will never break through to Zhongshu no matter what. Yili, this seed has never taken the initiative to acknowledge someone else's help until now in its cultivation. Don't you dare break the rules of this seat. At those words, Yili lifted his chin slightly in a non-committal manner. Honestly, he had a pretty good feeling about this left principle, but I wonder if I'm a bit of an extreme character. Inexplicably, Yili always wanted to see what it was like for someone in a high position similar to Zhuo Qingyu's to be knocked to the ground and cry in pain. Certainly not the left mackerel. The other party had helped him so much that he was already considered a friend. Could this be the charm of the big man? Yili thought with divergent thoughts. Since we're going to fight, we might as well take a longer view. Within the high martial realm, there were quite a few renowned, high-powered big shots. Thinking about this, Yili's heart surged with anticipation. When one's future steps into the 5th order, or even higher realms, wouldn't it be possible to gradually shift the goal of brushing points from talented young martial artists from all over Hakusha to those long-established big names? Very good. With just a little association, it feels like the road ahead is becoming more and more open. Is this the high martial arts world of the weak and the strong? In front of the wooden table, Zhuo Qingyu stretched out, perfectly proportioned curves outlined on her petite body. Yali, seemingly casually, she admonished, in the future, if you set your sights on being above a patriarch, don't ask for anything from outside. Just believe in your own abilities. Your performance on the siege mission the day before yesterday has been submitted. Hakusha officials will definitely make a move. And this seat will also act as your backstage for the time being. The higher echelons of the 4 seas countries will also soon learn of your demonic number. But with your performance that day, they will most likely give up their assassination plans. So there's no need to worry too much. And don't lust after children. Zhuo Qingyu lightly coughed twice. You are a true genius just like this seat. Don't let those external things disturb your mind. Understand? Okay. Yeli nodded politely. He hadn't moved on that front for a while, though. After shattering the filters of those heavenly daughters in the roughest way possible, it was really difficult to move on them again. Instead of worrying about that, it was better to continue on the path of martial arts. The opposite sex might lie to him, but the addition wouldn't. Principal Zhua, then I'll leave first. Yili got up and pushed away the wooden chair. Excusing himself, 3 days from now is the martial land baptism. I also need to prepare for it. Zhuo Qingyu first nodded his head in agreement, then wrapped his arms around his chest. Deadpan stared at the teenager walking toward the wooden door. Just a second before Yili walked out of the room. Slow down. Zhuo Qingyu's cold voice came from behind him. Anything else? Yili turned to look. The main reason is that this seed is worried that you will have questions about your usual cultivation. Besides, with Yu Wang's level, he simply can't teach you much anymore. In order to avoid your cultivation being hindered. Zhuo Qingyu's voice was dry and his tone was extremely fast. Plus, add a contact. Good thing too. Chapter 118, The Ultimate Undercard That Can Ravage Zhuqingyu. After once again talking to Zhuqingyu for a few sentences, Yili quickly left this vice principal's office building. After 2 days of recuperation, the depleted true qi in his body had returned to its peak. There were no dark wounds remaining, and a feeling that he was vaguely about to make a breakthrough grew stronger. Zhuqingyu had previously said that martial land baptism was beneficial to his martial cultivation. It would be best to wait to enter the martial land, or to baptize before making a breakthrough, so that the quality of the condensed divine mansion might be able to be taken to the next level. If not, Yili Fan would have broken through directly in front of Zhuqingyu. Granted, the evil value on hand most likely won't be able to add him to the peak of the 5th rank, but on top of breaking through the 5th rank, stacking a few more realms upwards was still not much of a problem. Returning to the front of his compound, Yili pushed the door open. Taking a seat at the stone table, he thought to himself. Noiselessly, a black mist suddenly emerged from the ground. Immediately after that, the red-robed beast god sect holy maiden walked out from the black mist, her eyes moving, only that the demonic blood-red lines on her face were quite a bit less. She knelt respectfully. My lord, what is your command? The usual, filling you with true energy. Yili summoned her to his body to make tea, his eyes sweeping over his body. The majestic true qi in his body then followed that connection and continuously surged into the beast god sect holy maiden's body. According to Yi Li's judgment, the state of the beast god cult's holy maiden should be fixed at the moment of death. Based on Yi Li's conversation with her, the teenager discovered that the beast god cult holy maiden still possessed the ability of divine descent. It was a real surprise. However, if one wanted to restore the blood-red lines to a perfect and flawless state, one would need to extract Yi Li's true qi to act as a drain. Yi Li had tried a little earlier on his way here. However, after consuming nearly 70% of her true qi reserves, the blood-red lines on the holy maiden's face still hadn't changed much. From this, it could be seen that the amount of consumption required to restore the beast god tattoo was comparable to a bottomless pit. In response, Yi Li was not too disappointed. After all, his true qi was recoverable, and his output efficiency was at the top level among martial artists of the same rank. It's slow to charge, so just charge it a little longer. On the flip side, the revenue it brings in is pretty scary. This was a means that would allow him to realistically suppress a 6th-ranked martial artist. An example. In normal circumstances, with a casual grip, Zhuqingyu could use the fierce and terrifying astral wind to condense Yi Li into a twist. Even if the latter was an absolutely unique Heavens Pass realm martial artist. At most, it was only a slight pity in his heart when he screwed. But now, things are different. Putting it roughly, it is that as long as the beast god sect sacred maiden is fully charged, he can even directly pick up the weak Zhuqingyu directly and defeat it. Sure, repairing the exploding beast goddess after the fact would be more or less a chore. No matter how you look at it, it's an extremely profitable deal. The real deal adds to the bottom line. Yi Li tapped his fingers on the desktop and withdrew his eyes from the other man. The only thing that was more unfortunate was that the beast god sect holy maiden was only at the peak of the 4th rank, and the time to burn the tattoo was only a few minutes. If it was rashly used against a 6th-ranked martial artist, it would be easy for the opponent to find an opportunity to kill them in seconds. After the 4th rank, fighting across the ranks was almost non-existent. There were only a handful of Tianguan realms like his that possessed the ability to cross over and seriously injure a 5th-ranked martial artist. When looking at the entire blue star, the Ice Dragon's true intent, that has reached perfection, the divine quality Tianguan bridge, the true blood that has an extremely high percentage of golden ons, and the practically indestructible golden soul. These configurations that far exceeded those of martial artists of the same rank, in addition to his cultivation at the peak of the 4th rank, was what gave Yi Li the ability to take on an early 5th rank martial artist. Any one of them taken out is at a level that is unattainable for the next person. Whoa! The sound of tea in a cup rang out, and the air in the courtyard was quite still. My lord! The holy maiden of the beast god sect walked up to Yi Li and carefully placed the teacup in front of him as she opened her mouth. You asked me to deliver the news that I am still alive to the beast god cult branches throughout Hakusha, and I have done so. And I also said that I needed some time to recuperate and wouldn't show my face for a while, which should keep them quiet for a while. Upon hearing this, Yi Li sipped his tea and mused. Is there a risk of exposure? No. I mobilized the breath of the beast god, an ability unique to the holy sons and daughters. Very good. Yi Li looked at the reflection on the surface of the tea and asked seemingly casually, how much do you know about that saint son? And the beast mystery realm? The beast god cult blinked, and then replied without any half-hearted hesitation. The Holy Son and I usually have very little contact, and the most recent was 4 years ago. At that time, he was a cultivator of the 5th rank, and his movements were erratic. Every time I ask him what he's doing, he says he's completing a task for the beast god, and I'm not qualified to know. As for the beast mysterious realm, I know that the beast god was severely injured by that national pillar of Hakusha's desperate bombardment many years ago, so nowadays, he needs to devour a large amount of martial artists' precious blood to heal his wounds. He possesses the power to bring creatures into full submission to him, and I was blinded in this way, listening to the beast god sect's holy maiden. The power of this beast god sect gradually took shape in Yili's mind. First of all, the beast god cult's branches were spread all over Hakusha, and even the holy maiden only knew the location of a portion of them. The true form of that beast god was unknown, for even in the fictionalized mental space, the saintly maiden did not have the courage to raise her head. So whether the beast god possesses the characteristic of not being able to look directly at him, or whether he possesses the ability to make people afraid to look directly at him, it is impossible to determine for the time being. In all the major divisions, there were several 4th order and even 5th order temple elders, but the status of the holy sons and daughters was higher than that of all the temple elders, and they had the absolute right to speak. The beast mysterious realm, the first of the 3 top secret realms, was heavily sealed off by Hakusha on weekdays. Holy sons and daughters, however, can teleport directly there through the altar to meet the beast god once every 5 years. Yili's eyes flashed. Once every 5 years, so there's less than a year until the next time we meet the beast god? If it was really as he thought, then those high-ranked foreign beasts that were able to take shape should be equivalent to high-ranked martial artists to the system. At that time, if we can cut them all down, the evil value gained will be an astronomical figure, I think. That's good. When you advance to a grandmaster in the future, go over and try it. After finalizing his idea, Yili's face showed anticipation. It was getting late, and after consuming most of the true chi in his body, he took the beast god sect's holy maiden back into the black mist and got up to go into the house to rest. After a brief wash, a sudden vibration came from the gold medal. Yili picked up the probe and realized that it was a message from Lin Yun. Yili, I heard you're back. Yili wiped his hair with one hand. His mind moved slightly. Just came back in the morning. Something to find me? Sort of. Lin Yun was momentarily speechless. She had wanted to first ask the teenager how the mission had been completed, if he hadn't been injured or anything like that. Unexpectedly, the other party still likes to get right to the point like this. Speaking of which, from the moment they met, the teenager had been tightly wound, as if some calamity was chasing him behind him, making it necessary for him to keep lifting his feet. You're such a genius. It doesn't really hurt to take a break once in a while. Lin Yun sighed, then said somewhat helplessly, in a few days it will be the martial land baptism. Lao Deng doesn't know what's going on. He can't get away in Jiangnan province. Senior sister, I'm afraid that you don't understand the process, and when the time comes you'll waste this opportunity again. So I've come to contact you. That's really many thanks. Yili held the gold medal and smiled lightly. While reclining in a wooden chair, he asked curiously, so, what's the process with this thing? It's simple. Summed up in one sentence, it's still contention. There will be 10 positions in the martial land to receive baptism, in which the more forward the position, the better the baptism will be. Lin Yun explained. The school authorities will give you 2 hours to make your own arrangements, during which you are free to engage. Normally, everyone picks according to the ranked seats, with the higher ranked ones sitting in the good ones and the lower ranked ones sitting in the bad ones. You're in 10th place, but your strength is real strong. Try to sit forward if you can. Lin Yun's voice sounded with laughter. If you want me to say it, when the time comes, just go up and take his place if you see who's easy to bully. I would rather recommend Songman, ranked 7th, to be just a little bit stronger than the first 10th. Chapter 119, I've been giving too many good looks. After briefly understanding the rules of martial land baptism from Lin Yun, for the next 2 days in a row, Yili stayed in his yard. His arrangement was simple. While irrigating the beast god sect's holy maiden with her true chi, she used her gold card to check the inventory of Fengyun University. After the payment for the siege mission was handed out, he had a full 5 first-class credits in his hand, which he called rich. However, Yili was in no hurry to spend it. He intended to see what rank he could rush to after the martial land baptism. It was best to look as far ahead as possible, and it was best to replace it with a working 6th rank martial skill, or a 6th rank treasure tool. Speaking of treasures, that heavenly carousel of your own, isn't it a good idea to consider drawing a guaranteed ah? In the meantime, within the Winson University campus, dark currents surged, and a number of rumors were made throughout. The sword-blind man at the top of the wind and cloud ranking, Li Kai-tian, returned to school, still dressed in black, plus a black belt and blindfold. As soon as he appeared, he shocked many teachers and students by that amazing sword Dao weather. Su Tian, the thunderbolt gun who was the 3rd on the wind and cloud ranking, didn't know what kind of nerves he was committing, but in the past 2 days, he had been asking around for information about Yili. Whenever someone asked what he wanted to do, Su Tian responded in a light manner. It's none of your business. That statement got a lot of people ticked off. The process of baptism in the martial land was not open to the public, and they could only guess what exactly happened within the martial land through the comparison of the attitudes before and after the two. In this atmosphere, the day of Wuti's baptism finally arrived. Martial land, being the top cultivation resource of Fengyun University, located deep in the back of the school's mountains, surrounded by hills while being covered by complex advanced formations on weekdays. Further out there were even rotating patrols of the school's students. Early morning on the third day, shocking gusts of wind swept through this place, and in the clear sound of breaking air, a dozen figures landed here one after another. The green-clothed girl at the head of the group had her feet not touching the ground, and looked ahead with a bland expression. Her floated high into the air, her eyes looking down disdainfully on the mountains below. The crowds below. Let me show you how powerful this seat is. Zhuo Qingyu lightly grunted, raised his palm, and slowly flipped it over to grip it tightly. Boom! Only to see the mountain range stretching for dozens of miles suddenly huge trembling. Fierce astral wind instantly born to erupt. The front of the thick white cloud gas was hard from which she tore. An illusory space door emerged from the escaping clouds. It was the very portal that connected to the secret realm of the martial land. Let them in. Zhuo Qingyu's cold and arrogant voice echoed high in the sky, reaching the ears of the crowd below. Upon hearing this, several old men in teaching robes looked sideways at the 10 young figures and spoke in a deep voice. Follow the seating order and enter the martial land. Whenever there is an important matter, crush the token and you will be automatically teleported out. As the words settled, the 10 young figures nodded in unison. Go! Chen Jingli walked to Yi Li's side, staring at the side of his face, his voice drifting. Aha! Yi Li lightly nodded his jaw, then took a step in the direction of the teleportation array. Seeing this scene, the white-clothed Su Tian only felt his blood rushing up and unconsciously clenched his fists. But that left principal is right above. In front of this world-famous 6th-ranked martial artist, he didn't dare to make a sudden move, much less offend him in the slightest. He could only grunt angrily, and his figure disappeared from his original position. They transformed into 9 residual shadows, and 1 unreadable residual shadow, and followed that illusory entrance back and forth, entering the martial land. Yi Li was the first to see the true face of Wuti. This place was a mountain top located above the white clouds, and 10 green-colored lotus flowers were lined up in the open space in the shape of a human. Looking up, a large hole was broken open in the pale canopy, and majestic energy fluctuations emanated from it, most likely the baptism, later. Under the enchantment of the Eye of the Void, Yi Li could even see the white gold color, an unknown substance between liquid and gas churning in it. It was truly impossible to tell what it was. At most it was somewhat similar to true qi. The only thing I can say for sure is that the thing is about to roam out, and the 10 green-colored lotus flowers at the top of the mountain happened to be right below it. Of course, Yi Li knew that this was certainly not a coincidence, and the green lotus flower should be the so-called location. 2 hours to go. Yi Li wordlessly exhaled. His target was naturally the most forward lotus flower, and immediately moved his feet lightly. You're Yi Li? Just then, a youth's indifferent voice suddenly came from beside him. Yi Li looked around at the sound. The white-clothed Su Tian looked at him with fire-breathing eyes and said in a cold voice, "Stay away from Chen Jingli in the future. She's not a woman you can weave and dye. My name is Su Tian. I'm sure you've heard of my name." With that, a long spear of fine iron emerged from his palm. Su Tian held it in his dang hand, pointing straight at Yi Li, his aura overwhelming. "Go out there and distance yourself voluntarily, and don't make me come back to you a second time." The words fell and echoed across the mountaintop. Among the remaining few, some people looked sideways, and the eyes that landed on Yi Li were somewhat gloating. And where Su Tian wasn't paying attention, Chen Jingli, who had already been sitting on the green lotus, stood up, her eyes glaring icily at Su Tian, who had spoken. Raging true qi began to race through her body. Yi Li couldn't help but be slightly stunned when he heard this. It wasn't that he was shocked at the other party's aura, but it was the first time in his previous life that he had encountered such a bridge within a canon. "No, really? Su Tian, why are you scaring the freshman?" Sun Qiyang, who had a fiery flame mark on his brow, walked over and put his hand on Su Tian's shoulder with a smile. "She's such a white child. If she's scared and cries by you, how can you be responsible?" A teasing laugh. A black-clothed youth with a black belt and hooded eyes shook his head and walked towards the green lotus at the very front and slowly sat down. "Li Jiankai, you're still so majestic." Sun Qiyang smiled and withdrew his sight, looking back at Yi Li with a grin. "Sorry ha friend, you sit in your end seat on the line. This Su Tian is my good buddy. He is angry. I will help you clean up." The words came to an abrupt end, only to see that in front of him, the figure of the green-shirted teenager suddenly disappeared in place. In the next moment, the teenager appeared directly in front of Su Tian. In an instant, a chillingly terrifying aura suddenly revealed itself from him. Seeing this, Su Tian's pupils contracted violently. He didn't catch his opponent's speed at all, and could only hear a burst of sonic booms exploding before Yili appeared in front of his eyes. It was unbelievably fast. Yili took one step and instantly pulled his arms apart. The dominance of the peak of the fourth rank was revealed. He clasped the stagnant Su Tian's head with one hand, and blasted out with a thunderous explosion, his body's vigor spitting out as if a majestic avalanche had descended upon the world. Boom! The air exploded with a loud sound like spring thunder, and the terrifying force knocked Su Tian's figure straight backward for more than 10 feet, knocking over several people, and finally stopping at the edge of the high mountain. Above a line, the paws pulled out 2 long trails. At the edge of the mountain top, Su Tian's mouth and nose were overflowing with blood, his eyes were lax, and his figure was shaking. It looks like no big deal, but the brain is a blank. The person throwing the punch controlled the force extremely well. What's the situation? On the other side, Sun Qiang's heart was horrified. He only felt an empty space under his hands, and Su Tian was gone. At this moment, when he looked back violently, he saw that Yili had already arrived in front of Su Tian, clasping its face once again. The slender palm seemed to have a gigantic force of 10 million pounds as it blatantly blasted on top of the mountain. Boom! Between the loud booms, the surrounding sea of clouds trembled slightly. Who dash? Yili exhaled, letting go of the completely unconscious Su Tian, and got up to look at the stunned crowd across the room. His icy, teasing light laughter resounded throughout the mountaintop. Looks like I'm really giving too many good looks. It's too late to beg for mercy. None of you will escape today. Hearing these words, Sun Qian's entire body was like falling into an ice cave. Chapter 120, Beg me and I won't let you go. As the second most popular person on the wind and cloud ranking, Sun Qiang had absolute confidence in his talent and strength. He had broken through to the 3rd level of the 4th rank before he turned 30. That Li Jiankai, who was at the top of the wind and cloud ranking, was only 1 level stronger than him when it came to martial arts rank. However, Li Jiankai cultivated the sword-raising art, and his offensive might was extremely high, and he was able to press him head-to-head every time they clashed, which is how he was able to secure the number 1 position. Sun Qiang is not too worried about this, because the future is still long. The gap between the two is extremely small, and he still has a lot of opportunities to catch up. Moreover, with his talent, he was already quite a top young talent in Hakusha. There is no need to fear any of your peers at all. It was supposed to be like this. But, at this moment, the astral winds pass over the top of the mountain, the green shirt in the distance. The black hair in front of his forehead flicked slightly, his sleeves fluttered, and there seemed to be wind and clouds surging. Yili stepped out with a leisurely expression. Woohoo! Charging true chi burst out from his body. Raging wind pressure was converging, and a shocking pressure swept across the mountain top, with the teenager as the center of the circle. The cloud energy in a 10-mile radius trembled crazily, churning endlessly, and muffled thunder-like sounds continuously emanated from it. What exactly is his rank? Sun Qian's dry throat rolled, and as the teenager moved, his backbone trembled uncontrollably and slightly. He's not really a good fighter, so he just sits back and watches the tigers fight. The original intention of informing Su Tian about Yili was that he was a bit upset about the former's big appearance in the past 2 days, so he wanted to see the two of them dog eat dog, and it was best if they fought to the death. However, he had never expected that Su Tian would be comparable to a newborn baby in front of the other party. Instantly, he was knocked unconscious. What the is this? The line of sight swept over Su Tian, who had half of his body sunk into the earth. Sun Qiang once again looked at Yili on the opposite side. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger, and the clothes behind him were unconsciously soaked. Swear. He can swear. Even if it was Li Jiankai who had cultivated that heavenly star sword to the extreme. The sense of oppression he felt when he used his sword was far inferior to the green-shirted teenager at this moment. 4th degree? 5th degree? 6th? No. If there was only a 2 or 3-fold advantage, there was absolutely no way to give him this level of oppression. That's 4th order, 8th weight or higher. This terrifying thought surged in the bottom of Sun Qiang's heart, and immediately his heart set off unparalleled monstrous waves. How is this possible? Sun Qiang's heart and soul trembled dramatically. If there was really such a demon, then wouldn't their group of so-called geniuses all become a joke? He forced down his uneasiness. Even his breathing became cautious. With that, he looked around with his afterglow and realized that except for Qin Jingli's blush that was so red, everyone else was just like him. All of them looked grave, holding their breaths and staring at the green-shirted teenager as if he was an enemy, obviously sensing a great threat. According to Yili's statement just now, it seemed that he had taken them all as targets to strike. That's a bit much. They did have an element of gloating earlier, intending to take advantage of Su Tian's outburst to see the caliber of this newly promoted 10th in the wind and cloud ranking. Let's see if the teenager has the qualifications to talk to people like himself as an equal. The result's pretty clear now. Su Tian, who was stronger than most of them, had been knocked out by the teenager's 2 simple punches. Obviously, the teenager was strong. One could even say ridiculously strong. Martial land baptism was crucial. If Yili made a move against them at this time, it would indeed be a rather troublesome matter. But when all was said and done, they neither uttered a word of mockery nor made a move to lash out. Was this green-shirted teenager going to take action against all of them simply because he looked at them in a bad light? At the thought of this, anger rose in the hearts of the people. A man of clay still has 3 points of fire. Not to mention them, the martial arts geniuses who are usually surrounded by praises. In the meantime, Li Jiankai, who was sitting on the green lotus at the very front, also subconsciously gripped the hilt of his sword behind him at this moment, and his eyes, which were blinded by the black belt, looked in Yi Li's direction. In his perception, the aura emitted by the teenager was more than a notch stronger than him. It's simply a breakneck level of crushing. Peak 4th order? Kind of interesting. Li Jiankai laughed lightly inwardly, his eyes behind the black belt opening a little. Sharp sword chi began to brew in the scabbard behind him. Within the martial land, the 8 top geniuses from Fengyun University were actually naturally forming an invisible alliance, confronting the far younger green-shirted teenager in front of them. It's almost unimaginable. Such a scene made Sun Qiang relax a little. Even if it was a demon above the 8th level of the 4th rank, dealing with all of them at the same time might not be able to get much of a bargain. Among the crowd, there was a burly young man with a gloomy face and gleaming eyes, staring tightly at Yili. In the tense atmosphere, his muscles tensed, and he finally pressed on, stepping forward and speaking in a deep voice. Your Excellency, the ones who provoked you were Su Tian and Sun Qiang. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with us, does it? Nice. Don't you go too far. Song Man, who was the 7th in the wind and cloud ranking, immediately opened her mouth to concur. Her eyebrows were borne stern as she coldly spoke towards Yili. Yili, we admit that you are very strong, and we also admit that we are not your opponent one-on-one. But if you think you are invincible because of this, then you are very wrong. At those words, Sun Qiang's heart thumped violently. Still, Songman didn't stop himself from speaking. We can let you sit in Su Tian's baptismal seat, but that's all. The matter ends here. As for what you just said, one man against all of us. Songman's face carried the remnants of his anger, as if he had made a great concession, and he said expressionlessly, we'll pretend we didn't hear that, but it won't happen again. As the words settled, the crowd nodded their heads and immediately agreed to the proposal. Of course, there are exceptions. Chen Jingli did not know when she retreated to the edge of the mountaintop and sat down quietly. Li Jiankai's expression was solemn, and the sword she contained in the scabbard behind him became more and more severe. The flame mark between Sun Qiu's eyebrows flickered slightly, and he retreated behind the crowd without a trace while nervously looking at Yili. Immediately after, the burly youth who had spoken at the beginning took a step forward, his eyes narrowing slightly as he asked in a cold voice, Your Excellency, is that all right? The martial land baptism was extremely important to him, and he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. All of them were the top 10 characters of the wind and cloud ranking. Even if Yili was strong and exaggerated, he should know the reasoning of sparing others. They have made such a concession, which is quite a show of good faith. Yili's face did not change as he raised his eyes to look at him. Then his figure suddenly disappeared in place, instantly appearing in front of the person who spoke. A palm casually fell. There was no need to perform any martial arts skills, simply crushing it hard by virtue of the majestic true chi. The promotion of a 4th-ranked martial artist was one weight and one heavenly barrier, and he had long since stood at the very top of this heavenly barrier bridge. That seemingly light palm, in fact, carried the terrifying force of shattering mountains, directly fanning out the sound barrier, lightning-like bombardment toward that burly youth. The lanky youth's face changed drastically as he violently mobilized his body's strength and bulged his muscles, responding with an explosion of Dan Chi, positively hard. Boom! The stout young man did not know how many tough enemies to deal with. The most skilled is the strength of the gas against the bombardment, but his force in the past is enough to break the mountains and rocks, but at the moment is like a giant hammer under the thin egg, by the slender palm instantly shattered. The huge force that could not be resisted solidly bombarded the stout youth's body. The sinews made a clear sound of breaking. His body's strength exploded. His face instantly turned pale, a mouthful of blood sprayed out, and his stout body flew out backwards, tumbling and smashing into the earth, seriously injuring the 8th-ranked pride of the wind and cloud ranking in public. Evil value plus 8,000. This scene caused the hairs of the people present to explode in sweat as their gazes fell dead on Yili. Immediately afterward, an indifferent voice slowly sounded from the top of the mountain. I said, The green-shirted teenager calmly withdrew his palms. His indifferent vision similarly swept over, and said in a tone of stating facts, "Even if you all kneel down and beg me today, I won't let you go." The moment the words fell, the teenager looked as if his patience had been completely exhausted, and a rolling cold aura suddenly surged out around him. Chapter 121, Green Shirt Yama, thanks to Dongfang Tiger, Horse, Snake and Ox for the certification. A dense cold aura swept through the heavens and earth in the blink of an eye, and surging ripples of true chi erupted from Yi Li's circumference. In the next moment, a soul-crushingly loud and clear dragon roar suddenly rang out. A cold ice-pale dragon with dozens of feet was born out of thin air, carrying boundless coldness, whistling and rushing high into the sky, its dazzling scales emitting a metallic tremor in the astral wind at the top of the mountain. Yi Li's figure rose up from the ground, surrounded by what appeared to be a clear wind, and those black eyes looked down on the crowd from above. The aura of the peak of the fourth rank was undisguised, and covered the entire sky above the martial land straight away. The clouds and chi in a radius of tens of miles were all surging, hovering and converging towards this place, with him as the center of the circle, as if it were a tornado rotating in a vast manner. Under this majestic breath, the faces of the crowd below changed wildly, and most of them who had yet to advance to the fourth rank finally felt the gap in realm practically at this moment. "Friend." Seeing that the situation was becoming more and more dire, Sun Qiang finally spoke up. Seeing Yi Li looking at him, he barely managed to squeeze out a smile, as if he had a piece of red-hot iron in his throat. His voice was unusually hoarse as he shouted, "I did misspeak a bit in my party, so as an apology, I can give you the forward baptismal position." Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Yi Li. "Let me?" A sneer surfaced on the teenager's handsome face. "Take my things and apologize to me? Ridiculous. You're a little too bossy and arrogant." Sun Qiang roared angrily in his heart, but did not dare to show it on his face, and then his pupils shrunk slightly. On! The 100-meter ice dragon roared and blasted towards them. At the same time, a brilliant sword light erupted from the leading green lotus, which actually directly split through the cold air, wrapped in boundless sharpness, and shot out explosively towards the loud and powerful ice dragon, Li Jiankai. When Sun Qiang looked back, he saw Li Jiankai, dressed in black, standing there with a pale face, and that heavenly star sword in his hand was constantly trembling. His eyes were fixedly gazing high into the sky, looking confident in his strike. "Well, let it go then." Seeing the situation, Sun Qian's heart was inexplicably full of grandeur, and rolling flames surged from his brow mark, wrapping his entire body quickly. The eyes then looked back upwards. In the next moment, the cold ice-pale dragon and the splendid sword chi collided heavily together. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the ice dragon instantly smashed that splendid sword chi into pieces, the rolling waves of air driving a huge sound. "What?" Sun Qiang was dumbstruck, and at the same time, he heard Li Jiankai's sigh from behind him. "Sure enough, this can't be beat at all. If you can't beat me, you should have said so. Who are you pretending to be so confident with that expression?" Sun Qiu's insides roared madly. Right at this moment, a nightmarish figure suddenly swept down from the air at breakneck speed and violently slammed down on the open space in front of him, its terrifying aura seeming as if it was going to collapse the mountain. Rumble! Smoke and dust rolled and the mountain tops trembled. Song Man's terrified voice suddenly rang out from the smoke. "Yi Li, my master is Su Kan." She was answered by a heavy thumping sound, and a numbing wail followed. Immediately afterward, the smoke in front of them returned to calm, and the overflowing strong wind suddenly blew away the rolling smoke. Yi Li's single thin figure was revealed, with blood constantly dripping from the peaks of his fists, and behind him lay Song Man, who was already unconscious and in complete disarray. A step was taken and the wind was howling. On the top of the mountain, Chen Jingli's heart was beating wildly, and the remaining 5 were all tense. They were almost about to have their spines broken by the horrifying oppression. Silence, almost deathly silence enveloped the place. In less than 2 minutes before and after, the 3rd, 7th, and 8th on the wind and cloud ranking all fell to the ground with serious injuries. At this moment, that green shirt was like a Yama who had descended to earth, and the future destiny of the people was firmly clutched in his hands. Crazy man! This lunatic! Sun Qian's face was incomparably pale. At this moment, the blazing flames all over his body seemed like decoration that looked extremely ridiculous, and his palm couldn't help but touch the teleportation token. He was already calculating whether or not to run away, but the Woody baptism is extremely valuable. "Big brother, can we discuss this a little more?" Sun Qian's smile was worse than tears. He couldn't figure out why he was messing with the other side at the time. And, Song Man, the sick in the head, why would he think that he and the others would join forces and be able to call the shots of the green-shirted teenager in front of him? Yi Li didn't say anything and just took a step forward. It was this simple action that caused Sun Qiang to completely collapse under the heavy pressure. Tian Yang's secret method, he roared. His figure instantly came in front of Yili. His body exploded with flames, detonating his body's qi and blood, and it seemed as if an illusory lion's head several zhang tall had emerged on his fist, roaring and killing Yili. Aggression is like fire. Nothing burns. In a flash, Yili stretched out his palm and slapped the lion's head on Sun Qiang's fist as if it was nothing, and as he clasped his face, a vast bone-piercing coldness rushed out from his body. The top of the mountain, which already had an extremely low temperature, was instantly transformed into a truly icy sky and snow. The amazingly cold aura went straight up into the sky. The blazing flames on Sun Qiang's body were sharply extinguished, and he was even more powerless in front of that monstrous cold air. It's too much. This is simply not the battle power that a fourth-rank martial artist should have. Sun Qiang only felt that his internal organs were frozen. He was wrapped in thick ice all over his body, completely lost control of his body, and at the moment could not stop the crazy trembling. He had also seen the so-called peak of the fourth rank, but it had never been this exaggerated. When Yili loosened his grip, Sun Qiang fell heavily to the ground with a grimace, then fell into a deep sleep at the teenager's feet. Li Jiankai slowly took his sword back into its scabbard and exhaled in relief. Looking at the green-shirted young man not far away, he began to seriously think about what he had to do to get out of the martial arts land with dignity. Chapter 122 Amazing Harvest. Baptism arrives. As Li Jiankai took that heavenly star sword back into its scabbard, other than Chen Jingli, the remaining four celestial pride's hanging hearts finally died. Li Jiankai was the top seed of the wind and cloud ranking and the strongest of them all. If one were to say who among the people present had the most hope of defeating the green-shirted Yama on the opposite side of the room, the candidate would be none other than him. But now even he had given up resisting. What's the point of this? The four wind and cloud ranking celestials began to retreat with ugly faces, mobilizing their true chi to calm their extremely uneasy minds. The green-shirted young man in front of him looked calm. Not the slightest bit of hostility could be seen on his white face, but his body exuded a majestic aura that far surpassed theirs. Jian Kaili resumed warming his sword chi. Even though he knew that this move would not help at all, he had achieved perfection in his sword-raising technique, and had once even crossed over to kill a fourth-ranked, fifth-ranked horizontal martial artist, and there were countless fourth-ranked alien beasts with strong physical bodies. However, in the previous sparring match, it was easily crushed and disintegrated by that 100-meter ice dragon. That ponderous dragon body was still hovering in the sky now, and at any moment, it would rush down to impact the mountaintop because of the teenager's thought. In this situation, Li Jiankai could not see any possibility of victory on his side. Hakusha province. When did such a demon come out? Spell it out. Li Jiankai lightly exhaled, and his palm holding the hilt of the sword gradually clenched, before he finally slowly raised his head as if he had made up his mind. Yili, don't blame me for being mean. Li Jiankai looked to the side of the crowd and forced his voice into a line. A few of you, join me in making a move and join forces to blast him out of the martial land first. There's no need to outsmart him. Just shatter the teleportation token at his waist. Otherwise, we really won't have half a chance in this martial land baptism today. As the words settled, the four wind and cloud ranking celestials' eyes all lit up, and hope welled up in the depths of their eyes. Being pushed to this extent, anyone would hold their breath in their heart. It's not like there's any animosity between the two sides. If they were to say so, at most, they had previously wanted to see this green-shirted teenager, who had newly risen to the top 10, make a bit of a fool of himself under Su Tian and Sun Qiang's coercion. A few moments of schadenfreude indeed. But, why is that so? Right now they were united against the enemy. Even if they weren't the teenager's opponent, they still had hope if they wanted to destroy a token. Thinking about this, they all looked at the green-shirted teenager in unison. Then the pupils contracted. On top of the mountain, Yili casually waved his hand, and the 100-meter ice dragon in the air rushed down with great force. He didn't know what was going on in the minds of the crowd. All he knew was that he was going to go on a killing spree. Do it! Li Jiankai, under the fear, immediately unsheathed his sword, but this time, before the splendid sword chi touched the ice dragon, it was hardened and shredded by the whistling wind. Anon, the cold ice-pale dragon looked like it had been enraged, letting out a long whine up to the sky, its huge body crashing through the sound barrier with the grandeur of a mountain tumbling down, and swept down at great speed. Seeing this situation, this heavenly pride at the top of the wind and cloud ranking instantly revealed a bitter smile. This is a fart in the ass. In the next moment, the 100-meter ice dragon violently blasted and smashed into the top of the mountain, and a storm of ice-blue light pillars rose up out of the ground and shot up into the sky. You have seriously injured Li Jiankai, the leader of the Fengyun ranking list, and your evil value is plus 15,000. You have seriously injured the fourth place of the wind and cloud ranking's heavenly pride. The value of your evil deeds is plus 10,000. You are seriously injured. The storm lasted for several full minutes before dispersing. All 8 figures wrapped in solid ice were now lying peacefully in various parts of the summit of the martial land mountain, and there was a white glow rising from their bodies. They were all renowned heavenly prides within the winning province, and today, the first time they teamed up against the enemy, they reaped such a tragic end. Combined with this experience, I think it will give them a solid character in the future. This is the competition for resources in the high martial world. It's just that in the past they've been winners, and this time things are slightly different. Yili withdrew his gaze from the direction they had disappeared in and turned towards the green lotus at the head. After sitting down on it, the system's beep once again sounded in his ears. It has been detected that you have crushed the self-confidence of the 8 Hakushu Summer Pride. The value of evil deeds is plus 80,000. Current vices, 193,000 points. The system's beep was good as a freckle, and a light blue curtain of light quietly surfaced. Great harvest Yili couldn't help but let out a light laugh after a brief review. Fengyun University, it's like heaven. With the quality and quantity guaranteed, the speed of this evil value being credited is really fast and scary. Storm City had been pulled to the consummate realm by him earlier, and right now he needed to wait a little while to break through the 5th rank under the baptism of the martial land, the divine mansion realm. Finally, just then, Yili suddenly felt something in his heart. He put away the panel and looked sideways at the edge of the mountain, only to see a black dress and a cold look. Chen Jingli sat quietly squatting there, and was looking at him with burning eyes. At the moment, the trippy girl didn't seem quite normal. Under Yili's watchful eye, Chen Jingli's breathing gradually became ragged, her arms crossed, and position was extremely out of place. At this instant, Yili even suspected that he had been guarding his body for too long and was hallucinating. What are you doing? Yili quickly came back to his senses, then asked in an incredulous tone. I'm at. Ha! Chen Jingli's face flushed red, her legs fell softly to the ground, and she said in an absolutely abnormal trembling voice, the baptism is about to begin. After a long silence, Yili opened his mouth painstakingly, trying to use this way to make the other party stop the movement of his hand. He took back his earlier thoughts that the other man was still a normal human being. What the is that? At those words, Chen Jingli finally got up from the ground. A slight exuberance lingered in the bottom of her eyes, and after taking a long breath, she whispered towards Yili. Thanks. Between the words, the teleportation token surfaced in her palm. What exactly are you thanking? Yili looked at her with complicated eyes. Find yourself a seat. No need. As the teenager opened his mouth, Chen Jingli's face, which had originally calmed down a bit, climbed back up to a weird flushed color as she whispered to herself. This time, it's enough. Unprecedented emotions filled the mind and washed away the blockade of the heart barrier. It's a miracle. Finally a tangible sense of being alive. No longer the muddled walking dead. Saying that, before Yili could inquire, Chen Jingli then gently crushed the teleportation token, and then her entire body instantly disappeared in white light. Yili was silent for a long time, experiencing for the first time the feeling of being in the wind. With that, he gathered his mind and focused on the upcoming baptism in the sky. Chapter 123, Storm Gathering. 5th Order Peak. Thanks to Zhou for the God certification, time gradually passed, and soon it was nearing the scheduled time for the Yi baptism. Above the green lotus, Yili raised his head and looked toward the high sky. A 4th Order Heaven's Pass realm was already among the strongest of the strong in the martial arts university. Being at the peak of the 4th rank, even if 8 people joined forces, he could handle it like chopping up a melon and cutting up a vegetable. When it came to advancing into the 5th Order Divine Mansion realm, it was even more of a fault-level crush like Ultraman breaking into a kindergarten. As previously thought, it was time to move the goalposts towards those who were established martial artists. Sure, most of these martial artists had their backs to the forces, and it was much more troublesome to deal with them. Yi Li's recovery ability was certainly terrifying, but the terrifying aspect of a high-ranked martial artist wasn't all about destructive power. Even if a 6th-ranked martial artist couldn't completely decapitate him, there were still plenty of ways to make his life worse than death. Therefore, if you really want to hit those famous sects, you have to speed up the speed of improving your strength while being a little more cautious. Iron needs to be hard. According to Yi Li's understanding, as long as you can hammer yourself harder than steel, you can still just build it. Just then, in his vision, rumble, an exhilarating roar came from the black hole in the canopy, and white and gold unidentified matter poured down. God's Mansion realm, already close at hand. Yi Li called out the panel, and the vast ocean of evil values surged towards the martial arts rank column. Ding! Begin to consume the value of evil deeds to continuously raise the level of martial arts. The quality of the Tianguan bridge you built is divine. The essence of the 5 viscera is locked up by them. and the spirit in the spiritual platform is warmed up to be incredibly tough in this restful environment. Under this premise, the extremely high quality of true blood is rushing through your body moment by moment, and you are only 1 foot short of condensing the divine mansion. Gain buff, reduce the consumption of evil value by 80% when breaking through the 5th rank. The Storm City, which records the superior condensation method, was previously cultivated by you to the point of perfection, and under the efficiency of your true chi output that far exceeds that of ordinary people, you unreservedly performed this S-ranked condensation method, summoning the astral winds of a 50-mile radius for your own use. Gain buff, cultivation speed increased by 800%. Your speed is like riding on a golden treasure in the treasure carousel, the somersault cloud, instantly passing through the oceanic continent. Your figure goes straight to the 33 heavens, the first to cross the sea and fly over the mountains. Woohoo! With a loud boom, with Yili as the center of the circle, the clouds and chi in a radius of 50 miles all boiled, spiraling up, and fierce astral winds were born from them, recklessly rushing towards his physical body. Looking down from above, it was Yili transformed into the eye of the wind, with dozens of miles of gale force winds swirling crazily around him. Rumble! The white gold-colored unidentified substance fell from the sky with a gusty wind, and landed on the top of the mountain in Woody like a tidal wave. The green lotus steeply emitted a bright light. The voluminous white gold substance passed through the green aura and instantly became much clearer, and then one after another, it surged into Yili's body. The teenager's eyes lit up uncontrollably, blazing golden light erupted from his eyes, and illusory light and shadows were revealed from his body surface. With the sound of a dull voice, the unknown substance came into Yili's body. The 5 heavenly pass bridges in his body emitted tremors, and his body's true blood couldn't stop churning up. Yili stared at the blue light screen, under the enchantment of the divine heavenly passage bridge. At this moment, he was accommodating these precious medicine-like unidentified substances like a whale. The blood of the demigods, which has been diluted countless times, is poured into your body, and under the dual filtration of the dust-cleansing green lotus and the indestructible golden soul, you have managed to remove the dross and take the essence. Gain buff, the quality of divine mansion condensation is increased by 100%. Gain buff, cultivation speed increased by 300%. Gain buff, the consumption of evil value for future breakthrough to the 7th rank is reduced by 50%. Yili's heart moved slightly. No wonder they all said that the opportunity to baptize in the martial land was precious. The gain buff added was indeed fierce. In addition to the 3 items on the panel that were helpful in adding points, he could also feel a pleasurable sensation coming from his true blood, tendons and bones, which were obviously also subconsciously gaining enhancement. If it was divided into 10 parts, I think the effect would be greatly reduced. But the problem was that Yili was the only one in this place right now. Eating alone is really a wrong thing to do. But if that person is me, that's a different story. After consuming 1,000 points of vices, a brilliant golden light is born from your aura, which gradually expands and is so malleable that you begin to cast it according to the methods recorded in the Storm City. After consuming 3,000 points of evil value, you complete the casting, and a magnificent green and gold-colored mansion is born in your aura, and a storm brews in it. You've entered the first level of the 5th order, with these 2 lines of elevation surfacing. In an instant, the aura on Yili's body suddenly drew up, and green golden light appeared from him, blasting away the wind and clouds and rushing straight into the sky. The physical body metamorphosed at this moment, and the vast true chi erupted from the body, roaring out in all directions. If a divine mansion realm martial artist were to see such a sight, they would definitely be shocked to the point of not being able to close their mouths. The weather of this divine mansion was ridiculously large. The height of the air rushing away from the house when an ordinary blue, or even purple divine mansion was born was at most just under 300 feet. Even if it was the golden divine mansion, 1,000 feet was even the limit of limits. But at this moment, that greenish golden light breaks through the clouds, afraid that there are already 2,000 feet up. Yili could clearly feel that his ability in all aspects had been significantly improved. If the previous sense of presence was a tall building with all the attention, that is now a towering city that should never be ignored. This qualitative leap indicated that he had officially stepped into the divine mansion realm. There was no need to perform the ice drag in true meaning. The current Yili only needed to stick his hands in his pockets, and relying solely on his control of the strength of the airflow, he could roll up a gale to shake all 9 people from earlier to the point of spitting out blood, or even collapsing and falling to the ground. Consuming 83,000 points of evil value, the storm converges in your body. The green golden god's house continues to rise. In an instant it has reached 6 times the size of the beginning. Between the release of true chi, the lofty meteorological appearance of the dawn of the lofty, you've reached the 6th level of the 5th order. After consuming 123,000 points of evil value, the green golden divine mansion winds up in the 9 heavens. The majestic city has reached its peak, and on top of the divine mansion, the stars can be picked. You've advanced to the 9th rank of the 5th order. After consuming 153,000 points of evil value, the almost impossible to survive in the world of God's mansion guards your spiritual platform. You have become a giant of martial arts in the eyes of the common people, raising your hands and throwing your feet with such a great momentum that sniper rifles and armor-piercing bullets can't even penetrate your skin, and crumbling mountains and cracking down the earth are already within your reach for you. Martial arts level up. You have advanced to the peak of the 5th rank. The moment the last line of text surfaced, Yili only felt unparalleled power surging into his limbs and bones. His lake-like true chi reserves upgraded to a large meandering river, and everything seemed to be different. He stood up and threw a punch towards the vast sea of clouds in front of him. With a loud boom, the boundless sea of clouds was instantly split apart, and a majestic avenue of nearly 100 miles suddenly appeared in front of them. The visual impact of standing on top of the mountain and looking at it is extremely impressive. This was the peak of the Divine Mansion realm. It's time to visit those top martial arts universities yet. Chapter 124, Conditions for Advancing to the 6th Order. Night shrouded the secret realm of the martial land. Between the empty mountains, Yili's figure appeared from that space door. In the sky, a green-skirted figure immediately landed. The few teaching-robed elders who had intended to go forward to inquire about the situation, seeing Zhuo Qingyu take the lead, could only quickly stop their footsteps, their eyes complexly looking at the teenager who had stepped out of the secret realm, blasting all 9 people besides himself out of the secret realm. Since Fengyun University had this, martial land's secret realm, this was the first case. It wasn't that he was shocked that his tactics were decisive. After all, the martial land baptism was supposed to promote competition. It was even said that the vast majority of cultivation resources within Fengyun University, and even the entire high martial world, were centered on competition. There's only so much meat to go around, and you can only climb so high if you want to eat well. Looking at the martial artists present, including Zhuo Qingyu, who didn't have human lives in their hands, it's only a difference of how much. Martial land baptism, when it was first built, there were many people who expected a demon who would overwhelm the crowd to appear, preferably the kind that would banish all the rest from the woody. Now that this person has actually shown up, it's a little hard for everyone to accept again, because according to the only sober black dress girl said earlier, this Yili is still just a freshman, and has not even begun on the freshman course of Winsen University. He actually crushed 9 senior Wind Cloud University Celestial Pride with such a domineering stance, one against many. For these senior faculty members of Windy Hill University, this is something that really takes time to digest. It was just a little too demonic. Very well done. With the demeanor of my seat back then, after a brief survey, Zhuo Qingyu coldly grunted in a rather complimentary tone. She wasn't at all surprised by the outcome. She would only be surprised if Healy, who was at the peak of the 4th rank, was unable to expel all of the remaining 9 people from the martial land. Lies. Yili looked at the other party's slightly trembling soul and replied succinctly. He himself was clearly stronger than his opponent that year. To have the eye of vainness was to ruthlessly tear down the covering of the arrogant predecessor. Zhuo Qingyu stared at him in silence for a moment before taking a deep breath and casually digressing. The ones you beat out have been sent for treatment, and that Chen Jingli, who was in the same sect as you, went back first. After today, I'm afraid you'll be worshipped as the true leader of Fengyun University. What do you need right now? While this seat is still at Windcloud University these days, say it all together. As the words settled, the few old men in the distance immediately doubted their ears a bit. Such a gentle attitude. Is this still the same high-ad principal Zwa? Didn't she say that within the territory of Hakusha, there was one below the 7th rank? All of them were wasteful riceworms that could only eat but not grow? For this reason, many martial infant powerhouses felt that she was too arrogant, and secretly mocked her as a milquetoast little girl. Right now, would actually take such care of a young martial artist. However, on second thought, with the green-shirted teenager's talent, it seemed reasonable that he would receive such favorable treatment. A few old men looked at me and I looked at you, and then nodded in unison as if they had reached a consensus. I'd like to know what spells are needed to advance from a 5th order divine mansion to a 6th order martial infant? Yili glanced at the several old men who were exchanging words in the distance and asked softly. The 40,000 evil deeds value left on hand was definitely not enough to allow him to advance to the 6th rank, but it never hurts to know the Dharma ahead of time, lest he be stuck with a feat at that time, and then search around for a way to advance to the 6th rank. 5th-ordered condensation of the mansion. 6th-ordered containment of the spirit. Zhuo Qingyu's voice was flat. A pair of cold eyes stared at Yili, then frowned slightly. It was clear that his lips had not moved, but Yili heard a not-so-certain voice ringing in his ears. You, promoted to the 5th rank? At those words, Yili nodded slightly. I'll have to trouble this Olden to prepare for the door-to-door request for advice later. And there was no reason for him to hide it. It's been a long time since the infamy level has been raised. Obviously, looking at the entire country of Hakusha, the weight of the Fourth Order Heavenly Pass realm wasn't quite enough. Really? Congratulations then. Seeing Yili admitting that he had advanced into the Divine Mansion realm, Zuoqingyu gently raised his eyebrows. Although there was surprise in his heart, he was not too shocked. She had long known that the other party was only one step away from the 5th rank, and it was not uncommon for them to break through under the baptism of the martial land. It was just that the aura emanating from the other party didn't have the characteristic feeling of lethargy that was characteristic of a fresh breakthrough. On the contrary, it was unusually solid, as if it had been through 1,000 hammers. It's a little weird, but there's a lot of strange things going on with the other side. The matter of cultivating the Storm City to great success in just 2 days could be far more energizing than this matter. In that case, it wouldn't hurt to let you know in advance. Zuoqingyu tapped on her own brow, and the surfeit of green light radiated out. The Divine Mansion sits on the spiritual platform, and the Brain Pure Land will be continually perfected in the process of piling up the Divine Mansion. When we reach the peak of the 5th rank, we can begin to cultivate the spirit platform, and the so-called martial infant will be born from the Divine Mansion. The quality of the Divine Mansion will affect the quality of the martial infant, which in turn will affect the grade of the golden body in the future. Zuoqingyu looked at Yili and calmly recounted the future path of promotion. You must not be sloppy when you pile up the Divine Mansion in the future. With your talent, this seat feels that it won't take 10 years before you can cultivate to the peak level of the Divine Mansion realm. Maybe you can even break this seat's record and become the youngest 6th Order martial infant realm martial artist in Hakusha. Speaking of this, Zuoqingyu wrinkled her nose, seemingly not too happy about this matter. She sighed softly and continued. Anyway, that's about all you have to watch out for in the future. And beyond that, when you get there. Okay. Yili nodded. All this theoretical knowledge that the other side is talking about might be a gain buff when adding points. One is only responsible for listening to the whole thing properly, and then trying to earn the evil value to fill the boost. What's left over? That's out of his hands. Yili pondered slightly. Headmaster Zua, do you have any spirit embracing laws there? I knew you were going to hit this seat. Zuoqingyu snorted lightly, pinching his waist with one hand, and said indifferently, there is, but I can't give it to you for nothing this time. You have to do something for this seat as well. Originally, I was going to wait a little longer. When Yili, who was at the peak of the 4th Order, went up against that little gun god from Shangjing University, who was known to be the one to be encountered once in 1,000 years. Although the chances of winning were not small, the probability of losing was equally not low. Zuoqingyu doesn't like to do things she's not sure of, and she likes to end all kinds of things quickly. That's what made me patient and wait until now. Finally, things are getting completely better. Yili directly advanced into the Divine Mansion realm. In that case, there's nothing to worry about. This seat intends for you to fight the leading figures in the major martial arts universities in Hakusha, and as long as you can win them all, this seat's embracing spirit method will be yours. These so-called top martial arts universities, this seat has been looking at them unfavorably for a long time. Chapter 125, Sword pointing to the upper capital. Between the words, Zuoqingyu's eyes flickered slightly. These Budo University presidents are abominable. In particular, the principal of Shangjing University was sharing reports of the sparring matches of that little gun god of their school. News videos, in the group chat of the Hakusha Budo University Future Planning Group, every day. That's actually nothing. The main thing is that he has to specifically add Zuoqingyu every time, and then add a few sentences in a conspiratorial manner. It's certainly welcome that we have such a genius in Shangjing University, but the situation in Hankiori still needs all of you to work hand in hand. I wonder if there's such a handsome person in Fengyun University. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since the two schools have had a friendly competition. Principal Zuoqingyu, why don't we let the two schools hold an exchange match between them, just as a way to enhance their relationship? The list goes on and on. Not only was there a share for the principal of Shangjing University, but there were also a share for the 6th-ranked martial artists of several martial arts universities. Just because this seat says they are slime that can't hold up the wall, they are so disgusting to this seat. Zuoqingyu's clear face was as cold as frost, and she hummed coldly, a bunch of useless old things, people who are 300 to 500 years old and still haven't broken through to the realm of the Zongshur. And you still blame this seat for speaking harshly? At least this seat speaks honorably. Unlike them, when they can't compare to this seat, they denigrate the Wind and Cloud University that this seat is in charge of, favoring the fact that there aren't many students in Wind and Cloud University who are as competitive as this seat. She looked at Yili, her tone easing, but now that I have you, this seat is quite pleased. Let's see how they have anything to say when you've beaten up all their favorite students. The The chance to make these useless old things completely shut up has now finally come. In this regard, Zhuo Qingyu has been looking forward to it for a long time. Yili, you are truly a blessing to this seat. I see. At those words, Yili tapped his jaw. I have to say, this is really a sleepy pillow. The more he looks at this Lao Dang now, the better he looks at him. As for Yuong, let's just wait for this old man to come back the next time and give him a little guidance on his cultivation. Between thoughts, Yili calmly said, I shall accept this matter. Very good. The children are teachable. The corners of Zhuo Qingyu's lips lifted slightly as he looked sideways at the several old men in the distance and said faintly, Xin Hua, Fengyun University is going to have a friendship cut with the major universities next, so all of you go and get ready. Ha! An old man in the crowd froze in place and couldn't help but say, Principal Zhua, the top 10 of our school's Fengyun ranking, now there are only 2 left that can fight. No harm done. Zhuo Qingyu interrupted him and gestured in Yili's direction. Having him alone is enough. Yili nodded slightly in recognition. But, shouldn't you be talking to the presidents of those universities about this? The old man said with some embarrassment. Principal Zhua, my rank is not enough. Zhuo Qingyu frowned lightly. This seat is asking you to notify the teachers and students of this school so that they will all be concerned about this matter. What do you take it as? These dumbass. Overall, like they have no brains. How can you not let the whole school know about a rare opportunity to raise your eyebrows? So, exactly when is it? The old man asked in a hurry. It's a matter of 2 days. Zhuo Qingyu casually grabbed Yili's collar, and the two of them directly flew into the sky, disappearing into the night in the blink of an eye. First is Zhu Jingchuan from Shanjing University. He is known as the little gun god in the school. His strength is not bad. You will go over with this seat at that time. The breeze carried the faint voice of a young girl. It could be seen that this vice-chancellor of Fengyun University was quite attached to this matter. Outside the martial land mysteries, the old man smacked his lips and withdrew his sight. Has SJU finally made this President Zhua sit up and take notice after suppressing Fengyun University in the rankings for the past 2 years? I can't believe you're in such a hurry to prepare for the exchange. Even though there were 8 fewer people, the chance of winning was still quite large with an extra demonic figure outside of the specs. The old man looked at the crowd behind him and said without any good humor, What are you looking at? All go get ready. Could it be that Principal Zhua is talking to me alone? After a short conversation, several old men moved and swept in the direction of the school. Hakusha Territory, Sanjiu University. It was in a favorable location, with well-developed economic conditions, and was ranked as one of the 5 top martial arts universities within Hakusha, and was ranked quite high. Under normal circumstances, there wasn't too much of a gap between the 5 reputed top martial arts universities, all of which possessed extremely high quality of education and martial arts heritage. However, as martial arts universities, they still have to be differentiated from each other. In recent years, with the emergence of a martial arts demon from Shanjing province, the ranking of Shanjing University began to see a significant rise. Zhu Zhengchuan, known as the successor of Hakusha's gun god, he had started to make a name for himself since martial arts high school, and then after 3 years of further study at Shanjing University, he was already able to battle a 4th-ranked, 8th-ranked martial artist. It's simply terrifying as hell. It's just an unheard of growth rate. Within the entirety of Hikasia, he was a renowned martial arts demon, and even more so, many of the top powers of the 4 Seas countries had sent invitations to him. This is a sign of its once-in-a-millennium significance. Now a senior, I think the strength has been refined again. The martial arts seeds of the entire Shanjing University, and even the Shanjing province, had already implicitly enshrined him as the leader of the younger generation. The president of Shanjing University put down his cell phone and looked down thoughtfully. Previously, he had repeatedly provoked. This left little child did not take the bait. How today suddenly took the initiative to propose, to have friendly exchanges with Shanjing University, and also named Zhu Jingchuan to play. There must be a demon in things that go against the grain. Is there a scam waiting for me? Or am I pushing my luck? He muttered, secretly speculating about that Zhuo Qingyu's psychology. Honestly, both are very possible. But the former, even if she doesn't have good intentions, what's the scam? Is there anyone at Fengyun University who can beat Zhu Zhengchuan? Dreaming. Principal Shanjing let out a light laugh. Unlike those old men with closed information, his intelligence network was updated in real time and could not be underestimated. The strongest person in Fengyun University right now was that Li Jiankai, who was known as the Swordblind. To kill a 4th-order 5th-order powerhouse with a 4th-order 4th-order body was truly amazing, and was considered a top-notch existence in Shanjing University. However, if compared with Zhu Zhengchuan, is still slightly mediocre. By the way, Principal Shangjing's eyes flickered as he looked down at the bald young man who was instructing the new students. Speaking of which, Fengyun University did have a young martial artist with a rising reputation. Chapter 126, Fengyun University. But it's nothing more than that. Thinking of this, information about that young martial artist quickly surfaced in Headmaster Shangjing's mind. Winning provincial martial arts exam leader Yi Li. It was said that he had just enrolled this year, and he was at the 4th stage of the Heavenly Pass realm. Since then, he had defeated 3 wind and cloud ranking fame powerhouses one after another, and not long ago, he had participated in a red level siege mission. This level of terror was simply more exaggerated than Zhu Zhengchuan back then. Maybe there's a little water on that resume, but there's no denying the teenager's excellence anyway. In time, he might really be able to match Zhu Zhengchuan and become the new leader among the younger generation in Winning Province. But he's too small. Of those 3 wind and cloud ranking fame martial artists that were defeated, the highest was only barely able to break through the 4th rank, red level siege mission. Although he didn't know the specific details, the leader of the mission was Zhuo Qingyu, and with her nature, she wouldn't let the weak take risks, let alone let the genius under her seat take such a big risk. Sheltering the weak from the wind and rain with plump feathers is the style of that Zhuo Qingyu. Therefore, the role that Yi Li played in the siege mission was, at most, to the extent of being responsible for fending off the beast tide. Of course, that's already an extremely impressive resume, something the SCOTUS president recognizes. It's just that this mysterious teenager still needs room to grow. In other words, he was not yet a match for Zhu Zhengchuan. Other than that, looks like it's gone, right? The principal of Shangjing carefully rehearsed for a long time, and finally confirmed that there was no mistake, and finally slowly put down his heart. In that case, it seems that Zhuo Qingyu was simply in a hurry this time. What an indolent young man, not at all the stability of his predecessors. The thought lightened the mood of Principal Yukio. He cleared his throat and smiled downward. Zhengchuan, that Principal Zhuo from Fengyun University wants you to play an exchange match with the students from their school. What do you think? The uncaring voice carried into the grounds below. A bald young man with thick eyebrows raised his eyebrows slightly as he listened. When? Just these 2 days. Principal Weekyung was all smiles, as if he had already seen the scenery in a few days. One-on-one. And there's a current student over there as well. Hearing this, Zhu Zhengchuan waved his hand and casually returned. Then I'm all right, you see to it that you decide. After saying that, he looked again at the sword-wielding girl across from him and lost his smile. That's the bad thing about being famous. You have to play exchange matches again. There's obviously no point. Listening to the other party's confident words, the sword-robed girl put down her horizontal sword, and a few touches of despondency suddenly surfaced between her brows. Senior brother, it's better to take it seriously. I vaguely remember that a month ago, she was also so confident in her posture, and as a result, she met the biggest Waterloo in her life. That was a fiasco. Until now, it had kept her awake from time to time in the middle of the night. Senior sister Tang Yao, it's not that I'm not serious. Zhu Zhengchuan let out a faint smile and sighed seemingly helplessly. You come from the Green Mountain Sword Pavilion in the Winning Province, so you may not know much about senior brothers my past. He laughed slightly playfully as he walked towards the opposite side of the field. If I get serious, the nature of that exchange game changes. In all fairness, who likes an exchange game where their students get crushed? As the words settled, the few students on the sidelines laughed, and did not feel that the bald youth had exaggerated. They were all students from the Shangjing province, so they naturally knew the terror of the bald youth. More than 20 years of age, 4th rank and 8th weight. Looking at Hakusha, it would be hard to find a young martial artist who could achieve this step by hitting the lantern. The remaining few top martial arts universities had also organized exchange matches between their students and them over the years, but the result was only one. Finished, no matter how subtle the tactical arrangements were, they would always be destroyed and defeated. And all of those reputable and talented martial artists had all become stepping stones for Zhu Zhengchuan. With a big gun in his hand, he is the leader of the new generation within Hakusha. To this day, there are no more geniuses from martial arts universities questioning its gold content, and the exchange matches between each other have all deliberately avoided Shangjing University. I didn't expect that Fengyun University actually hadn't died yet, which surprised the crowd a bit. It's really courageous. Tang Yao stared at the brand new dragon pattern on the horizontal sword for a long time. She remembered her fiasco last month and the ink-shirted boy with black hair and golden eyes. Not knowing how far the other party was from the third order True Blood realm, he thought that he might have already gone ahead of her. At the very beginning, although the teenager was only at the first level of the 2nd rank, the combat power he erupted with was able to crush himself, a martial artist at the 6th level of the 2nd rank. The latter was only a few days away, and he had gotten an unbelievable score in the martial arts exam. According to Tang Yao's guess, at that time, Yi Li would most likely not be far from the 3rd rank, and it was even said that most of his feet might have stepped into the 3rd rank. Now I'm already at the 8th level of the second order. And you've more than likely already broken through to the 3rd level of the true blood realm, plus finished stabilizing the realm, right? Think about it. Tang Yao lightly exhaled, her palm holding the horizontal sword gradually clenching. She didn't like the feeling of being behind. Fortunately, through the friendship left behind by the ancestor of the Castle Peak Sword Pavilion in the past, he worshipped under the seat of the principal of the University of Shangjing and became his close disciple. With the guidance of this 6th order martial infant realm powerhouse, plus the company of arguably the best young martial artists within Hakusha, Tang Yao thought she had a bright future ahead of her. Yili, when we meet again next time, I will surprise you. Tang Yao held a horizontal sword, her brows stern and incomparable as she spoke aloud towards the opposite Zhu Zhengchuan. Elder brother, be careful. Nice aura. Zhu Zhengchuan smiled faintly and turned to ask, by the way, are you going to come and watch the exchange match in a couple days? Aha. Tang Yao looked calm. Try to learn as much as you can. Then senior brother won't be polite to that person across the street when the time comes. Zhu Zhengchuan touched Reflective's head and laughed brightly. At that time, you'll know why I can't get interested in this kind of exchange match. How can I put it? Most of them are boring opponents, lacking the sharpness that a martial artist should have. When you didn't know me at first, you could still carry a little bit of pointing between your moves, wide open and without fear. But not anymore. Once they see that their opponent is me, they are nervous as hell. And their punches and kicks are as blunt as they can be, and they don't see the desire to win at all. I know that. In their minds, outsmarting me is an impossible task, and it's enough to only last a few more moves under me. This is really boring psychology. Zhu Zhengchuan's smile gradually tightened, his originally gentle voice transmitting a slight chill. After all, what I want, senior brother, is the kind of opponent whose eyes reveal that he wants to win over me. Speaking of which, senior sister Tang Yao, you have this kind of look in your eyes, which makes me very happy. That's why I'm willing to spar with you. With that, Zhu Zhengchuan slung his lance over his shoulder. In the reverent eyes of the crowd of watching participants, he sighed slightly helplessly. I can only hope that my opponent will be a bit more bloodthirsty this time. Otherwise I just can't bring myself to do it. But honestly, it's really hard. Windy Hill University. But nothing more. Never heard of any great characters at all. Chapter 127 is a bit rude. Within the winning province, Stormwater University. Ever since the end of the baptism of Woody, the forums on campus had been directly detonated, and the reason is simple. Of the 10 Celestial Pride who participated in the baptism, 9 of them exited the secret realm early, 8 of them were still carried back by the medical office. According to the news from the medical office, their injuries were surprisingly consistent. All of them were encased in solid ice and their faces were frozen purple. Obviously, they all ate damage from the same martial skill, when it's really all about the little cravings. And along with their withdrawal, the only one who could receive baptism within the martial land was that mysterious teenager who was slightly unfamiliar to them. It's done. Cootie. All can guess what happened in Woody. Not to mention, the school's news department was the first to follow up on the news afterward. Within the martial land mysteries, Yili wore 9 and 1. Originally, in the previous few days, the Thunderbolt gun Su Tian, who had made a big fuss about inquiring about Yili's news, it disappeared without a trace from the campus on the second day after the baptism of Woody. According to the person in charge of the Select Dangerous building, he ignored the injuries on his body and forcefully took a white-level quest before grabbing the door. Naturally, I went to get out of the wind. The rest of the 9 did much the same as he did. There are shut-ins, those who go back to their teachers, and those who go out to seek treatment. The 9 heavenly prides that had previously been so scenic had all been reduced to the Yili's checkable battle results in just 2 days. Early the next morning, inside the Select Dangerous building, many of the current cadets were sitting around the second floor, discussing the matter with great fervor. Are you serious? That Yili picked off all the remaining 9 by himself? Someone's eyes widened as they jerked up from their chair. That's what our school's news department says. Other places exaggerate their news for exposure, but our school doesn't have to fake it, right? Someone held a bronze medal in his hand and then exclaimed, asterisk 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 it's true. That Yili is now number 1 on the wind and cloud ranking. Really? The rest of the few people touched out their belt tags and sank into their minds to probe. Subsequently, throughout the second floor of the optional dangerous building, cries of alarm rang out endlessly. Not far, Lin Yun, who was in disguise and gathering materials, couldn't help but feel happy when she heard this, and I don't know why. Nowadays, whenever she saw someone shocked by Yili's performance, she had a feeling of empathy, especially now that there were more and more of these people, making Lin Yun more and more comfortable. I'm finally not the only one who thinks the world is crazy. The corners of Lin Yun's mouth rose wildly. This is outrageous. After confirming it, The student who started it all couldn't help but lose his voice. For geniuses like them who came out from small places, the top 10 prides of the wind and cloud ranking were all unattainable existences. Now it's actually being played right through and through by a so-called freshman. What kind of concept is that? A young martial artist who was feared to be less than 20 years old, at the apex of a place like Fengyun University, when it really is a genuine martial arts demon. There's a Zhu Jingchuan from Shangjing University, and we have a Yili here. Someone's dry throat rolled slightly, and then released a smile. It's kind of even, so when you're on a mission in the future, you can count on not having to listen to their bragging. Indeed. The companion beside him nodded in agreement and asked with some curiosity, I just don't know. Which of the two of them is a bit stronger? Hearing this, Lin Yingyun frowned slightly. This person also didn't look at the age difference between Yili and that Zhu Zhengchuan. Don't you know the least bit about fairness and justice? Even if Yili wasn't a match for that little gun god now, but with just a few more years, his own master would definitely be able to press that one. Right at this moment, an alarming voice suddenly rang out from the first floor, asterisk 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 asterisk. My brother Yi is going to fight that Zhu Zhengchuan. Lin Yinyan's heart stuttered. High above, the two cyan streams of light carried with them bursts of sonic booms, and they were advancing towards the direction of the Shangjing province at an astonishing speed. The only way for an ordinary martial artist to have the ability to fly at will was to step into the 7th rank. However, both Yili and Zhuo Qingyu had the ability to control the airflow. Even if it was a long time to walk on the wind, it was not a difficult task for them. There's just a bit of a speed difference. With the howling wind in his ears, Zhuo Qingyu looked as normal, while Yili frowned slightly. Yili wordlessly exhaled. He could guarantee that his opponent had a speed bonus type of talent or martial skill. It's ridiculously fast to catch up. There was no shortage of true chi, and his output efficiency kept up, but he just couldn't surpass his opponent. One could only say that this was the depth of a 6th-ranked martial artist. Up ahead is the province of Shangjing. Zhuo Qingyu suddenly opened his mouth. She looked ahead at the looming circle of cities and said casually, this seat has already discussed with the president of Shangjing University. The date of the competition will be set in these 2 days. Do you have anything else to prepare? No. Is that tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? Zhuo Qingyu asked. Yili calmly replied. Choose a day. In my opinion, let's do it today. Why does it feel like you're in more of a hurry than this seat? Zhuo Qingyu looked at Yili suspiciously. Her intention was to let Yili go over to familiarize herself with the environment first and rest for a night before the exchange match. This exchange match was different from the previous ones. The first battle was both a duel, and with Zhu Zhengchuan's horrifying reputation, it was feared that the entire faculty and students of Shangjing University, and even the higher-ups of some of the powers, would come to watch the ceremony. If this was a mistake and lost, then Yili's newly established reputation would be lost. Although this seat also thinks that you and that Zhu Zhengchuan are 9-1 open, but after all, you have just advanced to the 5th rank, and it is hard to guarantee that he doesn't have any killer mace to cross the rank against the enemy. Zhuo Qingyu couldn't help but ask, are you sure you don't want to think about it anymore? What are the considerations? Yili glanced at her and asked back with some amusement. He was already at the peak of the 5th rank, combined with the Beast God Sect Holy Maiden and Palm Soul Unification Spirit, even the green-clothed girl in front of him, he had a 10% certainty that he would ravage her viciously until she went pear-shaped. Against a demon of the 8th level of the 4th order, was he to consider which hand he would use to knock him down? That's a bit rude. Chapter 128, Smashing My Field. Sunrise, SJU. The majestic building is like a giant beast creeping on the ground, with people coming and going. As the days of the National Budo University drew near, the campus naturally began to see a noticeable increase in foot traffic. Here we are. Zhuo Qingyu looked at the Panglossian Academy below, and a rare excitement surfaced in those sharp coal eyes. You seem to be looking forward to it? Yili looked up and asked casually. Honestly, he was looking forward to it. After all, just by looking at the size of the facilities, this Shangjing University was not inferior to the Wind and Cloud University he remembered, especially on the way here. He briefly checked the information and found that on that so-called international ranking, Hakusha Shangjing University was actually ranked several places higher than Fengyun University. Does this mean that the quality of the students here is generally higher than that of Windy Cloud University? Yi Li's mind wandered, and his gaze swept across the Shangjing University in front of him. Green hills, green water, hustle and bustle. It would be perfect if there was also a wind and clouds list like the ranking of the Pride of Heaven. Unfortunately, according to the internet, this place doesn't, and there's little reason to strike out on your own. This seat has been waiting for this day for a long time. Zhuo Qingyu's tail voice rose, expressing his pleasurable emotions without a trace, and took the lead in landing towards the bottom. Phew! The two landed in front of the gates of Shangjing University one after another. The young girl's green clothes were wrapped in veil, her bare feet were off the ground, and the white-clothed teenager was calm and distinguished in appearance. The bright pairing instantly attracted many curious gazes. Immediately after, Zhuo Qingyu had just taken a few steps with Yili when a tall old man with white hair greeted him. "Principal Zhuo, you've come really fast." He had a smile on his face and a low voice, and was followed by several faculty members from Shangjing University. Without waiting for Zhuo Qingyu to open his mouth, he looked toward the white-clothed young man behind Zhuo Qingyu and then asked, "This is the student who participated in this exchange?" "Not bad," Zhuo Qingyu faintly said. "It's a real showstopper." The president of Shangjing politely complimented him before smiling at Yili. "Hello classmate, I'm Ningguo, the president of Shangjing University. Can kind of let me see the main man? The left principal hid you that tight before coming to say what won't tell me who is." Between the words, he looked at Zhuo Qingyu seemingly casually. Zhuo Qingyu snorted coldly. She didn't inform the other party before she came, but she was just worried that it had heard about Yi Li's deeds and thus refused to have an exchange match. Granted, with the level of trust Principal Sankyo had in that little gun god, a situation like this, where he was afraid to answer the battle, would hardly ever occur. But the teenager on his side was clearly more demonic. It's better to prevent a handful of accidents. At this moment, the coming and going students and a few of the SCOTUS teachers are looking at the place. The other party was already riding a tiger, so naturally there was no need to be hiding his name. "It can sort of speak now." Ningguo looked at Yili again, his smile unabated. "I don't know what your classmate's name is?" He wanted to see what this mysterious teenager that Zhuo Qingyu thought could resist Zhu Zhengchuan was. There was no black belt to blindfold his eyes, no long sword on his back, and it was certainly not that sword-blind man. Thinking about this, Shangjing Principal Ningguo's heart moved slightly. In that case, could it be the same? Fengyun University, Yili. Yili stepped forward and politely introduced himself. As the words settled, the incoming and outgoing students who were paying attention to the situation at this place suddenly changed their faces. There was no special event at the moment. So what were the students of Fengyun University doing coming to their Shangjing University? The answer is self-evident. Come to bash the scene. It's a long time to live. Shangjing University now has Zhu Zhengchuan, who is known as the Little God of Guns, in charge, and there are actually foreign students who dare to come and smash the scene? Sure enough, it's this kid. The corners of Ningguo's mouth rose. Until now, everything had gone as well as he could have expected. "Principal Ning, you haven't announced this matter yet, have you?" Taking in the reactions of the crowd, Zhuo Qingyu frowned and asked, "I think this seat should have informed you just now that the match will start at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, right? Her purpose is to shut up this group of old people who love to make excuses, and to tell them that people can't do it. Don't blame the road for being uneven." Only then did he make a big deal out of it within Winsong University. As a result, the other side actually didn't take it seriously? How's that gonna work? Without a massive audience, there are countless ways for these wily old things to cover up their own incompetence. This contest, therefore, must be publicized to the public. "Take it easy, Principal left." Principal Shangjing smiled appropriately and said without haste, "Don't worry about it, even if there's no publicity. With Zhengchuan's reputation, it won't take more than 3 hours to fill the auditorium," said the man, as if to prove his credibility in general. He raised his hand a little, and ink-colored ripples emerged from his fingertips, writing in the air. At the same time, 2 lines of gilt-colored text were gradually revealed on a tall stone monument in the rear campus. "Students, today at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, your senior Zhu Zhengchuan will be at the No. 1 Martial Arts Stadium, competing in an exchange match with the high achievers of Fengyun University. Anyone interested can go see it then." The floating shadow monolith was connected to the waists of all the students on campus, and there was a similar facility within Winsong University, which was basically a campus-wide level broadcast. Seeing this, the crowd not far away directly exploded. Some students were so excited that they pulled out their cell phones and started notifying the major group chats about it. Yili raised his eyebrows lightly, and with his ear power, he could even hear the rising and falling cries of alarm ringing out from the campus in front of him. What an amazing popularity. For a moment it reminded him of what had happened to him once in Castle Peak City. "How about it, Principal left? Are you satisfied now?" Taking Yi Li's reaction into account, Ningguo's face took on more than a little smugness. There was no other reason. But any exchange match that involved the Zhu Zhengchuan was the one that would have such a hot topic of conversation within the Shangjing province. He withdrew his palm and waited up for the other's answer. "I was expecting to see Zhuo Qingyu showing a grave expression." Unexpectedly, the green-clothed girl had a rare smile on her face, and her lips spat out icy words. "Well done." Ningguo frowned slightly and then quickly stretched, assuming that the other party was playing a trick on him or forcing his composure. His eyes swept over Yili. After confirming the aura on the teenager's body, which did not have the kind of fluctuation that was characteristic of a fresh breakthrough. He completely let go of his heart. Just a demon of the fourth order heavens pass realm. Trying to scare me? Ningguo snorted inwardly. He turned slightly sideways and reached toward the school grounds, smiling. Gentlemen, please. Zhuo Qingyu looked sideways. Yeli nodded gently. After slightly feeling the gradually fiery atmosphere inside the school, he took a step and casually walked into the school. Chapter 129, I will shatter his Dao heart. Thanks to Magic Pomelo Cuties. Shangjing University. No. One martial arts stadium. The atmosphere in this place was unusually high for the afternoon. Ningguo is not false. Just a mealtime. The news of the exchange match between the two schools is like a gale sweeping half of the Shangjing province. Especially after Yi Li's intelligence was spread out since the winning province. The news took on a new level of hotness. Visible to the naked eye. There were constantly students returning from outside the school, looking excited as they rushed in the direction of the martial arts arena. Or the Mountain Gate executives dressed in different clothes. Imperial swords hurriedly arrived. And after briefly greeting each other, they similarly converged in the direction of the martial arts arena. They all had a clear purpose, and that was to watch this incomparable demon exchange match. Even if the forces slightly further away couldn't make it in time because of the time constraints, by the time it got close to game time, the large venue was still filled to capacity. At this moment, the martial arts arena was filled with people, smiles, and clamor. So exciting! So exciting! Who's going to fight Senior Chu? Nerve, you came to see it without even knowing who? Nonsense! I heard there was this contest. I didn't even watch the movie to come and take my place. Where did I find the time to learn about it? It's the pride of Fengyun University. His name is Yi Li. I don't know much about winning province. Has anyone heard of him? I just learned about it too. It's said to be a demon who stepped into the heavenly pass realm in his freshman year. Freshman year at Skygate? Awesome. It's still true. How many times do you guys think he's with Senior Chu? 3 sevens. Senior Chu 7. Conservative? I'd say it's a 280. The atmosphere in the viewing gallery was synthesized, and many people chanted Zhu Zhengchuan's name in support of him as waves of sound rolled in. Fighting in this kind of environment would really put the outsiders under quite a huge amount of psychological pressure. It's no wonder those heavenly prides who came here for the exchange match were so nervous. But there's no way, because it's called home field advantage, and you can't argue with that. Tang Yao sat silently in the viewing gallery, the monstrous waves within her heart almost revealing themselves on her face, her slender palms whitening from overexertion. What did she hear? The mysterious trainee who had come to Shangjing University to participate in the exchange tournament and was about to go up against Zhu Zhengchuan was Yi Li? Not only that, Yi Li he has already broken through the fourth stage of the heavenly pass realm? How is that possible? How is that possible? Tang Yao's breathing was disorganized, her stern brows filled with bewilderment at the moment, and her forehead was even oozing a thin fine sweat. Such a scene made her companions beside her look dumbfounded and stare at each other. The girls had also been with Tang Yao for several weeks now, and regarded him as their backbone. Yet it was the first time that he knew that this sword Dao genius whose heart was higher than the sky and who wasn't even afraid of Senior Zhu, would actually reveal such a disoriented expression. Is this a blow from that Yi Li? Don's classmates. Thinking about this, they hurriedly consoled. It's fine. That Yi Li will lose to Senior Zhu in no time. Yeah, don't you know Senior Zhu's methods? A martial arts genius from an outside school like this, if you follow him just once, you'll be directly obliterated in the future. That's right. Maybe he won't achieve as much as we will in the future. Listening to the comfort in her ears, Tang Yao's mood magically improved. That's true. Knowing that Yi Li was going to fail later as well, a trace of joy actually welled up in her heart. The teenager who seemed to be above everyone else would also fail. That unimpressed Yeli will also taste a crushing defeat. Tang Yao's heartbeat gradually accelerated. After a few moments, she reared her head and cast her eyes down to the sparring platform below, her eyes already filled with anticipation. On top of the high platform, Zhuo Qingyu looked relaxed, lying on the wooden chair, his bare feet gently swaying, seemingly not worried about the outcome of this match in the slightest. Ningguo stood in front with a bland expression, looking at the cheering crowds under the stage, and then thinking of the intelligence he had gathered just now. The palms of his hands behind his back involuntarily trembled slightly. He was given information in one simple sentence. Fengyun University's Yi Li completes 1 through 9 in the baptism of the martial land. What an amazing battle record. How many weights is this Yi Li at the 4th rank? 8? 9? Or has it already reached the level of the peak of the 4th order? If this is true, then the probability of Masakawa winning will be less than 70%. Principal Yukio's breathing quickened slightly. He finally realized why Zhuo Qingyu dared to bring his opponent to play an exchange match. This Yi Li was a martial arts demon that was even more terrifying than Zhu Zhengchuan. To have this kind of combat power in his freshman year, if this were to give him 2 more years, Wouldn't he break through the 5th rank before graduation, setting a new historical record for the fastest 5th rank ever in Hakusha? Breaking through the 5th order before the age of 30. You know, even Zhu Zhengchuan, he didn't dare to make this guarantee, but the problem is small. After a short period of nervousness, Ning regained his composure, and he had absolute confidence in Zhu Zhengchuan. Even among the peak 4th ranked martial artists, the other party was definitely considered to be at the top level. In addition to his own S-class martial arts talent, even if it was a divine mansion powerhouse that had entered the 5th rank, Zhu Zhengchuan still had the power to fight. And that Yeli. So far, no one had said that the teenager possessed a high-grade martial arts talent. So it seems, the advantage is still on our side. Thinking of this, Ningguo's heart was greatly relieved, and he slowly sat back in his chair, unable to help but let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Zhuo Qingyu is a descendant who doesn't know how to cover up. If he waited a few more years and brought this Yili to his door, then he would really have to weigh whether or not to take on this exchange match. Inside the players' lounge, Zhu Zhengchuan was sitting on a wooden chair, and was looking serious as he polished a big gun of ebony iron. The body of the gun exuded an astonishingly fierce aura, and it was clearly a gun-type treasure tool of a not-so-low rank. Doubtful peak 4th order? A smile appeared on Zhu Zhengchuan's face, and the movements of wiping the gun body were slightly accelerated. It's a bit interesting, He had thought that he was the deserved number 1 genius within Hakusha. I didn't realize that someone's promotion speed was even more amazing than his. Freshman year. 4th order pinnacle. Thinking about this, Zhu Zhengchuan took a deep breath. He no longer took the enemy lightly, but took out his most commonly used treasures against the enemy, while regulating his essence to its peak state. He had not even expected the other party to be able to have this level of proficiency. After all, he had never heard of this character before. But since it came up, then just go out and knock him down. I hope you don't look good or I'll be disappointed. Zhu Zhengchuan's eyes gradually became icy cold. Like this kind of valuable enemy, he had been looking forward to it already for too long. And breaking the spine of such a heavenly pride was exactly what a martial arts demon like him would do. Chapter 130, The Wind and Clouds Howl, and the sky and earth change color. Time passed, and the time for sparring soon arrived. Inside the martial arts arena, the referee's loud and sharp voice rang out. I declare that the exchange match between Shangjing University and Fengyun University will hereby begin. Fengyun University Yili vs. Shangjing University Zhu Zhengchuan. Will both players please take the stage? As the words settled, the martial arts arena instantly resounded with earth-shattering cheers. It's exciting to go through the clouds. Inside the lounge, the bald youth lifted his lance. The smile on his face had a bit of cruelty to it anyways. Yili, I can't wait to shatter your pride. He walked through the long passageway and into the sound-assaulted arena. In a gush of praise, the little gun god of Shangjing University slowly ascended the stage, and the students subconsciously held their breath and watched the situation on the stage with nervous excitement. When, on the sparring stage, Zhu Zhengchuan shook his gun, and his powerful aura burst out, and the cries of astonishment rose once again. Countless students' eyes showed fervor. The youth had actually improved again. So consummate amazing breath intensity. Mostly, it was already at the peak of the 4th order. Across from him, Yili slowly ascended the stage with a calm expression. He didn't seem to care in the slightest about the hostile looks and boos that surrounded him. It was worth caring that he wasn't even carrying a weapon. When this white-clothed young man stood still, Zhu Zhengchuan took a step forward, his aura revealing itself more and more thoroughly. He laughed aloud. I hope that your Dao heart is solid enough, and that you won't be struck by me later until your Dao heart shatters. The youth's arrogant voice echoed in the martial arts arena. Zhu Zhengchuan had already decided that he would suppress this heaven's pride teenager's aura from the very beginning. The many teachers and students in the viewing gallery were all somewhat expectant. The martial arts demon from Shangjing University strikes. And this time, in what way is he going to take the victory? Under the gaze of countless teasing gazes, the white-clothed young man looked around and pondered slightly, as if he was thinking about something. He then asked softly, "You like to pretend?" The moment the words fell, boom! The white-clothed young man exhaled young. His white clothes flipped, and the spiritual platform divine mansion radiated with light at once. In the next moment, the torrent of surging true chi actually shook the entire martial arts arena to the point that it trembled slightly. Rumble! The earth shook in unison for dozens of miles around, and the lake fiercely pounded against the boulders on its shores. The greenish-golden 10,000-foot lake reflected heaven and earth, illuminating countless faces that were gradually falling into stagnation. Several reputable martial arts powerhouses on the high stage could barely contain the shock on their faces to the point that their palms were shaking. Zhuo Qingyu's subdued smile froze on his face. Her gently swaying legs were fixed in place as she looked incredulously at the white-clothed young man in the limelight. Zhu Zhengchuan's face twitched as if his heart was going to stop beating at this moment. Across from him, The white-clothed teenager had his hands behind his back, and his true chi was like a waterfall flowing backwards, tilting toward the canopy above with a roar. The wind and clouds roared and the sky and earth changed color. At this moment, the entire martial arts arena was almost deathly silent. The majestic aura that resembled the revival of a god was undisguised, and it descended upon the martial arts arena of Shangjing University with a bang. Tang Yao in the viewing gallery instantly widened her eyes. Her mouth was wide open and her face couldn't stop tingling, and even though she tried her best to calm her heart, her frantically trembling lips still revealed the horror she felt inside. She rushing to the clouds, the fifth order divine mansion, tens of thousands of feet of true chi torrents, or the unheard of green golden divine mansion. Tang Yao only felt incomparably ridiculous. It turned out that while she was gloating over the tiny improvement, the other party had long since rushed to the ninth heaven. Before that, she actually thought the gap wouldn't be too big. At this moment, including her, the complexion of everyone present turned into a blank stare. On the sparring stage, Zhu Zhenchuan's body froze in place. He had never been in this situation before. In the past, it was always his realm that crushed others, and it was the first time that a situation like this where he was crushed by someone else had occurred. And it's not just a few reps ahead. Instead, it's a big bit of a step. Fifth order pinnacle. Fifth order pinnacle. This was a rank that would be difficult to reach even if it took him 10 or even 20 years of light. Moreover, what made Zhu Zhenchuan feel even more cold? Up until this moment, things had just begun. In the midst of countless stupefied and shocked lines of sight, the teenager's slightly teasing light laughter resounded throughout the entire arena. Come on, punk! Sacrifice for me a fated defeat. Between the words, Yi Li took a step out, and a terrifying to scalp-numbing pressure instantly descended on Zhu Zhenchuan's heart. The crowd watching the battle woke up as if from a dream, and the arena resounded with neat exclamations of surprise. Zhu Zhenchuan's face turned white as his body staggered backwards, staring deathly at Yi Li on the opposite side. You're a peak 5th rank? Knowingly, Yi Li let out a faint smile. Zhu Zhenchuan's dry lips moved slightly as he stared blankly at the white-clothed teenager whose breath was revealed all over his body but did not immediately make a move. The horror within was completely concealed. His self-confidence had collapsed in the breath-to-breath bombardment just now. Zhu Zhenchuan was very clear. If Yi Li made a move, he would be completely defenseless and would be seriously injured or even killed in an instant. At this moment, both legs were weak, not to mention breaking the opponent's Dao hard as he had wanted to do before the match. I'm afraid, even a smooth descent is a luxury. Undoubtedly, Hakush's youngest 5th order peak to date stood in front of him. You monster! Zhu Zhenchuan roared. All the veins in his body lit up. A piercing red light burst out from him, his aura instantly climbing up a notch. S-rank martial arts talent. Purgatory Great Inferno Demon. Amazing heat swept out from his body. His eyes lit up with white light. His body was ablaze with flame-like true chi, and his breath was as domineering as a blazing fire. At this moment, his bodily functions had increased drastically, comparable to a 5th stage divine mansion. But even so, looking at Yi Li, who was swaying in white and looking calm in front of him, Zhu Zhenchuan's heart still did not have the slightest certainty. He rushed to Yi Li in a frenzy, so fast that he broke the sound barrier. At the same time, he gripped the lance in his hand and blasted out as fast as running thunder and as powerful as crumbling mountains. There was no earth or rock crumbling as expected. In the midst of the sonorous gun shadows, Yi Li stood still and shattered his opponent's intensive attack with an extremely dominating one-handed blast. Then he flexed his finger and flicked it, and his majestic true chi instantly blasted onto the incoming gun head. Dangling! Zhu Zhenchuan only felt a huge shock coming from his palm, and the body of the ebony iron gun was instantly sent flying out, crumbling into several pieces in the air. A simple finger made Zhu Zhenchuan's eyes show despair. It's too big. The gap is just too big. The moment a fist blasted away the lance, Yi Li's figure instantly disappeared, breaking through the layers of the sound barrier with a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye, and arrived in front of Zhu Zhenchuan. A flat-out punch blast. Zhu Zhenchuan only felt that the other party was as fast as instantaneous movement. The moment he saw Yi Li, a sharp pain came from his chest. According to Zhu Zhenchuan's guess, about 14 ribs had been blown off at the same time, and all 5 organs and 6 bowels had suffered various degrees of serious injuries. Boom! The air exploded and fire splashed everywhere. In the midst of countless shocked gazes, Zhu Zhenchuan spat out blood. His body transformed into a red residual shadow flying extremely fast into the field, heavily smashing into the wall extremely deep. Deafening sound of earth and stone crumbling continuously resounded. Originally noisy martial arts arena at the moment a dead silence. Only the white boy is still that calm look. Just that body skyrocketing green gold true chi will be present at the many geniuses all pressured to raise their heads. In the next second, Yi Li's casual voice resounded throughout the room. That's the end of it? As the words settled, Many people's faces reddened and their bodies trembled. And yet, he still didn't have the courage to speak out against it. A deathly silence rings out as the referee finally comes back to his senses. His empty, silent, shocking voice ringing out. Yi Li Shang. Chapter 131. I don't know what you were expecting. But, the referee's lonesome voice echoed over the martial arts arena. The large viewing gallery was quiet at the moment as if it was snowing heavily. Everyone sat frozen in place, their eyes staring deathly at the white-clothed young man on the stage. Subsequently, lost? Senior Chu lost? Someone in the viewing gallery didn't come back to their senses until then, asking incredulously. His question went unanswered because everyone knew the answer to that question by heart, and the light below said it all. Lost? 2 minutes. Less than 2 minutes back and forth. The once-in-a-millennium demon of Shangjing University suffered a complete defeat under Yi Li. Everyone stared at the white-clothed young man below, only feeling like their spirits were in a dreamlike trance. Even the most excited words could not express their feelings at this moment. They were completely unable to see the light of what had just happened. The figure they used to regard as their spiritual leader was so casually resolved under the other party's hands. Not only that, the shocking light of the true chi rushing into the sky and the torrent of 10,000 feet had been imprinted in everyone's mind at this moment. Even after a long time again, whenever they recalled this scene, they would feel a shiver run down their spine. Everyone, including those established martial artists on the high platform, knew exactly what this represented. The peak of the Divine Mansion realm. The teenager was the peak of the Divine Mansion realm, and it was the pinnacle of the Divine Mansion realm that had never been seen before in Hakusha. Without a doubt, this was a foreseeable, true future patriarch. Less than 20 years old and at the peak of the 5th rank, Ningguo on the high platform could no longer hold back his breath. He breathed roughly and fiercely looked at Zhuo Qingyu on the side. Where did you find this fairy from? The birth of such a young peak of the 5th rank was a large-scale event that was enough to shake the entire 100 years summer. After today, not only would all those famous sects actively engage with them, even the well-known powers of the 4 seas would send people to engage with them. Yali, this name was about to be known by the whole world, and their 1,000-year-old demon from Shangjing University was just reduced to a green leaf to accompany him, and even more so, became one of the stepping stones for the teenager to become famous later on. Thinking about this, Ningguo's heart was like a knife. Zhuo Qingyu sat silently in his chair, his tense body relaxing again, his cold eyes gazing motionlessly at the teenager below. It's amazing. The talent Yi Li displayed today was truly astonishing. Even she, a 6th-ranked martial artist who was used to seeing big scenes, felt quite shocked. To know, the peak of the 5th order of the Golden Divine Mansion possessor, bursting out of the true chi torrent is only 8,000 zheng. But the other party's attention-grabbing greenish golden divine mansion was releasing a torrent of true chi that was more than tens of thousands of feet? The strongest divine mansion realm in all of history? Good guy. So powerful. Actually more powerful than this seat back then. Zhuo Qingyu was shocked inwardly, but not on his face. She was a division head. How could she mess up because of her junior's performance? But as an elder, what should be done at this time? Rewarded. No doubt. Aside from the embracing spirit method, what else is he lacking right now? Zhuo Qingyu propped up his head with one hand and thought seriously about what extra rewards he should prepare for Yi Li. Inside the lounge. You seriously injure a 4th-order demon from Shangjing University in public. Evil value plus 10. 000. Detected Zhu Zhengchuan's self-confidence collapsing. Evil value plus 15,000. Detected Tang Yao's Dao heart nearly collapsed. Evil value plus 5,000. Current vices, 70. 000 points. Tang Yao? Yi Li sat on the chair. His sight swept across the light blue light screen, and he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Another unexpected gain. Not that I didn't recognize the character. It was only a short month, and Yi Li still had an impression of the name. Remember, it was the extremely confident young pavilion master of the Green Mountain Sword Pavilion. Just, how did this person's heart break down as well? Yi Li pondered slightly, and in the end, he could only attribute the result to the other party's psychological defenses being too weak. Putting Tang Yao's matter behind him for the time being, Yi Li's line of sight rested on the remaining 70,000 evil values and couldn't help but sigh. As my martial arts level rises, this help letter summer can only provide less and less help. That's all it takes to be a new generation leader in the province of Shangjing, identified as something inferior to Tang Yao's. From this, it could be seen that realm advancement wasn't all good. If Yi Li was still at the peak of the 4th rank at this time, he thought that the evil value harvested would be several times what it was now. It's kind of hard to crash. When this is over and the Yunling method is in hand, go find some old stuff to pop gold coins. Yi Li shook his head and finalized the next stage in his mind. Speaking of which, his cultivation had already come to the peak of the 5th rank. Even if the earthly nations knew about it after today, most likely they wouldn't encounter the assassination of the 4 seas nations. can assassinate the peak of the fifth order of the strong man? Want to quietly bypass the 7 martial arts masters of Hakusha, to come to the mainland to complete the assassination. Its difficulty index was no less than cultivating a martial arts master. It's really a bit of a shame that there's no way to get those assassins to pop their evil values. Yili put away the panel and stretched before standing up slowly. There are several other martial arts universities in Zhuo Qingyu's mouth. He was going to catch the next field. Just then, the outside of the lounge door was slowly pushed open. Yali, Tang Yao, dressed in sword robes, stood in the doorway, somewhat in a trance as she looked at the white-clothed young man with a calm demeanor. She was originally a high-minded and proud sword Dao genius, but had all her pride shattered in the most direct way possible a month ago. Even so, she didn't completely collapse. She gritted her teeth and came to the Shangjing University, far away from the winning province, thinking of starting over here and piecing together a little bit of her past pride. However, the teenager appeared in front of her again like a shadow. It also once again defeated her fellow senior brother, whom she had just regarded as her future target, in a crushing manner. Tang Yao trembled her lips, trying to keep the tears of collapse from flowing out. In as smooth a trill as she could muster, she asked, "Do you remember me? Just read your name on the panel." Yili straightened his cuffs and looked at the other party, casually. "Remember, your name is Tang Yao." Tang Yao bit her lips tightly. The other party's posture was still as calm and unhurried as before. This was also the self she had in mind. Then, she had come here to ask about one thing. Tang Yao took a deep breath, but even so, her voice was still clearly trembling. "What was the contest with me a month ago to you? Is it a chess battle or a farce to watch a clown show? You don't know in your own heart?" Yili walked slowly towards the door. Unclear. Perhaps it was too much to get Yili's approval. In front of this seemingly unattainable peer, Tang Yao didn't have any semblance of a genius at the moment. Her brow was less stern and more tender. Her lips pursed. "So, please tell me." At those words, Yili let out a light laugh, then walked right past her. Tang Yao's heart suddenly felt a sense of emptiness, and she just wanted to continue to pursue the question. The teenager's light and casual voice could be heard coming down the breeze. "Not sure what you were expecting though, but that game was no different for me than kicking a biting wild dog off the side of the road." Hearing this familiar sharp language, Tang Yao's heart suddenly tightened. Wild dogs? Wordlessly, it was as if something had completely collapsed in her heart. Chapter 132, Sixth Order Treasures. Dragon Sealing Heavenly Forbidden Technique. On the east side of Shangjing University, there are unused and elegant lofts, used to give foreign school guests temporary residence, usually only when the provincial tournament will be opened. Few people can be disturbed. In order to emphasize the heritage of Shangjing University, these penthouses were equipped with quite high-class facilities that far exceeded the treatment of ordinary students. Anyway, the visitor wouldn't be able to stay for a few days at most, so in order not to leave a stingy impression when the other party went back, this bit of payment was quite necessary. Zhuo Qingyu's and Yili's attics were adjacent to each other on the left and right. The former intended to rest here for a day, and then would proceed to the next martial arts university that was due, though Yili stated that there was absolutely no need for rest and that he could leave at any time. After all, the news spread extremely fast, and it wouldn't take more than half a day for those martial arts universities that received the news to most likely transform into warshy lizards. But there's no way. According to the distance between the provinces, it is too late today no matter what. Led by one of the Shangjing students, Yili quickly arrived inside his compound. After briefly surveying the area once, his assessment was that the environment was slightly less favorable than the gold medal compound of Fengyun University. The level of the spells in the cultivation room was a bit better. Outside the courtyard, there were figures standing full of people, all intending to wait for Yili to settle down and then climb into conversation with him. "Your Excellency, then I will take my leave." The Shangjing student who led the way had a complicated look on his face. The other party had just beaten his own big brother into a dead dog, and he actually had to kindly lead the way for him. The feeling is just marvelous. Slowly, Yili nodded gently. Just then, a petite green dress fell from the sky. Yili didn't need to look to know who it was. This Zhuo Qingyu had been extraordinarily attentive to him since just now. Zhuo Qingyu glanced at the Shangjing student and faintly said, "Let the gang at the door go back wherever they came from. Yili is not taking any customers today." "Principal Zhuo, that would be rude." Yili frowned slightly. He was still planning to take note of those people's mountain gates, so that he could search their history of collapsing houses one by one on the net afterwards. "Earlier, I heard from those fellow members of the Clear Alien Bureau. These families and sects are good and obedient on the surface, but behind their backs they are not very honest. However, as long as you don't go too far, the upper echelons of the Qingyi Bureau just turn a blind eye. After all, there was a constant threat from beast tides outside the city, and all of these second-rate families and sects were invisible helpers against the beasts. But, in Yeli's opinion. Ignoring them was a matter for the Clear Alien Bureau, but it didn't have much to do with himself. He was only responsible for killing the parties who did the bad things, and then breaking up and confiscating the world's families and sects. This would just as easily allow them to fend off the foreign beasts and also fill the gap in their own promotions. It was simply a 2-for-1 deal. Therefore, it was definitely not a bad thing to familiarize yourself with these lineage sects. This seat has secret martial arts to give you. Those people are inconvenient outside. Zhuo Qingyu lightly grunted, but still gave his own explanation. Yili raised his eyes to look. What grade? 6th order precious. At those words, Yili looked at that Shangjing student again, seemingly casually. Classmate, please see off my guests. When the many scents outside the courtyard all disappeared, Zhuo Qingyu didn't dawdle, took out a heavy tome from the storage ring on his hand and threw it to Yili. Here. Yili raised his hand to receive the tome, and she then continued. 6th rank rare martial skill. Sealing Dragon Heavenly Forbidden Art. More than 100 years ago, a famous 6th ranked martial artist from Hakusha obtained the treasure from the secret realm, and since then this technique has become his famous technique. Cultivated to a great extent, it is able to seal the opponent's Dantian True Chi, Tian Guanxiao and Divine Mansion, and even martial infant can't run away, and is reduced to a half-wasted person on the spot. It can be quite a dominating sealing technique. Zhuo Qingyu lifted a finger and gently turned it. With your cultivation at the peak of the 5th rank, if you can cultivate it to its great completion, even a powerhouse at the 6th rank of the martial infant realm won't be able to ignore it. If you're incredibly lucky and succeed in sealing a 6th order martial infant, then he'll have to be obediently subjected to you as well. This technique is quite suitable for martial artists who specialize in melee combat. In this seat it's just eating dust, so why don't we make it cheaper for you? It's also considered a good horse with a good saddle, as Zhuo Qingyu recounted. Yili nodded gently while clattering through the tome. The panel responds immediately. 6th grade rare martial art. Dragon sealing heavenly forbidden technique, uninitiated. Upgradable. Good stuff. It'll definitely fetch a fortune out there. Or the kind with a price tag. Firm left. I recognize you. Yili's heart moved slightly and he casually asked. Then how come his famous martial arts skill is here with you? Is this person your close friend? He was palmed to death by this seat. Zhuo Qingyu's face was unchanged, and he faintly said, this person is bold and lustful, hitting his idea on this seat who had just advanced into the 6th rank not long ago at that time. In a fit of rage, this seat beheaded him on the spot who wanted to beg for mercy at the cost of depleting his foundation. Yili's expression was a bit odd as he looked at Zhuo Qingyu. So you say a good horse with a good saddle? A good martial art is a good martial art. What does the inferiority of the caster have to do with it? Zhuo Qingyu crossed her arms and asked in a rightful tone. Fair enough. Yili put away his martial arts skills and nodded his head rather approvingly at the young girl's words. The impression a martial art gives is still based on the caster himself. For example, the flowing water fist technique was only a 1st rank martial art, but the flowing water fist meaning that was derived from it. Yili had been using it until the 4th rank, and it was quite good and loved to use it. Such a precious martial art was disgraced because of the last caster. Very well, let me remake the right path. After finalizing his idea, Yili exhaled silently. Ahem. Seeing Yili putting away his martial arts, Zhuo Qingyu lightly coughed twice, slightly unnaturally digressing. Right. There's something else. On the way here just now, the General Directorate of Hakusha's CU Bureau gave this seat a call. Chapter 133, letting a 5th-ranked martial artist protect me? The Directorate General of the CU Bureau? Yili's heart stirred slightly as he asked curiously. Then what? Could it be that there is news about that holy son of the Beast God sect? The last time, the Beast God sect's holy maiden had exploded so many rewards for him that it had made him think about it until now. Not only was there a massive amount of evil value, but it also helped to level up the indestructible golden soul. In addition to that, it gave him an additional top-notch base card that was capable of retreating in one's entirety under a 6th-ranked martial artist. It's not that easy. Do you think the holy sons and daughters are cabbages? Zhuo Qingyu rolled his eyes. The other party was really looking down on the Beast God sect. If the whereabouts of the holy sons and daughters were really that easy to obtain, Hakusha wouldn't have been unable to completely eradicate them for hundreds of years, and wouldn't have had to use so many hands last time. After a brief pause, she said slowly, it's about you. My business? Yili was slightly surprised. You did a great job on the last siege mission, Zhuo Qingyu said in a rather casual tone. There's also a senior enforcer who wrote down the fact that you're the peak of the 4th rank on the combat record. And between the lines, he's giving you credit. This matter has attracted the attention of the directorate side, and what they mean is that they want to rope you into joining the Clear Alien Bureau's directorate after graduation. As long as you agree, all of the cultivation resources and techniques can be provided by them at that time. And when you reach the 6th rank, The opportunity to advance to sovereign will also be allocated to you on a priority basis. In addition, a 5th-ranked martial artist can be sent to protect you closely. After Zhuo Qingyu finished his narration, he looked at Yili and faintly asked, "What do you think? Graduation?" Yili raised his eyebrows slightly. After 4 years? 4 months later he was afraid that he would even advance to the 6th rank. 4 years later, does he still need the support of the Directorate General of the Clear Alien Bureau? Exactly. There seemed to be a smile in Zhuo Qingyu's eyes as well. Then he said with a straight face, "But not all. At least that 5th-ranked martial artist who was under close protection. They were planning to provide it right away. Please return it for me." Yili rubbed the corner of his forehead with some headache. An unusual Divine Mansion realm martial artist would be hard-pressed to go past 10 moves under him right now. Let this level of martial artist protect him. It was hard to say who was protecting who at that time. It's better not to burden yourself with it. Then this seat will politely decline for you. Zhuo Qingyu sat down at the stone table, making tea for himself in the space while explaining. In fact, the Qingyi Bureau's proposal is fairly normal. Because for a 4th-ranked martial artist, the University of Martial Arts is far more suitable for his or her growth than the Clear Isolation Bureau. They're also motivated by your safety. After all, joining the General Directorate of the Clear Alien Bureau means you'll have to go to the passes of the major secret realms to guard them. And that's what makes it a high-risk errand. As for that 5th-ranked martial artist, when Zhuo Qingyu said this, the complexity of her small face was a bit complicated. Other people's 4th-rank peak brewing for 10 years before breaking through is considered fast. Who would have thought that you're already at the 5th-rank peak? This seat was almost scared by you. How the hell did you do that? Is it absorbing all of the demigod's blood from the Wudi? In just half a day, he had broken through from the peak of the 4th rank to the peak of the 5th rank. Even if Zhuo Qingyu is trying his best to hide his emotions at this moment, he can still see the shock in his heart from the slightly trembling teacup. She pondered all the way through. And the reason of absorbing all the demigod's blood in the Wudi had been the most likely one. Yeli put a finger against his chin. Relying on my own persistence and hard work? It seems a bit forced. After thinking for a moment, unable to think of a better reason, he nodded. Pretty much. At those words, Zhuo Qingyu was slightly relieved. That is, after all, the precious blood of a demigod. And although it has been diluted countless times, the energy in it is still amazing and barely acceptable. Probably, because regardless of the reason for the creation, people were already at the peak of the 5th rank of the real thing at this moment. Or the kind that is so deep that it's scary. This is really take it or leave it. Zhuo Qingyu sipped the piping hot tea and looked sideways at Yili. The blood of a demigod has both advantages and disadvantages. Although there is the filtering of the dust-cleansing green lotus, there are definitely still impurities that have been incorporated into your body. In the future, this seat will find a way to get rid of it for you. With that, she put down her teacup. Also, when word of your performance today spreads out, the threshold of Fengyun University is afraid to be trampled on. And I don't know how many forces will throw olive branches at you. There are more than just the famous sects within Hakusha, and more than likely there's no shortage of well-known forces from the countries of the Four Seas. You have a long road ahead of you, and caution is necessary in this matter. This speech Zhuo Qingyu said quite a kind of old-fashioned flavor, and her appearance as a young girl is really not quite in line, but as a division leader, certain things should be said. The Clear Alien Bureau is still slow and is actually thinking of waiting until graduation to grab someone. Zhuo Qingyu's remark is actually quite conservative. If anything, a less than 30-year-old peak of the Heavenly Pass realm could make the famous sects of Hakusha move their hearts, to the point of causing some of the forces of the Four Seas countries to throw in their olive branches. That a peak of the Divine Mansion realm that was still less than 20 years old would definitely be able to make all of those hefty Ponzi forces of the Four Seas countries tremble. This was because at this stage of the Divine Mansion realm, the potential had already been displayed to the fullest. While the quality of the Tianguan Bridge could only be vaguely judged by the efficiency of the true Qi output, the quality of the Divine Mansion was readily apparent. Young in age, plus the peak of the greenish-golden Divine Mansion realm, anyone who is a normal martial artist would know. This was a future martial arts master. Not to mention that those forces would go crazy over it. Even the officials of the Four Seas countries would be so anxious that they would scratch their heads in order to pull him in. This is the weight of a martial arts master. I see. At those words, Yili nodded without much concern. After all the talk on the other side, there's really only one thing to pay attention to. Next, there will be a considerable number of large forces that will pay special attention to themselves. This is the opportunity and the fork in the road. One might even say it's a murky pool. But never mind. As long as one was strong enough, no matter what kind of muddy water was irrelevant. If there is no one you like among the many diverging paths, then you can harden a new one by your own force. No power could be a high mountain to overwhelm Yili. It would only allow him to walk higher on the path to heaven of martial arts. I just need to keep moving forward. Yili's mood was light and not depressing, Relying on others is better than relying on oneself. At least when the calamity comes, he will let himself have the right to choose at will. That's good. Looking at the sky outside the courtyard, Zhuo Qingyu stood up and then lightly coughed. It's getting late. This seed is going back to rest. If you have something to report, come to my compound. My sleep is light. After saying that, he didn't wait for Yili to reply. She then waved her hand, and her single figure instantly transformed into a gust of wind, disappearing from its original location. After sending off Zhuo Qingyu, Yili came into the cultivation room that the pavilion was equipped with. Current martial skill, 6th order rare martial skill, Dragon Sealing Heavenly Forbidden Technique, uninitiated. Upgradable. I've got nothing to do, so I might as well just pull this thing full. Yili's mind moved, and a vast amount of evil values poured into the panel. Ding! Begin consuming the bad act value to continuously upgrade the 6th order precious martial art. Dragon Sealing Heavenly Forbidden Technique. After consuming 5,000 points of bad act value, you run into the familiar conundrum of wondering if this martial art is really for humans to practice. Chapter 134, Directorate General of the Qingyi Bureau. Great Seal of Ruling. Inside the quiet attic, Zhuo Qingyu walked out of the bathroom with a cold face. Her long hair was sharply coiled together, and she was wrapped in a clean white bath towel. Granted, with her cultivation, she had long since not had to use such means to purify herself, but it was something she had used since her old days when her strength was low, to relieve stress. Judging from the results, it is indeed quite effective. Her agitated state of mind had finally calmed down a bit. Casually drying his hair with a gust of wind, he changed into neat and trim green clothes. After returning to her usual stance, she called the Directorate General of the Clear Alien Bureau. Soon, a middle-aged man with an unsurprising, angular appearance appeared in front of Zhuo Qingyu in a holographic projection. The words were brought to you by this seat, but Yili did not agree. Zhuo Qingyu clasped her arms with both hands, and even in front of this long-famous martial arts master, her posture did not have the slightest intention of restraining. Yes? The middle-aged man was not surprised. It was only normal for a martial artist who had advanced to the peak of the 4th rank at a young age to be proud of his nature. It's just a pity that the situation in the bureau is tense right now, or else he would have been able to offer a much better deal. Speaking of which, a Divine Mansion realm martial artist was basically equivalent to the head of the Qingyi Bureau of some large cities. However, in the eyes of this group of young prides, it was still not enough to look at, and even in their hearts, they would feel that the Divine Mansion realm was a realm that was within reach. Alas, they are still too young. I don't know. If you want to condense a good quality of God's house, how many years of time will be spent? The middle-aged man shook his head and then spoke. Then forget it. A peak 4th order heavenly pride is indeed hard to come by in 1,000 years, but it's still far from needing to be flattered by the Hakusha Qingxiao Bureau. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Qingyu waved his hand and said indifferently, feel free to do whatever you guys want with this kind of thing. This seat is going to rest. Such a powerful student in his own family. The opposite side is afraid to call the bet. What an eyeful of cowardice. When Yili is poached by another power, the other side will be honest. Without waiting for the middle-aged man to reply, Zhuo Qingyu hung up the phone straight away. Inside the General Directorate of the Clear Alien Bureau, the middle-aged man looked at the image that had been cut off and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. As one of the 7 adjudicators of the Qingyi Bureau, Yang Qingshan's pressure was truly immense. He actually knew that he looked too petty to outsiders, but there was no way. The battle with the beast mysterious realm, more than 100 years ago, had really emptied most of the Qingyi Bureau's originally solid family base, and it hadn't completely slowed down until now. Compared to those dazzling geniuses, he still preferred to leave his resources to the enforcers who fought bravely to cut down the demons. Anyway, even if one flattered these so-called geniuses, in the end, it would still be a high probability that it would be cheaper for those famous sects. It's a pity. If we could have copied all of the 3 mountains and 6 schools, the situation would have been much better. Yang Qingshan leaned back in his chair and sighed helplessly. Unfortunately, everyone can't free their hands. If there can be a martial arts demon in the territory of Huansha who comes out of nowhere and is not afraid of offending these famous sects, in addition to being gifted and strong, and finally standing on the side of the Qingyi Bureau, then Yang Qingshan could wake up laughing in his dreams. What's wrong with me? Yang Qingshan was silent for a moment, then shook his head in tears and laughter. They are all martial grandmasters. Why are they still fantasizing? There's no such thing as a good thing in heaven. You are a genius, and you don't want to join the 3 mountains and 6 sects, but you only love Hakka's Qingyi Bureau? One must know that the Shangjing province had produced a Zhu Zhengchuan, who was known as his successor, some time ago, who had also advanced to the peak of the 4th rank at a young age. Engaging Yang Qingshan was greatly energizing. In recent years, they had all consumed the resources of the Qingyi Bureau to secretly help them improve their strength. and had even taken the time to go to Shangjing province to instruct each other in martial arts. How did it turn out? Although it was not announced on the surface, Zhu Zhengchuan was already the youngest senior deacon in Xiantian Dao sect, one of the three mountains. With this mess, it directly looked like Yang Qingshan was a clown. Now, an even younger peak of the fourth order had popped up. Yang Qingshan thought to himself that he was no longer able to do anything, but any resource that was helpful to these demons was a treasure among treasures. Each gift adds to the already poor situation of the Clear Isolation Bureau. Dang it! Just then, there was a quiet knock on the door. Come in. Yang Qingshan collected his thoughts and spoke faintly. General Yang. A young man dressed as a valet walked in quickly, his face carrying remnants of exuberance. Do you still remember that Yili from Fengyun University? Remember, isn't it that new demon at the peak of the fourth rank? Yang Qingshan felt a sudden toothache, but still tensed his face and said in a low voice, there's no need to report back to me about him for a while, and no need to persuade me to take another gamble. Put it this way, if he can condense the Golden Divine Mansion before graduation and break into the fifth rank, I can even gift him the Great Seal of Judgment in advance. Yang Qingshan got up and walked over to the window, saying softly, but he hasn't done it yet, and it's good to let him hone his skills for a few years in the martial arts university first. At those words, a bit of shock welled up in the squire's eyes. The Great Seal of Adjudication. That was the identity symbol of the 7 current adjudicators of the Qingyi Bureau. Holding the Great Seal of Judgment in your hand, the rights you have are also simple. The right to inspect the whole country. This would have been a hanging that only that national pillar could have enacted. However, the state pillar is always in seclusion. Yang Qingshan, as his old man's great disciple, is also the only person who can contact him, and naturally has the right to promulgate the Great Seal of Judgment. It was just that the squire had never dreamed that the other party actually valued to the extent that Yili valued to this extent. Thus, he didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly asked in a respectful voice, then, General Yang, when do you intend to send me to deliver the Great Seal of Judgment? Yang Qingshan was slightly stunned, then subconsciously asked, he broke through the Divine Mansion? The squire weighed in. Something like that. What do you mean? Yang Qingshan's eyes flashed, his heart beating wildly without control. Speak more clearly. General Yang. The squire licked his dry lips, his voice laced with suppressed excitement. News has come from Shangjing province that student Yili from Fengyun University is now at the peak of the 5th rank, and crushed that little gun god in public. The gas at the competition site rises to the sky, and the green gold colored light column is more than 10,000 feet. My subordinate checked the records. This is the most terrifying true chi rush in the history of Hakusha. Yang Qingshan was frozen in place as he listened. Chapter 135, a long-lost call from Old Deng. In the meantime, within the cultivation room equipped by Shangjing University, Yili's addition was in progress. After consuming 30,000 points of bad act value, you gradually understand the subtleties of this discipline, which is able to allow the surge of true chi to have a powerful sealing ability. You can build up your strength for a long time and plant a powerful dragon seal, can also be in a fist fight, so that the other party gradually lost the original god, so that the dragon seal step by step to complete. No wonder that the left blue fish said that this method in good at close combat martial arts practitioners are extremely suitable. As soon as the dragon seal is completed, the overbearing dragon-shaped true chi will instantly lock up the enemy's limbs and bones, down to the meridians, up to the martial infant, all to be suppressed by that magnificent dragon seal to the point of immobility. Seal the dragon heavenly forbidden technique, great achievement. After consuming 50,000 points of evil value, you thoroughly understand the principles of this rare martial art. And as long as a martial artist that you have successfully sealed, even if the dragon seal is lifted afterward, their resistance to this method will be greatly reduced in the future. It's like opening a road for the first time when it's difficult, even at the cost of blood. But if you succeed once, the difficulty will drop dramatically when you do the sealing again in the future. In addition to that, a seal that can be lifted at your whim for you is comparable to a thorough understanding of the logical paradoxes of a previous life for a martial artist of the same rank. Seal the dragon heavenly forbidden technique, complete. Review, such a domineering sealing technique is still the first time you come into contact with it, and a number of related usages spring up in your mind. I think those martial artists who have been hit don't want to be reduced to a half-wasted person for the rest of their lives, right? Remaining bad act value, 20,000 points. Finally pulled full. Yili let out a long breath of relief. As his own realm stepped into the peak of the 5th rank, his ability to comprehend martial arts also rose. Every time he studied ahead of time, and the ones he learned were all rare grade martial arts. This leads to the addition of points that are all added with a bit of trepidation. But the good thing is, it turned out well, just like the text that was revealed on the system panel. He was quite satisfied with this incredibly effective sealing technique, and at the same time, he did have quite a few brand new ideas. Some days, a sealing spell that can be undone is more overbearing and desperate than one that can't. Correspondingly, the more pain the enemy could feel from it, the more evil value Yi Li could get. Very good effect. Makes my heart surge. Yi Li slowly collected his thoughts. He stretched out his palm. An ice blue cold ice true chi surged out from his palm. Under his deliberate control, the icy blue color in his true chi quickly faded, and was then replaced by a dark golden glow. The dark golden true chi shimmered with a metallic and strange sense of light, and there were vaguely tiny dragon shadows swimming and dancing in it. A little probing with the mind, you can feel a strong sense of victory. Seal the dragon heavenly forbidden technique. As Yi Li whispered softly to himself, he unconsciously associated himself with the special handcuffs that were able to seal off ability users in those movies and TV shows in his previous life. This method is similar to it, only a little more domineering in its efficacy. Handcuffs and shackles still needed to subdue the enemy in order to be worn. This, dragon sealing heavenly forbidden technique, of his own didn't have so many rules and regulations. As long as the dragon seal could be struck, even the most honorable and proud 6th-ranked martial artist would have to fall to the ground and rest. As for running into martial arts masters, people have worked hard to step into the realm of the patriarch. What's wrong with being proud? Yi Li casually put away the true chi in his palm and got up to walk out of the cultivation room. He also had to get up early tomorrow to catch up with the various provinces, so he had to get an early night as well. After stepping into the peak of the 5th order, his mental strength was extraordinary, and staying awake for a month was not difficult, but sleep still soothes the exhaustion somewhat. Who says you can't sleep and rest when you're in a higher realm? After a simple wash, the cell phone in the storage ring but suddenly vibrated. Yi Li took out his cell phone, and when he answered it, the holographic projection quietly appeared. A familiar pale face appeared in front of him, smilingly saying, "Good disciple, how have you been lately?" Even though the old man's voice sounded mid-air, but it's clear that he's not in great shape. Not only did he carry a slight pallor of overconsumption, but his breath was also atrophied to the naked eye. Old Den, half a month gone. How did you get yourself into this mess? Yi Li looked at the projected, obviously strong Yu Wang, and couldn't help but frown and ask. Remember Lin Yun said that the other party traveled to Jiangnan province to do business. A short period of time cannot take time off. Feelings or fighting with someone? It's fine. A little problem. Yu Wang casually waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for the other party to say more. Then the next second, he violently spurted out a mouthful of blood, staining his white beard red. Yi Li looked at the scene with an expressionless face. Which major power are you being beaten by? Fighting is even. With my old man's 5th order 6th heavy cultivation, the unusual province should be rarely able to have an enemy. Plus the identity of the senior teacher of Fengyun University, the unusual forces, even if they have conflicts with him, most likely do not dare to start too hard. Being in such a miserable state right now, he had definitely offended certain large and prestigious forces. Thinking about this, Yi Li's heart moved slightly. He was short of suitable hunting targets. Yu Wang smacked his lips and smiled somewhat awkwardly. His intention was to warn Yi Li to be careful of someone. Unexpectedly, up came a wave of such eager concern from the teenager, associated with Yi Li's character. The old man's heart was really a bit touched. No matter what the reason was, at least the other party did care about him. A gentleman is a gentleman regardless of his heart. Yu Wang coughed lightly twice, but did not answer positively. Master just wants to remind you that for future missions, try to bypass Jiangnan province as much as possible, and choose the best missions within the province. Why? Yi Li asked with a raised eyebrow. No reason, Yu Wang replied subconsciously, then realized that such words were fine for ordinary students, but for the teenager in front of him, they seemed to be not quite enough weight, so he immediately added, Master has offended a certain power in Jiangnan province, and I'm worried that it will spill over to you, so I'm especially reminding you. Lies. Yi Li nonchalantly opened his mouth and said in a calm voice, Lao Dang, if you don't tell the truth, I will go around those forces in Jiangnan province tomorrow. In the face of these words, Yu Wang was dumbfounded by what he heard. Do you want to gaslight the old man to death? If you don't want me to go, just tell the truth quickly, Yi Li said without much care. If he wanted to raid his family, he had the Fengyun gold medal, which symbolized the Municipal Clearing and Discrepancy Bureau, around his waist, and it was definitely enough to deal with the unusual forces of the groundlings. To fight, he himself was the peak of the 5th order of cultivation to perfection, and perhaps the most capable 6th order martial artist within the winning province, and even more so at the moment. He was living in the courtyard right next door. If you don't ask now, when will you? Chapter 136. Yi Li feels scared. The air stayed silent for a long time. Yu Wang finally sighed and slowly said, I don't know how your kid could tell. A while ago, when I heard that you beat up the Chuchuan who was the 18th on the Fengyan ranking, my heart thumped. His off-campus master is the youngest elder of the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion in Jiangnan Province, Chang Chang. You may be a bit unfamiliar with this name, but she's notoriously bold in Jiangnan Province and in the years of us veteran 5th-rank martial artists, relying on the importance that the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion places on her. Ordinary 6th-ranked martial artists are not even in her eyes. He once beat the supreme elder of a small mountain sect until he sat down in place, simply because that elder was the best among horizontal martial artists when he was young, and was provoked to answer the challenge. She also used it to make a name for herself. The sect master of that mountain gate was afraid of the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion behind it, and the matter ended up unsettled. Yu Wang was in a depressed mood, and while wiping the bloodstains on his beard, he said somewhat helplessly, Chang Chang, this person, to put it nicely, is called a straightforward person. To put it bluntly, is a little bit of fart can't be held back. I heard that you beat her disciple to the point that he couldn't get out of bed for months, and that he was furious and stormy in the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion. The old man was worried that she would secretly turn against you, which is why he hoofed it over to the peace talks, wanting to turn a big deal into a small one. Between the words, the grooves on the old man's face became more and more pronounced, and his cloudy eyes carried an obvious gravity, clearly being quite concerned about this matter. Yi Li was thoughtful, then asked, Failed? Failed. Yu Wang sighed once more, and his entire person seemed to have aged considerably with it. Licking his dry lips, he then smiled bitterly and said, the old man reasoned with her, and she reasoned with the old man with her fists. Cheng Qing said that as long as he can beat her, not only will he not seek revenge on you, but he is also willing to gift his own mastery, the glazed treasure body, to you for cultivation. Of course, the old man isn't a cutie either. That Cheng Qing has been promoted to the 8th level of the 5th rank for some years now. The fist is afraid of the young. Not to mention that the old man is not good at close combat. Speaking of this, some embarrassment surfaced on Yu Wang's face. Only after half a day of deliberation did he add, the old man ground her for a few days in the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion before changing the condition to hold up 10 punches under her without retreating. How many punches did you last? Hearing this, Yi Li casually asked. 8 fists. On Yu Wang's old face, the color of embarrassment increased by a few points. Just this is still accomplished under the circumstance that she deliberately humiliated the old man and did not use her full strength in the first few punches. Yi Li tapped his jaw to show that he understood. Rather, he didn't say anything mean. The old thing was useless, but it did its best. Not to mention, essentially, it was for his safety and ended up costing him his own. The only beauty was that he had allowed himself to realize only now that this Cheng Qing had actually been thinking about him, to keep her expectations from being dashed. When this is over, go to Jiangnan province yourself. Yi Li raised his eyes and looked away, sighing seemingly casually. Come back early to recuperate. I have a method to help you break through. What law can you have? Yu Wang cried and laughed as he shook his head. At their level of martial artists, it was normal for a heavy to be stuck for a few years, 10 years, or even decades. It had only been a few years since he had broken through the 6th level, and the 7th level was still far away. Needless to ask, this was a well-intentioned lie that the other party wanted him to go back early. And in turn, thinking of this, Yu Wang's heart warmed slightly as he opened his mouth. You'll stay on campus for a while, and don't take a blue mission in the city. At most, any farther than that. Yi Li non-committally whispered. Hang up first, I'm going to rest. Don't take the old man's words seriously. Aha. After hanging up the phone, Yi Li broadened his clothes and went to bed, only to realize that he was already sleepy. The original restlessness grew hotter and hotter. The thought of a hefty and famous martial artist thinking about him made him feel uneasy to sit still. After lying patiently again for a while, Yi Li dressed and got up, walked straight out of the room and came to the courtyard. The crisp evening breeze blew on him, but it did not calm his fiery mood. In view, the bright moonlight poured over the earth, coloring everything on it with a thin veil of silver. Yi Li fantasized about the Cheng Qing's looks in his mind and covered his face with a tantalizing scarlet red. Of course, that's what he slapped. No. Yi Li lightly exhaled, then quickly walked towards the courtyard gate. I really can't wait. There are merely 20,000 more points of evil value in the background, not to mention advancing to the 6th rank. Even if he got the spirit-embracing method given by Zhuo Qingyu now, he wouldn't be able to cultivate it to perfection and embrace a good martial infant. It all boils down to that simple reason: the shortcomings count. At such an urgent moment, one was actually thinking of resting for a night and going to the major martial arts universities tomorrow to earn some mosquito legs? It's really a bit dim. First of all, Zhu Zhengchuan was already the leader among the younger generation of Hakusha. However, he was only at the peak of the 4th rank of the battlefield, and the number of points he could explode had a very drastic drop. Furthermore, seeing that he had defeated Zhu Zhengchuan in a crushing manner, did those martial arts universities really still have the courage to answer the invitation? The answer is going to be a big question mark. To summarize, it was the right decision to directly reroute to Jiangnan province now. Otherwise, when the news reached the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion in Jiangnan province, that Cheng Qing changed his mind after hearing. Think about it. Yi Li, whose physical body was clearly already fearless of water and fire, couldn't help but shiver. Damn, that's a horrible thought. No time to hesitate. Yi Li's figure was like the wind, instantly arriving outside Zhuo Qingyu's compound, and then knocking on the courtyard door. Soon, Zhuo Qingyu, who had a slight frown on his face, opened the courtyard door. What is it? She was wearing elegant green clothes, only her hair was slightly disheveled. Very good, and the mackerel have not been bedded down. Yi Li nodded inwardly and opened the door. The Hangshan Treasure Pavilion in Jiangnan province is bullying people too much, and Cheng Cheng, an elder within the sect, wants to turn against me. Hearing the teenager's calm narration, the sleepiness between Zhuo Qingyu's eyebrows was instantly swept away, and a majestic and lofty aura overflowed from her body. Among the martial artists that Zhuo Qingyu had seen, Yi Li was definitely the smoothest one. It's quite a rare thing. She had come to see the teenager as a fellow traveler and intended to rely on her own wings to shelter the other until she grew up. Cheng Cheng of Hangshan Treasure House? What a nerve! Really? Zhuo Qingyu's voice was icy cold to the point of being frightening, causing a chill to run down one's spine. Really? Yi Li nodded, a faint hint of madness in his calm voice. The old man has been beaten by them, and I intend to fight them hard in the morning. Chapter 137, Is it too late to kneel down and apologize? Thank you for your family. Early the next morning, high above the sky, woohoo, the sound of the stirring wind, whistling in his ears. Yi Li was dressed in white, and his figure crossed at great speed from high in the air. Zhuo Qingyu followed beside him, and while looking at the blurry building in the extreme distance that was constantly enlarging, she whispered towards him, Yi Li, this Hangshan Treasure Pavilion is not an unusual power, but you shouldn't be pressured by it. This seat protecting you is much better than that, wind and cloud gold medal, around your waist. Her voice was filled with confidence in her own strength. Although the wind and cloud gold medal was claimed to be an exemption from death for unusual mountain forces, the 3 mountains and 6 schools were clearly not within the realm of this influence, especially when such martial artists seek revenge. The close protection of a martial infant realm powerhouse was indeed far more powerful than the deterrent effect of a gold medal. Yi Li looked at the huge mountain gate in front of him and opened his mouth to ask, that movement might be a little loud. Is that okay? What could go wrong? Zhuo Qingyu snorted lightly. With this seat to back you up, just go boldly and do it. At those words, Yi Li nodded slightly. I see. Between the words, the true qi in his body began to flow slowly. Jiangnan Province, Hangshan Treasure Pavilion. Even among the many provinces of Hakka, this place is considered to be rich, and the economy is quite developed. The Hangshan Treasure Pavilion is situated in the spiritually rich hinterland of Jiangnan Province. Being one of the 6 schools in the 3 mountains and 6 schools, its reputation in the region was self-evidently large and exaggerated. The strongest evidence was that whenever the elders of the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion, or even the deacons, descended from the mountain, they could cause the surrounding cities and counties' martial artists to boil over and embrace them. Hangshan Treasure Pavilion, although the name is the pavilion, covers an extremely vast area of tens of thousands of hectares. There is a wide range of facilities in it, and a quick glance at it shows the depth of its heritage. With the early morning sunlight pouring into the courtyard, inside the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion, the melodious sound of bells rippled out. This symbolizes that it is time for the daily opening of the mountain gate. Those mountain forces that had come to exchange ideas heard the bell ringing and knew that the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion had lifted its defense array and could enter normally. Meanwhile, inside an exquisitely styled mansion, Cheng Cheng, who had a touch of ing qi between his eyebrows, slowly opened his eyes from the couch. In front of her, the 3 precious medicines had been sucked of all their spiritual energy, and had now become dried up. Wheat-colored skin shimmered with a jade-like sheen, and his eyes carried a lion-like dominance at all times. Walking into the courtyard, a sense of unshakability like a rock emanated from her body, causing the several disciples guarding the outside of the courtyard to faintly change color. Worthy of being the youngest elder of the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion, just relying on the breath escaping from the physical body is so oppressive. If one were to release the spiritual platform Divine Mansion and the true Qi rushed skyward, what a spectacular scene it would be. Just then, a sickly-faced youth stumbled in, and then respectfully knelt down towards it. Apprentice Yu Chuan, greetings to Master. Master is fine. Get up. Cheng Qing slowly stretched his waist and said in a rather happy mood, thanks to the 3 plants of Earth's Heart Treasure Ginseng that the pavilion had distributed to her, The current her was not far from the 9th level of the 5th rank. Master's strength seems to have refined again? Yuchuan raised his head and looked at the other party with a face full of admiration. Pretty much. Chengqing casually looked away and asked, your injuries, how is your recovery going? This disciple that he had taken in was not only commendable above her talent, but also extremely accurate in speculating her mind. Often, Chengqing was praised to the fullest. Flattering also requires a considerable degree of merit, plus a passing talent, which is why she accepted Yuchuan as her disciple. Unexpectedly, not long ago, he was seriously injured by an unknown junior. This made Cheng quite annoyed. She has always been extremely good at saving face, and she can't afford to have a bit of slander or questioning under her nose. That junior named Yili was said to have laid such a heavy and cruel hand on Yuchuan knowing that he was her disciple. This move clearly did not put her in the spotlight. In fact, she didn't care much about Yuchuan's injuries. However, in order to redeem the lost face, Chengqing was still determined to find a chance to make that Yili pay a heavy price in these 2 months. As for the rumors of bullying, Chengqing didn't care at all. Otherwise, she wouldn't have forced out that 5th-ranked martial artist with failing chi and blood and then beaten him to death alive in the first place. In Chengqing's opinion, a martial artist who lost was a loser. Only the weak make excuses to cover up their incompetence. Back to the words of the master, the apprentice's injury, associated with the misery of that day. Yuchuan's face turned slightly white, but he still replied rather respectfully, with the precious medicine you have given to nourish me, in about 3 more months, my disciple will be able to recover a great deal. Cheng nodded, seemingly casually. Right, about that Yili, master has already figured out how to teach him a lesson. If he breaks your tendons, then, master will then break his dream of the divine mansion. How about that? Though it was a statement of inquiry, the tone was as if it were a statement of fact. Apparently, she planned to do things this way whether Yuchuan agreed or not. Upon hearing this, a hint of pleasure welled up under Yuchuan's eyes as he lowered his head and said in a deep voice, many thanks, master. Master is in a good mood today. Come out and accompany master to walk around. Between the words, Chengqing walked out of the mansion unhurriedly, and several disciples hurriedly saluted and greeted her upon seeing this. Yuchuan inside the courtyard also answered, then followed all the way out at a trot. Inside the Hainshan Treasure Pavilion, green hills and beautiful scenery. It was early morning at the moment, and the view was indeed quite pleasing to the eyes. Chengqing looked relaxed and walked through it with a dashing posture. As the youngest and most promising elder in the pavilion, her popularity was quite high in the entire Jiangnan province. One didn't know how many young martial artists had secretly taken her as a target role model in their hearts. Along the way alone, there were constantly disciples within the pavilion greeting her, and then looking at her distant back with longing in their eyes. Even those elders whose seniority was far older than hers greeted her with smiles when they met. Listening to these compliments, an obvious smile gradually emerged from the corners of Chengqing's lips. So true. That's what it feels like. She just loved the feeling of being held up. Although her current reputation was slightly damaged because of that Yili, she would soon find the opportunity to mend it to perfection. After all, even the other party's teacher was no match for him. What could a young Tianguan realm martial artist take against her? A profoundly deep divine mansion realm? Ignorant junior. You will soon have to pay for your behavior. Chengqing smiled slightly and refocused his attention on enjoying the scenery. She had already sent someone last night to Wind and Cloud University to scout for news of Yili, and it wouldn't take long to get news that the other party was out on a mission. As long as the other party dared to act rashly next, they would wait for their own door. A few moments later, Cheng, who was in a good mood, brought Yuchuan with him and re-entered his mansion. The gatekeeper in charge of watching the door saw her return and rushed forward to arch his hand. Elder Cheng, someone is looking for you. Someone is looking for me? Cheng frowned slightly. She doesn't remember meeting anyone today. Yes. In the eyes of Cheng and Yuchuan who were puzzled, the gatekeeper was busy saying, a man and a woman are now waiting for you in the courtyard. Cheng walked quickly into the courtyard, when 2 unfamiliar figures were immediately introduced to her eyes. A young girl in green with a cold and arrogant temperament, and a handsome young man with a gold medal on his waist and dressed in white. The moment he saw him, Yuchuan behind him instantly shrieked out, Yili? The voice was thick with fear, obviously scared to death. Yeli? Hearing this, Cheng's face instantly turned gloomy. Icy killing intent abruptly surged from a pair of eyes. She stared at the white-clothed young man who was in a state of calmness, her heart full of surprises. You have great guts. What a surprise. She hadn't even set off yet, and the other party actually came straight to her door. In the next moment, the white-robed boy raised his eyes toward her. Without any sign, Cheng suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of crisis welling up from the bottom of his heart. Immediately afterward, she heard the teenager ask softly, Elder Cheng, Is it too late to kneel down and apologize? Chapter 138, The youngest is more powerful than the oldest? Thanks to extremely low existence. Hearing the unexpected question, Chang Ching instinctively froze. She had thought that the other party was young and impetuous, and that she had come this time to make a claim for her own injured teacher. I didn't realize it was begging for mercy? Chang Ching couldn't help but snort. Yes, even if he was a genius, at best he was only a fourth stage heavens pass. When one messed with a fierce and renowned Divine Mansion realm martial artist, it was inevitable that one would mess up. Of course, perfectly in time. Chang Ching stepped forward and said with a scornful expression, "Now kowtow and apologize. And I can consider not breaking your Tianguan bridge. You've got it all wrong." At those words, the white boy rose from his chair. After a brief moment of silence, his cold, piercing voice resounded throughout the mansion. "I mean, you can kowtow and apologize now." The moment the words fell, majestic pressure erupted from his body. Chang Ching's face, which held a hint of contempt, was instantly illuminated by a greenish-golden light, as if a great greenish-golden sun was steaming up. It's not the Ring of Harmony. This was a pressure affiliated with the peak of the Divine Mansion realm. With a roar, Chang Ching only felt the pressure on his body steeply skyrocket, as if a majestic mountain was pressing down on his body. Her face suddenly changed and her skin lit up violently. Glazed treasure body. At this instant, Chang Ching barely stabilized his stance and looked towards the opposite side of the room, and saw a white light in front of him, followed by a raging cold air rushing up. A tens of feet long cold ice pale dragon was instantly born from the void, as if it was tearing through the sky and roaring towards her. Jade light surged from her skin, and an illusory glazed void wrapped her in it instantly. Boom! In an instant, the entire mansion exploded with a roar, and the glazed silhouette crumbled in the storm, the violent shockwave suddenly smashing into Chang Ching's body, sending her instantly flying out hundreds of feet. The huge sound suddenly attracted countless startled gazes. The sky was reflected in ice blue, and the heaven-shaking sound resounded through half of the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion. Even Zhuo Qingyu, who was sitting on the chair, couldn't help but once again feel the dominance of Yili, the peak of the 5th rank. Not much power yet. Hitting a 5th order 8th weight is like hitting a baby. Zhuo Qingyu whispered softly to himself. Green gold color. Is it really a more advanced Divine Mansion? Damn. She kind of wants it too. In the meantime, in Zhuo Qingyu's perception, two strong breaths were startled by the sound and awakened back and forth. It was those two martial infant realm powerhouses from the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion. By the time the ice dragon dissipated, Chang Ching's body was already covered in porcelain-like cracks. Her entire body was sitting on her knees in a sorry state, with crimson blood seeping out of her mouth and nose, and she was currently panting heavily. A pair of eyes were filled with horror. Yu Chuan, who was hiding behind her earlier, was even more dying at this moment. Even though Chang Ching had eaten the vast majority of the damage, he had still suffered a heavy blow, and at this moment, he was only conscious and still awake, his eyes staring blankly ahead. Feeling his severe injuries, Chang Cheng looked toward the front with extreme difficulty. Only the white-clothed young man had his hands behind his back and looked calm. In the midst of countless lines of astonished eyes, he took one step and his figure instantly disappeared in place. The only thing that came out was a burst of sonic booms that suddenly exploded. Chang Ching only felt his brain buzzing as he instinctively stepped backward. Peak of the 5th order. With the soaring green golden true chi, plus such a terrifying killing move, the other party was definitely a king in the Divine Mansion realm. But why? Chang Ching couldn't figure out how the teenager could be at the peak of the 5th rank. Didn't Yu Chuan say that Yili was a 4th orderer? Why? Why is it stronger than that Yu Wang? People are the old ones giving the young ones a head start. How come the young ones are more powerful than the old ones here? Chang Ching's heart and mind trembled dramatically. In a flash, Yili's figure had already appeared in front of her. Yili pulls guard momentarily. The sound alone before the punch was thrown caused the earth to tremble with a boom. In an instant, a metallic dark golden glow surged from the peak of his fist. A metaphysical feeling of crushing victory surged out. Seeing this, Chang Ching's pupils trembled dramatically. His body's jade light reappeared, and his true chi was consumed violently. Divine Mansion Protector. Purple light erupted from itself, as if the unshakable tall Divine Mansion abruptly released its shadow, wrapping her in it. One of the characteristics of the Divine Mansion realm was the ability to use one's own Divine Mansion to protect one's body, and one's defense was extremely strong. But it's a last resort defense. If the Divine Mansion was shattered, the backlash would definitely be enough to make one drink. Yili looked as normal and handed out a punch in an instant. Boom! In the next moment, the purple Divine Mansion shadow exploded and crumbled in the strong wind, and the earth was smashed diagonally out of a large pit. Chang Ching was overflowing with blood, lying in which he could not get up again. Her Divine Mansion was blasted to pieces, and her flesh and blood meridians were on the verge of collapse. Yili stood at the edge of the large pit and walked slowly towards Chongqing in the pit, clearly not intending to end it there. Master. Seeing this, Yu Chuan and the group of Hangshan Treasure Pavilion's disciples were stupefied and their bodies froze in place. Couldn't help if I wanted to. Where would they have thought that elder Chang, who was usually a bully, would actually be beaten into this miserable state by a teenager? 2 moves to end the fight. It's almost easier than beating a dog. The Hangshan rejuvenation method. In the large pit, the blurred consciousness of Chongqing instinctively recited his mantra, wanting to let his true chi pass through the Tianguan bridge and repair his fleshly body that was on the verge of collapsing. However, there was not the slightest response. This caused her to instantly panic and hurriedly sink her mind into her body. Only then did she realize that on her Tianguan bridge, there were 5 illusory dragon shadows dancing a magnificent dance, locking her entire body's true chi in place as much as she could, and she couldn't move a muscle. In an instant, an unprecedented sense of suffocation surged through Chongqing's heart. Just then, a slender palm reached out and clasped her face solidly. Chapter 139, Savor the Pain. Elder Chongqing. The Hangshan Treasure Pavilion was more than noisy, and the outside of the mansion, which had blown up into half a ruin, was crowded with disciples of the sect who had followed the sound. Even as a disciple of one of the 6 schools, who had seen many battles with astonishing sounds on a regular basis, he couldn't help but be stunned by the sight before him. Outside the shattered mansion, a spacious and deep gully was plowed out by that frigid pale dragon, and everywhere it passed by, there were ice shards that glittered with a destructive luster. Further on, there was a deep pit that had been hardened by a huge force. The white-clothed young man looked indifferent and clasped the face of an English woman with one hand. It was that normally high and mighty elder Chongqing. At this moment in Yili's hands, she was like a candle in the wind, dripping blood all over her body, her weak hands resting on the other party's outstretched arm, tugging feebly. The next moment, Yili's icy voice rang in her ears. Remember when you told your master earlier that you would let me go if I received 10 punches from you without falling? The simple words seemed to carry killing intent, as if they were hitting Chongqing's heart like a heavy hammer. Chongqing's lips trembled, her eyes fell through her fingers to that white face, and she subconsciously wanted to deny it. At this moment, the sense of crisis given to her by the white-clothed young man in front of her was even far greater than when she broke through the heavenly pass back then. It wasn't until now that Chongqing realized what kind of figure he was staring at, and she's the one who initiated it. Just before that, the other party's mentor even made a special visit to try to turn the situation into a happy one and discourage her from striking out. So that wasn't a request, but advice? Talk. Yili looked as usual, and no joy or anger could be heard in his voice. As his 5 fingers lashed out, intense pain instantly struck Chongqing's heart. Click. The sound of a cracking skull was incredibly clear in Chongqing's ears, and he couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. She was instantly swept away by great fear, and a rolling terror welled up in her heart. It's going to die. If you don't beg for mercy, you will really die yourself. Spare me. Chongqing's mind finally collapsed. Under Yili's grip, her healthy and sturdy thighs struggled madly. Tears and blood gushed out together, and her mouth wailed even more. I was wrong. I was the one who didn't know better. Please spare me. With death on the horizon, where could she care about her face, which she usually valued the most? In the stupefied gazes of the many disciples, her strong self-esteem completely crumbled away, becoming exactly the same as that supreme elder who was on the verge of death. She was completely unimaginative and uncaring, saying things that she would normally regard as shameful. Your Excellency, it's me who doesn't know what's good for me. I kowtow to you. You spare me. Chongqing kept struggling, looking miserable. In a matter of minutes, she fell from heaven to hell, now under the watchful eyes of so many disciples within the door. So humiliating to beg for forgiveness with someone. Chongqing felt incredibly suffocated. Still, she kept humbly begging for mercy in order to stay alive. Such a large discrepancy had caused her Tao heart to nearly collapse. Just then, she felt a lightness in her body and her whole body landed on the ground. It turned out to be Yili who let go of his hand and looked at her with a calm expression. Continue. Chongqing could see this meaning in the other party's eyes. Chongqing subconsciously looked around and clearly saw that he was surrounded by thousands of disciples from the sect. The complex shocked eyes intertwined into an infinite net, making her heart tighten violently. And this scene was like a nightmare without end. A sea of despair welled up. Chongqing felt like her own 5 insides were burning, and the infinite humiliation almost engulfed her. Under such pressure, her knees finally went limp, and her entire body knelt down in a disciplined manner at Yili's feet, crying out miserably, Your Excellency, I will never dare again. Really, please spare me. Defeating and humiliating the youngest elder of the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion in public. Evil value plus 30,000. Detected. Chongqing's moral heart nearly collapsed. Evil value plus 20,000. detected Yuchuan's moral collapse. Evil value plus 2000. With the system's tone ringing in his ears, Yeli breathed a small, unseen sigh of relief. He was afraid that this Cheng Qing was not as good as the previous Zhu Zhenchuan. After all, both fought about the same, and were settled in 2 hits anyway. Fortunately, as one of the 3 mountain schools of Hengshan Treasure Pavilion, even if it is a bit of the youngest door elders, the weight it has is enough. Yili nodded slightly, his eyes falling back onto Cheng Qing's slightly trembling body. As I recall, earlier you said that you wanted to scrap my Tianguan bridge? He asked. At those words, Cheng Qing trembled even more, just desperately shaking his head. I don't dare anymore. I really know it's wrong. Yili gently shook his head. You just know you can't beat me anymore. Breaking my Tianguan bridge is tantamount to destroying my future. I just can't even kill you. He looked down condescendingly at Cheng Qing, who had risen in a state of distress, and smiled faintly. But I'm a kind-hearted person, and I won't be so ruthless in my tactics. Moreover, against a martial artist with a domineering nature like you, death, though the hardest to accept, is not the one that will cause you the most pain. It's only the loss of power, the loss of privilege, that makes you feel worse than death. Yili's voice was like a demon's whisper. For this reason, I sealed your cultivation. If there are no accidents, you won't be able to successfully communicate true qi for 100 years. Savor the pain, Elder Cheng Qing. As the words settled, everyone present was in an uproar of shock. Unable to communicate true qi in 100 years, this simply made her feel worse than killing Cheng Qing. In this way, her path to martial infancy could basically be said to be completely cut off. 100 years, off by 100 years. A divine mansion realm martial artist can live up to over 200 years. As the youngest elder of the Hengshan Treasure Pavilion, Cheng Qing had neither dark wounds nor hidden diseases. After 100 years, she has decades to live. At that time, she might be able to regain some of her former fame. Seal me for 100 years? The pupils of Cheng Qing, who had collapsed on the ground, trembled as he stared blankly at the distant white-robed teenager. Under such humiliation, if her cultivation was abolished again, she might really kill herself. But Yeli gives her tiny glimmers of hope while shattering her future. With hope, one can keep on keeping on. This meant that she would have to live through the 100 years of confinement, carefully avoiding the enemies of the past. Cheng Qing, who was already mentally disorganized, felt that it was getting darker and darker in front of him at this moment. The shattering of the divine mansion and the injuries in her body came together, and in a suffocation that was like drowning, she maintained her kneeling position and just fainted. Yili, however, did not even look at her and directly whisked his sleeves away. After walking out of the pit, he seemed to feel something and jerked his head up to look at the sky with a light frown. Is it coming? It's not like the Hengshan Treasure Pavilion is an unusual force. With such a big matter happening within the mountain gate, those 2 martial infant realm powerhouses who claimed to be in seclusion to the outside world must have been unable to sit still, only to see that high above the sky, 2 powerful figures wrapped in rich anger were staring down at Yili below, while swooping down at an astonishing speed. It wasn't that they were slow to arrive, but the time Cheng Qing held on was just too short. It had been less than 10 minutes since that ice dragon had appeared. The 2 6th-ranked martial artists were in seclusion in the deep mountains behind the gate, and after noticing the change in their scent, it was already extremely fast for them to arrive at the scene now. Seeing the fainted Cheng Qing, one of the martial infant powerhouses roared with rage from high up in the sky. Sins! How dare you hurt the elders in my sect? Between the words, the mighty pressure of a 6th-order martial artist was as heavy as a mountain falling, descending from the heights with a roar. Chapter 140 A Demon of the Broken Level. Wow! The disciples of the sect who were watching from below directly fell down in a great number under the pressure of this martial infant realm. They were prostrate on the ground, eyes wide and trembling more than ever. Elder Cheng Qing was so humiliated that they were powerless to do anything about it. But now it was better. The pavilion master and the supreme elder finally made their move. Yi Li's eyes suddenly lit up. Blazing golden aura surged out like lava from his eyes. Indestructible golden soul, walk with me. His tough golden soul allowed him to ignore the mighty pressure of the higher powers and stand under the heavy pressure of the mountains. A strong enemy was coming, but Yi Li's heart was not panicked. He knew he would arrive at this realm soon, and that he was not alone this time. Humph. It was at the moment when that martial infant powerhouse in the air lowered his pressure. A cold snort from a young girl suddenly emanated from the shattered mansion in the rear, resounding leisurely between heaven and earth. Woohoo! A raging gale rose up from the ground, instantly sweeping over half of the Hengshan Treasure Pavilion. A bewildering number of trees were bent over, and earth and broken wood were whirled up high into the air. That old man's martial infant realm pressure was instantly cancelled out cleanly. Immediately afterward, in the gaze of the 2 martial infant powerhouses, the green-clothed girl rose up from the shattered mansion, her bare feet stepping into the air. her cold eyes containing fury. As she moved forward, the wind was stirring and the storm clouds were surging. Zhuqingyu? The moment he saw the young girl, the Hangshan Pavilion master's face suddenly changed, and he lost his voice as he asked, "Why are you here?" How could he not expect that the young girl who was usually a goddess would suddenly appear here? Wasn't she searching for opportunities all over Hakusha in order to break through to the sovereign realm? At most looking to the Qingyi Bureau for some resources from time to time? Why would you step in to help a junior today? The Hangshan Pavilion master instantly realized the severity of the problem. As a master teacher, do you need any reason to back up your own students? Zhuqingyu stood in the air, holding his waist with one hand, his icy voice spitting out from his lips. She then stopped in the air in front of Yili, vaguely protecting him. Students? The Hangshan Pavilion master's brows furrowed as his eyes quickly swept over Yili. After seeing the piece of wind and cloud gold medal around the teenager's waist, his frown not only didn't stretch, but instead frowned even deeper, and his face turned ugly. Is this ING student? After a martial artist stepped into the divine mansion, it wasn't difficult to maintain their youthful appearance. He had thought that the white-clothed young man below him was some veteran martial artist who liked to act young. How else could he have the battle power to beat Chengqing until he knelt and kowtowed, fainting to death? But now, Zhuqingyu told him that the teenager was still a student, and also saw the real deal in the teenager's windy gold medal. The Hangshan Pavilion master's face stiffened as his eyes shifted back and forth between Chengqing and Yili. Zhuqingyu, so what if he's your student? The Taishang elder on the side was unable to hold back, and immediately stepped forward and roared. He bullied my sex elders in public. He has to give an explanation. If it was an ordinary elder who suffered this calamity, the old man might still weigh a little because of the title of Zhuqingyu Fengyan University Vice School. However, Chengqing was not an unusual elder. She was a future star that was highly desired by many of the higher echelons of the sect. Less than 70. 5th order, 8th weight. This is a rare martial arts genius. As long as one was willing to tilt their resources, there was a high probability that the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion would be able to add a martial infant realm martial artist in the future. At this moment, the old man had long been enraged. His desire to have Chengqing promoted to the 6th rank was well known. Otherwise he wouldn't have given him all sorts of preferential treatment. 6 of the 6 factions in the 3 mountains, although in secret there is some common advancement and retreat, but in essence, they are still their own families. The Hangshan Treasure Pavilion has been weak for many years, because there are too few strong martial infant realm practitioners within the sect, and it is vaguely short of the other 5 sects. If Chengqing can advance to the 6th rank of martial infant, then their position in the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion. Therefore, in order to not chill Chengqing, the old man had to give him enough of a response. At least let the other guy leave something behind. But the idea soon fell flat. The account? Zhuqingyu looked at the old man whose face was full of anger and let out a cold smile. You and the others injured our school teachers in the front, and thinking of our seats people in the back. Now it's just a little punishment. And you guys actually want an explanation? It's too beautiful to think about. Why don't I see you give this seat an explanation? If you are not convinced, you can do it now. There was a coldness in Zhuqingyu's voice. If I don't have the bottom of a 1-on-2 match at the same rank, what will this seat take to advance to the realm of the patriarch? This seat is not as incompetent as you are. As the words settled, the wind around them became more and more agitated, almost uprooting the ground. So facetious? Seeing this, Yili was slightly surprised. This attitude of the other party was indeed tougher than he had imagined, especially this attitude towards martial artists of the same rank. It actually had a few moments of his demeanor. Not bad. So it seems that this Zhuqingyu does have a bit of a grandmaster's weather. The 2 people from the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion were grim-faced, especially the Hangshan Pavilion master, who was vaguely setting off waves of shock in his heart, and the Taishang elder who was overcome with anger. He realized a rather serious problem. That's the age of a teenager. Too young to be able to wind up crushing Chengqing. He at least possessed the strength of the peak of the 5th rank. If it was really as Zhuqingyu said, the other party was still a student of the martial arts university. There was almost a fault-level gap between that teenager's potential and those universally recognized martial arts demons of today. No wonder I have never heard of it. So it was hidden by this left green fish in the Wind and Cloud University? Thinking about this, the Hangshan Pavilion master only felt enlightened. Such characters, if they could not be eradicated, then they could only befriend them. He hurriedly reached out to stop the Supreme Elder who still wanted to speak, and gave Yili a forced smile. My friend, it is true that I know too little about this matter to realize that there is such a hidden agenda. Now that Elder Chengqing has been seriously injured and has paid the price in blood, I'm afraid that I will need a large amount of precious medicines to heal my wounds in the future. The Hangshan Patriarch smiled gently. Her natural talent is not bad, although she may not be as good as you. She is also the hope of our Hangshan Treasure Pavilion. Why don't we leave it at that and make friends? In the meantime, the Supreme Elder, who had retreated to the bottom, instantly changed his face after taking Chung Ching's pulse. Chapter 141, one step back is not enough? Then take a few more steps back. Stop there? Listening to the words of the Hangshan Pavilion Master, Yili slightly raised his eyebrows, looked sideways at that red-faced Taishan Elder, and laughed softly. I was planning to stop there, but this Supreme Elder of your sect seems to be rather unhappy about it. He did mean what he said. After utilizing the Dragon Sealing Heavenly Forbidden technique to resolve Cheng Cheng, there was a high probability that there would be intermittent evil value credited in the future, which could be described as a thin stream of water. It wasn't like the rest of the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion had provoked him. Cheng Cheng, an elder, could not represent the will of the entire sect. However, if the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion didn't want to make a truce on this, then Yili was quite happy to be accompanied. His five senses far exceeded those of martial artists of the same rank, and in his perception, that Supreme Elder's aura was considerably weaker than that of the Hangshan Pavilion Master. It was mostly at the level of the Pre-Sixth Order. Zhuo Qingyu, on the other hand, was far stronger than both of them. At that time, by Lao Deng to stop that Hangshan Pavilion Master, he himself crosses the rank to fight another quality game. It doesn't seem to be that difficult. Yili's inner thoughts churned and he quickly made his decision. Pavilion Master, we can't let them go just like that. That Supreme Elder flew up from the deep pit below and came to the side of the Hangshan Pavilion Master, his angry roar resounding through the mountain gate. The Hangshan Pavilion Master's face twitched, but he still managed to stabilize his expression and said in a deep voice, Elder Mu, you go back first. I have my own way of handling this matter. Pavilion Master, Cheng Cheng is ruined. The Supreme Elder turned a deaf ear to his words and directly gritted his teeth as he shouted out. He sank his mind into Chung Ching's meridians, intending to probe the extent of his injuries, but he didn't expect to see five crazily dancing dragon-shaped silhouettes. The old man was extremely impressed with this big-name sealing divine skill from 100 years ago, and the moment he saw it, he felt his head spin. According to the firmness of the dragon seal, it was feared that it wouldn't loosen in the slightest for 100 years. Abolished? The Hangshan Pavilion Master's heart sank. He knew that his side was at a disadvantage, and he also knew that even if he and this Supreme Elder teamed up, he would definitely not be able to take advantage of Zhuo Qingyu. At best, it's a no-brainer. Additionally, he was afraid of Yi Li's terrifying potential, which was why he intended to take a step back. The big deal was that it would just cost precious medicine to heal Chung Cheng's injuries afterward. But now it seems as if taking a step back isn't quite enough. Pavilion Master, 1,000 times over. The Supreme Elder looked at Yi Li with incomparably gloomy eyes. This brat knows the Dragon Seal Heavenly Forbidden technique. Planted Chung Cheng with the Dragon Seal. Seal the Dragon Heavenly Forbidden technique. The Hangshan Pavilion Master's insides drew cold, and he had naturally heard of the great name of this move. Regarding the current situation, even though he was cold-hearted, he had to bow this head. A good man refuses to do so. His Hangshan Treasure Pavilion is a big family. There is no need to die with the other two demons. Even if the Kowtow won, the most that would happen is that Chung Ching's heart would be warmed, and countless more cold corpses would be created within the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion. But if you lose, that god of guns, Yang Qingshan of the Qingyi Bureau's General Directorate had been eyeing the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion's underpinnings for a long time. The reason why they hadn't made a move was because the six factions knew the truth of Lip's dying and were on the same page with each other in this matter. The 7 martial arts masters of the Hakusha Clear Exoticism Bureau were all guarding the major secret passes, unable to spare enough time to clean up after them. Moreover, the 6 factions would not do anything too big that would grab people's ears to the point of alarming the people of Hakusha. That's why they have been living in harmony with the Qingyi Bureau until today. But this balance is dynamic. Even if the secrecy is complete, there are still quite a number of Hakusha civilians who have grievances against the so-called 3 mountains and 6 schools nowadays. If at this time, the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion is again greatly injured by this Zhuo Qingyu's fight to the death, and incidentally carries the charge of thirsty to kill Hakushu demons, that's when it's really going down. Even if the Qingyi Bureau did not take action at that time, the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion would be gradually eaten up by the remaining 5 factions. It was different from the 3 mountains, which had a martial arts patriarch sitting in their midst and could rest on their laurels. The highest combat power is only martial infant realm, 6 factions, or pay attention to maintain a relatively harmonious relationship between themselves and the Hakusha Qingxiao Bureau, as well as the earthly mountain wind image problem. The Hangshan Pavilion Master's thoughts tossed and turned, and his eyes swept over the white-clothed young man below, and then his heart tightened, only to see that the teenager was calm, his hands in his pockets, and even though he was being stared at by thousands of eyes that looked like enemies, he could not see the slightest bit of panicked emotions. Too calm. And this demon definitely has a bottom. The Hangshan Pavilion Master had finally made up his mind. He glanced down at Chung Chang, who was being carried away by the physicians within the door, and said indifferently, "Seal it up as a way to teach her a lesson. Flaunting the name of Hangshan Treasure Pavilion all day long. So much so that our Mountain Gate's reputation in the Jiangnan province has been damaged. It's good for people to step in to help punish one or two." But the Supreme Elder looked extremely unwilling. If the seal is not solved, Hangshan Treasure Pavilion is afraid to be at the bottom of the 6 factions for a few decades. Elder Mu, say no more. In the complicated eyes of the crowd of disciples, the Hangshan Pavilion master flicked his sleeve and said in an undeniable tone, "This matter is over, so follow me and see off the guests." "No way." The Supreme Elder gritted his teeth and spoke out, his eyes staring angrily at Yili. "Kid, unseal the seal and I can let you leave here. For the promotion of the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion." He didn't know how much effort he had expended. Seeing that success was imminent, the old man did not want to give up on it in any case. If it wasn't for Zhuo Qingyu staring from above, he was afraid that at this moment, he would have directly rushed up and forced Yili to unseal the seal before slapping him to death. Afterwards, just keep it under wraps like you always do. Elder Mu. The Hangshan Pavilion master's face was ugly, completely not expecting the other party's obsession to be so terrifying as to be so confused. A 200-year-old elder actually lost even the minimum amount of composure. This guy does not look at it. Still in the peak of the divine mansion realm of the martial arts university, is the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion can offend the demon? The Hangshan Pavilion master hurriedly looked at Yili and said with an unreadable forced smile, "Mu Lao, he's getting older. Little friend, don't have to pay attention to him, and follow me out of the pavilion quickly." Yili didn't speak, but only raised his eyes to that angry-faced, hemp-clothed Taishang elder and asked softly, "Meaning, if I don't unseal it, you'll make it impossible for me to leave the gates of the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion?" The Supreme Elder's eyes were crimson as he took a step out. "Precisely." Zhuo Qingyu frowned slightly, just about to snap, when he heard the teenager continue. "Well then, don't blame me for not giving you a chance." Mighty true qi began to flow within Yili's body, and a golden aura gradually emerged from his dark eyes. He said lightly, "As long as you can last under me for 3 minutes, I have no disallowances." Zhuo Qingyu was silent as she looked down at Yili. At this moment, she even wondered if she had heard wrong. 3 minutes to take out a 6th-ranked martial artist? To be fair, it's more like a job for her. Well. The hemp-clothed old man was first stunned, then directly laughed in anger. "Rampant brat, if not for Zhuo Qingyu's protection of you, the old man would have been able to slap you to death earlier. Come, I'd like to see how you'll take me down in 3 minutes. Buzz." The moment the words fell, the old man's pale face was instantly illuminated by icy blue light, followed by a rolling cold air that pounced on his face, as if he was in the middle of an icy sky and snow. This Taishang elder's face suddenly changed as he interlocked his arms in front of him. Hangshan Thousand Roaches. Thick mountain shadows swiftly appeared from his body, shielding his figure within it. In an instant, a cold and ice-pale dragon roared into the air with a mountainous momentum, suddenly killing in front of him. Boom! In the next second, the cold air in the sky exploded, and the strong impact sent the old man's figure flying out, and the mountain's silhouette trembled crazily. The extreme cold storm raged away in the sky, and the shocking wind pressure shook the eardrums of the crowd below. The corner of the Hangshan Pavilion master's mouth twitched, blasting back the 6th order 2nd level Mu Lao with a single blow. This was not the kind of attack power that the Divine Mansion realm could have. When the cold dissipated a bit, the mountain shadow also became extremely transparent. The Supreme Elder's face was grim, his veins bulging as he looked towards the direction where the ice dragon had previously attacked, only to see that above the earth, the white clothes on the teenager's body were hunting in the gusty winds, and his pair of golden pupils were ice-cold and incomparable. The indestructible golden soul, the golden soul revives. Berserk aura overflowed from his body, and the sense of oppression was almost comparable to that of the previous martial infant realm old man. Chapter 142. Your flight time is over. The speed Yili displayed far exceeded the limits of what a Divine Mansion realm martial artist could have. Even the Hangshan Pavilion master, who had planned to wait and see what would happen, was startled by the speed. As Yili's feet powered up, his figure instantly flew over hundreds of feet, wrapped in a fierce wind, and rushed directly in front of the hemp-clothed old man who had just stabilized his body. In the midst of countless incredibly horrified voices, when the teenager delivered a fist, the mountain shadow exploded in a loud boom, and the remaining forceful chi solidly bombarded the old man's body. Boo! The hemp-clothed old man was sent flying backwards by this majestic force, a mouthful of blood spraying from his mouth, his pale face filled with shock. This speed of the opponent is simply too fast to be reasonable. With his martial infant's perception, he was only able to capture some remnants of the shadow. Is this really not a dream? A martial artist of the Divine Mansion realm has speed above the martial infant realm? Yili's figure was like a shadow as he carried his body's chi and blood, and even space trembled. At this moment, he felt that all of his 5 viscera were stirring, and all of his red gold true blood was cheering. This was the first time Yili had performed Golden Soul Revival after stepping into the peak of the Divine Mansion realm, and an incomparable sense of power filled the cells of his entire body after a long time. The spiritual platform Divine Mansion rumbled and shook, causing his aura to climb once again, vaguely even overpowering the old man opposite him by a thread. Dark golden light emerged from the peaks of his fists. His arms were pulled apart in unison, and his 2 fists blasted out as if they were raging winds and rain. The threatening feeling of death was actually that clear. The hem-clothed old man subconsciously took a deep breath, and the martial infant in his spiritual platform came out from the Divine Mansion, quickly integrating into himself, causing his physical body functions to instantly skyrocket, and every punch had the power to break mountains and rivers. He gritted his teeth and went straight for fist to fist. Boo hoo hoo hoo! Deafening roars exploded in the sky one after another. The golden-eyed teenager's fist was like a crashing bow. His strength was like a thunderbolt, and his invincible aura smashed the hem-clothed old man backward continuously. Wordlessly, dark golden light surged into the hem-clothed old man's body. Soon, a faint dragon roar came out from within him. A dragon shadow doing a magnificent dance. Sealing means? When did you cast it? The old man roared in fear, resisting with increasing difficulty. In just 10 or so short breaths, he felt that he gradually couldn't use his full strength, extremely stifled by being suppressed by a junior in public. Have no need to be concerned, though be grateful, for I will yet leave you a crippled life. Yili's voice was deafening, resounding through the Hangshan treasure pavilion, shaking the mountain gate up and down and even the outer sect forces that had come to exchange ideas. As the words settled, he hardened and blasted open the middle door of the hemp-clothed old man's strong frame. At this instant, the hemp-clothed old man's eyes flashed with walking lights, and as he looked at the white-clothed young man who was close at hand, he defiantly offered up a purple divine mansion and blocked it in front of his body. However, the sense of awe in his heart did not diminish. Boom! Yili's spiritual terrace divine mansion shook once again, his aura suddenly climbing, and he smashed that purple divine mansion with a single punch, causing it to crumble and dissipate. Immediately afterward, a shockwave full of shockwaves crashed onto the old man's body. It was only at this point that this supreme elder from the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion realized just how much pressure Chun Qing was under. Should I say that it was worthy of being a 5th-ranked martial artist that he looked up to? I can't believe I lasted 10 minutes in front of this monster. The tendons and bones of the old man's body shattered, and the Heavens Pass bridge shook unceasingly as 5 identical dragon-shaped silhouettes danced across it. And even the martial infant, who was hiding in the depths of the spiritual platform, was firmly bound by the incoming dragon silhouettes. Your flight time is over. Yili's voice was calm and his strength was spat out. The last punch knocked the old man's figure down and smashed him heavily into the ground for more than 10 feet, seriously injuring the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion's supreme elder. Moo kissing, in public, evil value plus 50,000, current vice value, 122,000 points. Yili landed on the ground, and the golden light in his eyes dissipated. In an instant, an unspeakable feeling of weakness surged within his body, causing his face to turn slightly pale. This Golden Soul Revival bandwagon is really bandwagon, and the consumption is also really big. With Yili's true chi reserves that far exceeded those of martial artists of the same rank by an unknown number of times, he had just performed it for not even 2 minutes before it was consumed cleanly. Granted, he's been desperately ramping up the power in the meantime. However, it was also an unquestionable fact that this technique was extremely consuming. Thinking about this, Yili wordlessly exhaled. It couldn't be helped. The pressure that this hemp-clothed old den was giving him was really great. It even made Yili feel that as long as he lowered his power, he would be seized by the old man and complete a counterkill. Luckily, he's skilled. This old wall lamp is still strange can explode. Then that Chung Ching top much, if not no remaining power, otherwise slightly humiliated words, certainly can still get more. It turned out to be good. At 120,000 vices, you should be able to add something slightly. Yili collected his mind and closed the panel, not caring about the Hangshan Pavilion master who had long been dumbfounded and was currently stumbling and running towards the old man. Yili walked straight towards the outside of the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion. At this moment, within the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion, there wasn't anyone who made any more disgruntled noises. All of their attention was on the hemp-clothed old man who had been knocked into the ground, and their hearts were filled with indescribable shock. Martial artist of the martial infant realm. In their eyes, that was a martial infant realm deity that was second only to a martial Dao patriarch and could be a guest of honor wherever they were. No one moved, much less spoke, their brains paralyzed at the moment. Until this moment, Zhuo Qingyu looked like he had just come back to his senses. His pupils trembled slightly, and his breathing was slightly rapid. but she quickly came back to her senses. Cold eyes looked around the room. After making sure no one had noticed his earlier lapse in concentration, Zhuo Qingyu calmed his breathing and then swept towards Yi Li's direction. Chapter 143, S-Class Yumming Spirit Method. Storm Embracing Holy Spirit. High above the border of the winning province, two extremely fast and tiny black shadows dragged out long white thin lines, cutting through the azure sky. From the azure sky, the wind was gusting, although it didn't manage to cause the slightest harm to Zhuo Qingyu, but it made her mind stop fluttering a little. The battle of the party went over and over in her mind. Zhuo Qingyu couldn't help but somewhat doubt his previous judgment. She knew that because of the quality of the Divine Mansion, there was also a reason for the disparity between Divine Mansion realms, but she had never thought that the gap between Divine Mansion realms could be this big anyway. The peak of the Divine Mansion realm and the early stage of the martial infant realm, the difference between the two appeared to be only one weight, but the actual fighting ability was ridiculously large. When Zhuo Qingyu himself was at the peak of the Divine Mansion realm back in the day, against the same rank, he could naturally devastate his way to victory. However, if she were to face a martial artist of the first level of the 6th rank, counting her martial arts talent ranked at the S rank, at most it would be an even match. Definitely couldn't do a full suppression like Yi Li. The reason for this was because the existence of a martial infant could greatly enhance a martial artist's fighting ability. The martial infant was nurtured from the Divine Mansion, and this was already something that could be considered a special being, naturally with his divine differences. When sitting in the Divine Mansion, a martial artist's martial skill execution speed, true chi output power, and spirit platform perception ability would all be strengthened on all fronts, and to say the least, they would be several times what they were at the peak of their 5th rank. When martial infant walked out of the Divine Mansion and merged into his physical body, the martial artist's physical skills will be greatly enhanced. The strength of the physical body rises with it, and the fist force can easily break through hundreds of thousands of kilograms, and the collapse of a building dozens of meters high can't hurt the slightest bit. The strength of the body was much higher than the vast majority of metal ores, and with the superimposition of martial arts skills, punching mountains out of huge pits that were too deep to see the bottom was easy. Therefore, even the early stage of the martial infant realm was a martial artist of the 1st or 2nd level of the 6th rank. Against martial artists at the peak of the Divine Mansion realm, they could usually achieve all-around numerical crushing. However, like today, a peak of the Divine Mansion realm, 2-minute speed pass a 6-step 2-step martial infant realm martial artist. That's unheard of. Zhuo Qingyu was a little tired inside. She felt that she was a little struck down, so much so that her self-confidence was a little damaged. I see. If it is such a genius, it is really valuable to cultivate. Zhuo Qingyu's lips pursed slightly, her hair swaying in the wind. She asked seemingly casually, "Is there anything wrong with your body?" She could tell that Yi Li had cast a secret technique of unknown depth, but she didn't see any after effects. Merely resting for a moment before departing signaled that he was ready to continue on his journey. He couldn't have practiced the basic breathing techniques to perfection, could he? No, everything is normal. Yi Li asked as he raised his eyes. Right. Are we just going to go straight back to Fengyun University? Not going to kick ass at those martial arts universities? Although there was about 120,000 evil deeds value resting in the background, but if he wanted to use it to break through to the peak of the 6th rank, it was still far from enough. For that reason, he didn't want to let go of any suitable targets. How? Zhuo Qingyu couldn't help but reveal a nice smile and looked at the scenery below. After knowing that you are at the peak of the 5th rank, all of them don't want to fight anymore. And they also want you to go to their school for a martial arts exchange. She was a little happy at the mention of it. Years have been pent up in the heart of the depressed gas. Overnight all like spring snow melting and evaporating. A bunch of useless old guys. All put away their old smug faces. Sure enough, the best way to shut someone up is to be better than them on all fronts. Zhuo Qingyu was in a comfortable mood. With the help of this heart, she even shook the 8 bottleneck that hadn't changed for a long time. Martial arts exchange? Yi Li's curious voice came, interrupting Zhuo Qingyu's thoughts. It's an exchange match? Not really. Zhuo Qingyu collected his mind, cleared his throat, and faintly returned. Simply put, it means that you teach their students martial arts experience, and their school's teacher principal will give you a certain amount of guidance in return. It's simply a thankless business for you, Zhuo Qingyu seemed to say casually. But don't worry, this seat has rebuffed for you. You have the guidance of this seat alone is enough. As well. Yi Li nodded slightly. Quality is far more important than quantity in such matters, and quantitative changes can't cause qualitative changes. Just by looking at the way that Hangshan Pavilion Master treated Zhuo Qingyu, one could tell that she was considered quite a significant presence in the 6th order. Since they couldn't start a fight, there was no need for any martial exchange. Yi Li didn't like to tell people those big words. Knowing too many people wasn't something for him to celebrate. Speaking of which, Windermere University is about to start. Yi Li's mind wandered as he thought. Soon, the two of them approached the boundaries of Winsong University. Flying is not allowed in Windermere, but flying high enough is fine. After entering the boundaries of Fengyun University, the two of them landed slowly in the hidden back of the mountain. After the divine sense domineeringly swept through the surroundings, from the storage ring that was extraordinary at first glance, Zhuo Qingyu took out a jade slip that emitted a surging green light and threw it straight at Yi Li. This is for you. The young girl's crisp voice came along with the sound of the light wind. This is. Yi Li raised his hand to receive it with some surprise, and after opening it up, the panel automatically gave the relevant answer. S-Class Spirit Law. Storm Spirit, uninitiated. Upgradable. Looking at the text that surfaced on the panel, Yi Li's heart moved slightly and he subconsciously looked sideways at Zhuo Qingyu. Although this is what the other party promised, but so painful to give him such a valuable object. In addition to Jiang Qingzhu, who he hadn't seen for a long time, it was the green-clothed girl in front of him. Reasonably, it's really a bit touchy. What for? You don't think this seat will back out, do you? Or do you think this seat will drag its feet and not give it to you? It was as if he was a little uncomfortable being stared at. Zhuo Qingyu pulled her slightly messy hair behind her ear, inclined her head and said softly, this seat is not a master teacher who goes back on his word. If he promises, he will do it. It's true. Principal Zhuo, if you were less arrogant, it would definitely bring your popularity within the school up several notches. Yi Li put away the jade slip and said in a sincere tone, but he saw Zhuo Qingyu looking puzzled. Pride? What is that? Nothing. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Qingyu retracted his gaze without much suspicion and said with a slight pensive expression, your divine mansion has already been honed to perfection, so as long as you make a few preparations, you can begin cultivating the spirit-embracing law. With your natural talent, you'll be able to cultivate the Storm City to great completion in less than 2 days. Although this embodied spirit law is more subtle and profound than the condensed mansion law, it most likely won't be able to hold you back for too long. Speaking of this, the bottom of Zhuo Qingyu's eyes flashed with a few points of complexity. When you cultivate the spirit-embracing technique to its great completion, you will be able to embrace a martial infant of about the same level as this seat. And then, you will be able to advance to martial infant. At the end of the sentence, her voice held an imperceptible tremor. I see. Yi Li's voice was calm as he arched his hand and said, thank you, Senior Zhuo. Zhuo Qingyu waved his hand, signaling that he could go back to prepare. This seat still has to turn around in this back mountain, and next I have to find a cave to retreat. When you have something big that you can't solve, come back here to find this seat, or wait for the seat to contact you when it's out of the gate. Good thing too. Yi Li nodded. He also planned to go back and add some more. He said thank you once more and turned to leave, his single figure quickly disappearing into the mountains and forests. Zhuo Qingyu looked at the place where he disappeared for a long time before she withdrew her gaze and looked at her white and soft palms. Immediately afterward, she slowly closed her eyes and sank her mind into the spirit platform. Looking at the lofty golden divine mansion, she mobilized the vast green astral wind and attempted to condense this divine mansion once more to enhance its quality. But, obviously, the divine mansion that had already been condensed and completed couldn't be upgraded a single bit further, let alone upgraded to a green-gold color. Meh. Zhuo Qingyu's eyes lowered and smiled to herself. Without further hesitation, she turned around and walked out towards the depths of the mountains, her feet stepping on the void. No sound coming out. The green clothes swam like a fish through the mountains and quickly disappeared. A few moments later, a clear voice could be faintly heard echoing through the mountains and forests. The wind is blowing the sky and the waves are hitting the head, so you just have to smile and not worry. Yi Li, this seat has taught you so many things. How about you call this seat a teacher? The young girl's voice didn't sound like a question, nor could she hear any negative emotions, just a little light laughter. Chapter 144, Talented Avatar. Spiritually Brightened Heart Orifice. Wind and Cloud University. Gold Medal Special Courtyard. Yi Li walked into his cultivation room and sat down, then took out the volume of green light jade slips from his ring. The embodied spirit law that had gone up to the 6th rank was just different. Even the recording object had changed from a scroll to a jade slip. After a slight sigh of relief, Yi Li briefly flipped through it. It's true that you can't read it all, but you might be able to try your luck with this kind of gain buff. A moment later, Yi Li, who had closed the jade slip, looked at the 120,000 points of evil value on the panel and pondered how he could maximize it, pulling a full straight up like you always do. Mostly enough. Although he couldn't read the specifics, the realm and background were there, and the difficulty of cultivation could still be seen a little. One could only say that it was no wonder that the number of 6th order martial artists was so scarce. According to Yi Li's judgment, the complexity of this door, storm embracing Holy Spirit, was a heavenly gap compared to any Dharma door he had ever practiced. The difficulty of this practice is not at all a normal growth curve. You just passed the newbie tutorial, and you let people fight bosses? Yili inwardly slandered and dismissed the idea of pulling the impregnating spirit law first. For one thing, there's a high probability that you won't be able to pull it full even if you deplete the evil value on hand. Secondly, is that even if he pulls it full, it doesn't give him a huge boost in combat power. Better look at other options. Yili sighed lightly as his eyes swept across the panel, then stopped on Undying Golden Soul. The heart moved slightly. Speaking of which, it had indeed been a long time since one's indestructible golden soul had been upgraded. And each lift didn't let him down. Okay, it's decided. With 120,000 evil values, I don't believe that I can't raise it to another level. After finalizing his idea, Yili immediately unfolded the panel and poured in the evil value in a voluminous manner. Ding! Consume the evil value and start to level up the indestructible golden soul continuously. The already tough golden soul is nourished by you and greedily absorbs the massive amount of evil value. After consuming 5,000 points of evil value, the light of the golden soul grows brighter. With the consumption of the bad act value, Yili felt his body gradually heat up and a strange feeling was born from his soul. It was a feeling as if it could capture any inspiration. After consuming 10,000 points of evil value, new lines are born on the golden soul. You who have had experience know that this is a sign of evolution occurring in the golden soul. You have the divine mansion sit on the spirit platform to prevent any possible accidents. After consuming 20,000 points of evil value, as that line on the golden soul becomes clearer and clearer, you carefully observe the line and actually find your mind clearing up quite a bit, and some of the difficult problems of cultivation are actually not broken. The moment you see that line of text, Yili pondered a little, then his eyes lit up. A possibility occurred to him, and it was highly likely that it would be the next ability to be unlocked in its own right. Thinking about this, Yili's heart warmed slightly. If it's really that divine power, then it's really hit the jackpot. In the midst of the electric whirlwind of thoughts, the rate of depletion of the bad act value accelerated dramatically. After consuming 30,000 points of evil value, the thought in your mind that seems to be able to penetrate any train of thought grows stronger and stronger as that pattern and the golden soul merge. After consuming 40,000 points of vices, the elaborate pattern radiates a stunning golden light. You are greatly energized. This is a sign of complete fusion. After consuming 50,000 points of bad act value, an additional engraving is finally made on your golden soul, and you thus unlock a new talent ability. New talent, spiritually bright mind. Spirit Ming Xin Xiao, speaking through the root. Blessed to the heart. When 1 Xiao passes, 100 Xiao passes. The ability to understand all kinds of canonical books is greatly enhanced. The owner can usually later on in the cultivation of a certain dharma, and even has the ability to cite one to the contrary, deduce and evolve. Commentary, a universal gift that can understand any dharma, but because the possessor has an overly terrifying ability to understand, so that after becoming stronger, he occasionally sees unnameable God-made horrors. Most possessors often end up in fear, or even in madness and death. But there are possessors who can hold on to themselves and eventually become the same level of existence as the gods. He said, the spirit of the body is clear, and the Lord is the Lord. As the last line of text emerged from the light screen, Yili then felt his soul steeply uplift. A handful of them grasped that feeling of nothingness, and then the entire essence of his person was sublimating. Many inspirations flooded his mind. Obviously the breath had not increased in the slightest, but the mind seemed to have undergone a radical evolution. After a short period of adaptation, Yili's eyes couldn't help but surge with some delight. In the future, no matter if it was cultivating a technique or sensing a martial skill, the consumption of bad act value could be greatly reduced. Not only that, according to Yili's feeling, he can even combine many canonical books in the future, and then deduce the most suitable martial arts technique for himself. The indestructible golden soul, once again, proved to the world the gold content of a triple S grade talent. Yili exhaled deeply. This time it's really hit the jackpot. Without delay, this will add a storm-embracing Holy Spirit to see the strength. Chapter 145, The Sudden Great Seal of Judgment. Ding. Begins consuming bad act value to continually raise the S-rank Yumming Spirit Law. Storm contains the Holy Spirit. Turn over this volume of extraordinary green jade. Its records on the law of the natural influx of the mind. And the last time the opposite of a know-how. This time you just take the jade in the hands. Will be able to do to read a read-through. Gain buff. The evil value consumed for boosting is reduced by 300%. Looking at this extraordinarily delightful tip, Yili's mood couldn't stop lightening up. Casually flipping through the jade slip, he closed his eyes and sensed the words above. It's true that you can read it a few times to get the idea, and then read it a few more times to get the point. There is still a big gap between the so-called listen once and understand, practice once and know, but what he couldn't understand before, he could understand now, and Yili felt that this was a leap of progress. It's a triumph of martial arts talent, and not those temporary gain buffs of the past. From now on, every time it was the turn for this kind of enlightenment testing additions, spiritual brightness mind trick would be the one that could provide a gain buff with extremely strong effects. This wave is a real winner. Feeling the changes in himself carefully, Yili couldn't help but murmur softly with a slight excitement in his eyes. 300% gain buff. It was to suck the tree of enlightenment at Wind and Cloud University dry, and it would be hard enough to have such a resident gain. Quickly, he gathered his mind and calmed his emotions, putting the focus back on the additions. At this moment, the light blue curtain of light was continuously floating with words, after consuming 5,000 points of bad act value, you have initially understood the mysteries of this embodied spirit method, which is to harbor martial infants of superior quality as the storm sweeps through the divine mansion. After consuming 10,000 points of evil value, you have mastered the method of harboring a martial infant, a raging storm that can sweep through the entire green and gold-colored divine mansion at any time. Stormbringer Holy Spirit, Introductory. This rate of improvement was even faster than adding points to the congealed mansion method in the first place. Each line of text that surfaced represented that Yili was striding forward on the path of martial arts. After consuming 15,000 points of bad act value, your understanding of this method has become much deeper. Now although you are able to let the violent storms fill the divine mansion, but 2 violent storms are too much of a threat to the embodiment of the martial infant. If you force the embodiment of the spirit, not only will the upper limit of the quality of the martial infant be extremely low, but there will also be a certain degree of drawbacks. After understanding this, you begin to learn to harbor the martial infant with the gentle wind. After consuming 20,000 vices, you have successfully mastered the method of harboring a martial infant with the gentle wind. Stormbringer Spirit, Skilled. After consuming 25,000 vices, you have discovered that while gentle winds are useless for harboring martial infants, they are unable to harbor tough martial infants, and still require the aid of violent storms. Yili wasn't the least bit worried about that. With this kind of exertion, it was only a matter of time before the pulling of the full amount of this imminent spirit law would be done, and there was no need for any fancy thinking at all. Fittingly, the next line of the prompt solves the problem. After consuming 30,000 vices, you have successfully mastered the method of making gentle winds and fierce winds complement each other, and your proficiency in this method has greatly increased. Stormbringer Holy Spirit, great success. Now at any time, you can carry out seclusion. Impact that symbolizes the martial Tao big brother of the martial infant realm. As long as patience, step by step, contain the grade of the martial infant will never be below that Zwitching you. After consuming 40,000 points of evil value, your control over the 2 embracing winds has reached a terrifying point. With a single thought, 2 very different winds of containment wrapped the entire divine mansion, creating the perfect environment for the Holy Spirit that was about to be contained and nurtured. Stormbringer Holy Spirit, complete. Byproduct, your ability to manipulate air currents has greatly improved. Comment, this promotion consumes 40,000 points of evil value. A near impossible miracle can now be born within you at any time. Feel free to be proud of yourself. You will condense a martial infant of a higher quality than Zwitching you. Remaining bad act value, 32,000 points. In an instant, the true chi in Yili's body transformed into 2 wild winds that rushed straight up to the spiritual platform, wrapping the ponderous divine mansion in it. The vast amount of true chi broke out of his body almost instantly. With a loud boom, the rushing true chi suddenly rose up from the ground, and the amazing aura attracted tens of thousands of people in Fengyan City to look sideways. Right now it's the beginning of the school year and many newcomers are starting to return to school. At this moment, quite a few freshmen in the school looked at the torrent of true chi in the distance that went straight up to the sky, and couldn't help but show shock in their eyes as they inquired to some of the seniors beside them. Such an appalling rush of true chi. Which one of the school's famous seniors is this? Those seniors looked extremely far away and couldn't help but show fervor on their faces after seeing the corresponding attic. Who else could it be? Yili, the one who just beat the little gun god of Shangjing University yesterday. Yali. Upon hearing this, the shock still remained on the faces of those new students, who only secretly memorized this name in their hearts. Meanwhile, the Clear Alien Bureau of Fengyan City. Due to the presence of Fengyan University, this place rarely had any major events on weekdays. After all, who wants to not, and then the minimum are the speed of sound, fighting where the tarmac cracked, with greatness of the 6th order of martial arts infant realm martial artists popping under the eyes. That's really living too long. So, If we really want to talk about it, in the 12 cities of Winning Province, they are the most idle one. But today, a major event was born here that caught all the law enforcers in the bureau off guard. A flowing, great seal of judgment. Being escorted by 2 Divine Mansion realm martial artists, he was sent here from the Directorate General of the Clear Exoticism Bureau. The director of Fengyan City looked at the large seal that was enough to shake Hakusha in his impression, and the look on his old face was unusually grave. As far as he could remember, the city now had 2 6th Order Martial Infant Realm martial artists sitting in the city. Even if those 2 weren't from the Qingyi Bureau, as the president of the Martial Arts University, they were bound to not sit back and do nothing about a large-scale crisis in the city. The entire city of Fengyan is simply solid as gold. It is not too much to say that it is the safest one in the 12 cities of the Winning Province. As for going out and pumping out a adjudicator to come back to the defense? Thinking about this, the director of Fengyan City even suspected that some kind of extinction was about to befall this place. After a moment of contemplation, he asked carefully, "Dare I ask which ruler is to make a grand entrance? The situation in Wind Cloud City have gotten this bad?" The many law enforcers behind him were all standing straight at the moment, not daring to breathe, fearing that adjudicator would arrive at any moment and then be displeased with their lax attitude. There would be big trouble. "Director Wind, you're mistaken." Upon hearing the Wind Cloud City director's question, one of the Divine Mansion realm martial artists calmly said, "We didn't come as scouts to scout. My name is Joshin, and my mission this time, along with this fellow officer beside me, is to come over and hand over the Great Seal to the new ruler." As the words settled, everyone present froze in place, subconsciously looking at each other. Every adjudicator symbolized absolute official authority within Hakusha. Even the headmaster of the 3 mountains would have to be polite to him. The reason for this was because the 7 rulers of Hakusha today were all martial arts masters. Chapter 146, What Don't You Understand? A New Adjudicator? The director of Windcloud City couldn't help but lose his voice, thinking when Windcloud City had given birth to a new martial grandmaster, how come his side hadn't observed any weather at all? Could it be that several years of peaceful living has caused the vigilance of people like yourself to slip? The horribly dangerous thought flashed through his mind. The Fengyan City director subconsciously frowned, then quickly sifted through the relevant people in his mind. Since there were only 2 candidates with that qualification, he had a quick answer, only to see the director of Fengyan City fiercely look at the 2 of them. Looking surprised, he asked, "Could it be that Principal Zhua has made a breakthrough, and then is willing to join our Qingyi Bureau?" "Not really, don't you dare guess." That Zhou Shen glanced at him, frowned slightly, and said in a low voice, "The new adjudicator's surname is Yi. So keep that in mind in the future. Don't forget, according to the rules of granting the seal, you will also be accompanied by witnesses later. So don't make a joke." "Yep." Although he didn't have an impression, the windswept city director subconsciously replied, "This is natural. When it comes to such a great matter, we will certainly not dare to deal with it casually." The crowd behind them all nodded hurriedly when they heard this. The adjudicator was a noble martial arts master, and was also charged with the privilege of patrolling the country and adjudicating all matters. Even if it was a Qingyi Bureau enforcer guarding a city, if they wanted to mobilize, it would be a matter of a warrant at most. This kind of character, even if the crowd borrowed 10,000 guts, would not dare to neglect it in the slightest. Zhou Shen nodded, turning towards the door while speaking again. "According to the manual, the head and deputy head of the Windcloud City Clear Alien Bureau, plus 20 senior enforcers of the Bureau, will now follow me to Windcloud University to hand over the Great Seal to the new adjudicator." "Someone from Windermere University?" The Stormcloud City director's eyes flickered as his mind wandered. And it wasn't even the same Zhuqingyu he knew, but that positive principle, and because of the physical reasons, the rest of the life is completely impossible to break through the Master Ah. Now he couldn't guess who it could be at all. This is really serious. The old man recognized that he hadn't let his guard down for a single day in decades, but if there was a patriarch under his nose and he was still completely unaware of it, then he can pack up and get ready for retirement. Therefore, after organizing his personnel, the director of Fengyan City walked over to Joshin and asked with deliberation, "Comrade, when exactly did Fengyan City have an additional martial arts master? This shouldn't be a secret to the public, right?" The next moment, he heard Joshin's reply, "Not a martial grandmaster. The new ruler is still only at the peak of the Divine Mansion realm." "Peak Divine Mansion realm?" The old man frowned. He was just about to say that this was just nonsense. Which one of the godly connections had traveled to the inner workings of the Qingyi Bureau? But not before his words were still spoken. Joshin added unhurriedly as if he had read his mind. "Generally he just started his freshman year this year and is not yet 20 years old. But not only is he at the peak of the Divine Mansion realm, he also has a green golden Divine Mansion and tens of thousands of feet of true chi rushing through the sky." "Director Wind, He whipped his head around to look at the old man. Do you have any more questions? At first, when he heard that General Yang was going to hand over the Great Seal of Judgment to a teenager who had just started college, Zhou Shen had the same expression as the old man in front of him, but after listening to Yang Qingshan, he had no opinion. Nope. The chief of Stormcloud City felt that the young people nowadays were really crazy. Very good. Zhou Shen nodded in satisfaction. He felt that Yang Qingshan had done the right thing. For a demon of junior's level, if you don't hurry up and take out your crushing goodies to keep him, do you want people to go to other countries to develop freely? That's kind of funny. Also worth mentioning, any law enforcer in the general administration who suggested to Yang Qingshan that he might as well wait for him to become a grandmaster before giving him the Great Seal was scolded. Zhou Shen felt it was good to scold. If the future of Hakusha's CU Bureau is put in their hands, then Hakusha will be finished sooner or later. Wind and Cloud University, Gold Medal Special Courtyard. With a knock on the door, Yi Li opened the door. Are you used to living here? Yu Wang, whose chi was obviously much better, walked in and said smilingly, if you're not used to it, just tell your teacher, and your teacher will let the school change it for you. Not bad. Yi Li didn't care much about it. He didn't place too much importance on these external things. As long as it's clean and can lay someone down, the school won't get a complaint from him. That's good. Yu Wang stroked his beard and walked into the courtyard, looking around to himself. Behind him, there were two familiar figures. I heard you were back and thought I'd come and see you. Lin Yun rubbed her hands together and laughed with some embarrassment. Happened to bump into old Den at the door. He was going to go to the infirmary, and when he heard we were coming to see you, he followed us straight here. Does it bother you? Between the words, she observed Yi Li's side face without any trace. Good thing the teenager didn't show any impatience. No. Welcome. Yi Li spoke an emotionless welcome and sidestepped to make way for the entryway. Lin Yun was relieved at the bottom of her heart and then smiled. Then I'm sorry to bother you. After hearing that the other party had crushed and defeated that Zhu Zhangchuan, she was directly shocked to the point that she couldn't sleep for half the night. The teenager who not long ago was talking and laughing with her at the 3rd rank. In a twist of the head he was at the peak of the 5th rank. When really, it's scarier than a horror story. The good thing is, nothing has changed in the other's character. He just didn't know if old Deng knew about the fact that Yi Li was already at the peak of the Divine Mansion realm. At the courtyard door, Chen Jingli looked at Yi Li without moving. Her red lips lightly opened. Can I come in? Could be. Yi Li's expression was calm. This time he had learned from his last experience and would not lose his temper again. Even if it's a demented woman, he can remain calm. Thanks. Chen Jingli nodded faintly and then stood beside him. The corners of Yi Li's mouth moved slightly. Then he brought Chen Jingli to sit down at the stone table. Just after chatting with Lin Yun for a few moments, he saw Yu Wang walking over. The little old man smiled as he looked at the 3 people at the stone table, finally landing his gaze on Yi Li and clearing his throat. Speaking of which, Yi Li, it seems like Master hasn't instructed you in martial arts, right? It's Master's fault that I really haven't taken the time out during this period of time. It just so happens that Master is free now. What haven't you understood in the meantime? Yu Wang stroked his beard and laughed. Feel free to say it. It's fine if you want me to accompany you in actual combat. At those words, the 3 people at the stone table all changed in their expressions. Chapter 147, Lao Deng. Is there anything you don't understand? Since the trip to the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion, Yi Li had a rough orientation of his strength. Invincible in the same realm, against most peak 5th rankers, they should be able to manage to win in half a minute. To put it nicely, there is no enemy in the same realm. And to put it bluntly, it is to beat the same realm like slaughtering pigs and dogs. If you cross the border, you can fight, depending on the situation. If it was a martial artist of the 6th rank or 2, then Yi Li would be able to suppress it even with a Golden Soul Revival on, and even win in a short period of time. And the certainty of winning will not be less than 70%. If one were to ascend to a martial artist of the 3rd or 4th level of the 6th rank, the certainty of winning would be greatly reduced. However, under the dual reinforcement of the perfected S-ranked Mansion Condensation Law and the Spirit-Embracing Law, escaping from life should not be much of a problem. Read this. Yi Li put down his teacup and turned his eyes to the smiling Yu Wang in the courtyard. In his perception, the old man's aura was around the 6th level of the 5th rank, and still because of his injuries, his aura was obviously not too solid. To be reasonable, it's considered that he's letting go if he can even last one punch. Sensei, Lin Yun was the first to react. She was now certain that Yu Wang was still unclear about Yi Li's rank at the moment because he hadn't paid much attention to the news during this period of time. So she cried out in a hurry. Never. Why? Yu Wang looked at her suspiciously. Lin Yun was in a bit of a dilemma as she pondered what to say to make the shock suffered by the old man a bit smaller. Yu Wang's impression of Yi Li should still be at the point where he had just defeated Yu Chuan. That is, He thought that Yili was the one who had just advanced into the fourth order heavenly light realm, the baptism of the martial land and the battle of the upper capital in the back, the green and golden divine mansion. The other party should all still have no knowledge of it. However, just as Lin Yun was contemplating, Mr. Yu Chen Jingli, who had been silent all this time, but spoke up. Yili is already at the peak of the 5th rank. As the words settled, the entire courtyard became dead silent all of a sudden. Yu Wang's smile froze on his face, and his eyes slowly widened. More? How much? Peak 5th order? He turned his head with difficulty and looked at Yili. Really? Really? Yili looked indifferent and smiled lightly. Old dang. If there's anything you don't understand in your cultivation, feel free to ask me now. I can teach you all about it. The teenager trailed off with a slight upturn, didn't care about the jokes of his own beloved disciple. Yu Wang only felt his brain buzzing. He hadn't imagined in any way that the teenager's rate of progress would be so fast that it would be unimaginable. Lin Yun, on the other hand, was a bit surprised. Senior sister, you also know about Yili? She thought that according to the other party's cool temperament, she wouldn't care even if the sky fell. Aha! Chen Jingli nodded her head faintly as a form of acquiescence. It's not over yet, Mr. Yu. And seeing her open her mouth, Lin Yun no longer hesitated and immediately smiled at the disoriented Yu Wang. Do you still remember the martial land baptism? Remember. Yu Wang snapped back to his senses and subconsciously asked, what's wrong? Not much. It's just that Yili participated in the martial land baptism a few days ago, and it turned out that he was the only one who received the baptism. Lin Yun looked at the teenager and said with slight emotion, the rest of the 9, other than senior sister Chen who went out on her own, the rest were all beaten out of the martial land by him. Yu Wang fell into a long silence, the frantic beating of his heart echoing clearly in his ears. Despite his guess at the answer, he asked arduously, any more? Of course. Lin Yun was quite satisfied with her own teacher's response. Confused, puzzled, shocked, dumbfounded. That's the way it has to be. She took a sip of the cool white water on the table and continued. Yesterday, he went with Principal Zoa to participate in an exchange match at Shangjing University against that hefty little gun god. As a result, not even 2 minutes into the match, that Zhu Zhengchuan was sent flying out of the sparring ring. Lin Yun held the teacup with both hands, feeling the coldness of the cup's walls. The true chi at the competition site rushed upwards by more than 10,000 feet, and the greenish-golden divine mansion reflected heaven and earth. Now not only Fengyun University, but even the entire martial arts universities in Hakushu are almost spreading the word. They all say that Yili is the most representative leader of Hakushu's new generation. When the words came out, Lin Yun's voice was quite emotional. Even if one relied on the mouth's narration alone, these deeds of the teenager could cause the hearts of countless young martial artists to surge. The strongest evidence of this was that iceberg-like senior sister Chen, whose breathing was a little short at the moment after hearing these deeds. So, Yu Wang murmured out, his entire spirit in a bit of a trance. Honestly, he was now a bit skeptical that he had been killed by Cheng Qing's 8 punches, and that everything that was happening now was a fantasy he had before he died. The disciple that he had taken in a month ago did have the idea of teaching him with dedication. Still, the speed of such a quick exit caught Yu Wang a bit off guard. There's no hurry, Al. You digest it slowly. Looking at the old man's reaction, Lin Yun couldn't help but have a smile appear in her eyes. It took her a week before and after she accepted all of this. That alone is still a bit hard to swallow even now. It was inevitable that the other party would have symptoms of a trance after eating so much shocking news all in one breath. She then climbed into a conversation with Yili, slightly inquiring about the other party's current mood and her plans for the future. Your matter has already spread to the south and north of the heavens, and in the next few days, the many forces of the 4 seas will definitely send people to throw olive branches at you. Lin Yun seriously analyzed the situation with the teenager. If you think it's too much trouble, it's best if you don't show your face and just rest in the courtyard. Otherwise, once you leave the school, you're afraid that you're going to be nagged to death by them. Yili listened while nodding lightly every now and then, indicating that he was clear. These next few days are actually his time off. For one thing, it was because the various martial arts universities in Hakusha didn't dare to accept the challenge letters for the exchange tournament. Secondly, relying on the internet alone, the many forces of Hakuhodo can't know their details at all. A Wind and Cloud Gold Medal is only a nominal municipal deputy bureau, and when you go out on a mission, it's okay to draw some manpower from the local Qingyi bureau. Trying to read those mountain files within the Bazaar Bureau is a no-go. It was understandable. After all, who knew if the one who took the Wu Wind and Cloud Gold Medal would join the 3 mountains and 6 schools in the future? Thinking about this, Yili sighed slightly. The lack of a proper target is really worrying. If there was an object that caught his fancy among these powers of the 4 seas, it would not be impossible to go abroad for a turn. It was only after about a tea that Yu Wang gradually recovered from the shock. He exhaled deeply before looking at Yili, who was in a state of calmness and was exchanging ideas with the two women, and laughed helplessly. This demonic disciple, the speed of promotion is a bit too fast. Until this moment, he had barely digested the fact that his opponent was at the peak of the 5th rank. The mere degree of digestion is a long way from full acceptance. Luckily, listening to Yili, he was going to rest next. There shouldn't be another one of these highly impactful things anytime soon. Thinking about this, Yu Wang sighed in relief. After hearing this kind of thing too much, he was worried that his Taoist heart would not be able to take it and sprout the idea of retiring early. In the meantime, led by that Divine Mansion realm martial artist from the General Directorate, Zhou Shen, a large group of law enforcers from the Qingyi Bureau smoothly passed through the Fengyan University gate and entered the campus. In a crowd of curious awe, Zhou Shen held the jade box holding the Great Seal in his hand, and with a solemn expression, he led the crowd in the direction of Yi Li's courtyard. Seeing such a battle, within Fengyan University, many curious students were itching to get out of the way, so much so that they followed its rear from afar, intending to see what was going on. On the way to the yard, Zhou Shen naturally detected the dissimilarities within the school, but the enactment of the Great Seal of Judgment was all public. Moreover, when General Yang Qingshan handed him the new Great Seal, the meaning of those words was to try to keep a high profile. If Zhou Shen guessed correctly, the other party should be trying to announce something to the Four Seas countries. Yili is the new adjudicator of my Hakusha. In this way, to make the powers of the Four Seas countries break their minds of recruiting the teenager. Chapter 148, Hakusha's new ruler, thanks to very little existence. Inside the courtyard, Lin Yun got up from the stone table after ending her casual conversation, ready to say goodbye to Yili. Chen Jingli stood up and nodded casually towards Yili as a goodbye. Yili subconsciously glanced at the chair she had sat in. The chair was seen to be clean, without the slightest sign of having been defiled. The teenager sighed with untraceable relief. He didn't know what he was afraid of. Chen Jingli quietly looked at him and transmitted, "Don't worry, I'm wearing it." Yili looked at the other party incredulously. What kind of heart does this Tama let go of him? Only to see Chen Jingli once again pass him a plain look of "Don't worry, I have my measure," while quietly grabbing the edge of her skirt with both hands. The icy cold look on her little face had an air of Yili not believing it, and she would prove herself on the spot. Yili really wanted to directly dismantle this demented woman's true colors in front of Lin Yun, but he was worried that his reputation would be affected. It's not true that he wants notoriety, but it's definitely not the type. Yili pinched his brow, a wave of fatigue in his voice. "I'll go back. I'm going to rest. I can't believe you're actually taking a break." Lin Yun did not hide the surprise on her face. She had already been somewhat numbed by the other party's intense cultivation arrangement. Although Yili had been advised to rest just now, that was at best a trial and error idea. "I didn't think it would really work." Tada! Right at this moment, a series of rapid and dense footsteps suddenly sounded from outside the courtyard. The sound of footsteps came from far away. Soon there was a crisp knock at the courtyard door. The closest Yu Wang immediately stepped forward, then froze. "What is this, gentlemen?" Only dozens of uniformed law enforcers could be seen standing outside the courtyard with solemn expressions. A feeling of solemnity and atmosphere comes over you. The pressure of the four Divine Mansion realm martial artists merged together, enveloping the land for miles around. The enforcer at the head had a heavy breath, holding an ink-colored jade box in his hand, and his eyes were sharp with the unique sharpness of someone who had been through 100 battles. Yu Wang subconsciously stiffened slightly. He had never seen the Qingyi Bureau seeking to come in such a formation. "Please ask." Zhou Shen's eyes swept over him, and his voice was low as he asked, "Is this Yili, General Ye's alibi?" "General?" Hearing this unfamiliar vocabulary, Yu Wang's heartbeat slightly accelerated for some reason. "What are you looking for Yili for?" "Send the seal." With many curious eyes behind him, Zhou Shen did not procrastinate and immediately returned. General Yang Qingshan Yang, in place of the state pillar, grants the seal, respectfully inviting student Yili to serve as the new adjudicator of my Hakusha. The clear voice was extremely penetrating and resounded over the entire compound. The moment the words settled, an exclamation of surprise boomed out from the crowd of onlookers behind Zhou Shen. "A ruler? There's a new ruler born? Yili, my brother Yi is going to take the Great Seal of Judgment before he graduates. Dude is going to witness history?" For a while, excited and incomparable voices came out from the crowd of students, sweeping across the entire school. As people of Hakka, they were naturally no strangers to this position. Ruler, tour the country and adjudicate the earth. This was a top-level existence that symbolized a high position of power and force of God in Hakusha. An official position that was made famous by a martial arts patriarch was now going to be awarded to a student of a martial arts university? Absurdity rises from the bottom of everyone's heart at every thought. However, because of the name Yili, then felt acceptable, and the guests changed to cheers. The adjudicator. Inside the compound, Ewing only felt that his head had been hit by a heavy hammer, and his entire body was a little dazed as he staggered to make way for the doorway. Borrowed. Joshin nodded and led the many enforcers into the courtyard in a fishtail. At the stone table, Yili waved his hand toward them. I know. You were born even more handsome than in your pictures. Between the words, Joshin walked quickly. Behind Yili, Lin Yun had long since looked dumbfounded. The whole person is even feeling a little embarrassed. It feels as if they are having dinner with their own friends. And then a group of extremely significant big brothers come looking for them in unison, stating that they are all subordinates of their own friends. That scene got extra high and all of a sudden, Lin Yun, who was self-conscious that it didn't go well together, hurriedly stepped aside. Looking at the handsome young man beside the stone table who was in a state of calmness, she once again realized the gap between a salty genius and an absolute demon. This is really... Lin Yun turned her head and was just about to lament with Chen Jingli when she suddenly realized that the other party was also staring straight at the teenager. General Yi. Stop at the stone table. Joshin opened the classically shaped and colored jade box and took out a small seal with flowing colors, presenting it to Yili. His eyes were lowered and he looked respectful. And I hope you will take the seal. I don't even know what this is for. Yili put down his teacup and stood up. In the midst of the fiery gazes of the crowd of enforcers, he asked, seemingly casually, Adjudicator. What rank is that in the Clear Alien Bureau? Chapter 149 Receiving the Seal. What is the rank of adjudicator within the Clear Alien Bureau? Hearing this question, Joshin instantly came into the spirit. He had long been prepared to explain this aspect to the teenager. The level of the adjudicator. It's very simple to say. In a word, there is nothing within the borders of Henshaw that you will not try. Nationwide, you will have an absolute voice within the Clear Alien Bureau. Any precinct where the adjudicator is physically present is required to respond in a positive manner. Let me give you a simple example, and you will understand. Joshin pondered slightly. If you have the criminal facts of a certain domestic sect in your hands, then you can lead the troops to suppress it on the same day. And the clearing bureaus of the surrounding provinces and cities will also cooperate with you to the best of their ability. In addition, all the resources within the General Directorate are open to you. So if you don't have a sixth order embodied spirit technique on hand, you can go and pick it out at your leisure. Not only that, but you can also come and go as you please from the many treasures and secret realms officially held by Hakusha. If there are secret realms opening up abroad, you can also bring along your manpower and go over in the name of Hankiori to look for treasures. In terms of military power, you are free to mobilize all of the law enforcers within a province, as well as the locally stationed Hakusha army. Your transfer order does not need to be reported. It directly represents the will of the General Directorate. There is also a right of first refusal in all matters, as long as a report of the action is written afterward. Joshin's mouth was dry from talking, and there were a few moments of suppressed excitement in his voice. This treatment was a level that could make the blood boil no matter which enforcer it was placed on. Countless people listened quietly, their eyes glowing as they looked at this place, and they didn't even dare to breathe at this moment that was enough to go down in history. At this very moment, as long as the teenager nodded his head, he could immediately transform from a student of the martial arts university into an existence that even the sect leader of the Three Mountains would have to politely converse with. Finally, in the midst of their nervous frenzy, the small seal that flowed with light and symbolized authority was casually held by a slender palm. Immediately afterward, the owner of the palm even tossed it languidly, weighing the weight of the small seal. The crowd watched the scene as their eyes widened again and their hearts nearly jumped out of their throats. That's the Great Seal of Judgment. Just tossing it around like a toy? It's kinda light. The teenager held the small seal and laughed softly. You are willing to take the seal? Joshin's expression could not hide his excitement, and he did not care about the other party's actions in the slightest, though he watched with a sense of trepidation. However, as long as Yili is willing to receive the seal, not to mention throwing the seal, it is no problem to throw him for fun. Consider it a win-win deal. Yili caressed the small seal and replied without much care. It's really a sleepy pillow. He was worried that there was no way to access the files of those famous sects. That's a good one. Pulling the permissions right up to him full. The great Huanxia, do not believe in finding a large mountain gate with gold and jade outside, but not in the middle. One's own martial infant realm, finally is going to have a landing. My subordinate, Zhou Shen, meet General Yi. Zhou Shen arched his hand in a respectful voice, his eyes filled with the joy of envisioning the future. The birth of a new adjudicator. In less than half a day, this news would spread throughout half of Hakka. Outside the compound, countless people were flushed with excitement and their breathing was disorganized. This feeling of a future big brother being born in front of their eyes was really too much for them. The martial arts students who had not yet graduated. To hold themselves. On weekdays, they even had to be respectful to senior teachers ranked at the 5th rank. Now, an existence near the apex of Hakuhodo summer is suddenly born before our eyes. Such a huge leap between the two has left many people wondering what attitude to take. Bureau Yi. If there are no important matters, Mr. Zhou will go back to the Qingyi Bureau in Fengyun City first. Zhoushan straightened up slightly and looked at Yili. That great seal has many effects, one of which allows you all to contact me at any time. My subordinate is temporarily on standby at the Clear Isolation Bureau, so if you have anything important to do, just call out to me. According to the order given by Yang Qingshan, he was next to be an enforcer subordinate to Yili. Just Yili is still studying, most likely will not leave the province in recent years. In the meantime, Zhoushan planned to hang on to an idle position in the Qingyi Bureau of Fengyun City as a way to pass the time. Sure, if Yili is willing to leave the school for a while and go to various parts of Hakka to suppress those not-so-restful mountain sects, it would be perfect. Thinking of this, Zhoushan lost his smile in his mind and shook his head. Humans are such creatures who love to get their way. Fong was looking forward to having someone take the seal. Now that people have taken over, they want people to immediately take up their posts and travel to the provinces of Hakasia to quell the long-accumulated internal troubles. That's not the way to dream. It wasn't true that Yili was a demon in martial arts, and it was also true that the peak of the 5th rank was a dignified martial arts powerhouse in Hakusha. However, if one peak of the Divine Mansion realm alone could quell the internal troubles, the Hakusha Clear Exoticism Bureau wouldn't have been in dire straits for decades. What Hakusha needed right now was a new ruler who was strong and still not afraid of offending those lineages. The peak of the 5th rank, in the eyes of the many worldly families that were surging with dark currents, was at best an extremely troublesome sword. Call it scorn, but not fear. To know, apart from the 3 mountains and 6 sects, the first-class forces that possessed a 6th-ordered ancestor sitting in the town, there were still a few within the territory of Hakusha. That's the bad thing about having a long history. Zhoushan let out a dark sigh, and then he intended to say goodbye to Yili. Instead, he heard the teenager say something that made him question his life. I'm going to take a look at the archives of the Hakusha sects. Yili put away the small seal and asked with a light cough, does the Wind and Cloud City Clear Alien Bureau have any retention? Between the words, his gaze fell on Zhoushan's body. Upon seeing Zhoushan frozen in place, Yili couldn't help but frown slightly. Is it possible that the Wind and Cloud City Clearance Bureau can't find out? Yes, Fengyun City is not even the capital of the winning province. To check the estimate to go to the general administration. Nothing seems to be happening next. Zhuqingyu also closed down. It's time to set out to fight for my martial infant realm. Yili pondered a little, then looked at Zhoushan and asked as if to confirm. If the Windemir City Clear Alien Bureau didn't keep it, where can I go to find out? Zhoushan snapped back to his senses and took a deep breath. Having hung out within the clearly different bureau for nearly 100 years, where could he not hear it if he was well versed in the ways of the world? The other side is up in arms about helping the country to calm its internal troubles. You've got the seal on one foot, and you're going to make a move on the other? Zhoushan tried his best to calm his accelerated heartbeat, but he still couldn't hide his excitement. Back to Bureau Yi. It can be checked. It can be checked at the Qingyi Bureau in Fengyun City. Since Yili had this aspect in mind, he must not pour cold water on it, even if it was to give him a preview of the situation. That would be good. Can you find out? Then go. Yili got up and walked towards the outside of the courtyard, while nodding his head towards the 3 Yuangs. Remember to close the door for me when you leave. As the words settled, in the eyes of the 3 Yuang people who were very different, Yili walked out of the compound with a calm expression. The warm sunlight poured over his body, setting off the thin back with extra intent. His back was straight, his white coat swayed in the light wind, and his pace was unhurried. Flanked by a group of law enforcers, the dreamlike white-clothed young man quickly disappeared from the sight of the crowd. Chapter 150, I'm in a hurry to raid the house. Fengyun City Clear Alien Bureau, a room with a hidden location. Inside the room, Yili looked at the precision instruments in front of him and asked with some surprise, this is the archive? Only a bone-white apparatus covering an enormous area lay prostrate in front of him, in front of which were slots just big enough to hold a belt plate. I can't believe it's not something like a cache. Is it to ensure the confidentiality of the archives? Not bad. Except that the files here are nowhere near as detailed as those within the General Directorate. Zhoushan took out the special belt tag he had gotten from the chief of Fengyun City, quickly stepped forward and inserted it. Buzz! In an instant, a vast holographic projection erupted from the center of the instrument, which was even emitting a turbocharged humming sound. The archives of the famous and prestigious mountain forces within Hakusha for the past 10 years are all here. Zhoushan looked at this bizarre scene, his tone carrying a bit of solemnity. You can flip through it as you please. I'll wait for you outside the door." With those words, he turned and exited the room, the heavy metal door closing quickly. Yili didn't hesitate for long and tapped his finger on the projection. Immediately a large projection of information popped up. He chose to check out the 9 forces he was more concerned about first: the Hakusha's 3 mountains and 6 schools. If there was any power that could help Yili reach heaven in one step after copying it, it was none other than these 9 powers. One of the 6 schools, alone, the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion, had 2 sixth-order martial infant realm martial artists and countless disciples under its doors, and was renowned in the Jiangnan province. If they could be purged and reorganized, then the value of the evil deeds would have to be calculated in units of 100,000 inch. It really makes you hot just thinking about it. However, a moment later, Yili's brows were gradually furrowed. This was because he had discovered that in the archives of the Wind Cloud City Clear Alien Bureau, there were actually very few records about the 3 mountains and 6 schools. It's a bit strange. Is it possible that none of these 9 powers have done anything worth recording in the last 10 years? Yeli thinks it's unlikely. At the very least, there was no way that Hakusha's Clear Alien Bureau would be ignorant of these 9 forces to such an extent. Could it be that it's all kept in the main office? Yili murmured, guessing to himself why. If that was the case, it would be a bit of a challenge, and he would have to make a special trip to the General Directorate. Let's look at the rest first. Yili shook his head and then began to check the situation of the rest of the stabbing forces. The speed at which a Divine Mansion realm martial artist could probe for information was quite astonishing. Soon, he had a target. Hayes Province, Wood Spring Hall. It's said to be a well-known force in the area. In the year 8245 of the Hakusha calendar, in the month of July, 57 Hakusha martial artists united at the Wood Spring Hall to seek medical treatment. 40 were cured and returned. 17 were missing. In September of the same year, 89 low-ranked martial artists went to the Wood Spring Hall to seek medical treatment. 30 were cured and returned, and 59 disappeared. In December of the same year, 139 low-ranked martial artists visited the Wood Spring Hall before and after. 29 returned, and 110 disappeared. When you see this, you can basically stop reading. Yili turned off the projection with a calm expression. He could guarantee that this Mu Chuntang was 100% problematic. The archives before last year are still so documented, and this year will only get worse. At the end of the file, the status indicates that the case is under siege. Looking at the date of the file submission, the Qingyi Bureau only learned of this matter a few months ago. The reason for the delay is that there is a note in the back. There is an aged martial infant realm martial artist within the hall, and 2 Divine Mansion realm martial artists, both of whom would rather die than surrender. It's extremely tricky. Requesting for support. The message asking for help half a month ago has not been cancelled until now. It can thus be seen to what extent the manpower of the Clearing House Bureau is in short supply. Ready to go. Yili wordlessly exhaled, then pulled out that special waist tag, and was ready to head towards the door. Just then, he suddenly felt something. Immediately after, Yili took out that Great Seal of Judgment from his storage ring and raised his eyebrows lightly. At this moment, the seal was emitting a rather obvious suction force, clearly trying to pull his mind into it. This thing still pulls people in for little meetings? There's no one around right now, so it's good to see what's going on. With this in mind, Yili slowly closed his eyes and touched the seal with his mind. After making sure it was not hostile, he finally released the restriction and let the suction pull him into another dimension. After a brief period of darkness, a strange sense of closure gripped the mind. Yili opened his eyes. What came into view was a huge meeting hall and a wide stone table of unknown material. Beside the stone table, there sat a middle-aged man with a resolute face. After feeling Yili's gaze, a smile appeared on his angular face. "You're here. I'm coming." Yili naturally sat down at the stone table and looked at the middle-aged man across from him. A meeting space that belongs to the adjudicator. It seemed to have seen Yili's doubts. The middle-aged man cleared his throat and explained to himself. There is an ancient artifact named Divine Sense Treasure Jade in the secret treasures of Hakusha, connecting to a chaotic space of divine sense. We transformed it into this and then split it into several pieces to make the Great Seal of Judgment, which was handed over to the rulers. It's also to keep from disconnecting from each other. After saying that, he folded his hands together and said in a deep voice, "Introduce myself. My name is Yang Qingshan, and I'm an adjudicator just like you." Yili. Yili nodded gently. "Yili, welcome to the ruler." Yang Qingshan casually greeted while sizing up the teenager without any trace. Most of his impression of Yili was still the many matters he had learned about in the past 2 days. Truly demonic level heavenly pride, breaking his perception of genius. The Bureau has the top level of spirit-embracing laws, and in the near future I will send someone to send you 2 copies. When Yang Qingshan said that, the white-clothed boy on the opposite side of the table only calmly nodded his head, indicating that he knew. There was no excitement. Yang Qingshan was not surprised by this. When you are promoted to martial infant in a few years, I will arrange the best treasure land for you to retreat and cultivate, helping you to improve your strength at the fastest speed. There's no need for that. Before he finished speaking, Yi Li suddenly interjected. The teenager's tone was slightly agitated. Friend, can I trouble you to say something quickly? I'm in a hurry to go to Hanhai province to exterminate my family on my side. Chapter 151, I think you're really senile. Thanks to Tyrant Death for the certification. Would Spring Hall in Hayes province? Hearing this name, Yang Qingshan's spirit was revitalized. He was sitting in the general administration. Naturally he knew the many situations within Henshia like the back of his hand. He said with some surprise, You want to use the Wood Spring Hall to set an example? The two Divine Mansion realm and their hall are not your opponents. But there is also an old ancestor of the martial infant realm with many means. Not something a Divine Mansion realm martial artist can defeat. The matter of the Wood Spring Hall secretly drawing on the vitality of the living to cultivate itself had been verified as true by the ears and eyes of the Qingyi Bureau some days ago. In the past half a month, the law enforcers of the three surrounding cities were even mobilized to besiege the city. For that matter, Muk Chuntang was also unable to attack for a long time. The reason for this was because that old Wood Spring Hall ancestor, with a cultivation level of the first level of the 6th rank, was desperately fighting to kill the people who had come to besiege him. The old man who was at the end of his life had no intention of caring about life and death. Under such circumstances, many 6th-ranked martial artists were concerned about their own safety, fearing that they would be injured by the dying counterattack of that Wood Spring Hall's old ancestor, which would affect their cultivation in the future. Just in time, the strong martial infant realm practitioner of the Qingyi Bureau, who was sitting in the Hanhai province, had been seriously injured in last year's Beast Tide, and had not yet recovered from his injuries, and was unable to participate in the siege. Perhaps it was precisely seeing this point that old Wood Spring Hall ancestor dared to act in such a manner, trying to use this way to get the CU Bureau to ignore McChundo's faults this time. However, it was a pity that the Wood Spring Hall did not have a second martial infant realm. Relying on an aged 6th-ranked first-ranker alone was not qualified to make the Bureau of Clear Discrepancies turn a blind eye. Right now, the Beast Tide in the mountain border province is ferocious, so if we wait for another half a month, I'll be able to spare a martial infant realm to go over and press the battlefield. Yang Qingshan's face could not see the panic. Seems to have a countermeasure for this matter. This Wood Spring Hall cannot be tossed for a few days. You have just assumed office. There is no need to take this risk. If that old Wood Spring Hall ancestor were to injure his fundamentals before he dies, it would be more than worth it. And, the middle-aged man looked at Yi Li and said seriously, Now that you are an adjudicator, there are some things that you should still be aware of the implications. Pay attention to the impact? Yi Li raised his eyebrows lightly and followed the other party's words and asked, What influence am I paying attention to? The adjudicator can't just fight and kill. The checks and balances of human kindness must also be slighted. The Wood Spring Hall is considered a first-class force in the country. In other words, the impact caused by rounding them up will be great. Between the words, Yang Qingshan revealed a helpless smile. As expected, Yi Li didn't know much about these twists and turns. You have to realize that the adjudicator directly represents the General Directorate. If you make a move against them, there's no guarantee that it won't make the 6X of the Three Mountains think that the Clear Isolation Bureau is going to start cleansing the country of its forces, to the point of causing a series of chain reactions. They have more guts than you can imagine. Especially, San Shan, who has the trump card of a martial arts master. At this point in the conversation, Yang Qingshan's voice revealed a bit of advice. If they are really pushed, the bold ones even dare to raise their knives against the rulers behind their backs. In the archives of the General Directorate, there are really as many reasons as there are about the siege of Three Hills. Between them, it was at best the difference between killing once and killing 10 times. This doesn't even destroy them? Yi Li asked with a frown. The state pillar is in a death retreat, only showing up when the beast god has a change of heart. Yang Qingshan leaned back in his chair and sighed. Where does the Qingyi Bureau have the spare capacity to round them up nowadays? I'm not afraid of the cold arrows of the Three Mountains, but you still need time to grow. He looked at Yi Li. With your natural talent, perhaps it won't take 20 years to give Hakusha the ability to remove internal troubles. 20 years? At those words, Yi Li let out a light laugh, but he didn't bother to argue with the other party. 20 years was too long, and he was only fighting for time. He turned to ask, meaning that if I were a martial grandmaster, the directorate would have a reason to round them up and exterminate them at that time, even if they were the Three Mountains and 6 schools? Pretty much. Given the closed nature of this space, Yang Qingshan's speech became casual. At least as far as I can remember, the dirty deeds they do behind their backs are no less than those of the Wood Spring Hall, and even more so when it comes down to it. I understand then. Yi Li stood up. Subsequently, his body composed of divine sense began to become illusory. obviously about to leave this divine sense space. Understood? Young Qingshan asked with a smile. Yili gently nodded his head and faintly returned. I'll first go to Hanhai province to destroy the Wood Spring Hall, and then I'll liquidate this so-called 3 mountains in 6 sects later. At those words, the smile that had just surfaced on young Qingshan froze on his face. It was fitting that the other party hadn't listened to a single word of the advice he had just given. What's the point? Did you forget what I just said? Yang Qingshan suddenly got up, his eyes staring tightly at Yili. When you advance to the martial infant realm, your lifespan can reach 500 years. 20 years is just a snap of the fingers for you. Why bother? General Yang, I think you're really senile. Before he finished speaking, Yili interrupted him straight away, his slightly smiling voice revealing an undeniable flavor. It's just copying a mountain gate. Why do you have to make so many twists and turns? For this incident, I'll copy the family. You approve the note. Simple as that. There's no need to discuss it any further. The moment the words fell, he waved his hand and his single thin figure instantly disappeared in place. Inside the space of divine consciousness, look at where the teenager disappeared. Yang Qingshan didn't return to his senses for a while. Listening to Yi Li's meaning, this was to travel directly to Hanhai province and then participate in the siege of Wood Spring Hall? Thinking about this, Yang Qingshan had wanted to immediately go forward to stop, but now the two were reasonably speaking equal colleagues. Therefore, this matter can really only come along with Yi Li. Yang Qingshan slowly sat back down. Until this moment, he had not had a preliminary understanding of the teenager's style of acting, today's situation and the birth of such a character. Surprisingly, he was not the least bit afraid of the so-called 3 mountains and 6 schools. This would have been something that young Qingshan would have been happy to see. With the other party's talent, as long as he was willing to stay up for a while, he was definitely expected to solve the potential hidden dangers of the 3 mountains and 6 schools. But, heaven forbid, the other side is partial to waiting 20 years. A little too much faith in their own personal abilities. Yang Qingshan was silent for a moment, then sighed. Forget it. From what he knows, with Yi Li's means, when facing a martial infant realm ancestor whose qi and blood had decayed, he was definitely able to retreat in one piece. When it really comes to the critical moment, the other side is not stupid, and surely knows that walking is the best plan. It is said that people can't be taught, but things can be taught at once. When the teenager realizes that he can't successfully accomplish his goal by his own force alone, he will naturally come to ask for his assistance. Thinking so, Yang Qingshan shook his head helplessly. With that, he moved a thick stack of reports on his desktop to his body and flipped through them at breakneck speed. But as he picked up the 5th copy, his hand jerked. A line from the report caught the eye. Yi Li defeated Supreme Elder Muzone, Elder Cheng Cheng, shaking the southern province. Yang Qingshan's pupils contracted violently. Stormcloud City Clear Alien Bureau, confidential file room. Wow! The metal door slammed open and Yi Li, dressed in white, walked out from it. Yeah, Bureau. See the teenager out. Zhou Shen at the doorway immediately greeted him and asked politely, how was it? Have you gotten anything? Yes, Yi Li said succinctly without slanting his eyes. Notify the Clear Alien Bureau in Hanhai province and have them send me the coordinates of Wood Spring Hall's location. At those words, surprise surfaced on Zhou Shen's face. Wood Spring Hall? That first-class force with a martial infant realm ancestor in attendance? What do you want to do? Despite being in a winning province, news is circulating. He had heard about the matter of the Hanhai province's Wood Spring Hall drawing on the vitality of the living, and the Qingyi Bureau's half-monthly siege with no success. But since the Wood Spring Hall had a nearly invincible martial infant realm powerhouse in attendance, what was that peak divine mansion realm Yi Li trying to do by going over there? This doubt had just surfaced from Zhou Shen's mind. The icy words that spat out from Yi Li's lips made his heartbeat suddenly and dramatically accelerate. Exterminate the family. Plagiarize the family. Chapter 152 Old Ancestor of the Wood Spring Hall, thanks to I'm Not Brother of for the 3 God certifications. Yushan City, Hanhai Province, on the Jade Mountain, which was the most famous and had the most abundant spiritual qi in the city. A solemn and heavy atmosphere hung over it at the moment. The thousands of law enforcers stationed on Jade Mountain were the source of this solemn atmosphere. And at the top of Jade Mountain, there was situated the power that was once regarded as the top mountain gate by local martial artists, the Mocha Shundo. This place was known for its medical and poisonous skills, and the disciples in the hall were not only proficient in these 2 arts, but their physical strength was also considered to be superior amongst martial artists of the same rank. Even without counting that martial infant realm elder ancestor, this place was quite tricky to encircle. At this very moment, the morning light penetrates the gaps between the leaves and spills out all over the mountain. In one iconic camouflaged camp, the figures of Hakusha warriors and enforcers came and went. As before, an open sentry will be placed every 100 meters, and another good one who is good at concealing his scent will act as a covert sentry. As soon as there is a charge on the hill, strong or weak, a battle formation must be formed at once, supported by artillery fire from the rear. Unlike previous days, the morale in the barracks today was obviously much more robust. And there is no hint of a decline. When an old man saw this situation, he breathed a sigh of relief visible to the naked eye, and a joyful color welled up in the bottom of his eyes. The old man's name was Yukong. It was the man in charge of this siege of the Wood Spring Hall, or rather the former head of it. This was so because since the arrival of that white-clad adjudicator in the early morning, the person in charge had even changed directly. The old man retreated back into the tent, arching his hand in a respectful manner. Fortunately, the two of you have come to help. The morale of the army has risen greatly, and now it seems that it is expected to take Muchintang before the end of the month. This is, of course, polite. As long as that martial infant realm elder ancestor of the Wood Spring Hall didn't die, the Wood Spring Hall wouldn't be able to take it down smoothly. The courtesy is dispensed with. After soliciting a nod from Yili, Joshin coughed twice lightly and spoke in a deep voice. Moreover, what Yi Bureau wants is not the end of the month, so if you can, end this matter today. At those words, Yukong's heart sank slightly as he looked at the young man with a face like white jade. Would it be a bit too hasty? From the information he had gotten last night, the new adjudicator was a demon who had advanced to the peak of the Divine Mansion realm at less than 20 years old. This talent is simply so strong that it is smashing. It is just like a future master of the weather. The future will be a powerful man. Early to take the seal of nature is not a problem. However, the gap between Divine Mansion and Martial Infant was well known. No one on his side could restrict that Martial Infant realm ancestor. And taking down Mu Chun Tang before the end of the month smacked a bit of delusion. Let alone tonight. Bureau Yi, I've heard that the General Directorate will be transferring 6th-ranked powerhouses next month. Why don't we wait a little longer? The Yukong old man asked tentatively. Counting him and the two in front of him, there were only 6 Divine Mansion realm martial artists within the Jade Mountain camp. There are a few others who have been pulled in on short notice from neighboring municipalities. 6 Divine Mansion realm versus 2 Divine Mansions plus a martial infant. Only the Divine Mansion realm knew how big the gap was. Not to mention Yukong, even Joshin was at the moment without a clue in his heart. During last night's run, he had politely inquired of Yi Li several times. How should we deal with that martial infant ancestor of the Wood Spring Hall? Should we wait for that martial infant from the General Directorate to arrive? The answers you get are all pretty much the same. Why wait for him? Yi Li stood up and said indifferently, I'll deal with that old piker of the martial infant realm. You guys just need to make sure that there are no fish that have escaped the net. Sure enough, General Yi's mind is made up. Joshin sighed darkly. With things as they were, no one within the Hakusha Clear Exotic Bureau could change the will of an adjudicator. Not even another adjudicator. The old man of Yukong's heart was in a state of confusion, and even though he was 10,000 times more apprehensive, he had no choice but to agree at that moment. A few moments later, he walked out of the tent, strongly beating his spirit. Yukong took a deep breath and delivered the teenager's order to the enforcers in the Jade Mountain camp. The entire army will rest and reorganize, and launch a general attack in 2 hours. Yes, the voice was like a loud bell, echoing in the sky above Jade Mountain, shaking the branches of the trees. Wood Spring Hall? The main hall made of top-grade spirit wood was majestic. The mountain gate, which used to be noisy in the past, was horribly depressing at the moment, and an almost mournful atmosphere filled the air. At this moment, in the council hall within the main hall, 4 figures sat quietly. The old man at the head of the group had a thick beard, and his pale face carried the domineering aura unique to those in high positions. Even after experiencing a series of great battles since this month, his aura was still majestic and extraordinary, causing palpitations. It was that old ancestor of the Wood Spring Hall. In front of him, the 3 men were breathing heavily. 2 middle-aged men and women from the Divine Mansion realm, and a tall woman from the Heavenly Pass realm. The proportions were not quite symmetrical, but the look on his face was uniformly grave and tense. It was a stark contrast to the ease and naturalness of the Wood Spring Hall's old ancestor. What's done is done. The old man first looked at the middle-aged man and woman and said in an indifferent tone, For the 2 of you, I don't have anything more to wish for. The trouble started because of the 2 of you, but on account of the fact that you have also just accepted the hidden secrets of my Wood Spring Hall, and thus left your footsteps behind, I will ignore your right and wrong for the time being. If the Qingyi Bureau looks at my face and ignores the faults of the Wood Spring Hall this time, then so be it. But if you don't, you are the sinners of the Wood Spring Hall. At those words, the middle-aged man and woman's bodies shook more and more. They are husband and wife, as well as the head and deputy head of the Wood Spring Hall. It was only last year that he had learned from his own ancestor that the divine elixir used to break through the 6th rank in the hall was actually refined using a large number of martial artists' vitality as the material. The excitement left some marks inadvertently. That's what got the CU Bureau on his head. Kirito, you're the one who doesn't worry me the most. Retract your eyes from the middle-aged man and woman. The Wood Spring Hall's old ancestor looked towards the tall woman who was still calm, and his tone softened a bit. Most of the younger generation in the hall is led by you, and the future of the Wood Spring Hall rests on you. There are more than likely not many geniuses like you within the Clear Alien Bureau, so at that time, even if something happens in the hall, they will definitely do their best to recruit you into the Clear Alien Bureau. Chapter 153, The Adjudicator of the Bureau of Purity and Isolation. Old Ancestor. The tall woman named Wood Spirit's expression instantly firmed up when she heard this, and immediately expressed her will. Wood Spirit is fortunate to have received the inheritance from the old ancestor, and is also honored by the younger generation of the hall as a senior sister. I will not surrender to the CU Bureau even if I die, and Muchintang will never become a traitor to the official Hakusha. Look at what you kid is saying. Old ancestor, I didn't intend for you guys to go this far. The smirk on the Wood Spring Hall's old ancestor's face grew even wider. He could see the bright future of the Wood Spring Hall from the other party. Naturally he did not want to let it die early here, and then laughed. There's no need to worry. Even though Jade Mountain is now blocked by that Clear Isolation Bureau with a large formation and can't learn about the outside world, but that martial infant of the Clear Isolation Bureau in the Hanhai province is so badly injured that he just can't recuperate even after another half a year. Most of the rest of the 6th order martial artists in Hakusha wouldn't dare to trade hard with old ancestor me for reserves, and that, vitality pale tree, in the hall is far from being depleted. Unless a martial infant realm can be born out of thin air in this half-moon Hakusha's clearly different bureau. Old ancestor Mu Chuntang smiled blandly, his voice carrying a hint of dominance. On top of this Jade Mountain, old Taoist me is invincible. When they attack the mountain next time, I'll behead 100 of them, and the next time, I'll behead 1,000 of them. Anyway, there are still a few years left before the old Tao's big day. I'd like to see how long this Chingy Bureau of Hanhai Province dares to spend with my Wood Spring Hall. As the words settled, even the middle-aged couple from the Divine Mansion realm subconsciously lowered their heads. They say on the surface that they are the head and deputy head of the gate. However, the actual person in charge of the Wood Spring Hall was still this old, undead martial infant realm ancestor in front of him. A hobnailed personality, plus a big life expectancy. This made the old man, even though his strength was at the bottom of the martial infant realm, not even the least bit intimidated by the Qing-Yi Bureau's siege, and few martial artists even dared to offend him. Old ancestor. Inside the main hall, Mu Ling looked at the old man with a respectful expression. The panic in his heart instantly dispersed quite a bit. For as long as she could remember, the old man was an impression of an existence close to a heavenly god. Even now that he had advanced to the heavenly pass realm, this feeling still hadn't dissipated much. What the old man was doing now was simply forcing the Haze Province Clear Alien Bureau to uncover the matter. Moreover, in half a month's time, it would be difficult to raise the strength of even a second-ranked martial artist by a single level. So where in Hakusha's territory could a strong person comparable to the martial infant realm be turned out from? With the current situation, over time, in the face of unacceptably huge losses, even the enforcers of the Qingyi Bureau had to choose to bow down in the end. After all, Hakusha's martial grandmasters did not come out, and the martial infant realm was the strongest existence in the earthly world. Such an old ancestor, who in the Qingyi Bureau can kill? Who would dare to kill? Rumble. Just then, there was a sudden and noticeable vibration from outside the Wood Spring Hall. Coming? The Wood Spring Hall's old ancestor was first stunned. Then he sneered. Send orders to the hall to hold on to this place. Tell them that this enforcer is a watchdog against the foreign beasts when placed outside the city, and doesn't even count as a fart when placed inside the city. Kill for me. Don't be afraid. Kill hard. Between the words, he stood up and slowly walked out of the main hall. The old man's dry face was bland and calm as he calmly looked at a pillar of light that rose up to the sky outside the hall. Each pillar of light represented a battle formation. At this moment, densely packed pillars of light had surrounded this place. Wordlessly, a solemn and majestic atmosphere enveloped the entire Wood Spring Hall. On the vast open space within the hall, thousands of disciples looked at this scene with tense expressions, tightly gripping the treasure tools in their hands. At the same time, behind the Wood Spring Hall's old ancestor, the three silhouettes walked out of the main hall before and after, and the wood spirit among them raised his eyes and looked at the marching formation outside the hall that far exceeded the previous one, and his heart steeply trembled. They've launched a general offensive. Before the words fell, the old man snorted out coldly, it's just a bluff. I'll leave this place to you guys. I'll go ahead and chisel the formation to suppress this mighty wind of theirs. Saying that, a majestic aura rushed from within him. The old man stepped out, his figure instantly taking off into the air, like a flying swallow sweeping through the sky, rushing straight into the sky outside the hall. The middle-aged couple simultaneously began to mobilize the disciples in the hall. The aura that erupted from the Wood Spring Hall's old ancestor had obviously alarmed the Qing-Yi Bureau outside the hall. and the heaven-shaking chants rang out from Jade Mountain with an incomparably astonishing sound. The front steps of the main hall. Mu Ling looked at his own old ancestor's gradually distant form with a grave expression. It wasn't that he was worried about the old man's safety. It was just that the Qingyi Bureau was coming on strong this time. Could it be that they had some method of resisting their own old man? Unless one moves in a heavy weapon that can blast Tamayama into the sky. Otherwise, relying solely on the battle array on which those enforcers rely. She shook her head and snorted. Old ancestor is a deity of the martial infant realm. So where does she need to be afraid of those unorthodox means? Instead of worrying about his own ancestor's side, it would be better for him to set an example as a senior sister. Fellow disciples, Wood Spirit drew out a long spear from his storage ring, pointing it straight at the sky outside the hall, and shouted sternly, "The Qingyi Bureau is full of no-goods. Don't be afraid, and come with me to battle." Her firm voice resounded through the Wood Spring Hall, giving a backbone to the hearts of the thousands of disciples. Meanwhile, the top of Jade Mountain. The many law enforcers formed a battle formation and stared as if they were enemies at that Wood Spring Hall ancestor who was stepping into the air. The pressure of the martial infant realm gradually spread down, causing their palms to unconsciously sweat a bit. "What's wrong?" The Wood Spring Hall old ancestor looked down at them and laughed contemptuously. "Wasn't it you who launched the general attack? Now that you see old me, you realize you're afraid?" He knew that the Qingyi Bureau was not an easy target to yield to, and had long been prepared to walk a path to the end. Of course, he had his measure, and would only chop off a portion of the enforcers on this Jade Mountain as a way to give the Clear Exoticism Bureau a leg up. Since then, the two have been in peace and quiet. "Come on." The old ancestor of the Wood Spring Hall was incredibly confident, letting out a loud laugh. "Let me see the strength of your Clear Isolation Bureau." As the words fell, many of the enforcers all looked furious, but there was nothing they could do. Right now in Jade Mountain, there was simply no martial artist of the martial infant realm on the side of the Qingyi Bureau to fight against the old man. It can only be allowed to spout off and demoralize its own side. Woohoo! Then right at that moment, a violent gale suddenly descended from the top of the Jade Mountain with a tremendous sound. The storm pressed down on the spirit trees roaming the mountain, bending them over continuously, and the sound of the thick tree trunks crumbling was unceasing. The voice carried clearly into the ears of the crowd. Old ancestor Mu Chuntang seemed to feel something and collected his smile, looking sideways at the distant central army camp. In the middle of that camp, an upright figure walked out, only to see that person was dressed in white clothes that won the snow. His golden eyes were as hot as a real heavenly god. His eyes were as cold as knives, and he was looking straight over. In an instant, a suffocating and odd pressure suddenly descended on the old man's heart, heavy as a mountain and majestic. An old dog with a great limit of martial infancy. "How dare you speak out of turn?" In the next moment, the white-robed teenager's ice-cold voice shook up and down Jade Mountain. In an instant, a terrifying aura that surpassed the Wood Spring Hall ancestor erupted from him and shot up into the sky. A martial artist comparable to the martial infant realm? This berserk aura pressured the old man's face to change wildly, and his eyes were in a state of shock and doubt. On the other side, at the sight of the teenager's figure, the law enforcers present all became excited. General Yi, what that white dress symbolized, they knew much better than any power. Ruler, boom! The wind and clouds surged on Jade Mountain, and the mountains trembled. In the midst of countless excited and thrilled gazes, dressed in a ruling cloak, Yili walked step by step, his body's chi and blood flourishing like a steaming sun, his eyes burning, his black hair dancing. Every step of the young man seemed to step on the hearts of the crowd, and his calm and indifferent voice resounded through the mountaintop. "Stand back, I'll take it from here." Upon hearing this, the many enforcers were so excited that they trembled. The feeling of being recklessly mocked by the Wood Spring Hall's old ancestor for the past half a month had long since suffocated them to the extreme. The apex existence in the Clear Exoticism Bureau had thought that the new adjudicator's cultivation at the peak of the Divine Mansion realm would at most be able to maneuver around this old ancestor of the Wood Spring Hall with the cooperation of the remaining several Divine Mansion realm martial artists. Unexpectedly, the intensity of his aura alone suppressed the opposite old man. There was finally a strong person on his side who could counter the other side. As the white-clothed boy slowly rose into the air, the old man in the air's eyelids jumped wildly, and he subconsciously retreated backward. Chapter 154, Great Battle Against Wood Spring Hall Ancestor. Thank you for the certification of giving the evening win to you. The top of Jade Mountain. Looking across at Yili, the face of the Wood Spring Hall's old ancestor was extremely ugly, with a few moments of disbelief under his eyes. One must know that the birth of a strong martial infant realm member was extremely rare. It takes talent, effort, resources, and so on are superimposed together, and then it takes hundreds of years of time to give birth to one. Therefore, every time a martial infant realm martial artist was born, it would shake Hakusha. Even martial artists who were about to break through the martial infant would possess a considerable degree of popularity. Naturally, before he was besieged by the mountain, old ancestor Mu Chuntang had memorized every martial infant realm, or even characters that might break through the martial infant realm, within Hong Xia. However, there wasn't a single one of them that could go toe-to-toe with the teenager in front of them. The teenager clearly did not have the presence of a martial infant in his body, yet it made him actually feel a huge pressure. Moreover, clad in a ruling cloak, his body was so full of blood that it was chilling. This ing. Where the hell did this demon come from? I've never even heard of it before. The cunning Qingyi Bureau. Could it be that it has been hiding it within the Bureau to cultivate? Lord Ruler. In the back is Mu Chuntang. As an old ancestor, the momentum naturally cannot be lost. The Wood Spring Hall's old ancestor bent slightly at the waist, arched his hands and clasped his fists. His eyes narrowed slightly as he asked in a tone that carried a hint of warning. The old man is approaching the end of his days and his back is against the Vitality Pale Tree. Are you sure you want to fight me? There was no doubt that the teenager in front of him was a genius among geniuses. Otherwise, he wouldn't have worn the ruling cloak at such a young age and broken the long-standing rules of the Qingyi Bureau. But it's precisely because it's a genius that it values life more. A martial infant realm with a great limit approaching, backed by the Vitality Pale Tree, that could maintain a martial artist's vitality. One would think that the other party would know how difficult it would be to take him down. Finished with your last words? Yi Li stepped out. The wind and clouds surged. The raging astral wind was born from above the old man's head, and it blasted down with a mountainous might. At the same time, spiritual and majestic true chi rushed up like a gale in his limbs and bones. Yi Li's figure instantly disappeared in place. The great accomplishment of the embodied spirit law had allowed him to take his control over air currents to another level, which meant that he could do it even if the mountains and forests were to rise up in a tornado. Right now just using the storm to bind the opponent's movements was more like as simple as breathing. The astral wind that took a lot of true chi to mobilize was now pouring out all over the Wood Spring Hall ancestor, smashing him backward continuously. Do you think I'm afraid of you? The old man gritted his teeth and bellowed as he puffed up his sleeve robes, his meridians lighting up like leafy veins. His fleshly body climbed to a new level at this moment, and the martial artists of the Wood Spring Hall were also good at fleshly sparring. Boom! The old man roared, and actually tore the gale in front of him with a hard blow. In the next moment, Yi Li suddenly appeared in front of him. There was not the slightest forward swing. The teenager's blood chi rumbled and shook, instantly delivering a punch wrapped in fierce power. In an instant, the mountains and forests below instantly rustled and trembled, as if in fear of the impending onslaught. The old man's heart trembled and his face suddenly changed. He felt a great threat from the peak of his opponent's fist, as if it could smash his proud body that appalling. Is this really the Divine Mansion realm? The old Wood Spring Hall ancestor's heart was in a state of shock and fear, and the tiny martial infant swept out from the Divine Mansion, instantly integrating into his body. Boom! With the martial infant boost, the old man's aura instantly soared. He let out a long whistle. His confidence doubled, and immediately crossed his arms across his body to block the punch. In the next moment, the destructive power chi attacked like an ocean. The arms that were harder than diamond instantly crumbled, and the fierce true chi suddenly rushed towards the meridians of his entire body. The old man's ears were filled with gale force winds, and his entire withered and thin body flew backwards with a loud smash, spitting out blood, and the scenery on both sides of him flew backwards, under the gaze of countless astonished eyes. His figure transformed into a humanoid meteor that smashed into the earth within the Wood Spring Hall. Old ancestor? That's old ancestor? The old ancestor has been knocked down. Did the Clear Exoticism Bureau have a martial infant realm kill? The White Cloak. It's the adjudicator of the Clear Alien Bureau. A martial arts patriarch. We're going down. Countless Wood Spring Hall disciples shrieked in shock, despair instantly enveloping the entire arena, and even the footsteps of the linking formation froze in place. In the pit, the old man struggled to get up, his gaze sweeping over the green arm that was surging. After the martial infant was integrated into his body, his physical body was enough to split mountains and break rivers. However, under the teenager's punch, both of his arms were nearly broken in unison, and his person was knocked straight down from the sky. What a horrible arm strength it is! In this situation, even that wood spirit, who respected his own old ancestor the most, looked dumbfounded. I have martial infant protection and the Vitality Pale Tree to heal my injuries. Looking towards the white-clothed boy in the sky who fell like a godly descent, the old man snapped and shouted in shock. Even though he tried his best to hide it, he still couldn't suppress the horror in his eyes. You can't kill me! You can't kill me! However, he had forgotten that his goal had been reduced from suppressing the reputation of the CU Bureau to the level of saving his life. What's going on? How come? The martial infant realm should be able to crush the Divine Mansion realm at will. I thought you really weren't afraid to die. Yi Li's voice was bland, while his figure approached the old man once again. Terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. and his berserk aura swept across the entire field, shaking the thousands of Wood Spring Hall disciples backward one after another. The pale trees are long, and the flowers bloom in a moment. The old man of the Wood Spring Hall roared, and the trees within the hall grew up crazily, faster than the speed of sound, covering the sky and blocking the old man's body while emitting a poisonous mist. See the situation. Yili's expression was icy cold. His charge did not decrease, and his golden eyes became brighter and brighter. White mist, frost and snow, frost and snow. With a loud boom, rolling cold air swept out from within him, rushing that fog cleanly away. He himself seemed like an arrow detached from the divine bow, and wherever he passed, the earth crumbled and sonic booms burst forth. Click! With many additions, Yili tore through the giant wood that covered the sky with an unrivaled gesture, violently clasping the face of the greatly shocked old man. The arm then swung round and slammed it heavily into the ground. Boom! The earth shook and huge trees crumbled. Vitality! The old man was smashed by the huge force and became unconscious, instinctively calling out to the precious tree in the hall, and his body then emitted a green light that represented vitality. Chapter 155, The Destruction of Mu Chuntang. The Vitality Pale Tree was a supreme treasure that had been enshrined in the Wood Spring Hall for generations. By placing its spiritual embodiment in the divine mansion to warm it up, it would be able to recover from its injuries in this Jade Mountain realm in a constant stream. It was precisely because of its augmentation that the Wood Spring Hall old ancestor dared to act so recklessly. Unless it was much higher than his strength, the enemy would not be able to cut him down quickly, and would definitely be fundamentally injured by his dying counterattack. Vitality. Rewind. Old ancestor Mu Chuntang was possessed by the martial infant at the moment, and his physical body had long since reached an unimaginable strength. However, he was still smashed by Yili. His head was dizzy, his eyes were starry, and he only felt that he was about to lose control of his body. Above him, the teenager pulled his arms apart, his body's aura like the sun and the moon flourishing in unison. The golden eyes blazed, and the pressure could cover mountains. Boom boom boom. Between breaths, dark golden light emerged from the peaks of his fists, constantly bombarding and smashing into the old Wood Spring Hall ancestor's head. The vast fist wind engulfed the old man, and the violent wind pressure looked like it was going to smash that green aura hard. Rumble. Under the Golden Soul Revival, the teenager's unknown geometric terrifying punching power was exerted, relentlessly impacting the mountain peaks at his feet. The entire Muchuan Hall was trembling, and the formerly flat earth was now shaking and trembling crazily as if there was something as spectacular as an earth dragon turning over. In front of the main hall's door, Mu Ling watched the scene dumbfounded, never expecting his own old ancestor to be reduced to such a state. Before she could even begin to lead her disciples in resistance, the old man was dropped meteor-like from the sky and smashed into the open space inside the hall. Immediately afterward, she saw a white-clothed teenager descending with a bang, pressing that old ancestor, who was nearly a god in her impression, to the ground and beating him. The impact given by this scene was too great, so much so that this senior sister of the Wood Spring Hall was no different from those ordinary disciples, all standing in place with a dull expression. In a huge pit, the Wood Spring Hall old ancestor had already been beaten to the point where his head was shattered, his chest collapsed, and his aura shriveled to the extreme. However, the green aura still persevered and emerged from him. What also didn't stop was the oceanic surge of power. In the midst of this steady stream of crashing mountain force, the old man of the Wood Spring Hall was covered in violent blood and his tendons were broken. Under the gaze of those ice-cold golden eyes, it was as if he had returned to the most dangerous and urgent moment of that year. His spirit was terrified and his Tao heart nearly collapsed. Detected a near collapse of the 6th-ranked old ancestor of the Wood Spring Hall's Taoist heart. Evil value plus 20,000, with a beeping tone ringing in his ears. Yili clasped the old man's head and plucked it out of the crack in the ground, and with an ear-piercing sonic boom, he slammed into the gathering of thousands of disciples. Many disciples were still confused, but suddenly saw a black shadow flying like a broken sack, and subconsciously reached out to block it. In the next moment, a mountainous and terrifying force instantly struck, smashing the crowd directly out of a spacious open space, wailing in all directions. Do you plead guilty to harming and resisting the law? The teenager's question rang in his ears. The old ancestor of Mu Chuntang, who was in severe pain all over his body, desperately transported his true chi, but he did not receive even the slightest response. Even the martial infant deep in his spiritual platform was silent as if it had been locked up. In the previous blast, Yili had unleashed the dragon sealing heavenly forbidden art that had reached perfection, and had long since sealed the old man's 7 meridians and 8 veins. Today's old man was a sandbag with an empty physical body of the martial infant realm. The Wood Spring Hall old ancestor tried his best to raise his head, and could only see the purest and most intense killing intent in the teenager's indifferent golden eyes. Seeing this, the old man was horrified and instinctively wanted to beg for mercy. but realized that he couldn't make a sound no matter what. His internal organs were too badly damaged. Even getting up was an extraordinary effort. Not to mention speaking. Despair sprang up in the old man's mind. He had wantonly stormed the Qingyi Bureau's grand formation these days, and he didn't know how many law enforcers he had killed with his hands. So it was a good thing. And now you're going to die here? Old ancestor Mu Chuntang never dreamed that the other party, at the peak of the divine mansion realm, would be able to erupt a divine power that even he, a venerable martial infant realm, was powerless to contend with. Besides, how could the other guy kill him? He was a precious martial infant realm martial artist. Even if you lose, you should be recruited to serve in the bureau. How can you say kill like a piece of livestock? The old man rolled his throat desperately. He wanted to clarify the reasoning with the adjudicator in front of him. If he killed him, it would definitely cause the alertness and even hostility of the 6 schools of the 3 mountains. At that time, even if the other party was the new adjudicator of the Clear Isolation Bureau, he would definitely not be able to fall in favor, and would even incur the trouble of killing himself. The old man growled in his mind. Old ancestor. The wood spirit murmured to himself, both eyes wide, unable to comprehend the light in front of him at all. The old ancestor who used to call the shots was now unable to even beg for mercy. Desperation set her firmly in place as if her feet were rooted to the ground. Just then, she heard the teenager's indifferent voice. Give me the gun. Mu Ling subconsciously followed the sound, but the moment he met the young man's cold golden eyes, he shrieked out, I am willing to surrender. Mu Chuntang is willing to surrender to the Clear Isolation Bureau. Before the words left her mouth, she seemed to have exhausted all her courage, flopping down on her knees, trembling and looking at the white-clothed teenager with a face full of fear. As she moved, the Wood Spring Hall disciples directly behind her collapsed with a crash, their pleas for mercy rising to the sky and reaching the outside of the hall. Outside the hall, those 2 Divine Mansion Realm sect masters who were struggling to resist, as well as the thousands of Wood Spring Hall sect masters, suddenly looked bewildered. You, cough cough. You, cough cough. See this scene. The eyes of the old ancestor of the Wood Spring Hall were almost dripping with blood as he coughed out a mouthful of blood in agitation, his eyes staring at the wood spirit in death. These disciples, actually all knelt down and surrendered so sharply. Poor him. This martial infant realm couldn't even speak. Give me the gun. Yili didn't even look at the group of people and faintly repeated. Guns? Oh, here you go. Wood Spirit tremblingly held the lance and handed it to the teenager. Yili casually picked up the lance and held it in his palm. Not bad, it's a good gun. In the next moment, the Wood Spring Hall ancestor saw a long spear fly in front of him, instantly snatching away his consciousness, along with the persistent green light, publicly beheading the 6th-ranked ancestor of the Wood Spring Hall. Evil value plus 50, 000. Current vice value, 102, 000 points. Such a qualified target for slaughter. It would be a scourge on good people not to kill them. Yili nodded his head slightly invisibly. When he uprooted this so-called Mu Chuntang, he would be able to formally impact the martial infant realm. Take a head count and come out and surrender, he said faintly. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand to beckon the remnant body of the Wood Spring Hall's old ancestor, and his body shot up into the sky, transforming into a gust of wind as he swept towards the outside of the hall. Yes, sir. Looking at the teenager's back, that Wood Spring Hall senior sister instantly felt the sadness and joy of a life after a robbery, and yet, he was still too timid to even raise his head. Behind her, thousands of Wood Spring Hall disciples were all like this. This instant, a dead silence fell within the large Wood Spring Hall. Anyone would know. This mountain gate, which had a great reputation in Hanhai province in the past, would cease to exist in the future. Mu Ling covered her chest, and her entire body slowly bent over as she couldn't stop trembling, as a loud and clear dragon roar resounded from outside the hall. She too finally couldn't restrain her emotions and let out a heartbreaking cry. The old ancestor was killed, and the sect master will also be killed. Mok Chun Ton. It's over. Chapter 156, Terrifying Gains, Deducing Feats. Thanks to sunshine in a small corner, at the top of Jade Mountain, the central army camp, Yili walked into the tent with a calm demeanor, clad in ruling white clothes with gold lining the collar. Behind him, the 4 Divine Mansion Realm martial practitioners of the Qingyi Bureau were all stupefied at the moment and froze as they followed him into the tent. Just a moment ago, the teenager killed out from within the hall and blasted out with a powerful ice dragon martial skill, and the 2 Divine Mansion realms that they had been fighting with were instantly blown away, not even having the room to fight back. After killing, Yili also threw that old Wood Spring Hall ancestor, who seemed like a nightmare, in front of them. Dead, of course. Think back to the party. Zhou Shen wiped his face, his heartbeat still unable to calm down. Seriously, when he heard a loud boom inside the hall, He had guessed that it was Yili who was fighting the old ancestor of the Wood Spring Hall one-on-one, so he anxiously tried to go to the rescue. Yet in a few minutes, the teenager kills it. The original fighting spirit of the Wood Spring Hall's disciples, after seeing their fellow disciples kneeling inside the hall and their dead ancestors, immediately abandoned their weapons and surrendered. The whole operation, back and forth, took less than half an hour. The largest mountain sect power in Hanhai province suffered a devastating blow. You have destroyed the most prestigious mountain clan power in Hanhai province. Evil value plus 100,000. Yili sat down in front of the table, playing with an unfamiliar high-level storage ring in his hand before taking out the Wood Spring Hall's inventory jade book from it. As he flipped through it, he casually asked, "The rest of the forces in Hanhai province, how did they perform? Are you still trying to copy?" The old man Yukong smacked his lips, and immediately felt his mouth dry, and immediately arched his hand. Back to the general. The rest are still honest. If anything, he had previously felt that this new ruler was more or less a mascot, then now the other party was in his mind. That was the real deal. His own father. After this battle, even if the majority of the Wood Spring Hall had to be sent to the general administration, the Haze Province Clear Alien Bureau would have a much better time. Not only was the pressure much lighter, but those senior enforcers within the bureau who were stuck at the peak of the 4th rank also had the hope of breaking through. That's something that's more useful than any chicken soup. This Yushan city director, who was feeling short-handed, now feels free to help out in other provinces and cities. Haze Province is gone. Yili looked sideways at Zhou Shun and asked somewhat undeterred, "What about outside of Hanhai Province?" He couldn't blame him for having a big appetite, but he really didn't know how much evil value needed to be consumed for a breakthrough. Whether or not he could rush to the peak of the martial infant realm in one breath depended on this one. Back to the general. "I'll look into it when I get back." Upon hearing this, Zhou Shun hurriedly stepped forward and returned with an arch. "Tomorrow. I will be able to give you an answer tomorrow at the latest." Even though he tried his best to hide it, he still couldn't hide the hint of excitement under his eyes. At this point in time, where would he be willing to let go of the merit that had come to him? Having a big daddy to take on a mission was something that I don't know how many law enforcers could only dream of. I know. All out. Yili tapped his jaw and threw the secret jade book at Zhou Shun. "By the way, help me bring me that S-rank spirit embracing technique from the Wood Spring Hall, as well as the accompanying precious pills." Subordinate obeyed. Zhou Shun briefly looked through it and realized that it was recorded in considerable detail, and immediately agreed with an arch. Then, turning around, he walked out of the camp. Under the envious gazes of the two old men, the corners of his mouth hooked up slightly as his figure swept towards the Wood Spring Hall on the mountain. At the end of the period, he returned from the mountain, followed by a bunch of Mu Chun Tang disciples holding precious medicines. At the head of the group was none other than that senior sister, Wood Spirit. After putting everything away, she couldn't help but look at the white-clothed young man in front of the table, his eyes slightly closed. One could only see that his breath was smooth and he could not see the slightest bit of exhaustion after the battle. Now that the operation has just ended, it's time to break through with the underpinnings of the Wood Spring Church. Old ancestor, you're right. There really are no geniuses in the Qingyi Bureau, but this is simply demonic. Kirito sighed inwardly, feeling the exuberant qi and blood in the teenager's body. She was even a little ashamed of herself, an enemy of such magnitude that she didn't even have the guts to take revenge, just by standing in front of the other party. It felt like he could see his own family's old ancestor who had been beaten to death. Not only was his heart all out of breath, but his legs went weak as well. How in the world did this happen? Mu Ling bit her lips tightly and withdrew from the tent with her head hanging down. Inside the tent, in front of the table, detected the collapse of the moral heart of many disciples of the Wood Spring Hall. The value of evil deeds is plus 8,000. As the system beep sounded, inexplicably, there's a windfall by now. Yili opened his eyes and looked at the prompt in front of him with some surprise. He then summoned the panel, and a light blue curtain of light appeared from in front of him. Current vices, 210,000 points. That's a really exciting number. I just don't know how far it can reach on its own. Almost. Yili lightly exhaled, picking up the book of the Wood Spring Hall's embodied spirit method and began his additions. S-class embodied spirit technique. Divine Wood hidden spirit of the earth, uninitiated. Upgradable. Ever since the spirit brightening heart orifice had been added, the consumption of these feats in martial arts had been reduced by far. This also gave Yili room to deduce his feats. The storm embracing Holy Spirit, given by Zuo Qingyu, was certainly not of low quality, and it had now been pulled full. However, it was not the most suitable method for him to contain the spirit, since the spiritual brightness mind trick could help itself deduce the most suitable technique. Then it was naturally the best choice to try to deduce one or two things while the current evil value was rich. Come on. Between the words, Yi Li's mind moved. and a vast amount of evil values poured into the system panel. Ding! Begin consuming the bad act value to continually raise the S-rank embedded spirit law. Divine wood hides the spirit of the earth. After consuming 10,000 points of evil value, you initially understand the deeper meaning of this technique. After consuming 30,000 points of evil value, you have completely mastered this embodied spirit method. Speaking of the most natural tree spirit contains, into the divine mansion, contains the martial arts baby, the spirit of God's wood and hidden earth. The consumption of 30,000 evil values was indeed far lower than the previous congealed mansion method. Yili breathed a sigh of relief, and then without delay, he continued to pour the evil value into the panel. As new words sprang up on the pale blue screen of light, he began his first push. Chapter 157, Controlling Wind and Thunder. 6th Order Martial Infant. A massive amount of evil value poured into the panel, and a light blue screen of light began to float with text. Starting to consume the evil value and keep deducing the technique. Your enlightenment is not what it used to be. The 2 cultivation to the perfection of the embedded spirit method. At this moment also early by your understanding, just waiting to step out of that step. After consuming 5,000 points of evil value, you start with the 2 winds of rigidity and flexibility, sweeping through the entire green and gold-colored divine mansion, and then adding the ubiquitous spirit of the trees in heaven and earth, which is really not very harmonious. The tough divine mansion trembles under these 2 very different warmths, obviously unable to serve as an environment for the birth of a martial infant. You didn't rush, and began to blend the rigid and soft 2 winds and the spirit of the trees, and then combined with the concept of yin and yang taiji in your previous life, looking for a certain balance point. After consuming 15,000 vices, your proficiency in controlling both has increased significantly. Tree spirit embraces hovering in the rigid and soft 2 winds, as if the pale tree is swaying madly in the gale, nearly breaking. You look at the gradual crumbling and destruction of the tree's spirit contains, as well as the divine mansion on the increasingly violent astral wind. If you think, after consuming 30,000 points of evil value, you no longer pursue that so-called balance, but seize that hint of destructive flavor, making the astral wind, which has long been under your control, more and more violent. In the spiritual platform, the original harmonious rigid flexible 2 winds changed, representing a thundercloud storm with destructive implications coiled above the divine mansion, setting off that greenish golden light with incomparable brightness. The wind and thunder are stirring up the sky, and the dragon is turning the sea upside down. S-grade precious spirit embodiment technique. Wind and thunder birth of the heavenly spirit, perfection. Treasures? Yili looked at the words floating on the light screen and couldn't help but see his eyes light up, going by past experience. With the addition of the word precious, the quality of this spirit embodiment law would definitely exceed that of an ordinary S-rank spirit embodiment law. This spirit-brightening heart orifice was worthy of its description, and could actually harbor a better spirit-embracing law. Wind and thunder birthday spirit of heaven. Yili calmed the excitement in his heart and couldn't help but have some anticipation for the spirit-embracing law that was obviously more suitable for him. Literally, I'm afraid this isn't a martial infant that can harbor a control over wind and thunder? Compared to the vibrant spirit of the trees, it was true that it was still the thunderclouds that destroyed everything that made the heart beat faster. Yili was originally a bit worried. With the addition of that divine wood hidden earth spirit, it might be possible to deduce an immanent spirit method that grants a self-healing effect, but that would be duplicating the function of the indestructible golden soul, a proper inferior substitute, proper chicken, and a waste of the enchantment effect of the martial infant. But now it seems, the embodied spirit law that he had deduced himself still wouldn't let himself down. Current vices, 150,000 points. As things stand, the immanent law is in place. It was also time to impact his martial infant realm. Yili lightly exhaled and moved his mind. The evil value on the panel then depleted at an alarming rate. In the meantime, the precious medicine on the tabletop also withered rapidly, and the essence contained within it turned into a thin stream that instantly surged into his body. Ding! Begin to consume the value of evil deeds to continuously raise the level of martial arts. You swallow the precious medicine that the Wood Spring Hall has treasured for many years into your body, and the surging medicinal power roars through your limbs and bones, boosting your cultivation speed greatly. Gain buff. Cultivation speed increased by 200%. With the support of the precious spirit embracing method of supreme completion, the speed at which you can embrace your martial infant is greatly enhanced, and the quality will be extraordinary as well. Gain buff. The evil value consumed for boosting is reduced by 80%. After consuming 20,000 points of evil value, the thunderclouds above the green golden divine mansion erupt with a deafening thunderclap, as if wrapped in the aura of reviving all things, and explode in your spiritual platform. Under the baptism of the roiling thunderstorm, a precious light appeared in the divine mansion, and a strange kind of living creature exploded in that light. You have advanced to the first rank of the sixth order. The moment he saw the text, thunder exploded in Yi Li's ears. Boom! Immediately afterward, a dazzling storm of thunder and light erupted from behind him, setting off that handsome face in an imposing and majestic manner. It was as if there were living beings stretching their muscles in the greenish-golden divine mansion. In an instant, the aura on Yi Li's body suddenly drew up, directly breaking through the peak of the divine mansion realm as unrivaled power surged into his body. The boom was centered on him. The vastness belonging to the martial infant realm swept towards the heavens and earth, and the originally clear sky changed instantly. The air over Jade Mountain grew dark in one breath. The dark clouds that came from nowhere converged at a rapid pace, forming a thick thundercloud that stretched for dozens of miles. With the big tent in the middle, Yi Li lightly exhaled. Woohoo! In an instant, the mountains suddenly kicked up a fierce wind, and the tall spirit trees all over the mountains were all bending their waists, and from a distance it looked as if they were worshipping the gods on the mountains. Extremely spectacular. Yi Li felt the earth-shattering changes within his body, and his heart and mind were also a bit tossed about. No wonder when Zhuqingyu makes a move, heaven and earth change color. Martial artists of the martial infant realm already possessed the ability to call the wind and rain. He summoned the martial infant and sent out a tremor. Heaven and earth trembled with it. Rumble! In the next moment, an intense tremor instantly spread throughout the entire Jade Mountain. Loud and clear thunder exploded from high in the sky, and thick dark clouds tumbled in, vaguely revealing a destructive blue light. In this instant, dozens of miles of Jade Mountain's territory were enveloped in nature-like greatness. The entire Jade Mountain was dead silent at the moment, with only the sound of thunder rolling. Countless shocked gazes fell on that central army camp. The four Divine Mansion realm martial artists affiliated with the Qingyi Bureau were even more filled with incredulity at this moment, their mouths almost opened to the maximum. In the middle of the tent, the additions continued. The white-clothed young man breathed long and slow, and the aura on his body continued to climb. After consuming 100,000 points of evil value, the 5 thunderbolts converge on your spiritual platform. The breath of the martial infant grows stronger and stronger. Sitting in the spiritual platform Divine Mansion, your soul is as stable as Mount Taishan. You've advanced to the 5th rank of the 6th order. After consuming 150,000 points of bad deeds value, the martial arts baby with a full back of thunder stripes controls the wind and thunder, which can make the wind, rain and thunder move, and the 4 seas tremble with a single movement of your mind. Martial arts level has increased. You have advanced to the 7th level of the 6th order. As the last line of the prompt surfaced, Yi Li's clothes hunted, his black hair tumbled, and godly and demonic greatness converged in his body, and lightning surged around him, as if he were a heavenly god. He stood up and walked out of the tent. Just a little of the overflowing breath is comparable to the 5 mountains, lofty and heavy. In the midst of countless shocked and excited eyes, Yi Li extended his palm and clenched it into a fist. The brilliant white-lighted martial infant came out from the Divine Mansion and merged into his body. Immediately after, Yi Li turned around with a huff and delivered a punch towards no man's land. A roaring strong wind swept through heaven and earth, and the originally stirring wind and thunder instantly exploded and dissipated. With such great power, just by using his physical body, he would most likely be able to press that famous Hakusha's Zhuqingyu who couldn't catch his breath. The scene was just too shocking. Up and down Jade Mountain, there was the sound of ragged breathing, and no one could remain calm. Unfortunately, look at the spectacle you've caused. Yi Li lost his smile and shook his head, but let out a rare sigh. Relying on just one Muchuntang really couldn't allow him to advance to the peak of the 6th rank. But it doesn't matter. It's only close. 3 mountains, 6 sects, 16 continents. There are still many mountain sects in Hakusha that are not afraid of death. Being an adjudicator, you have to clean up these hidden dangers properly. The white-clothed young man withdrew his sight and turned toward the top of the mountain, walking at a leisurely pace, as if he was stepping on the path to heaven. Ding! Congratulations! Infamy level up. Infamy level LV3, your infamy resonates through all martial arts universities within Hakodate. Gold quality rewards have been given out. Chapter 158, 3 Mountain Sect Leader. Secret Realm of the Kings. Hakusha Shanhaiguan, General Directorate of Qingshao Bureau. Yang Qingshan, who was clad in a ruling cloak, walked into the house, put the lance bathed in beast blood aside, and sat down on a chair with a slight fatigue. Damn 7th ranked beast Zun, if you want to fight or not, you'll seduce old me. He pinched his brow, obviously having a headache with that so-called beast dignity. For decades, every month, he randomly picked a few days and brought a large number of middle-ranked alien beasts to charge the formation, and every time, he ran extremely well again, with no intention of dying in the battle at all. It was almost as if he was testing him. Yang Qingshan, to see if he was still defending Shan Haiguan. It was for this reason that he did not dare to take a step away from this place. Apart from him, the other three important passes were all in much the same condition. The room remained silent for a long time. Yang Qingshan suddenly sighed. "Come in." Squeak. As soon as the words left his mouth, the door of the room was pushed open, and the enforcer dressed as a squire walked in. "General Yang." He placed a special cell phone on the table and whispered, "There was a call from you just now." It was. "The headmaster of the Taishang Dao sect is calling." Feng Xiuzhen? Yang Qingshan frowned slightly. He was getting upset. If it was a call from an unusual person, he really wasn't going to pay attention to it. But this Taishang Dao sect is one of the 3 mountains. Its head teacher is the same martial arts master. Sometimes also want people to come over to help guard the pass. "I know. Get out." Yang Qingshan once again sighed softly. He really wanted to tie the other party together to guard the pass. It really can't. It would be excellent to pull out half of the Taishang Daoist sect's reserves and subsidize the enforcers of the Bureau of Alien Cleansing. Wait until the valet walks out of the room. Yang Qingshan stopped fantasizing, picked up his cell phone from the table, and tapped a few times. Soon, an immortal-looking Taoist-robed old man appeared in front of his eyes in the form of a projection. He smiled and said, "General Yang, goodbye." Looking at the Dao-robed old man, Yang Qingshan's expression was cold. He really wanted to ask the other party if he thought that putting on a Dao robe of the same style would help him break through the bottleneck of the 7th Order Guan Dao, didn't he? Since seeing the purple robe on Guozhu, his old man, he secretly sent someone to make a robe of the same style and color to wear. It's really sick. Golden body quality fishing to the ground iron cock. Yang, see you again after 50 years are difficult to have a breakthrough. Yang Qingshan inwardly cursed. While in the open he opened the door and asked, "Sect Master Feng, calling specifically, what is your business? Could it be that you want to come and help Yang to calm this Shanhai Pass?" General Yang is joking. Feng Xiuzhen smiled and shook his head. Shan Haiguan, that kind of ghost place, noble as the head of the 3 sects. He went to help once every few years has already been considered to be a very good face. And, how can you get the other side to actually free up their hands? The Qin ****** Bureau has been eyeing the 3 mountains and 6 schools for a long time. And who doesn't know about this matter? Feng Xiuzhen thought to himself that he was no match for this letter summer gun god. If the crisis at the Shanhai Pass is lifted, the other side is afraid that they will first destroy the 6 sects, and then go up to the 3 sects. Well, 2 on the Taoist sect and that beast Zun secretly have more contact. Both sides take what they need. Without the clampdown of the Qingyi Bureau, these years were so much more comfortable. That feeling of playing with the living and transcending the mortal world really wouldn't get tiresome for many years. But now, there seems to be a change. Thinking about this, Feng Xiuzhen's smile remained unchanged, and he turned to ask about what he really cared about. "I've heard that there's a new teenage adjudicator in the Hakusha Clear Exoticism Bureau, named Yili?" "Exactly." Sure enough, Feng Xiuzhen deliberately showed a surprised look. To be honest, when he heard the news, he was literally in a cold sweat. It was thought that the Qingyi Bureau had secretly held back a big wave and directly cultivated a new martial arts master, intending to liquidate the 3 mountains and 6 schools. Hooray! It was still just a peak of the Divine Mansion realm with a weather primer. But that's scary enough. The poor Taoist heard that he advanced to the peak of the 5th rank at a young age, and is still an unprecedented green golden Divine Mansion. Saying this, Feng Xiuzhen arched his hand and said in a sincere tone, "That's why I've come here to congratulate you. I thank sect leader Feng for his kind words." Yang Qingshan said with a flat expression. Having finished the words of congratulations, "I wonder if you have anything else?" Feng Xiuzhen laughed. "Indeed. I can't hide it from General Yang's discerning eyes. I heard that this little General Yi joined hands with that Zhuo Yu from Fengyan University a few days ago, and together they fought their way up to the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion, and also seriously injured the pavilion's supreme elder." Between the words, Feng Xiuzhen held his beard. The Divine Mansion's great defeat of Martial Infant. This matter really made him toss and turn. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Yang Qingshan. "Dare I ask if this is the meaning of the Qingyi Bureau or a personal grudge?" If it was the meaning of the Qingyi Bureau, then the matter was a bit serious. Yang Qingshan frowned slightly. He realized that these sect leaders were really some kind of sensitive. Yili, who was only at the peak of the Divine Mansion realm, could actually make them call specifically. But it was something that had been expected. It just came a little early. Yang Qingshan frankly said, "Personal grudge. Don't worry, sect leader." He knew that Feng Xiuzhen had a palm-viewing red dust, divine ability that could see into the hearts of people and look out across the sea. Although it could not work on martial artists of the same rank, it had the ability to distinguish between reality and falsehood. In front of Feng Xiuzhen, there was no point in lying, otherwise he wouldn't have made this special call. So it is. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiuzhen's face indeed revealed a smile. Then the poor Taoist will be relieved. The Taishan Dao sect is always welcome to have this General Yi as a guest. That's a lie. Of course. It would be a hell of a thing for him to be relieved that the Qingyi Bureau had produced such a demon. The peak of the Divine Mansion realm crushed the second level of the martial infant realm. Never let such a person live to advance into the sovereign. We have to prepare for both in advance. After the words were out of his mouth, he exchanged a few pleasantries once more and hung up. The old fox. Watch where the image disappears. Yang Qingshan's eyes narrowed slightly, his fingers tapping the desktop. How could he not see Feng Xiuzhen's intentions? Nothing more than to test his attitude. Among these three mountain pal mistresses, there was already someone who couldn't sit still. A moment later, his voice carried out of the room. Someone. Soon. An attendant walked into the room. General Yang. Send this, protective gun talisman, to Jade Mountain quickly and hand it over to General Yi. Yang Qingshan beckoned and raised his hand, and a small gun talisman flew into the attendant's arms. This talisman was equivalent to one of his full-force attacks, and it would also be automatically triggered when in distress, so he thought that it could help the other party. Yes, the squire nodded, collected the gun talisman, and was about to leave. Slow down. Yang Qingshan called out to him again, and then fell into deep thought. According to the records of the Hangshan Treasure Pavilion, Yili's subjugation of the Wood Spring Hall this time was not a difficult task. What we have to worry about now is the threat from the 6 schools of the 3 mountains. Just as well, it's a way to get him out of the way. Thinking about this, Yang Qingshan nodded slightly and then handed over a hot gold-colored invitation letter. The secret realm of the kings of the federal state is about to open, so you should send this invitation alone, and go or not as he wishes. Chapter 159, Manhwa Divine Soldier Iron. 3-pointed two-edged gun. Haze Province, top of Jade Mountain. A gold-quality gift pack has been detected to be opened. Is it opened? Inside the center army camp. Yili looked at the light blue panel floating in front of him and finally sighed in relief. Finally, infamy level finally raised. Ever since he had swept through Hanki Oria's Budokai University, Yili had looked forward to his infamous rank being raised. It was thought that the accumulated prestige was not yet up to par. Now it seems mostly that people need to take their time to get to the inside of things. Yili collected his thoughts and refocused his attention on the panel. Notoriety leveling up would bring extremely high benefits. Something he had learned long ago. The indestructible golden soul and the palm spirit unification soul, both of which were extremely strong martial arts talents, had long since proven their gold content to Yili. There is no need to mention the role of the former. Although the latter's current rank was no more than LV1, the potential it possessed was enormous. Newcomer Golden Light, let's see what you've got. Yili took a light breath and calmed his heart. His eyes swept over the panel as he spoke in his mind. Open the gift bag. When? The moment the idea fell, a clear golden light that one could not get tired of seeing many times rose up to the sky, and a loud and clear sound of interlocking metal swung out from it. On top of Jade Mountain, the crowd had not yet recovered from the previous thunderstorm when they saw a new vision erupt from the large tent. That golden light rose up into the air with an incomparably great momentum. A vision. Another vision. My goodness. Who have we run into today? 2 such sights in a row. What rushing. This is clearly another breakthrough by that General Yi. Excitement filled the Jade Mountain as the many law enforcers were shocked and delighted, excitedly looking at the majestic and thick golden pillar. A grand vision shook the mountain ranges, and an incomparably overpowering feeling overflowed from that golden light, making one's eyes sting just by seeing it. Buzz. Up and down the entire Jade Mountain, countless weapons were buzzing at this moment. In the tent, Yili's eyes were slightly closed, but the center of his eyebrows gradually had a white light emerging, revealing a boundless sharpness. It was as if some divine weapon was going to rush out from the spiritual platform and blast the mountains and rivers of this place. As the teenager frowned slightly, the sharp and boundless aura quickly calmed down, and the eerie white stream of light dissipated, but the sharpness was as if it was full and overflowing. Even if Yili's hands were empty at the moment, his body revealed a rather stern and lurid weather, with a trace of sharpness appearing between his eyebrows. At this moment, no matter who saw him, they would think that he was a great master of the art of war who had ascended to the top. God's warriors? Yili lightly rubbed his brow and whispered to himself thoughtfully. At the same time, relevant information surfaced in his mind. Ding! Congratulations! Receiving the golden reward. Manifestation Iron. Manifestation of Divine Soldier Iron, born of innate, unique divine iron. Can be transformed into forms as you wish, by devouring souls and flesh to light up the divine pattern, which contains boundless innate Genjin Qi. The power is inexplicable. The output power is extremely high. The more true Qi consumed, the stronger the power of the blasted fronts. When guarding a spiritual platform, you are immune to mind control. To be lit? In an era older than the Shinyo era, remnants of this iron were obtained by the gods, who later refined it into weapons. A being who holds that divine weapon in his hand goes up to the heavens, is invincible, and even more so, there is no god who can stop it. The innate Gung Jin Shi is a representation of destruction and killing, and you holding the complete divine iron, you must be able to cleave through any binding object. Was a bit torn before about whether to use a big gun or a club. Taking the introduction on the panel into his eyes, Yili couldn't help but let out a light laugh. Well now, it's all of them again. It just so happens that I'm short of a handy weapon. His own magical, treasure spinning wheel, and he always had no extra bad act value to draw. That's a temporary solution to the problem. Nowadays, not to mention long spears and clubs, it's easy to get a long sword to play with while it's handy. And let me try. In the midst of his electric thoughts, Yili sank his mind into the spirit platform. Immediately afterward, he sought his own family's thunderstrike-filled martial infant sitting on a piece of lustrous and glowing divine iron and meditating. It was a bit of an odd scene really. Speaking of which, is there really no problem with devouring the divine iron that upgrades the soul's blood and flesh? It really feels like a demonic cultivator. Yi Li's mind wandered as he thought. He did have a way to upgrade the divine iron. In the special space of the Palm Spirit Unified Soul, there were also many suitable souls housed, just that the soul of the old ancestor of the Wood Spring Hall will also be used to copy the family later. So the matter of lighting up the divine soul can only be put off a little later. Thinking about this, Yi Li's mind moved slightly. In an instant, there were eerie white streams of light emerging from between his eyebrows, and the divine iron excitedly surged out from the divine mansion. Buzz! In an instant, a gun-type weapon with a diamond-shaped blade shape at the front end and blades on both sides of the blade appeared in Yi Li's palm. He looked at this mythical divine weapon from his previous life with slight emotion. Tri-pointed double-edged gun. Now that it was manifested, it was really the same as it was in his memory. Holding it slightly tighter, the abundance of power instantly filled the body. Yi Li subconsciously associated it with the fact that with his current strength, the power of a shot blast could be geometrical? I'm afraid I can really split mountains and crack the sea like a god. This is the martial infant realm. Yi Li's mood cheered up, and then he put away the divine iron. To such an extent, one would more than likely already be able to occupy a position at the top of the mountain in this sixth-order martial infant realm. I just don't know how far that martial arts master, who was already half human and half god, would be able to reach when he made his move. Yi Li's heart grew in anticipation. He gathered all the sharp aura that was overflowing from his body and got up to walk out of the tent. For a while, respectful and excited eyes were cast all around. As far as I remember, this new adjudicator of my family had already been at the peak of the divine mansion realm before. Then again, in light of the earlier vision of such a great movement, it's true that the more you think about it, the more you're shocked. Thunderclouds rolled and golden light rushed to the sky. Generally he must have broken through to the sixth-order martial infant realm. Placed within this Huanxia territory, it was already considered to be a genuine immortal figure. Even when facing the headmasters of the 6 schools, that was not the least bit intimidating, and it was also a step closer to being a patriarch. In the countless eyes of reverent admiration, a white coat quickly walked into the Wood Spring Hall at the top of the hill and joined in the scavenging and raiding of the house. The skillfulness and swiftness of his movements directly made many law enforcers look dumbfounded. Chapter 160 Let the international friends fly too. After nightfall, the entire Wood Spring Hall revealed a sense of sadness. Thousands of sect members walked down Jade Mountain with faces ashen under the escort of the Qing-Yi Bureau's enforcers, plus the ambush of the hall's oldest ancestor and the head and deputy head of the hall, and the eldest senior sister leading the way to return to the land. The Wood Spring Hall had ceased to exist. In front of the main hall, Yi Li held a brilliant golden paper and calmly looked at the Dan formula recorded on it. Gathering spirit and embracing infant pill, with 2,000 low-ranked martial artists as the core medicinal material, the Earth's Heartfire Lotus as the guide, together with the following medicinal materials. This was the divine elixir formula that the Wood Spring Hall had always held as a hidden secret. But even if the elixir was refined at such a cost, it only increased the probability of a breakthrough by 20%. With hundreds of years of accumulation by the Wood Spring Hall, there were only 2 remnants in the secret stash. This really refreshed Yi Li's knowledge of martial infant realm breakthroughs. Is it really that hard? Or is this Dan formula not very good? Looking at Mu Chuntang's attitude, it is mostly the former. Yi Li sighed a little. When he broke through the martial infant, it was truly a breakthrough, not noticing any bottlenecks. It is truly humbling. Yi Li put away the 2 pills, and then tiny wind blades emerged from his fingertips, instantly twisting the gold paper into dusty fine shavings. A 20% certainty of a breakthrough. No wonder this Wood Spring Hall covers it like a treasure. Looking at the dissipating Dan formula, Zhou Xin walked slowly and scared. He had just heard about this matter from somewhere else. If this Dan formula were to be placed on the outside world, I wonder how many Divine Mansion realm martial artists would go crazy over it. you chose to destroy it, which is considered to indirectly save countless martial artists. Between the words, rich admiration surged in his eyes as he looked at Yi Li. In Zhou Shen's opinion, the other party had just broken through the martial infant, and he naturally had a deep understanding of the difficulty of the breakthrough therein. Right now see such a precious stand formula, still can do to say destroy to destroy. The vigor was truly extraordinary, and it was no wonder that General Yi was able to become the adjudicator. At those words, Yi Li was non-committal. He withdrew his palm and turned to ask, "What's wrong?" Zhou Shen didn't dare to delay and immediately made his intentions clear. "Back to General. General Yang's people have something to find you." "General Yang?" Yi Li pondered slightly, then didn't think much about it. "Let him come over." "Yes, soon." An unfamiliar enforcer came walking quickly under Zhou Shen's leadership. He looked respectful, holding a small gun talisman and a hot gold invitation. "General Yi." This enforcer presented something to Yi Li and politely said, "This is the protective gun talisman that General Yang sent you for self-defense, and specially sent me to deliver it." Between the words, he secretly looked around and couldn't help but feel a strong sense of shock. With Yi Li's age, he actually personally led a team to exterminate a pompous mountain sect with a martial infant realm guarding it. Such a horrible battle record was beyond the reach of even General Yang back then. "Thanks for the kind words." Yi Li casually took the gun charm. Although he had never seen such a thing, he could sense something from the energy contained in the gun talisman. It's a disposable object similar to a full-strength blow. After the judgment is made, Yi Li put the gun talisman away and looked sideways at the invitation. "And this is? This is an invitation from the Federation." The enforcer handed it over while explaining, "The 50-yearly opening of the secret realm of the kings is imminent, and those martial artists within Hakusha who have yet to break through to Zhongshu are specially invited to go. Hakusha has 2 slots this time, and General Yang thought you were the most suitable candidate and gave one of them to you." "The secret realm of the kings?" Yi Li came to some interest. Similar to this kind of international event that widely invited all countries, most of the time, he would be able to run into famous martial artists from all the countries of the 4 seas. Depending on the relationship between the 2 countries, there are either friendly exchanges or tit for tat. Taking a look at the international situation in the Summer of Letters, that really should be looked at. Thinking about this, Yi Li looked at the other party and asked as if confirming, "Are all those who participate in this secret realm in the martial infant realm?" "Don't worry, there are not a few divine mansion realms just like yours." It seemed to be afraid that Yi Li didn't know the importance of this invitation. This enforcer looked solemn as he then added, "This secret realm of the kings has an inner world within it, containing the enlightenment of many kings of the Federation. It will be of great help to you in realizing the Golden Body Law in the future. Do you think you want to go over and take a look?" At those words, Yi Li nodded slightly. After a moment, he looked up. "I'd like to know who the directorate gave the other spot to? To tell you the truth, I have a master teacher at Windcloud University. She has been honing at the martial infant realm for many years. Her heart is tough, and there is a high probability that she will also be able to break through to Zhongshu in the future. I think she's a good fit for the secret world as well." After saying that, he looked towards the main hall at the back. "I can do without this gun talisman and this merit. I wonder if I can exchange the second quota from the hands of the General Directorate." Zhou Shen and that enforcer were both shocked when they heard this. The former was shocked at Yi Li's choice. As a personal follower sent by young Qingshan, he was not unfamiliar with the protective gun talisman that contained the full force of the Hakusha gun god. It was no exaggeration to say that no matter who had this talisman, any martial artist of the martial infant realm would have to walk around him. This talisman was extremely difficult to create, not to mention being quite mind-consuming. Even Yang Qingshan himself had made just this one gun charm over the years. To describe it as a great value would be an understatement. The other party was actually willing to use it to help their own division in exchange for a spot? Such a heart, truly worthy of the Lord Ruler. Zhou Shen's breathing was ragged, and the fervor in his eyes grew as he looked at Yi Li. With such a leader, are you afraid of not having a good life in the future? Soon, that enforcer slowed down and asked in a hurry, "General Yi, that division commander you mentioned, is that Zhuo Qingyu's principal?" Speaking of Fengyun University, among them, there was a high probability that they would be able to break through the sovereign, and again, they were qualified to be treated as their own by this junior ruler in front of them. "I'm afraid it's only that Principal Zhua." Yi Li nodded slightly. "Exactly. He has not yet returned the favor from Zhuo Qingyu's side, and now that he has the opportunity, he naturally wants to help him fight for it." "Then you won't have to." That enforcer let out a sigh of relief, then respectfully said, "As far as I know, that Principal Zhua has already been there once, and has also long since comprehended his own golden body technique, so there's no point in going there again." So, the corners of Yi Li's mouth twitched slightly. almost forgetting that old den was already several hundred years old. This is good. If the left green fish follow, see him against the country's group of heroes, will certainly help. That would greatly reduce the amount of evil value that could be earned. The living have no such concerns. Yili coughed lightly twice and looked at that enforcer again. When will you depart? Back to the general. A special plane will come to take you after 2 days. That law enforcer bent down and arched his hand, handing the hot gold-colored invitation to Yili. It's hard to guarantee good fortune or bad luck within the secret territory, so I hope General Yi will be careful. Yili reached out and took it, his voice calm. I see. Chapter 161, First Things First. After confirming that there were no more objects of value within the Wood Spring Hall, Yili pulled out a portion of the spirit energy of that vitality pale tree and collected it into his great seal of judgment. This flowing seal, naturally, can't only have the function of pulling people into small meetings. Although this power of restoring vitality could not be used by Yili, it might be used somewhere in the future, all as a way to light up the iconography. Under the extreme invitation of the Honkai Province Clear Alien Bureau, Yili also stayed in the bureau temporarily. It was only 2 days in total, and he was too lazy to make another trip back. Of course, it is impossible to be idle. He politely declined an invitation to a banquet at the Clear Alien Bureau, and instead zipped into the classified archives here, poring over them. The problem of the number of files is in the way. He found Yang Qingshan on that day with the help of the Great Seal of Judgment, and expressed his desire to access the information within the General Directorate. After Yang Qingshan passed the relevant information to Yili, he also expressed his concern appropriately, telling Yili to try to be careful on this trip. The relationship between the Federation and Hakusha isn't too frosty, but it's definitely not cordial either. You can't go wrong with caution in all things, for sure. In response, Yili simply waved his hand, and then disappeared into the divine sense space. Yang Qingshan was speechless. He looked at where the teenager had disappeared and tapped his fingers on the desk, still a little unsure in his mind. He was worried that Yili was not clear about his own weight and thus underestimated the malice of the nations. But this, the secret realm of the kings, is related to the other party's future patriarchal realm. Again, he had to go. It's hard. Within the divine consciousness space, Yang Qingshan sighed softly, his brows unspread. He had already given the other secret realm slot to a veteran martial infant realm within the bureau. The other party was good at sword-raising techniques, and had so far raised his sword chi for 30 years and had yet to unsheath it. I think I can protect the teenager in this fight. Haze Province, classified file room. The morning light is bright and dawn foggy. Who dash? Yili exhaled noiselessly and sat down on the wooden chair, pinching his eyebrows. The 3 mountains in 6 sects have a long history, and the relevant information is even more frightening. Luckily, after 2 days of investigation, he finally selected 2 suitable targets to strike among the archival materials of the 6 factions. Tianyang Sect, Linglong Holy Land. The reason why Yili had set his eyes on them was that both of them had felonies that were enough to exterminate the clan in the files recorded by the Qingyi Bureau. Solidly 2 very gutsy mountain gates. As for why the Clear Alien Bureau has kept them around until now, the reason is also very simple. Within the Heavenly Sun sect, there were 3 martial infant realm ancestors, plus 10 middle toughnesses of the Divine Mansion realm. The lingering Holy Land is even more intimidating. 5 martial infant realm great powers sitting at the mountain gate, plus more than 10 Divine Mansion realm martial artists. Yili couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Even if they integrate the law enforcers of the Clear Alien Bureau within a continent and several provinces, trying to take down either of the 2 is a pretty difficult task, even by themselves. The sight of 2 mountain gates in this configuration was also bound to show off its own terrifying evacuation speed before it was nourished by the Wood Spring Hall. But no matter. Things are different now. Come back and liquidate them. Yili immediately finalized the plan. He collected the vast projections of information in front of him, put away his great seal of judgment, and turned around to walk out of this classified archive room. Today is the day to leave for the federal state. It was a small anticipation to go abroad for the first time in my past life. Inside the courtyard outside the archive room, Yili had just walked out when he saw a person sitting on the stone pier in front of him, only to see his hair and beard slightly white, but his face is not very old. On the contrary, some young, hanging a sword on his waist, the breath is thick. At this moment, when he heard the door of the room rattling, he looked over with sharp eyes. After taking in Yili's face, the man's eyes flickered slightly. As an alternate adjudicator of the Clear Alien Bureau, Li Zhangjian had heard a little about this new adjudicator, and also knew of his appalling deeds of advancing to the peak of the Divine Mansion realm at such a young age. But even so, as a martial infant realm martial artist who had already been engaged in the Qingyi Bureau for more than 100 years, he was still disgruntled at the fact that the teenager had been promoted to the position of adjudicator at such an early age. In Li Zhangjian's opinion, no matter what, He should wait until Yili had truly grown up before saying anything about appointing an adjudicator. He understands the reasoning behind special events. The teenager possessed such a terrifying talent, and an exception should indeed be made for him. But there's no way around it. A bad heart is a bad heart. Seeing Yili coming, Li Zhangjian pressed his heart. Standing up, he slightly saluted. General Yi, the two being fellow travelers on this mission, and the other being his superior. No matter what, he would not show his displeasure at this moment. No need to be polite. Yili stopped in front of him and asked indifferently, "You are the fellow traveler this time?" He was not surprised that his companion was a young man with a sword. It was not uncommon for martial artists at the martial infant realm to easily maintain their youthful appearance until their chi and blood decayed, just like that old ancestor of the wood spring hall with white hair. 50 years backward, he would most likely be a strong-looking man. Exactly. My name is Li Zhangjian. Li Zhangjian straightened his back and stared at the small seal on the other party's waist with a somewhat complicated expression. The Great Seal of Judgment. It was something he'd dreamed of and hadn't gotten after more than 100 years of struggle. After saying that, he took a deep breath, sweeping away the complexity of the party and revitalizing his spirit. General Yi, I heard that you have been in the archive room for the past 2 days without coming out, so I guess you don't know much about this secret realm of the kings. It's still a little over half an hour until the special plane comes over, so why don't you let me explain it for you? Between the words, Li Zhangjian's expression was serious, and there was a hint of determination in his eyes. Yang Qingshan had asked him to follow this new ruler to the Federation, thinking that there were a few considerations of escorting him in it. Although he felt that it was too early for Yili to take over as the ruler, he also recognized the teenager's miraculous promotion speed. As for whether Yili is worthy of this ruling cloak, Li Zhangjian felt that the coming days were long and he could take his time to observe. The next 30 years will certainly show a result. After Yili nodded, Li Zhangjian cleared his throat and murmured, "You should be no stranger to the term martial grandmaster. But this is only our Hakusha's description of a 7th-ranked martial artist. In the Federation, there are different names for 7th-ranked martial artists, who are generally known to the world as kings. And this secret realm of the kings is where some of the kings in the history of the Federation fell. The core area of the secret realm is filled with a great deal of enlightenment about the golden body, and is also the destination of our trip. There are 15 slots this time, 9 of which are for the Federation itself, 2 for Hakusha, 2 for the White Kingdom, and the last 2 for the rich Golden Moon Kingdom on the sea." Li Zhangjian paused, then said in a deep voice, "I think you don't know much about the international situation, so I'll say a few more words here. The Federation's relationship with us isn't good or bad, but this Golden Moon Kingdom's relationship with us is a bit nasty. At that time, if they speak out of turn, you don't have to pay attention to them, and for the time being, you should retain your physical strength to enter the secret realm, and first get the golden body law sensation is the right thing to do." Chapter 162, Are you Yili? Thanks to Misty Flowers knowing late autumn for the certification, Yili didn't answer the other party positively, but asked calmly, "What about the White Kingdom?" Li Zhangjian thought that the teenager had acquiesced, and a few more smiles appeared on his face. Not bad at all. This young adjudicator was actually able to listen to his own advice. It is not easy. It's not bad. Yili propped his chin up with more than a sigh or an emotion. Finally, a basic idea of the international situation on Blue Star. Li Zhangjian didn't know what the teenager was lamenting, but he nodded anyway. Not bad. They even revealed to us in advance the White Kingdom's lineup this time. What is it? 2 martial infants. 2 martial infants. Ah. Yili felt that his breathing wasn't very smooth. Maybe it's the White Kingdom's secret weapon that's causing this. This is really going to come back to haunt them, isn't it? Yili thought jokingly. At this time, the sound of an engine vibrating was faintly heard in the extremely distant sky. Soon, an oddly shaped object, resembling a small airplane, landed outside the courtyard. From it jumped a young woman with short, dry hair and formal attire. She walked quickly into the house, then smiled at the white-clad boy on the stone pier. "Hello, I'm the person in charge of this diplomatic event, Kong Cheng." General Yi, prepared to depart. On the clear sky dome, an extremely fast black shadow crossed. The Hakusha special airplane carrying the 3 people was constantly approaching the secret realm of the kings in the federal state. On the way, Yili learned about the configuration arrangement of the remaining 2 countries from this Kongqing. Of the 9 people from the federal state, there are 3 at the martial infant realm and 6 at the divine mansion realm. Of the 2 from the Golden Moon Kingdom, there is a martial infant realm and a peak divine mansion realm. After saying that, Kongqing smiled towards Yili. Coincidentally, this Golden Leaf country's configuration this time is actually the same as ours. Furthermore, this pinnacle of the divine mansion realm from the Golden Moon Kingdom has openly published that he wants to personally meet you this time. Yili looked at the list she handed over and was being surprised at the names of the people of the Four Seas and the countries. Except for the Golden Moon countries, the rest of them were actually similar to the names of the people of Hakusha. Upon hearing this, he casually asked, "To meet me? Which one from the Golden Moon Kingdom?" "Tomo Hitomi." Kong Cheng immediately replied back. "As far as I understand it, this person is also a martial genius. That is, she is quite a bit older than you. And that martial infant realm is also a Dao protector that the Golden Moon Kingdom has specially chosen for her." Listening to the conversation between the two, Li Zhangjian slowly opened his eyes, his laughter carrying a slight coldness. That's quite a coincidence. He had already considered himself as Yi Li's protector. Any existence that thought about Yi Li was a potential threat worthy of his attention. The future hope of the Hakusha CU Bureau must not be lost. Tomi Hitomi. Yi Li looked at the list and nodded thoughtfully. Things like asking for advice came to him. A martial infant realm protector is just that. It can't stop him at all. Beyond the plane's windows, a large cloud kept receding. The special plane was obviously not a mortal object, and it wasn't exactly slow. According to Yi Li's estimation, it was about Mach 5 or so, far beyond those manned airliners in the previous world, and there was still not the slightest feeling of discomfort. Perhaps it was also due to the fact that the body of a martial artist was strong enough, consuming a day. Yi Li's trio gradually approached the destination of their trip. In front of the trio's field of vision, a huge city that anyone would be shocked to see sitting on the ground. A tall building rising up from the ground, the whole showing a high-end regular industrial thickness. It's kind of like Victorian architecture. Yi Li overlooked the bottom while secretly saying in his heart, he didn't know much about the style of the building, so he only made a slight association. This is where the major powers of the federal state are headquartered. Shrine. No matter how ferocious the beast tides were from all over the Federation, there was at least one king sitting at this place. Because of this, they possessed the qualifications to guard the secret realm of the kings, with several strong divine senses sweeping across the special airplane. Hakusha's special airplane flew smoothly into the huge building and landed on the ground. Noiselessly, an atmosphere similar to no noise filled the air. Dozens of guards in armor converged, lances in hand, then neatly stood in 2 rows under the special plane to greet them. Other than that, the platitudes are at least given. "Both of you, pay attention to safety," Kong Cheng solemnly said towards the two. This is as far as she could send it. Yi Li nodded slightly and his figure flashed out of the cabin. Li Zhangjian followed closely behind, looking around with a hint of caution in his eyes. "Two honored guests from Hakusha, please follow me." Led by one of the guards, the two of them passed through a verification barrier and advanced more than 10 miles, deep into the back of the temple. Finally, the guards leading the way stopped when they were still thousands of meters away from a lofty stone wall. "Arrived." At those words, Yi Li raised his eyes to look. With his perception, even though there were breath-isolating spell formations everywhere in this place, he could still see the 4 rushing breaths in the open space in front of him. 4 of the 4 seas have already come here. Please wait in the clearing in front of you. When the secret realm opens, the Night King will come here and lead you to the secret realm. The guards spoke in a respectful tone, then quickly left the place. "Go." Yi Li's expression was calm as he took a step out. The slender figure instantly transformed into a wild wind and swept towards the lofty stone wall in front of him. Li Zhangjian nodded and immediately followed. In front of the stone wall, the atmosphere was quite eerie. The 4 of them stood in groups of 2, in the open space in front of the stone wall, without the slightest intention of talking to each other. Although they looked different, the aura on their bodies was mostly extremely uncommon. All of them were at the cultivation level of the martial infant realm. One of the fancy dress women with a mole on her brow had a slightly weaker breath, only at the peak of the divine mansion realm, with a cracking sound ringing in his ears. 4 gazes looked at it in unison, only to see the white-clothed young man carrying a fierce wind. Not knowing when he had already arrived at this place, he walked at a leisurely pace and looked calmly at the stone wall in front of him. This speed caused all 3 of the martial infant realms present to be somewhat surprised. Behind the teenager, the black-clothed Li Zhangjian followed closely, his body overflowing with the majestic aura of the martial infant realm, vaguely smelling like a warning to the crowd. "See the situation." That gorgeously dressed Tomo Hitomi narrowed her eyes at once and directly opened her mouth towards that white-clothed teenager. "You are Yi Li of Hakusha?" Chapter 163. Your dress is getting dirty. Hakusha and the Golden Moon Kingdom have had many conflicts in the past, and their relationship is extremely frosty. In a place where journalists from all over the world gather, Hitomi Tomi might have restrained her hostility and greeted her with a smile. But this place is a shrine site, not to mention journalists. Even Templars are not allowed to get too close. Naturally, there is no need for a cover-up. You're a celebrity now. Looking at a handsome young man dressed in white, Tomo Hitomi let out a female brat-like snort, the corner of her mouth lifting up in a mocking arc. "Those ministers of the Golden Moon Kingdom." but every day they look forward to meeting you, dreaming of pulling you over. It's just a pity that your General Yang is covering up rather tightly, and they can only do nothing about it. Before today, I didn't quite understand his intentions, but now I finally do. Hearing the words of the woman in fancy dress, the old man behind her frowned lightly and reached out to stop her. Tomo, cut the crap. As Tomo Hitomi's protector and teacher, he knew all too well the woman's brash nature that seemed to grow out of it. But it was looking like it was time for the secret world to open. Most of the people in charge of the countries were still registered at the temple, and it was clearly not a wise move to start a conflict with Hakusha at this time. But the old man was also clear. If her opponent could stop obediently, then she wouldn't be Tomo Hitomi. I can change the facts by saying less? Tomo Hitomi didn't care about the old man behind her at all. Her dark violet eyes looked straight at Yili, spitting out words with a strong sense of irony from her lips. Yili, 20 years old at the peak of the divine mansion realm. Don't you blush when you hear it yourself? From the beginning to the end, Tomo Hitomi was always skeptical of the teenager's information. A 20-year-old at the peak of the divine mansion realm? Or is it the green and gold-colored god's house? Every time he heard it, Tomo Hitomi responded with a sneer. It's simply not possible. The peak of the divine mansion realm and the green golden divine mansion. It would be impossible for the two to be related to being 20 years old. Strong as Tomo Hitomi herself, who was now at the peak of the divine mansion realm, would have to multiply that age by more than 3 times. This news is really so false. If Hakusha really had such a young character, wouldn't all the geniuses within the Golden Moon country be reduced to a joke? Why hasn't there been the slightest news of such an astounding figure in the past few years? There's no need to pull some kind of news blackout. The two are separated by the sea. Huanxia, this level of information. The Golden Moon country, if it is unable to get the slightest bit, then it should have been destroyed long ago. To summarize, Yili, this person, is really suspicious. My time is precious. I have no interest in breaking down your lies, and I can't afford to feel any favor for you. Tomo Hitomi slowly retracted her sight, her icy voice echoing over the clearing. I just hope you can get as far away as possible and not dirty this dress of mine. The two people from the White Country were a bit surprised, not expecting this Tomo Hitomi to be so indolent. They're showing so much hostility now. They're going to fight when they get in there. The two of them subconsciously looked at that white-clothed youth, intending to see how the other party was going to respond. On the other hand, Tomo Hitomi, who had chosen to tear her face off, had just turned around. The teenager's voice was heard behind himself. Tomo Hitomi, do you want to leave after you've finished your harsh words? Yili looked at this gorgeous woman from the Golden Moon country with a calm expression. A little jubilation welled up in his heart. It's all about getting yourself into trouble with other people these days. It had really been a long time since I had encountered this kind of enemy that came to my doorstep of its own accord. To be reasonable, he didn't feel much for Tomo Hitomi's words. After all, the aggressiveness of this international divine mansion was just too low. I had thought that I would have to wait until the secret world to open, but now it seems that the plan can actually be advanced. Golden Moon country, truly a land of treasures. Yili's mood lightened up, and the martial infant in his spiritual platform slowly opened his eyes, and his simple statement instantly alerted the old Taoist protector behind Tomo Hitomi, who noticed the youngster's gradually climbing aura, and his face became slightly grave. With the friendly relationship between the Federation and the Golden Moon country, the other party actually dared to make a move in such a place? The old Taoist protector only felt incredulous. This was a slap in the face of the Federation pantheon. Moreover, the heavy ground of the temple and the representatives of the two countries were at war. The meaning of this was not a joke. It could completely represent a large diplomatic event. Between the words, Li Zhangjian behind Yili also raised his eyes to look, and the aura of the martial infant realm gradually revealed itself, while vaguely shielding the teenager behind him. He secretly judged which was stronger or weaker, himself or the old man protecting the Tao on the opposite side. You want to do it? Hearing Yi Li's words, Tomo Hitomi instantly laughed. She turned around haughtily and lifted her snow-white chin in a clear smile. Come if you're bold enough. Just in time for me to see the strength of Hakusha's summer talent. Boom! The moment her words fell, blood chi as vast as an ocean erupted from Yi Li's body, and his slender body disappeared from its original position, driving up a series of deafening sonic booms. He chose to accept the invitation. Where is the need to care what country you represent? Since his debut, the teenager has been preaching a rampage and a war. Yi Li's martial infant was integrated into his body, and his blood chi was as thick as a mountain, so as long as he could make his mind clear, any character could be taken down directly. The majestic breath vibrated in all directions, and it was clearly a cannon hitting a mosquito. Li Zhangjian originally wanted to observe the situation again, but when he saw this, he couldn't help but be creeped out in his heart. He finally noticed something different about the teenager. Without the tedious etiquette found in General Yang, This new adjudicator of Hakusha had no inhibitions. As danger struck, the face of the Tao Protector elder suddenly changed, and a flash of horror flashed across his eyes. The moment the other party disappeared, he actually had a kind of scalp-tingling thrill surging through his heart. What kind of terrifying physical body pressure is this? The old man protecting the Tao was shocked, but it was too late for him to say anything else, so he directly gritted his teeth and greeted him. But with his cultivation of the 6th rank 3, where could he see half of the teenager's residual shadow? Only when the old man had just erupted his skyrocketing true chi, a white-clothed teenager ghostly appeared in front of him. A fist is handed out. The mountains and rivers change color. The powerful wind in the sky exploded. The chest of the old man protecting the Tao collapsed. The original overflowing true chi instantly calmed down. The whole person smashed into the mountain wall, spewing blood as he retreated backward for thousands of feet. It's horrible. The old Taoist protector's eyes blackened and his consciousness rapidly blurred. He only felt that all the bones in his body are broken, hammered for hundreds of years of body, but just ate the other side of a punch, fell into a collapse of the situation of serious injuries. It's like a dream. Seriously injuring a 6th-ranked 3rd-degree martial artist in public. Evil value plus 18,000. By the time the wind swept through the clearing, Tomo Hitomi's face even had the remnants of her earlier smile. However, the position that was originally occupied by the protective old man standing had now been replaced by a young man with surging white robes. Her black hair danced, her chi and blood were like the sea, and a pair of clear black eyes looked down on her from above. The mountainous and oceanic feeling of oppression instantly surged. Tomo Hitomi's pupils suddenly shrunk, her brain almost short-circuiting because she couldn't process the information. And the panic in her heart was so unspeakable that she even trembled with fear when she spoke. When she looked at the teenage-looking Yili in front of her, it was as if she saw a majestic holy lion shaking the heavens and earth, and an ancient emperor who had been in a high position for a long time reigning over the world. Just standing silently in front of her eyes was like a lofty mountain that pressed her mind. Yili's expression was leisurely. His eyes swept over her frightened face. His voice was gentle and seemed to be a reminder. Tomo Hitomi, your dress is getting dirty. Chapter 164, did you say thank you? The rumored peak of the famous divine mansion realm shifted into a martial infant divine immortal that killed the same rank in seconds. Not to mention Tomo Hitomi, even the men and women of the White Kingdom who were planning to watch the show were frozen in place. Tomo Hitomi's enchanting pretty face was now filled with panic. I'm not going to fight. As soon as the words left her mouth, she did her best to call up her divine mansion, and the golden divine mansion appeared with a bang, instantly giving her heart a little more security. Late, along with a soft laugh from the teenager. With a loud bang, the hundreds of feet of golden divine mansion instantly collapsed and exploded, and the slender palm swept straight toward Fujian Hitomi's face with a harsh wind. Put! As the divine mansion was broken, Tomo Hitomi violently sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, and a thick fear welled up in the bottom of her eyes. The majesty on the other side was so big that it was scary. It was not at all a level that she could resist. Before she could react, a force that could easily slap mountains came lightning fast and slapped her heavily in the face. Snap! A crisp and frightening slap rang out, and the air exploded with blood. Tomo Hitomi tumbled and fell to the ground, shattering a large area of earth and rocks and blasting a long and white track of movement on the earth. She struggled up in a heap, spitting out broken teeth, her brain in a fog. The shock in his heart was even more uncontainable. How could he not understand? How could one's own martial infant realm's Tao protector be instantly resolved? But despite Tomo Hitomi's terrified eyes, her mouth subconsciously threatened with her biggest background. I am the eldest daughter of the Fujian family in the Golden Moon Kingdom. If you dare to. Snap! Yili didn't say much and backhanded another hard slap on her face. Tomo Hitomi flipped out again, trembling in the rubble, unable to stand up at all. Her face was so covered in blood that she could no longer see her face, and her gorgeous dress was stained red. The mouth is even more ambiguous. I was wrong. Please stop. Fujian Hitomi intermittent voice with a crying voice. Cloaked hair. Cannot see half of the party's delicate. The appearance of extraordinarily miserable. Tears and blood ran down her face in unison as she finally recognized the situation. Yili walked slowly, each step seeming to step on her heart. Have you seen a little bit? What is Hakusha's genius? His indifferent voice rang in Tomo Hitomi's ears, but it was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. It's going to die. Tomo Hitomi knew very well that if she didn't give in now, she would definitely face the threat of death. The man in front of me is simply a wanton demon. Great terror filled the heart. Tomo Hitomi was completely devastated. See? She fell to her knees, her head also dead against the ground, and cried out in a trembling voice. I'll do anything, please stop. Seriously injuring and humiliating the future hope of one of the four great families of the Golden Moon Kingdom in public. The value of evil deeds plus 15,000. The words fell away as footsteps finally stopped close to her. Feeling the mountainous majesty of the other party's body, Tomohitomi's body couldn't stop trembling. It had come to pass that she had finally confirmed something chilling. The Yili was at the martial infant realm. It was still that extremely powerful martial infant realm. There was a dead silence. Tomohitomi shivered and raised her head, carefully observing the teenager's expression. Immediately afterward, this eldest daughter of the Tomo family saw a scene that she would never forget. Only Yili's figure was erect, and his eyes looked down at her with disdain and a slight frown. Useless. This Tomo pupil is really a fancy thing. It's really a bit disappointing to him that he only added 15,000 for a serious injury in public. No. Useless stuff? Hearing this, Tomohitomi was struck by lightning. Over the decades, when had she ever heard such a direct humiliation? For a while, her heart was full of grief and anger, but she didn't dare to show it on her face out the slightest bit. She finally realized why those ministers in the country were so eager to get Ili. This is simply an amazing demon. But just a little provocation. The former pampered self has ended up like this. Tomohitomi clenched her lips when she suddenly felt someone step on her head, stiffening her in place instantly. He heard Yili's voice without the slightest bit of emotion coming from the top of his head. I didn't even take your life when you were so bossy. It's really a horrible self-control. I think it can make me go far in the future. As for you, Yili slightly increased his force, and then he stepped on Tomohitomi's face and sunk it into the earth. As the smoke billowed, he calmly asked, "Say thank you? Woo-woo. Strange shame. Strange shame." Tomohitomi's mouth was stuffed with dirt and rocks, and her body was trembling with humiliation. Her divine mansion was now destroyed, and she would be suffering from extremely strong backlash all the time for the remaining days. It can be said that the state of affairs is low to the ground. There wasn't even a way to realize one's golden body method in the secret realm of the kings, and it's all thanks to the other side. By now, I can't believe I had to say thank you to him myself. Ridiculous. Ridiculous to the core. Tomohitomi spat out the foreign substance in her mouth and coughed up blood, the unwillingness in her eyes almost turning into a blazing fire. But the Tomi family motto always warned her that life was above all else. In the short silence, Tomohitomi shed tears of humiliation and her voice couldn't stop trembling. Thanks. Thanks. As the words fell from her lips, most of the highlights in her eyes were missing. A tsunami-like feeling of humiliation surged through his heart along with the tremendous backlash from the divine mansion. As the crowd watched, Tomohitomi just fainted on her knees. Public humiliation of the future hope of one of the four great families of the Golden Moon Kingdom. Evil value plus 15,000. That's more like it. Yili exhaled lightly and rose gladly. Li Zhangjian looked at everything in front of him, his expression shocked beyond words. It was different from Tomohitomi, who only had the divine mansion realm. He was the same martial infant as the pair from the White Country, and had clearly detected the intensity of Yili's aura just now. It's simply overwhelmingly powerful, even if there is less of a sense of completeness. However, Li Zhangjian was certain that even if he were to advance to the peak of the 6th rank later, he would definitely not be Yili's opponent at this moment. It's horrible. It was only at this moment that the two from the White Kingdom snapped back to their senses. They glanced at each other, and both saw the shocked look under each other's eyes. The idea was much the same as Li Zhangjian. Just then, everyone's heartbeats suddenly accelerated slightly. Yili raised his eyes to look at the distant sky. A brilliant and extremely powerful golden stream of light was sweeping in at great speed. In the blink of an eye, it descended from the sky and landed on the ground with a thud. It was a blonde woman clad in silver and white armor. "Excuse me." Between the words, her clear, sharp eyes reflected the shadows of the crowd, and her clear, crisp voice resounded throughout the room. "Are you the participants of this secret realm?" Chapter 165, Night King. Isabella. With the blonde woman's voice echoing in front of the stone wall, Li Zhangjian immediately stepped forward and responded. Exactly. At this time, apart from him and Yili, the two Baigua had yet to completely regain their senses from the previous situation. The two in the Golden Moon Kingdom were even more peaceful. Receiving an affirmative answer, the blonde woman was not nodding her head. She sensed something wrong in the field. Or rather, it's hard not to notice. At this moment, the ground was cracked and blood was splattered in the open space, and as far as the eye could see, it was a mess. Even if this place was fortified with formations, it couldn't hold up to the aftermath of the battle of a martial infant realm powerhouse. The gray mountain wall in the distance was even blasted out with a large hole hundreds of feet deep. Obviously, this place has just experienced a big battle. Here, the blonde woman's eyes shifted lightly, slowly landing on Tomohitomi, who was fainting on her knees, her brows slightly furrowed. What the hell is going on? It's just that someone's breath is wilted. Why is he kneeling here? Not only that, there were also unusually decaying chi and blood fluctuations in the stone wall in the distance. so it was thought to be a severely injured martial infant realm. The blonde woman's eyes flickered as she looked around at several people, waiting for an answer. Templar King, Isabella. She had just arrived from thousands of miles away, and even though she was a king of the 7th level of the martial Tao, she couldn't immediately understand the situation here. That's right. That man from the White Kingdom came forward at that moment, arching his hand and smiling. There was some conflict between the representatives of the Golden Moon and Hakusha countries just now, so I hope the Night King doesn't care. As he spoke, the woman from the White country behind him looked towards Yili and even smiled in a friendly manner. It's kind of a basic gesture of goodwill. A bit of a conflict. The valiant Isabella whispered softly to herself and looked sideways at Yili, her clear brows still furrowed. The look in his eyes was like asking, "We're all fighting like this, and you still call it some conflict?" She knew that the two countries were at odds, but she hadn't expected them to be at odds to this extent. This is just a punch to the gut. Facing the blonde woman's slightly interrogative gaze, Yili's face didn't change as he calmly asked, "When will the secret realm open? Default? After all, it is a dispute in another country, and the opening of the secret realm is now imminent." Isabella shook her head and withdrew her gaze. "One moment." With that, she raised her hand. Buzz! In the next moment, eye-catching golden light erupted from the Fujiang pupil on the ground, and from the old man protecting the Tao in the stone wall in the extreme distance. Under the bath of golden light, the injuries of the two began to recover at an astonishing speed. The remaining few were not surprised by this. 7th-ranked martial artists. It was normal to have this kind of healing type of means. In just a few short breaths, the two awoke from their stupor. Although it was far from recovering to its peak, it was still much better than the party. Ah! Tomo Hitomi, who had come to her senses, couldn't help but shriek, her voice filled with horror, as if she had seen something extremely frightening. The martial artist of the hallowed divine mansion realm was so frightened that his legs trembled and almost broke the dike, and then fled as if he was moving away from Yili's position. In the distant stone wall, the figure of the old protector emerged from it, his face pale, looking at Tomo Hitomi who stumbled and ran. A trace of obvious fear held in his slightly bewildered old eyes as he subconsciously looked towards the other party's back. It was also at this time that Yili's line of sight casually swept in. The old man was instantly struck by lightning. Trembling all over, he protected Tomo Hitomi behind him, but his head did not dare to raise at all, staring at the ground under his feet. See this scene. The corners of Isabella's mouth twitched. These two were obviously scared out of their wits, combined with the marks on the ground, and the deep crater in the mountain wall. She already had some guesses as to what had happened to the two earlier, mostly a devastating blow at the hands of someone. As for who it is, Isabella used her afterglow to look at the white-clad boy who looked so composed. With her perception of the demigod realm, she could naturally easily detect Yili's cultivation, 7th level of the martial infant realm. Moreover, judging from the exuberance of chi and blood, it's still a fairly young 7th level of the martial infant realm. Isabella's mind shook slightly. In all the years of the secret realm of the kings, there were still few participants of this level. Luckily, there were ample opportunities in the secret realm, and there would not be a normal situation that required fighting. She was usually unquestioning and did not yet know Yili's age. However, looking at its body that exuberant as a tripod, without half a sign of decay of the vastness of the blood chi, she had no doubt in feeling that Hakusha would be able to have one more martial arts master in a few decades. Hopefully, it won't be an enemy of the temple. Otherwise, even if the other party advanced to the rank of sovereign in the future, he was bound to die under his holy sword. Isabella wasn't lost. She had found her way long ago. What is the way of the king? To carry out one's beliefs and use one's own strength to sweep away all the enemies of the temple is the way of a king. The Hakusha Seisho Bureau's days of being as good as it gets have long since become history. It's time for the federal pantheon. No need to be afraid. Isabella turned around haughtily and looked at the two men from the Golden Moon Kingdom, her clear voice resounding. The danger is over. Her voice seemed to have magical powers, or it originally contained some kind of law of heaven and earth. As the words fell, Tomo Hitomi's two bodies actually did stop trembling. Even the fear of Yili in his heart dissipated for the most part. Not only that, a solemn and majestic sacred atmosphere also invisibly enveloped the entire venue. The 9 participants of the Federation will enter the secret realm of the kings from elsewhere at that time, but the exit landing point is the same, so you don't have to worry. After casually explaining where the Federal 9 were going, the blonde woman's behind suddenly radiant divine light revealed itself, setting her off as if she were a true king with a heroic appearance. Everyone adjust your breathing now. In 1 minute there will be a mass teleportation by me. Between the words, it was as if the entire world was shaken by an invisible force, and the air seemed to become heavy. An indescribably heavy pressure suddenly descended, like a huge mountain pressing down on everyone's heart, leaving them breathless. the gazes of the crowd couldn't help but look in that direction, endless awe and fear welling up in their hearts. Is the divine difference unique to martial arts masters? Yi Li raised his eyebrows lightly, judging in his mind. All 5 of his senses lit up red at this moment, and the true chi in his body instinctively flowed. The blonde woman in front of him gave him an unprecedented sense of crisis. That's a difference in the nature of life. The promotion of a martial infant to the Tao of Guan Dao appeared to be only one step away, but it was the biggest metamorphosis to date. Even Yi Li, who was confident that he had few enemies in the martial infant realm, had some thoughts of being unbeatable rising in his heart at the moment. The gap between the martial infant realm and the Dao viewing realm was so large that it was daunting to normal people. If you go up against her, will you get wasted? Thinking of this, Yi Li put his fingers against his chin, and his entire body fell into deep thought. At this time, Li Zhangjian came over and lamented, General Yi, I didn't expect that you've actually been hiding your strength. Less than 20 years old, late stage of the martial infant realm. The potential that the teenager now possessed was clear enough for even a blind man to see. However, on his side, he was still marveling at Yi Li's previous battle performance, oblivious to the fact that his own adjudicator was already thinking about how to make a martial arts patriarch fly. The minutes slipped by. Soon after, Isabella raised her turquoise blue eyes, the divine light behind them flourishing, and spoke aloud. The secret realm of the kings opens for 3 days. I hope you all seize the opportunity. As her words fell, golden light rose from beneath the feet of the crowd. Li Zhangjian subconsciously wanted Yi Li and himself to get closer, lest they scatter all over the place when they went in, but soon smiled helplessly. With Yi Li's cultivation nowadays, as long as he didn't start a frontal conflict with the 9 people of the Federation, where would he still be in half a danger? This trip to the secret realm was simply unimpeded. Chapter 166 Mr. Yi Li, before you die, do you have any last words? The temple is thousands of miles away. Federal State, capital city. Inside a large, luxuriously styled building, the atmosphere at the moment seemed a bit weird. Apart from a burly man with a fierce tiger tattoo on his back, there were 9 other figures standing inside the wide building. Among the 9 figures, the 2 men and 1 woman at the head of the group exuded a stretched aura of the martial infant realm. The remaining 6 young men and women were all at the divine mansion realm cultivation level as well. It is a huge force to be reckoned with, no matter which of the big countries it is placed in. And that burly man was even more appalling. His aura was no better than that Night King of the temple. It was actually another Federation king. The number of martial arts masters in the Federation did not exceed the number of Hakusha by too much, but because there was no similar beast mystery realm in the territory, many Federation kings were able to do so with occasional leisure time. At this moment, the burly man stood in front of a strange light door and looked at the 9 people below, his voice low. Repeat the purpose of your trip again. Surround Yi Li. The voices of the 9 people synthesized into one, revealing a heavenly killing intent. Very good. The lanky man nodded in satisfaction and his figure disappeared in place, giving way to the strange light door. Within the building, his slightly laughing voice echoed lazily. Go on. That Night King does not know about it, and it will not be recorded in the history books of the Federation, because it's a pit-killing operation that doesn't make the grade. In past years, the Federation has transmitted with the rest of the nations. Not this time. Whoever reviewed it afterward could see the foul play, but either way, those are afterthoughts. History is always written by the strong. Seeing that blue light door, the 9 silhouettes had different expressions. The young woman with picturesque eyebrows among the leading 3 asked in a cold voice, why did the Federation have to kill that Yi Li? Just because he achieved the peak of the green gold-colored divine mansion realm? Selena, let me correct you. The man in the suit at the center of the room straightened his shirt and said in an indifferent voice, it's the youngest ever in Hakusha. Less than 20 years old at the peak of the divine mansion realm. I know all that, but, going out of your way to tear Hakusha apart for this? The woman named Selena asked with a frown. She still couldn't figure it out somehow. She prided herself on her outstanding talent and had been hailed as a genius since she was a child, and was also the youngest of the 3 martial infants here. Now actually received orders from the divine temple to fully surround and kill a Hakusha Jr. It's really a bit of a pull. Yes, and for that reason, the Federation is just not above tearing itself apart from Hakusha. The man in the suit examined the landing point of the light gate while faintly saying, do you know how troublesome it would be if Hakusha had an additional, king, powerhouse? First of all, the 3 sects and 6 factions within their territory will be annihilated. And with nearly a century's worth of reserves confiscated, there's a high probability that the Hakusha Clearing Exoticism Bureau will be able to use this to restore the vacancies in the center combat force. Secondly, 8 kings and above, with a pillar of state, ranked at the 9th rank among them, will cause those small countries that were originally wavering to fall directly to Hakusha. He finished his examination and sighed in relief, then looked at the woman. There are many more chain reactions that you wouldn't understand if I told you. All you need to know is that it's better to tear yourself away from the weak Hakusha than to maintain peaceful relations with the strong Hakusha. Killing Yili will only make the Hakusha nation furious. If we don't kill Yili, everyone will be unhappy, including the Federation shrine. After the words, the man in the suit took the lead and walked into the light door, with only an indifferent voice coming out. In the end, expecting the Federation and the Divine Hall to talk about rules is also a negligence on the part of that young Qingshan, and even the entire Hakusha. As he walked through the light door, the 6 Divine Mansion realms followed. When one looked at them, all 6 of them were long-established veteran Divine Mansion realms of the Federation, and had long since run out of the possibility of being promoted to sovereign. At this moment, his body was revealing killing intent, so he must have come precisely for the siege. Come along, Bishop Celine. The last martial infant realm youth patted the woman's shoulder and grinned. What else do you want to ask? It's not too late to ask after you killed at Yili. With that, he tossed a blue cube at the other man. Celine raised her hand to take it, coldly. 3 martial infants, 6 divine fathers, surrounding a junior at the peak of the divine furnace realm, and having to bring along another precious 7th-ranked treasure. How ironic. It's good to be prepared, the youth said without a care in the world. That kid must have a life-preserving talisman given by Hakusha on his body. Who would dare to go forward without forcing it out? Selena grunted coldly, and ultimately did not retort. The two stepped back and forth into the blue door of light and disappeared. The secret realm of the kings was a vast and sprawling huge island. The mountains loom high into the sky and the forests are lush and endless. In all directions of heaven and earth, there was a figure through and through, with shoulders higher than mountains and head above the dome of the sky. An extremely strong martial Dao pressure emanated from their surroundings, and countless golden streams of light waved down from them like raindrops, falling towards the earth and finally disappearing. The towering silhouettes were the consciousnesses of the kings after their deaths, and the golden streams of light were their lifelong insights into the martial way. Bathing in this heavy rain, one can realize various kinds of golden body techniques. The whole process lasts 3 days, is irreversible, and fills up only once in 50 years. At the moment, the downpour has begun. Whoosh! A long wind broke through the air, and a dozen streams of light descended from the sky, scattering everywhere in an instant. At varying distances, 9 of them gathered together and landed in the center of the island, forming an airtight encirclement. The remaining 6 were scattered all over the place, and one of them happened to fall right in the circle of those 9 people. Soon, a white-clothed young man landed steadily in the gusty wind. Clear black eyes swept over the surrounding silhouettes, and no emotions of surprise were revealed. It has long been known that the nations of the Four Seas covet their lives. Otherwise, Yang Qingshan wouldn't have sent himself that protective gun talisman. It's just that it's estimated that even Yang Qingshan didn't expect that the Federation would actually take things to such an extreme. Nice fixation. Looking at the calm-looking Yili, the man in the suit applauded softly. It was a big success at this point. There was nothing to worry about. He asked with a rare smile. Mr. Yili, does a genius like you have any last words on your deathbed? Chapter 167, Divine Soldier in Hand, Sanctioning the 8 Directions. Thanks to Reign of the Eastern Region. Try asking, when you come back to the newbie village all decked out for certain materials. And then, what would it be like to watch a hidden boss that was once extremely hard to beat put the screws to you? Yili felt that he could give the standard answer at this moment, though his situation is a little different from the god costume back in the village. But the mood wanted to be the same. Under the enhancement of the Eye of Delusion, his eyes lit up with a strange divine light, and he instantly had a clear view of the strength of the 9 people. 1 late martial infant realm, 2 mid-martial infant realm, 6 late divine mansion realm. Yili sighed slightly and laughed softly. This is the handiwork of the Federation? It's a bit too petty. If you want to kill in Yili, shouldn't you go up to all 9 martial infant realms? That way, it would also help him to break through the sovereign pass in one go. Boy, unbelievable, right? I marvel at the Federation's largesse for you too. Between the words, the man in the suit smile tightened a few points. But it's too late for you to marvel now. As his words fell, the atmosphere between the mountains and forests was oppressive to the extreme, as if time was about to stop flowing. The living beings in the mountain that originally had some movement, at this moment, also felt the grave atmosphere and fled the place. There was a tension in the air that took your breath away. If not a little afraid of the teenager's life preservation talisman, before dying to take himself away, the man in the suit will now directly move. The martial infant realm could only be cultivated after 1,000 years of hard work. So naturally, there would be no unloading. As long as Yili died here, then he and the others would not have to worry about the resources of the sovereign for the rest of their lives. Meh. Right at this moment, the white-clothed young man laughed out loud, as if he really couldn't hold back the pleasure in his heart. It is really disturbing. Still bluffing. In the end it's just a divine mansion realm. I don't believe you can escape today. Seeing this, the man in the suit snorted angrily and no longer hesitated. His body form stormed back while his mouth steeply shouted, "Don't wait any longer. Do it! Bishop Celine! Do it! Do it!" This voice was wrapped in a rich killing intent and exploded in this heaven and earth, shaking the mountains and forests, and shaking the crowd's spirits. "I hear you." Celine, who had picturesque eyebrows and an unassuming temperament, stepped forward in the air with an indifferent expression and gently threw a blue cube high into the air. Her eyes looked disdainfully at the teenagers below and she drank aloud. "Seal the devil. Imprison the soul. 7th ranked treasure tool. The demon sealing prisoner's box." A certain king of the temple had possessed an S-rank martial talent, seal demon prisoner's soul, and when he died, his own talent was transferred by the temple to blue gold divine steel. Then the top treasure tool masters hardened and built it day and night, finally creating this valuable 7th order treasure tool. Only the bishop of the temple branch knows how to use it. Now that it was exerted under the full force of the 9 people of the Federation, even a peak martial infant realm gaijin powerhouse wouldn't be able to escape with their lives. Woohoo! Only to see that blue cube rising against the wind, reaching a level that covered the sky in an instant. The blue and clear light was as dazzling as the second great sun, on which complicated patterns emerged, occupying everyone's line of sight and landing with a bang. In a flash of lightning, Yili's figure disappeared into thin air, and only a figure blurred to the extreme then appeared in the mountainous blue box. Yili only felt the heaven and earth around him change, and immediately afterward, he saw an endless sea of blue flames and fire. This is the inside of that treasure? Yili was not surprised, and after a brief look around, he quickly made his judgment. Around him, the monstrous fire intensified. Casually, he rested a finger against his brow. Buzz! In an instant, Yili's brow cracked open with a golden line, and endless raging fronts swung out from it. "Come out! Split this heaven and earth with me!" The moment the voice fell, the entire treasure space shook with a loud bang. The 3-pointed, 2-bladed divine spear suddenly appeared in Yili's palm, emitting an excited metallic trill. Manhwa divine soldier iron. Innate Gangjin energy. Yili's black eyes were clear as he gripped the divine spear tightly, and with the extremely rapid depletion of the true chi in his body, a stunningly brilliant sharpness gradually revealed itself from his body. It worked! Celine looked at the streaming demon sealing prisoner box in front of her without the slightest bit of surprise on her face. The young man at the side at the martial infant realm had surprised eyes inside. For such a demonic genius to die so easily and plainly, it's really a bit saddening. He was over 100 years old when he entered the peak of the divine mansion realm back then, and was directly shocked to the point of being unable to close his mouth when he saw a peak of the divine mansion realm that was less than 20 years old. The man in the suit was similarly a bit emotional, standing with his arms folded and looking at the treasures in front of him, saying, 3 more minutes and he'd have had his soul and bones gone. I told you guys were too cautious. Celine sneered. She had never found this trip difficult, and blandly said, "Back when I was sitting in the divine hall branch, I was still able to comfortably gain the upper hand in dealing with martial artists of the same rank, but now I'm dealing with a Hakusha Jr., and actually have to join forces with a sidekick. If this matter were to be told, it would simply tarnish the reputation of the bishop of the temple." The man in the suit also felt amused in his heart, somewhat agreeing with this statement of the other party, and turned to whisper, "At the exit of the secret realm of the kings, there are still 2 more temple kings, the Night King and the Lionheart King, pressing the field. The Night King doesn't even know about this plan. He's just pulling in to keep things calm. And the Lionheart King is the temple's way of not letting Yili have any chance to return to his country just in case." That martial infant realm youth was horrified in his heart when he heard this. That lord of the divine hall is really doing something desperate enough. That lord will either not do it or do it to the end, which is normal. The man in the suit shook his head slowly and replied, "It just seems like it's all become useless. Now." Celine then waved her hand and landed on the ground, then took a step towards one of the towering figures in the 4 directions of heaven and earth and opened her mouth. "You guys guard here and recycle the treasure tools. I'm going to sense the golden body technique." The man in the suit was non-committal and turned his head to the 6 divine mansion realm old men who were maintaining the treasure tools and said in a deep voice, "Increase your true chi output. It's too late for that." As the words came to him, a sudden feeling of horror came over him. Not only him, but the remaining 2 martial infant realms all froze and raised their heads to look at the treasure that gradually had white light bursting out in front of them. Celine's heart thumped. As the main wielder of the treasure, she actually had a feeling that her heart was jumping at this moment. Only the azure square was imprinted with a complicated and mysterious pattern. But inside, there was a brilliant white light that was constantly amplifying, instantly filling the interior of this treasure. Boom! In the next moment, heaven and earth resounded like the roar of billions of ancient giants, and the mountainous closed treasures exploded. The surging white light rose up from the ground, piercing the clouds and blasting the earth. This horrifying battle drew the three martial infant realm powerhouses to all look gloomy, clenching their fists tightly, pursing their lips hard, and their hearts beating wildly. In front of them, amidst the crumbling and roiling particles of light, a familiar aura that made them care immensely suddenly rushed out. Chapter 168, The Bishop of the District, thank you to Orange for the certification. As if a burning meteor had rushed out of the clouds, the sharp and powerful figure traced a bright trajectory in the sky. The mountains trembled when that whitecoat stepped in. It wasn't until this moment that the crowd was finally able to get a good look at him. It was a white-clothed young man holding a divine spear, stepping into the air, with a bright and dazzling golden line between his eyebrows. The sky was covered with dark clouds at some point, and deafening thunder accompanied by lightning, constantly illuminating the earth below. The pale mountains and forests under his feet were like giant beasts prostrate on the earth, and the stars surrounded him as he slowly stepped forward. A circle of lightning divine light surfaced behind the white-clothed young man, towering over him, simply possessing the majesty of an immortal king reincarnated. Yili? That's Yili? Extremely far away in the jungle, Tomo Hitomi, who was originally caught up in ecstasy, directly lost her voice and shrieked at this moment. She was ecstatic when she saw the 9 people surrounding Yili just now, and she had just felt that Yili was in dire straits this time. When the other party killed out of that sovereign's treasure, Tomo Hitomi's brain was in turmoil. She couldn't figure out how someone could possess such an amazingly invincible demeanor. Even if her concealment was exposed at the moment, no one cared about her. At this moment, the 9 lines of sight between heaven and earth were shocked to the core, all converging on the white-clothed teenager's body. Celine's eyes held a trace of lingering horror, her clothes bulging in the wind as she erupted her aura, her cultivation at the 7th level of the martial infant realm rushing up to the sky. But even so, she was in a trance. Her breathing was turbulent and rapid, and she questioned with difficulty. You are. How did you do it? The treasure tool that had trapped and killed the peak of the martial infant realm was actually hardened and shattered. What level of tactics is this? Martial infant realm. Martial infant realm. The man in the suit snapped back to his senses. His face suddenly changed drastically, his figure shaking in the air, his mouth wide open, almost unable to say anything. You're at the martial infant realm? How is this possible? This is simply impossible. Less than 20 years old, comparable to the peak of the martial infant realm? If this is true, then aren't they and the others just asking for death on this trip? Where is the need for the other side to think of last words? It is you and others who should have to think of last words. How can people be so outrageous? That martial infant realm youth had suspicion in his eyes. In his perception, the vastness of the teenager's aura that was comparable to that of the mountains and the sea had definitely reached the intensity of the 7th level of the martial infant realm or above. It was so unbelievable that no one could keep their peace. This is absolutely impossible. This kid must have used some shocking secret technique. A divine mansion realm old man collapsed and yelled. Several people, follow me and make a move. Do it. Boom. The gloomy sky grew dimmer and dimmer, and thick dark clouds close to 100 miles hovered high in the sky, as if there were natural thunder dragons stretching their muscles in them, and blinding lightning bolts illuminated the earth from time to time. Just then, Celine saw the teenager slightly raise the lance in his hand, then suddenly slash down. There was an immediate feeling of an exploding scalp. Boom! Only to see a towering white aura killing at an unbelievably fast speed, and in an instant, it cleaved into the man in the suit whose eyes were filled with fear, instantly blasting him to death while at the same time, even the tall mountain range behind him was cleaved into 2 halves. Kill a 6th order 5th rank temple venerable. Evil value plus 30. 000. Retreat. The federal crowd was in disarray, and that martial infant realm young man shouted in terror, but his eyes were full of that radiant, glaring white aura. With a loud boom, deep, bottomless traces suddenly surfaced on the earth, and another martial infant realm was obliterated. Not even the martial infant was able to escape. Blasted as 6th order, 4th ranked temple venerable. Evil value plus 30. 000. Boom! The dark clouds in the sky looked like they had been kneaded into a ball by a large invisible hand, and a dazzling lightning bolt, like a hideous dragon, violently rushed out from the clouds, ruthlessly smashing into the ground with a heaven-destroying momentum. Each thunder flare contained a terrifying power, as if it was capable of tearing apart the heavens and the earth. The thunder flare was as dense as rain, instantly covering the entire battlefield. Those Divine Mansion realm martial artists who were originally fleeing were horrified to realize that they had nowhere to run. They were enveloped by the thunder flare, their bodies were struck by the thunder light, and they let out mournful and miserable screams. Kill 6 late Divine Mansion realm temple martial artists. Evil value plus 30. 000. Who dash? Yili lightly exhaled, holding the lance, with thunder light surrounding his palm, with an unprecedented might on his body. The meridians and flesh were constantly being torn apart by the overflowing sharpness from the gun. but there was a steady stream of indestructible golden souls repairing the flesh. The deep reserves that he had been cultivating had long given him reserves of true chi that far exceeded those of martial artists of the same rank. And the manhwa divine soldier iron in his palm had caused all of his true chi to surge. The martial infant possesses the body, and the physical body is drawn up. With the help of the extremely high output efficiency divine iron, instantly killing 2 mid-martial infant realm griffins was a breeze. As for the stragglers of the divine mansion realm, they could all be blown away at will with the thunderclouds they summoned. At this moment, the teenager was in an unprecedentedly perfect state. Even the Night King he had met earlier, he seemed to have the power to fight. The big deal is that both sides trade injuries. Below, Celine's heart was filled with fear, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. In just 5 seconds, 2 of her fellow martial infant realm members were blown away. That was the martial infant realm. That was a martial infant realm 6th ranked martial artist. The next moment, however, she saw the other woman calmly cast her eyes. Celine's breath caught in her throat, and an extremely bad feeling rose in her heart. However, as a bishop at the 7th level of the martial infant realm, she still had her own pride in her heart. Celine forced herself to stabilize her mind and bellowed, "I am the head bishop of the temple branch. You." Before the words left his mouth, Yili put away his divine spear and his figure steeply disappeared in place. Woohoo! With the help of his profound mastery of air currents, he instantly crossed a distance of thousands of feet. Stand down! Selena's heart was filled with shock and anger, and she subconsciously took out her usual high and mighty stance. Boom! When she fiercely pressed down with one hand, the gravity around her increased by an unknown number of times, and the earth instantly collapsed. This was a 6th-ranked martial art that was specifically designed to target close-quarters stabbing spirits and demons. Over the past 100 years, those martial artists who were good at close quarters had suffered under this move. Yili's forward stance slowed violently, and his feet sunk deep into the ground. Effective! Selena's heart was just flooding with joy when she saw the teenager raise a pair of icy golden eyes in a haughty manner. With a loud boom, the thick pressure on his body climbed once again, and his physical body directly came to a realm that was impossible to reach at the martial infant realm. Immediately after that, Yili's figure swept out again, and the majestic fist intent exploded on Celine's body. Boom! In an instant, Celine felt an extremely noticeable sense of weightlessness, and the strong, rigid force almost tore her body apart. Her figure transformed into a thin line and smashed heavily into the distant mountain wall, while her 7 orifices crumbled and flowed with crimson blood. Then, before Celine could get over it, she saw that the white-clothed teenager had arrived in front of her, his voice as calm as water. Bishop of the temple? The murderous intent in those golden eyes made Selena's liver explode. This high and mighty bishop of the temple finally heard the last words he could hear before he died. Not even half as good as me yet. The moment the words fell, Yili blasted out a fist, and the entire mountain wall suddenly exploded into a deep pit. Blasted as 6th order, 7th ranked temple bishop, evil value plus 40, 000. Detected Tomo Hitomi's Tao heartbroken, evil value plus 20, 000. Chapter 169, there are 2 masters waiting for me to go out, thanks to River of Stars for the certification. The secret realm of the kings, somewhere in the mountains. Monster! This monster! Tomo Hitomi's voice was filled with fear. She stamped her feet as fast as she could, fearing that if she hesitated for even a moment, she would allow the killing god behind her to catch up, killing 9 people from the Federation in one go, and he doesn't even think about the consequences at all? Her mind went blank, and her animosity towards Yili had been mostly consumed back in the previous encounter. It turns out that with the Night King's healing, she's also flooded with some thoughts of revenge. At this moment, seeing Yili in such a stance, he finally completely dispelled the idea of being an enemy, and at that moment, he couldn't help but lose his voice and shouted. The other party could be said to be the killing god of the world, the pride of heaven, and she was just an indiscriminate, arrogant and brash pseudo-genius with a bit of talent. It's too terrifying. How on earth did this Yili cultivate? Tomo Hitomi's pretty face at the moment was filled with fear, and there was not the slightest bit of fighting spirit in her eyes. Woefully wrapped in a remnant of her clothes, desperately running away in the mountains and forests. Meanwhile, here in this place, just like her, who was desperately rushing, there was also Li Zhangjian from Hakusha. At the moment, his face is extremely ugly, and he's staring at the mountains in front of him in disbelief. Minutes ago, there were stunning and overwhelming astral winds rising up from the ground there, and a teenage aura he was incredibly familiar with rising straight up into the sky, but it's coming down to earth now. Obviously, Yili Fong was still fighting someone there, and the enemy's battle was extremely strong. Otherwise there wouldn't be such a big commotion. The question is, who is the enemy? The 2 from the Golden Moon Kingdom had been seriously injured, and even with that Night King's holy light, they were far from recovering to their peak state. The White Kingdom bordered Hakusha, and the probability of them making a direct move against the Hakusha rulers was extremely low. Well, there's only one answer. Damn the Federation Pantheon. Shocked anger surfaced on Li Zhangjian's face as he gripped the hilt of his sword at his waist. Wordlessly, there was monstrous sword chi brewing in the scabbard at breakneck speed, and that was the sword Dao base that he had been accumulating for 30 years. With his strength at the 6th level of the martial infant realm, one move out of the sword would make even the peak of the martial infant realm have to avoid the front for the time being. 9 federal martial artists, besieging their own adjudicator. Even if he knew that Yi Li's strength was superb, Li Zhangjian was still in a hurry at the moment with his 5 insides burning. At the full speed of the martial infant realm, he quickly arrived at the area in the center of the island. As far as the eye could see, the place was wrecked and full of wreckage, and the earth was cracked into several deep and bottomless gullies. Blood with a golden aura splattered in all directions. This is the blood of a martial arts infant realm martial artist. What the hell happened? Li Zhangjian panicked and looked around, trying to find Yi Li's figure. Surprisingly, the white-clothed boy who symbolized the future of Hakusha wasn't hard to find, and he soon saw the familiar figure. In the next moment, Li Zhangjian's expression froze on his face. He saw a nearly crumbling mountain wall, and the white coat standing in front of it was so upright at the moment that it made his heart pound a little. That's the stance of a winner. And in front of the white-robed boy, Li Zhangjian saw an incomparably familiar deep pit. The other party had blasted such a deep pit with a single punch when he had previously beaten the Dao Protector Elder of the Golden Moon Kingdom. Only, this time the size of the pothole was even more appalling. Li Zhangjian stared at the light in front of him in shock, unable to speak for a long time. No one could remain calm in front of this scene. It was only at this moment that he had made some guesses as to what had happened on the other side. But the conjecture was so shocking that he opened his mouth several times without being able to say anything. That is, until Yi Li looked back and his slightly casual voice broke the silence. Finished comprehending the golden body technique? Li Zhangjian shook his head stiffly. His own general suddenly disappeared from sight, and several breaths rushed up to the sky in the distance. How could he have half a mind to sense the golden body method? He asked in a hoarse voice as he somewhat dully released his grip on the hilt of his sword. General Yi, the 9 martial artists of the Federation. The 9 of them struck out at me, and I had no choice but to kill them all. The teenager's tone seemed casual and relaxed, as if he was stating a fact that couldn't be simpler. Li Zhangjian was silent for a long time, then nodded as if in agreement, unable to think of anything he could say in reply to the teenager in front of him. After trying his best to calm his mind, he asked with a shaky voice, General Yi, these 9 people, what is the strength of all of them? The strength of the martial artists sent by the Federation was bound to be no worse, and it was normal to have 3 pre-martial infant realm. However, Yi Li's words quickly shattered his suspicions. 1 late martial infant realm, 2 mid-martial infant realm, and 6 scrappy divine mansion realms. At those words, Li Zhangjian was struck by lightning, and his entire body froze in place. With things having come to this, he already understood that the 9 people from the Federation this time were here for Yi Li, but he didn't expect it in any way. Surrounding a young martial artist who was only at the peak of the divine mansion realm on the intelligence, the Federation had actually sent 3 martial infant realms and 6 divine mansion realms over. If it is not Yi Li exceedingly strong, then the future hope of their Huanshe Qingxiao Bureau is afraid. Li Zhangjian's heart burst with fear. It was followed by a tidal wave of monstrous shock. This move by the Federal Shrine was simply a rush to declare war with Hakusha. This matter was known to the Federation, known to the temple, and they must have long been mentally prepared for it. Li Zhangjian, who was close to 400 years old, was trembling at this moment, not knowing whether it was because of fear or anger. He jerked his head up and tried to say something to relieve the other man. After all, having just gone through a great battle, the teenager's exertion, both physically and mentally, must have been enormous. However, in the next moment, Yi Li's somewhat helpless sighing tone was carried into his ears with the wind. Do you think this Federation is looking down on people too much? The adjudicators who surrounded our Hakusha actually couldn't even come up with 9 martial infant realms. 9 martial infant realm. When Li Zhangjian heard this, he almost didn't come up for air. How many martial infant realm martial artists were there in total within the federal state? He could even hear the teenager's strings. Beheading 3 wasn't enough. Wanting to behead 9 martial infants in a row in one breath really put the martial arts baby realm local cabbage ah. Li Zhangjian's mind was stirred, and for a while there were so many things he wanted to say in his heart. In the end, however, they all stifled their voices, merely squeezing out a dry murmur of agreement. Indeed, from a certain point of view, the 3 martial infant realms that surrounded the adjudicators of the Hakusha Clear Exotic Bureau were indeed a bit few, but that's a martial arts master. You are still only a martial arts infant realm, and you have won such a battle, and when you go out, it is enough to shake the whole country of the Federation, but you still think it is not enough. he growled in his mind. Yili did not care about his skeptical look. After casually nodding his head, he powered up his feet and swept extremely fast towards the lofty silhouette in the distant sky. Li Zhangjian took several deep breaths in place, and after barely calming his mind, he quickly followed. Yili seemed to be intentionally waiting for him. His advance was not too fast, and the two of them were soon walking side by side. Li Zhangjian was just about to say something to ease the atmosphere when he heard Yili take the lead. By the way, there are still 2 Federation martial arts masters waiting for me outside the secret territory. Between the words, the teenager's expression was calm, and he said in a tone that carried a few hints of command, I'm going out to fight them for sure. When that time comes, you're not allowed to care about me. First find a chance to escape back to Hankiori. Li Zhangjian slowly widened his eyes and looked at the other party with incomparably shocked eyes. The look was like a question. 2 patriarchs? In response, Yili nodded casually. Yes, 2 patriarchs. Chapter 170. A way to break the situation, thanks to Rain in the eastern region for the certification. The secret realm of the King's Void. A golden downpour fell on the earth, on top of a mountain. After Li Zhangjian respectfully said goodbye, he then swept towards another mountain under Yili's orders. Stay until no one is around. Yili sat down on his knees at the top of the mountain here, gradually adjusting his state to the peak under the golden raindrops. Thoughts tumbled in his head. After killing the 9 martial artists of the Federation, his Palm Soul unification spirit had automatically included the souls of the 9. It had to be said that this martial arts talent seemed to work exceptionally well at times like this, directly eliminating the process of interrogation. According to what one of the temple bishops named Celine had said, there were actually 2 other martial arts masters waiting for them outside the secret land. It's a bit troublesome. Yili sighed in his heart. Although he acted rather casually in front of Li Zhangjian, that was only to make the other party not come and get in the way then. Otherwise, even if he could escape with his life, the other party would have to die here because of his foresight. 2 martial arts masters, even Yili, who was holding a divine weapon, had to weigh the weight of it slightly. Current vices, 198,000 points. Since Mu Chuntang exhausted his evil value and advanced to the 7th level of the martial infant realm, the system's evil value in the background had finally returned to about the same level as it was then, close to 200,000 evil deeds value. Can it help me break through to the realm of the Patriarch? Yili exhaled silently. With many cards in hand, he did possess the confidence to escape and even had the certainty of blasting a martial grandmaster into serious injury. But, here's the thing now. Yili had the underpinnings in his hand to take on and drop a Federation King, yet there were 2 Federation Kings waiting for him outside. It's like preparing a table and having 2 tables of guests. If you split a table into 2 place settings, it's bound to upset people on both paths. It doesn't help to think about it. Yili looked at the pale sky. The corner of his mouth rose slightly. The big deal is that everyone stops playing. Running was possible, but being used to high risk and high reward, he really didn't want to leave just like that. Soon after, Yili collected his emotions and mobilized his evil value to surge into the panel. Ding! Begin to consume the value of evil deeds to continuously raise the level of martial arts. After consuming 80,000 points of bad act value, wind and thunder converge in your body, and the thunder pattern on the body of the martial infant shines more and more, and his body radiates a vastness far superior to that of the previous one. Thunder spirit of heaven calls the wind and rain, and when sitting in the spiritual mansion, it is as solid as gold. And the increase is great. If it is integrated into the physical body, the body alone can break mountains and rivers. You have advanced to the 9th level of the 6th order. After consuming 120,000 points of evil value, a martial infant comparable to the mythic level is completely born from your divine mansion, and with the heavenly thunder roaring through the earth, you have become an unignorable gaijin on the blue planet, with the ability to shatter mountains with a single punch. It's no problem to fight against an army of tens of thousands of low-ranked martial artists. With a lifespan of 500 years, martial arts masters don't come out. You are invincible. Martial arts level up. You have advanced to the peak of the 6th rank. In an instant, power as vast as an ocean surged into the limbs and bones. Yili slowly opened his eyes. The aura of shoulders higher than mountains revealed itself from him, and mysterious radiant divine patterns gradually emerged on his back. Between breaths, there was a hidden echo of thunder in the sky. The peak of the martial infant realm now. Yili murmured in a low voice, a slight look of emotion flashing in his eyes. Feeling the power surging through his body, he was certain that he could now crush any 6th-ranked martial artist. The once unattainable Zhuoqingyu was hard to even last 2 rounds in front of him, but it's not enough. Yili's posture of that Night King floated in his mind, and felt that at best, he would be able to separate himself from the other party, and definitely not be able to do the level of horizontal suppression. 2 martial arts masters. What a pain in the ass. Yili sighed lightly, and as his 2 fingers pressed against his brow, the golden threads opened up, and a piece of lustrous, glowing divine iron whistled and flew out. Manhwa divine soldier iron, devouring souls and flesh to illuminate the divine patterns on it. Yili briefly sifted through them and eventually kept the soul of the beast god sex holy maiden, while the rest of the souls were put into the divine iron as much as possible. Buzz! With the infusion of the last 3 martial infant realm souls, the Manhwa divine soldier iron suddenly resounded with a loud and clear sound of gold and iron interlacing, as if the true dragon in the world was whistling up to the sky, and a divine pattern with divine light flowing through it lit up. Relevant information immediately surfaced in Yili's mind. Shattered life can add extra effects to the attack of the divine iron, drastically reducing the enemy's ability to recover, and can also protect the host's heart chakra in a critical situation. Ban the more protective awe. Yili frowned slightly and immediately used his own method to understand the divine iron's new ability. Simply put, the new effect opens the door, but it doesn't do much. To be precise, there's actually no breaking the game. Let's first sense the golden body technique. Yili shook his head, taking the divine iron back to his brow spirit platform and recalling the panel. Quieting his breath and concentrating, he began to sense the mysterious aspects in the golden raindrops around him. He was endowed with the spirit brightening mind, so where was the need to waste the extra evil value? For a moment, in Yili's perception, the golden rain in the sky all seemed to have transformed into a tedious golden text, scattering vastly into the vast earth. He looked at the tiny, complicated gold texts, at first only able to make out obscure words, then gradually able to make out the many dharmas recorded in them. The number of dharmas was as vast as an ocean. There were high-level martial arts, breathing techniques, the idea of visualization, and the golden body method. All of them were recorded in the raindrops. Yili could even tell that this golden rain was always cycling back and forth, and after falling into the ground, it wouldn't take more than a few moments for it to fall back down from the sky. It was just that the raindrops were vast and the order of magnitude was quite terrifying. And even if a martial infant realm martial artist couldn't see the subtleties of it, trying to get the golden body technique would be as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. No wonder they pick martial artists with high enough talent to come over. Yili looked at the raindrops in the sky, divine light flowed in the pupils of his eyes, and the many patriarchal dharma sects in that golden raindrops gradually became crystal clear and reflected in his pupils. Several golden body laws transformed into relevant information that instantly flooded into his mind. Yili looked at the panel in front of him after a little bit of acclimatization, and did not start his own deduction. Current viciousness value, 78,000 points. With his past experience, he was basically certain that he wouldn't be able to advance to Martial Grandmaster for the time being. In that case, let's break it somewhere else. Yili pondered for a moment, then summoned the long-lost treasure draw interface. Spend 1,000 points to draw a treasure wheel. Note, this treasure is guaranteed to come out in 40 draws. And it is guaranteed to come out in gold quality. Based on the power of the Ring of Harmonious Coexistence, the gold-colored treasures of the home system were still worth looking forward to. Yili took a deep breath, his eyes flashing. So, let's get started.